Recently, the phenomenon of time travel has become increasingly bizarre. While enjoying hot pot and singing, both the people and the hot pot vanished. Yi Hao inexplicably found himself in the Marvel Universe and, to his astonishment, encountered the mighty Odin. With the activation of his extraordinary abilities, Yi Hao unexpectedly gained the favor of the Space Stone. I, the languid Yi Hao, am determined to strive for a blissful existence. Chapter 1. The Space Stone and the Traveler. Tønsberg, Norway. A young man with dark hair and eyes gazed around him, bewildered. Who am I? Where's this? What am I doing here? Silence enveloped him, and no one emerged to answer his questions. He glanced at the chopsticks in his hand and tossed them to the ground in frustration. While enjoying hot pot and singing, I lost both my companions and my meal. Where's my hot pot? Where's my tender beef? Where's my spicy hot pot base? He had spent $300 on those ingredients. Not a single bite had he taken. The boy clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a pang of heartache. At that moment, the space before him rippled like liquid, forming a circular void, a brilliant azure light shining in the night sky. An elderly man appeared, his white beard and slightly aged features accentuated by a prominent golden eye patch. Odin, such a vivid image and appearance, nearly identical to that of the films, made it hard to mistake him. As an exemplary high school student, adept in various pursuits including entertainment, it was reasonable for him to have seen a few Marvel movies. He scratched his not-so-bright head. Had he crossed over? Odin seemed equally surprised to find himself before a young man, especially one who immediately called his name. Young man, what is your name? Odin's voice exuded warmth. To the boy's astonishment, the elder spoke in the Chinese language. Do not be afraid, Earth has always been my domain, so it is not strange for me to speak your tongue. At least half, perhaps? Odin pondered the other pantheons and their deities, like the Jade Emperor from the neighboring realm. Oh wait, is it really so unreasonable for me to boast to a young man? My name is Yi Hao. As for why I know, the boy's eyes reflected a hint of resentment towards his predicament. I merely felt your likeness to the Odin of mythology and called out instinctively. Odin looked perplexed. Recognizing him was understandable, given that the portal had opened right before Yi Hao's face. If I claimed I was merely acting, no one would believe me. However, he could not fathom why a Chinese individual would appear 6,891 kilometers away, and the king of the gods could not suppress his curiosity. Young man, how did you arrive here? I do not know where this is, nor do I understand how I got here. Yi Hao replied with a hint of helplessness. I was just at home enjoying hot pot, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself here. Odin, sir. Oh no, I mean Lord God King. Why have you come to Earth? Yi Hao dared not jest in Odin's presence. He was known for his discerning nature, only showing politeness to those superior to him. There is no need for such formality, you may simply call me sir. After a brief hesitation, he glanced at the boy. Odin's presence here was undoubtedly related to the cosmic cube, or rather, the space stone. The power of the stone was immense, placing considerable pressure on the 9 realms. Nearly all beings in the universe were aware of its existence in his possession. No longer the ruthless warrior he once was, Odin intended to conceal the stone on Earth and then claim it had been lost, thereby reducing scrutiny on Asgard. After all, as the king of the gods, it was reasonable for him to misplace 1 or 2 treasures amidst his vast collection. With a flick of his hand, Odin produced a cube radiating azure light. The cosmic cube. Yi Hao could not fathom why Odin had revealed the cube, but it was undeniably exquisite. The cube emitted a brilliant blue glow, resembling an endless ocean constructed of luminous blue light, with dots of blue ebbing and flowing like the tide. Excited to behold the stone, Yi Hao diverted his gaze back to Odin, feigning ignorance. Odin, sir, what is this? This is a vessel of infinite power. The one who possesses it shall gain unparalleled strength. That individual will be invincible, free to do as they please, able to command respect and acquire everything they desire. Beautiful women, power, and authority will be within reach. Do you wish for it? Odin's voice was laced with temptation, akin to a demon enticing another toward damnation. He infused his words with a hint of divine power, imbuing them with an enchanting allure. You must have seen Ultraman, right? This is a superpower bracelet. With it, you can defeat any solar monster. Yi Hao saw through Odin's intentions. If he dared to make any outrageous claims, the consequences could be dire. Feigning hesitation, he shook his head. It is magnificent, but I cannot accept it. Why not? Grasp it, and you shall be omnipotent. Odin appeared intrigued. Is it truly amusing for a god of such stature to resort to deception? A single stone might only grant a demigod level of power, barely matching that of the formidable Thanos, While possessing all 6 stones would elevate one to a level of multiversal significance, perhaps even bestowing omniscience and omnipotence. Ultimately, it all depended on the whims of the writers after all. There were instances where a single stone could defeat a character like, what if Doctor Strange? Yi Hao's expression turned serious as he declared, "It does not belong to me. Holding it may grant supreme power, but losing it would mean losing everything." Odin smiled knowingly. "Then how do you propose we handle it?" Following the narrative's trajectory, Yi Hao articulated the answer Odin sought. Conceal it in a place where no one would discover it. Under Yi Hao's deliberate guidance, Odin appeared quite satisfied. "Come with me." Yi Hao hurriedly followed in his footsteps, casting a glance at the cube. This was the space stone. Attempting to seize it would likely result in Odin striking him down, but he was already here. In the end, Yi Hao could not suppress his curiosity. "Sir, may I touch it?" Odin remained silent and extended the cube toward Yi Hao. In a show of respect, Yi Hao rubbed his hands on his clothing and delicately placed a finger on one corner of the cube. In that fleeting moment, an abundance of blue light surged into his body through his fingertip. Detecting cosmic energy system charging. Ding. System activated. Yi Hao's body jolted, and in a daze, he thought he heard a voice, but the sight of swirling galaxies before him captured his attention. As the space shifted, he felt as if he were soaring through the cosmos. After several transformations, he emerged like a fish leaping from the water, breaking free from the universe. Behind him, countless galaxies spun, and before him lay innumerable points and lines, two-dimensional, yet lacking depth. Just as Yi Hao found himself at a loss, a beam of blue light shot from him toward the points and lines, illuminating one of the points with a ray of light. The point, line, and plane intertwined, and soon a three-dimensional world unfolded before him. He attempted to comprehend the spectacle before him, but felt a dull ache in his brain. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear. Detected host participation in dimensional alteration. Congratulations, host has acquired the ability, spatial perception. When he regained consciousness, he found himself still beside Odin. The preceding experience felt like a dream. He cast a glance at Odin, finding nothing amiss, and thus felt a sense of relief. In truth, Odin had noticed. He observed the interaction between the cube and Yi Hao, and in that fleeting moment of contact, a bond formed between them. Although he was unaware of Yi Hao's past, he comprehended that the cube had chosen him. The only way to refuse this fate would be to eliminate Yi Hao, yet Odin glanced at the youth and deemed this a fortuitous event. Odin led Yi Hao to a palace, its architecture reminiscent of those depicted in Norse mythology, with walls adorned by engravings of the 9 realms, narrating various tales from Norse lore. Before the elevated throne knelt a man clad in armor, one knee on the ground, a hand resting upon his chest. "Great Lord of the gods, I offer you my utmost respect." At that moment, the benevolence of the elder vanished, replaced by the formidable majesty of the God King as he ascended the dais and took his seat upon the throne. "Rise." The armored figure stood, bowing respectfully. The process was straightforward. Odin's command was for this man to guard the cube through the generations, ensuring that no nefarious individuals could trespass upon it. Yet, unlike the original narrative, an additional clause accompanied his order. Yi Hao, feeling a sense of longing as Odin prepared to depart, realized that although their interaction had been brief, he held a high regard for the deity. "Mr. Odin, may I visit Asgard to see you?" "My child, you are always welcome in Asgard." With a gentle touch upon the boy's head, Odin smiled and added, "This is the reward for encountering divinity." Yi Hao felt as though he had unlocked the door to wisdom, a gateway to language. Detected divine influence. The host has received a blessing from a deity ability, conversion in progress. Congratulations, host has acquired the ability, mastery of all languages. Odin stepped back, and a rainbow descended from the heavens, leaving behind a charred mark upon the ground. Yi Hao was taken aback. "Wait, you haven't told me how I am supposed to get there." Odin kept a secret. He did not reveal to Yi Hao that he had been chosen by the cube. If Yi Hao so desired, he could traverse the entire universe freely. Perhaps this was merely the old man's whimsical jest. "Sir, what shall we do next?" Standing beside Yi Hao was the armored man, who, feeling somewhat apprehensive, stood aside. After all, the youth before him had been appointed the guardian of the cube by none other than the God King himself, and the equality in their dialogue was beyond his imagination. "Prepare a room for me, I require rest. No matter what occurs, do not disturb me." Yi Hao needed a tranquil space to process his current situation, and he added, "You have full authority to conceal the cube. Do not concern yourself with my opinions." "Of course, sir. I will arrange for the largest room available." The armored man bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, no one will discover it." Indeed, they won't now, but what about later? Yi Hao silently mused as he followed the armored man to the room. When that time comes, will I be the one to protect the gem, or shall I allow events to unfold on their own? In the extraordinarily lavish room, Yi Hao reclined upon a bed large enough for 5 people. At present, he had traversed into the Marvel universe and had encountered the God King Odin upon his arrival. Though their exchange had been limited, it was evident that Odin harbored certain intentions toward him. Guarding the gem? The role of a gem guardian was not a particularly favorable one, especially considering that the likes of the purple potato creature were still lurking. When Odin was alive, it dared not make a move, yet after both Odin and the Ancient One had passed, it had commenced a full-scale invasion. To speak frankly, he was currently less than a mere pawn. The neighboring Sorcerer Supreme had at least found a school to systematically learn about magic, while he himself was utterly untrained and lacked a mentor. He suddenly recalled the subtle expression on Odin's face as he departed. Could that old fellow be setting a trap for him? But it mattered not. System, activate. No response. System, are you there? Still no reply. System, allocate points. Once again, no reaction. Surely, there must be a system interface? Open the character panel. In an instant, a simple panel appeared before him. Host, Yi Hao. Gender, male. Skills, none. Abilities, spatial awareness, mastery of all languages. Evaluation, useless, inferior to the neighboring farmer. Hidden evaluation. Putting aside the evaluation, the data at first glance seemed quite impressive, particularly in terms of abilities. Mastery of all languages was quite self-explanatory. Spatial awareness sounded like an extraordinary capability. Yi Hao closed his eyes, attempting to utilize his spatial awareness ability. An invisible wave emanated, yet he perceived nothing. Trying once more, still nothing. Again, he felt nothing. On the nth attempt, still nothing. What a useless skill. What was this plus sign? Yi Hao, driven by curiosity, reached out to tap the hidden evaluation. Hidden evaluation. Don't bother looking, you're still useless. What the? Yi Hao unleashed a flurry of punches at the panel. Though the panel appeared before him, it was not a tangible entity. After a series of 7 strikes, Yi Hao grew weary. It was one thing to have an ability that was inoperable, but to have a hidden evaluation berating him was another. In a fit of anger, he pulled the covers over himself. As the ancients once said, when faced with uncertainty, take a nap first. Chapter 2. Yet another transmigration. Seoul Society, Technology Development Bureau. Several instruments emitted piercing alarm sounds as the current deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, observed the rapidly rising numbers on the screen, accompanied by the voices of his team members. An exceptionally powerful soul has been detected in Rukongai. Its spiritual entity level is rising from 6 to 5 to 3. Now it has reached the 1st level. Members of the 12th Division glanced to the side. Captain Urahara, the current captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kisuk, stared at the screen, his expression grim. Continue monitoring and lock the position. Dispatch a team immediately. Members of the 12th Division quickly assembled, rushing towards the direction of Rukongai. It was utterly absurd. Yi Hao swore he would never trust the ancients again. Family, who understands? Just yesterday he had transcended, and today he found himself in another realm. Why, oh why, did this always happen while he was sleeping? Could you at least give me some preparation? Yi Hao, clad in tattered clothes, shouted towards the sky. Just as he had fallen asleep the previous night, he once again beheld that blue light. Curiously, alongside the blue light, 5 other colors appeared, though they paled in comparison to the vibrant blue. It felt as though he was witnessing a lucid dream, and as the scene unfolded, he curiously reached out to touch that world. Detected host crossing dimensions. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ability, spatial anchoring. And then he ended up here. Yi Hao looked down at his attire. It was evidently Japanese in style. At the very least, he had been given clothes to wear, and for that, he rated this transmigration quite highly, for his robust form ought not to be exposed so freely. Wanting to see? Pay a price. Wait, paying a price would make him a fool. This wouldn't do. Not paying a price would make him a pervert? Setting that issue aside, the first step was to ascertain his current location. In the current scene, it is quite challenging to discern whether one is in the realm of the extraordinary or a particular moment in the history of the land of cherry blossoms. Fortunately, 2 individuals are nearby, one standing and the other reclining. The standing figure is feeding the reclining one, who is gazing at Yi Hao with an expression akin to that of a bemused spectator. Unperturbed, Yi Hao straightens his posture with a sense of pride. The standing individual, with his silver hair and characteristic narrow eyes, possesses a serpentine expression that makes him easily recognizable. The reclining figure, youthful and promising in appearance, is equally identifiable. They are none other than Shizuka Maru and Matsumoto Ranjaku. At this moment, Yihao comprehends that he is in the Soul Society. His expression shifts slightly. This is the realm of Shinigami. He begins to grasp the significance of the blue light. The Shinigami exist in a two-dimensional world, which, rather than being a complete universe, requires the blue light to provide the necessary directional vectors to manifest itself in a three-dimensional form within the cosmos. The 5 distinct hues serve as essential components in the construction of this world. Indeed, the space gem possesses the remarkable ability to influence the other 5 infinity stones from a distance. Wait a moment, this is the Soul Society? Yihao hastily accesses his character panel. Spirit level, 10. Attributes influenced by the world. Your spirit is exceptional in this alternate realm, yet upon leaving, you remain a mere novice. Weak and inept. An array of disparaging adjectives could be employed, but I shall refrain from enumerating them. Is there a grudge between us? This wretched system seems to derive pleasure from berating me. Yihao's eyelid twitches, veins subtly protruding. Indeed, a transformation has occurred. Only souls can enter the Soul Society, while ordinary individuals must transform into spiritual particles to gain entry. Yet, why is his spirit level a 10? Is it due to the dimensional shift providing an additional advantage? Do beings from higher realms possess inherent advantages when entering lower realms? Yihao stroked his chin, pondering the perplexity of it all. He glanced at the 2 individuals by the roadside. According to his understanding, this should be a memory of Shizuka Maru, suggesting that he has traversed back in time quite significantly. Ranjaku still possesses the fingertip of the Spirit King, which is yet to be taken by Aizen, and Ichigo Kurosaki's birth is still nearly a century away. Yihao scrutinized the 2, particularly the reclining figure, who holds great promise for the future. At that moment, Shizuka Maru moved to obscure Yihao's view, eyeing him warily. TSK, Yihao thought, is it too much to ask for a moment of admiration? He is not a villain, merely intrigued by the authenticity of the transformation of two-dimensional worlds by the Infinity Stones. If only he could experience it firsthand. In response to this apparent interest, Shizuka Maru adopted a cautious demeanor. May I inquire as to your purpose here? As a resident of Rakangai, he is acutely aware of the absurdity of this unreasonable world, particularly concerning the individual before him, who likely harbors ulterior motives. Yihao, recognizing the suspicion in Shizuka's gaze, understood that the latter was not genuinely respectful. Were the opportunity presented, he would have relished delivering a blow. However, this was inconsequential presently. Shizuka was but a minor character, showing no signs of retreat. Do you know the way to the Siriidii? Yihao inquired with a bright smile. He felt a sense of satisfaction with this journey. The Soul Society is a splendid place. Firstly, the origins of the souls are shrouded in mystery, sparing him the need to fabricate an identity. Furthermore, souls possess a potential for ascension. As long as he can traverse one of the 4 great gates of the Siriidii, he can enter the Central Spirit Academy and become a Shinigami. Is he aspiring to become a Shinigami? Shizuka Maru remained impassive, pointing eastward. If you continue in that direction, you should arrive in about a day. Yihao glanced in the indicated direction. A day? That seems rather excessive. Are there no transportation services? Suddenly, a wave of pressure akin to an ocean surged forth, and a dozen figures clad in Shinigami garb appeared around him. Both Shizuka Maru and Ranjaku were immediately overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure, collapsing to the ground. Target identified. Prepare for capture. One of the figures gestured towards Yihao, and the others surged forward. Shizuka and Ranjaku, bewildered on the ground, realized that Yihao was a wanted criminal, pursued by the Shinigami. The transport has arrived. He offered no resistance, allowing the Shinigami to restrain him without protest. What shall we do with these 2 vagabonds? One Shinigami glanced at Ranjaku and Shizuka Maru. Leave them be. The mission has been accomplished. Do not take unnecessary actions. Wait, is there food? Yihao called out, diverting their attention. Souls do not require sustenance. They can replenish their needs through spiritual particles. However, in particularly harsh regions where spiritual particles are scarce, souls might need to engage in some form of consumption. You wouldn't want a simple task to encounter unexpected complications, would you? With a charming smile, Yihao observed the Shinigami's reactions. After a moment's hesitation, one Shinigami produced an unfinished roasted sweet potato from his pocket. Seeing food brought forth, others began to retrieve various items, including half-eaten buns, unfinished sake, and pickled cucumbers, unwittingly creating a small mountain of provisions. Wow, impressive. You must be here for a spring outing, right? Had he not been restrained, Yihao would have given them a thumbs up. The Shinigami flushed with embarrassment under sudden orders. They had no recourse, while their leader had concealed his face. Yihao pointed at Ranjaku and Shizuka Maru. Give it to them. Reluctantly, the Shinigami handed over the food to the two. Subsequently, as Yihao was led away in handcuffs, he wished to wave goodbye, but the Shinigami, having just lost face, did not permit it. Once they departed, Shizuka Maru and Ranjaku rose to their feet. Ranjaku gazed at the food before her, then turned her gaze toward the direction Yihao had vanished, her eyes glimmering with newfound light. The journey to the Siriadii was unusually pleasant. What was originally a day's trek took merely 10 minutes with the aid of Shunpa. In the Technical Development Bureau interrogation room, Yihao found himself bound, gazing at the yellow-haired individual who appeared quite serious at this moment. What is your name? Yihao. Age? 16. Cause of death? Am not dead. I'm perfectly alive. A question mark materialized over Urahara Kisuke's head. This is the Soul Society only souls can enter, and he is not a Quincy. How did you arrive in the Soul Society? I took a nap and woke up here. What was your identity in your previous life? An exemplary high school student. I sat in the back by the window. Yihao regarded Urahara Kisuke, hopeful that his implication was clear enough for Urahara to grasp. Can't you provide some useful information? Urahara Kisuke sighed. The individual appeared honest, yet one could not equate a trustworthy appearance with genuine honesty. Everyone harbors secrets, much like you. Though you seem bright and cheerful, have you truly never done anything detrimental to the Soul Society? Urahara remained silent. Excellent. Life mentor Yihao nodded at Urahara, signaling him to take a seat. Please, have a seat. Urahara glanced at the chair beneath him. Please commence your confession. I am aware that there are matters in your heart which are difficult to articulate, and such matters are often hard to confide in those close to you. But I am different. We are strangers, and there is little that cannot be expressed between strangers. Urahara, with his keen intellect, struggled to grasp Yihao's reasoning. I do indeed have many regrets. Such as where you hid the color books? Under the bed. But that is not the crux of the matter. Yihao's expression turned grave. Understood. Do you have someone you fancy? I am uncertain if that qualifies as affection. Yihao nodded. Then it is indeed affection. Who is the object of your interest? Do you have paper? I shall take note. I do. Urahara was about to fetch paper and pen when he suddenly realized something. Urahara Kisuke. The dangerous glint in Urahara's eyes sent a chill down Yihao's spine. Blondie, I have now entered the Soul Society, and according to the rules, I should be permitted to enter the Central Spirit Academy, correct? Yihao promptly shifted the conversation to make his request. Although his identity was questionable, and despite being brought into the Soul Society, it did not hinder him from making a legitimate appeal. Urahara hesitated slightly. According to the instruments, this soul appeared entirely normal. Yet, normalcy equated to abnormality in this context. How could a high school student's soul possess such formidable strength? If a high school student's soul were indeed that potent, he would readily demonstrate the consumption of a Zanpakuto. I will arrange for you to enter the academy. But likewise, I will also arrange. You must be cautious with your words and actions, do not. At this juncture, Urahara was remarkably easy to deceive, a thought that left Yihao somewhat reflective. An institution associated with supernatural powers was of utmost importance to him. In the Marvel Universe, not to mention the impending encounters with Hydra and various peculiar villains centuries hence, those without power would find themselves in peril. Welcome to the Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke stated flatly, his smile unsettling. May you have a delightful experience at the Academy. Chapter 3. The Academy and Specialized Instruction entering the Central Spirit Arts Academy marked the achievement of Yihao's first objective in the Soul Society. Regrettably, during this period, he encountered few familiar faces. The characters he could recognize from a narrative, particularly those at the captain level, graduated approximately 40 to 100 years before the onset of the original storyline, while those at the vice captain level graduated around 40 years prior to the beginning of the plot. Among the few acquaintances, there were Kubo Zajuin and Higashike Xiao, both of whom had recently graduated. One was currently under the command of Kuratsuchi Mayuri in Squad 9, perpetually poised for a potential betrayal, while the other remained elusive and relatively obscure. As Yihao attended classes in the lecture hall, his status as a newcomer limited his exposure to the knowledge imparted, which primarily consisted of fundamental Shinigami principles, such as the absorption of spiritual particles and the application of spiritual pressure. Shinigami construct their bodies by absorbing spiritual particles at their core, akin to souls, and they too can sustain injuries, bleed, and fall ill. The distinction between them and humans lies in the essence of cells versus spiritual particles. To become a Shinigami, the pivotal factor is the active absorption of spiritual particles, leading to the generation of spiritual pressure. The difference between souls and Rukongai and Shinigami resides in the passive versus active absorption of energy, reminiscent of the cultivation practices in Taoist traditions. However, unlike those practices, Shinigami lack a systematic approach to training, with no clear demarcation of realms. The enhancement of one's strength relies predominantly on perseverance over time. Given Yi Hao's spiritual potency, as long as he remained diligent, attaining captain-level prowess would be a trivial endeavor. The training for Shinigami can be broadly categorized into 4 domains: Zanjutsu, swordsmanship; Hakuda, hand-to-hand combat; Shunpa, flash steps; and Kido, demon arts. The ability to fight, flee, exert control, heal, and endure creates a profession that is nearly flawless. Noteworthy exemplars include Kenpachi Zaraki, representing combat prowess; Shunsui Kiraku for agility; Yuruchi Shihoin for control; Uno Hanaretsu for healing; and Hinamori Momo as a resilient shield. Special commendation must be given to Hinamori Momo, who, despite her lower spiritual pressure and mediocre swordsmanship, has remarkably withstood multiple onslaughts from captain-level Shinigami, barely emerging wounded. She truly serves as a paragon for our generation. I must seize the opportunity to seek her wisdom on physical training. As for Ichigo Kurosaki, he is merely a numerical anomaly, one whom Yi Hao holds in the lowest regard. Have you heard? The Spirit Arts Academy has produced a prodigy who mastered the fundamentals of Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shunpa, and Kido in just 1 week. The 4 esteemed instructors sing his praises. This is a soul that has existed for less than a year, even drawing the attention of the Academy's headmaster. Particularly noteworthy is his spiritual pressure, reportedly reaching captain level, albeit lacking sufficient training. Urahara Kisuke, while wandering the streets, encountered intriguing news that piqued his interest. The so-called genius Yi Hao had now arrived at the Kido Academy. Overall, Yi Hao's experience at the Academy has been exceedingly pleasant. The presence of the system enables him to swiftly grasp all knowledge, with his learning progress displayed through proficiency. He has achieved a novice level in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, and Shunpa, with Kido advancing the most rapidly. At this moment, Yi Hao is fixated on the character panel, engulfed in confusion. The system displayed only basic skills. Beginner swordsmanship. Bugine unarmed combat. Bugine shimpo. Bugine olo technique. Why were there no detailed descriptions of the skills? It merely showcased the terms slash, punch, and hollow. He had undoubtedly mastered several Kido spells, yet the skills section did not reflect this. It merely indicated an increase in his proficiency in hollow techniques. Was something amiss? As he pondered, he collided with someone. What are you doing here? Yi Hao gazed expressionlessly at Urahara Kisuke. Are you so idle, captain of the 12th Division? Do you have nothing to occupy your time at the Technology Development Bureau? Is your bureau merely lounging about? Are you just loafing around? Yi Hao's voice grew increasingly louder. Enough shouting. Urahara grasped Yi Hao's arm and spoke softly. It's quite reasonable for me to take a short break to mentor the younger generation, don't you think? Release my hand. I must report you. Yi Hao struggled, to no avail. Think wisely. Not everyone gets the privilege of captain-level guidance. Huh. I suspect you intend to silence me. Yi Hao retorted, if I agree today, I might as well consume my own Zanpakuto. Following Urahara, Yi Hao arrived at an underground training facility. He was taken aback that Urahara would lead him to such a clandestine haven. Despite my appearance, I am quite busy, so I can only teach you for 3 days. What you learn in that time depends on your effort, Urahara remarked earnestly. Not a problem, Yi Hao nodded. Teach me things not covered in the academy, like Kido spells above number 90. With a flick of his hand, Urahara playfully swatted the top of Yi Hao's head. What are you thinking? Oh, that felt nice. Urahara rubbed his wrist, casting a serious glance at Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao shielded his head and asked, so, what do you plan to teach? 1 day for Shurkai, 2 days for Bankai, 3 days for invincibility? Is that even sensible? Shurkai requires you to carry your Zanpakuto, infusing it with your soul's essence. You haven't even begun to practice the basics, so that's not an issue. As for Bankai, I only took 3 days myself, under the condition that I manifested my Zanpakuto, ultimately utilizing a spiritual body as assistance. Urahara's gaze toward Yi Hao was rather enigmatic regarding the notion of invincibility. Can't you present something of substance? It's embarrassing for you as the captain of the 12th Division. Yi Hao shot a sidelong glance at Urahara, watching his expression darken gradually. Urahara Kisuk, captain of the 12th Division, the Soul Society's fastest to achieve Bankai, was being looked down upon. If you find Urahara lacking, a sleek black cat leaped gracefully beside them. I could instruct you instead. Ah, is that you, Yuruchi? Urahara's eyes glimmered as he observed the cat form of Shihoin Yuruchi. The black cat disregarded Urahara, fixing its gaze on Yi Hao. Can you keep pace with my training? Just teach. Whether I can keep up is my concern. She harbored no trust for Yi Hao, yet she held faith in Urahara Kisuk. Since Urahara was willing to impart his knowledge, she might as well lend a hand. Very well. The black cat agreed, adding, "Oh, I possess the identity of an executioner. You comprehend, do you not?" A chill coursed through Yi Hao as he whispered to Urahara, "I am still young. Is boasting a crime in the Soul Society? Run." A black cat bellowed from a distance. Adorned in a specially designed weighted outfit, Yi Hao panted heavily, glancing back at Urahara, who followed closely wielding a Zanpakuto. Current Soul Training Progress, 3,100. Current Soul Training Progress, 4,100. Current Soul Training Progress, 5,100. Why is this progress bar so interminable? Distracted. Whoosh. Yi Hao faltered for a moment, and Urahara swiftly struck at him. Ah! Urahara Kisuk. Yi Hao's anguished cries echoed throughout the training ground. Current Soul Training Progress, 24,100. Yi Hao lay expressionless in the hot spring, appearing utterly defeated. Soul Body Level, 10. Evaluation. Your current spiritual pressure is utterly unworthy of this soul body level. His struggle for survival yielded a mere 24 experience points. System. Grant me a 10-fold experience boost. Have you been cheating me out of experience? System. Your horse is missing. You ought to check. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Urahara Kisuk observed Yi Hao from a distance, then addressed Yuruchi. After all, he is merely a child. Though his words are harsh, lacking respect, and he even nicknames me and pries into my privacy. This is indeed how he should train. Urahara's wavering gaze gradually solidified. Thus, let us train relentlessly. Running merely served as a warm-up. What followed was an endless hell of sword swinging. Swing your sword 10,000 times without pause, the black cat declared, wagging its tail while uttering terrifying words in a gentle tone. Yi Hao, burdened with excessive weight, wielded a wooden sword that had been specially crafted for rigorous training by the Technical Development Bureau. Current swordsmanship basic training proficiency increasing. Current swordsmanship basic training proficiency increasing. Were it not for the system's notifications, Yi Hao would have long succumbed. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Urahara Kisuk. I thank you. Why not seek Yuruchi? Faced with a choice between the uncle and the cat girl, he would undoubtedly choose the cat girl. How could she be in the wrong? Current swordsmanship basic training proficiency increasing. After an unknown number of swings, Yi Hao finally heard that melodious sound. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Intermediate swordsmanship. Skill, intermediate swordsmanship, 0-100. With intermediate swordsmanship, you can proficiently wield a Zanpakuto in combat. Congratulations, you have become a qualified cannon fodder. Yi Hao sensed a transformation in his movements. What was once awkward now flowed with remarkable grace. The black cat beside him narrowed its pupils, astonished by the rapidity of growth. Thus concluded the swordsmanship training, as the black cat remarked that the best way to enhance one's sword skills was through actual combat. Reclining in the hot spring, Yi Hao felt his exhausted arms gradually recuperate under the soothing warmth. I shall now teach you the technique of Shuanbu, the black cat declared, gliding gracefully towards the hot spring. Amidst the rising steam, a bare-skinned girl with a sun-kissed complexion appeared before Yi Hao. She gazed intently at him, and he returned her stare with equal intensity. Don't you think something is amiss? Yuruchi was the first to speak, having startled many with her unconventional approach. Yet this was the first time she encountered someone who remained unfazed. Nothing seems off to me, Yi Hao replied, contemplating the essentials. Surely, it is common knowledge that a cat can transform into a human. It is rather peculiar for a cat that cannot. Really? Yuruchi's eyes widened in surprise. In the face of Yi Hao's seasoned demeanor, she felt utterly unprepared. Chapter 4. The Unwarranted Fight and Shuanbu. Where is this place? Yi Hao followed Yuruchi to the vicinity of a grand estate. Are you planning to sell me? What value do you think you hold? Yuruchi shot him a dismissive glance. Wait here. A rather arrogant little brat will come out shortly. Your task is to stop him. If you can escape from him, your Shuanbu will be deemed satisfactory. A subtle smile graced her lips. And if I cannot escape? Yihao squinted slightly. Fear not. I shall be here. At worst, you will endure a beating, she replied before departing. Fear not. How does one find solace in that? Perhaps a lesson in posture? Regrettably, he had no choice but to comply. A rather arrogant little brat? Could anyone be more arrogant than himself? Yet, it wasn't long before a youth clad in white appeared, wielding a wooden sword and employing Shuanbu to materialize before him. An opportunity had arisen. Hey, a robbery. Yihao shouted, swinging the wooden sword towards the head of Yucatec Shiro. Smack! Although Yucatec was taken by surprise, he effortlessly parried the blow. Who are you? Yucatec inquired, having just chased after Yoruchi, utterly unprepared for an attack. I am a direct disciple of Yoruchi Shuin, and others graciously refer to me as the Shun King. Yihao. That is exceedingly courteous of you, Yucatec began, but before he could finish his retort, the mention of Yoruchi's name darkened his expression. So, that mischievous cat sent you. Did she? To think she would send a mere disciple to confront me is quite the insult. Yihao noted the resentment emanating from Yucatec, which was, frankly, a bit intimidating. What had Yoruchi done? Amidst Yucatec's chuckles, he swiftly advanced, brandishing his sword. I will make her aware that my Shuanbu far surpasses hers. Yihao caught a blade and immediately turned to flee, never forgetting his primary objective. Escape, especially with a vengeful young man hot on his heels. In a confrontation, Yihao would already be at a disadvantage, losing half of his momentum, and with his poor teleportation technique, he would falter further, ultimately lacking in strength. It was a chase, one fleeing while the other pursued. However, Yihao's teleportation was woefully inadequate, and after several failed attempts to evade, Baizai could no longer hold his tongue. Are you truly a direct disciple of the demon cat? Why is your teleportation so lacking? She never taught you, did she? Is it still valid to be considered a direct disciple if one has not been taught? That is not the crux of the matter. Yihao fixed his gaze on Baizai, drawing a large circle with his hands. Let us each take a step back. You teach me teleportation, and I will instruct you on how to be a person. A win-win situation. Win-win. At first glance, this proposition seemed innocuous, yet Baizai hesitated, sensing something amiss. Out of pride for his family, he would never stoop to bullying someone incapable of teleportation. Fine, you have made the offer. Baizai then explained the techniques of teleportation, infusing it with his own insights. Detected host's engagement with teleportation techniques. Unlocking intermediate teleportation, 0-10. I have taught you teleportation. Now, it is no longer bullying, Baizai declared as he assumed his stance. Yihao narrowed his eyes. Although Baizai of this era was a bit arrogant, he was undeniably a rather impressive young man, far preferable to his later self, who bore an unpleasant demeanor. Out of respect, Yihao adopted his own stance. Teleportation King Yihao, I humbly seek your guidance. And thus, the two set into motion. It was merely a chase. Baizai, exasperated, could hardly believe that assuming a stance did not lead to a genuine confrontation. He posed, called out, and then ran. All right. Yoruchi of Shihuin has toyed with me all day, and now there's a disciple who has joined in the fun. Baizai realized the truth. So this is what being a direct disciple entailed, was it? Congratulations, host has acquired skill, intermediate teleportation. Skill, intermediate teleportation, 0-100. Intermediate teleportation allows for rapid movement over medium distances. Congratulations, you have become a qualified coward. Success. After several attempts, Yihao finally elevated his teleportation to the intermediate level, creating distance between himself and Baizai. In a corner of the Spirit Realm's forest, two figures engaged in a relentless chase. Could you possibly stop pursuing me? Baizai relentlessly chased him for an entire afternoon, leaving Yihao exhausted. Akin to a foolish dog, his experience in intermediate teleportation nearing its limit, Baizai was not faring much better. Initially, he could easily catch up to Yihao, who had to resort to clumsy rolls to evade his attacks. However, as time passed, their levels of teleportation began to draw closer. Yihao, utilizing Angile footwork, closed the gap, while the Bai family was no slouch either, leading to a dance of evasive maneuvers from both. What was the cost of this? Yihao leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Huff, will you not cease your pursuit? Is it not enough for me to concede? No, I have not yet. Haha, I'm almost upon you. Byakuya stumbled, exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Let us settle this another day. Very well, I await your challenge. In the end, Yi Hao crawled back, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Yoruchi until the latter displayed a hint of apology. You actually ran off alone? Ha ha! You see, I am the clandestine mobile commander, captain of the 2nd Division, and concurrently the supreme commander of the 1st Division's execution force. Being busy is quite normal for someone of my stature. Yi Hao felt a sense of threat. Besides, did you not learn Shunpa? Yoruichi patet ye hao shoulder. And you have formed a profound friendship with the next head of the Kachiki clan. Friendship? Given your name, that bond seems rather tainted. By the way, how do you usually tease him? Your name seems like a switch that triggers his darker side. He explodes upon hearing it. Aha! Well, can I transform into a cat? Yoruchi winked. Ye hao instantly understood. No wonder Byakuya referred to her as the demon cat. He envisioned a naive, sunny youth encountering a cat, enchanted by its presence, spending day after day playing with it, occasionally sharing his innermost thoughts, feeling a sense of healing. Yet, one day, while joyfully playing with the cat, it suddenly transformed into a naked maiden, most absurdly, one he recognized. Thus, the boy felt embarrassment and anger, fury and shyness, culminating in an explosive reaction. For a seasoned individual, this scenario is not particularly daunting, as exemplified by Yi Hao himself. However, for the inexperienced youth, its impact could be significant. This likely left an indelible psychological scar on Byakuya. What a tragedy for Kachiki Byakuya. Subsequently, training transitioned from playful sparring to earnest combat. When Yoruchi proposed a practice match with Yi Hao, he declined, mainly due to the eager presence of Urahara Kisuke, whose golden hair was practically bouncing with anticipation. To avoid being pummeled by the blonde, Yi Hao deemed it more prudent to face the cat girl instead. Furthermore, once his skill level improved, the dynamics of who would prevail would become uncertain. The open square resonated with the dull sounds of fists and feet colliding, two figures repeatedly clashing, exchanging blows. To his astonishment, Yi Hao's progress was remarkably swift. Not far off, Urahara Kisuke silently observed the battlefield, his pupils reflecting the duel, his gaze fixed firmly on Yi Hao. Within mere minutes, Yi Hao graduated from a novice in martial arts to a competent practitioner. Skill intermédiate barondé de combat, 0 intermédiate barondé de combat. Proficiently mastering the art of unarmed fighting. Congratulations, you are now a resistant punching bag. Indeed, Yi Hao is akin to a punching bag. For every 10 punches Yoruchi threw, he managed to block one, and for every 10 kicks, he could defend against one, spending the remaining time absorbing blows. The speed of his opponent's strikes was astonishing. All Yi Hao could do was calmly observe and defend his vital points to the best of his ability. As the battle intensified, Yoruchi grew increasingly alarmed. The absence of training regarding spiritual pressure was due to the fact that Yi Hao's spiritual pressure had already reached the level of a captain. What he lacked was merely technique. Through continuous combat, Yi Hao's defense gradually became more formidable, evolving from taking hits indiscriminately to being able to withstand half of the attacks. Including the time spent recuperating in the hot springs, the two had only engaged in 3 matches. Yoruchi began to truly acknowledge Yi Hao. He was indeed a prodigy. Skill: Advanced Unarmed Combat, 0-100. Advanced Unarmed Combat, a master of close-quarters combat. Few can endure 10 rounds against your fists. At the moment of skill upgrade, Yi Hao seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch, instinctively releasing his spiritual pressure at the perfectly opportune moment. Yoruchi was taken aback, swiftly evading the blow. The force of the punch tore through the air, shattering the ground beneath. This punch represented the pinnacle of Yi Hao's current power. After unleashing it, he lost consciousness. It was indeed Urahara Kisuke who appeared on the scene, observing the exhausted Yi Hao lying on the ground. Chapter 5. Shurkai and the Cad within the vast expanse of the hollow. Yi Hao and the leisurely Urahara Kisuke soaked in the hot springs. Oh wait, Captain Urahara, how long have you been in office? Yi Hao inquired with curiosity. According to his knowledge, Urahara had been the captain of the 12th Division for 78 years before a series of captains and vice-captains were hollowified, ultimately leading to Urahara's expulsion from the Soul Society. Despite his current relaxed demeanor, if he failed to grasp the unfolding narrative, he might miss the best opportunity to save the future. Almost 8 years, I suppose. Urahara, accustomed to Yi Hao's frequent mood swings, calculated briefly before responding. Yi Hao was taken aback. Did that imply that Ranjika's attack occurred recently? He abruptly leaped from the hot spring and opened his character panel. Host, Yi Hao, gender, male, spirit level, 12 skills, intermediate swordsmanship, advanced unarmed combat, intermediate Shuanpa. Beginner kid, abilities, spatial perception, multilingual proficiency, spatial anchoring, evaluation, a competent Shinigami of higher rank. However, be warned, upon returning to the original world, you remain a waste. Hidden evaluation. Having made significant strides in power, albeit still insufficient, he now possessed the confidence to rescue the promising future. Time was of the essence. Acting swiftly might allow him to evade Aizen and Tosin. I need to make a trip to Soul Society, Yi Hao declared as he hastily donned his clothing and sprinted towards the exit. Hey, Urahara, open the door. Yi Hao urgit, desperation monting. Urahara, maintaining a stoic expression, did not respond. Unfortunately, the door remained shut. Hey, Urahara, open the door. Yi Hao implored, urgency evident in his voice. Urahara had assumed command 9 years ago, after which Shinji Hirako joined the 5th Division. Hirako was an outstanding graduate who had completed his studies ahead of schedule. His actual time in school had been no more than a year. Calculating the timeline, Shinji Hirako's resolve for revenge against Aizen, following Ranjiku's encounter with Aizen's grasp for the Soul King, had emerged recently. Certainly, whether the die is blue or not is of little significance. What truly matters is the promise of the future. Do you wish to go out? Dressed appropriately, Urahara leisurely followed, observing the inexplicably anxious Yi Hao. Hurry up. I am in a rush. Lives are at stake. Yi Hao was consumed by thoughts of a hopeful future, oblivious to Urahara Kisuk's expression. How splendid. If you can defeat me, I shall let you go. Urahara tossed a playful challenge towards Yi Hao. After keeping me in the dark for so long, you must pay a price, right? With a swift motion, Urahara unleashed his blade, and Yi Hao quickly drew his sword to counter, using Shuanpa to create distance. I knew it. You with your yellow hair have ulterior motives. Yi Hao was taken aback, astonished by the depth of Urahara's grudge. Yet, if you seek revenge, could you not choose a more opportune moment? Did you not wish to master Shirkai in a single day? Urahara's voice remained eerily calm as he gazed into the distance, reflecting on the opportunity that lay before them. Shirkai, what a joke. You just handed me the Zanpakuto and expect me to master it immediately? Even Kurosaki Ichigo isn't that absurd. He does seem to be that absurd. Urahara mused, and before the words left his lips, he pursued once more, brandishing his sword. Yi Hao, driven by urgency, disregarded notions of martial ethics. His spiritual pressure surged as their swords clashed. The impact reverberated, and Yi Hao found himself propelled backward, while Urahara swiftly regained his stance and launched another strike. Yi Hao parried desperately, yet could not withstand Urahara's relentless assault. After only a few exchanges, he fell. Truly formidable, his spiritual pressure rivals that of several seasoned captains. Is this all? Yi Hao recalled a previous encounter with Yoruchi, where he had uttered this very phrase, resulting in a rather severe beating, quite literally sent to the heavens. Struggling to rise, he sensed Urahara's earnestness. The murderous intent emanating from their clash served as undeniable proof. He did not relent, despite their amicable facade. To give one's all is the utmost respect one can offer a rival. When Yoruchi arrived, she beheld the fierce struggle between Yi Hao and Urahara. Their blades clashed with fervor, blood sprang only to be scattered by the force of their sword energy. She contemplated intervening, but hesitated, trusting Urahara. After several intense exchanges, Yi Hao withdrew, creating space between them. In terms of swordsmanship, brawling, or Shuanpa, Urahara held the upper hand. After all, Yi Hao relied on his enhancements, while his opponent was a true genius, having trained for centuries more than he. The disparity was inexpressible. Amidst the chaotic battle, Yi Hao's gaze gradualisitid. In sheer technique, he was far from Urahara's equal. The only edge he possessed lay in his spiritual pressure. The advantages were stark, as were the disadvantages. The might of a Soul Reaper is primarily gauged by their spiritual pressure, a prime example being Kurosaki Ichigo, who fought relying solely on instinct rather than formal training. Initially, Ichigo Kurosaki triumphed over all in Soul Society through sheer spiritual pressure, so there is no reason I cannot do the same. Spirit level 12. A soul that transcends human limits. As long as your spiritual pressure is formidable enough, You are an exceptional numerical anomaly. The level of one's soul dictates the upper limits of spiritual pressure, and this soul that surpasses human boundaries is my greatest advantage. The esteemed educator Eisen once stated that the battles of the soul reapers are battles of spiritual pressure. Today, I, Yi Hao, shall also exert my might. Channeling all my spiritual pressure, I shall extract every ounce of my strength. At this moment, technique holds no significance, as I pour everything I possess into this strike. Suddenly, the world darkens. Yi Hao's vision shifts, revealing his inner realm. The majestic nine-tiered palace gleams brilliantly, while the 33 towers soar into the heavens. Adorned with intricately carved beams and pillars, with dragons and phoenixes dancing amidst the light, all under the sun's warm embrace and a veil of mist. Is this truly his inner self? For the first time, Yi Hao becomes aware of the splendor residing within his heart. A strikingly beautiful woman stands atop the palace, gazing intently at him. Her attire can be likened to that of Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. Adorned with a phoenix-feathered golden crown and clad in a golden chainmail, her feet are encased in lotus silk boots. Is this his Zanpakuto? Call my name. The woman's voice resonates coldly. You should know what to do. Yi Hao's gaze shifts back to reality. His pupils are a deep azure, and his spiritual pressure surges. The ground shatters beneath him as he ascends to the 9th heaven. Congratulations, host. You have mastered Shirkai, Soul Level 2. Yi Hao remains wholly focused, disregarding the system's notification. The long weapon transforms, morphing into a 9-section mace, its surface etched with cloud patterns, shimmering with flickering light. Urahara Kisuk observes this scene, finally breaking into a smile. It is in times of crisis that one's potential is most fervently unleashed. Awaken, Benaheim. Without a moment's hesitation, Urahara unleashes his Zanpakuto. This is no jest. Any hint of complacency could lead him to fall victim to Yi Hao's fierce assault. After all, his opponent is Yi Hao. It is hard to fathom Yi Hao being unaware of his purpose, and it is easily understandable that his adversary has longed to strike him. Opportunities are not given freely. The tension between the two escalates to its zenith before they both surge forward. The clash of mace and sword resonates. Thud! The ground trembles violently, a storm erupting after a brief silence. Urahara Kisuk is the first to be flung backward, blood spilling from his lips as he marvels at Yi Hao's strength. However, as the dust settles, he sees Yi Hao kneeling on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Detected that the host has engaged in a fierce battle. Acquiring skill. Advanced slashing technique. Skill. Advanced slashing technique. 0100. Advanced slashing technique. Your swordsmanship is exceptional. Congratulations, you can now bully children. Yi Hao, however, has no time to heed the system. He gapes wide-eyed at the 9-section mace in his hand, muttering incessantly, "Is this a joke? This is utterly absurd. Why did the recoil strike me instead?" Hu Yuan initially intended to congratulate Yi Hao. However, he was taken aback to discover that Yi Hao's injuries were more severe than his own. Unable to completely liberate himself, as Yi Hao coughed up blood, he rose to his feet. No, the initial liberation is indeed the true liberation. She spoke of the reciprocal nature of forces while gesturing towards my body, uttering remarks about my inadequacies. To be fair, although I am a person who has traversed from a world governed by the laws of physics. Just look at that inner world. It is not something conjured from a myth or legend. In the end, she actually discussed physics with me. This is outrageous. Enough. Enough. You may leave now. I have nothing more to impart. Hu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and attempted to dismiss him. Just moments ago, he had refused to let him leave, and now he wished to hasten him away. Yi Hao stumbled toward the hot spring. Ah, scoundrel. Scoundrel. Yuruchi swiftly crouched by the hot spring, delivering a sharp remark aimed at Pu Yuan. Miss Yuruchi? Ah, indeed. Ah, indeed. Spitting is hardly a ladylike behavior. Pu Yuan stepped aside, glaring intently at Yi Hao. He should have delivered a sharp retort just now. Chapter 6. A promising future and severe injury. Lord Eisen. Do you require my immediate presence? No need to hurry, came the deep, resonant voice of the man, whose profound eyes, obscured by glasses, regarded the figure known as Dongxian with indifference. No one will know of our actions, will they? The man addressed as Dongxian felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he slightly bowed his head. Yes, Lord Eisen. On his way to the Soul Society, Yi Hao remained clad in his white student uniform. With his current abilities, he could easily graduate early from the Central Spirit Academy. However, time was of the essence. He needed to ascertain the conditions of Rukia and Jin Ikamaru first. Time may wait for no one, but Aizen certainly would not. His figure flickered as he pushed the limits of Shuanpa. Soul, society. Hey, have you seen 2 children? Yihao inquired with a warm smile directed at a passerby. One was a rather unpleasant silver-haired boy, and the other a brown-haired girl. You must mean Ikamaru Jin and that wretched woman, replied the man, trembling as he knelt on the ground. I will guide you right away. Yihao nodded in satisfaction. Who said that the Soul Society was chaotic? Isn't a smile sufficient to resolve such matters? He casually removed the Zanpakuto from the man's neck. After a lengthy and winding journey led by the man, they finally arrived at a dilapidated wooden house. Rukia, having heard the commotion, quietly opened the window and then beheld a familiar figure. Ah, you are that great sinner, she exclaimed upon spotting Yihao. The man leading the way flinched at her words, nearly collapsing to the ground. What great sinner? Yihao tugged at his clothes. I am a distinguished student of the Central Spirit Academy, the future Soul Reaper. He dismissed the man and waved at Rukia. Come here and let me take a look. Oh no, let me inspect. You, don't come any closer. Faced with Yihao's lecherous grin, Ranju retreated several steps, but alas, she could not evade his grasp. In an instant, Yihao seized Ranju, rubbing her head vigorously. The poor girl, malnourished, had hair of rather mediocre texture. Ranju had never encountered someone like him before. As Yihao noticed her eyes glistening with tears, nearly on the verge of crying, he finally ceased his antics. He pointed a finger at the top of her head, channeling spiritual energy to sense her soul. Have you recently encountered any peculiar or ill-intentioned individuals? With tear-filled eyes, Ranju glanced up at him. Not me. Yihao exploded. Has anyone assaulted you? He was a good person. Why did no one believe him? Wiping her eyes with her small hands, Ranju shook her head and looked back at Yihao. Well, it seems you can't get past this hurdle, can you? Except for me. Then there is no one else, but the Rukon guy is quite chaotic. There are plenty of people like the one you mentioned roaming about. Ranju appeared bewildered, shaking her head once more. Upon hearing this, Yihao breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ranju had momentarily expressed her true feelings, it was normal for a little girl to make mistakes. So, he playfully pinched her cheeks, provoking her to retaliate with tiny punches against him. In his perception, Ranju's soul posed no problems. Nonetheless, Yihao was not a professional. It would be best to return to Siriidii and consult with the blonde-haired one. However, Siriidii was fraught with danger. Aizen had previously infiltrated the Technology Development Bureau. What a bother. Just as he sighed, a stick struck the back of his head with force. Ah, Jean. No. Ranju wriggled free from Yihao's embrace, shouting at the stick-wielding Shinji Hirako. From Shinji's perspective, he beheld a lecherous pervert harassing a young girl, prompting him to stealthily grab a stick and deliver a hard blow to the offender. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this individual was a familiar face. Well, I guess I didn't hit the wrong person. The spiritual pressure determined the Shinigami's defensive capabilities. With Yihao's spiritual pressure, he was naturally unharmed, though the blow carried a hint of insult. Yihao, with a dark expression, pointed at Shinji's forehead. Kid, next time aim better. Do I look like a villain? Shinji wanted to nod in agreement, but thought better of it. One should not dwell too much on the actions of a pervert. The trio sat huddled in the dilapidated room. In any case, I have heard of unidentified individuals attacking souls in Rukongai, which is why I came to see you. Yihao remarked, surveying the shabby surroundings leisurely. But instead of gratitude, I am assaulted. The Shinigami is quite irate. The consequences will be severe. Yihao raised 2 fingers, stating, here is the deal. I offer you 2 options. First, come with me to Siriidii, and I shall exact my revenge properly. Second, I shall stay here for a few days and then take my revenge. Choose wisely. Yihao stretched out his hand, only to realize there was not even a cup of tea. How unfortunate that he had put on such a pretense for half the day. Rukia remained silent as she gazed at Ikamaru Jin. For her, their lives were intertwined, and if Jin chose not to go, she would not go either. Jin's demeanor appeared somewhat somber. He was uncertain of Yihao's intentions, yet he recognized that whichever choice was made would lead to suffering. Thus, it seemed preferable to venture to Soul Society, where life might be less arduous than in Rukongai. However, with that pervert around, Rukia's safety would be at great risk. Right, I primarily came for Rukia. You are merely a secondary consideration. Yi Hao discerned Jin's inner turmoil. To take Rukia away, he first needed to address Jin. Once Jin was dealt with, Rukia would follow suit. Moreover, by going to Soul Society, Jin would have the opportunity to become a Soul Reaper and gain the power to better protect those he wished to safeguard. I will go, he replied promptly. Excellent. Ye Hao nodded in satisfaction. The sooner you leave, the sooner you can enjoy yourself. Delay, and you shall face dire consequences. He held a little girl in his left hand and a small boy in his right. Buckle up. The Shuanpa is about to commence. In the wilderness, a figure dashed away in an instant. Yi Hao felt a surge of anxiety. If he could directly evade Aizen, that would be ideal. He was not a hero, incapable of saving everyone, nor was he a villain, remaining indifferent in the face of impending tragedy. The sky had darkened, and one could naturally blame that yellow-haired scoundrel. Nights in the Soul Reaper world were seldom devoid of misfortune. A flash of blade glinted, sending ripples of disturbance through Yi Hao's mind. Reacting swiftly, he created a foothold mid-air, halting his advance and retreating. It was too late. The blade's tip had pierced his chest. Yi Hao's reflexes were quick as the blade penetrated. He stepped back from its edge. What a coincidence! He fixated on the vacant ground ahead. Releasing the two he held and placing his hand on the hilt of the blade. Yi Hao, what's wrong? Rukia exclaimed, noticing the blood staining his form. She attempted to cover the wound, but with injuries both front and back, her panic escalated. Jin immediately responded, shielding Rukia. Indeed, Yi Hao had not come to them by mere chance. Given his words, it was likely someone was targeting Rukia, prompting Yi Hao to return and rescue them. Jin's expression was one of conflicting emotions. There was no prior connection between him and Yi Hao, yet this individual had chosen to save them, shaking the foundations of his worldview. Do not move, Yi Hao commanded as blood continued to flow from his wound, even escaping from his mouth. In that moment, his spatial perception activated, not in sensing different realms, but in detecting the shifts of objects within the present space. Unfortunately, he grasped this truth a moment too late. Nevertheless, thanks to his spatial awareness, Yi Hao successfully avoided a fatal blow. As long as he did not engage in prolonged combat, enduring for a while longer seemed feasible. Jin shielded Rukia, refraining from disturbing Yi Hao. Will you not show yourself? As Yi Hao coughed up blood, he addressed the empty space before him. Surely not, surely not. Could it be a cowardly little wretch too afraid to show his face? Resorting to underhanded tactics for a sneak attack? If one possesses insufficient strength, why not to train harder? If one fears death, one should refrain from playing this game. Go back to your mother and drink her milk. This was a barrage of trash talk, one of the strategies employed against Aizen during the 6th phase. Yi Hao had devised multiple plans targeting Aizen. The troublesome aspect of Aizen during his hidden identity phase was his ability to obscure himself. Being invisible and undetectable in spiritual pressure meant that locating the enemy was impossible. The 6th phase was the most troublesome, yet a visible Aizen would be much easier to handle. Truly remarkable. As his words lingered in the air, the space trembled, and a man clad in a strange long robe, his face concealed by a black veil, emerged. My spiritual pressure should have been completely masked. How did you perceive the attack? Only one appeared. Aizen was indeed cautious. Since Aizen was present, it was necessary to elevate the stakes. Yi Hao unsheathed his Zanpakuto and stood tall. Prepare yourself. Chapter 7. I have not lost. You have not won. The current situation was precarious. Yi Hao's original plan had been to take the two individuals away directly, thus avoiding any confrontation with Aizen. In light of Aizen's emergence and the need to confront him, there was but one solution he could discern: to release his spiritual pressure. As long as he unleashed his captain-level spiritual pressure in the Soul Society, the Technical Development Bureau would detect it in an instant. The Soul Society was not like Urahara Kisuk's secret base, which could conceal spiritual pressure. If Urahara were to notice this, he could be saved. The only complication was that these two children could be overwhelmed by his spiritual pressure, rendering his efforts futile. What's going on here? East Mountain pondered. Shouldn't we be exchanging some harsh words before the battle begins? Without further ado, Yi Hao wiped the blood from his blade. Aizen was still observing, and this straightforward task needed to be completed swiftly. Yi Hao advanced with his sword. Both were masters of the sword art, and in the blink of an eye, they clashed dozens of times. However, Yi Hao had to protect the two children, leaving him vulnerable to Aizen's advantage. East Mountain had not anticipated the remarkable mastery of swordplay displayed by the man before him. Seizing upon Yi Hao's weakness, he unleashed his spiritual pressure, sending Yi Hao flying. In an instant, Yi Hao turned and embraced the two children, using Xuanpa to escape. East Mountain closely pursued him. After several uses of Xuanpa, Yi Hao bore numerous wounds upon his back. "Yi Hao, put me down," Ranjika cried, her face streaked with tears. Though she understood little, she realized that Yi Hao's peril stemmed from them, or rather, from her. "Spare me the unnecessary words. I could easily deal with such trash. You need not worry one bit." Ranjika wiped her eyes, pressing closely against Yi Hao. His demeanor was resolute, and he was not without opportunities to survive. Yi Hao's voice remained unabated, inciting the veins in East Mountain's forehead to bulge with fury. If Dongxian were provoked by Yi Hao's trash talk, and the ambusher was indeed him, then it follows that he inadvertently insulted Aizen, prompting Aizen to intervene. This situation must be resolved. Yi Hao sensed a fleeting wave of spiritual pressure from Dongxian. An opportunity. He hurled both adversaries away, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that shattered the very earth beneath them. Without a moment's hesitation, he released his full spiritual pressure, a colossal beam of light soaring into the heavens. Urahara Kisuk, you better take notice. This release of spiritual energy was akin to a magnificent firework, heralding his official arrival in the Soul Society. At that moment, an unfamiliar yet undeniably captain-level spiritual pressure surged within the Siri-IDI. The captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Shiro, displayed an expression of astonishment. Is the Soul Society, which has remained tranquil for a century, beginning to stir once more? Kirako Shunsui raised his cup in celebration. The captain commander cast a glance towards the direction of Rakongai. How lively it has become. Hayori Saragaki glanced over and slowly made her way towards the division's headquarters. Yi Hao's spiritual pressure. Urahara Kisuk was taken aback. Henti, how just gone to Rakongai? How much time has passed? He donned his captain's Hayori and dashed out of the Research and Development Bureau. This was a testament to Yi Hao's unwavering resolve, based on his understanding of Yi Hao. He was certainly not one to flaunt his power. Wait a moment, that point is debatable. At the very least, he would not be one to recklessly unleash spiritual pressure without cause. A commendable tactic, but is that all? Dongxian had caught wind of Yi Hao's intentions. Can you truly wait for the Siri-IDI's rescue? Are you speaking your last words? Yi Hao raised his long staff high and swung down fiercely. Damn you, Li Liang. What are you so arrogant about, you pathetic ambusher? Blood streamed from Yi Hao, staining his mouth, yet it mattered not. The trash talk would manifest in action. Once more, the two clashed, and as Yi Hao unleashed his fury, he fought like a madman, wild and unrestrained. The effect of Yi Hao's shuriken was deceptively simple yet profound. Each swing rendered the atmosphere heavier, absorbing half the force of each collision, transforming it into weight, until every strike felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The inherent flaw, of course, was that the laws of physics operated reciprocally. The damned physical laws not only intensified the weight of Yi Hao's strikes, but also inflicted considerable damage upon himself. To put it plainly, for every 1,000 he harmed, he would injure himself 1,800. Yi Hao was confident that his opponent would refrain from using Bankai. Even while severely wounded, the odds between them remained equal. Had he not been injured, Yi Hao could have easily subdued Dongxian, who would not dare to use Bankai. Just as with his earlier taunts, there lay hidden truths within his bravado. Under the relentless assault from Yi Hao, Dongxian began to falter, his only recourse being to resort to Bankai. Yet, doing so would inevitably expose his true identity. Had he calculated this possibility? The battle intensified, with Dongxian growing increasingly anxious. The longer the skirmish dragged on, the more advantageous it became for Yi Hao. Yi Hao, there is still one more person. Shizumuru Jin, unwilling to disturb Yi Hao, found himself in a state of turmoil when Ranjiku was unexpectedly captured by another individual. Never before had he felt such profound hatred for his own impotence. A soul reaper. He swore to himself that he would become one, vowing to protect those dear to him from harm. In a moment of crisis, Yi Hao abruptly halted, disregarding Tosen Kaname, and hurled his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, towards Aizen. A thunderous crash resounded as the earth shattered. Amidst the debris, Aizen's right hand was severed. Yet he grasped Ranjiku and soared into the sky with Xuanpa. Yi Hao pursued him with equal swiftness, reaching out towards Kyoka Sujetsu, which he seized with determination. Release me. Yi Hao charged at Aizen, swinging Kyoka Sujetsu, but Aizen deftly evaded the strike, slightly turning his body to dodge the incoming white lightning. Yi Hao wielded only 3 forms of Kido. The first of destruction, Crash, the fourth, White Lightning, and the first of binding, Seal. In this battle, he had resorted to his most potent techniques. Impressive combat skills, Aizen remarked, though he deemed it insufficient. Aizen's tone, oddly affected, caught Yi Hao's attention. Though he had never heard it before, it felt disconcertingly refreshing. Just as he pondered this, Aizen appeared to sense something. Abandoning Ranjaku and fixing an earnest gaze upon Yi Hao. Let's depart. Tosin, obeying, ceased his assault and donned his long robe. In an instant, the two vanished from Yi Hao's sight. Frustration welled within Yi Hao as he contemplated pursuing them, intending to expose Aizen's sinister plot upon Urahara's arrival. However, the situation was perilous. Aizen had secretly hypnotized the Central 46, including nearly all the Soul Reapers, rendering their actions compromised. Moreover, forcing a confrontation could lead to catastrophic consequences for Ranjaku. Given Aizen's choice to abandon Ranjaku, it was evident that he wished to avoid premature exposure. The outcome was fortunate. Summoning his remaining strength, Yi Hao caught Ranjaku as she fell, her consciousness fading, yet she vaguely perceived a figure cradling her. Yi Hao. Urahara Kisuk finally arrived at the battlefield, greeted by chaos and the sight of Yi Hao, bloodied and cradling a young girl. You finally made it. Had you been a moment later, I would have been lost. Yi Hao exhaled a heavy breath, his Zanpakuto reverting to its sealed form. Seeing that he still had strength left, Urahara felt a wave of relief wash over him. You encountered. Yi Hao's body gradually slumped, prompting Urahara to swiftly support him, leaving only a final instruction. Look after these two. Apologies, Aizen-sama, Tosin said, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he bowed slightly toward Aizen. There is no need for apologies, Aizen replied calmly. A soul can be replenished infinitely, cannot it? Chapter 8. Enrollment and re-enrollment. Yi Hao awoke in the 4th Division's infirmary, his body enveloped in bandages, with Ranjaku peacefully sleeping at his bedside. Shizumaru Jin entered the room, observing Yi Hao's awakening without any semblance of surprise. He glanced at Ranjaku and spoke. She insisted on staying to see you. How have you transformed into its Sunder character? Yi Hao found the shift in Shizuka's persona quite intriguing, considering he resembled a serpent, having played the role of a notorious antagonist who drew others' attention in the original narrative. Observing Shizuka in his school uniform and then casting a glance at Matsumoto, Yi Hao furrowed his brow. Did the blonde not arrange for Matsumoto's enrollment? The blonde? Shizuka paused, realizing Yi Hao was referring to Urahara Kisuk. Mr. Urahara arranged for our admission. Matsumoto insisted on waiting for you to awaken. Yi Hao playfully tousled Matsumoto's hair, stirring her from her slumber. Ah, Yi Hao, you're awake. Does your wound still hurt? She exclaimed, reaching out to touch his injury. You are overly concerned. If you don't touch it, it won't hurt, Yi Hao replied, stretching as he rose. No, you can't get up yet. Your injury isn't healed. Matsumoto protested, attempting to push him back onto the bed. Ah, a mere scratch. A soak in a hot spring would suffice. Yi Hao grasped her small hand, preventing her from fidgeting. You should go to school, or do you wish to join me in the hot spring? Matsumoto's cheeks flushed, yet she did not resist. Shizuka's veins bulged as he exclaimed, if it weren't for you saving him, this matter would not end here. Are you busy? Did I arrive at an inconvenient time? Urahara Kisuk barged into the ward, emitting a peculiar laugh. Yi Hao smirked inwardly, aware that for Urahara, sensing spiritual pressure was effortless, clearly indicating intentionality. Following closely was Miss Yuruchi. How unfortunate. Only 7 days into the school term and already in the 4th Division's infirmary. Yuruchi, like Urahara, showed no restraint. Laughing heartily, Yi Hao remained unfazed, releasing Matsumoto's hand and glancing at Shizuka, who tactfully led the reluctant Matsumoto away. With their departure, Urahara Kisuk immediately inquired in a serious tone, did you see the assailant's face? No. Yi Hao shook his head. The assailant wore peculiar clothing, and I could not sense their spiritual pressure. Had they not revealed themselves, I could have been easily defeated. Even possessing spatial awareness merely upgraded my demise from a humiliating defeat to one with dignity. Urahara's expression shifted abruptly, as if recalling something. Yi Hao pondered and added, the assailant could also become invisible. I am uncertain if this is a result of Keto. Binding spell number 21, Light's Melody. If this were the case, the individual could conceal themselves, paired with that strange attire. Yoruchi glanced at Urahara, questioning the origin of such bizarre creations. Surely, you didn't create that, did you? Yi Hao followed Yoruchi's gaze, scrutinizing Urahara for any telltale signs. How could that be possible? Though it was indeed his creation, he would never admit it, especially in front of Yi Hao. Ah, indeed, regarding your formal induction into the ranks, as, per protocol, you belong to elite education, which allows for direct recommendation into the team. Urahara expressed some hesitation midway through his statement, yet it is imperative that my 12th Division recruits individuals with technical prowess. Hence your future remains uncertain at this juncture. A successful diversion of conversation often comes at the expense of others. Are you insinuating that I am foolish? Yi Hao felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Ah, what I require are scouts and assassination-type soul reapers. You needn't entertain such thoughts. Yoruchi interjected. What am I to do then? Yi Hao's eyes widened. Surely you cannot abandon me after raising expectations? What does it mean to abandon someone after raising expectations? If this were to be known, how could Urahara continue as the captain of the 12th Division? Urahara's expression darkened. But considering Yi Hao's injuries were somewhat his responsibility, he gently suggested, how about furthering your studies at the academy? Yi Hao cast a disdainful glance at Urahara. It was not that he had a penchant for studying. Rather, the term furthering studies piqued his interest. His curriculum naturally diverged from that of ordinary soul reapers. Having met the requirements for early graduation, yet he had not decided upon a division. The 4th Division was his primary choice, primarily due to Unohana, or rather, his desire to contribute to the soul society. To heal and save lives is our duty. Moreover, the 4th Division is quite secure. The 2nd Division was not an option due to a misalignment of frequencies. It was certainly not that Yoruchi deemed him unworthy. The stealth operations were rather appealing, perfectly complementing his substantial weaponry, ensuring that each strike would be precise. Yi Hao chattered away, claiming Yoruchi's skills were merely adequate, lacking a true understanding of the essence of assassination. The 3rd Division was filled with novices, and considering Urahara's eventual expulsion from the Soul Society, the current captain, Kiraku Shunsui, had also departed due to holification. If he exerted himself, perhaps he could ascend to captaincy himself, especially if he achieved significant merit in repelling the notorious Urahara. Yet, according to the original narrative, Ikamaru Jin would eventually become the captain of the 3rd Division, leaving Yi Hao in a quandary. He ought to grant his junior some opportunity for advancement. The current captain of the 5th Division, Hisejai Shohei, primarily operates under Aizen. Thus he would have considered joining otherwise. The 6th, 7th, and 8th Divisions are all populated by formidable beings who survived the 1,000-year blood war, leaving little room for deliberation. The 9th Division, under the leadership of Kensei Muguruma, presents an opportunity as well, especially considering the potential for conflict with the captain coveted by the East. That sword will inevitably be returned. The captain of the 10th Division has perished, and the successor remains undecided. In the future, Ichigo's father will take the helm, followed by Rukia joining that division. Yi Hao mused that he could indeed select the 10th Division, as it boasts the most amiable atmosphere. The 11th Division is currently led by Kenpachi Zaraki, a mere unknown cannon fodder, and given the timeline, Kenpachi Zaraki will soon emerge. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek out Kenpachi Zaraki to hone his swordsmanship? Yi Hao felt a slight inclination. The 12th Division, however, is not a haven for fools. Oh no. Rather, it is that Urahara is blind to the brilliance of his extraordinary talent. The captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake Jishuru, has garnered Yi Hao's admiration. Thus he shall refrain from encroaching upon his captaincy. Upon reflection, both the 3rd Division and the 9th Division will vacate their captain positions. Jin, you ought to express your gratitude toward me. Otherwise, your captaincy would have been lost. However, it perplexes me that despite my remarkable abilities, no one has sought to recruit me. Yi Hao's studies at the academy are nearly unrestricted, and he has chosen to delve into the realm of the weakest, the Keto system. After mastering Shunpa, he intends to seek out Byakuya for some amusement. Ascending to a higher level should not present much of a challenge. The greatest difficulty lies in the enhancement of his swordsmanship. Even after enduring life-and-death crises, his progress in advanced swordsmanship has barely reached a third. By this calculation, he must confront at least 3 more life-threatening situations to facilitate an upgrade in his swordsmanship. Nonetheless, he harbors an intriguing notion, for there exists another formidable practitioner of swordsmanship within the Soul Society. Kido holds significant importance for Yi Hao, as the abilities of his Zanpakuto define his fundamental combat style, while Kido offers a broader array of tactical options during battle. Relying solely on a singular combat capability renders one vulnerable to counter-strategies. Thus, comprehensive and multifaceted development is the true path to growth. Individuals like Yi Hao can unleash unparalleled combat prowess in close-quarter combat. Yet when faced with tactics such as kite flying or ranged attrition, he finds himself at a disadvantage. Therefore, mastering Kido is imperative. Kido is divided into 3 categories: Had, Baikut, and Kade. Upon learning his first Kido spell, he unlocked the basics of Kido. There is no concept of proficiency or experience in utilizing Kido. Once learned, it is mastered, with its potency solely reliant on spiritual pressure. Skill enhancement is contingent upon the mastery of Kido's levels. In the realm of Kido, the basics encompass the mastery of spells numbered 1 through 29. The intermediate level spans 30 to 59, and the advanced level covers 60 to 89. Should he unexpectedly grasp Kido spells numbered 90 and above, he would ascertain what level lies beyond the advanced tier. As for Kade, although he has studied it, its healing efficacy does not hinge on the enhancement of spiritual pressure, rendering it quite enigmatic. This art resembles a purely restorative skill, unlike Had and Baikut, where spiritual pressure equates to destructive power. Chapter 9. Kido and Siriidii at the Siriidii within the Kido Institute. I have reiterated countless times, the Academy does not offer Kido spells numbered 90 or above. The Kido instructor vociferously rebuked Yi Hao. In merely a month, this individual has mastered all the Kido spells from 1 to 89, proving himself a genuine prodigy. Yet now, he dares to pursue the study of spells numbered 90 and above. Such spells are classified as forbidden techniques. The Academy would never teach them. Particularly, the spells above 70 are imparted only because of his prodigious talent. Normally, a Shinigami is limited to mastering spells up to 69. If there are none, then there are none. Why such a ruckus? Yi Hao remarked, digging at his ears. You've asked 37 times. 37 times. TSK. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. Over such a trivial matter, you've truly kept count. Why not ask a few more times to make it an even number? He attempted to leverage sheer persistence. Yet his Kido level remained steadfastly at advanced. How stingy! Yi Hao spoke in a hushed tone, yet the Kido instructor caught his words, his forehead bulging with veins. Had he not been unable to best Yi Hao, he would have promptly taken action to expel him. Just as the two were engaged in their intimate discourse, a sound echoed from outside. This time, the swordsmanship instructor was none other than the captain of the 11th Division. Hurry and take a look. Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he instantaneously shunpoed away, exclaiming, I must join the fray. A sigh of relief escaped the Kido instructor. Finally, that rascal had departed. Curiously, despite the frequent visits of Lieutenant Eisen for Kido guidance, he had never once attended. It was evident that he harbored a keen interest in the art of Kido. In the sword hall, a man with a rugged visage and a trapezoidal face gazed defiantly at the students below. Yi Hao. Rukia waved her hand enthusiastically. Over here. Yi Hao spotted Rukia and Shimaru, Jin huddled together. Ignoring Jin's warning glare, he affectionately ruffled Rukia's hair, to which she offered no resistance. Instead, leaning in closer to relish the moment. Such a thoughtful little girl. Thud. Kuratsuchi Yichiro struck the ground with his wooden sword. Silence. It is a privilege for you to receive guidance from me, Kuratsuchi Yichiro. Personally, Yi Hao observed Kuratsuchi's demonstration of swordsmanship with an impassive demeanor. In terms of swordsmanship rank, Kuratsuchi was merely on par with him. Factoring in spiritual pressure and mastery of Kido, he reckoned he could defeat Kuratsuchi in merely 3 moves. If it were a matter of execution, that might transpire even more swiftly. Halfway through his demonstration, Kuratsuchi, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, scanned the crowd and spotted the brash Yi Hao. With a booming voice, he bellowed, You there? Step forward. I shall now conduct a practical demonstration. Rukia tugged at Yi Hao's sleeve, concern etched on her face. Yi Hao gently stroked her hair, reassuring her, "Fear not. Simply watch me unleash chaos. This will serve to enlighten that fool about the vastness of the world beyond." By the time Zaraki Kenpachi arrived, he would not perish too swiftly. Kuratsuchi, emboldened by his recent victory over the former Kenpachi, brandished his sword towards Yi Hao. "Observe closely. This is how one wields a sword." Yi Hao effortlessly caught the strike, then thrust his sword forward, the tip hovering perilously close to Kuratsuchi's throat. Startled, Kuratsuchi retreated a few steps. "Is this how one wields a sword?" Yi Hao set his sword down, refraining from further pursuit, his gaze fixed calmly on Kuratsuchi. Feeling insulted, Kuratsuchi roared and lunged forward with a downward slash. "Boy, you merely took advantage of my momentary lapse. Do not take it too seriously." Yi Hao sidestepped, evading Kuratsuchi's strike, and with a flicker, he evaded all subsequent attacks. "You scurry about like a rat." Kuratsuchi fumed, casting aside his wooden sword. "Is evasion all you can do?" He unsheathed his Zanpakuto, unleashing a powerful slash that sent forth a wave of spiritual pressure. "Do not presume that Kenpachi is of such low caliber." Yi Hao furrowed his brow, channeling his spiritual pressure into the wooden sword, countering with a slice that dissipated the overwhelming force. He swiftly lunged forward, his wooden sword aimed directly at the throat of Gue Yinqing. Yet Gue Yinqing, the eighth Kenpachi, showed no signs of retreat. He swung his blade, intent on severing Yi Hao's wooden sword, determined to teach this scoundrel a harsh lesson about the consequences of insulting the current Kenpachi. No wonder Hirako deemed him a fool. He could neither assess the situation correctly nor perceive the disparities between individuals. Yi Hao chuckled, realizing that with no one to recruit him, defeating the current captain might grant him the position, nay, the title, of captain. He had not brought his Zanpakuto, as students in the academy were prohibited from carrying weapons unless they were formal Shinigami. Infusing spiritual pressure into his wooden sword, a look of exhilaration spread across his face. "Let me witness the true level of the contemporary Kenpachi." He charged at Gue Yinqing, the wooden sword flashing as it struck fiercely against the latter's neck, chest, shoulders, side, and thigh. Had it been a real sword, Gue Yinqing would have been slain thrice and a mere human once. Yet this behemoth remained oblivious, continuing to swing his sword at Yi Hao. Both unleashed their spiritual pressure simultaneously, creating a gaping hole in the roof of the dojo. They burst through the opening, landing in the courtyard, where Gue Yinqing bore numerous bruises. However, as captain, he deemed such injuries trivial. Completely unleashing his captain-level spiritual pressure, he proceeded to activate his Shirkai. Do not assume that reaching captain-level pressure grants one the ability to contend with a captain. Allow me to demonstrate what true captain-level power entails. With a casual swing of his sword, an overwhelming force emanated, followed by a series of slashes. "Ha ha ha! Be reduced to dust, little insect." As Gue Yinqing's maniacal laughter echoed, the entire courtyard shattered under the weight of his sword pressure, clouds of dust rising. "Is he dead?" Gue Yinqing peered into the haze. As the dust gradually settled, Yi Hao tilted his head, appearing before Gue Yinqing completely unscathed. He tossed aside his broken blade. "Is this all?" Gue Yinqing could no longer maintain his composure. He raised his Zanpakuto, invoking the sixth binding spell, Rokabundo, Light Prison. Yi Hao extended a finger, pointing at Gue Yinqing. In an instant, Rokabundo interrupted Gue Yinqing's Shirkai. Resorting to Shirkai when one cannot prevail. In Soul Society, full Zanpakuto release requires permission. Yi Hao understood this man's brutish nature, but never anticipated such foolishness. "Then I shall not hold back." Binding spell number 62, Hayakubari, Rungun. Binding spell number 63, Locking Chains. The pillars of light from Hayakubari, Rungun radiated around Gue Yinqing, while the chains from Locking Chains ensnared him in place. Such trivial tricks. Gue Yinqing bellowed in fury, his spiritual pressure surging as he attempted to break free from the restraints. Yi Hao instant stepped before him and, confronting the towering Gue Yinqing, raised his arm and pointed a finger at his forehead. Gue Yinqing's pupils contracted, and then he heard Yi Hao's voice. "Ruler of all, the mask of flesh and blood. Myriad forms, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity. Amidst the sweltering heat and tumult, a tempest brews across the sea, surging southward with relentless vigor. At long last, a visage of terror manifests upon the countenance of Gue Yin City. In an instant, numerous figures materialize around him. The 31st technique of the broken path. The Crimson Flame Cannon strikes with precision under the augmentation of Yi Haolang's power. As the dust settles, Gui Yin City collapses to the ground, smoke rising from his forehead, while Yi Hao gazes down upon him from a position of dominance. The figures around them gradually become discernible through the dissipating haze. The captain of the 2nd Division, Shiin Yuruchi. The captain of the 3rd Division, Keiki Shira. The captain of the 4th Division, Urahara Kasuke. The captain of the 5th Division, Hirako Shinji. The captain of the 7th Division, Ikoa RBU. The captain of the 8th Division, Kai Raku Shunsui, alongside his lieutenant, Lisa Yadmaru. The captain of the 9th Division, Kurat Tsuchimayuri, with his lieutenant, Kusajishi Yichu. The captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kasuke, and his lieutenant, Yuzu Esjur. The captain of the 13th Division, Yukitake J. Shur, accompanied by his lieutenant, Shiba Kaien. Yi Hao surveys the assembly, pondering if at long last someone seeks to recruit him. The spectacle of the contemporary Kenpachi's defeat undoubtedly draws the attention of numerous captains. Moreover, the fact that Yi Hao vanquished the current Kenpachi without wielding his Zanpakuto is an event destined to be etched into the annals of Soul Society's history. Though many onlookers are present, Yi Hao remains undaunted, hands placed firmly on his hips as he surveys the crowd, his eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. Captain Urahara, do you have vacancies in your division? He calls out, waving at Urahara. Urahara merely smiles at Yi Hao, offering no response. Urahara Kasuke, covering his face with his hand, laments the embarrassment of the situation, finding it rather exasperating. Yadmaru glances at Yi Hao, her expression rife with disdain. The youth certainly brims with vigor. Remarks Kai Raku Shunsui to Yadmaru, suggesting that the old man will surely want to meet him. Perhaps they should return. Are you a fool? Retorts Yadmaru, casting a sidelong glance at Kai Raku. Shiba Kaien looks at Yukitake with concern. Is it truly necessary for the captain to make a special trip? I merely wish to catch a glimpse of the next Kenpachi. Yukitake responds with a cheerful laugh. Ah, so this is the one who unleashed such spiritual pressure last time. Quite impressive. Moving forward, Yukitake gives Yi Hao a friendly pat on the shoulder. You are quite remarkable. Does your 12th Division seek new recruits? In turn, Yi Hao reciprocates the gesture, patting Yukitake's shoulder. Would it be acceptable for me to serve as a lieutenant? Yukitake, filled with curiosity, inquires. You have defeated Gui Yin City. Thus you could naturally assume the position of captain of the 11th Division. Why would you wish to join the 10th Division? A question mark appears above Yi Hao's head, but am I not lacking the qualifications to become a captain? Requirements for assuming the position of captain. Firstly, one must pass the captaincy examination in the presence of 3 captains, including the chief captain. Secondly, one must receive recommendations from 6 captains and gain the endorsement of at least 3 from the remaining 6. Thirdly, one must triumph in a duel against the incumbent captain in the presence of 200 witnesses to be appointed as captain. If you could defeat Kiyoshi, you shall undoubtedly prevail against him once more in front of the 200 members. As Yuruchi approached Yi Hao, more than 6 captains bore witness, making the second requirement feasible. Mizihua stepped forward, her eyes narrowed in a smile, yet Yi Hao felt an intense gaze upon him. If you need assistance, Captain Mizihua. Before he could finish, Urahara Kasuke covered his mouth. Kid, are you the one Urahara has been secretly nurturing? Saraki Nishiri pointed at Yi Hao, clearly displeased with Urahara and, by extension, anyone associated with him. Blonde Loli, you are full of surprises. Yi Hao reached out to pat Nishiri's head. Come here. Brother has candy. Nishiri swiftly batted away Yi Hao's hand. In terms of age, I'm much older than you. What candy? I'm not a child. She then kicked toward Yi Hao's groin. Don't think this is over, Nishiri shouted as she dashed away. Hirako Shinji observed Yi Hao, who was encircled by numerous captains, without joining their conversation. Shall we go, Sojiro? He inquired. Aren't you going to recruit him? I believe he is an exceptional talent, Aizen whispered. Hirako cast a sideways glance at Aizen. Are you interested in him? I merely find him rather impressive, Aizen replied, lowering his head slightly, obscuring his expression. In a secluded corner, Nishiri clung to her legs, exclaiming, What is he hiding down there? In the 1st Division's barracks, the chief captain summoned all captains, with numerous vice captains gathered outside the door. Urahara led Yi Hao toward a corner under the watchful eyes of several captains. Listen, do not jest in front of the chief captain. If you anger him, I cannot save you. Urahara spoke earnestly, resembling a concerned elder. Yi Hao regarded him with disdain, feeling that Urahara's gaze implied a connection to his own upbringing. All right, I understand, Aunt Urahara. Yi Hao responded casually, then shifted the topic. The chief captain must possess profound expertise in the art of Zanjutsu, correct? What are you planning? Urahara's heart raced. Do not cause any trouble. Why be so anxious? I'm merely inquiring, Yi Hao replied, bemused by Urahara's alarm. Is it really necessary? The current chief captain is not the same as the one from 1,000 years ago. Besides, what ill intentions could eager young Shinigami harbor? Urahara, having received notification of the captain's meeting, could only proceed through the door, glancing back to warn Yi Hao with his gaze. Inside the conference hall, when was the last captain's meeting? Kairaku, Shun Sui glanced around. Kageyama was injured, and the captain of the 10th Division had perished, leaving no one to take his place. All other captains were present. It had only been 8 years since his Seijai became captain. Hirako Shinji appeared rather disinterested, noting that it was now time for a new generation of Kenpachi. It was anticipated that there would also be a ceremony for the new captain of the 11th Division. Is this not a splendid development? Furukawa Shijuro remarked with a smile, noting that with younger individuals ascending to positions of power in the Soul Society, it exuded a sense of vitality. The departure of that fool was indeed a boon. Ha ha ha. Hisejai, do refrain from making such peculiar noises. Commander Yamamoto struck the ground with his cane. I believe the captains have already heard of the recent events concerning the current Kenpachi, Kageyama, who has been defeated. Summon the Shinigami, Yi Hao. Yi Hao entered the hall, surveying the surroundings, and waved at Yamamoto, genre sigh. Oh, old man, how have you been lately? Kairaku, Shun Sui lowered his hat. Furukawa forced an awkward smile. Urahara covered his face, and Yuruchi averted her gaze. Do not act recklessly. Urahara stepped forward, attempting to press Yi Hao's head in greeting. What are you doing? Among those present, only 4 can claim victory over me. It is rather difficult to determine who should salute whom. This statement left even Urahara momentarily speechless. The young man was indeed audacious. Several captains regarded Yi Hao with expressions of astonishment, their scrutinizing gazes questioning whether his demeanor was earnest or arrogant. Do not presume that having defeated Kageyama grants you the right to be arrogant, Ikawa Robu interjected, frowning. Even Yamamoto Genre, Sai, turned his gaze toward Yi Hao, who was being restrained by Urahara Shun Sui. Silence. No disturbances shall be permitted in this conference hall. The commander released his spiritual pressure, causing the atmosphere to tremble, and everyone in the hall struggled to breathe. Yes, the captains immediately lowered their heads and returned to their places. Yi Hao stood upright, his azure eyes unwavering as he withstood the commander's spiritual pressure, maintaining direct eye contact with Yamamoto Genre Sai. Impressive to remain composed under my spiritual pressure. The meeting continues. Yi Hao, do you wish to assume the position of captain of the 11th Division? Yi Hao crossed his arms and nodded slightly. Who else but I? According to the traditions of the 11th Division, only the bearer of the Kenpachi title can take on the role of captain. Just moments ago, the captain of the 2nd Division, Shi Inuruchi, and the captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kisuke, recommended Shinigami Yi Hao. Given that Yi Hao has not fulfilled the condition of defeating the captain in front of 200 members, I, Yamamoto Genre Sai, hereby decree that Yi Hao shall undergo a captaincy assessment, formally challenging Kageyama Kenpachi at the 11th Division's dojo. This will be witnessed by myself. The captain of the 4th Division, Uno Hanaretsu, the captain of the 6th Division, Kachiki Byakuya, and the captain of the 8th Division, Kairaku Shun Sui. With that, as the meeting concluded, Yi Hao approached the commander but was pulled out of the conference hall by Urahara Kisuke. Do not go, old man. I still have matters to discuss. Have you lost your mind? Stepping out of the 4th Division's barracks, Urahara Kisuke pulled Yi Hao into a secluded corner. What is your rush? Yi Hao replied nonchalantly. As someone who has bested the current Kenpachi, is it not reasonable for me to exhibit a touch of arrogance? Your arrogance is anything but ordinary. Urahara Kisuke realized, though Yi Hao was typically unconventional, he anticipated him to play tricks in front of the captain commander. Hear me out. Yi Hao cast a disdainful glance at Urahara. When a captain commander notices my youth, it would be entirely reasonable for him to wish to enlighten me. Perhaps even discipline me, right? Urahara was taken aback. Are you seeking to provoke the captain commander into beating you? Yi Hao flashed a kuning simile. What other purpose could there be? He was crafting the persona of an arrogant youth solely to capture the Captain Commander's attention. At that moment, he would seize the opportunity to solicit guidance on the art of slashing from the Captain Commander himself, essentially exploiting the old man's wisdom to his advantage. By the way, while we're at it, go find the old man and tell him I wish to meet him. 3 days later, in the 4th Division's barracks, Yi Hao, fully bandaged, stood as Captain Unohana tied the final knot. Clad in his Shinigami attire, he dashed out. "Captain Unohana, until we meet again, love you." Unohana's expression darkened upon hearing this as she watched Yi Hao depart, then composed herself and gazed toward the 11th Division's direction. "Captain Commander, what exactly did you teach him?" In the plaza of the 11th Division, Kairaku Shunsui looked towards Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, who stood stoically, leaning on his sword. "Hey, why is he still not here?" On a distant platform, Kairaku turned to Yamamoto, who cleared his throat. "Ahem, I assure you, I have done nothing. Perhaps I was merely pleased to see a young talent, and exerted a bit more effort. It is inevitable that Yi Hao is late. After all, young bodies are often unconditioned and lacking in training." He must have done something wrong." Shunsui exchanged glances with Yukitake Jishuru. Just as they were musing, Yi Hao appeared in a flash, uttering a line reminiscent of a certain hero, landing dramatically. Observing Yi Hao, fully bandaged, the two turned their eyes once more to Yamamoto. Yamamoto, unfazed, struck his staff against the ground. "Let's begin." Kairaku laughed heartily at Yi Hao's bandaged appearance. "Are you here to meet your demise? Hurry up and make your move. Rukia is still waiting for me to dine." Yi Hao's calm demeanor only served to infuriate Kairaku further. Kairaku's hair and beard bristled as he drew his Zanpakuto, unleashing his spiritual pressure. "This time, I will surely kill you. The title of Kenpachi belongs to me." Bunky. With the lesson from their previous encounter fresh in mind, Kairaku wasted no time in activating his ultimate form. Yi Hao remained composed, gazing steadily at the frenzied Kairaku. "I am sorry, but you shall be the first to perish by my hand." He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, readying himself. "Let's commence." As two figures brushed past each other, Gui Yin Chung collapsed to the ground as if he had tripped. The battle concluded in an instant. Yi Hao sheathed his sword and turned around, a stream of blood erupting from Gui Yin Cheng's back. As Gui Yin Cheng's body fell, he slowly surveyed his surroundings. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? If not, I shall assume the role of captain." The 11 members of the 1st Division exchanged glances. Yamamoto Jiryusai observed the smiling Wohana. Noticing the old man's gaze, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Captain Commander, I will not intervene." 3 days prior, Yi Hao entered the 1st Division office with a carefree demeanor, waving enthusiastically at Yamamoto Jinryusai. "Long time no see, old man." Urahara approached and delivered a punch to Yi Hao's head, exclaiming, "What are you up to?" Yamamoto Jinryusai opened his eyes slightly to regard Yi Hao. "No worries, Captain Urahara. Now what brings you to me?" Yi Hao cleared his throat. "I heard that you were the first chair at the academy and taught 2 captains. I wish to seek your guidance on swordsmanship." "Oh." Yamamoto Jinryusai gazed at Yi Hao. "You wish to learn the art of the sword from me?" After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Have you mastered your Bankai?" "I have," Yi Hao replied. "You have?" Urahara looked at Yi Hao in astonishment, realizing that the young man had hidden this talent from him. Yi Hao frowned and turned to Urahara. "Isn't it enough to have hands to learn Bankai? Having hands is one thing, but mastering it in 3 days is something else entirely," Urahara retorted. "Impressive. The youngest Shinigami in Soul Society history to master Bankai, and soon to be promoted to captain," Yamamoto Jinryusai remarked with admiration. Having lived for a millennium and witnessed the rise and fall of countless prodigies, Yi Hao's emergence rekindled a long-lost excitement within him. He rose to his feet, facing Yi Hao directly. "Very well, let me see what the youth of today is capable of." In the 1st Division training hall, Yamamoto Jinryusai asked, "What is your understanding of swordsmanship?" Holding a wooden sword, he shed his outer garment. "It is the art of killing," Yi Hao replied promptly. "A commendable understanding," Yamamoto observed. The Godii 13 was originally a band of assassins. Through millennia of evolution, the techniques of killing have been distilled, giving rise to the art of slash and flash. "Show me your swordplay," he commanded, taking a stance opposite Yi Hao. In an instant crack, a single strike sent Yi Hao's wooden sword flying. A beautiful display of swordsmanship, Yamamoto acknowledged, but still immature. Yi Hao was taken aback. Yamamoto's technique was deceptively simple, yet it pinpointed Yi Hao's weaknesses with precision, leaving him no time to counter. Due to the engagement with the sword technique, slash and cut, swordsmanship proficiency level 5 unlocked. Slash and cut. 050. One single technique had granted him 5 points of proficiency, surpassing the experience he had gained during his practice with Urahara. Physical training is lacking, the swordsmanship is immature, the Shuanpa is passable, and the Kido is mediocre. This is the assessment of Yamamoto Genre, Sai, Shigekuni regarding Yi Hao. However, he is not without his merits. His astonishing spiritual pressure and monstrous learning ability are noteworthy. At first glance, Yi Hao's attributes seem rather low, yet one must consider the duration of his training. Within just over a month of practice, he has managed to cultivate his Zanjutsu and Shuanpa to such a remarkable level, which transcends the mere label of genius. Young man, do you wish to continue? Yi Hao picked up the wooden sword and assumed a stance. Old man, I can only worry about your ability to endure. After several more practice sessions, Yi Hao learned the technique of fush. This technique directly granted him 30 points in swordsmanship proficiency, bringing his previous 33 points to a total of 68 points in advanced swordsmanship. As Yi Hao engaged in practice matches with the captain commander, his swordsmanship proficiency soared. With each increment in proficiency, his swordsmanship level improved, transforming their exchanges from Yi Hao being solely on the receiving end to a mutual contest. Eventually, Yi Hao's skill proficiency reached an astonishing 99 points. His progress was so remarkable that even Yamamoto expressed his admiration. When Yi Hao executed fush, Yamamoto Genre Sai decided to teach him 2 additional techniques. Do you know the difference between wielding a sword with one hand and with 2? This was precisely what the original narrative depicted, as Yamamoto imparted dual-handed swordsmanship to Kenpachi Zaraki. It is, in essence, a simple concept. Employing both hands to wield the sword enhances the strength, speed, and precision of the strikes. Yamamoto merely demonstrated it once, using Yi Hao as a target. The moment Yi Hao mastered the dual-handed swordsmanship, he received the notification. Congratulations, host, you have acquired dual-handed swordsmanship, proficiency level 1. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Zanjutsu Extreme, 01. Zanjutsu Extreme, devoid of form or technique. The sword moves with the heart. Congratulations, you have become a grandmaster of swordsmanship. The system's evaluation shifted with the emergence of Zanjutsu Extreme, devoid of its prior derision. Yet, the final progress bar for Zanjutsu Extreme left Yi Hao perplexed, indicating that this skill could further evolve. What then does this minimal proficiency signify? Yi Hao gripped the wooden sword, gazing at Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni. I am now quite strong. Old man, take care of your health, as being injured would be quite embarrassing. Then, Yi Hao entered the 4th Division. Chapter 12. Appointment as captain in the 1st Division Conference Hall. 3 days prior, the Soul Reaper Yi Hao had defeated the former captain of the 11th Division, Kenpachi Zaraki. He was recommended by the captain of the 2nd Division, Shi Inuruchi, and the captain of the 12th Division, Urahara Kisuke. Ultimately, the venerable Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigekuni, alongside Captain Uno Hanaretsu of the 4th Division, Captain Kuchiki Byakuya of the 6th Division, and Captain Kiraka Shunsui of the 8th Division, conducted an examination for the captaincy. Assessing his qualifications, the conclusion reached was that the individual possessed both strength and virtue. Thus, I hereby appoint the Soul Reaper Yi Hao, the 11th Kenpachi, as the new captain of the 11th Division. After the conclusion of the captain's meeting, Yi Hao patted each captain on the shoulder, chuckling. Last time was my performance. I hope you all don't mind. Monsieur Yi, let us find by Zai for a game of hide, and seek sometime. Captain Jinglu, we should share a drink when you have a chance. Captain Mao Jihua, I will come to you for consultation next time. Captain Feng Qiao, I have heard of your profound musical talents. Let's explore that together in the future. Captain Ping Zi, do not wear such a sour expression. Let us sing together next time. I am quite versed in pop music. Captain Xiaomu, please convey to Bai Zai that I will seek him out for some fun later. Captain Ai Chuan, I have heard about your expertise in physical training. Would you be so kind as to include me next time? As for Captain Lu Che, your combat prowess is to be skipped. Captain Pu Yuan, I possess a cherished collection of photographs. Let's enjoy them together next time. Captain Fu Zhu, I shall invite you for tea on another day. The captains wore expressions of exasperation. Hey, why did you skip over me? In this manner, Yi Hao successfully integrated himself with the captains, creating a harmonious atmosphere. A year later, at the Central Spirit Academy, congratulations on your early graduation. Ranjaku gazed enviously at the black Shinigami attire clad on Shimaru Jin. There is nothing to congratulate. You too shall wear it before long. Though Shimaru Jin retained his characteristic squint, his demeanor had brightened considerably. I heard that a house secretly recommended you to the 3rd Division. Is that true? Upon hearing Ranjaku mention Yi Hao, Shimaru Jin's expression shifted. Over the past year, Yi Hao had certainly kept him on his toes, threatening to strip him bare and hang him at the gate of Soul Society if he failed to meet graduation requirements within a year. Judging by Yi Hao's expression, he seemed quite serious. Shimaru Jin had no choice but to exert himself fully, earning him the reputation of another prodigy following Yi Hao. However, when he inquired about Yi Hao's reasons for not placing him in the 11th Division during his recommendation, he was met with Yi Hao's enigmatic response. Do you not wish to become a captain? Such peculiar words lingered in his mind. Have you heard? Ranjaku suddenly whispered. Shimaru Jin's expression turned grave. A significant number of souls have vanished from Rakangai, and it is reported that many Shinigami have gone missing simultaneously. The cause remains unknown. In hindsight, it seemed Yi Hao had foreseen something, which was why he made the effort to rescue them. Shimaru Jin sighed, feeling a mix of affection and frustration towards Yi Hao, uncertain of how to approach him. Regardless, he was determined to keep Ranjaku at a distance from Yi Hao. In the 11th Division barracks, the current 3rd seat of the 11th Division knelt on one knee. Captain Yi Hao, we have received intelligence from the 12th Division. A large number of hollows have appeared in the northern area of Soul Society. Yi Hao donned his captain's Haori. Notify the entire team. We shall set off immediately. Such missions have become frequent over the past year. However, Yi Hao had faltered. Over the course of this year, he had neglected certain crucial matters, particularly those events transpiring a century prior to the original storyline. Meanwhile, an urgent captain's meeting convened due to a critical incident. According to the report from a 9th Division's standby camp, Captain Kuratsuchi Mayuri and his lieutenant, Kwanan Bailing, have mysteriously vanished, the reasons for which remain unclear. This situation has escalated from a routine case in the Soul Society to a matter of grave significance, jeopardizing the dignity of the Godii 13 as a whole. Consequently, I have selected 5 captains to promptly address this crisis. Just then, Urahara Kisuk arrived at the meeting hall. Urahara, having dispatched Yoruchi to assist the 9th Division, was visibly distressed. The meeting resumed. Captain Yi Hao of the 11th Division was absent, engaged in efforts to eradicate the invading hollows, thus excluded from this election. The special task force comprised of the following 5 individuals: Kirako Shunsui, Hirako Shinji, Aizen Sasuke, Yukitake Jushiro, and Yadamura Lisa, was assembled to resolve the matter of the missing souls. The assembly was then disbanded. The situation for Yi Hao was equally dire. Among the hollows invading the Soul Society, a formidable Ajuchas-class hollow was lurking, accompanied by a multitude of lesser hollows and a few Jillians. The 3rd to 6th seats were tasked with holding back the Jillians, while the 7th to 9th seats focused on eliminating the lesser hollows, leaving the Ajuchas to me. Furthermore, maintain distance from this area. Understood. The 11th Division members complied, swiftly retreating from the main battlefield. Let us see how much power I can unleash against the Ajuchas. Character panel. Host. Yi Hao. Gender. Male. Spirit level. 20 skills. Mastery of swordsmanship. Advanced unarmed combat. High-speed movement. Mastery of Kido, Shurkai, Bankai. Abilities. Spatial awareness. Multilingual proficiency. Spatial anchoring. Evaluation. If your spiritual pressure reaches the limit of the soul, you are a hidden entity from another realm. Hidden evaluation. This is Yi Hao's current state. After rigorous training, he has increased his spirit level by 1 point, while enhancements and skills have elevated his spirit level by 3 points, Shurkai by 2 points, and Bankai by 4 points. In terms of spirit level, only the 0 Division might compare among all members of the Soul Society. A tremendous explosion resonated as the Ajuchas was sent soaring into the sky, followed by a barrage of Kido spells: 6 rods Prison of Light, White Lightning, Red Fire Cannon, Cobalt Fire Plummet, and Thunder Roar Cannon. The Ajuchas-class hollow exhibited no resistance, becoming nothing more than a mere training dummy. After concluding the battle with a single strike, Yi Hao turned towards the remaining hollows. The squad members, witnessing their captain's godlike prowess, surged into the fray alongside him. Do not let the captain overshadow us. Let's engage. Moments later, a report came from the third seat. Captain, hollows continue to appear. The team is struggling. Just then, a secretive communication officer appeared, employing Shuanpa. A message from the Soul Society arrived, announcing that the captain commander had formed a special task force to address the missing souls case. Oh no! Yehao exclaimed in surprise, standing atop a small hill as he absorbed the news. This truly is a dire situation, as we have lost the best opportunity to thwart the nefarious Urahara Kisuk from the Soul Society. Share the details with me. As the messenger elucidated, Yi Haoming understood that the narrative had returned to its inception. The individuals dispatched for investigation were identical to those he was aware of. This invasion of hollows coinciding with the disappearance of souls. Could it possibly be the work of Aizen? Has Aizen deliberately summoned a horde of pawns from Hueco Mundo to eliminate him as an unforeseen variable? As far as Yi Haoming recollected, Aizen donned the captain's Haori upon entering Hueco Mundo. He should not have begun his machinations there yet. Could this truly be a mere coincidence? Yi Haoming gazed at the relentless tide of hollows emerging, his eyes shimmering with a cerulean light. It seems there is no recourse. On Urahara's side, Urahara-san, please stand aside, roared Wobbing Tizai as he unleashed a torrent of energy, executing the 88th Kido, Hiriajiki Zank. The 81st Binding Arts, dank, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. A fierce wind surged forth. How could it be possible that a mere vice-captain could employ a binding technique below the 90th level to thwart my Kido? As Wobbing Tizai marveled in disbelief, the dank shattered, and both Aizen and Kiraka Shunsui had vanished without a trace. Chapter 13. Confinement. The Central 46 has decreed that Captain Yi Haoming of the 11th Division, along with the traitor Yoruchi Shien, is deeply implicated in the betrayal of the Soul Society. Consequently, it has been ordered that Yi Haoming's position as captain be temporarily suspended, confining him within the 11th Division's barracks until further investigation is conducted. The division's leadership shall be assumed by the third seat in the interim. Yi Haoming casually reclined on a cushion, quietly listening to the directives. Of course, he was tardy, as he was no deity. After dispatching the hollows, dawn was nearly upon him. By the time he arrived at the scene, not a soul remained. The ground bore witness to what must have been a fierce battle. Standing in the First Division's conference hall, he was drenched in blood and exuded an aura of malevolence. The remaining captains, even noble figures like Kichiki Byakuya, dared not meet his gaze. Although the captains recognized that Yi Haoming was blameless and had accomplished remarkable feats, even the captain commander furrowed his brow upon learning of Yi Haoming's actions. Yi Haoming sighed. The subsequent events unfolded with relative simplicity, under Aizen's manipulation. A total of 8 captain-level Shinigami, including the captain of the 5th Division, faced execution in their hollow forms. Urahara made a final effort, crafting specialized artificial bodies and utilizing the H-Gyoku to heal the 8, subsequently transporting them to the human realm. Yet, Urahara was ensnared by Aizen's machinations, branded as the orchestrator of malevolent experiments, and ultimately, Yoruchi intervened during the judgment to save him. The task of rescuing them was exceedingly arduous. Aizen Zanpakuto, Kyoka Sujetsu, had meticulously constructed an alibi, particularly since Kiraka Shunsui had witnessed it firsthand. Such testimony carried immense weight. At this juncture, the full extent of Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities had yet to be unveiled. Even if one were to speak, there was a high likelihood that Aizen would manipulate the narrative, resulting in failure of their endeavors. It can be said that the fates of these individuals turned out relatively well. They preserved their lives and learned the art of concealment. Though their reputations may be tarnished, such infamy lasts merely for a century. Given the absurd lifespan of the Shinigami, 100 years in the present world equates to merely 10 years. What vexes Yi Hao the most is being confined shortly after his return, which caused him to miss the most opportune moment to confront Urahara. It is truly a pity, for he was well aware of Urahara's secret hideout. Just imagine, shouting the name of the nefarious Urahara Kisuk, the valiant captain of the 11th Division, making his entrance, and then delivering a sound thrashing. The thought alone sends a thrill through him. Perhaps it is better to seek out Byakuya for some amusement. Upon opening the door, the shadowy figures of the special forces materialized instantly. I shall go find the next head of the Kachiki family to play hide and seek. Would you care to join us? The leader of the special forces, concealed beneath a mask, wore an expression of exasperation. This individual truly has a knack for stirring trouble. One moment he craves fried chicken. The next he wishes to gaze upon beautiful photographs, often rolling around on the floor while lamenting his desire to be close to lovely maidens. It is quite apparent that the girl named Ranjiku frequently visits him. Yet their esteemed special forces have been reduced to mere errand runners. Especially for the members of the 11th Division, their expressions suggest a ravenous hunger. It is utterly perplexing how this former captain possesses such charisma, earning the respect of these rebellious 11th Division members in a mere year. Legends of a war god have even emerged within the ranks of the 11th Division. Should I seek out Byakuya for some fun? It would mean the next head of the Kachiki family is personally monitoring me. With that in mind, do you not feel a little less burdened? Ultimately, Yihao managed to depart successfully, not due to his eloquence, but rather the intimidating spiritual pressure that loomed around him. Byakuya, I have come to play. Yihao appeared behind the practicing Kachiki Byakuya in a flash. Standing nearby was the captain of the 6th Division, the current head of the Kachiki family, Kachiki Jinrei. I heard you were confined, Byakuya remarked, furrowing his brow at yet another rule-breaker. Yihao emerged from behind Byakuya, concealing the brush he had been holding. Ha ha ha. That level of surveillance hardly restricts me, he said, a look of nostalgia on his face, exuding the composure of a skilled master as he patted Byakuya's shoulder. You might find it difficult to comprehend with your Shuinpa. With my Shuinpa? Byakuya glared fiercely at Yihao, then noticed the ink dripping from behind him. Yihao had indeed appeared from his rear. He quickly turned to inspect his back. The next head of the Kachiki family, Kachiki Byakuya, had the word fool inscribed on his clothing. Yihao vanished from his position, and with gritted teeth, Byakuya thought to himself how this person truly embodies the teachings of the cat demon, perfectly replicating the behavior of Yoruchi Shihun even without having seen it before. You will come to realize that after the betrayal of the cat demon, my Shuinpa is the finest in Soul Society. He immediately dashed out in pursuit. Standing to the side, Kachiki Jinrei let out a sigh. Will Byakuya be able to rid himself of this irritable disposition? In the 1st Division barracks, old man, after just finishing a game of hide and seek with Byakuya, H was skillfully greeting the captain commander as he approached his side. "SH, hey, a cup of tea," the captain commander said, his expression grave. Can confinement truly restrain someone? He squatted by the table, a cup of tea placed before him. Then, with practiced ease, he retrieved a plethora of snacks from his sleeve. Special cookies from Ranjiku. It is worth mentioning that Ranjiku's cookies have recently transformed from peculiar shapes into heart-shaped delights. While he was somewhat moved by Ranjiku's culinary prowess, there lingered a sense that her feelings toward him had shifted. H honestly regarded Ranjiku as a sister, yet even he found it hard to believe his own words. Weren't you confined? Is there a more effective confinement than being personally monitored by the captain commander? The old man paused, his gaze wandering between H and the pile of snacks before him. H lifted a small bowl and offered it to Captain Yamamoto. Care for some? When SHA arrived to report, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He observed the two effortlessly lifting their teacups, taking a sip, then placing them down in unison, exhaling in satisfaction. Captain H, are you quite idle? Am I not confined? Besides, I have no duties to attend to. Currently, the battles on the front lines are few, and the members of the 11th Division can manage just fine, provided they don't encounter anything outrageous. You have a good relationship with Urahara Kisuke, don't you? Do you harbor no resentment regarding his matters? Why would I be angry? H looked at the captain commander in bewilderment. Then, patting his chest, declared, Rest assured, old man, give me a chance, and I will make Urahara unrecognizable. SHA was filled with questions. According to the intelligence gathered by the Special Operations, the two were deeply intertwined. Urahara had privately mentored H, and their relationship, while not exactly that of best friends, certainly bore the marks of a mentor-student bond. It was perplexing to hear H speak as if there was some profound grudge. The old man, having lived long enough, found it difficult to grasp the thoughts of a younger generation, which was entirely understandable. H patted the captain commander's shoulder, only to find himself unceremoniously kicked out of the 1st Division window by the captain commander. Chapter 14. Kenpachi Zaraki 1 year later. H received the order for his release from confinement. The Central 46 ordered the lifting of the confinement of 11th Division Captain H. Due to H's deep ties with the traitor, he was stripped of his position as captain of the 11th Division and reassigned to the 9th Division. Assuming the role of its captain, the 11th Division was the main combat division, responsible for all matters related to battle, often at the forefront of conflict. In contrast, the 9th Division was a relatively idle post, lacking in significant duties. It was likely that the old man, valuing talent, had fought for this position for him, essentially a substitute. Aizen's intention to have Urahara Kisuk take command of the 9th Division seems to be an effort to create a Fa Ade for himself. However, lamentably, while Aizen's Kyuka Sujetsu can manipulate the five senses, it cannot alter the innermost thoughts of an individual, particularly that of the captain commander. Currently, with several captain positions vacant, the 2nd Division's covert operations are beyond Aizen's reach, and Soifin will soon assume command. The 3rd Division was initially meant for Ikamaru Jin, but the current situation remains uncertain. The 7th Division is set to be led by the formidable Kenpachi Kamimura. The 9th Division was originally slated for Urahara, but it has been usurped from him. The 10th Division will eventually be helmed by Ichigo's father, Isshin Kurosaki. However, that is still a distant prospect, as Byakuya has yet to mature. Once Byakuya officially becomes the captain of the 6th Division, Isshin Kurosaki will likely make his entrance. This position might very well have been prepared by the captain commander for the Kachiki family. In summary, the only captain positions Aizen can influence are those of the 3rd and 7th Divisions. Ikamaru Jin is currently a subordinate of HS, and Aizen's earlier decision to appoint him as the captain of the 3rd Division might indicate a plan to integrate Urahara into that division. Alas, he acted hastily by placing Ikamaru Jin there prematurely. However, Jin is unlikely to hold any resentment against him. If he does, there remains Ranjaku. Upon further contemplation, HS realized that everything is under his control. He had strategically embedded personnel within the enemy's ranks. The plan is foolproof. In fact, Ikamaru Jin should be grateful to him. Nodding in satisfaction, he casually picked up the captain's Haori dispatched by the covert operations team. Suddenly, a member of the 11th Division burst in, exclaiming that someone had entered the barracks seeking to meet him. I am now the captain of the 9th Division. So refrain from such outbursts, HS admonished with a glare. He immediately deduced that the visitor was none other than Kenpachi Zaraki, and he had arrived rather prematurely. Rising, HS donned the Haori and grasped his Zampiket. Let us proceed. Perhaps your new captain will assume command today. In the 11th Division's courtyard, a rugged man stood at the center, with several 11th Division members sprawled before him. His fierce countenance bore scars on the left side of his face, and his long hair hung loosely, with a pink-haired girl perched on his shoulder. It was indeed Kenpachi Zaraki. Are you the leader here? Kenpachi Zaraki scrutinized HS, who wore a white Haori with an air of nonchalance, his brow furrowing in confusion. Your timing is rather unfortunate. It seems you arrived just moments too late. HS waved to Yachiru. Kenpachi Zaraki felt perplexed, but to him, it was of little consequence. I could just as easily cleave you in two. With that, he swung his blade toward HS. Remaining unperturbed, HS extended a hand and caught Zaraki's sword. Then, with his other hand, he retrieved a piece of candy from his sleeve and offered it to Yachiru. Little Zaraki, this individual is quite extraordinary, he whispered to her. Little Zaraki, this person is a good man. Yachiru bit into the candy. Fool, do not casually consume the possessions of strangers. Yihao's sleeves were stuffed with an array of snacks. One for the nourishment of all the little girls in the Soul Society, and the other due to the presence of Byakuya Kachiki. Back then, Byakuya could conjure a bun from thin air, and today, Yihao intended to demonstrate that he could do the same. Kenpachi Zaraki instinctively withdrew, sensing the inherent danger this individual posed. Under ordinary circumstances, one would flee, but he was Kenpachi Zaraki. Danger was the most delectable of sustenance. Yachiru sensed that Kenpachi was becoming serious and leaped off him. Kenpachi charged forth, brandishing his blade. Yihao sidestepped, employing Shuinpa to evade the strike. The battles of the Soul Reapers were battles of spiritual pressure. You are formidable, yet your spiritual pressure pales in comparison to mine. Kenpachi remained unfazed, erupting into a wild laughter. Ha ha, it is splendid to have a worthy adversary. He swung his sword repeatedly. The spiritual pressure emanating from him surged and unleashed a tempest. Golden spiritual pressure soared skyward, each slash executed without a hint of hesitation. Yihao sighed, Facing the most troublesome situation, with evasion impossible, he resolved to emulate the captain commander, imparting some understanding of the sword path. He grasped the hilt of his sword. After countless battles, Kenpachi had unconsciously sealed away much of his power, striving to continue relishing the thrill of combat. At that moment, merely witnessing Yi Hao's grip on the hilt instinctively liberated a fragment of his power. You have finally drawn your sword, but the ensuing scene rendered him speechless. The blade of his zanpakuto slipped from his grasp, and he stood frozen in place, a massive gash appearing on his shoulder, blood spraying forth. Yet his gaze remained transfixed upon his zanpakuto. The weapon that ensured his survival being sent flying signified death. Yi Hao sheathed his sword, taking note of his gaze. Your sword weeps in lament. Lament? Kenpachi's body slowly crumpled, his vision blurring, the only echo in his mind being those two words. A sword is but a tool. How could it lament? Yi Hao's spiritual pressure was astonishing, at least equivalent to 3 elite captains. Even the Captain Commander's spiritual pressure was inferior to Yi Hao's. After a year as the captain of the 11th Division, and another year in confinement, his spiritual pressure had reached 60% of the soul's limit. At this stage, Kenpachi was undeniably weak. If he fully liberated his power, he could contend with Yi Hao, and with Shirkai, he could force Yi Hao to exert his full strength. If he were to utilize Bankai, he might surpass Yi Hao in this moment. Should Yi Hao's spiritual pressure reach its pinnacle, he would be able to traverse the soul society with ease. When Kenpachi awoke, he found himself gazing into a large face. Yachiru leaped with joy. Little Ken, you're awake. Yachiru, where's that person? Is he searching for me? Kenpachi heard Yi Hao's voice beside him. Do not concern yourself with injuries. I shall respond a little. What do you mean by lamentation? His voice was frail. I had thought you were curious about my strength. This is not a question. I shall inevitably strike you down. Yi Hao replied, feeling rather bored. The Zanpakuto and the Soul Reaper are 2 halves of a whole. The 2 halves gazed at the severed sword. You seek a worthy opponent, do you not? Yi Hao interrupted Kenpachi's contemplation, crouching on the ground with a smile as he regarded him. How about becoming the captain of the Godai 13? Then you could seek out various formidable adversaries to battle. Kenpachi was not interested in the captaincy, yet he was intrigued by the prospect of combat. Is there anyone stronger than you? Within the Soul Society, I fear there is only one who surpasses me. Yi Hao raised his hand and patted Kenpachi's shoulder. Yet there are many who can contend with you. A dangerous glint appeared in Kenpachi's eyes. Can anyone truly contend with you? Who knows? Yi Hao appeared indifferent. I shall certainly strike you down. Chapter 15. Ordinary captains meeting. This meeting was convened to address the insufficiency of combat strength within the Godai 13. Following the betrayal of several captains, only 5 captains, including the commander, remain. To fill the vacant captain positions, I shall appoint new captains. The captain of the 2nd Division will be succeeded by the former 3rd seat, Soifun. The captain of the 5th Division will be succeeded by the former lieutenant, Sosuke Aizen. Captain Yukitake has abdicated from the 6th Division, transferring the captaincy to Byakuya Kachiki. The captain of the 9th Division will be replaced by the former captain of the 11th Division, Yi Hao. The captain of the 12th Division will be succeeded by the former deputy director of the Research and Development Bureau, Nimyu Karatsuchi. Additionally, Captain Yi Hao has recommended Kenpachi Zaraki for the position of 11th Division captain, acknowledging his strength as worthy of the title Kenpachi. After my assessment, I have recognized his power. Ultimately, it was decided by the Central 46 that Kenpachi Zaraki would assume the role of 11th Division captain. The new captains, clad in their captain's haori, entered the 1st Division's conference hall. I hope you shall live up to the esteemed title of captain. With that, the meeting was adjourned. The captains exited the conference hall. The recent captains' meetings have been rather frequent, sighed Kiraku Shunsui. There have been 2 regarding Yi Hao, 1 concerning urgent tasks, and 1 addressing traitors, along with a supplementary meeting for captains. The frequency of captain replacements in the Soul Society has not been this high in a millennium. Even the easygoing Yukitake could not hide his concern. Perhaps the younger generation remains unconcerned. His gaze fell upon Yi Hao, who appeared carefree and relaxed. Kenpachi Zaraki approached Yi Hao with a stern expression. Hey, come fight me. Ah, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Yi Hao promptly slipped away. It was impossible to engage in combat. With so many little girls nearby, who has time to fight you? TCH. Kenpachi drew his sword and surveyed his surroundings. Spotting Byakuya Kachiki. You are also capable, Let us engage in a true battle. The pallid figure of Byakuya, Kuchiki, bore a sullen expression as he silently regarded him. Mind your words, beast. My sincerest apologies. It is challenging for a commoner like myself to comprehend the thoughts of esteemed nobles. Their gazes locked, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Xiaohao, what are you doing here? Just as Yihao was peeking from behind the squad barracks, Ichiru appeared from behind and playfully pounced on his back. I was merely observing when they might begin to fight. Yihao adeptly retrieved a packet of special cookies from his sleeve, offering them to Ichiru. Special cookies from Rukia. A delightful snack. Thank you for the treat. Ichiru accepted the cookies, bowing politely in gratitude. Having sent Ichiru on her way, Yihao turned toward the squad barracks, murmuring, Kurosaki, Byakuya is formidable. He could match me in combat before a worthy opponent. Byakuya frowned slightly. Hey, Yihao, you're lurking nearby, aren't you? Upon hearing the voice, Kurosaki sprang up, bolting out of the barracks, followed shortly by Byakuya, who left after a brief silence. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Yihao casually patrolled the territory of the 9th Squad. Captain Yihao, you must join the Male Shinigami Association. Shichiju bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. The Male Shinigami Association? Was that part of the original storyline? Yihao pondered for a moment. Oh, indeed, there was a Male Shinigami Association. Shichiju, a rugged man wearing sunglasses, shed tears upon hearing Yihao's reflections. Yihao recalled that this association seemingly included the good-natured Yuraguchi, who appeared to be enjoying himself with this group, clad in a coat that gave off an air of mystery. Ahow! Just as Yihao contemplated the potential amusement of joining, the voice of Ranjiku echoed from behind him. Ranjiku had successfully matured into the appearance Yihao had anticipated. Her long golden hair cascading down, though modestly covering her chest, giving her a more reserved allure. Yihao rated her highly. Ranjiku leaped onto Yihao's back, compelling him to bear the weight of her presence. What are you doing here, Shichiju? Of course, I am inviting Captain Yihao to join the Male Shinigami Association. Shichiju exchanged a disgruntled glance with Ranjiku. Away with you. How would never join your so-called association. It is the Male Shinigami Association. Shishio silently scrutinized Yihao. Yet he remained indifferent to the earnest entreaties directed his way. My apologies. Yihao, burdened by the weight above him, moved on, leaving behind a rugged man in despair. Aha, let's go have a drink. Rangiku pilaifu suizit Yihao's shakes. This was all Yihao's doing during his confinement, out of sheer mischief. He had secretly allowed Ranjiku to sip some alcohol. Thus, the two notorious drunkards of Soul Society made their grand entrance. Even the captains imposed a prohibition, strictly forbidding them from drinking during gatherings. Thus, the two had no choice but to indulge in private. One fateful day, they drank to the point of oblivion and found themselves entwined in slumber. Following this incident, rumors circulated in the 3rd Division about the ominous sound of blade sharpening. Kira frequently lamented, claiming he had not slept well for several days due to the incessant noise. He reported this to Jin Ikamaru, who responded with an unsettling expression, indicating his displeasure. Are you not drinking today? Kira asked. Just a little was the reply. Ayase Nanao forcefully ejected the drunken duo from the 8th Division barracks. The captain should have known better, yet allowed them to partake in alcohol. In the evening, the streets of Soul Society were eerily quiet. The unfortunate Captain Hitsugaya, donned in his pristine white attire, strolled alongside Ranjiku. The little girl has grown up and lost her charm. I certainly fed little Nanao well, he mused. TSK. It must be Kai Raku Shunsui spreading slander behind my back. As Hitsugaya grumbled about Nanao's aloof demeanor, an unfamiliar spiritual pressure caught his attention. The Senkaman? He pondered. His brow furrowed. Is that direction toward the Central Spiritual Arts Academy? Aha! It's the fluctuation of the Senkaman's spiritual pressure. ISNT it? We should investigate, suggested Nanao. In an instant, the two vanished in a flash step, heading toward the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. Meanwhile, in the human world, a group of students faced a sudden attack from a hollow. Renji Abarai, Kira Izuru, and Hinamori Momo defended against the monstrous assault. This skirmish was initially meant to be a practical exercise, with only faux hollows expected to appear. At first, their synergy made the encounter seem manageable. But the situation soon escalated into chaos as they found themselves surrounded by a formidable hollow. Just then, Aizen appeared, accompanied by Hinamori. Leave this to us, he declared. As Aizen emerged, Hitsugaya, and Ranjiku coincidentally appeared before the group, having heard that students at the Central Academy were unreachable. The simultaneous arrival of two captain-level figures created an almost surreal atmosphere for the trio. "We hope we're not interrupting, Captain Aizen," Hitsugaya greeted with a smile. "Not at all. I appreciate your assistance, Captain Hitsugaya," Aizen replied with a charming demeanor. Truly, he was the most formidable Soul Reaper in a century. As Aizen expressed his gratitude, all the hollows began to fall. When did this happen? The trio marveled at the scene before them. Aizen turned his gaze toward Hitsugaya, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "Why did you not reveal yourself sooner?" "Naturally, I wish to witness their expressions of terror," Hitsugaya responded. Nanao, standing nearby, playfully elbowed Hitsugaya in the abdomen. "Of course, it was to allow them some additional experience," he added, shooting a glare at Nanao, who merely smiled back, undeterred by his feigned annoyance. "Ah, this woman seems to be a man-eater," Yihao shuddered, swiftly turning to glance at the three individuals. To become a harbinger of death in the future, he would face far more perilous threats. He could not afford to be paralyzed by fear. Kira Ike lowered her head, feeling a deep sense of shame. However, Yihao's attention was quickly captivated by Hinamori. "You must be Hinamori Momo, correct?" Hinamori appeared taken aback that a captain-level figure recognized her. "Igriegajis." In an instant, Yihao stood before Hinamori, grasping her hand. "I have heard much about you," he exclaimed, excitedly shaking her hand. "I've been told you possess profound expertise in spirit training. If convenient, perhaps we could converse privately." "I don't," Hinamori stammered, her panic evident. Rukia, with a scowl, stepped forward and tugged at Yihao's collar. "Can't you be a bit more serious?" "What do you mean by serious?" "In front of him stands the foremost shield of Soul Society," Yihao remarked, gazing at Hinamori as though she were a radiant gem. Under Yihao's gaze, Hinamori's face gradually flushed. "Why spirit training? No way. Could it be that Captain Yihao has feelings for me?" In an instant, Hinamori envisioned a future where she cradled a child and sent Yihao off to work, filled with happiness. Aizen chuckled gently. "Haha, truly, you're Captain Yihao." As Aizen prepared to leave, Hinamori intercepted him. "Captain Aizen, I'm truly grateful to you." Yihao, overhearing her words, thought, "Wasn't it I who vanquished that hollow? Why not thank me?" Hinamori quickly turned back, her cheeks slightly reddened. "I also sincerely thank you, Captain Yihao." After Yihao and the others departed, Ashido Renji and Kira Ike surrounded Hinamori. "Who would have thought, Hinamori, that you caught Captain Yihao's attention?" "What do you mean caught his attention?" "I didn't understand a single word he said," Hinamori replied. "Isn't she skilled in Kido?" "Why would Captain Yihao mention her proficiency in spirit training?" Kira Ike pondered curiously. "Perhaps it is due to Captain Yihao's guidance?" The thought of her imagined spirit training caused Hinamori's face to flush even deeper. "Yes, it must be that. I shall return to train my spirit at once." 43 years prior. Technical Development Bureau. Captain Urahara, Captain Yihao of Squad 9 wishes to see you. Urahara Kisuk, without turning, replied, "Do you not see I am quite busy?" The subordinate, drenched in sweat, continued, but Captain Yihao stated. Urahara, growing impatient, turned back and inquired him. What did he say? Captain Yihao said that if he is kept waiting too long, he would evaporate the Technical Development Bureau. Urahara's pupils widened from his understanding. Yihao might indeed follow through with such a threat. It seemed there was indeed a pressing matter at hand. In the 11th Division reception room, Urahara inquired, "So, what brings you to see me, Captain Yihao?" Yihao smiled warmly. "Do you have a research interest in souls?" "Souls?" This inquiry ought to be directed towards Urahara, for he has conducted spiritual experiments in the Soul Society, and no one possesses a deeper understanding of souls than he. Captain Unohana, surprisingly, seems to concede to Urahara. Yihao maintained a stoic expression. This was not characteristic of him. Such blatant provocation. Unohana's voice was calm. Her mockery inadvertently turned upon herself. "Share with me all that you know. I have a friend who was attacked in the Soul Society, resulting in a deficiency in her soul, rendering it exceedingly fragile. Captain Unohana, do you possess any methods of healing?" "A deficiency in the soul?" Unohana's eyes darted thoughtfully. This posed quite a conundrum. Souls are inherently weak, and an excessively feeble soul cannot even undergo simple experimentation. Yihao spoke earnestly to Unohana. "I believe it would be prudent for you to abandon the experiment. I fear you may be harmed." "Is it you?" "No, it is a friend of mine." Unohana's mind conjured images of those whom Yi Hao might consider friends. Is it Byakuya, Kachiki? I have heard he is to be wed, and to a commoner from the Soul Society. Yet, I have also heard that her frail health is due to overexertion. Byakuya had long sought Captain Unohana's assistance, if it were merely an ailment. Her capabilities would surely suffice to alleviate the difficulty. Yi Hao ventured to pose the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Is it possible to utilize a portion of an artificial soul to mend the injuries of a soul? Rather than compensating for the absence of the soul, it would serve to patch the gaps within it. Though the injuries may persist, she could live as a normal soul. To Yi Hao's surprise, Captain Unohana acknowledged his interest in souls. After a moment of contemplation, she deemed it a possibility, albeit the research process would not be brief. Please expedite the process as much as possible. I shall strive to secure more time. Yi Hao exited the Technical Development Bureau. Xiaobai, I am exerting myself for your sake. Do not let me down in 40 years. Chapter 16, Daily Life Captain. Yi Hao lounged lazily upon the soft cushion, raising his eyelids to glance about. Ah, it's Hinamori. What brings you here? It has been ages since you moved. Yi Hao waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean by not moving? This is merely a time for recuperation. Hinamori glared at him, visibly irritated. Were he not her captain, she would have long since hurled a flying plum blossom at his face. Gazing at his handsome visage, her expression was one of infatuation. The captain is solely my captain. TSK, that little vixen Matsumoto, she is nothing but a pair of ample breasts. Oh, look at who the captain has brought into the 9th Division. And who is it that is absent from the 9th Division? Hinamori, I recently acquired a few new garments. Would you care to see? Hinamori's face flushed crimson. I do not wish to. The last outfit Yi Hao had given her was a rather revealing swimsuit. I procured this secretly from the living world, solely for you to try on. I, Yi Hao, am a man of the utmost purity. There is nothing more significant than being modest, Hinamori whispered. I shall wear it just for a moment. Observing the spirited Yi Hao before her, Chu Shun felt a profound sense of helplessness. She lacked the ability to persuade him to undertake any tasks. It had been 57 years since the arrogant villain Urahara Keisuk defected from Soul Society, and the landscape of Soul Society had undergone numerous transformations. Jin Ikamaru had mastered his Bankai and successfully assumed the role of captain of the 3rd Division. Tasho was taken by Aizen from the 9th Division to become the vice-captain of the 5th Division. Kamamura Sajin unexpectedly emerged to take command of the 7th Division. Hitsugaya Toshiro had been appointed captain of the 10th Division. Rukia, having captured Toshiro, had somehow made him the 3rd seat of the 10th Division. This incident had left Rukia exasperated, as Yi Hao had already incurred her ire by not bringing her to the 9th Division. And now he had placed her precious talented Shinigami in the 10th Division. Thus, the configuration of Soul Society had morphed into a form Yi Hao found familiar. Yi Hao gathered his thoughts. His immediate tasks were to ensure that Ichigo could lead a normal life and to rescue Shiba Kaien. He was quite eager, anticipating the moment when Shiba Kaien would meet Kurosaki Ichigo. Would Ichigo call him brother upon seeing him? Would Kaien save Ichigo or strike against him? Hey, Byakuya! Yi Hao called out, waving at Kachiki Byakuya. While Yi Hao was leisurely wandering, he spotted Byakuya amidst the crowd, his aloof exterior betraying a glimmer of happiness. Byakuya, holding his fiancée, Ichigo's hand, quickened his pace upon noticing Yi Hao. Lord Byakuya? Is that you, Lord Yi Hao? Ichigo looked at the slightly off-kilter Byakuya with confusion. Ichigo, don't speak. You must not respond to anything that man says. Byakuya maintained his cool demeanor. In a flash, Yi Hao stepped behind Byakuya and wrapped his arm around his neck. Why are you in such a hurry? Lord Yi Hao, it has been quite some time. Ichigo greeted him with a bow. Captain Yi Hao, what a coincidence. Byakuya struggled to uphold his icy persona, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yi Hao ignored him, turning his attention to Ichigo. You know, I have a photograph of Byakuya from his childhood bath time. Would you like to see it? Wait. Byakuya's expression shifted to one of suspicion as he desperately racked his memory. Where did you take that? Please, let me see it. Ichigo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Byakuya, rarely losing his composure, exclaimed, What? Ichigo. Yi Hao observed Byakuya returning to a semblance of normalcy and pulled him aside. Byakuya, I recently discovered a splendid hot spring. Would you be interested? Not at all. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Byakuya replied curtly. As Yi Hao turned away, he softly remarked, What a pity. That hot spring has healing properties. What? Byakuya acknowledged that he had spoken too loudly just then. Isn't that the fool with the bald head? Kiraku Shunsui appeared with his gleaming baldness on display. Iasegawa Yumichika, being Kiraku's close friend, was also present, while the curious figure of Ishido Kan-name lingered nearby. Captain Yihao. Although Yihao is renowned for his amiable demeanor in the Soul Society, these three individuals dared not show even a modicum of disrespect. Captain Yihao, permit me to clarify once more. This is not a bald head. It is merely a hairstyle. Asane and Kairaku were also present. Indeed, it has been a while. Captain Yihao. Asane K-Rin appeared somewhat apprehensive. Do not overlook my presence. K-Rin, if it pertains to training, do not inquire of that fool. Rather, consult me. By the way, I could also assist you with your romantic dilemmas. Yihao turned slightly. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am an expert in matters of the heart within the Soul Society. Who is the fool? Asane K-Rin held deep respect for Ikaku. Yet he could not help but feel displeased whenever Captain Yihao referred to Ikaku as a fool, which also piqued his curiosity. Captain Yihao, though it may be impolite to ask, why do you persist in calling Mr. Ikaku a fool? Despite his apparent weakness, he continues to conceal his true power. Yihao reached out to pat Ikaku's head, lamenting, I truly apologize for this hairstyle. Ikaku was so astonished that he overlooked Yihao's gesture. You are aware? A mere bankai. It is nothing of great significance. K-Rin and the others fell silent. The individual before them was, after all, the most prodigious talent in the Soul Society. It is worth mentioning that second only to Yihao in prowess were Jin Ikamaru and Toshiro Hitsugaya, both of whom graduated early after just 1 year in the academy, mastering their bankai in a remarkably short time frame. Ikaku, do you remember why you chose to follow Kenpachi? Leaving Ikaku in contemplative silence, Yihao waved his hand and departed. Yihao was not one to seek to be a mentor. His primary intention was to challenge Kurosaki Ichigo. Mr. Ikaku? It is nothing. After all, it comes from the advice of that captain. In the 13th Division's barracks. Captain Yihao, it has been quite a while since your last visit to the 13th Division, has it not? Fujitake Shijuro maintained his characteristic friendly demeanor. Is that so? Then I shall visit more frequently. Shiba Heiniko, standing nearby, served tea, and upon hearing this, the cup in her hand trembled violently as memories of the past, when Yihao would often take advantage of hospitality, flooded back to her. However, this time Yihao had a serious matter at hand, so he tempered his demeanor slightly, stating, I have come primarily due to a hollow. Shiba Heiniko, kneeling beside him, inquired with curiosity, a hollow? Given Captain Yihao's strength, what sort of hollow could prompt your personal intervention? Yihao interlaced his fingers beneath his chin, while Hinamori Momo skillfully drew the door shut, creating a somber atmosphere. Fujitake and Heiniko observed their familiar interaction, realizing this was not the first time they had engaged in such a manner. Even I have my moments of failure. Shiba Heiniko displayed an intrigued expression. The captain of the 9th Division, revered as the strongest Shinigami in a century, had increasingly refrained from action over the decades. Yet no one dared to question his status. This hollow possesses a most peculiar ability, capable of merging with spiritual entities and manipulating the actions of Shinigami. The most terrifying aspect is that once contact is made, the Zampakit will vanish. Yihao spoke with a hint of regret. This marks one of my rare failures. Remember, if you encounter any ambiguous situations, either keep your distance or inform me. Do not act recklessly. This is especially crucial for the members of the reconnaissance team. They must exercise utmost caution. My 9th Division has suffered significant losses due to such carelessness. Both Fujibayashi Shijuro and Shiba Heian were taken aback by Yihao's unusually grave demeanor. Initially dismissive, they now regarded him with earnest attention. After leaving the 13th Division, Hinamori hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Captain, but the 9th Division has never encountered the hollows you mentioned. Yihao waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, of course. I fabricated that. What? Why? Do you think the events of 30 years ago have simply faded into the past? The sudden question plunged Hinamori into silence. You are aware of my close ties with Urahara, I presume? Yihao paused before continuing. I believe there is a hand manipulating everything in the Soul Society, including Urahara and those transformed Shinigami. It is all part of a meticulously crafted script. Do you know why you haven't confided in others? Yihao ruffled Hinamori's hair, aware of the truth, yet recognizing his current limitations. He was confident in defeating the Captain Commander without utilizing his Bankai, yet he felt uncertain about withstanding the Captain Commander's heavenly destruction. The enhancement of spiritual pressure was increasingly challenging. He had only managed to cultivate to 80% of his soul's limit. He was also intrigued by the H-Gyoku, but the uncertainty of its evolutionary outcomes troubled him. That individual can even influence the decrees of Central 46. Who can I confide in? As they departed, Hinamori curiously asked, Captain, does such a hollow truly exist? It does. This is a hollow specifically created by Aizen for the experimentation of soul fusion. Chapter 17. Summer has arrived within the vast hollow. Intricate runes were etched upon the ground, and a blue barrier shimmered brilliantly atop the inscriptions. Aizen Susuk and Tosen Kaname observed the figure encased within the barrier. Would you kindly remain quiet here for a few days? The 9th Division Captain, Yihao, found himself ensnared by peculiar tendrils, with 5 beams of light piercing through his limbs and heart. In addition, numerous binding traces encircled him, 6 rods prison binding chains, 5 pillar iron stakes, 9 celestial seals, and leather straps with nails constricted his entire being within the 99th binding technique. Liang Aizen. The distant footsteps abruptly halted for a moment before resuming their pace. Yihao had not anticipated Aizen would take the initiative against him, especially with this particular barrier. The tendrils likely originated from the hollow that was meant to kill Shiba Heian, using its abilities to render his Zanpakuto non-existent. The 5 beams of light were presumably a new Kido developed by Aizen, severing his perception of spiritual particles both inside and outside his body. The binding techniques rendered him immobile. The most distressing aspect lies in the runes on the ground, a peculiar barrier capable of gradually peeling away the spiritual essence from the grim Reaper-S body, likely originating from the Quincy. Aizen has indeed exerted considerable effort to counter him. The current state of the Soul Society is alarmingly reminiscent of the familiar past. The 1st Division remains unchanged. The captain of the 2nd Division is Soi Fan, with her lieutenant, Maeda Kisuk. The 3rd Division is led by Ikamaru Jin, accompanied by his lieutenant, Kira Izuru. The 4th Division remains the same. The 5th Division captain is Aizen, with his lieutenant, Tosen Kaname. The captain of the 6th Division is Kichiki Byakuya, and his lieutenant is Aizen Renji. The 7th Division captain is Kyuraku Shunsui, with his lieutenant, Ayase Nanao. The captain of the 8th Division is Hitsugaya Toshiro, and his lieutenant is Matsumoto Ranjaku. The captain of the 9th Division is Hisseiji Shuhai, with his lieutenant, Hinamori Momo. The 10th Division is commanded by Zaraki Kenpachi, with his lieutenant, Yichiru Kusajishi. The captain of the 12th Division is Urahara Kisuk, with his lieutenant, Yuruchi Shihoin. The captain of the 13th Division is Yukitake J. Shur, and his lieutenant is Shiba Kayan. Before he manages to break free from the barrier, I hope others can muster their strength. In the 1st Division S conference room, Kuchiki Rukia, without permission, lent her spiritual power to another, resulting in her own depletion and failure to return on time. The Central 46 issued a verdict, death penalty. The execution of the double punishment is scheduled to take place 35 days later. How is this possible? Kuchiki Byakuya's pupils trembled. Rukia had been absent from the Soul Society for an extended period, and it was he who, accompanied by his lieutenant, Renji Abarai, ventured into the human world to bring her back. He even dealt with the scoundrel who had stolen all of Rukia's spiritual pressure. Even if it is a grave sin, a death sentence should not be decreed. I contest this judgment. Captain Kuchiki, this is the decision from the 46. The captain commander turned to Kuchiki Byakuya. Do not forget the Kuchiki family's principles. The Kuchiki family's principle is to take pride in the Soul Society and to obey its laws. In that moment, Kuchiki Byakuya was at a loss on how to explain to Hizana. He was torn between his beloved wife and sister and the honor he had upheld for centuries. Hizana Rukia. After the meeting, Zaraki Kenpachi and Ikamaru Jin confronted Byakuya. Oh, even a noble head of the family can be perplexed? Kenpachi remarked without mercy. After all, she is the sister of his beloved wife. Even Captain Kuchiki must feel sorrow. Jin added a timely jab. Kuchiki Byakuya gazed coldly at Kenpachi. Do you, a person like you, truly understand the feelings of others? Don't let my demeanor fool you. I can empathize with others quite well, Kenpachi retorted, looking at the hesitant Byakuya. Shall I assist you in severing her head? A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Byakuya's eyes. Can your feeble blade accomplish that? How would you know without trying? Sensing the tension escalating, Jin restrained Kenpachi and shunpoed to the rooftop. I'll take him away for now. After all, I do prefer to avoid confronting Captain Kachiki. Hey, Shermar, what are you doing? Let me go. At that moment, a familiar orange-haired youth made a dazzling appearance in the west gate of Soul Society. That's the street where the Soul Reapers reside, Yoruichi exclaimed, watching as Ichigo Kurosaki dashed away. Idiot, come back. Just as Ichigo approached, walls began to plummet from the sky. The gate of the Soul Society also descended, revealing itself before Ichigo and his companions. Captain Hiyori, who was inside watching the gate descend, looked astonished at the sudden appearance of Yi Hao. Why do you come in person? Yi Hao, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, resembled a retired bureaucrat. Don't concern yourself with such trivialities. I've merely come to have some fun. Captain, the intruders have been halted outside the gate. Should we not retreat? Hiyori understood that the gates and walls constructed from spirit pressure stones were capable of obstructing spiritual energy. Only the gatekeepers, utilizing pure spiritual energy, could open the great gates. Yi Hao smiled enigmatically. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps they will manage to enter. As Yi Hao suggested, Ichigo defeated the wall guardian, and soon after, the guardian opened the gate, attempting to allow Ichigo and his companions to enter. Upon seeing Yi Hao beyond the gate, Yoruichi felt her heart stop. How could Yi Hao be here? No, considering Yi Hao's unpredictable nature, it was hard to say where he would show up. But now that Yi Hao was present, could they persuade him to let them through? Hey, you're the so-called captain, right? Wait, Ichigo. That person is notoriously petty. It would be wise to retreat for now. Ichigo, however, was unconcerned. It's fine. I will handle him immediately. Yi Hao's cheerful demeanor irritated Ichigo slightly. You want to enter, do you? And if so, what of it? Ichigo grasped the hilt of his sword. Yi Hao stepped aside, extending his hand toward the Soul Society. Hiyori and the other Soul Reapers gazed at Yi Hao in confusion. Captain? You will let us in? Even Ichigo regarded Yi Hao with suspicion. You don't have some sort of scheme, do you? If I were to say yes, would you still enter? Ichigo wore a confident smile. Is that even a question? Yoruichi walked through the gate, eyeing Yi Hao. What exactly do you intend to do? Yi Hao glanced at the black cat, remaining silent, and led the 9th Division away from the scene. Yoruichi felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely, Yi Hao wouldn't hold a grudge against her for calling him petty. That would be troubling. She and Urahara had been employing minor tactics to surveil the Soul Society, and it was revealed that Yi Hao's greatest wish was to capture Urahara Kisuk. This man had harbored a desire to confront Urahara for over a century. Who would say if he was psychologically unhinged? Captain, why are you allowing the intruders to enter the Soul Society? Hiyori posed the question on behalf of her surrounding comrades. Rukia is Byakuya's sister. How could I permit room 46 to harm her? Yi Hao's voice resonated with a certain depth, causing Chusun Momo to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 18, Epic Reinforcement. Mr. Yoruichi, is that person truly reliable? It would not be surprising if that person were to act. Yoruichi mused, delivering a playful punch to Kurosaki, Ichigo's head. You fool, what are you thinking? That person is hailed as the strongest Soul Reaper in nearly a century. If you engage him, you might not even realize how you could perish. Is he truly that formidable? Kurosaki, Ichigo pondered, recalling the frivolous Yi Hao. But his spiritual pressure seems quite ordinary. Concealing one's spiritual pressure is a trivial matter for those of captain-level strength. His prowess is beyond question. The black cat cast a glance at Kurosaki, Ichigo. Of course, what he is most renowned for is his petty nature. Urahara once played a trick on him, and he held a grudge for a full century. Kurosaki Ichigo stared at the black cat in astonishment. That is quite the vendetta. Ichigo, since he has made an appearance, you must exercise caution. The Soul Society may be on the brink of significant changes, the likes of which even I am unaware. In the 1st Division's conference hall, the captain commander reclined with his feet propped up, observing Yi Hao as he entered through the door. Captain of the 9th Division, Yi Hao, you are aware of the reason for your summons, are you not? Kenpachi Zaraki glared at Yi Hao with a hint of displeasure. I heard you ventured alone to confront the Wanderer and failed to eliminate him. What is the explanation for that? Yi Hao attempted to evade the inquiry. Is that so? I seem to have forgotten. Do not feign ignorance. Nimyu Karatsuchi's distinctive voice cut in. With your abilities, Such a foolish mistake should not have occurred. Kenpachi was interrupted mid-sentence as he faced Nimue. Hey, I am speaking with this matter here. Do you wish for me to slice you? Nimue, undeterred, stood her ground. What did you say? Yihao replied calmly. I am devoted to the Soul Society. How could I possibly allow them entry? This is slander. Yihao, such words do not suit you. Why not admit your folly and prepare to be struck down? At that moment, the alert squad sounded an urgent notification with a wooden tablet. Alert! An intrusion has occurred within the Siri-IDI. The alarm rang at an opportune moment. Captain Yihao. Aizen approached. Yihao. Urahara Kisuk is your close friend, is he not? Do you wish for history to repeat itself as it did a century ago? Meanwhile, the 10th Division's captain, Hitsugaya Toshiro, furrowed his brow slightly. It truly has developed as he described. What shall we do now? We shall wait. Wait? Wait until he fully reveals his conspiracy. Only then can we ascertain that all he has claimed is indeed true. Who could have foreseen that he would be the mastermind? A moment of silence enveloped the gathering. But where has he gone? That fool must think himself clever, having been ensnared. Let us set that aside with his strength. He should not simply fade away unnoticed. And what of Kenpachi? That fellow is all brawn. If informed, he would likely charge in recklessly. Best to leave it be. Although Ichigo Kurosaki and his companions entered Soul Society without any hindrance, they were compelled by Mr. Yoruchi to first visit an underground cavern. Mr. Yoruchi? She and Yoruchi gazed at a large hole, her anger boiling within her. That scoundrel actually excavated it. Was there something here originally? Ichigo inquired curiously. Do you remember the hot spring you enjoy beneath the Urahara shop? This place also had a spring. Indeed, the hot spring at Urahara's was modeled after this one. However, it has now been taken away. Could it possibly be that Waiha from before? Who else could it be? Yoruchi gritted her teeth. Let's not dwell on this for now. Tomorrow morning, we will formally rescue Rukia. For today, let us rest well. Why not go now? Ichigo, having successfully entered Soul Society, was eager to rescue Rukia. Fool! Now the entire Soul Society knows we are here. We must catch them off guard. The following day, Ichigo encountered Ikka Madarame and Yumachika Ayasegawa. However, this time, Ichigo's team was complete, and their opponents, under Waiha's guidance, were also prepared to exert their full strength. Bunki, Rimon Ashmojikitsu. Without hesitation, Ikkaku unleashed his Bankai when he found himself in peril. Impossible. That's information we weren't supposed to have, Yoruchi exclaimed, astonished at Ikkaku's use of Bankai. Ichigo, it will be wise to retreat for now. Soda. Ikkaku said with a pitiful look at Ichigo, you must die here. The Rimon Hmon G Ketsu whirled in Ikkaku's hands, sending Ichigo flying with a single blow. Ichigo coughed up a copious amount of blood as he struggled to crawl out from the rubble. It cannot end like this. Everything before him froze in an instant. Ichigo, Zangetsu. Ichigo gazed at the dark figure before him. Zangetsu brought Ichigo into his inner world. Do you remember the technique you used with Urahara Kisuk? That massive slash? Indeed. You must fully master that technique here. Therefore, you need to defeat him. As Zangetsu vanished, the hollow manifestation gradually appeared before Ichigo. Honestly, being beaten so badly. Why not let me take over your body and fight instead? Who are you? I am Zangetsu. The hollow's boisterous voice was grating to the ears. Do not jest. Where has Zangetsu truly gone? Ichigo shouted in desperation. Who are you, really? The hollow attacked without hesitation, their Zangetsu clashing within the inner world. The battle raged on for an indeterminate time. In the confrontation within his inner world, Ichigo sensed the profound loneliness emanating from the hollow's blade. This was a solitude born from incomprehension. What exactly did it seek to achieve? The hollow, driven by madness, concealed a deep loneliness within its sword. Why is it that, despite being assailed in the realm of his inner world, Ichigo Kurosaki felt no pain? One question after another emerged, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Nevertheless, his primary objective remained to vanquish the foe before him. Getsuga Tensho. With Ichigo's proclamation, a colossal crescent of energy surged forth. Kaname Tozen, taken by surprise, was struck directly by the force of the attack. In that fleeting moment, Ichigo transformed before his very eyes. His spiritual pressure had escalated to the level of a captain. As the smoke dissipated, Tozen, bloodied and battered, revealed a sinister smile. I may not comprehend how you gained such strength, he mused as he rotated his Zanpakuto, the dragon patterns upon it gradually igniting. Now this feels right. The spiritual pressures of both combatants soared. "Let's determine the victor," roared Ichigo. "I absolutely will not be defeated." The two unleashed their Zanpakuto with fervor. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the surrounding structures crumbled into ruin. Observing the two men collapsed in pools of blood, Yoruichi could no longer conceal her identity. After a swirl of smoke, the figure of Shihin Yoruichi materialized on the scene. "Hey, you lot, it's time to leave." Immediately, Chad, Yuryu Ishida, and Oraheim Inoue turned and fled. Kaname Tozen slowly collapsed to the ground, utterly spent from merely standing. "Yuryu." Yes, I understand," replied Iasegawa Yumachika, half-heartedly nodding as he pursued Ichigo and the others. "Mr. Yoruichi, what was that?" Ichigo, barely conscious, managed to pose the question. "That was the second release of a Zanpakuto. But for now, let us set that aside. You must first attend to your injuries." Chapter 19. The Centenary Scheme of Yawatch. On the same day, within the Soul Society, Aizen Sasuke lay dead, his corpse suspended against the towering wall of the Eastern Great Sacred Wall. In the investigation, led by Toshiro Hitsugaya, all evidence pointed towards the captain of Squad 9, Yawatch. On the following night, Hitsugaya confronted Yawatch. At that moment, Hinamori appeared, quietly reciting Aizen's letter. As the contents of the letter were gradually unveiled, Hitsugaya's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Within Aizen's missive, he explicitly declared Hitsugaya to be the murderer. Yawatch observed the unfolding drama with a smile. He was the one who had orchestrated this theatrical performance. "Captain Hitsugaya, why not drop the facade?" "Yawatch, what are you talking about?" Ranjaku stared at Yawatch in astonishment. "Is Aizen's letter insufficient evidence, Ranjaku?" Yawatch waved the letter dismissively. Aizen Sasuke and Yawatch were the two figures imprinted most deeply in Hinamori's memory. With one now deceased, and the other presenting her with this letter, how could she harbor any doubts? "Yawatch," Hitsugaya bellowed in fury, "you should not have harmed Hinamori. Addressing me by my name is rather impolite, Toshiro." Enduring the frost. Hiryu, Ice Dragon. A massive gathering of water vapor coalesced as an ice dragon emerged from the heavens. Undoubtedly, he is the youngest genius since my time. Yihao gazed at the ice dragon before him, filled with emotion. However, it was a pity that, after a fleeting moment of silence, a sword wound appeared on the back of Winter Shiro. Ichigo Kurosaki could hardly believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Is this truly the strongest Soul Reaper in a century? What has transpired? Why was he suddenly struck? Not a single person present perceived any issue. Even Ranjaku found it reasonable. Yihao's strength was beyond comprehension, making it entirely unsurprising that such an incomprehensible event would occur in his presence. Only the party involved, Ichigo, sensed the underlying problem. With Yihao's prowess, he possessed the ability to incapacitate him utterly. Why did Yihao not do so? His actions were indeed perplexing. Is this the case? Ichigo rose, contemplating whether a century of waiting was merely for this moment. "Yihao, did you allow Yoruichi to enter because of her connection to Urahara Kisuke? Captain Yukitake is your close friend. There is no way you would permit Rukia to be slain." The more Ichigo pondered, the more logical it seemed. "For the sake of your two dearest friends, have you betrayed the Soul Society?" Ichigo gazed at Yihao, his tone resolute. What an extraordinary deduction. Yihao lowered his head slightly, his tone somber. Ranjaku observed Yihao's demeanor, finding it unfamiliar. It was a tone she had never heard in a century. Alas, it was all mistaken. Witnessing Yihao's sudden change in expression, none in attendance could muster a smile. Ichigo felt insulted, brandishing his ice wheel towards Yihao. "Yihao, Urahara's secret base. With your current strength, you cannot defeat a captain-level Soul Reaper. So you must learn Bankai." "Bankai?" Ichigo Kurosaki looked perplexed. Shurkai is the first release of the Zanpakuto, while Bankai is the second. Zangetsu remains in a state of Shurkai, which explains why I sensed it was different from other Zanpakuto. Ichigo retrieved Zangetsu from his back, scrutinizing it closely. "Ichigo, you must learn Bankai within 3 days." Yoruichi continuously reminded Rukia of her impending sentence, and time was running short. Shurkai requires dialogue and synchronization with the Zanpakuto, while Bankai necessitates the manifestation and submission of the Zanpakuto. Achieving Bankai typically requires over a decade of training. However, with the shifting spirit body, you can forcibly manifest the Zanpakuto, enabling you to directly engage in dialogue and fulfill the necessary condition for Bankai, submission. But there are only 3 days left. After 3 days, the time will come. Ichigo displayed a determined gaze as he pierced Zangetsu into the shifting spirit body. I am indifferent to the consequences of failure. Since this is the only method, so be it. Yoruichi gazed at Ichigo with a growing sense of unease. Ichigo, time is running out. As a formidable Zangetsu appeared, Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto. The attendance of captains on the execution day was dismally scant. Aside from the 1st, 2nd, and 8th divisions, the remaining captains were conspicuously absent. With the voice of the captain commander, the bindings of the dual spears were completely unraveled. An inferno erupted from the dual spears, and a colossal fire phoenix soared forth, revealing the true form of the dual spears, the Destroyer King. At that moment, Yukitake Shiro and Asano Kyuzai arrived. Brother! Rukia exclaimed in astonishment at the arrival of Yukitake Shiro. Bankai, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. The cherry blossoms scattered across the sky surged towards the Destroyer King. Brother! Rukia was utterly astonished. Was this truly her brother, who had always upheld the rules? The Destroyer King was struck and sent flying several meters. Simultaneously, Ichigo and Yukitake emerged together. Have they finally arrived? Apologies, it took a bit longer to lift the seal. Kirako Shunsui immediately stepped forward, and together with Yukitake, they employed the secret techniques of the Shihoin clan to devastate the Destroyer King. Although Ichigo was bewildered, he quickly reacted to save Rukia. The captain commander slightly opened his eyes and gazed at Yukitake Shiro, asking, "Have you forsaken the honor of the Yukitake clan?" With a calm demeanor, Yukitake replied, "I have never forgotten the honor. I merely did what was necessary for my family." Kiraku Shunsui, Yukitake Shiro, you have committed an unforgivable sin. The captain commander's spiritual pressure shook the very fabric of space, rendering those present breathless. Was that the spiritual pressure befitting an elder? For the first time, Ichigo felt a presence that far surpassed his own. What are you saying? That is the captain commander of the Godai 13, the strongest soul reaper in a millennium. Thus, the four-faced Yamamoto, Genryusai, Shigekuni. Rinji, take Rukia away. Ichigo looked at the two individuals with whom he had unresolved grievances, momentarily at a loss for words. He had come to rescue Rukia, yet these two were the ones who had delivered her to the execution platform. Yes, Captain. Rinji, realizing he could no longer intervene, swiftly scooped Rukia into his arms and ran toward the hill of the dual spears. You should leave as well, Ichigo. What are you saying? You are confronting the elder for Rukia, so how can I stand idly by? Ichigo unsheathed Zangetsu, the blade aimed at Yamamoto, Genryusai. If you die, do not blame me. Byakuya shot a glance at Ichigo, speaking coolly. This bastard had taken away his sister's entire spiritual pressure. He would have to repay him with a strike. Byakuya's gaze was enigmatic, but Ichigo remained confident. Do not worry. I have undergone special training and preparation for our battle. He, Ichigo Kurosaki, would unleash his Bankai, strong, invincible. The five stood in a tense standoff, while Soifin and the other vice-captains were at a loss for how to respond. The unfolding situation was simply too terrifying. Yamamoto Genryusai raised his wooden staff, and as flames consumed it, the most ancient and formidable of the Soul Society's Zanpakuto, Rijin Jaka, manifested in all its glory. Do you not release your Zanpakuto? With an explosive surge of spiritual pressure and murderous intent, Kiraku, Shunsui, and Yukitake, Sure promptly unleashed their Zanpakuto. Kaitenkai Katsu, and Shinjitsu no Kei-ri. These were the only two paired Zanpakuto within the Soul Society. Meanwhile, Byakuya Kachiki had already activated his Bankai, using Senbenzakura to shield himself the moment the sword pressure erupted. Hey, this old man is utterly outrageous. The mere release of his Zanpakuto's sword pressure has repelled 4 captain-class Shinigami. Ichigo Kurosaki defended against the onslaught with Zangetsu, incredulously gazing at the scene before him. Byakuya, who's stronger, you or the old man? Ichigo inquired with curiosity. Byakuya Kuchiki offered no response, casting Ichigo a look of disdain. If you can't speak sensibly, then refrain from speaking at all. Kiraku, Shunsui, in a frenzy, turned to Yukitake. Hey, the plot has reached this point. Where is Haori? What should we do next? Yukitake smiled helplessly. According to Haori, Aizen should be hiding in the Siriidi's K-Rin Tower. Captain Yuhin and Captain Hitsugaya have already gone there. Are we really going to fight the old man? Shunsui dared not imagine the consequences of such a confrontation. Let us hold out until Aizen is completely exposed. That should convince the old man. Yukitake surveyed the surroundings, reassured by the presence of 4 captain-class Shinigami, believing they could endure for a while. A torrent of flames erupted from Rijin Jaka, engulfing everyone in its vicinity. The intense heat made it difficult for the 4 present to breathe. Here we go. Ichigo charged ahead, embodying the audacity of youth. Kiraku and Yukitake quickly followed suit. In just one exchange, a massive wound was inflicted on Ichigo's shoulder. Had it not been for Kiraku and Yukitake's timely intervention to block Rijin Jaka, that strike could have cleaved him in 2. How could this happen? Ichigo gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Kid, if you don't have your trump card, you might as well step back, Kiraku remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ichigo, however, could not relent. Rukia's safety was at stake. Defeating the old man was imperative, for otherwise none of them would escape unscathed. If Captain Haori were here, perhaps it wouldn't be so arduous, Kiraku lamented. If Haori were here? The captain commander pondered. Isn't he always around? Wait, where has Haori gone? Why is he absent during such a crucial moment? Given his nature, he should have been the one to halt this execution. Old man, you must sense that something is amiss, don't you? Yet, such thoughts could not shake his resolve. The captain commander shed his shahakish, his honed physique shimmering in the flames. The battle recommenced. Just as the 2 sides faced each other, all Shinigami-ranked lieutenant and above within the Soul Society heard a singular voice resonate throughout the Siri-IDI. Urgent notice to all members of the 13 court guard squads. Aizen S. Suk has faked his death. Captain Hitsugaya has sustained severe injuries. And now, the captain of the 9th Division is being impersonated by the nefarious Aizen S. Suk. Meanwhile, Aizen S. Suk approaches Abarai Renji with measured steps, gently inquiring, "Might I request you to hand over the individual?" Chapter 20. The end approaches. Aizen withdrew his hand, gazing at the H-Gyoku nestled within his palm. Is this truly the H-Gyoku? It appears smaller than I had envisioned. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the gathered crowd. It is astonishing. Why do you all wear expressions devoid of surprise? The reflection on Aizen's glasses obscured his eyes, while the captain commander remained unperturbed. Are you alluding to the true power of Mirror Flower, Watermoon? For the first time, a change swept across Aizen's otherwise impassive visage. It seems you're already aware of the abilities of my Zanpakuto. Ranjaku dashed forward, exclaiming, "Where is H?" Aizen replied calmly, "Has he not always been by your side?" Ranjaku spotted H, still sporting his characteristic grin, and opened her arms to him. She grasped the hilt of her sword. "Cease employing this tedious ability." Aizen, ever curious, queried, "When did you discover that H was an imposter? Do you also have inquiries?" Captain Hitsugaya T. stepped forward, one hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. "Since the appearance of the false H, none have believed your words." A false H? Aizen pondered for a moment, seemingly having devised a countermeasure against Mirror Flower, Watermoon. "Matsumoto Ranjaku, do you place such unwavering trust in him? Are you aware of what he has done within your soul?" Without hesitation, Ranjaku replied, "My life was granted by him. Even if he sought to take it, I would not resist. Such a dull trust. I had intended to seize that which resides within your soul. Were it not for H, you would have been rendered powerless by now. So it was you who ambushed H, planning this a century ago?" Ikka Madarame and his close friend Ayasegawa Yumichika stepped forth, declaring, "Enough with the idle chatter." Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Ichigo Kurosaki struggled to comprehend the situation. "Are you all acting against me? How could that be? I just learned of this information myself. I knew I could defeat you by strength alone. What nonsense! Who has lost? The one fleeing is you, having barely utilized his Bankai, without success." Yumichika embraced the furious Ikaku. "Two fools, do not bicker at this moment. Renji, were you aware in advance?" "Fool, I am merely the vice captain," Abarai Renji replied, his face serious, feeling somewhat dazed by the unfolding events. "How could I possibly know of such critical information? But Miss Ranjaku surely knows." Abarai felt a pang in his heart. She is by Captain H's side. It is only natural for her to be informed. The captain commander leaned upon his cane, asking, "Where is H?" "He is in a very secure location." Aizen smiled gently. "If nothing unexpected occurs, you shall meet him in a millennium." The atmosphere trembled, and the wind swirled. "What is this?" Ichigo Kurosaki exclaimed in shock, raising his head. "Such immense spiritual pressure. Is Captain Yi Hao's spiritual pressure?" The group was filled with overwhelming joy. Truly a formidable individual. Aizen gazed at the towering blue light in the distance. That seal was designed to imprison more than 5 captain-level Soul Reapers for a millennium. Kamamura Sajin raised his Zanpakuto and declared, Aizen, surrender now. You cannot escape. The blue light was rapidly approaching the Twin Hills. Alas, time had run out. The sky suddenly tore open, and several Jillians appeared before them. A stream of light rose from beneath Aizen S. Suk and Kanem T. Senator. The inverse membrane. The captain commander observed the beam of light. Those who had faced the Great Hollow should know that when the inverse membrane rises, the interior and exterior of the beam are no longer in the same space. A bone. The blue pillar collided fiercely with the beam, and simultaneously, a calm voice echoed. The immense storm erupted after a moment of silence. Remarkable. His power has surpassed mine. The captain commander disregarded the storm, fixating intently on the sky above. In that fleeting moment of spiritual pressure fluctuation, he glimpsed a fragment of Yi Hao's essence. How could this be? The old man is undoubtedly the strongest Soul Reaper in a millennium, even with the captain commander's acknowledgement. Disbelief lingered among the crowd. As the storm dissipated, the inverse membrane remained unscathed. Yi Hao hovered in midair, gazing at Aizen S. Suk. Are you attempting to flee? The remark was jarring. Aizen chuckled lightly. I would prefer you to refer to this as strategy. Yi Hao ignored Aizen, raising his Zanpakuto to speak for himself. My Zanpakuto's ability is merely weight. It is a purely physical type Zanpakuto. Do you comprehend the extent of its capabilities? Yi Hao lifted it high toward the heavens and swung down with force. When weight reaches a certain threshold, it can distort space. I have little time left, so do not entertain thoughts of escape. The inverse membrane was shattered, creating a large opening. Yi Hao slipped inside, but when the other Soul Reapers attempted to follow, the inverse membrane had already restored itself. The two locked eyes, quietly awaiting the transmission of the inverse membrane. Will Yi Hao be all right? Ranjaku expressed her concerns as she watched the two enter the Hueco Mundo. Do not worry about him, T-Shur said with some resignation. The captain commander recognizes his strength. We have nothing to fear, do we? Our presence, influenced by Kai Ka Sujetsu, would only hinder him. Within the Hueco Mundo lay an endless expanse of sand beneath an ancient moon. Yi Hao and Aizen stood facing each other, with Kanem T-Sun lying beside them. This man had once stabbed Yi Hao. He remembered it vividly. The reason you seized the H-Gyoku was for the key to the throne, was it not? Yi Hao appeared to question, but was, in fact, stating a fact. Aizen was not surprised that his intentions had been discerned. He had left traces while perusing information, and any diligent investigation would inevitably unveil the truth. Do you not wish to know the reality of Wang Jian? Reality? How intriguing. Aizen gazed calmly at Yi Hao, inviting him to share his profound insights. You perceive Wang Jian as a key that can unlock the gates to the Soul King's palace. This is a misconception. Yi Hao's voice resonated through the Hueco Mundo. Wang Jian is, in essence, the Zero Division itself. Its hair, flesh, and bones are all embodiments of Wang Jian. Aizen's expression began to contort. Is this truly the essence of Wang Jian? Even if you wield the H-Gyoku, you cannot attain the heights of the Zero Division. Yi Hao's tone was tinged with lamentation. It is indeed reckless to attempt to define the world through it. Aizen sensed a shared sentiment in Yi Hao's words. You and I are undeniably of the same ilk. Why then do you seek to impede me? Me? Yi Hao regarded Aizen as if he were a fool. You have yet to grasp the truth of the Soul Society. Are you referring to the Soul King? No. It is the reason the Soul King has become what he is now. At that moment, a flicker of blue particles emanated from Yi Hao, a substance Aizen had never encountered. I have said enough. Let us commence. Aizen raised his sword, Kyoka Sujetsu. This is the final act. Chapter 21. Departure and Return. The crisp sound of clashing swords echoed in the Hueco Mundo as two figures flickered and collided. Aizen was the strongest adversary Yi Hao had encountered. Even without the H-Gyoku, his spiritual pressure was among the most formidable. After hearing Yi Hao's words, Aizen's sword wavered, devoid of its former confidence, now revealing not solitude, but confusion. Yi Hao did not desire an opponent too weak for this final battle. The conflict of Shinigami is a contest of spiritual pressure. When your opponent's spiritual pressure surpasses your own, do you cease to fight? The two swords crossed, with Yi Hao's Kyoka Sujetsu bearing enough weight to distort space. With each collision, it sent Aizen flying. Aizen's expression grew frenzied as he unleashed the forbidden Kido, Black Coffin. Yi Hao faced this attack head-on, wielding Kyoka Suigetsu to shatter the darkness. How ungracious, Aizen. Do not declare victory so prematurely. Ils ont twisted visage boutré de madness. Surely, you have never witnessed the release of Mirror Flower, Water Moon? He raised his Zanpakuto. I had no intention of employing this technique. Bunky. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Yi Hao beheld the Hueco Mundo warping before his eyes. Mirror Flower, Water Moon is a complete hypnosis, but only upon living beings. The Bankai version of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, however, redefines reality. Now this is intriguing. A hint of madness gleamed in Yi Hao's eyes. Bunky. Shattered Kyoka Suigetsu. The sword in his hand bifurcated into two. Golden light enveloped his form, gradually coalescing into a translucent suit of armor. A flowing radiance cascading from the back of his head like strands of hair. Dancing in the wind, Yi Hao's spiritual pressure sword and the distorted Hueco Mundo collided with the golden armor, producing a sound akin to metal grinding against metal. As the friction intensified, Yi Hao resembled a black hole, amplifying the distortions of the. Then came the cataclysm. Surrounding matter seemed to vanish into thin air, and the finally assumed its intended form. Was this the origin of the title God of War? Aizen finally grasped why the members of the 11th Division referred to Yi Hao as the God of War. My Zanpakuto converts half of the power from an attack, while the other half impacts the body. The armor that emerges upon Bankai absorbs the remaining force, transforming it into the weight of the 9 heavens. Yi Hao and Aizen engaged in a spirited exchange, akin to long-lost friends, amidst the life-and-death struggle. Under Aizen's influence, continually morphed, with mineral sands sweeping in, only to transform into ice, water, fire, and wind in the air. Yi Hao, clad in the flowing light armor, disregarded everything and charged towards Aizen. When did you start to believe I stood there? With Aizen's voice, countless illusions of him surrounded Yi Hao. This realm is now mine. In the battlefield of the two combatants lay in ruins. Aizen, bloodied and sprawled on the ground, asked, "Will you not kill me?" "You are a remarkable talent," replied Yi Hao, his tattered attire and the armor of flowing light shattered beyond recognition. "I shall not kill you. Do not forget, those in the Soul Society have all fallen victim to my. If you continue to confine your vision within the realm of Soul Reapers." Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. "You will forever remain but a pawn." Just as Yi Hao prepared to strike Aizen's face to test his defenses, a torrent of blue light particles erupted from him. "My time has come. Tell Urahara for me. I shall reclaim the." Casting a glance at the, uncertain if he could carry it away, Yi Hao swallowed it whole. "Aizen, beware the Quincy's." In Aizen's astonished gaze, Yi Hao transformed into an infinite cascade of blue photons, dissipating into the air. Only his deathly garb and the Captain S. Haori remained on the ground. In the Soul Society, at the Siriidei, Hinamori and Ranjaku exchanged glances. "Vice Captain Ranjaku, this is a letter left for you by Captain Yi Hao. And Hinamori, this is a gift from Captain Yi Hao." "A letter? A gift?" They shared a knowing glance, a flicker of electricity passing between them, prompting the discreet members of their team to retreat in response to the heavy atmosphere. "Little Ranjaku, this letter is like meeting face to face. By the time you read this, I shall have departed. Of course, with my strength, I shall not truly perish. I simply take my leave from this world for now. There is more to come." Ranjaku flipped the paper over. "I can return at any moment." She crumpled Yi Hao's letter and threw it fiercely to the ground. Beside her, Hinamori stared blankly at the talisman in her hand, rendered speechless. On the other side, Yi Hao traversed the dimensions, returning to the universe amidst a cascade of blue light. At the edge of the dimensional rift, his body, along with the shattered jade within him, was torn apart. The cycle of disintegration and reconstitution occurred repeatedly until he finally shattered the dimensional constraints and re-entered the familiar Marvel universe. The system detected the host's dimensional traversal, granting him newfound abilities and spatial orientation. He gazed upon the realm of the dead, enveloped entirely by a turbulent layer of spatial chaos, indicating that a return would not be imminent. The endless fluctuations of space manifested once more before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hao found himself back in his former grand chamber. Naturally, the first order of business was to examine the system. Character panel, host, Yi Hao, gender, male, skill, /fist ghost 4. Abilities, spatial perception, multilingual proficiency, spatial anchoring, spatial orientation, evaluation. You have inherited a fragment of power from the Soul Society. Your soul has experienced significant growth. You are now at least stronger than an ordinary human in the Marvel Universe. Indeed, you are quite remarkable. Hidden evaluation from the system's appraisal. It was evident that he had made substantial progress. The enhancement of his soul was likely related to the shattered jade. Yihao regarded the system panel, contemplating how a single journey to the Soul Society had transformed him fundamentally. With a few more traversals, ascending to a multiversal level would be effortlessly within his grasp. Fist Ghost 4-0-100, a combat technique derived from the Soul Society, now fully integrated as an innate ability of the host. Yihao was astonished that Fist Ghost had materialized as a skill, and the emergence of a progress bar indicated that this ability could also upgrade within the Marvel Universe. Closing the system interface, he turned to survey the room. The door was securely locked, and a thick layer of dust coated the furniture, evidencing no signs of recent habitation. Clearly, the armored figure had taken his words to heart. Pushing open the grand door revealed a desolate plaza, littered with remnants of destruction. A corpse lay quietly before the central stone sarcophagus. I will eliminate Red Skull. You may rest easy now. The elder was presumably a descendant of the original armored figure. Generations of tireless effort had been devoted to that singular gem, ultimately resulting in their tragic demise. Of course, Yihao bore some responsibility, being the true guardian of the cosmic cube. It was time to assess the situation. Chapter 22, 1943 and the Ancient One, New York. A cup of American coffee, please. A dark-haired, dark-eyed man dressed in a suit entered a CAF at the street corner. Get out. We do not welcome foreigners here. Yihao was taken aback. It seemed racial discrimination in this country was quite severe. However, it mattered not. He had arrived, and salvation was at hand for this nation. Hey, what are you doing? Yihao grasped a handful of coffee beans, applying a slight pressure. A cascade of ground coffee slipped through his fingers. Your Americano is complimentary, sir, the barista said with a smile, his demeanor shifting. Thus, Yihao found himself seated outside the CAF, a solitary cup of coffee resting quietly beside him. With his dark hair and striking eyes, he stood out in this land of beauty, particularly now that he had matured into a handsome figure. After a century of existence, Yihao possessed a refined countenance. Strikingly elegant, yet undeniably masculine, his physique perfectly balanced. Many locals regarded him with admiration. As for how he arrived in this beautiful country, it was thanks to a kind-hearted old captain. Yihao had warmly bonded with the sailors aboard the vessel, and the captain jovially remarked, "You see, asking for payment creates distance, does it not?" With that, he cheerfully brought Yihao to America. Nearby, a frail Steve was escorted around the corner by a tall man. Yihao felt it inappropriate to intrude upon their moment, and after a brief contemplation, he decided to wait patiently at a distance. Before long, he observed another man approaching the street corner. Such was the openness of this beautiful nation, far exceeding his expectations. Yet how long would he have to wait? Before he could ponder further, he noticed Bucky emerging from the corner with Steve in tow. That was quick. It seemed an opportune time to disturb them. After careful consideration, Yihao resolved to seek another opportunity to engage with Steve. At that moment, a portal appeared before him. A figure emerged, removing their hood to reveal a bald head. "Mr. Yihao, would you care to join me for some tea?" "Of course, Master Gu Yi," Yihao replied, his pupils slightly dilating, feeling powerless to resist the invitation. He reclined comfortably. The individual before him was none other than the supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi, a powerful being with the ability to observe the multiverse. Stepping through the portal, Yihao found himself in the Himalayas at Kamartaj. Gu Yi poured him a cup of tea. "As a person from Huaxia, you must be familiar with this." "Indeed," Yihao replied, taking a sip, finding it rather unremarkable. As they settled down, Gu Yi's gaze fixed intently upon him. Just as she had anticipated, there was neither a past nor a future visible, resembling a dense fog that obscured her perception. Her purpose for this meeting was to closely observe Yihao's timeline. He was truly an enigmatic figure. Yihao sat upright, exuding an extraordinary composure. This was not due to boldness, but rather a result of his ease. He understood well that despite his transformation, he still lacked the means to contend with someone of Gu Yi's caliber. Accepting his limitations, he chose not to resist. "Master Gu Yi?" Yihao inquired, as Gu Yi's gaze grew increasingly intense, making him feel somewhat bashful. The faint green glow emanating from her eyes was particularly disconcerting. "My apologies," Gu Yi responded, quickly realizing her demeanor. "Was it merely tea that I wish to offer you?" Yi Hao took the initiative in questioning. "Certainly. I am eager to ascertain whether the individual favored by Odin possesses the qualifications to safeguard the gemstones." Yi Hao found it unsurprising that Ancient One was aware of his existence, as a formidable figure within the multiverse residing on Earth. All occurrences within her purview were undoubtedly under her vigilant observation. He even speculated that the dimensional fluctuations he experienced were also monitored by Ancient One. Initially, he believed that the sorceress intended to prevent him from reclaiming the gemstones to avoid disrupting the timeline. Yi Hao spoke candidly about matters concerning himself. Considering it was Ancient One, he decided to lay everything bare. Ancient One understood the connection between the individual before her and the Space Stone, thus comprehending the implications of Yi Hao's words. The 6 Infinity Stones anchored the timeline, yet here stood a young man named Yi Hao. His presence rendered even the Time Stone incapable of revealing the entirety of the future. The allure of an unknown narrative is indeed captivating, is it not? Ancient One remarked. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow, pondering how Ancient One, with her regular observations of multiverse, must be well versed in the tales of various universes. The prospect of an unpredictable storyline piqued her interest. Ancient One conceded that there was an element of gamble involved. Should she lose, she would still journey through the multiverse eternally, and if she won, she would witness a wholly different world, a risk-free venture. Ancient One, may I remain in Kamartaj to study magic? Yi Hao invited. Certainly, in Kamartaj we share knowledge. Though some practices are prohibited, Ancient One replied with a smile, exuding a sense of generosity. Yi Hao understood implicitly that the forbidden practices pertained to magic associated with the dark dimension, such as the dark arts chronicled in the Book of Cagliostro. Apologetically, Yi Hao reflected that he had no home in the Marvel Universe. Much like on Blue Star, he had no dwelling prior to his crossing and remained without one afterward. He wiped away a tear, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Theoretically, the land in Norway could be deemed his, yet the locals would not acknowledge it. Establishing a refuge in Kamartaj seemed rather appealing. Cassilis, please escort Master Yi to his quarters, Ancient One directed, ringing a bell, summoning the future assistant Cassilis to appear before Yi Hao. Yes, Ancient One, Cassilis affirmed. The mornings in the Himalayas are truly breathtaking. Yi Hao stretched and rose from his bed. You are finally awake, a voice chimed from outside the door. Master Hammer had been waiting, as Ancient One instructed him to take Yi Hao to the library. Thank you, Master Hammer, Yi Hao expressed. At that moment, a young man emerged from the crowd. Cassilis, Master Hammer greeted. Hammer, Cassilis reciprocated. Who is this? This is Ancient One's guest, Yi Cassilia. Is he not that assistant? Yi Hao squinted, scrutinizing the individual who harbored a penchant for devouring others. Cassilis was encountering one of Ancient One's friend for the first time, particularly one so youthful. He had long sought to understand the immense power of Ancient One, and perhaps this individual could reveal a fragment of her essence to him. Master Yi, as a friend of the Ancient One, your profound mastery of the arcane arts must be truly remarkable. Might I request your guidance? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao recognized the challenge presented to him, a delightful opportunity indeed. With a faint smile, he replied, I possess but a singular spell. You may find it disappointing. Cassilis furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Yi Hao. No matter, I'm certain this spell will prove beneficial. Very well, watch closely. Yi Hao took a stance and struck forward with a punch directed at the horizon. An explosive sound erupted, and shockwaves surged for hundreds of meters, parting the distant clouds. Cassilis's eyes widened in astonishment. Young man, was that punch a culmination of a century's worth of skill? Have you truly mastered it? Yi Hao cast a glance at Cassilis. Chapter 23. Learning with Steve Masterhammer. Might you assist me in locating literature suitable for apprentices? Of course, Master Yi. The new compilation of the universe, the Book of Sight, the Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon, Fundamentals of Magic, and the Spirit and the Mind. Thus, Yi Hao embarked on his scholarly journey once again. After perusing various mystical tomes, he comprehended the magical constructs of Kamartaj thoroughly. The magic of Kamartaj can be delineated into 2 parts. The first involves unearthing the latent energies within the spirit and will, while the second entails utilizing this latent energy to barter for the powers of higher beings, thus enabling the invocation of their magic. It is reminiscent of capitalism. One must toil to earn, then use those earnings to acquire property and vehicles. A classic case of profiting from a sheep. Indeed, the creation of a capitalist mind is evident, embedding such a twist within the lore. For Yihao, this entire process could seamlessly substitute higher beings with the space gem. After excavating his own power, he could siphon the energy from the space gem, achieving a perfect cycle. Upon detecting the host's engagement with the spirit and the mind, the skill Astral Projection 1 was acquired. Upon detecting the host's interaction with incantations, the skill Mirror Space 1 was obtained. Upon the host's reading of Fundamentals of Magic, he was congratulated on acquiring the skill Energy Control 1 and the skill Telekinesis 1. Yihao gazed incredulously at the stack of books before him. To have gained 4 skills in a single instance, Kamartaj was indeed a treasure trove for him. Astral projection, in simpler terms, refers to the phenomenon of the soul exiting the body, yet operates on the principle of projecting one's spirit without compromising physical health. With energy control, he could command the cosmic energy of the space gem, ensuring he would no longer face the predicament of returning to the soul society due to insufficient energy. Telekinesis seemed peculiar, akin to a skill that naturally emerged after mastering the latent energies of the mind. However, the first level of telekinesis would likely only allow the movement of a few drops of water or a gentle breeze. In just a few days, he had acquired 4 skills. If he lingered a while longer, would he not amass a plethora of abilities? As the seasons changed, Yihao remained at Kamartaj for a year in tranquil contemplation. In the chamber, Yihao extended his hand, employing a secret technique to conjure a cube in the air. Within this cube, countless parallel lines gradually unfolded, forming numerous smaller cubes. Utilizing astral projection, he entered the diminutive cube before him. Inside lay an expansive, boundless azure realm. As Yihao manipulated the space, it continually subdivided until a 10 cubic meter enclosure materialized before his eyes. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the skill, Pocket Space. Skill, Pocket Space. Description, a pocket space that is either infinitely large or infinitely small. At that moment, Gu-Yi rapped on his door. Mr. Yihao, have you forgotten your pressing matters? Yihao suddenly remembered that he needed to retrieve the spatial gem. With a hint of reluctance, he replied, I apologize. Kamartaj is truly a paradise on earth, and I inadvertently lingered a bit too long. I am deeply honored. Gu-Yi smiled in response. Over the course of a year, Yihao had attained epic enhancements. Skills, Astral Projection 3-1. You can project an ethereal body. 2. You can use the ethereal body to explore the world. 3. You can utilize the ethereal body to observe the universe. Energy Control 2-1. You can proficiently harness your own energy. 2. You can, to a certain extent, control the energy surrounding you. Telekinesis 3-1. You can create a gentle breeze. 2. You can move objects weighing as much as an ordinary ceramic cup within 5 meters. 3. You can control objects of equal weight to your own. Source of Divine Power 1. You possess a unidirectional source of energy. Mirror Space 1. You can enter mirror space. The Abilities section also underwent a transformation. Abilities, Spatial Secret Techniques, Spatial Perception, Spatial Anchoring, Spatial Positioning, Pocket Space. Spatial abilities were unified under the term Spatial Secret Techniques. Akin to how an ordinary mage borrows magic from higher beings, he was now borrowing magic from the spatial gem. Skills already learned could be directly utilized, while those yet to be mastered could be forcibly borrowed through the source of divine power. Since the spatial gem lacked its own will, he was in essence his own creditor. Thank you for your hospitality, Master Gu-Yi. No need. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. The suspended ring. This item is essential for using teleportation portals and serves as the key to Kamartaj. Ordinary teleportation magic cannot directly access Kamartaj. That is too extravagant. Yihao expressed his gratitude to Gu-Yi and promptly donned the suspended ring. He traced a circle in the air, and a blue portal materialized before him. Until next time, Master Gu-Yi. Under Captain America's leadership, the Howling Commandos achieved victory time and again, forcing the Red Skull to retreat to his final secret base. Captain America charged ahead, riding his somewhat disliked motorcycle, and crashed into the Hydra base, igniting a burst of flames. The Howling Commandos executed a flanking maneuver, assisting Steve in seizing control of the base's entrance. In the depths of the Alps, 500 feet underground, after a heart-pounding aerial chase, He ascended aboard the Red Skull's jet. However, awaiting him was not the Red Skull, but a man from China. The Red Skull collapsed onto the ground. Mr. Steve Rogers. That was rather impolite, Yi Hao remarked, eyeing the shield in his hand. Vibranium, is it? I desire it. And who might you be, sir? Steve inquired. I am a sorcerer from Norway, Yi Hao replied calmly, and I have come specifically for it. With a flick of Yi Hao's finger, Steve beheld the cosmic cube he had longed for. Apologies, sir, but I fear I cannot relinquish it to you, Steve declared, adopting a combat stance. Cannot. How peculiar a description, Yi Hao replied with a subtle smile. This is my possession. Why can you not hand it over to me? I am no fool, sir. To my knowledge, this is the legendary treasure Odin left on Earth. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am the one entrusted by Odin. Steve furrowed his brow. I'm sorry, but you hardly appear to be of age. Yi Hao scrutinized Steve, causing him to tense slightly. Mr. Steve, with your physical condition, decades are but a fleeting moment. Are you still willing to allow me to reclaim the gem? Gem? Apologies, I forgot. You seem to refer to it as the cube. Meanwhile, the Red Skull stealthily crawled closer to the control panel. Mr. Steve, you should understand that this is a power that transcends reason. It should not be wielded by ordinary individuals. My reclamation would be the best outcome. Hesitation flickered in Steve Rogers' eyes. The serum not only enhanced his physical prowess, but also sharpened his mental acuity and willpower. Can you ensure it will not be taken from you? I cannot. Steve frowned at Yi Hao's immediate response. Mr. Steve, your understanding of this universe may be rather superficial, Yi Hao remarked, somewhat exasperated. Do you truly believe Hydra's energy weapons are formidable? If I were to tell you that powerful entities in the universe could obliterate the solar system in the blink of an eye, without them, Earth would be far more perilous. Steve's pupils constricted sharply. For the sake of Earth, he could not allow Yi Hao to take it so easily. Yi Hao, so all my words have been in vain. With a tremendous explosion, the jet's fuselage was nearly obliterated. You damned Chinese, may you descend into hell. Yi Hao delivered a fierce kick to the mouth of the Red Skull, silencing his cries, and followed it with a powerful punch that shattered his skull. Steve staggered to the cockpit of the aircraft, while Yi Hao stood quietly by, observing his attempts to operate the nearly destroyed jet. Sir, it seems we are doomed, Steve lamented. Since you desire it so fervently, I shall leave it in your care. Should you fail to protect it, I shall return to reclaim it. Now is not the time for such discussions, is it? Steve turned around, only to find Yi Hao's figure had vanished. The blue cube remained in its place, and the previous conversation felt like a figment of his dying imagination. With Steve's final maneuvers, the jet ultimately landed on Greenland. Chapter 24. Asgard amidst the ruins. Yi Hao rummaged until he discovered a peculiar pattern. This was a mark left by Odin's use of the Rainbow Bridge. He placed his hand upon the design, activating spatial positioning. A strange wave enveloped him, and his gaze drifted toward the cosmos until it met a pair of eyes that shone like stars. Heimdall nodded in acknowledgement. The blue portal unfolded before him. Welcome to Asgard, Mr. Yi Hao. Yi Hao was no stranger to the fact that others were aware of his name. Heimdall, whose eyes could perceive the entirety of the universe, was undoubtedly well informed about Odin's affairs. Greetings, Mr. Heimdall. It was evident that one destined to be the guardian of Asgard possessed remarkable power. Odin is already aware of your arrival. 2 small white horses, a specialty of Asgard, approached Yi Hao, pulling a small vessel along the Rainbow Bridge. Inside the resplendent hall, he was greeted warmly. Welcome, Yi Hao. Yi Hao had not anticipated that the All-Father Odin would receive him with such hospitality. This is my son, Thor and Loki. Greetings, Yi Hao. Tor Imranjit Yi Hao, his large hands giving a few hearty slaps to his back. Crack. Friend, did you emit a peculiar sound? Thor inquired, puzzled. That was merely the sound of my bones cracking, Yi Hao replied, his expression unmoved. Thor, oblivious to any wrongdoing, laughed heartily and patted Yi Hao's shoulder. You appear quite frail, much like my brother. Crack. Loki cast a sympathetic glance, recognizing a kindred spirit in Yi Hao. In the infirmary of the Celestial Palace, Loki whispered to Yi Hao, why don't we join forces to eliminate this foolish idiot? He had long grown weary of his brother's heavy-handedness, and, upon meeting someone who had endured similar experiences, immediately devised a plan. I have a better approach than simply killing him, Yi Hao replied with a smile, not contradicting Loki. Just as they were formulating their strategy, Frigga entered the room. Loki, how did you come to be here? Loki held a deep respect for Frigga, and he found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unable to confess to her his desire to deliver a harsh lesson to Thor. Lady Frigga, I have formed an instant bond with Loki, who has graciously promised to guide me through the halls of Asgard. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Loki affirmed, nodding vigorously while discreetly giving Yi-Hao a thumbs up. How delightful! Frigga smiled, affectionately ruffling Loki's hair. Mother, I must take my leave for a while. I apologize for my child's reckless actions, she said, watching as Loki departed, then turning to Yi-Hao. There is no need for such apologies, my lady, Yi-Hao interjected, halting her gestures. Thor is merely a child, lacking in understanding. Frigga was well aware of the dynamic between the two. Thor inherited his father Odin's valor, though perhaps to an excessive degree, his muscles having overtaken his intellect. In stark contrast, Loki was a master of cunning and strategy. Yi-Hao felt immense gratitude for being able to maintain amicable relations with both. I appreciate your generosity. As a token of my gratitude, how about I teach you some magic? Frigga said with a smile. Odin mentioned that you have been seeking a place to acquire knowledge. Thank you, my lady, Yi-Hao replied, filled with astonishment. Frigga was a descendant of ancient gods, a pure-blood divine being. In the realm of magical knowledge, there was none in Asgard who could surpass her. Loki, renowned as the foremost sorcerer across the 9 realms, had acquired much of his foundational knowledge from her. Frigga's teachings were straightforward, the fundamentals of magic and illusion. The magic of the Vanir differed immensely from that of Kamartaj. As deities, they possessed innate and formidable powers, requiring no assistance from any external entities. The high entities of Kamartaj were merely of equal standing to them. Skill. Illusion 1. Simple alteration of appearance and form. Energy projection 1. Releases singular energy at close range for a brief duration during Yi-Hao's convalescence. Loki visited him frequently, discovering that Yi-Hao's mischievousness far surpassed his own. Loki's greatest aspiration was to deliver a blow to his boorish brother, allowing him to experience the pain he had endured over the years. However, Thor's combat prowess was so exceptional that he always dismissed Loki's antics as mere play. Upon entering, Loki excitedly waved at Yi-Hao. Hey, Yi-Hao, how is your injury? Loki, is the plan proceeding smoothly? Seeing Loki's demeanor, Yi-Hao sensed that all was well. It has gone exceedingly well, Loki exclaimed, mimicking Thor's antics. That fool kept tearing his trousers on the battlefield, leaving him vulnerable to enemy strikes. It was exhilarating. This was a sensation Loki had not experienced since childhood. Though Thor ultimately emerged victorious, witnessing his bruised and battered visage brought immense satisfaction. Yi-Hao's plan was simple. Have Loki cast a secret spell on Thor's personal garments. A straightforward, shrinking incantation, activated with perfect timing, would yield unexpectedly delightful results. Loki has come to a realization. Despite possessing numerous methods at his disposal, he has chosen the most foolish one. On the battlefield, Yi-Hao gazed in silence at the chaotic scene before him. He recalled Thor's words when he had brought him here. Yi-Hao, as an apology, I have decided to take you to a splendid place. The battlefield. The battlefield, indeed. The 9 realms had long been Odin's domain. The ongoing conflict within the 9 realms arose from disputes among various races, struggles for the throne, sudden clashes, and so forth. For Asgard, Thor exclaimed, wielding his beloved hammer and charging into the fray with a mighty roar. Yi-Hao observed him in silence. Well, it had been a while since he had fought. It was a good opportunity to hone his skills, his secret arts, the void break armor, and the energy blade. As Yi-Hao's abilities expanded, in conjunction with the acquisition of subsequent skills, he gradually forged his own power system. The slashing fist had been divided into several skills that integrated with his own. The slashing technique and barehanded combat became a singular instinctual skill for battle. The instant step was categorized as a form of evasion technique, alongside flight and spatial leaps, all collectively known as evasion arts. The ghost path became the foundation upon which Yi-Hao constructed his secret arts. All his current techniques were derived from modifications of the ghost path. The void break armor, a product of the fusion of the binding path and spatial power, enabled him to create 300 miniature spatial barriers around himself with the aid of energy control. The energy blade emerged from the combination of energy manipulation and energy projection. For Yi-Hao at present, unifying powers to utilize magic was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in the acquisition of power and its more advanced applications. Yi-Hao, you are doing splendidly, Thor shouted excitedly as he witnessed Yi Hao wreaking havoc on the battlefield. The conflict concluded swiftly. At the celebration, Yi Hao and Thor indulged in hearty drinks, and in such revelry, the drunken reveler received immense adoration. After the festivities, Loki approached Yi Hao. Yi Hao accepted the towel that Loki offered him. "Are you leaving?" Loki inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. The two had become close friends, sharing everything in the Celestial Palace, particularly their mutual understanding regarding Thor. "I'm sorry, Loki, but I have lingered in the Celestial Palace for quite some time. It's time for me to return and relish my own life." Yi Hao had spent 2 years in the palace, during which he alternated between chaotic battles in the 9 realms with Thor and teasing Thor alongside Loki. A 300-year-old youth, he lived as if he were caretaker. Chapter 25. The difficulty of buying a house Norway. Yi Hao returned to his dilapidated ruins. He had previously inquired of Odin whether he could be granted this piece of land. Odin had happily agreed to bestow the ruins upon Yi Hao. However, it was likely that the locals would not acknowledge this transaction. Yet, that was of little concern. The illusion arts would intervene. Yi Hao swiftly cleared the area and encircled a substantial portion of land. Illusion Art 3. Capable of influencing the environment within a certain range. First, I inscribed the unique magical runes of Asgard upon the ground, then infused them with arcane energy. A circle of magical sigils illuminated with tiny sparks, and soon the surrounding scenery shimmered, melding into the environment. I incorporated refraction, illusions, and the art of banishment. This land, though not rightfully mine, shall become so. Yi Hao gazed contentedly at the remnants of his abode, acknowledging the arduous journey ahead. "Ancient One, do you find yourself in need of assistance?" The Ancient One regarded Yi Hao with curiosity. "Are you seeking employment?" Clearing his throat, he replied, as the saying goes, "A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes." Yi Hao felt a pang of discomfort, arriving in this realm devoid of any currency. His adventures across worlds had yet to yield wealth. His life could easily be summed up by the singular word, impoverished. Among the many who traverse dimensions, he was perhaps the only one to endure such prolonged destitution. "I wish to serve as an instructor," Yi Hao declared, "as I have developed a wholly new construct of arcane techniques." The Ancient One's interest piqued. She understood that Yi Hao's methodologies diverged from those of Kamartaj, yet she had never witnessed them firsthand. Yi Hao gestured in the air, crafting a square. Beneath a cascade of blue particle effects, he harnessed the power of space, delineating points, drawing lines, and forming surfaces, ultimately translating the surface forward. A cubic shape materialized before the Ancient One, adorned with intricate details rendered in luminous particles. With both hands cradling the sphere, Yi Hao summoned a multitude of parallel lines within the cube's center, intertwining to create countless smaller cubes. He lifted the cube with one hand, revealing that the space contained numerous microspaces, which could be manipulated within the arcane construct to transform the cube into a pocket dimension. This not only allowed for the storage of living entities, but also facilitated the construction of fixed-point teleportation portals, greatly enhancing long-distance travel. What a remarkable concept. The Ancient One marveled at the cube resting in Yi Hao's palm. "Yi Hao, the sorcerer, you're most welcome in Kamartaj." With the advent of this pocket dimension technique, the lives of sorcerers were significantly eased. However, in contrast to Yi Hao's effortless mastery, they required a structured approach to negotiate for his assistance. Naturally, their pocket dimensions were individually constructed and wholly belonged to them, with Yi Hao holding no authority over them. Yet, the spatial energy required to forge these pocket realms needed to be borrowed from him. As an increasing number of sorcerers began to utilize the technique, Yi Hao observed a continual enhancement of his own magical prowess. He had identified the reason behind the dissemination of knowledge among those higher beings. The latent energy stemmed from mental will, serving as the inherent currency of trade. To request spatial energy from Yi Hao, one must render an appropriate price, either by bearing a relevant mark, akin to Dormammu or Shumagorath, or by exchanging the right to wield magic, reminiscent of Ishani. The Ancient One, however, stood apart. Possessing an exceptionally high mastery of spatial manipulation, she could thrive even without drawing upon the power of the Space Stone. Yi Hao suspected that should she seek to borrow power, she might very well not return it. Like Dormammu, who was thoroughly consumed by the Ancient One, she too possesses the ability to create pocket dimensions, even entire pocket universes. A mage posed a question. Master Yi Hao, is the size of a pocket space infinite? Yi Hao replied, no, although theoretically it could be boundless, it is contingent upon your latent energy. The more energy you can provide, the larger the space will be. A person's life is finite, hence the space will also be limited. Hearing what he desired, Caecilius hastily inquired, Master Yi Hao, do you possess a method for immortality? The inevitability of birth, aging, illness, and death is preordained. Seeking eternal life is a folly. Yi Hao smiled faintly. However, Master Caecilius, I can reveal to you a path to immortality. For Caecilius, only power and an endless lifespan are eternal. In pursuit of these two, he would sacrifice and relinquish everything. Spiritual immortality. Do you mean to live on in the hearts of others? Caecilius furrowed his brow, somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. No, it is to transcend the corporeal, achieving spiritual immortality. Yi Hao's words plunged Caecilius into contemplation. Today's lesson concludes here. As long as you can grasp the fundamentals, this secret art shall accompany you. Ancient One, are you not going to eliminate that scoundrel? Before the cosmic cauldron, the Ancient One and Yi Hao observed a man and a woman in a tender embrace. The man was none other than Star-Lord's father, a celestial being. The crises of the material world are entrusted to its guardians. If everything requires my intervention, I would have no personal life whatsoever. Indeed, Yi Hao nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with the sentiment. At heart, Yi Hao was somewhat lethargic. Given even a modicum of self-preservation ability, he would demonstrate what it means to give up. Let's begin, Master Yi Hao. Yi Hao and the Ancient One huddled together, for they had significant matters at hand, the crafting of magical artifacts. At Kamar Taj, there exists a plethora of magical instruments, which serve to encapsulate secret arts within them, with the most distinguished being the sacred relics. The theory is straightforward. The materials are derived from the URU metal that Yi Hao procured in Asgard. He, Yi Hao, boasts friends across the 9 realms. Thor and Loki readily acquiesced to Yi Hao's request, escorting him directly to the Dwarven realm, where he met with King Eitri. Eitri, a diminutive dwarf standing at 5 meters 4, possesses exceptional forging skills. The vast majority of weapons currently in Asgard were crafted by his hand. Ultimately, with Eitri's assistance, a multitude of rings was forged. Yi Hao did not count the exact number, as a single ingot of URU metal could be smelted into dozens of rings. Considering that Yi Hao's future female companions might number quite significantly, producing a larger quantity seemed entirely reasonable. The Dwarf King deemed the task lacking in technical challenge. Thus he enhanced the rings slightly using rune inscriptions. The current whiteboard ring possesses the remarkable ability to automatically adjust to the wearer's finger, exhibiting an extraordinary hardness capable of withstanding the intense heat found at the core of a star. Even upon shattering, it can seamlessly reassemble itself, and through a cycle of magical energy, it enhances the user's own spells. In essence, it has been casually fortified. As the structure unfolded in the hands of the Ancient One, all the rings shimmered with runes. Yi Hao's task was to inscribe his arcane design onto the ring. The final product appeared unassuming. The runes were etched on the inner side of the ring. As Yi Hao manipulated it, a hollow blue cube was embedded into one corner of the ring. The edges of the runes moved like tendrils, enveloping the blue cube. It was complete. This was the storage ring. Congratulations, Mage Yi Hao. You have created an entirely new artifact. Chapter 26. Fuyuki City, is this the fate that befalls the traitorous witch? It was evident that Medea was on the verge of despair as she gazed at the sky, its gloom mirroring her own somber mood. Suddenly, a corpse plummeted from above, landing beside her. How inconsiderate to discard bodies so carelessly. The people of Fuyuki City lacked manners. Medea twisted her body, attempting to distance herself from the corpse. The lifeless figure coughed up blood, raising its head to meet her gaze for a fleeting moment. A mutual recognition emerged. They were both on the brink of doom. You all right? Yi Hao asked, blood spilling with each utterance. Medea felt a pang of concern. She channeled a fragment of her magical energy, invoking a healing spell she had not used in centuries to alleviate his injuries. Upon receiving the healing, Yi Hao finally ceased his bleeding. What happened to you? He inquired. I had a confrontation with the root. Isn't the root merely an abstract concept? I gave it a resounding slap, and in return, it kicked me. That is how I ended up like this. And you? I was betrayed and subsequently injured. Well, you're not worse off than I am, Yi Hao said with a hint of pride. Medea shot him a disapproving glance. Even in dire straits, he sought to compare their misfortunes. Yet, the unexpected presence of this man ignited a flicker of survival instinct within her. "Are you a magician?" Medea inquired. "Not exactly." Yi Hao attempted to shake his head, but failed. "Do you have any wishes?" "I wish to marry 10 wives." After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "No, 20. Medea fell silent for a moment before deciding to abandon all hope. "Just wait for death. There's no saving you." Observing Medea's vacant expression, Yi Hao resolved to take action. "You cannot simply give up. One must have dreams. How can you know that effort is futile if you do not strive?" "I am a witch, not a human," Medea retorted, casting him a disdainful glance as she shifted into a more comfortable position to await her demise. Determined, Yi Hao struggled to rise from the ground. "I shall prove to you what true manhood should embody." He staggered, collapsing onto Medea. "Medea, Yi Hao, apologize for overestimating myself." "Move aside." Yi Hao's breath brushed against her ear, making Medea feel uncomfortable under his weight. "My bones are broken in more than half. I cannot move." Yi Hao's body quivered like a salted fish. "Then how were you able to move just now?" Medea struggled to adjust Yi Hao's head. "I merely exerted myself, only to realize my efforts were futile." The two remained at an impasse for a moment. "No, this is unbearable. It would be better to be dead." Medea thought it was best to find a more dignified way to meet her end. Her previously extinguished will to survive ignited once more. She reached out, dipped her fingers in Yi Hao's blood, and placed it in her palm. "Would you be willing to become my master?" "Unwilling." Yi Hao's response came swiftly, though not as quickly as Medea's. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my master." A command seal emerged from the back of Yi Hao's hand, and a surge of magical energy flowed into Medea's body along with the seal. "Ah," she exclaimed, feeling an unexpected comfort after enduring a long drought. "I heard nothing." Yi Hao noticed the look in Medea's eyes, and he faltered quickly. Of course, had he not been injured, the iron-willed Yi Hao would never have backed down. Under a dim sky, a gentle rain fell. A figure struggled through the downpour. Medea carried Yi Hao, her body slightly elevated above the ground. "So, am I now part of the Holy Grail War?" "Little May, do you have a place to stay?" "Of course I do not." "Little May, why do you look more beautiful with your face concealed rather than when you remove your hood?" Medea. She retracted a message and attempted to block him. "Little May, you appear quite tall, yet you are only 163 centimeters in reality. How could you—" "Little May, how could you use foul language? You've wounded my feelings." Yi Hao attempted to pound his chest in frustration, but failed. "Little May, be quiet. Instead, consider where we shall reside now." Medea replied irritably. "Let us just find an abandoned house to make do." An abandoned church. The interior of the church bore signs of age, with dilapidated benches and scattered stones. Dust swirled in the air, glittering under the stained glass as they entered. Medea unceremoniously tossed Yi Hao onto the ground and comfortably reclined on a bench. Today has been exhausting. Within the crumbling church, Medea continuously employed magic to shift stones and mend the church's flaws. Yi Hao, clad in a salvaged priest attire, faced a shattered crucifix. My lord, why have you forsaken me?" Bathed in the soft light filtering through the stained glass, Yi Hao appeared to merge with his surroundings, exuding an aura of sanctity. Medea paused her actions, gazing at Yi Hao in a daze. "Little May, come." Noticing Medea's gaze, Yi Hao waved to her, prompting her curiosity to lead her to his side. "This is for you," he said, producing a ring. It was a spatial ring, containing an internal pocket dimension, easily likened to an inherent barrier, capable of holding items and even allowing living beings to enter, proving to be quite convenient. Since Medea had met Jason, no one had bestowed gifts upon her. Without hesitation, Yi Hao placed the ring on her finger. Medea was taken aback. She, a renowned sorceress of Greek mythology, had been ensnared by the machinations of the gods, falling for a man who plunged her into an abyss of despair, sacrificing much, yet earning only the title of a traitorous witch. This gift was the most precious she had received since departing from Colchis. A blush crept across her cheeks. As long as the suitor did not aspire to marry 20 wives, she could entertain the thought. Yi Hao earnestly encouraged her. "Little May, you must strive. My wish to wed 20 wives now rests upon you." At his words, Medea trembled and pulled out a talisman, exclaiming, "I will eliminate you." Fuyuki City, a place plagued by calamity, had been ravaged by the Fourth Holy Grail War, and the fifth brought forth a horde of beasts. The city resembled a young girl with torn stockings, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, whispering, "Please, do not come near." Medea, in a state of panic, implored, "Don't come any closer. Little May, you cannot continue like this," Yihao admonished. Inside the church, clad in a priest's robes, he appeared devout. As a great clergyman, how can you not endure such minor hardships? How can you hope to guide the lost souls of the world and spread the light of the Lord? Medea gazed at the nun's attire in Yihao's hands, her face beneath the hood flushing crimson. Is it merely a nun's outfit? But you are a witch. How can a witch lack the appearance befitting her nature? Be open-minded. I will not disdain you. Truly, you will not disdain me? Medea seemed to latch onto a crucial phrase, gazing earnestly into Yihao's eyes. He reciprocated her earnestness. She discerned that in Yihao's eyes lay only pure admiration, so untainted that it left her feeling exposed. Very well, I shall wear it. With resolve, she snatched the nun's outfit and retreated to her room. It must be said, attire does matter. The nun's dress clung to her form, perfectly accentuating Medea's figure. The snowy white cross pendant at her chest was the crowning touch. Remarkable, her sapphire-like eyes, fair skin, and crimson lips exuded a captivating beauty, revealing a gentle nature. Yet, even a witch who had lived for centuries found it somewhat overwhelming to face Yihao's gaze. Chapter 27. The Hound of Charon beneath the cold moonlight. A church stood silently. A figure leaped into the shadows of the trees. Indeed, a magical workshop. He had sustained injuries, yet, to his surprise, she had found a new master in such a short span of time. While he observed, a voice emerged from behind him. "Good evening, sir." Si Chulin was taken aback, springing into an open space. "Who goes there?" From the dark thicket, Yihao gradually stepped forth, with Medea floating gracefully in his wake. Yihao regarded Si Chulin with a smirk. "How is S.C. Thatch faring?" Si Chulin's eyes widened. "You know that old woman? If S.C. Thatch were to hear this, one might fear a beating. Si Chulin, the Hound of Ulster, the son of Light in Ireland." He eyed Yihao warily. "How do you know my identity?" Yihao simulate faintly. "Is it so strange that the omniscient Lord knows your identity?" He then shifted his tone, his voice growing colder. "I had intended to draw you into the Church of the Holy Light, but alas, you have harmed my dear May. For that, you must pay the price." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Medea's eyes. "Do you dare to challenge me with your mortal form?" Si Chulin let out a raucous laugh. "Master, perhaps we should retreat and contemplate a strategy." Medea hesitated. Although Yihao sought vengeance for her, her capabilities were insufficient for direct confrontation. The summoned heroic spirits typically possessed formidable magical attributes, and even her exceptional magical prowess seemed inadequate against a cadre of such formidable entities. "May, you need only watch from the sidelines," Yihao said, loosening his muscles. "I will handle this." Medea stared blankly at Yihao as he advanced. In her mind, it was essential to make adequate preparations before facing this Holy Grail war. Yet, beside Yihao, it felt as though no thought was required. Yihao stood in the arena. "Are you not coming?" Si Chulin rested the gi balg upon his shoulder. "I have no desire to strike at an unarmed opponent." As a heroic spirit, Si Chulin possessed his own pride. His coarse words were merely a effet ade of his character. Yihao replied, "There is no need to concern yourself with that. Unarmed combat has its own methods. As a great hero of the past, should you not respect your opponent's intentions?" Hearing this, Si Chulin readied his spear. "Then as you wish." After a brief standoff, both parties moved simultaneously. The gi balg clashed against Yihao's hand, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. The resulting gust stirred the surrounding foliage. Si Chulin was taken aback. "Could it be that you are the true servant? What is that treasure in your hand?" "Merely some rudimentary techniques." Yihao tilted his head. "Now I shall be serious." In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. Si Chulin rolled aside to evade the blow, incredulously gazing at the cleaved trees behind him. "You are indeed no ordinary person." The figures of both combatants once again overlapped, their fierce offensive and defensive maneuvers unfolding like a tempest upon the battlefield. Si Chulin, driven by the desire to engage in a battle befitting a hero against a worthy opponent, responded to the summons of the Holy Grail. Yet that wretched master issued him a command to fight his servant without the intent to slay. However, the man before him was not merely a servant. Thus, such an edict naturally held no weight. "This is the battle I yearned for." Yi Hao fused the arts of combat with secret techniques, developing a unique instant strike. Each blow imbued with tremendous force, his magical energy coalescing like a solid mass upon his hands, allowing him to disregard the noble phantasms and engage in a visceral melee. Si Chulin's skills were exceedingly refined, and after exchanging 50 blows, neither could claim victory over the other. For a human to contend with a heroic spirit to such an extent, I can see that you are indeed a formidable warrior worthy of standing alongside legends. Si Chulin retreated with a wild laugh. As a heroic spirit, you could not defeat me, a mere human. Your lack of training is evident. Yi Hao steadied himself. Then let me grant you a swift demise. Magical energy gathered upon the Gibid, a crimson light flaring in his grasp. Gibid, master. Medea rushed forward, intent on halting the noble phantasm. Yi Hao extended his hand to stop her. Fear not, the root cannot slay me. He clenched his fist, adopting a stance for a powerful strike. Secret technique, true punch. A torrent of magical energy erupted from Yi Hao's shoulders, tearing through his garments. In an instant, the red light surged towards Yi Hao's heart while the force of his magical energy propelled the fist towards Si Chulin. Boom! In the vast expanse, 500 meters from the church, a tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a brilliant conflagration. Medea brushed aside the smoke and rushed to Yi Hao's side, grasping his arm. Master Yi Hao, how are you? Blood flowed from Yi Hao's heart. It's nothing, just a mere fatal wound. He swayed slightly, leaning against Medea's embrace. Little May, you are an ethereal being, yet you smell so delightful. Medea was taken aback that he could still jest in such a dire moment. Human, I admit my defeat. Si Chulin lay in a pool of his own blood. He could not comprehend how a human, with a pierced heart, could still be alive, yet he readily acknowledged his loss. Kill me. Do you wish to be tainted by the Holy Grail? Si Chulin was perplexed by this seemingly nonsensical question. Does death not signify his return to the Hall of Heroes? Tainted? Leaning against Medea, Yi Hao rubbed against her. Are you aware of the mechanism that creates the Holy Grail? Medea desired to cast him aside. The Holy Grail was already tainted during the Third Holy Grail War. It cannot fulfill your wish. To say it cannot fulfill is somewhat inaccurate. Yi Hao contemplated before correcting. It fulfills wishes in an abnormal, twisted manner. For instance, if you desire immortality, it may transform you into a sentient piece of gold. Upon your demise, not only will you be unable to return to the Hall of Heroes, but you will also be devoured by the Holy Grail, becoming a mere pawn under its dominion. Si Chulin furrowed his brow. Is what you say true? I could slay you at any moment. There is no need for deceit. He replied, just as Yi Hao had asserted. Si Chulin found himself believing his words. Yet, what difference does it make? I had intended for you to be my servant. But alas, you have harmed my dear May. Medea pinched Yi Hao's side. Hish, May, let's focus on the matter at hand. Yi Hao whispered into Medea's ear. She immediately withdrew her hand, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she shot a fierce glare in his direction. I apologize, but do not mistake my demeanor. I am incapable of betraying my master. The very word betrayal pierced Medea's heart. Then I shall ensure you suffer, she declared, her expression transforming into that of a demon. Hey, what do you intend to do? Si Chulin gazed at Medea with trepidation as she approached him. Chapter 28. Annihilation and salvation, why have you brought me out at such an early hour? Medea questioned, bewildered by Yi Hao's uncommon early rising. She glanced at the sun rising from the east. It hasn't even risen from the west, has it? Yi Hao glared at her. What nonsense are you speaking? Am I truly that slothful? Today, we embark on a mission. Huh, what mission? You, an atheist, suddenly believe in a cause upon donning your attire? Who would believe that? Medea, showing remarkable restraint, kept her thoughts to herself, though her disdainful expression spoke volumes. The two meandered until they arrived before a grand mansion. Where's this? The Matu residence. The family with the least faith in all of Fuyuki City. Yi Hao's expression shifted subtly, sending a shiver down Medea's spine. Matu Zokin, originally named Zokin Machiri, was merely a transliteration. His obsession with immortality was grotesque, showing utter disregard for the lives of others. Once a young man with noble aspirations, he had ultimately descended into the abyss of pursuing the Holy Grail. In the Matu basement, Matu Zokan seized Sakura's hand and unceremoniously tossed her into the insect chamber. Heroes descend. Yi Hao embraced Sakura, gazing deeply into her eyes as he spun her around 30 times in the air. Upon landing, Sakura stumbled away, retching violently. "This makes no sense," Yihao mused, stroking his chin. "How could such a romantic scene devolve into this?" Medea rolled her eyes, nearly turning them skyward. "Straight man. He deserves to be single for life. Who are you?" An elderly man glared at Yihao, hostility radiating from his gaze. "I am your father," Yihao replied, stretching his limbs. Today, he had come to rescue the maiden. He harbored no fondness for the old man, and approached with a swift kick to that repulsive visage. At the moment of impact, Kanto Zongyin's body shattered into countless insects. Yihao advanced with a powerful stance, unleashing a tempest that turned the massive insects into crimson mist. "You cannot slay me with such feeble attempts," he exclaimed. "Xiaomei." Yihao's eyes narrowed slightly. Medea conjured a long-prepared barrier, an immense enchantment enveloping not only the surroundings, but extending 300 meters beneath the Kanto estate, churning waves of filth, vessels of madness, boiling, numb, flickering, insomniac. The steel princess is corroded, the clay effigy crumbles. Gather, engage, flood the ground with knowledge of their impotence. As Yihao chanted, a tremendous surge of magical energy swept outward, filling the barrier with a dark prison. Medea sensed Yihao's genuine fury and seized Kanto Sakura, propelling them towards the barrier's edge. Secret Arts, Obliteration Chamber. This technique, a fusion of the black coffin and spatial power, targeted everything within the confines of the barrier. The world dimmed to pitch black in Kanto Zonyin's eyes, only to be overwhelmed by blinding light moments later. The explosion roared, radiance akin to a sun erupted. Yet all was stifled by the barrier, unseen by the outside world. Medea cast a worried glance towards the interior of the barrier. As the surrounding enchantment began to fracture, a vast void unfolded before her. Kanto Sakura gazed incredulously at the scene. The entire Kanto family, along with 300 meters underground, had been erased from existence. Yihao descended from the heavens, cloaked in smoke. "He, my dear lady, do you intend to embrace the faith?" Kanto Sakura, caught in a half-dream state, vaguely perceived two figures. "Do you plan to extract the insect from within her?" Seeing those repugnant creatures made Medea feel nauseous. She looked at the pitiful child, reminiscent of her tormented past. "I shall employ spatial magic to expel the insects from her body. Xiaomei, at that moment, you will use healing magic to preserve her health." Kanto Sakura's body had been transformed by the insects, and their direct removal would result in immediate death. These insects also served as a magical circuit. Their abrupt extraction would inflict immense agony, and even if she were to succumb to unconsciousness, she would awaken in pain. Yihao was no physician, and his knowledge of healing magic was rudimentary, limited to the most basic restorative spells. Healing magic was the first skill Medea had learned in her youth, making her the most suitable for this task. Doing so will cause her to lose her magical circuits, rendering her an ordinary person. Have you considered this? She may come to resent you in the future. Those wretched insects can construct circuits. I can certainly do the same. However, I require something to bear the magical circuits. Yihao said, directing his gaze towards Medea. "Don't look at me. I possess no magical materials. I can't conjure something from thin air for you," Medea replied, shaking her head vigorously in response to Yihao's gaze. "Truly useless." A question mark appeared above Medea's head. "We shall see about that. So what now?" "Oh, you need to enlighten me on the art of magic," Medea remarked. "Why are you still prattling on?" "This is a ring, intricately engraved with complex runes, adorned with a hollow blue cube atop it. How many such rings do you possess?" Medea, visibly displeased, caressed the ring on her hand. Yihao chuckled teasingly. "Little May, are you feeling envious? Who'll be jealous?" Medea averted her gaze from Yihao, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. When a heroic spirit is summoned to the present realm, they are endowed with knowledge pertinent to the current era. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously come to regard this ring as a treasured possession. Naturally, she would not confide this to Yihao. "I shall use this ring to construct a magical conduit, allowing me to precisely locate and extract the insects within her body through spatial stasis and teleportation. After relocating them, I must gradually release the temporal stasis to enable the healing magic to take effect." It sounds straightforward, yet it requires meticulous precision, a task at which he felt uncertain. If one were to liken Yihao and Aozaki Aoko, They shared a remarkable talent for destruction. However, any situation solvable by destructive sorcery should not be this troublesome. So, Sakura, have you made your decision? Matu, Sakura opened her eyes, a flicker of light breaking through her otherwise vacant gaze. Yes, I implore your assistance. The new church was meticulously designed by Yihao himself, with Medea taking charge of its implementation, a grand culmination of Yihao's endless efforts. Not only were all the basic infrastructures replaced, but 10 spacious chambers were also constructed within to accommodate Yihao's desire to marry 20 wives. In the confessional room, a woman's voice, sweet and alluring, exclaimed, "Father, I am guilty." "The Lord shall listen to your voice," Yihao replied solemnly. "Just moments ago, I encountered my destined one, yet I dared not ask for his contact information. Father, what must I do?" "My dear, you should summon your courage and boldly extend an invitation in pursuit of your happiness. Is the father free tonight?" "Of course." The woman extended her hand through the small opening of the confessional, handing Yihao a note. "Father, there are others waiting outside." Medea, unable to endure the nefarious dealings occurring within, sensed Yihao's discomfort through her tone and promptly withdrew his hand. "Ahem, my lady, the Lord is weary today. Perhaps another time." Distracted by Medea, Yihao lost both the opportunity to charm a lady and to redeem a wayward soul. "Must I truly wear this attire?" Sakura Matu. "Kudat in annunsatire, timidly approachit Yihao." "Indeed, it suits you perfectly," he remarked. The pristine whiteness revealed at her chest harmonized beautifully with the white stockings, creating an enchanting realm of innocence. Her flowing purple hair, coupled with the blush adorning her delicate face, epitomized youthful shyness. "Absolutely splendid. Remarkably, your bosom is even more ample than Medea's. Truly a hidden gem," Yihao exclaimed, covering his nose and giving a thumbs up. The nosebleed he experienced was undoubtedly a consequence of his still healing injuries. Yihao was, after all, a decent citizen. Medea glared at Yihao, clearly displeased with his apparent infatuation, and delivered a sharp kick to him. Chapter 29. The serious church. At this moment, Shiro Amiya was in a state of distress, having been inexplicably embroiled in a conflict. The young girl, proclaiming herself the Queen of Great Britain, devoured a large bowl of rice with alarming gusto. Just today, he had been ambushed by a small, red-eyed, white-haired girl. Having already encountered a priest previously, he was now confronted by yet another inexplicable cleric. "Do you believe in God?" Yihao inquired, holding a Bible and flashing a smile. "Currently, we offer oil and rice as part of our religious outreach, and there are special events. Come and join our grand community." Shiro Amiya felt a twinge of temptation. "Shiro, do not be deceived. That is the enemy's scheme," exclaimed Artoria, shaking him fervently. "Where is Sakura? Bring out the rice." Yihao snapped his fingers. Sakura Matu emerged from behind Yihao, carrying a hefty bag of rice weighing a full 50 kilograms. Her complexion flushed as she tried to shield her lower body, yet she had no choice but to clutch the rice. Fortunately, the size of the bag concealed her face, sparing her from the embarrassment of facing the crowd. Artoria hesitated, gazing at the sizable sack of rice. "Shiro, perhaps no. That is the enemy's plot," Shiro insisted, shaking Artoria again. Yihao beckoned to Medea. "Moreover, we have oil." Reluctantly, Medea produced a bucket of oil. "Smile, little Medea. Mind your manners. We must spread the Lord's brilliance throughout the entirety of Fuyuki City." Medea, standing at 5 feet 3 inches, looked down at Yihao with a disdainful expression. At that moment, Sakura could no longer bear the weight. The rice bag slipped from her grasp, but Yihao was quick to catch it. "Thank goodness the rice is all right," he sighed in relief. This was a crucial tool for persuasion. Sakura shot Yihao a resentful glance. "Sakura?" Shiro Amiya was taken aback by the scene before him. "Sakura, are you being threatened by this scoundrel priest?" Rinto Saka's eyes glinted with fury. "What nonsense! She's a nun of our holy light church." Yihao patted Sakura Matu's shoulder. "Isn't that right, Sakura?" With a flushed face and glistening eyes. She clutched her skirt tightly. I am here on my own accord. Isn't that tantamount to coercion?" Rin glared at Yihao with indignation. "You perverse priest. What have you done to Sakura?" "He guess. I suspect you are a fool." Faced with such a lewd smile, Rinto Saka could no longer endure it. "Go. Eliminate that perverse priest." "Sister, I truly volunteered." Sakura Matu extricated herself from Yihao's embrace, shielding him as she confronted Rinto Saka. "Sakura?" Rinto Saka furrowed her brow. In the Amiya household's living room, Why has Ilya also taken a seat? Young man, do not be deceived by the facade before you. Yi Hao spoke gravely. Facade? Shiro Amiya inquired with curiosity. The young lady before you is indeed 18 years of age this year. 18. Shiro Amiya and all present gazed at Ilya in astonishment. Ilya raised her cup and took a sip of tea, her eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity. How does this big brother know? The Lord is omniscient and omnipotent. Yi Hao replied with a devout expression. Have faith in the Lord, and he shall reveal all that you seek to know. You false priest. Rin Tosaka scoffed at Yi Hao. Do you wish to know who your servant truly is? Yi Hao asked, unperturbed. Do you really know? Rin Tosaka was indeed curious about this nameless servant, who claimed to have amnesia and kept their noble phantasm a secret. Yi Hao nodded, fight, and I shall grant you a bag of rice. Rin Tosaka remained skeptical of Yi Hao's words. False priest, what are your true intentions? The Holy Grail has been tainted. This Holy Grail war is unjust. 10 years ago, Kiritsugu Amiya devised a plan that would completely eliminate the Greater Grail in 40 years. Father? Hearing the familiar name, Shiro Amiya looked at Yi Hao with curiosity. Indeed, young man, this was arranged by your adoptive father. During the Third Holy Grail War, someone summoned a servant of the Avenger class, which became the root of all troubles. Yi Hao leisurely sipped his tea. After a while, Rin Tosaka urged, Hey, why have you stopped speaking? Have you decided to embrace faith? I believe, is that not sufficient? Rin Tosaka exclaimed, grasping her head in exasperation. The story is only half told. One must undergo baptism to embrace faith. Yi Hao's expression turned serious, his gaze imbued with fervor. Medea, beside them, rolled her eyes, knowing well the true nature of his fervor. What baptism? Hurry up. Rin Tosaka's mind conjured images of the standard baptism from the Orthodox Church. After all, what could be so significant about baptism? Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. Little May, Medea, looking displeased, retrieved a nun's outfit from the small cubic ring on her finger, a very short version. Simply wear this, and paired with black stockings, the baptism will be complete. Yi Hao earnestly explained it. You simply want to see this absurdity, not a baptism at all. Rin Tosaka fumed. So, will you change or not? Yi Hao asked, unyielding. Rin Tosaka shot a fierce glare at Yi Hao before heading off to change clothes in a nearby room. How infuriating! Were it not for her intense curiosity regarding the truth of the Holy Grail War, she, the esteemed heiress of the Tosaka lineage, a noble family steeped in magical heritage, would never submit to such a twisted priest. Moments later, Rin emerged in her new attire. The twin-tailed nun's outfit possessed a unique charm, particularly accentuated by her alluring legs clad in black stockings, enough to captivate Yi Hao for an entire year. His gaze soon fell upon Rin's chest, his expression turning to disdain. TSK, your endowment leaves much to be desired. You perverted priest. After considerable effort, the group managed to calm the furious Rin Tosaka. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she addressed Yi Hao. Priest, may I inquire now? Yi Hao leisurely blew on his tea. I can answer one question. What is it that you wish to know? Rin, puzzled, responded, Aren't you going to continue with the previous topic? Only one person has embraced faith. If all of you join my illustrious Church of the Holy Light, I shall reveal the truth of the Holy Grail. What on earth is the Church of the Holy Light? Rin thought to herself. As the daughter of a magical family, she had never heard of such a thing. The Church of the Holy Light is a formidable force that spans the multiverse. Speak with more respect. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. More respect? Rin could no longer contain herself. Eliminate this scoundrel. The servant Amiya offered no response, merely gazing quietly at Yi Hao, a person he had not encountered in his previous cycle. Rin quickly realized, Fake priest, I demand the information I seek. Wait. Rin, what are you doing? Revealing one's servant's information to the opponent is a grave taboo in the Holy Grail War. The servant Amiya was taken aback. Should she learn his details, it would lead to immediate social death. Silence. Rin shouted at her servant, turning her gaze back to Yi Hao. It is disappointing that you still refuse to address me as my Lord Priest. Nevertheless, the Lord has chosen to forgive your disrespect. Seeing Rin on the verge of an explosion, Yi Hao swiftly shifted the topic. This servant, I too follow the faith. My only request is that you do not divulge any information about me to Rin. The servant Amiya immediately interrupted Yi Hao. Yi Hao, taken aback by the complexity of the situation, glanced at Rin. I have never encountered such a scenario before. Why don't you resolve this yourselves? As Rin and Emiya began to bicker, Yi Hao's attention drifted to the blonde-haired figure. By the way, young Emiya, your servant bears the title of the Great Eater of Britain. Artoria slammed her hand on the table in anger. Are you insulting me? You mistake the round table for a dining table. Artoria, one strike to sink. And your eating bowl is the same size as the pot for cooking. The tuft of hair atop her head drooped in dismay. Young lady, do you believe in the holy light? Artoria's eyes were devoid of spirit. There's nothing particularly wrong with the holy light, is there? Shiro Emiya rushed forward to offer comfort. For reasons unknown, Medea also approached to console Artoria, her gaze peculiar, as if she had taken a liking to an intriguing toy. Yi Hao recalled that Medea was known as the most ancient queen of cooks in human history. Upon this realization, he dared not ponder further. Chapter 30. Grandeur and Grace. Yi Hao noticed Iliasvil's gaze. Disguised as a lowly, is there anything you wish to inquire about? Iliasvil asked, do you know why I'm participating in this Holy Grail war? Yi Hao raised two fingers, two objectives. The first is to eliminate Kiritsugu Emiya. The second is to defeat all masters, seize their magical energy, and become the Greater Grail. You seem to know quite a lot, big brother, Iliasvil replied. Her red eyes filled with insatiable curiosity, her fingers brushing her lips in an alluring manner. Yi Hao's heart raced, as if gripped by an invisible hand. This was troubling. He hoped he wasn't developing feelings for a lowly. He recalled the legal statutes regarding such matters. At least 5 years in prison, at most the death penalty. Wait, wasn't she a legal lowly? No, I, Yi Hao, am a law-abiding citizen. I shall never bow to a lowly. Ultimately, no conflict ensued. Iliasvil departed with her spoils. Yi Hao left behind a sack of rice and a barrel of oil, taking with him Sakura, Medea, and the somewhat unwilling Rin Tosaka. Another perfect morning unfolded. Is your church not open at noon? Rin stormed into Yi Hao's room, her face flushed with irritation. She and little Sakura had been working outside, maintaining that commercial smile for the entire morning. At noon, when the Lord's radiance shone brightest, rising at this hour was a true sign of respect. Yi Hao sitirichit comfortably. He scrutinized Rin Tosaka, his gaze revealing an odd glimmer. Flat, you showed disrespect to the priest. I must punish you. Punish? Rin retreated a few steps. Eink, Yi Hao verdi. Moments later, no mainstream, made outfit. Akalt. Yi Hao cast a disdainful glance at Rin. Isn't this what you wanted me to wear? Rin fumed, having never been so incensed in her life. The outfit was composed entirely of bows and lace, rendering her almost weightless. Of course, she did not particularly favor such attire, though it felt rather pleasant. Father, today's treatment. Sister, Sakura approached, having heard Yi Hao stir. She had reclaimed her original surname, Tosaka. The current Sakura was much more composed and no longer clutched at her skirt. Rin observed the transformation in Sakura, momentarily at a loss for words. Little Sakura. Rin Tosaka grasped Sakura's hand, urging her to follow. Is this the reason you wish to remain by his side? After listening to Sakura's tale, Rin sighed, rubbing her temples. It appeared that this priest bore no ill intentions. Yet, what could possibly motivate such actions? Could there truly be individuals who selflessly dedicate themselves to others? The image of Shiro Emiya surfaced in her mind. Rin, it's not good to sigh so often. When did you return? She had long dispatched her servant, Shiro, to monitor their surroundings. Since the beginning of the operation, I assume. Didn't he hear everything? Rin gazed at Shiro, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. Perverse priest, can you now reveal the truth of the Holy Grail? Is there more to this? Yi Hao's bewildered expression ignited Rin's ire. Were it not for Sakura's restraining hand, she would have gladly delivered a punch to that wretched priest. During the Third Holy Grail War, someone summoned Ungramenyu, the embodiment of all the world's evils. Ungramenyu was merely an ordinary youth, devoid of any combat prowess. Yet, he bore the weight of all the malevolence in existence. And his very name represented this darkness. He was the first to fall in the war. The Great Grail absorbed his magical energy, leading to its pollution by the world's evils. Henceforth, the Grail could no longer fulfill the wishes of its victors in a conventional manner. After a prolonged silence, Rin turned to Yi Hao. What shall we do next? With the truth of the Grail now revealed, Rin found herself devoid of hope in pursuing it, leaving her in a state of confusion. I previously destroyed the Matu family and eliminated Matu Zokin, yet Shinji Matu remains alive. The Lord said that killing does not erase a lineage. Sometimes it's better not to kill at all. Amen. Yihao traced a cross over his chest. Is this man truly not to be punished by the church? Rin questioned. Thus, our next step is to locate Shinji Matu and reclaim ownership of the Great Beauty. Great Beauty? Why that? Medea inquired curiously. Because her heart is broader than yours. Medea retorted, her hands tightening around Yihao's neck. Her eyes dimmed as she murmured. Perhaps I should eliminate you and then take my own life. That way, it would be a sacrifice, not a betrayal. Despite the grip on his neck, Yihao remained unfazed. Little May, though she may be broader, it's not by much, so there's no need to fear. Ugh, scoundrel, Rin scoffed, regarding Yihao with disdain, as though he were refused. That gaze was unsettling. Could it be that he possessed an allure that drew admiration? Vitnessing Yihao oscillait excitement. Rin felt a twinge of fear. After sending Rin to find someone, Yihao and Medea remained in the church. What I am about to teach you is the structure of ancient magic, Medea stated, a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Are you certain you wish to learn? Xiaomei? Be bold. Do not burden yourself with excessive worries. If I fail to grasp it, it must surely be a reflection of your inadequate teaching abilities. Medea explained. The divine mage, by forging a pact with deities connected to the very roots of existence, directly harnesses fragments of divine power. Contemporary magicians merely deceive the world within limited bounds, while divine mages possess the inherent right to rewrite reality itself. With but a single utterance, invoking the name of a god, they can alter the fabric of the world. Such is the essence of divine power. Even fragments of this power hold immense disparity. As we drift from the divine, many natural phenomena have lost their celestial forms. Yet, those divine mages who have formed contracts still wield that power. Detected host engagement with divine magic, acquiring skill, contractual authority 1. Commencing analysis of deities related to the host. Congratulations. Host has acquired the holy light authority. Ability. Holy light. Holy light. The Lord shall respond to your prayers. The higher deity believes that a lack of faith does not equate to a lack of piety. You have fortuitously caught the attention of a divine being. Yihao gazed upon the system panel, astonished. Is it possible that this character I am portraying, a priest, has garnered divine favor? Why are you distracted? Medea adjusted her non-existent glasses, glancing at Yihao with displeasure. She found the role of a teacher to be rather amusing. I have learned, she stated with a hint of amusement, I understand your pride, but you need not jest in such a manner. Yihao raised an eyebrow. Shall we wager? Medea narrowed her eyes slightly. What are the terms of the wager? If I win, you must grant me a request. And if I win, you decide the terms. Very well. Yihao flashed a mischievous smile, his gaze fixated on Medea, who instinctively covered her heart, sensing danger. Yihao spread his arms toward the cross within the church and declared, May the Lord's light shine eternally upon this world. A radiant light cascaded from above, enveloping him in an aura of purity. If only that lecherous grin were absent, it would have been perfect. Medea stared incredulously at the scene before her. While it is true that divine magic involves exercising the authority of deities, one must first forge a pact with a corresponding god. Where did he acquire such a divine contract? Yihao, unfazed, wrapped an arm around Medea's slender waist. Xiaomei, do you stand by your word? Their faces drew closer, until they could feel each other's breath. Medea's cheeks flushed as her gaze wavered. What do you intend? A wish, he coughed, according to our wager. You must agree to one request of mine. Medea listened quietly, her heart racing. Medea, would you be willing to become my wife and enter into a marriage contract with me? Medea gazed at Yihao, who bore an unprecedented seriousness. And with a barely perceptible nod, she acquiesced. Yihao enveloped her in his embrace, proclaiming, From this day forth, you shall be my one and only wife. Medea, contemplating her fate, mused, indeed, he must be eliminated. Chapter 31. Healing Holy Light, a force of infinite power. As long as one's faith is unwavering, in theory, Yihao could harness the holy light to cure any ailment. What he required next was knowledge about magical circuits. These circuits are inherently bestowed. Originally, Sakura Matu possessed a circuit of the void attribute, which was altered to suit the Matu family's magical practices, thereby stifling her true potential. Yihao now sought to eliminate the parasites while preserving her original magical circuit. Upon reflection, Yihao realized he was not a technical expert, which troubled him. He recalled the disdainful expression of Urahara Kisuk. I, Yi Hao, am not inferior to anyone. He had mastered the core essence of divine magic, and now all that remained was to commune with the gods to wield it. Medea had lost interest in teaching Yi Hao. Instructing a prodigy was exceedingly dull, as they could grasp in an instant what she had labored over for centuries. Little May, would you like to learn my magic? In the world of Type Moon, there exists a fundamental disparity between magic and sorcery. To Yi Hao, however, the distinction was negligible. His arcane constructs originated from Kamartaj and flourished in Asgard. Like Yi Hao, Medea was a sorceress from the Age of Gods, a time when no such differentiation existed between magic and sorcery. Medea found her initial foray into Yi Hao's magical constructs to be remarkably smooth. The essence of divine sorcery lies in seeking power from the deities. Yi Hao's sorcery was no different. As Medea constructed her spatial cube, an extraordinary surge of magical energy emanated from Yi Hao. Such high-quality mana was something she had never encountered in the Age of Gods. Upon its entry into her being, it swiftly fused with her own power, ultimately supplanting her inherent magical energy. Yi Hao's ambition was to transport Medea to the Marvel Universe. In the absence of higher dimensional forces, the pinnacle of achievement she could attain would be mere contact with the root. However, with the intervention of higher dimensional power, she could accompany Yi Hao on his journey. The Holy Grail of Fuyuki could not fulfill Medea's greatest desire, but Yi Hao could. Yearning to return to her homeland, where happiness once flourished, she chuckled ominously. Do not fear, Sakura, I am on my way. Matsu Sakura offered an awkward yet polite smile. Father, if you did not wear such a grin, I might feel more at ease. Yi Hao, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Ah, Sakura, you misunderstand. A professional doctor comforts their patients in such a manner. Seizing the moment while Sakura was distracted, Yi Hao conjured a blue cube that enveloped the entire room, enacting his secret art, space stasis. In an instant, Sakura's body became immobile, her smiling visage reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. Little May, Medea inscribed a colossal magic circle upon the ground, its runes shimmering with ethereal brilliance. The ephemeral love manifested in a spatial positioning as countless azure luminescent points emerged upon Sakura's form, enveloping her entirely. This sight compelled Medea to close her eyes. Little May, do not lose focus, Yi Hao admonished, his finger resting upon the ring adorning Sakura's left hand. As the runes upon the ring ignited one by one, the magical circuit constructed by the insects materialized within the ring. With the circuit recorded, Yi Hao allowed himself a brief respite before adorning his right hand with the suspended ring. Secret art, spatial transfer, he intoned. In an instant, all the azure points vanished, the insects having been relocated to the ring's space. Little May, healing magic. The magic circle beneath Medea radiated a resplendent light, green particles cascading into Sakura's being. Yi Hao clasped his hands together. O Lord, bestow your radiance. Have mercy upon mankind. A halo appeared faintly above his head, while countless feathers descended from above, enveloping the room in a sanctified glow. Yi Hao meticulously opened the space, freezing it momentarily. He needed to extinguish the pain before the nerves conveyed it to the brain. Gradually, particles of light infiltrated Sakura's body, and miraculously, her ravaged form began to regenerate. Medea's magic safeguarded Sakura's vitality, while the holy light transformed this vitality into her missing corporeal essence. Even the magical circuits began to manifest under the embrace of the holy illumination. As Yi Hao's magical energy rapidly depleted, beads of sweat emerged upon his brow. An hour later, Sakura's body returned to its normal state, prompting Yi Hao and Medea to cease their efforts. Both bore a pallid countenance. Yi Hao waved his hand to dispel the spatial stasis. To Sakura, it felt like merely a fleeting moment. Yet, the two before her had undergone a transformation. Father, you have been completely healed, Sakura, Yi Hao assured. Realization washed over Sakura as she examined her body, relieved to find the nauseating sensation of writhing insects had vanished. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Thank you, Father. Yi Hao, utterly fatigued, affectionately patted her head before turning to depart. Little May, are you well? I am fine, but you have exhausted your magical energy while supplying mine. Medea expressed with concern. Indeed, I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse, Yi Hao admitted, leaning against Medea, who promptly enveloped him in her embrace. What troubles you? Yihao nestled closer to her, playfully requesting, a kiss, a hug, and a lift will make it all better. Medea pinched the flesh at his waist sharply, twisting it with fervor. Sister, he exclaimed, Sakura, you are well now? In the eyes of Tosaka, Sakura, a glimmer of brilliance reappeared, while Tosaka Rin experienced a blend of joy and heartache. Since the age of 6, she had been relocated to the Matu household, enduring countless hardships over the years. Thanks to the priest. Let's make sure to express our gratitude this time. Yihao emerged from his bedroom, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. Priest, you're awake. Tosaka Sakura greeted him with delight. He. Little Sakura, I saved you. How will you repay me? Repay you? Tosaka Sakura blushed, contemplating something. Is there anyone who demands repayment in such a manner? Tosaka Rin pulled Sakura behind her protectively. As the ancient said, a life-saving grace must be repaid either with one S-body or with one S-body. It's a fair choice, 2 options. This is hardly a choice. This is outright extortion. Tosaka Rin's teeth ground in frustration. Observing Sakura's flushed face and erratic gaze, she felt a sense of foreboding. And what about my gratitude for saving Sakura? Let us consider this my thank you to you. Tosaka Rin raised her head high, pointing at Yihao. Yihao gazed at her in silence. Your tsundere attitude is outdated. You'll never find a husband like this, who would be unable to marry. Tosaka Rin retaliated with a punch directed at Yihao's face. Yihao seized Tosaka Rin's small fist, reflecting on her disrespect towards the priest. You disrespect the priest. I must punish you. Tosaka Rin glanced at the Miko attire in Yihao's hand. Just how many strange outfits do you have hidden away? Chapter 32. Settling into the church once again, it was a splendid evening. Yihao watched television, where a report on a gas leak explosion was being broadcast. He lifted his teacup and inquired, have you made any discoveries during your outings these past few days? Tosaka Rin shook her head. None. We've visited every place in Fuyuki City except for 3. Matu Shinji seemed to have vanished entirely. Those 3 locations included the true church, Amiya Shiro's home, and the Einsberg mansion. Given Amiya Shiro's character, it was entirely plausible that he would take Matu Shinji in. The church might also provide refuge, and the likelihood was significant. However, Matu Shinji's peculiar pride might prevent him from seeking shelter at Amiya Shiro's home. Yet his temperament was akin to a quantum wave, fluctuating between boldness and cowardice. Let us eat first. Clad in a knitted wool sweater, Medea emerged bearing an array of exquisitely fragrant dishes. Tosaka Rin and Tosaka Sakura's faces twitched. For some unknown reason, Medea had recently taken a liking to cooking. At a glance, the presentation was mouth-watering, yet upon tasting, the flavors were indescribable. Each dish bore a hint of something, but lacked cohesion. Yihao, maintaining his composure, consumed every morsel, giving Medea a thumbs up. There is still room for improvement, little May. Medea and Yihao sat closely together, and upon hearing Yihao's words, Medea felt a surge of delight in her heart. Subtly tapping his arm, Yihao instinctively grasped Medea's hand, causing her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. As the atmosphere between them began to shift, a flicker of displeasure crossed Sakura's eyes. Miss Medea, why not allow me to prepare the meal next time? She inquired, her tone leaving no room for dispute. As my master prefers my culinary skills, your efforts are unnecessary, Medea replied, meeting Sakura's gaze. Sakura, undeterred, responded with a spark of defiance. After the meal, Sakura served tea to everyone, exuding an air of a gracious hostess. While sipping his tea, Yihao remarked, you all should exercise caution in the coming days. Kiritsugu might be planning something. Rin, curious, looked at Yihao and asked, isn't Kiritsugu the supervisor of the Holy Grail War? Although she held a disdain for the charlatan priest, he was indeed considered Rin's mentor. Is there a rule stating that a supervisor cannot participate in the conflict? Are you suggesting he is also a master? Not only is he a master, but he is also the strongest one. Impossible, Rin exclaimed, counting on her fingers the existing servants. Shiro Amiya's swordsman, her archer, Sakura's cavalry, the gunman of an unknown master, your magician, Ilya's berserker, and presumably an assassin. Historically, all assassins have been Hasanai Sabah. No matter how formidable they may be, facing such a multitude should pose no threat. Logically, that is the case. Yet, Rin remained restless at the mention of the ever-looming assassin. What if the spirits from the Fourth Holy Grail War remain? What if the gunman's master is him? What if he is the mastermind behind this Holy Grail War? Rin found it hard to believe, unwilling to accept such a notion. However, Yi Hao possessed too much knowledge for her to dismiss it. By the way, the remaining spirit is named Gilgamesh. What? The oldest hero in human history? The grand hero who collected all the treasures of the world? The hero king, Gilgamesh? Rin fell silent for a moment. Do you stand a chance? Yi Hao scrutinized her for a while until Rin lowered her proud head. I understand. No. Sakura clung tightly to Rin. Let go, Sakura. Today, I intend to settle this matter with him, come what may. The following day at noon, Yi Hao rose early and strolled leisurely. Brother priest, Ilya smiled and waved at Yi Hao. Ilya, what brings you here? Yi Hao asked with curiosity. Ilya, harboring a significant interest in Shiro Amiya, would likely seek him out in the unfolding story. I missed you, big brother. Is that not permissible? Elijah's slender fingers rested lightly against her lips, her crimson eyes betraying a hint of mischief. Disguised as a lowly, this 18-year-old maiden welcomed those who came to embrace the faith of the holy light. Isn't big brother welcoming me? Elijah's disguise was impeccable, yet Yi Hao discerned a fleeting distraction in her gaze, an indication of her fragile state. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, Have you encountered the apparition of your mother? After a moment of silence, Elijah exhaled in relief. Big brother truly knows everything. The taint from the greater Holy Grail had reached her, and as a lesser grail, it was only natural for her to attract its attention. Do you possess a means to resolve this? Elijah asked, a touch of unease in her voice. The sight of her mother before her was unsettling. Even Hercules could not offer her solace. You are fortunate, young lady. I possess some knowledge regarding souls. Yehao ginti tapit herforhat. A technique from the soul society flowing into Elijah's being. With anticipation, she gazed at him. Is this sufficient? Yi Hao cast her a sidelong glance. The efficacy of this technique in this realm remains to be seen. For now, you shall reside in the church. Why has she come here? Rin Tosaka, fatigued from a long day, finally settled down only to find herself face to face with the most formidable adversary of this Holy Grail War. She scrutinized Yi Hao, who remained unperturbed. This time, he was not harboring a trembling heart to shelter someone. It should not be so, she mused, noting that Elijah was staying as a patient. Patient? Rin Tosaka regarded Elijah, struggling to comprehend what ailed her. Elijah swung her little feet playfully, cheerfully declaring, I've come to stay as well. We shall be neighbors from now on. Sakura Matu, clad in an apron, placed a dish upon the table. Yi Hao observed Medea cooking alongside Sakura, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Marrying 20 wives seemed entirely unnecessary with the Holy Grail. He already had 2. Elijah, Rin, now you are both adherents of the Holy Light. Let us refrain from quarrels, he stated, casting a glance at the two until they fell silent. However, fighting is permitted, he added. Rin shot him a glare. If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Yi Hao earnestly advised, Rin, any discord must be resolved promptly. Harboring it within is detrimental. Thus, our holy light allows internal disputes to be settled through combat. Rin flashed a sweet smile. Is that true, priest? Indeed, Yi Hao affirmed with a nod. Then perish. Rin hurled a punch towards Yi Hao's left eye. Anticipating Rin's unusual behavior, he slightly tilted his head, evading the blow, then swiftly pulled her down to the ground. Rin fell, covered in dust, and looked up at Yi Hao with a disgruntled expression. You do not treat Sakura in such a manner. My dear Sakura is far too adorable to be compared to a flat one like you. You, Rin Tosaka, longed to utter, what am I lacking compared to Sakura? Yet, upon reflection, she realized that her entanglement with Yi Hao was minimal. Why should she harbor anger towards him? Chapter 33, Conflict. Fuyuki City, Suigun High School. Where is Yi Hao? Rin Tosaka's expression soured as she glanced around. This time, Yi Hao had explicitly summoned them to the school to gather information. Sakura's voice was soft. The priest and Miss Medea are occupied at the church. They sent me here. The servant, Yemiya, remarked. Yi Hao assured that Medusa would not harm Sakura, instructing her to engage in conversation with her. Rin furrowed her brow. Such behavior was akin to pushing Sakura into the flames. This man showed no regard for Sakura's safety. Sister, I'm fine, Sakura smiled, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. The more Rin looked, the more guilt overwhelmed her, making her reluctant to meet Sakura's gaze. Why the school? Rin shifted the topic. The priest mentioned that Shinji Matu possessed an inexplicable pride, often finding it unbearable over trivial matters. With a Matu family gone, it was highly likely he would target the people within the school to enhance his own power. Sakura added, the priest said Medusa's noble phantasm, the blood fortress of Sealing, can drain the stamina of humans within its vicinity, and when fully activated, it can completely dissolve the human body to strengthen herself. Has he lost his mind? Rin did not doubt the authenticity of Yi Hao's words, yet the implications were somewhat terrifying to her. Emiya continued, our primary objective is to retrieve Medusa. As for Shinji Matu, Yi Hao said he would handle him. The key is to prevent him from using the command seals. Otherwise, the great beauty will be lost. As Emiya recalled Yi Hao's final words, his lips twitched. Medea had detected some issues with the magical energy flow in the school's ley lines. As long as Sakura was present, Medusa would not strike against her. The great beauty held no interest in Shinji Matu and would only obey him due to the constraints of their contract. If they could locate her, the problem could be resolved in an instant. He also cautioned against casually visiting the church, as Gilgamesh could appear at any moment. Rin was aware of the dangers Yi Hao spoke of, yet now was not the time for further inquiry. The moment they entered the academy, an unsettling sensation washed over her. It was a barrier. Rin Tosaka scanned the surroundings warily. Red lines appeared above the students' heads, merging into the barrier. The students around them remained oblivious to any anomalies. Should we retreat? Emiya frowned at Rin. No, since the enemy has revealed their hand, we shall confront them here directly. Rin had grown weary of the cat-and-mouse game with Shinji Matu after days of pursuit. Sakura, do you want to leave first? Rin asked with concern. I'm Yufine. The priest said, I am currently favored by the Lord and will not be in danger. Hearing that name, Rin realized she could not sway Sakura's decision. The so-called favor of the Lord sounds nothing more than a ruse concocted by Yi Hao. It is perplexing why Sakura places such unwavering faith in it. Fujimura Sakura proposed. Let us investigate separately. Please take care. Rin Tosaka crouched in a corner, observing, indeed, there are more here. How many such wedges might exist within the campus? Tosaka? Shiro Amiya inquired, sensing the crimson barrier enveloping the school and seeking the source of the disturbance. Rin Tosaka gazed at Shiro Amiya, questioning what has transpired. Why is the school drenched in blood red? This is the effect of a noble phantasm. If we do not resolve this issue, everyone within the school will perish. I shall assist. We need only find the source, correct? Shiro Amiya replied without hesitation. Rin Tosaka sighed. Sakura is here too. You should go help her. Inside the classroom, Fujimura Sakura approached the man before her with measured steps. Kuriya Matu, have you betrayed me? Matu Shinji screamed in a frenzied rage. I have never acknowledged you. Sakura's expression remained calm, as if conversing with a stranger. Ha ha ha. If that is the case, Matu Shinji chuckled darkly. Medusa, kill her. Just as he uttered the command, a peculiar dagger pierced his abdomen, a cascade of shimmering light erupting from the wound. Matu Shinji clutched his injury, staring in disbelief at the blood on his hands, astonished that the meek Sakura would act in such a manner. Ah! With Matu Shinji's agonizing wail, Fujimura Sakura withdrew the dagger. Matu Shinji lifted his tear-streaked face, howling, Medusa, I command you by the name of the command seal. Kill her. Medusa did not respond, appearing behind Fujimura Sakura instead. Why? What happened to the command seal? Why has it failed? He watched helplessly as the seal on his hand vanished, the effects of the false servant's book dissipating. I'm sorry, but Medusa is now my servant, Fujimura Sakura declared, clutching the dagger. Gazing at the suffering Matu Shinji with a sickly expression, Matu Shinji fell to his knees, pleading, wait. Sakura, don't you remember? I am your brother. Please save me before he could finish. Fujimura Sakura thrust the dagger into Matu Shinji's mouth, twisting it as blood splattered onto her face. My surname is now Tosaka. I am Fujimura Sakura. Matu Shinji's voice gradually faded, and Fujimura Sakura tightened her grip, revealing a morbid smile. Ah, father. Sakura? Shiro Amiya burst into the classroom, momentarily stunned by the sight of Fujimura Sakura, so drastically different from the impression he held. Oh, it's you, senior. It has been a while. Sakura's expression returned to normal as she offered a slight bow to Shiro Amiya. Yet the blood staining her face and the corpse of Matu Shinji beside her sent a chill down Shiro's spine. Sakura, what has happened to you? Fujimura Sakura looked at Shiro Amiya with a puzzled expression. What is the senior saying? I'm fine. Why did you kill Shinji? Shiro Amiya's voice trembled. Shiro could not comprehend. Was Shinji not Sakura's brother? Ah, so that is the reason. The somber tone of Sakura Matu's voice filled Shiro with unease. Meanwhile, Medusa took a step towards Shiro's position. Shiro eyed Medusa warily, ready to invoke a command spell at any moment. It is all right. Do not strike him, Sakura intervened. Halting Medusa's advance toward Shiro, the senior truly knows nothing. Senior, if I were to tell you he harmed me, would you kill him? Harm? Shiro furrowed his brow. What kind of harm could compel Sakura to go so far as to kill Shinji? A troubling thought flickered in his mind. He reached out, attempting to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Senior, farewell. Understanding Shiro's thoughts, Sakura bowed respectfully to him, released the noble phantasm. As the two departed, the crimson barrier enveloping the academy gradually dissipated. On the playground, Rin Tosaka sighed in relief. Chapter 34. Misdeeds. The church stood deserted, shrouded in silence. Rin Tosaka surveyed her surroundings in confusion. Where had Yuhao and Medea gone? Following a narrow path, she arrived at the door of Yuhao's room. Do not do that. Let me see. The muffled voices of two individuals drifted from within. Unsavory images surfaced in Rin's mind. Could it be? Were they engaging in mischief while pretending to be occupied with serious matters? How outrageous! She kicked the door open, her face flushed, and pointed an accusatory finger at Yuhao. What are you doing? Medea, startled, quickly hid behind Yuhao. Yuhao, holding a piece of clothing, frowned as he regarded Rin. Upon seeing that both were fully clothed, Rin realized her mistake and, blushing, closed the door. Yuhao emerged from the room with Medea. Medea's cheeks were flushed, yet she appeared quite pleased. Yuhao bore a serious expression, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. They exchanged a glance, and Medea shyly lowered her head. Rin, feeling embarrassed, turned away. However, the subsequent scene astonished her even more. Sakura Matu abruptly rushed forward and embraced Yuhao, followed by a deep kiss. Little Sakura, thank you, father. Only Yuhao noticed the unhealthy pallor on Sakura's face. He gently patted her head, and Sakura revealed an expression of enjoyment. By the way, this is Medusa. Sakura called out to the spirit form of Medusa. Upon facing Medusa, Yuhao's demeanor grew serious. What fine leg technique. Blood fell before him. To my astonishment, you can strike from afar. I shall deem you the mightiest. Father, what troubles you? Master, what ails you? Medea and Sakura Tosaka immediately approached. It is merely a nosebleed. Medusa paused for a moment, retreating behind Sakura Tosaka under Yuhao's gaze, her eyes drifting from her thigh to Sakura's chest. Without hesitation, she stepped back in front of Sakura once more. Her intuition warned her of the danger this individual posed to some extent. Sakura Tosaka and Medea regarded Yuhao with impassive expressions. One delivered a punch, while the other a kick, unceremoniously bringing Yuhao to the ground. Sakura Tosaka disregarded Yuhao, handing a dagger to Medea. Miss Medea, I thank you for your noble phantasm. Medea accepted the dagger, observing Sakura's serene visage, where madness and distortion were no longer evident. She couldn't help but lament Yuhao's ruthlessness. He had compelled Sakura Tosaka to personally slay Shinji Matu. Such an act indeed unraveled her inner turmoil. The group entered the church, filled with laughter and chatter, with only Rin Tosaka stepping on Yuhao's back, a consequence of his own making. At the moment she turned to leave, a hand grasped her ankle. Startled, Rin contemplated delivering a gem magic upon Yuhao. Rin, come with me. Yuhao struggled to rise from the ground. Rin Tosaka eyed Yuhao warily, her hands shielding her front. Are you finally going to make a move, you perverse priest? What nonsense are you spouting? There's a serious matter at hand. Yuhao nonchalantly glanced at her chest. Rin glared at him. Is there something wrong with having a smaller chest? Why should it be a cause for discrimination? Yuhao ignored Rin's indignation, firmly taking her hand and leading her outside. Inside the confessional. You have such peculiar interests, you perverse priest? Rin surveyed her surroundings. Yuhao disregarded her jibe and inquired. Rin, do you know how your father met his end? What are you implying? Didn't he die in the Holy Grail War? Dark thoughts surfaced in Rin's mind. Kirai Kodo mine, the Mercury Sword. Simply uttering those two names made Rin comprehend. Did he do it? It was not a question. Yihao offered no reply. Can he entrust this matter to you? After a brief silence, Rin resolutely responded, was there ever any doubt? Through the intricately carved wooden partition, Yihao seemed to perceive Rin. He smiled, then allow me to impart to you some special knowledge. Through the ornate wooden screen, Rin sensed the subtle expressions on Yihao's face. Sakura, Rin. Today, I shall bestow upon each of you my unique technique. Sakura, I initially intended to restore your magical circuits, but that deity tampered with them, resulting in your magical affinity transforming into holy light. Thus, I shall impart to you the arcane art of construction, which will aid you in harnessing the divine powers and acquiring a plethora of magical incantations. Rin, I shall teach you the art of unarmed combat, a pinnacle I have refined over a century. Of course, you may also learn my method of construction. Before the cross of the cathedral, Sakura Tosaka fervently offered her prayers. A radiant light emerged. A halo hundreds of times more complete than that of Yihao gathered above her head, with 3 pairs of luminous wings appearing behind her. Yihao gazed in silence at the cross, incredulous at the disparity in treatment. He possessed but a fleeting halo, merely scattering a few feathers as a gesture. Sakura Tosaka, on the other hand, was treated as if she were a 6-winged seraph. How excessive! Meanwhile, Rin summoned a spatial cube in her palm. The immense magical energy from Yihao flowed into her being. Rin stared at Yihao in disbelief. Could this be the magical capacity of an ordinary human? Furthermore, the manner in which he acquired power was akin to divine sorcery. She regarded Yihao with suspicion. Could he possibly be a deity who has survived until today? Yihao, why do you always carry her? Rin pointed at Ilya, who was perched on his head. To protect her, Yihao adjusted his posture to make Ilya more comfortable on his neck. She is the little Holy Grail. Without a doubt, she will encounter unforeseen circumstances. Yihao, shall we go shopping? Certainly. Yihao turned with Ilya and began to walk away. As Ilya turned, she cast a challenging glance at Rin. Although Yihao appeared to be merely accompanying a child, Ilya's thoughts remained inscrutable. Having just concluded her prayers for the day, Sakura Tosaka, with damp hair and a complexion that belied her age, approached the square. Upon seeing Rin, her expression shifted. Where's the priest, sister? Rin's emotions were complex. The first words out of little Sakura's mouth were inevitably about Yihao, especially in light of the current situation. Rin replied tersely, he took Ilya out on a date. Sakura's demeanor remained calm. Oh, I see. Aren't you worried that they're on a date? Rin furrowed her brow. The priest merely took the child out to play. Why should I be concerned? Sakura looked at Rin with surprise. No one understood Yihao better than she did. Though he had his lecherous tendencies, he was unexpectedly principled. Even when one might throw themselves at him, he could resist. Sister, what do you think about all day? Rin turned her head away, feeling a sense of defeat against Sakura's unexpected retort. Chapter 35. Mobilization and preparation. This was merely an ordinary street, with numerous shops operating as usual amidst the lives of common folk. Yet, even amidst such mundane affairs, Ilya remained exhilarated. However, the further they walked, the fewer the people around them became, until they reached the edge of a grand bridge. The barrier to expel individuals, or rather, the extensive barrier to do so. Karitsugu Amiya, what brings you here? Both expressions remained tranquil. Ilya, hailing from a lineage of magicians, was unfazed by such occurrences. With the sound of approaching footsteps, Karitsugu emerged from the shadows beneath the bridge. Young man, as the overseer of the Holy Grail War, it is only natural for me to witness the unfamiliar participants. Yihao regarded him with disdain. Haven't you already sent a lancer to seek me out? It seems you harbor some misconceptions about me. Karitsugu remained calm, his words sincere. How could that be? The jester who slayed his own mentor, persuaded by Gilgamesh, pursuing so-called pleasure by instigating this Holy Grail War. You indeed possess considerable knowledge. Can we not collaborate? Yihao inwidit, curiosity pijuit. What would he possibly collaborate with Karitsugu on, if it were the genuine Grail? Yihao might indeed be interested in contending for it. Collaborate? With that broken Grail? You must realize that she is but a lesser Grail. Karitsugu pointed at Ilya. If you hand her over, we could perform the ritual to summon the true Grail into this world. Ilya, feeling anxious, clutched Yihao's head tightly. With all due respect, Ilya is far more significant than a Grail. Then there is no need for further discussion, Kiritsugu acknowledged, bowing slightly as he took his leave. Facing the two, he held no absolute advantage. Si Chulin could impede Yi Hao, and Gilgamesh was entirely beyond his control, unlikely to restrain Berserker. Moreover, Medea could be summoned by Yi Hao at any moment. In such a precarious situation, if he were to engage, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Ilya tugged at Yi Hao's hair, hesitantly saying, "Aren't you going to confront him? Gilgamesh's intentions are unclear. I do not wish to engage him forcefully. Also, Ilya, you are about to pull all my hair out." As Kiritsugu departed, Yi Hao's expression gradually softened. It seemed there was no time left for his allies to develop. With this negotiation failing, Kiritsugu would likely take action against him soon. "Ilya, would you like to meet Shiro Amiya?" Ilya's smile slowly faded. In the original narrative, Ilya encountered a gravely injured Shiro, who was protecting Artoria, which sparked her deep interest in him. Now, due to Yi Hao's presence, Shiro was unable to showcase his unique qualities. Poor Shiro indeed. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Hao. "Ilya, do you still refuse to relinquish the wishes of the Einsburn family?" Ilya had witnessed the corrupted Grail firsthand. Confronted with Yi Hao's question, she found herself at a crossroads. Noticing Ilya's inner turmoil, Yi Hao gently patted her small leg. Yi Hao harbored no desire to witness Ilya transform into the grotesque vessel of the Holy Grail, catering to the wishes of others. "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall remain by your side." Ilya clutched Yi Hao's head tightly. "Let us depart. It is time to return. In light of these sentiments, we must take action." The group gathered around the dining table. Yi Hao struck the table with force, proclaiming loudly, "Sakura, could you please serve me another bowl of rice?" "Of course, sister," replied Sakura as she took a bowl and filled it generously with rice. Medusa sat upright in her chair, gracefully wielding her chopsticks, occasionally furrowing her brow as she murmured to herself about how to make the dish so delectable. The servant, Amiya, emerged from the kitchen, adorned in a small apron. Balancing 2 plates of food, Yi Hao surveyed the room, only to find that no one paid him any heed. Anger surged within him as he forcefully sat down and took a large mouthful of rice. Medusa cast a sidelong glance at him. "Is there something you cannot wait to discuss until after the meal?" Sakura's expression turned sorrowful. "Is my cooking truly unappetizing, father?" This barrage of inquiries left Yi Hao at a loss for words. The dining table was unexpectedly tranquil. Medusa occasionally engaged in conversation with the servant Amiya, posing questions about the culinary arts. Amiya, exuding a sense of helplessness, answered Medusa while casting furtive glances at Yi Hao. Yi Hao disregarded Amiya's silent plea for assistance, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Sakura and Rin, the 2 sisters, were engaged in animated conversation. "Sister, you ought to eat more. Look at you, you've grown so thin." Sakura's gaze inadvertently flickered over Rin's chest. "How could that be? With my appearance, surely someone adores me." Rin replied, a vein throbbing on her forehead, forcing a smile while narrowing her eyes. She then glanced at Yi Hao. He nodded in acknowledgement, which brought Rin a sense of satisfaction. Sakura beamed at Yi Hao, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He promptly averted his gaze, whistling a tune he did not know how to play. Rin muttered a retort, unperturbed as she fixed her gaze on Sakura. The 2 locked eyes, both smiling yet devoid of warmth. Ilya, meanwhile, sulkily nibbled at her food. Yi Hao observed the gathering with a profound sense of uncertainty regarding the future. "Let us now deliberate on serious matters. At present, Medusa and Medea are allies. Including the nameless one, that makes 3. Eliminating Gilgamesh is sufficient. We should see if Shiro Amiya is willing to yield. What if he refuses?" Rin raised her concern. "Huh. Then we shall attempt to persuade him. He remains unaware of the Grail's true nature." The scene shifts to the Amiya residence. "Artoria, do you still harbor resentment towards Kiritsugu Amiya?" Shiro Amiya was perplexed by this inquiry from Yi Hao. Artoria's expression darkened. "As a knight, I find his actions to be a source of disgrace." This reaction was not unexpected, considering she was the ultimate victor of the 4th Holy Grail War. Rin Tosaka regarded Artoria and inquired, "So, did you make a wish?" "No," Yi Hao interjected on her behalf. Kiritsugu Amiya had used his final command spell to compel her to destroy the Holy Grail, seeking to salvage Britain and rectify past mistakes, even at the cost of responding to the Holy Grail's summons twice. The overwhelming hopes he harbored led her to retain memories of the past. Artoria Pendragon. The more you pursue the Holy Grail, the less you comprehend the human heart. Can you grasp this? What do you know? Artoria glared fiercely at Yi Hao. The downfall of Britain during the Civil War stemmed from her indecision. She believed that if she could return to the day of selection, she could alter the outcome. If she could obtain the Holy Grail, everything from the past could be rewritten. Artoria's stubbornness vexed Yi Hao. Since you refuse to relinquish your desire for the Holy Grail, allow me to shatter your final hope. Let me reveal to you the truth of the Holy Grail. Artoria sank to the ground. I had thought Shiro Amiya's existence might change your perspective. That was my misjudgment. Yi Hao pondered it, feeling that his presence had deprived Shiro and Artoria of essential experiences and growth. Is it his fault? He shook his head, dismissing that troubling thought, and turned to the servant. Shiro. What are your thoughts, Shiro Amiya? Wait, who are you speaking to? Rin's gaze darted between the servant Shiro and the real Shiro. The latter assumed it was one of Yi Hao's pranks. Your question is meaningless, the servant Shiro sighed. I am a future version of him, yet he is not me. Shiro stared at the servant in astonishment. Are you saying I will become like this? Yi Hao nodded. You, the chosen one by restraint, tasked with preventing conflicts across the world. This is you, the heroic spirit from the future, Shiro Amiya. Rin rubbed her aching head. It was no wonder she looked down upon Shiro. Seeing her past self's foolishness would be hard to bear. Chapter 36. Take away the stupid hairpin. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Yi Hao waved towards Sakura Matu and Medea. Medusa emerged from her spirit form, appearing before Artoria. She removed her eye patch, her mystic eyes locking onto Artoria. Medea swiftly followed suit, drawing forth the universal demonic sword, and aimed it at Artoria. What are you all doing? Shiro immediately noticed their movements and intended to rush towards Artoria. Rin stepped in to block his path. Shiro, you should just stand back for now. As the sudden attack approached, Artoria swiftly donned her armor. However, Medusa's mystic eyes interfered, exerting immense pressure on her body. Despite the magical energy bestowed upon her by Shiro Amiya, she still possessed formidable magical resistance. Medea's dagger struck her abdomen with precision, causing a dazzling burst of light and accompanying Artoria's anguished scream, which led to the dissolution of the command seal in Shiro's hand. Nevertheless, Artoria did not cease her resistance due to the alteration of her master's authority. With the eruption of her magical energy, the battlefield was reluctantly shifted to the Amiya estate. Yi Hao, though unable to completely sever her command, managed to cut off her magical supply. Once her energy was depleted, she would be unable to resist. Medea's words carried a hint of concern, yet her sparkling eyes betrayed her inner thoughts. After all, Artoria was the seasoned king of knights, who remained composed in the face of such unforeseen circumstances. The Wind King's barrier enveloped the sword of promised victory, standing resolutely even amidst the crisis. Yi Hao despised such troublesome situations. He intended to incapacitate her and bring her back to the church. With a wave of his hand, Medusa charged towards Artoria first, the clash of weapons reverberating throughout the square. Medusa clearly showcased her abilities, fully unleashing her mystic eyes and utilizing her high agility to launch an offensive against Artoria. The servant Amiya hesitated momentarily as Rin Tosaka confronted Shiro, primarily to prevent him from causing any disruption that might affect the battle. Shiro, you should take action. Resolve this issue swiftly, then we can eliminate the Holy Grail and bring an end to this centuries-old tragedy. The servant Amiya projected the legendary swords of Ganjiang and Mo Yi, frowning as he surveyed the battlefield. At the instant the two separated, he rushed into the fray. Artoria was already embroiled in a fierce struggle, and the entrance of the servant Amiya only exacerbated her plight. Medea remained shielded behind Yi Hao. As an inadequate mage, Medea had not mastered the essence of wielding dual axes, rendering her incapable of directly participating in such a straightforward confrontation. She required his protection. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hao turned to Medea and said, "Little May, I must teach you some close combat techniques another day." This remark seemed rather out of the blue, leaving Medea tilting her head in confusion. However, it mattered little to her. What was crucial was defeating Artoria, and her eyes sparkled with determination as she fixated on the battlefield. This brings to mind one of Medea's great passions, cosplay. Yet, she harbored insecurities about her appearance, feeling that her attire was unsuitable. Artoria, represented the perfect canvas for her aspirations. It was reminiscent of the time when Yi Hao and Medea secretly hid in a room, where she became lost in the flurry of his praises, trying on numerous outfits to cater to his varied tastes. As a side note, aside from the nun's costume, all other garments were hidden away by Medea and were certainly not collected out of Yi Hao's personal preference. Ilya, in a state of boredom, tugged at Yi Hao's sleeve. "Big brother, are you not allowing me to join?" Heracles was utilized by Yi Hao as a weapon against Si Chulin. His destructive power was astonishing. Should he charge in recklessly, he might level everything in sight and inadvertently injure Artoria as well. However, he appeared somewhat impotent before Gilgamesh, as the divine attributes imposed a formidable negative constraint upon him. Yi Hao placed his hand gently on Ilya's small shoulder. Heracles' destructive capabilities are terrifying. "Do you wish to demolish Shiro Amiya's home?" Ilya pondered earnestly for a moment. What would be wrong with that? Yi Hao clapped his hands. "The logic is sound. You truly are ruthless." Ilya harbored deep-seated resentment towards Kiritsugu Amiya, and the thought of demolishing his house had become a form of catharsis for her. "Once the Holy Grail War concludes, I shall assist you in that endeavor." Ilya reluctantly accepted this suggestion, shrinking into Yi Hao's embrace. Sakura Matu narrowed her eyes, her temples twitching slightly. This man is truly steeped in sin. She cast a glance at Medusa behind Yi Hao. Medusa seemed oblivious to Ilya's actions, her focus entirely on Artoria. It was unclear whether Miss Medusa was accustomed to such behavior or simply unaware. On the battlefield, Artoria gradually found herself drained of strength. Yet, she did not concede defeat. Drawing upon her last vestige of magical energy, she raised the holy sword high. The winds summoned by the Wind King's barrier repelled the two. Oath, treasure of victory. Medusa swiftly retreated to the rooftop, her aim directed at Yi Hao, who calmly raised Ilya in front of him as a shield. "King of Knights, do you intend to strike at an innocent?" Artoria gazed at the man before her, her refined upbringing preventing her from uttering any unseemly words. Despicable, despicable. All present shared the same thought, but being adults, they concealed their unnecessary sentiments deep within. Ilya was startled, but was confident that Yi Hao would not harm her. Placing her hands defiantly on her hips, a look of provocation on her face. Yi Hao regarded Ilya's demeanor with exasperation, whispering, "You ought to be frightened. Why do you appear so proud?" Realizing her folly, Ilya turned to Yi Hao with a feigned pitiful expression. Yi Hao sighed and covered his face. Artoria, feeling a profound sense of helplessness, watched as the brilliance of her holy sword gradually dimmed with the dissipating tension in her heart. A sudden wave of fatigue overcame her, rendering her unable to rise. He. Little May, get to work." Yi Hao rubbed his hands together, approaching Artoria with a lecherous grin. Upon hearing that familiar laughter, Sakura Matu was once again reminded of the dread she felt when first encountering Yi Hao. "Wait, why are there two villainous laughs?" Sakura Tosaka cast a glance toward Medea, whose expression mirrored that of Yi Hao, or rather, surpassed it. The onlookers could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment regarding the future of Artoria as they observed this peculiar couple. Medea dashed over to Artoria, and a magical circle crafted from gem powder materialized around the two. Upon noticing Yi Hao's outstretched hand, Medea exhibited a hint of disdain. However, the thought of needing the support of the ley lines to fulfill her role as a master eased her irritation. After all, Yi Hao was a notorious pervert, and he would undoubtedly satisfy her needs as a master. "Artoria, from this moment forth, I shall be your master. Henceforth, you shall obediently follow my commands. I shall provide you with the finest delicacies." Artoria's eyes betrayed no glimmer of joy. The immense magical energy coursing through her body brought her a sense of elation, though it was primarily intended to sustain her two servants. She cast a glance at the lecherous Yi Hao, and her perception of him diminished further. "Very well, let us take Shiro Amiya with us. We must withdraw." "Wait, why must we bring Shiro?" Artoria inquired anxiously, for she had spent some time with him and did not wish for him to encounter danger. Even Rin and Sakura Tosaka were puzzled by this turn of events. Only Medea, engrossed in evaluating Artoria's physique, paid little heed to the matter at hand. "His body contains your scabbard." The term scabbard felt rather distant to her. The ideal realm, far removed from the mundane world, housed Artoria's most powerful noble phantasm. the third artifact lost by King Arthur, which also happened to be her most formidable treasure. Does his body truly harbor Avalon? Rin Tosaka, witnessing the resolution of the situation, arrived alongside Shiro Amiya. Indeed, it is precisely because of Avalon that he was able to summon you without prior preparation of a holy relic. This was the truth. Even though her wish was exceedingly potent, the number of sword-class servants was fixed, and she had been summoned twice. It was impossible to claim that this had occurred without prior arrangements. Avalon was a formidable artifact capable of defending against all forms of harm, a literal shield against all damage. Disregarding physical interference, parallel world interferences, and the 5 great laws. In the entire Nasaverse, it was an exceptionally overpowered artifact. As a side note, Kiritsugu Amiya had kept it hidden until the conclusion of the Holy Grail War without ever relinquishing it to her. Artoria furrowed her brow, evidently harboring some grievances. Yet Yihao was not finished. Additionally, Avalon within him was placed there by Kiritsugu Amiya to atone for his transgressions. Even Rin could not help but lament Kiritsugu Amiya's ruthlessness. The illustrious king of knights, possessing Avalon, stands as an invincible entity. Yet he chose to conceal Avalon until the very end, ultimately securing victory in the Holy Grail War. Does this not attest to the remarkable prowess of Artoria as a servant? Shiro Amiya, listening to the tales of his father's past, fell into a moment of contemplative silence. Chapter 37. No rich man's battle, how do you intend to handle me? Handle? A curious choice of words. Yihao regarded the valorous Shiro Amiya with a nod. I shall place you upon the dissection table, methodically opening your body with a scalpel, severing your veins and muscles, extracting your innards piece by piece. This answer would undoubtedly satisfy Shiro Amiya, had it not been interrupted by the synchronized elbows of Medea, Sakura Matu, and Rin Tosaka. I noticed the imposing figure of the prison warden gesturing towards me as Yihao collapsed to the ground, a visage of agony upon his face. Could you not express yourself in a more conventional manner? Rin Tosaka regarded him with disdain, although Yihao left his statement unfinished. The others present were already envisioning the gruesome details, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Even a butcher of Artoria's caliber could be deemed repulsive. Yihao was dragged away by Rin Tosaka along the path back to the church. Artoria's gaze oscillated between Yihao and Shiro Amiya, her peculiar hair tufted occasionally perking up and then drooping. Regrettably, this scene escaped Yihao's notice. Yihao's magical energy had elevated her attributes by at least 1 tier, instilling in her the confidence that she could seize the Holy Grail. If she exerted herself to persuade Yihao, could she not wish upon the Grail? Though tainted, it remained the Grail nonetheless. However, Artoria cast a glance at Medea, who was merely a half step away, her intense gaze fixated upon her. Medea's eyes radiated a captivating light as she murmured to herself, "This one must be tried, and this one seems promising." Artoria dared not act recklessly. Medea was undoubtedly sent by Yihao to surveil her. Yihao, meanwhile, was met with the unchanging expression of Medusa, whose countenance occasionally betrayed subtle emotions. A twig, seemingly scavenged from nowhere, would occasionally poke at Yihao's despondent face. Initially, he had deemed Yihao a perilous threat, a judgment that now seemed rather hasty. Yihao, in irritation, swatted the twig away and glared menacingly at Medusa. Clearly, Medusa was exacting retribution for his earlier indiscretions in gazing at her long legs. Without hesitation, he seized a handful of leaves and hurled them at Medusa's face, the tension between them escalating rapidly. Rin Tosaka firmly grasped the nape of Yihao's collar, admonishing him to behave. Medusa and Yihao exchanged defiant glances, turning their heads in mutual disdain. With a sigh, Rin Tosaka posed a question. "Yihao, do you know who the last of the 7 classes is?" This inquiry left Yihao momentarily speechless. Originally, the assassin class in the 5th Holy Grail War was represented by Sasaki Kojiro. This is an exceptional servant summoned by Medea through the power of the ley lines, occupying the position of an assassin-class servant. The servant that would have been summoned under normal circumstances is undoubtedly Hasan of the Cursed Arm. Rin Tosaka believes that the most pressing matter is to ascertain the whereabouts of the 7 servants and their masters in order to devise a strategy. Yihao, on the other hand, seems to spend his days idly, leaving the hard work to them. This marks the first instance of Yihao revealing his ignorance. Rinto Saka exclaimed in surprise. Are there things you don't know? What of your omniscient master? Has he abandoned you? Yi Hao rolled his eyes dramatically. Theoretically, the assassin-class servant summoned without a medium would certainly be Hassan of the Cursed Arm. However, through some peculiar means, it is possible to summon an array of strange beings, such as Sasaki Kojiru, who was summoned using the gate of Ridiji as a medium. The group was curious about Yi Hao's description of these oddities, yet he had no intention of elaborating further, as his involvement had introduced variables into the existence of the assassin-class servant. Never mind, an assassin is hardly of great importance. Rinto Saka stated fearlessly. Yi Hao relished in striking down such uninformed individuals. He leaped from the ground and pointed a finger at Rinto Saka. Assassins can also possess formidable servants, exemplified by the origin of the name Hassan of the Cursed Arm. The crowned assassin, the old man of the mountain, had he been present, everyone here, excluding Artoria, would be swiftly eliminated. Artoria seemed quite pleased with this assertion. As the King of Knights, I shall not be outdone by anyone. You have Avalon to thank for that, you silly-haired king, Yi Hao retorted, effectively shattering the knight's pride. Silly-haired king? Artoria earned yet another novel nickname. Is he truly that powerful? The servant, Shiro Amiya, gazed at Yi Hao. He is a servant from the future, having experienced only the events of this Holy Grail War. His knowledge of the heroic spirits is indeed limited. That individual wields a great sword and excels in close-quarter infiltration. His blade can bestow death upon all things in existence. Even gods, who are immortal and devoid of the concept of death, can be endowed with such a notion and subsequently slain. Nothing is beyond the reach of his blade. All are equal beneath its arc. This is impossible. An assassin wielding a great sword? Are you truly not jesting? Rinto Saka regarded Yi Hao with skepticism. What of it? Yi Hao shrugged, shaking his head, as if a true sorcerer would wield a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, charging into a throng with unparalleled prowess. One hand wielding sacred light, the other conjuring a blade storm. I traversed the land without encountering an equal. Medea questioned her own physical strength as she observed. Artoria appeared contemplative, as if this description was reminiscent of something she had encountered before. Rin, there also exists a hierarchy among the heroic spirits. We are about to encounter the illustrious Mr. Golden, who is a candidate for the title of Grand Magus. By the way, his most potent class is Archer. Ah, Artoria, your Merlin is indeed one of the Grand Magi, though his existence is rather peculiar, as he does not qualify as a heroic spirit. Artoria found herself lost in memories of that frivolous man who adored flowers. Meanwhile, Rinto Saka, with curiosity, turned to Yi Hao and inquired, what do you mean by not qualifying as a heroic spirit? It means he is still alive. Both Rinto Saka and Artoria gazed at Yi Hao in astonishment. Merlin is still alive. From the era of the King of Knights to this day? Yi Hao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is hiding in Avalon. Suddenly, Artoria had a realization. That figure wielding a staff in one hand and a sword in the other must be that fellow Merlin. What intriguing spectacle this is. At this moment, it was deep into the night. From the shadows of a nearby streetlight, a voice emerged, prompting everyone to look up in vigilance. Where is Yi Hao? Medea asked. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Hao had climbed atop another streetlight. The two figures atop the lamppost exchanged glances. A golden streak of light surged forth from behind Gilgamesh, who unleashed a noble phantasm merely based on his own emotions. Truly, the tyrant lived up to his reputation. Yi Hao casually deflected the noble phantasm emanating from the king's treasury. Who permitted you to gaze upon me, scoundrel? Gilgamesh's words were intercepted with precision by Yi Hao. Kneel, and I shall grant you a dignified demise. Yi Hao gazed skyward, offering no words to Gilgamesh. The fury of Gilgamesh had reached its zenith. Before he could unleash his wrath, he was struck squarely by a pseudo-spiral sword. You rabble dare, before he could finish. Artoria had already unleashed the sword of promised victory. As the golden radiance soared into the heavens, the smoke gradually dissipated. A figure clad in golden armor stood resolutely amidst the aftermath. What are you dawdling for? Use your noble phantasms against him. Have you heard of saturation bombardment? Yi Hao looked at the crowd, perplexed as to why they awaited the smoke to clear. It was Gilgamesh's first encounter with such a ruthless strategy. He had intended to utter a harsh retort and retreat, but that was no longer an option. The Indian nuclear-powered aircraft, Vimna, soared from the king's treasury, carrying him away into the distance. Watching as Gilgamesh made his escape, Yihao was filled with frustration. Artoria, why did you cease your assault? Is my magical energy insufficient? Is there a problem with launching a dozen or 20 sort of promised victories at him? Artoria indeed had never fought such a resource-rich battle and felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shiro Amiya. Both the servant and Shiro Amiya were momentarily taken aback. You faltered after casting a pseudo-spiral sword? Would a few more strikes be fatal? The servant Amiya, somewhat speechless, retorted. Haven't you also refrained from joining the fray? Can't you comprehend such a simple principle of dealing damage without injury? Little May. Medea was taken aback, standing upright. Yihao pondered for a moment. Gilgamesh possessed remarkably low magical power, yet his golden armor could directly nullify large-scale magical interference. Little May was unharmed. Seeing Yihao's angry demeanor, Medea felt a tinge of fear, only to realize that he bore no resentment toward her. She felt a flicker of embarrassment for having devoted herself entirely to Artoria, forgetting to engage in combat. No, it was all Yihao's fault. Had he not persistently obstructed her from fighting, she would not have lost even this fragment of combat awareness. Subsequently, she glared back fiercely. Yihao found himself puzzled by Medea's sudden piercing gaze. Big May, why don't you just give him a kick? Medusa hesitated. Sakura Matu stepped forward to protect her. Father, it was I who insisted on keeping Medusa, she stated. He once persuaded me, though his words were hardly pleasant. However, I have come to realize that perhaps his wish for my demise is the greatest relief for me. Very well. Yihao naturally would not vent his frustration on Sakura Matu. The poor girl had suffered too much. It was only natural to indulge her a little. The combat had been rather hasty. While it was unfortunate that they could not eliminate Gilgamesh directly, the fighting prowess of this group was truly lacking. Who would refrain from striking while the smoke still lingered? Did they truly think this was an animated production? Next time they encountered an enemy, they should not overthink it. Unleash their noble phantasms with all their might. Especially you, the one with the Ahog. If I don't exhaust my magical energy in this battle, I shall use a command spell to exchange your attire for a swimsuit, take your picture, and show it to the Round Table Knights in the future. Such malicious words left Artoria's Ahog standing upright in indignation. To show her swimsuit to her 12 knights was akin to a death sentence. Did she not possess even a shred of knightly spirit? Chapter 38. The one who stabs is stabbed in the church. What shall we do without an assassin? Yihao clasped his hands before his forehead. Why don't you all make an effort? Summon one yourselves? The assembled individuals exchanged glances. Aside from Shiro, Amiya, the rest were all masters. Rin Tosaka pointed at Shiro, Amiya, nonchalantly and suggested, why not let him summon again? After all, this Holy Grail war is already in disarray. A bit more chaos wouldn't he hurt. Rin had long given up on the Holy Grail. Now, all she wished for was to unleash a flurry of punches upon Kiritsugu. Perhaps even drive the Mercury sword into his kidney. Yihao wholeheartedly supported this, especially with that sword infamous for its tradition among magicians. The one who stabs is stabbed. Shiro Amiya was nothing more than a tool in the church. Even his culinary skills, which he excelled in, had been rendered useless. He had been explicitly forbidden from entering the sacred kitchen by his servant. Perhaps it was a wise approach. Yihao nodded. Now, only an assassin is needed. It is quite simple to sketch a summoning circle and recite the incantation to summon a common Hasen. The preparatory work is being undertaken collaboratively by Medea and Rin Tosaka. Yihao and Shiro Amiya arrive at the confessional. Father, what kind of person was he? In just a few short days, Shiro has come to understand a father vastly different from his own perceptions. These fragmented memories reveal that his father is far more complex than he initially believed. Yihao takes the initiative to engage Shiro in conversation, but to his surprise, Shiro speaks first. Kiritsugu Amiya is a scoundrel. Iliasvil's voice echoes from outside. Ilia, what are you doing? Don't, it's too cramped. Ilia enters Yihao's room and perches herself on his lap. Kiritsugu betrayed my mother. He is a thoroughgoing traitor. Her words brim with anger and resentment. Let me address the traitor, Yihao interjects. From a young age, he aspired to be a champion of justice. He was unwilling to see his efforts squandered before achieving that justice. Thus he resorted to any means necessary to reach his goals. His aid to the Einsburn family in their quest for the Holy Grail stemmed from his desire for world peace. A rather absurd wish, isn't it? Both Ilya and Shiro are taken aback by such an abstract aspiration. Yi Hao continues. However, just as he was on the brink of victory in the Holy Grail War, he uncovered the truth of the Grail, an object thoroughly tainted by the world's evils, capable only of producing black mud. Consequently, he commanded Altria to annihilate the Grail using a command spell. This is also the reason Altria harbors animosity towards Kiritsugu. Ultimately, he succumbed to the influence of the black mud. He appears as an idealist, yet he is profoundly pragmatic, willing to discard even his mentors, lovers, and companions for the sake of his ideals. From a personal standpoint, understanding such a person is exceedingly difficult. Shiro, if sacrificing one person could save the world, would you choose to sacrifice that individual? The trolley problem, a renowned moral dilemma. Yet, such inquiries hold no weight for Kiritsugu. He would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice the few to save the many. Shiro hesitates. Yi Hao bluntly states, your father would not waver. He then turns to Ilya, saying, Kiritsugu betrayed the Einsburn, but he never betrayed you. He was tainted by the black mud, his health deteriorating, and he made numerous attempts to reach you, wishing to free you from the constraints of the Einsburn's desires. However, he was thwarted by the castle's barriers, his body weakened, vision blurred. By then, he was gravely ill and unable to break the barriers. Ilya lowers her head. After she was taken away, she was infused with the desires and thoughts of the Einsburn family. Her life was filled with an intense hatred for Kiritsugu Amiya. Yet in truth, this animosity did not originate from within her, but was instilled by others of the Einsburn lineage. However, to alter such hatred solely through the words of Yi Hao would be an arduous task. To adapt to Heracles, she endured immense suffering. And it was this very hatred that sustained her. It must be said that among the mage families in the Type Moon world, few are sane. They are obsessed, deranged, and regard the lives of others with disdain. Yi Hao often found himself under the illusion of a civilized person engaging with a barbarian. Ah, the vile nobility. Just as Yi Hao was lost in his thoughts, he felt a burning sensation from the command seal on his hand, a notification from Medea. Let's go. Medea and the others are ready. In the chapel's side chamber, a storage room reminiscent of the one where Shiro Amiya summoned Artoria lay before him. On the dilapidated floor, a simple magic circle was drawn. Shiro stood at the center of the circle, holding a piece of paper. He proclaimed, your body is beneath me. Your fate rests upon my sword. If you heed the will and reason of the Holy Grail, then respond to my call. I hereby swear, I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in this world, and I am the one who conveys all malice therein. Entwine yourself with the 3 great words of power for 7 days. Come forth from the wheel of restraint, O guardian of the scales. Such formal incantations were unfamiliar not just to Shiro, but even to Yi Hao. According to the original narrative, this summoning should yield a caster-class Hassan. After all, was Avalon not a sacred relic? Though it belonged to King Arthur, would summoning a caster-class servant result in anything peculiar? As Shiro's blood dripped, Yi Hao widened his eyes. Please, not some strange entity. Then came the relief. Caster Hassan, Yi Hao had it. I knew there wouldn't be anything odd summoned. If the mysterious heroine had appeared, I would have been at a loss. The manner in which Yi Hao wiped his sweat caught Medea's attention. Yi Hao, what are you afraid of? I was mainly concerned about summoning some bizarre beings. Fortunately, she replied, Caster Hassan was met with a multitude of masters upon his arrival. As an assassin, he stood before a throng of masters and servants, Saber Artoria, Archer Amiya, Rider Medusa, Caster Medea, and Berserker Heracles. Surrounded by these formidable figures, he appeared helpless, weak, and terrified. What was he to do? This was urgent. From this moment forth, you are now a glorious member of our ranks. Together, let us strive to vanquish the great Holy Grail. The spellcaster Hassan stared blankly at Yi Hao. Wasn't his appearance meant for the purpose of making a wish? Why was he now intent on destroying the Holy Grail? Has this iteration of the Holy Grail War taken a turn for the bizarre? Chapter 39. Charging into the Lu Dong Temple in any case, let's all express our gratitude for the brilliance of the Lord today. For it is He who has gathered us together. By uniting all possible forces, we shall undoubtedly attain ultimate victory. Let us storm the Lu Dong Temple. Eliminate Kirai, Kodo Mine. Vanquish Gilgamesh. All the beautiful maidens of the world belong to me. Yi Hao raised his hands high. The reactions of the crowd varied. The newly joined spellcaster Hassan felt somewhat awkward. To better integrate into the team, Should he not align with the leader's actions? He glanced at the others. Besides Medea and Iliasville, who enthusiastically raised their hands, the rest appeared rather disinterested. It was evident that Medea was quite intrigued by the matter of the beautiful maiden's ownership. After all, if Yihao possessed all the beauties of the world, it meant she too had access to them, equating to a multitude of make-up dolls at her disposal. Forget about harems or having 20 wives. Those were trivialities. Iliasville, on the other hand, simply enjoyed the excitement, indifferent to everything else. Sakura Matu covered her face with one hand, feeling utterly helpless in the presence of Yihao, who disregarded others, in the way he had led Medea astray. Rin Tosaka stood between her servant, Amiya, and Shiro Amiya, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Amiya held a napkin in one hand and a plate in the other, upon which rested a glass of red wine. Every time Rin's eyes passed over him, he couldn't help but tremble. This was truly mortifying. Amiya cast a glare at Yihao. If it weren't for him bringing Shiro along, he wouldn't have found himself in such an embarrassing predicament. Artoria, with a bag of chips in her left hand and a cup of orange juice in her right, was wholly absorbed in the world of food. Who knew potatoes could be transformed in such a way? The Night King, dominated by mashed potatoes throughout her life, issued a vocal complaint. Far away in the Hall of Heroes, Gawain felt a chill run down his spine. Medusa, clad in a knitted wool sweater, propped up her long legs and leafed through a magazine seemingly procured from nowhere. Each person was engrossed in their own pursuits, with a promising future ahead. The Ludong Temple is the site of the Holy Grail's arrival, as we are all aware. But how do we summon the Grail? Shall we send the servants to engage in combat at Ludong Temple? The emergence of the Holy Grail requires the magical energy of 7 servants. Oh no, 6. In truth, there is no strict requirement for the servants to battle. As long as the magical energy is sufficient, it suffices. When the time comes to proceed to Ludong Temple, we will allow the magical energy of the 6 servants to flow into the vast cavity of the temple, and the Holy Grail shall naturally descend. If I alone gain access to all the servants, it equates to my victory in this Holy Grail war. When the Holy Grail appears, the black mud will also follow. Once you witness that flowing black mud in the great chasm, unleash your noble phantasms with all your might. Yihao hesitated as he mentioned this. If he could traverse the black mire without succumbing to its corruption, a corporeal form could indeed be attained. The physicality of a heroic spirit is constructed from magical energy, akin to the souls of the realm of death, possessing both flesh and blood. Medea furrowed her brow as she gazed at Yihao. Would he truly wish to remain? The days spent alongside Yihao required neither intellectual exertion nor personal combat. It felt as though he had returned to the innocence of childhood, where someone was there to protect him. Such days, he wished, could continue indefinitely, never to cease. Artoria regarded Yihao, inwarding. Are you truly willing to relinquish the Holy Grail? She harbored no intention of abandoning her aspirations for the Holy Grail. If possible, she still desired to utilize it to wish for a return to the day of selection. Artoria, the people of Britain have never faulted you. You ought to set aside the burdens you carry and live for yourself. Yihao felt a sense of helplessness towards the obstinate Night King. In the original narrative, she had merely cohabited with Shiro Amiya for a brief period before falling in love with him and altering her perspective. Yihao had always maintained a respectful distance from such a dignified beauty. Though eccentric, he was a man of principles. He would not pursue a beauty who did not align with his ideals, regardless of her allure. Must he truly embark on the pursuit of her affections? The online guide for the fluffy-haired king suggested only 2 steps. First, to lavish her with copious amounts of food. Second, to procure a lion for her. Feeding her seemed manageable, but where on earth could one acquire a lion? Such an unreliable strategy. What if I were to present you with a lion? Would you then forsake your wish? He mused. A lion? Yihao stared at her in disbelief. Artoria appeared to contemplate this seriously for a moment. No, the Night King would not waver for the sake of a lion. Your fluffy hair is about to spin into a helicopter due to your inner turmoil. Confronted by Yihao's gaze, Artoria diverted her attention, venting her frustration upon the snacks laid out on the table. Medusa remained indifferent. Since her summoning, the only thing of value to her had been her master, Sakura. Now that Sakura had been reborn, she found little to cling to. If she were to wish, it would likely be for Sakura's eternal happiness. As for her own body, she was unconcerned. Her eyes drifted towards Yi Hao, contemplating the prospect of testing this man. The mobilization meeting concluded without resolution. Yi Hao and the motley crew returned to their respective homes. He sealed himself within the Dark Temple, one of Medusa's noble phantasms. Originally intended to seal magical eyes, could be manipulated to a degree to sway the consciousness of her opponents. It had been quite some time since Yi Hao had ventured into his inner world. The scenery before him bore slight differences from the past. The ninefold palace had transformed into a thatched cottage, and the 33-story tower had become a slightly taller thatched dwelling. Special effects cannot be dismissed entirely. One might even say they're better left unmentioned. The ambience is dim, devoid of mountains, waters, or clouds. It is inevitable to marvel at Jiu Shao, a being who values appearances. Even after losing their homeland, they still strive to recreate their grandeur. Presently, an unexpected guest has joined the scene. Jiu Shao wields a whip of uncertain origin, while before them hangs a woman, bound and suspended in midair. What game are you playing? Yahao Inwidit. Observing Medusa's remarkable binding technique, which accentuated her formidable beauty. The more Medusa struggled, the more the ropes seemed to tighten around her. Her cheeks flushed as she attempted to turn her neck away, refusing to meet Yi Hao's gaze. I thought you had vanished long ago, Yi Hao remarked, unable to contain his admiration upon seeing Jiu Shao after such a long absence. I nearly did, Jiu Shao replied, her voice as cold as ever. During their journey through interdimensional realms, Yi Hao's body and soul had been torn apart countless times. Jiu Shao, who should have perished, survived due to the shattered crystal of collapse. The remnants of that destruction merged with Yi Hao's being, leaving fragments within his soul. These fragments grew alongside Yi Hao's strength, gradually evolving into a new inner world. It was within this realm that Jiu Shao preserved her will. Can I still unleash my Bankai? Yi Hao asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. This was indeed a fortunate development. The skills within the Soul Society are manifestations of spiritual energy and through esoteric techniques. Yi Hao could reconstruct these powers in the form of magical energy. Bankai represents the liberation of one soul's power, if he could activate it within the Marvel Universe. He believed he could unleash unparalleled might on Earth. My strength is barely a fraction of what it once was. At most, it may help you wield weapons more comfortably. As for any boost in power, you might as well abandon that notion. Yi Hao cast a disdainful glance at Jiu Shao, provoking her ire. She is but a fragment of a soul. Does she truly consider herself a deity? Medusa interjected, her voice timid as she pleaded. Could you please lower me down? If you continue to ignore me, I shall weep before you. Chapter 40. Remain, how did you manage to enter? Yi Hao sat upright on a makeshift stool crafted by Jiu Shao, adopting an open demeanor, yet resolute against any resistance. Medusa knelt on the ground, her complexion flushed, murmuring softly, I merely wish to glimpse your true essence. Her intentions were innocuous. She simply sought to understand Yi Hao. So you intended to utilize a treasure to infiltrate my heart. I did not anticipate encountering such a formidable obstacle. You should have mentioned it earlier. Yi Hao exclaimed. How could he refuse such an opportunity? If you had been straightforward, I would have awaited you without hesitation. Now, however, the plan was exposed, and he found himself accompanied by an unforeseen presence. Yi Hao cast an exasperated glance at Jiu Shao, who was seething with rage. Had it not been for her depleted powers, she would have certainly taught him a lesson today. Her attire had transformed from armor to coarse linen garments. The mere manifestation of this attire consumed a considerable amount of her spiritual energy. Her exquisite visage bore traces of soot and ash. In an instant, a wave of grievance surged within her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yi Hao, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. I was wrong. It is entirely my fault for not being attentive. He hurriedly approached, offering reassurances. From now on, I shall proactively infuse my power into your inner world, constructing a grand abode for you, ensuring you endure not a hint of distress. After a prolonged period of persuasion, Jiu Shao finally calmed down. Yi Hao wiped away the non-existent sweat on his brow. He had not anticipated that the valiant Jiu Shao would possess such a delicate side. Medusa, observing from the sidelines, found it amusing. Yi Hao immediately shot her a glare. What are you laughing at? You are still a captive. Mind your demeanor. Medusa promptly covered her mouth. Yi Hao crouched down and lifted Medusa's chin, saying now, speak. How do you wish to resolve this matter? Resolve what? Are you not going to let me go? Medusa's expression was a mix of curiosity and anxiety, her proud face adorned with defiance. Huh, you think you can come and go as you please, treating my inner world as a public space? Then what do you intend to do? Medusa clutched her chest, panic setting in. This could lead to a serious predicament. I might not be able to preserve my chastity. Where is Sakura? Someone help me. No, if Sakura arrives, she won't assist in restraining my arms, will she? Yahao brazen is scrutinizit, herfev, dilijatelix. Medusa trembled, timidly extending her long, white legs. Hurry up. Her eagerness, however, made Yihao feel somewhat bashful. He reached out to caress her leg. Wow, so smooth. The well-toned limbs bore no excess flesh, taut yet supple. Each leg possessed its own merits, distinct from Rin Tosaka's. You should pursue your mischief elsewhere. Jiao Shao crossed her arms, her expression one of displeasure. You scoundrel! Have you forgotten your old flame now that you have a new one? Not a mention, I am still here. The soul realm awaited two others for his return. With a deliberate exit from the inner world, Yihao rose from the bed. The church lay shrouded in darkness. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass, casting a pitch-black cross. Medusa, reluctantly emerging from the shadows, inquired, What do you truly desire? In the dim atmosphere, Medusa could not discern Yihao's expression, instead conjuring images of her impending fate. What a humiliated knight might utter under duress from bandits. Just kill me. What stance should she take in her resistance? Medusa, do you wish to stay? The abrupt inquiry plunged Medusa into silence. Her complexion shifted between shades of red and green. After enduring an inexplicable internal struggle, she finally asked, Why? You may perceive me as a traveler, journeying through countless realms. Yihao lifted his gaze towards the distant hues of light. After the destruction of the Holy Grail, I shall depart from this world. The two-dimensional realms are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Traversing through them is akin to unboxing a mystery. Yihao could never ascertain where his next destination would be. The first world he ventured into was the realm of the Shinigami, a stroke of fortune indeed. The current world of Type Moon was an acquisition of randomness. There is little of value to learn in this realm, and even if there were, it is not within his reach at present. Should he truly encounter the 5 great laws, he could master them through his extraordinary abilities. Undoubtedly, upon summoning the Holy Grail, he would have the opportunity to grasp the 3rd law. After all, he had genuinely traversed worlds. There was no perfect growth path of evolving from weakness to strength for him to choose. Medusa's expression gradually shifted, revealing disbelief. Yihao's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Once I am gone, I trust Rin will have no cause for concern. I worry for Sakura, as she will be left unguarded. Although Ilya has her 2 homunculi for company, it inevitably poses some challenges. Yihao stepped closer to Medusa, locking eyes with her. I hope you can remain to care for them. Medusa recognized the sincerity in Yihao's demeanor. Womidia, Yihao nodded. If she wishes, I would like to take her with me to my world. Her life has been tragically burdensome, and I do not wish for her to return to the throne of heroes, forever marked by her betrayal of the witch. Medusa inquired. Puzzled, then why not take them all? My strength is formidable, stemming from a peculiar artifact. It possesses a truly boundless power, yet the conduit connecting it to me is limited. With my current abilities, I can only take one person at most. He yearned to take everyone, but such a notion was impractical. Medusa furrowed her brow. Yihao refrained from interrupting her contemplation, standing silently. Medusa was intrigued as to why Yihao placed such trust in her, especially given their limited exchanges. Do you trust me so? My legend is not particularly virtuous. Is it? Yihao offered a cryptic smile. Your legend is indeed filled with noble deeds. Who would not admire a beautiful goddess? Moreover, you possess a profound understanding of Sakura's suffering. With you here, I feel at ease. In that moment, Yihao revealed a side of himself that was starkly different from his usual demeanor. Medusa believed that even Medea had likely never witnessed this aspect of him. I can grant your request. However, in return, you must agree to my terms. Certainly, Yihao did not hesitate. After all, even if this request were to remain unfulfilled, it mattered little. When the time comes, I can simply withdraw. Would she truly have the heart to leave Sakura all alone in desolation? In a corner of the cathedral, the cursed arm Hassan trembled quietly. As a proficient assassin, he was entirely capable of concealing his presence. This was no mere boast. If he so desired, None in attendance could detect his existence. However, trouble had arisen. It seemed he had inadvertently overheard something he ought not to have. Surely, he wouldn't meet his demise at the hands of another. Yet, he had simply forgotten where he was. This was the workshop of Medea. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the fact that Medea was standing in another corner in her ethereal form. Chapter 41. Resolution. The following noon did not unfold as he had anticipated, with him rising in a flurry. After all, nothing had transpired. Yihao opened his eyes. Awake now, cosmic hero. IMO. No cosmic hero here. What greeted him was the charming visage of Medea. However, unlike usual, her demeanor was unexpectedly gentle. You're awake. Upon receiving Medea's smiling greeting, Yihao hastily threw off the covers, reaching for his happiness. Thank goodness. It was still there. Yet, even amidst such a brazen action, Medea remained unperturbed. It was early morning, and the young man was rather impatient. Medea cast a reproachful glance at Yihao and spoke softly. There's a serious issue. Yihao looked at Medea with uncertainty. Typically, when she witnessed his indiscreet behavior, even if she were not angry, she would at least show him some displeasure. The situation felt amiss. He needed to consider an emergency escape. Please, a towel. Medea handed him a warm towel. Yihao reached out, but hesitated, extending his hand again. You take the towel. Medea narrowed her eyes, displaying a hint of impatience. Yihao trembled as he grasped the towel. Little May, if something is amiss, you can tell me directly. I can change. Your demeanor frightens me. Medea, with her eyes narrowed and a smile gracing her lips, replied, I am but a humble servant. What intentions could I possibly harbor? This is what I ought to do. Yihao's fear intensified. His mind raced, sifting through memories from the moment he could recall until now. But despite the mental gymnastics, he could not fathom what he had done. Had he risen too late? Had his wish for 20 wives backfired? Had he been neglecting Medea lately? As smoke genuinely began to emanate from his head, he remained perplexed. Under Medea's gentle care, Yihao walked with measured steps to the dining hall. There, Rin Tosaka and Sakura Tosaka, who appeared to be sisters, were engaged in conversation. Yihao's eyes brightened as he hastened to their side, taking refuge behind Rin. Rin, Sakura, something has happened with Medea. His inexplicable action immediately piqued the curiosity of the two. Rin Tosaka glanced at Medea, who was swiftly approaching. Miss Medea, Sakura greeted politely. What has transpired? Rin scrutinized Medea, her gaze moving up and down. There is nothing particularly different. Medea's smile is gentle, akin to what Sakura Tosaka typically encounters. My little May never greets me when I wake. Rather, she resorts to delivering a couple of punches if I rise late. Though the pain is palpable, it is a testament to the care I receive from Medea. However, Yihao's words have provoked a reaction in Medea. Her expression falters slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching as she steels herself to say, Master, be good, it's time to eat. Rin Tosaka protects Yihao, disregarding the inappropriate hand he has placed on her waist. You are not Medea. Who are you? Medea can no longer maintain her composure. What image do others hold of her? A mere kindness towards Yihao leads to suspicion. Dinner is ready. Come out. All my gentleness has been wasted. Yihao steps forward, finally embodying a semblance of the little May. Little May, why do you have to be this way? I cherish the true Medea. You need not disguise yourself before me. Although Yihao's words fill Medea with warmth, his actions leave her somewhat disheartened. As she pouts, Yihao wraps his arm around her shoulders. Little May, don't be upset. Let me feed you. The collective gaze of the group at the table is overwhelming, flushing her cheeks with embarrassment. In a hushed tone, Medea whispers in Yihao's ear, Please don't do this. Let us go back to the room. Enough of this. Rin Tosaka slams her palm on the table. She has no desire to consume a meal while being inundated with romantic gestures. Reedy Temple, a renowned landmark in Fuyuki City, stands alongside the Matu family's pit and the Einsburn Castle, collectively recognized as the three must-visit attractions of Fuyuki City. Although one is a pit, another is elusive, and the last is inaccessible, none of this deters Yihao from leading his tour group. On the serene mountain path, an uninvited group shows no restraint. Artoria, do you remember the strategy we discussed? Yihao inquires, standing beside Artoria. She frowns, having been reminded numerous times throughout this journey. Each time, he reiterates the importance of treating the noble phantasm as a common tool. With the current lineup, They could easily dominate the Holy Grail War. Yi Hao and his companions brazenly approach in broad daylight, blatantly disregarding Kiritsugu's reputation. The rules of the Holy Grail War? Irrelevant. Position ahead of Artoria is Medusa to her left, Heracles to her right, with Medea, Saber Amiya, and Assassin Hassan at the rear, while they face the traitorous Ichulin. What could possibly lead to defeat? With a dragon's might, how could one falter? Yi Hao can now boldly declare to all that he is the sole king of Fuyuki City. The gates of Ridi Temple stand empty. Due to the changes in Medea's narrative, Sasaki Kojiru has not been summoned to this world. Yi Hao pushes the grand door open. The square appeared meticulously arranged, with a long table positioned at its center and a tall golden chair occupying the principal seat. Gilgamesh sat regally upon it, his golden armor indicative of his readiness for battle from the very onset. Faced with someone as unpredictable as Yi Hao, Gilgamesh found himself at a loss for words. On one side stood Kirai Kodomine, a blue spearman materializing beside him. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he said, observing Yi Hao's silence, a disdainful smile emerging on his face. "Now that we have reached this conclusion, shall we not sit and converse? Or are you merely afraid?" Such provocations were futile against someone as shameless as Yi Hao. Yet for Rin Tosaka, they served as a direct challenge. "Very well, let us see what you have to repent for." Upon meeting one's adversary, there was no blush of embarrassment. Even Rin Tosaka herself was uncertain why she felt so remarkably composed at this moment. Yi Hao, striding in an audacious manner, unceremoniously took a seat opposite Gilgamesh, crossing his legs. "Let me hear what you wish to convey," he declared, having already disregarded any semblance of modesty. He was curious what insights these two might possess, having awaited his arrival. "Wait, what has become of the original inhabitants here?" Shiro Amiya questioned as he gazed upon the hall of Ryudu Temple, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Ryudu Temple was the residence of his dear friend, Ryudu Issei. "Fear not, young man, they are all quite well. I merely put them to sleep temporarily to avoid any disturbances." "We are not a dark organization," Kirai Kodomine replied, a strange delight glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Shiro. Chapter 42. "Are you here for a meal?" Yi Hao, seated comfortably, beckoned to Medusa, patting his thigh in invitation. Medusa shot him a disdainful glance, ignoring him entirely. Swiftly shifting his attention, he waved at Sakura Tosaka, patting his thigh once more. Sakura showed a flicker of interest, yet Rin Tosaka pulled her away. Rin's warning gaze filled Yi Hao with disappointment. Unable to contain himself any longer, he surveyed the remaining individuals. The servant, Amiya, promptly positioned himself behind Rin Tosaka, while Hercules scratched his head, showing no reaction. Medusa harbored her own thoughts. Yet the intimidating look from Sakura prompted her to discreetly stand beside her. Artoria stood behind Yi Hao, quietly observing Gilgamesh, her profound gaze revealing a deep-seated confusion. Only Wield bounded into Yi Hao's embrace, nuzzling against his chin. Yi Hao affectionately patted her head, casting a challenging glance around the room, particularly at Medusa. Her mouth twitched as she unconsciously moved closer to Yi Hao, grasping his shoulder with a slight pressure. "Yi Hao, what troubles you?" Wield inquired, sensing his growing tension. "Nothing. Nothing at all. Just a mosquito bite," he replied. The mere physical strength is indeed akin to the sting of a mosquito. The motley crew at the table observed with a twitch in the corner of their eyes, as Kiritsugu Amiya remained unfazed. The absurdity lay in the fact that he was utterly powerless against them. Had he possessed the means, would he still be engaged in idle chatter? This was the only Holy Grail war in history capable of uniting 6 servants. "Serve the dishes already. What are you dawdling for?" Yi Hao slammed the table, pointing directly at Kiritsugu Amiya. Kiritsugu maintained his aloof demeanor. "Is this not a dining table? Are you here merely to feast?" He noticed that the phrase, "serve the dishes," caused the figure of Artoria behind Yi Hao to sway slightly. "Are you really here just for a meal?" Yi Hao interrupted him, gesturing towards Artoria. "What nonsense are you spouting? Even a round table can serve as a dining table. What kind of table cannot accommodate dishes?" Artoria lost her initial regal composure, her ahogue drooping as she tugged at Yi Hao's robe. Enough already. The noble king of knights, the sovereign of Britain, found it intolerable to be reduced to a mere dining vessel, and to have her family's table invoked incessantly was utterly outrageous. Her family's table? It isn't even your table, Yi Hao. What is the harm in treating the round table as a dining table? Is there a problem? If the temperature is off, I'll turn hostile. That's enough. Rin Tasaka covered her face, exclaiming, "How embarrassing. What is this person's skin made of?" Ahem, regarding the Holy Grail War. I trust you are all well informed. No need for you to state the obvious. If you have nothing of worth to add, we might as well commence the battle. Kiritsugu's expression darkened considerably. Then you should understand that summoning the Greater Grail requires the mechanism of the Lesser Grail. Yihao fell silent for a moment, reasoning that he had forgotten. In the Holy Grail War of Fuyuki City, it is imperative to infuse the magic of the 6 deceased servants into the Lesser Grail. This harnesses their power to return to the throne of heroes, thus creating a portal to realms beyond. It is that accursed pit spewing black mud. This abyss points directly to the root. However, now tainted by all forms of evil, although theoretically it remains connected to the root. Traversing the sea of suffering brought forth by the black mud resembles the transcendence described in typical web novels. Iliasvil's expression stiffened slightly. Originally, there were 2 instances of transformation into the Lesser Grail. Kiritsugu's gaze darted back and forth between Sakura Matu and Iliasvil. Zoken Matu deliberately transformed one to procure the Grail. The other is none other than Iliasvil von Einsburn, cradled in your arms. Should you wish to destroy the Grail, you must summon it. A delightful smile spread across Kiritsugu's face. Are you prepared to sacrifice her? A profound silence enveloped the room. Iliasvil, devoid of any sense of security, burrowed desperately into Yihao's embrace. Yihao held Iliasvil tightly. "Fear not, for I am here. No one understands the Holy Grail War better than I do." Yihao's hands moved back and forth like a player of an accordion. The mechanism of the Lesser Grail involves reclaiming the souls of all fallen servants to forge a gateway to realms beyond. As fate would have it, I am precisely emerging from that very abyss. Once I eliminate you, no one shall thwart my endeavor to obliterate the Holy Grail. Yihao's eyes sparkled with fervor. It was time to turn the tables. Altria, unleash your might, and let them witness the true essence of the full board. Golden magic erupted upon the grounds of Lu Dong Temple. Gilgamesh, quick to react, drew forth his noble phantasm, the Sword of Rupture. The golden magic gathered by the Sword of Promised Victory surged incessantly. Yihao felt the magic within him dwindling rapidly. Yes, that's it. Finish him off. Altria, end his life. The mere mention spurred Altria into action. In mere minutes, the entirety of Lu Dong Temple vanished without a trace. One can only imagine the expressions on the faces of the temple's inhabitants if they were to discover this calamity. A colossale explosion unleashed turbulengale. And before the smoke could dissipate, a golden streak was seen hurtling toward an unknown direction. Gilgamesh opened his treasury, attempting to disrupt her offensive. "Go, Amiya!" Interrupt his noble phantasm and deliver a minor shock with a counterfeit. Yihao patted Shiro, Amiya's shoulder, who gazed back in astonishment. "Oh, my apologies, wrong shoulder." The servant, Amiya, twitched at the corner of his eye as he unleashed his projection magic. Countless counterfeit noble phantasms soared forth from before him. Gilgamesh had fought more battles than those present had consumed salt, yet this reckless approach was a novel spectacle. What an eye-opener. Had the gods possessed even half of Yihao's audacity, they would have long been outplayed. At this juncture, to still cling to the dignity of a king would surely lead to disaster. The Sword of Rupture spun, its magic resisting the radiance of the Sword of Promised Victory. The birth of heaven and earth, the Star of Rupture. Its magical output far surpassed that of the Sword of Promised Victory, eclipsing the golden luminescence. Yihao watched this scene with exhilaration, unhesitatingly charging into the range of Gilgamesh's noble phantasm. "Yihao, father." A few stood in stunned silence. Was there truly someone rushing towards their demise? Gilgamesh chuckled, subtly amplifying his magical output. Altria gazed at Yihao, who stood protectively before her, touched by the sight. It was her first encounter with a master who actively shielded their servant. Naturally, Yihao merely sought to acquire skill, despite his prolonged stay in Fuyuki City. He had yet to trigger any enhancements beyond a single holy light skill. He was, after all, a man with a system. If this continued, the system would gather dust. Detected that the host has come into contact with the power of heaven and earth. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ability Space Shatter. Space Shatter, a lower-tier application of the power of heaven and earth, capable of fracturing space. Yi Hao beamed at the torrent of magic before him. His garments were swept away in the flow, revealing his robust physique to the onlookers. Space shatter. As his azure eyes glimmered, an inexplicable force assailed the space before him, creating a gaping void. The moment two powers collided, the entire summit of Lu Dong Temple was obliterated. Chapter 43, An Unfathomable Affection. As the dust settled, a vast chasm revealed itself to the onlookers. Yi Hao, bloodied yet radiant, stood resolutely to one side. Artoria, filled with perplexity, lingered behind him, her emotions swirling inexplicably. Gilgamesh was astonished to discover that someone could withstand his noble phantasm, the Sword of Rupture. The might capable of splitting heaven and earth was no mere boast. The Holy Grail restored the artifact to its legendary potency without reservation. I concede, your strength matches my own. This acknowledgement belonged to the King of Heroes. In a rare moment, Gilgamesh recognized the prowess of an ordinary man, setting aside the pride of a demigod. After his comrades, a worthy rival had emerged once more. Yi Hao coughed up a few flecks of blood. Previously wounded by the root, his bones lay shattered. Medea's healing magic, combined with his almost unnatural vitality, merely restored him to his original state. The injuries stemming from the root were not easily mended. Medea had once marveled at his resilience. Yet all was but a fade. The root harbored deeper grudges than he had anticipated. Artoria supported Yi Hao, but he playfully slapped her rear, whispering, "You should strike now while he's distracted. Give him a solid blow." Artoria's furious gaze shifted from Yi Hao to Gilgamesh, her face flushed with indignation. Ouch, that was a hit on the armor. Yi Hao maintained his composure, discreetly rubbing his hand behind him. Gilgamesh could hardly fathom that Yi Hao possessed none of the decorum befitting a skilled warrior. Just as he pondered this, a streak of light struck him squarely in the face. Had it not been for the Sword of Rupture, he might have lost his head. Shouldn't there be some mutual flattery at this moment? You seem to disregard the nuances of human interaction. And Artoria, shouldn't your ire be directed at Yi Hao for provoking you? The Artoria before him, blushing, swung her sword with terrifying force. Her frenzied assault overwhelmed him with sheer momentum. Rin Tosaka had intended to confront Kiritsugu, but the chaotic mana currents had whisked him away at the onset. By the time Kiritsugu emerged from the ruins, Rin's fury had dissipated considerably. "Si Chulin, what are you doing?" Kiritsugu was taken aback to find his servant standing beside Medea. Was that even a question? Medea's eyes, crescent-shaped beneath her hood, sparkled, and her crimson lips curled into a captivating smile. "I see." Rising, Kiritsugu inquired, "When did you betray me?" "When we returned from the church." As Si Chulin, the great hero of the divine age, consciously betrays his master, he feels a twinge of remorse. "It is time for you and me to conclude this matter." The sigil on Rin Tosaka's body begins to glow steadily. "You can rest assured. I am not one to disregard martial ethics like Yi Hao." Rin, the pioneer who fused magic with martial arts, was on the verge of becoming the progenitor of a new era of magicians. "Rin, have you forgotten who taught you the art of boxing?" Without sparring, how can one truly know? As fellow practitioners of Bajiquan, they assumed the same starting stance. The distant sound of an explosion echoes like the starting whistle of a match, and their figures collide. Yi Hao limps forward. Indeed, one must admit, he appears quite dashing. With explosions and hurricanes behind him, a solitary figure striding forth. A true tough guy. Then, a disheveled figure emits a cry of distress, rushing toward them. "Help me." Yi Hao coughs blood as he plunges into the embrace of the one. 63 Meter Tal Medea. Did you just think of something ill-fated? Medea's intuition informs her that Yi Hao must have contemplated something dire. "My dear, let us not dwell on the details. Look, I'm injured." Yi Hao's feeble voice betrays a heavy sense of tragedy and despair. In Medea's arms, Yi Hao appears so pitiful and helpless. Medea places her hands on Yi Hao's back, illuminating it with a green glow. This scene somewhat resembles their first encounter. "Oh, look, isn't that our gallant Yi Hao coming to rescue the damsel in distress? What happened to your bravado?" Medea's voice carries a hint of mockery and disdain. "I didn't come to rescue anyone," Yi Hao replies, momentarily taken aback, confusion flickering in his eyes. "Then why did you charge in?" Artoria's gaze nearly melts under the intensity. Medea's mocking grin remains unwavering. "Huh?" Yi Hao turns his gaze towards the center of the battlefield, where Artoria's eyes blaze with fury, the occasional flash of fire likely the melting that Medea mentioned. Yi Hao genuinely had no intention of playing the gallant hero. Besides, with the sheer worth of a complete board, there was no need for him to intervene. If a hero were truly needed, he might as well toss Shiro Amiya into the fray. That would be far more effective than his own intervention. Yi Hao remains unperturbed by Shiro's presence. His ruthless words pierce like the sharpest dagger into Shiro's heart. A flurry of question marks hovers above Shiro Amiya's head. This group seems to regard him as a reserve resource, ready to be sacrificed in a critical moment. He had thought he was merely an extra, yet unexpectedly, he found himself in such a pivotal role. He is truly grateful to Yi Hao's ancestors. One battlefield seems to be secure. Artoria, with overwhelming advantage, has pinned Gilgamesh to the ground, discarding the sword of promised victory, delivering punch after punch. Gilgamesh's expression gradually spirals into chaos, as the chains of heaven materialize from the void, binding the furious Artoria in place. Regrettably, he underestimated the wrath of Artoria. With a fierce roar, she severed the chains of heaven, delivering a powerful fist into the already contorted visage of Gilgamesh. The impact felt quite satisfying as Gilgamesh, adorned with a self-assured grin, collapsed to the ground. Rin Tosaka's fist struck forcefully against Kirai Kotomine's abdomen. With a swift motion, she unleashed her martial prowess, embodying the essence of Hapkido infused with sorcery. This strike employed a close-range technique, penetrating the gemstone magic into her adversary's body. As Kirai fell, he attempted to speak, but blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. Indeed, your skills have surpassed mine. As a mentor, Kirai felt a sense of pride, yet as an adversary, his pleasure waned, especially upon witnessing Rin draw forth the Mercury sword. Kirai's expression began to unravel. As a survivor of the previous Holy Grail War and a clandestine orchestrator of this current conflict, such an outcome was intolerable. He unfastened his garments, revealing a multitude of command spells before the onlookers. Unfazed by the abundance of command spells, Rin, brandishing the Mercury sword, approached Kirai with deliberate intent. In the name of the command spells, I command you, Gilgamesh, restore all injuries, recover all magical energy, and unleash all power. One command spell after another dissipated, and the spells that had previously served as sources of magical energy now fulfilled their true purpose. Chapter 44. Distant Utopia. Artoria strode proudly towards the crowd. Gilgamesh? Mia Tlesh. Yi Hao gazed at her in exasperation. Finish him off, finish him off. His tone reflected a mix of frustration and disappointment towards the child. This young one truly lacked diligence. As the king of knights, perhaps she had been too deeply affected by the chivalric spirit. In the future, when vanquishing foes, she ought to strike their heads and hearts with a flurry of blows before unleashing a barrage of explosive magic. Such actions would be a betrayal of the knightly code. With her victory, Artoria's voice now held considerable weight. It was time to educate her master, to impart the essence of the knightly spirit. Yi Hao extended his finger to touch Artoria's forehead. In the face of enemies that necessitate execution, one must not exhibit the slightest leniency. Otherwise, the falling Gilgamesh began to levitate slowly, his form enveloped in visible magical energy. Artoria, cradling her head, gazed at the resurgent Gilgamesh, who had regained his strength. Her face flushed crimson. Ilya, it's your turn, Yi Hao remarked, turning his gaze. Sighing, Yi Hao expressed his weariness. Hearing his sigh, Artoria curled inwards, cradling her head. This time around in the Holy Grail War, Yi Hao had initially wished to spare Ilya from the fray, having been altered by the Einsburn family to adapt to Heracles. Ilya's body was inscribed with magical seals, causing her immense suffering even from the most mundane of actions. Who could fathom the depths of agony this diminutive figure bore in her daily life? Shatter him, with the delightful voice of Ilya. The previously silent Heracles unleashed a thunderous battle cry. Everyone charge. Let's not grant him any opportunity this time. Yi Hao gestured with his hand, and a group of servants surged towards Gilgamesh. Rin Tosaka furrowed her brow, feeling the weight of the situation. She thrust the Mercury sword into the body of Kirai Kotomine. The blade pierced through, completing the infamous assassin's tool's grim mission. Artoria, equally enraged, rushed back to the battlefield. Just how formidable was Gilgamesh at full capacity? The chains of heaven soared through the sky, dominating the battlefield. Treasures from the king's treasury cascaded forth like an endless bounty. The casual slashes of the sword of deviation stirred storms. Heracles found himself ensnared from the very start, his divinity proving to be a heavy burden. Medusa, relying on her remarkable agility, evaded the pursuing chains of heaven, unable to reach the center of the fray. The cautious Aeneas stood at a distance, projecting replica treasures that countered those from the king's treasury, continuously creating chances for the others. Assassin Hassan appeared quite helpless, feeling that the intensity of this battlefield was somewhat oppressive. Artoria and Sichulin, as the top 3 servants, performed admirably, managing to reclaim some semblance of advantage. Medea's magic seemed too juvenile for Gilgamesh, with her body enhancement spells being her only contribution on the field. Yehao, Sakura Tosaka, Rin Tosaka, and Shiro Amiya stood at a distance, anxious over the dire situation. It's all my fault. If I had been more decisive, it wouldn't have come to this, Rin lamented, her spirit faltering. Sister did well enough, Sakura comforted, patting her shoulder. Yihao's gaze shifted to Shiro Amiya. What if we just toss him out? Kid, have you learned projection magic? As a servant, Amiya could use it, and Yihao believed he could as well, though lacking the necessary training. He was uncertain of his current capability. A little bit, Shiro replied, appearing somewhat intimidated by Yihao's gaze. Then you should join the fray, Yihao said calmly. Wait, he'll just be sending himself to his death. Rin glared at Shiro, signaling him to remain silent. I might as well go myself. Everyone must grow, came the realization. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the battlefield, causing Yihao to squint towards the center of the chaos. I must go as well. He returned his gaze to Shiro. Decide for yourself. As Yihao rushed towards the battlefield, Rin glanced at Shiro, warning him, don't go to your demise. With that, she too headed towards the fray. Secret art, space interdiction. An invisible barrier unfurled across the arena, blossoming like a flower, blocking the myriad chains of heaven, which rang out with the sound of metal clashing. Yihao advanced, channeling his magical energy into the earth, which shattered beneath him as he swiftly propelled himself forward. His fist, imbued with arcane power, surged toward Gilgamesh's head. Gilgamesh appeared somewhat unhinged, his crimson pupils resonating with Yihao's azure ones. The sword of separation flashed by, as magical forces clashed in midair. Although Yihao's strike did not inflict significant damage, it created an opening for the others. Almost simultaneously with Yihao's backward flight, a crimson spear shot forth from behind him, scraping violently against Gilgamesh's golden armor. Incredible! Sichulin could hardly believe that his piercing spear could not penetrate the opponent's armor. Medusa had already removed her blindfold, her movements just a fraction slower than Sichulin's, as her long, pale legs delivered a powerful kick to Gilgamesh's temple. Yet, Gilgamesh remained unfazed, as the chains of heaven shot forth to ensnare her legs and fling her away. Artoria's sword was the only attack that could compel him to evade. A long sword, radiating a golden light, descended from behind Gilgamesh, but a circular shield intercepted the blow with a resounding crash. What? Artoria swiftly retreated, realizing that such an assault was futile. If this is the extent of your abilities, then today marks your demise. Gilgamesh's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the arena. A red lightning bolt erupted from the spinning sword of separation. This time, the release of his noble phantasm would truly manifest the monumental force of creation. The servant Shiro gathered magical energy in his hands. The 7 rings of the seraphim. Fool! Is this the level of defense you consider humorous? Yihao roared, interrupting Shiro's spellcasting. Though Shiro was determined to try, he complied with Yihao's fury and began to evade. At that moment, Shiro finally arrived on the battlefield. Projection. As the magical energy coursed through him, immense pain surged within his body. If it were merely a projection of Jianggan and Mo-Xie, it would be exceedingly simple. However, what he sought to replicate was the noble phantasm of King Arthur within himself, a distant utopia. This was a daunting challenge for him at present. Shiro, assist him. Yihao's voice rang out like a death knell. The servant Shiro understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He placed a hand on Shiro's shoulder. I will aid in the flow of magical energy. Carefully sense the sheath within your body. With the support of the servant Shiro, Shiro felt invigorated. The golden light gradually took shape in his hands. Artoria. At Yihao's call, Artoria leapt forward to stand before Shiro. Sensing the presence of her master, Avalon revealed its true form. Separation of heaven and earth, the star of creation. Gilgamesh, gathering immense magical energy, swung the sword of separation downward. As the crimson magic surged forth, a golden radiance enveloped everything. Yihao had already taken Medea and hidden behind Artoria. Avalon's defenses completely disregarded this devastating strike, even reflecting it back. In Gilgamesh's astonished gaze, he was struck by his own noble phantasm. Chapter 45. Departure from a type moon world. After a considerable time, the dust settled. The gathered individuals regained their senses from the shocking blow. Surely, this must be the conclusion? Artoria's words elicited a sharp reprimand from Yihao. Why did you hit me? I played a significant role. Artoria protested, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Yihao. You fool. Don't say such things carelessly. Yihao retorted, exasperated. Typically, after such remarks, the opponent would appear unscathed before everyone, much like a phantom. The once maimed Ryudu temple now stood considerably shorter than before. Gilgamesh, drenched in blood, regarded the group with admiration. You all deserve commendation. This time, I have displayed my full power without reservation. Even against those who lack martial ethics, being able to defeat me is worthy of praise. With that, his form transformed into particles of light. Your name is Yihao, is it not? This king shall not forget you. You might as well forget. I have no desire for a man to remember me. Yihao felt a chill run down his spine. Gilgamesh let out a genuine laugh. Hey, it was I who defeated you. Why would you remember him? Artoria argued defiantly. You are indeed the one I. Before he could finish, Gilgamesh's form dispersed with the wind. At this moment, it could be said that it was over. Yihao patted Artoria's small head. Artoria, puzzled, inquired, what did he wish to say in the end? Probably words that would infuriate you. Yihao replied with certainty. Considering this man had proposed to Artoria multiple times in the original narrative, only to be rejected each time. In the vast cavern beneath Ryudu Temple, Medea brandished the broken phantasm and thrust it towards the servant Emiya, targeting either his head or his kidney with a disturbingly playful intent. The sight made Yihao's scalp tingle. After a while, all the command seals of the servants transferred to Yihao. Even with his overwhelming magical prowess, he felt a slight weakness, just a hint of it. Iliasville looked at Yihao with a sense of relief. It had been a long time since she felt so unburdened since her transformation. Big brother, do you truly not need my assistance? Ilia asked, referring to her duties concerning the Lesser Grail. To achieve the noble endeavor of ensuring the Einsburn family would never obtain the Holy Grail. Yihao would never allow her to assist. Just watch my actions. Yihao approached the central platform, inscribed with numerous arcane sigils within the vast void. Magic surged forth, establishing spatial coordinates. As the inscriptions were activated, he infused the essence of the 7 servants into the platform. A gaping abyss gradually materialized before the onlookers. The root, Tosaka Rin, gazed into this void, her heart stirred. This was the pinnacle of modern sorcery. However, the subsequent scene left her and the gathered crowd utterly astonished. Despite having received answers from Yihao's lips and his repeated assurances, the unfolding spectacle was overwhelmingly terrifying. As the void fully manifested, black sludge began to pour forth from its mouth. This was the embodiment of all evil in this realm. The black sludge seemed endless, flowing forth from the aperture. Yihao turned to look at Medea, who seemed to understand his intent and approached his side. Big brother? Father? The crowd observed this exchange with confusion, save for Medusa, who remained impassive. Thus, it is time to bid farewell. Yihao turned to the assembled company. Father. Tosaka Sakura attempted to rush towards Yihao, but was halted by Medusa's outstretched hand. Miss Medusa? Sakura, I am afraid you must remain here this time. Yihao regarded her with deep regret. In this Holy Grail war, there shall be no victors. I am profoundly sorry for those summoned here. His demeanor had transformed entirely, shedding the previous air of flippancy. Iliasville, you are now free. If the Einsburn family cannot comprehend you, then I shall bequeath the church to you. Yihao spoke as if delivering a final testament. Iliasville's eyes brimmed with tears, yearning to rush towards Yihao, but was captured by Medusa's grip. Yihao similet, clasping Medea's hand, raising the sigil-etched hand high. In the name of the command spell, all servants shall heed Medusa's command, ever ready to unleash their noble phantasms to obliterate the Greater Grail. They exchanged a knowing glance, and with radiant smiles, Medea and Yi Hao soared towards the abyss. As they entered the void, the black sludge seemed to have found its mark, and countless hands formed from the dark substance reached out towards them. "Little May, you are about to be seized." Yi Hao's emotionless voice echoed in Medea's ear. "Oomph." Medea scoffed, casting him a sidelong glance. The two made no resistance and were engulfed by the black sludge. Outside, Medusa too advanced towards the black mire, bathing beneath its shadow. Medusa, Tosaka, Sakura, and Iliasville, blocked by Medusa, were about to voice their concerns when they were taken aback by her unexpected action. Within the black sludge, a shadowy figure resembling Yi Hao emerged. "Ungramenyu, greetings." Yi Hao, hand in hand with Medea, regarded the dark figure with a mischievous smile. "You know me?" Ungramenyu inquired with curiosity. The most tragic figure of the Third Holy Grail War, Yi Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Angola Newman revealed a rigid smile. "Can you answer my question? Have you comprehended Gilgamesh's response?" Gilgamesh, too, has been consumed. At that moment, he acknowledged the entirety of evil in this world, confronting the dilemma of sin. He embraced the role of a king, permitting and bearing the weight of the world. Angola Newman fell into silence. His perception of good and evil was not distinctly demarcated. He harbored a profound disdain for the world while simultaneously cherishing humanity, a paradoxical thought sustaining his distorted existence. Good and evil coexist. Everything that exists in this realm possesses its own rationale. The answer you seek has always resided within your heart. Yi Hao paid little heed to his implications. Meanwhile, Medea's countenance twisted, as if she were enduring immense suffering. Until the dark mud enveloping her receded, she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Farewell, all the evils of this world. With Yi Hao's farewell, azure particles surged from his being, enveloping the two, and in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished without a trace. Outside, before Medusa lapsed into unconsciousness, she uttered her final words, "Destruction of the void." Subsequently, she lost awareness. The brilliance of a noble phantasm illuminated the vast chasm beneath the Ludong Temple. As if history were repeating itself, Artoria observed the scene before her. However, unlike before, there was no trace of resentment in her eyes. Her gaze swept across the surroundings. All the servants began to gradually fade away, leaving only Medusa lingering in existence. Yi Hao, truly an enigmatic fellow. The vast chasm fell into silence, as the events that transpired felt dreamlike. Only Medusa, lying on the ground, declared the authenticity of it all. "Let us return. When she awakens, we shall inquire thoroughly." Rin Tosaka watched as Sakura and Ilia's spirits drooped. Now was not the time for conversation. Chapter 46, A New Home Yi Hao. Medea's shrill cry echoed through the heavens. Yi Hao entered the room, gazing at Medea. "How have I become like this?" Medea rushed forward, seizing Yi Hao's collar and shaking him vigorously. "Isn't this rather splendid?" Yi Hao appraised Medea from head to toe. Oh no, she should be referred to as Medea now. Her height had diminished from 1.63 meters to 1.49 meters. Her once mature demeanor had transformed into that of a youthful girl. It was quite peculiar how a mere 14-centimeter reduction could provoke such a significant alteration. "Is it all right?" Medea looked at Yi Hao with anticipation. Yi Hao raised his thumb, flashing a smile. "But none of that is important. I have a surprise for you." Yi Hao covered Medea's eyes and guided her out of the room. Since her transcendence between dimensions, she had remained in a state of unconsciousness, and upon awakening, her attention was diverted by her newfound youth. At this moment, she brimmed with anticipation, a radiant smile gracing her face. Yi Hao led Medea out of the quaint abode. Clang, clang, clang. As Yi Hao lowered his hands, a desolate ruin unfolded before Medea's eyes. "This is our home." Medea's smile gradually faded, her expression becoming increasingly vacant, and the sparkle in her eyes diminished, reminiscent of her time spent repairing the church. "I shall crush you, you scoundrel." After a brief silence, Medea charged at Yi Hao like a fierce warrior, her mouth wide open as she aimed to bite him fiercely. The year was 2008. Nearly 60 years had passed since the last traversal, yet only a fortnight had elapsed in Fuyuki City. It seemed that the passage of time when traversing different worlds lacked a standard measurement. Yi Hao scratched at the blood-stained bite mark on his face. He had experienced around a century in the world of the Grim Reaper, nearly 500 years in the Marvel Universe, and a mere half-month in Fuyuki City, while reality had moved forward by about 60 years. Why was that? Yi Hao pondered in confusion as the words of Urahara Kisuke regarding intelligence resurfaced in his mind. He clenched his fists. I, Yi Hao, shall become an intellectual. I will proclaim to all that I operate using my own wisdom. I possess intellect. 2008. Yi Hao reflected on this year. It was the year when China hosted the Olympics. However, due to certain higher-dimensional reasons, he could not attend. Simultaneously, it was also the time when Iron Man was born. Yi Hao waved his hands, and a screen radiating a blue glow materialized before him. As the images on the screen shifted continuously, a television set appeared. Even without a physical television, he could still watch one. The unique ability of a magician to view through the screen. The television displayed news regarding the disappearance of the playboy Tony Stark. Should I go to rescue him? Yi Hao murmured. To rescue him would undoubtedly yield great benefits. Aligning himself with a wealthy tycoon would grant him a legitimate identity, ensuring a life free from worry, allowing him to travel freely to America. The title of the poorest traveler could be transformed in an instant. Yet, there was no harm in not going either. Yi Hao nestled into his lounge chair, squinting against the sunlight. It was a splendid day, perfect for lounging. Meanwhile, Medea conjured magic circles with both hands, stones soaring through the air as earth, wood, mud, and stone combined to gradually shape a small dwelling of 800 square feet. Yet the unnatural smile on the girl's face betrayed her feelings. Upon witnessing Yi Hao curl up and begin to doze off, fury ignited in Medea's heart, and a massive stone suddenly flew towards Yi Hao. A tremendous noise erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust. The Ten Rings Gang. Though unsure why they were called the Ten Rings Gang, and whether these 10 rings were related to the legendary 10 rings, they simply went by that name. Thus, Yi Hao abruptly appeared before them. Greetings. Have you heard of the notion that while there may be no linguistic barriers, there are evidently differing perspectives on etiquette between the parties involved? A row of assault rifles shifted their barrels, accompanied by a cacophony of vile insults, unleashing a frenzied barrage directed at Yi Hao. The dense net of firepower was sufficient to fulfill the deepest fears of those afflicted by a shortage of armament. Yet, as the bullets approached within half a meter of Yi Hao, they vanished without a trace. Amidst the shouts and curses from across the way, several rocket launchers were aimed at Yi Hao. The fiery trails were magnificent, yet the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. The surroundings were starkly silent. Run, the voice, the source of which remained unknown, prompted the crowd to scatter in a panic. Yi Hao regarded this group of terrorists with disdain. Did they expect to flee after firing? A series of blue rings materialized behind him, from which the earlier bullets and rockets shot forth. Explosions and screams coexisted as dismembered limbs and blood erupted around him. As the barrage subsided, Yi Hao strolled through the sea of corpses, discovering a few survivors. He delivered a sharp slap to one of the survivors' faces. "Where's Tony Stark?" The survivor, in a state of utter despair, pointed into the distance. "Over there, in a cave." "Yes, there. Please spare me." Yi Hao dismissed him, as the ensuing narrative was painfully predictable. If these terrorists possessed any humanity, how could they commit such atrocities against innocent civilians? Just as Yi Hao turned, the man crawled and grasped a weapon, aiming at Yi Hao's back and pulling the trigger. Blood sprayed from his head, and until his last breath, he could not comprehend why the bullet had struck him from above. Engaging in gunplay in the presence of someone with spatial abilities is indeed rather absurd. Inside the cave, as Yi Hao kicked open the iron door, the weary visage of Tony Stark came into view. "Are you also with the 10 Rings?" Despite his captive status, Tony maintained a flippant demeanor. Dr. Ethan hurriedly interjected, "Hey, Tony, let me handle this." "No, I'm here to rescue you," Yi Hao replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. "Well, that's quite the relief." Tony Stark expressed disbelief toward the man before him. "That's unnecessary. Just give me $100,000 or $200,000, Yi Hao said. Tony's attitude shifted instantly. He began to believe. The capitalist's approach dictated that when someone actively requested compensation, their words were to be trusted. After all, no one would offer kindness without a reason. "Of course, would you mind providing your account details?" "I do not have one." Yi Hao's response rendered Tony momentarily speechless. "But sir, in this day and age, everyone should have an account. Cash is acceptable too." Tony's demeanor remained amiable, and Yi Hao was satisfied. The negotiation proceeded pleasantly. while Ethan wiped the inexplicable sweat from his brow. As the group emerged from the cave, they were met with a gruesome sight, a landscape strewn with corpses and an abundance of weaponry. Tony Stark's expression shifted from relaxed to serious. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and asked, "Could you please wait for a moment? Are you intent on destroying these things?" Yihao reached out to stop Tony. "This is my mistake." "Tony, this is not entirely your fault," Ethan said gently. "By the way, I accidentally destroyed all the nearby vehicles," Yihao said proudly, hands on his hips. The veins on Tony Stark's forehead throbbed, yet he spoke softly. "Then how do we leave? Didn't you conjure a set of blueprints out of thin air? If you create that thing, we can leave." Tony's gaze was filled with skepticism. After all, Yihao's words resembled those of a thief wanting to steal his achievements. Dr. Ethan stepped between the two and addressed Yihao. "I apologize, sir. But why do you want him to create that item?" Yihao produced a teaching stick seemingly from nowhere, stating, "If you don't create it, you'll be trapped here." Chapter 47. Superfluous Actions in the Cavern. Yihao reclined on a broken lounge chair, alongside Ethan and Tony. Our dear Nini was hammering away at a piece of metal with a small mallet. "Sir, may I ask how you found this place?" Ethan inquired, handing over a cup of leaf tea, his demeanor somewhat reserved. Tony Stark lifted his gaze to glance at Yihao, curiosity piqued. Initially, they had paid little attention, but now, as they relaxed, they noticed Yihao's casual attire devoid of any armament. How had he boldly arrived here while managing all those outside? "Oh, did I not tell you?" Yihao sipped his tea, squinting as he savored the peculiar flavor. "I'm magician." "Excuse me, perhaps I misheard. Did you say magician?" Ethan hesitated before asking. "I'm not questioning you, but it is hard to believe. Aren't magicians those performers who rely on strange techniques?" Ethan's words were halting, as he adjusted his glasses, casting a glance toward Tony. Although Ethan's tone was polite, Yihao discerned the insinuation of being a fraud. "Hey, Ethan, this is obviously a joke." Tony waved the small hammer in his hand. "I sometimes indulge in a bit of magic to enjoy life, of course in the pool." "Tony, that clearly doesn't count as magic." Interrupted by Tony, Ethan's expression normalized considerably. "No, I believe that counts as magic," Yihao exclaimed wide-eyed. "To conjure a pool, beautiful women, and fine wine, that is more impressive than magic." "Oh, I think we will have plenty in common." As a renowned playboy, Tony admired Yihao. Ethan had evidently forgotten Yihao's assertions, now looking pained as he watched the two shake hands. The sound of hammering persisted intermittently throughout the day. Tony Stark, draped in a towel, casually collapsed onto the bed. "Do you think someone will come to rescue us?" Yihao reclined in the chair with the same posture. "Of course. After you finish making this outfit, you may just happen to encounter the beautiful military of the United States." "How fortuitous." Tony chuckled. "This certainly makes my efforts seem somewhat ludicrous." "Ethan, what do you wish to do after you leave?" "I long to return and see my family," Ethan replied, pulling out a pocket watch and gazing at the picture of his loved ones. "Hey, Ethan, listen, we will surely be able to leave safely." It was rare for Tony to be so serious. This crisis had made him realize that his actions were genuinely affecting the world. Looking at the Stark Industries weaponry, his anger had not subsided. These weapons were being exploited by terrorists, which was far from his intention. "Yihao, what about you? You came specifically to rescue me. What do you plan to do next?" Yihao, half asleep, responded, "I intend to return to my wife." Tony Stark straightened up, interrupting Yihao. "Oh, a wife? You married at such a young age?" "With all due respect, marriage is a graveyard of freedom. I dare say your life must be quite miserable." Yihao appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Yihao looked at him disdainfully. "Tony, you simply do not comprehend the beauty of love. Just wait. When you propose, with that conflicted expression, I shall capture the moment for posterity and mock it whenever I have the leisure." Ethan nodded in agreement. "Tony, when you have a family of your own, you will no longer think that way." Yihao added, "I have several wives who have gotten separated from me. I must find them." Ethan looked at Yihao in astonishment. "What do you mean by several wives?" Tony Stark burst into laughter. "I knew it. You were too young to have married so early." Yihao smiled, offering no rebuttal. Tony's laughter faded, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, "What I mean is, you're joking, right?" "Oh, I suppose I must return. I hope you both can go home tomorrow." Yihao gazed at the darkening sky, thinking that Medea was likely becoming anxious. "Sorry, return?" Tony questioned, puzzled by Yihao's strange words. "Where to?" Yihao gestured with his hand, drawing a circle. A tall blue portal illuminated a variety of landscapes, and as Yi Hao stepped into it, he fell into a profound silence. Tony, what he said is true. He truly is a magician, Ethan remarked, watching the direction in which Yi Hao had vanished. No, Ethan, you should be concerned about why he did not take us with him. Tony Stark was equally astonished, though his tongue reacted faster than his mind. I think we must hasten our pace. Tony picked up a small hammer. Noryai, Yi Hao's humble abode. Just a day had passed, and the ruins had entirely disappeared. A structure, adorned with divine characteristics, stood majestically upon the earth. This palace-like edifice reminded Yi Hao of the architecture resembling that of the halls of gods. As a Chinese individual, he naturally had his own understanding of palatial designs. 5 steps lead to a corridor, 10 steps to a pavilion. The corridors twist and turn, the eaves jutting high, each embracing the terrain, with intricate designs vying for attention. This is the essence of the romanticism found in the palaces of Huaxia. As for the structure before him, Yi Hao entered the grand hall. The first impression of the interior design was charming, reminiscent of a princess's boudoir from a distant land. Medea reclined on the long bench in the center of the hall, stuffing her mouth with an assortment of snacks that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Upon seeing Yi Hao return, Medea was startled and quickly shielded her snacks with her hands. Setting aside the mystery of their origin, her protective gesture was quite amusing to Yi Hao. He had assumed that her solitude would lead to feelings of loneliness, yet she appeared to be enjoying herself immensely. This palace, undoubtedly a replica of the place she once called home, was a perfect one-to-one reproduction. Ah, you're back, Medea exclaimed, leaping onto Yi Hao in an attempt to divert his attention. Yi Hao pinched her cheeks playfully. You seem to be having quite the time. Not at all. I was so lonely, Medea vehemently denied. Well, here's something to eat, Yi Hao replied, pulling out an array of dishes he had procured from Comitige. Having spent no money at all, dining within this palace, Yi Hao felt the weight of its solemnity and grandeur, reminiscent of having a meal at the great hall of the people, spacious, silent, and oddly immersive. Lil Mei, could we perhaps alter the artistic style here? Yi Hao invited cautiously, observing Medea's expression. With a carefree demeanor, Medea responded, I've transformed it into a magic workshop. Simply input your desired style, and it can be altered at will. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her thorough preparations, Yi Hao realized that constructing such places was best left to professionals. Chapter 48. Markai morning had truly arrived this time. Yi Hao extricated himself from the warm embrace of his blankets, gently moving Medea's small hand aside. Though he was careful, the slight movement still roused her from slumber. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead. I'll be back soon. Medea, blushing, curled deeper into the covers. Rising early, Yi Hao prepared to greet his million-dollar fortune. When he reached the cave, Tony was fast asleep, while Ethan was reading under the dim light. On a nearby shelf, the fully formed Mark I armor hung elegantly. Isn't it beautiful? Ethan remarked, standing behind Yi Hao. Indeed, Yi Hao concurred. Although Mark I was bulky and rudimentary, he was eager to don the armor and test it out. Yi Hao, you scoundrel. Tony, awakened from a pleasant dream, shouted without restraint. I don't want to hear such foul language from a man. Yi Hao, unfazed, merely cleaned his ears. After a night of rest, Tony's sharp mind had rebooted, and recalling how Yi Hao could have simply taken them away yesterday, he was filled with indignation. Now that the armor is ready, what shall we do next? Ethan hurriedly shifted Tony's attention. Of course, we must depart. Tony shot a glare at Yi Hao. With Ethan's assistance, Tony donned his new attire. Oh, it smells like an old, dilapidated car. Tony quipped about the strange odor beneath his mask. Ethan glanced between the two. I'm truly sorry. What should I do? Yi Hao pondered, recalling how tragically Ethan had perished before. There seemed to be an unspoken sentiment lingering between them. You might as well lie on his armor. I believe Tony would be more than willing to take you for a ride. Hey, Ethan, don't mind that scoundrel. We need to leave. The flight of Mark I resembled more of a catapult. In the sky, Tony's laughter starkly contrasted with Ethan's screams. Tony, are you certain this is safe? Ethan nearly shrieked the words. Ethan, I suggest you focus on the scenery. As peculiar sounds emanated from the armor, Tony's expression grew increasingly grave. After several stutters, the thrusters beneath his feet finally sputtered out. Oh no! With a modicum of momentum, Mark I traced a perfect parabolic arc Tony. Awea. Ethan's scream harmonized with Tony Stark's own, until the two fell. A flash of blue light appeared. Ethan landed safely, staggering a few steps before assessing his body. Oh, thank God. Do you believe in God? Joking aside, I have a good relationship with him. Yi Hao suddenly materialized beside him. Startled, Ethan quickly regained his composure. Oh, thank you. Meanwhile, Tony crashed heavily onto the sandy ground, parts scattering everywhere. Ethan trudged through the sand, struggling to reach Tony's side and remove his mask. Quite a decent landing, wouldn't you say? Tony Stark jested. In the vast desert, three figures strolled leisurely. I say, Yi Hao, why don't you simply transport us back? This is what you deserve, Tony. Is this some sort of trial? A magician like you has taken a liking to me, deliberately subjecting me to hardship? Tony's eyes lit up. There's an ancient Chinese proverb, what was it? When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it will first exhaust their mind and spirit and harden their bones and skin. Yes, that's it. Yi Hao rolled his eyes. My apologies. Magic is a form of mysticism. The more individuals who are aware of it, the weaker its power becomes. Tony clapped his hands. I see, much like the Force. Yi Hao contemplated the mention of the Force, realizing that the Marvel Universe occasionally intertwines with other narratives. For instance, characters from various works often connect unexpectedly, and sometimes even reference celebrities like Jackie Chan. Perhaps this world truly has superheroes. Your understanding is quite accurate. Yi Hao, akin to a caregiver soothing a child, was rather dismissive towards Tony. As the trio traversed for the better part of the day, Yi Hao abruptly gazed skyward. Tony, someone has come to fetch you. A splendid transport aircraft was circling overhead. Tony and Ethan excitedly waved towards the sky. Sir, I have located Tony Stark. The pilot announced into the microphone. A soldier of African descent descended from the aircraft. Tony, next time, let us ride in the same vehicle, shall we? After their embrace, Tony introduced him to Yi Hao and Ethan. This is Colonel James Rhodes, Tony said, gesturing towards the man. Rhodes, they're the benefactors who saved my life. Rhodes extended his hand to shake hands with both of them. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance. Without you, I fear I would have lost a friend. No, it is my honor, sir, Ethan replied politely. Yi Hao scrutinized the man, recognizing that this individual had previously donned various personas on screen. And now his appearance was more akin to that of his later portrayals. The group boarded the aircraft, and Yi Hao unceremoniously chose a window seat, plopping down comfortably. Tony, is there food? Something sumptuous, please. Rhodes frowned at Yi Hao's demeanor, suspecting that this individual had grown brazen due to having rescued Tony Stark. Yet, Tony remained unfazed, fully aware that Yi Hao's motive for saving him was monetary, and that he was also a sorcerer. If he truly wished to cause harm, it was likely that none present could restrain him. If possible, I would like to have a few hamburgers right now. Ethan, you will soon reunite with your family. After a brief silence, Ethan replied, my family has long since passed away. Tony fell into silence. When one loses hope, they begin to question the very essence of life. Yi Hao cast a glance at the others. As long as one lives, there's hope, Ethan. Tony was not particularly adept at offering counsel. Do not squander your talents. Tony, Ethan said, tears glistening in his eyes. This statement struck a chord within Tony. His feelings for Ethan were akin to those of a mentor or father figure. I will remember that. All right, gentlemen, let's try to be a bit more cheerful now. Rhodes carried a bottle of red wine. While several crew members emerged from the rear of the cabin with food, Ethan was the first to be served. Tony embraced him in farewell. Yi Hao followed closely beside Tony, for his payment had yet to be secured. Had a discerning individual been present, they would have surely noticed the currency symbols dancing in Yi Hao's eyes. In a luxurious vehicle, Tony and Yi Hao munched on hamburgers. How is it? This burger did not disappoint, did it? It's rather average. Yi Hao, having finished his burger, found himself a bit teary-eyed. Darn it. This is my first hamburger in the Marvel Universe. Tony observed Yi Hao, sensing that he was trying to appear tough, yet the tears seemed a bit excessive. Is the wizard so impoverished that he cannot afford a hamburger? Little Pepper Potts, holding a document, gazed at Tony. Tony, the press conference is ready. Chapter 49. The Black Hand. Tony, I am so relieved that you are all right. Obadiah Stane, with an arm draped over Tony's shoulder, was slightly bewildered by Tony's sudden request for a press conference, especially considering the tumultuous events that had unfolded due to Stane's clandestine machinations. If Tony were to reveal his hidden agenda and declare himself the puppet master, Stane would find himself in dire straits. At that moment, Yi Hao delivered a swift kick to Stane's backside, exclaiming loudly, "There's a terrorist attack." He shielded Tony with one hand, proclaiming, "It's a large-bottomed terrorist. His posterior can block bullets. Be careful." The bodyguards exchanged glances between Yi Hao and Stain, finding themselves in an unprecedented dilemma of whom to protect. Tony looked at Yi Hao in astonishment. "Oh, he is a shareholder in my company. Yi Hao, you are being a tad excessive." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao quickly pulled Stain closer, flashing a smile. "Ah, my sincerest apologies. I couldn't help but think you resembled the mastermind behind it all." "Never mind. It's only natural for Tony to be cautious after enduring such tribulations," Stain replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "May I inquire who you are?" "I am his newly hired bodyguard. You may call me Superman," Yi Hao declared, hands stuffed in his pockets, nostrils flared. Stain's smile twitched. "Superman. That is indeed an amusing title." Tony, intrigued, remarked, "Surely your hobby isn't wearing your underwear outside your trousers?" "Oh, no. Wait. I cannot applaud such a pastime," Tony said, eyeing Yi Hao warily while creating distance between them. Yi Hao smirked coolly. "You brought it up, yet you seem to disapprove." As Yi Hao's expression became increasingly peculiar, Tony patted his shoulder. It was merely a jest. "Oh, it's time to enter, Tony," Stain interjected, sensing the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. Damn, the rapport between these two was surprisingly good. However, it was inconsequential. After all, there was no problem that bullets could not resolve, was there? The press conference itself held little to discuss. Tony resolved to shutter all weapon departments within the company and appointed Yi Hao as his personal bodyguard. If Tony Stark had a system, he would certainly observe a notification indicating a rising affection level hovering above Yi Hao's head. The bodyguard bestowed upon him a legitimate identity, complete with social security benefits and various protections. Most importantly, he acquired a bank card. He, Yi Hao, had finally ascended to the ranks of the affluent. Reflecting on his past, Yi Hao could not help but shed tears of a wealthy man. "Oh, Yi Hao, I believe you need not be so moved." Within Tony's seaside villa, Yi Hao held a bank card aloft in one hand while covering his face with the other. Tony completely understood Yi Hao's emotions. After all, it was not unusual for someone to become overwhelmed upon achieving sudden wealth. This also further entrenched his stereotype of wizards as perpetually indigent. Such sentiments he could never express directly to Yi Hao, for he, too, was a man of affluence and emotional intelligence. However, is the profession of a bodyguard truly devoid of pitfalls? Tony held Yi Hao's capabilities in high regard. I mean, a sorcerer serving as a bodyguard. Wouldn't that provoke opposition from various organizations? Not to worry within the organization. I am somewhat of a mid-tier sorcerer. As long as I am not bent on world destruction or mass slaughter, the higher-ups are unlikely to take issue. Yi Hao even harbored doubts that the bald man might ignore his actions simply to witness a deviation in the narrative. Huh. An awkward yet courteous smile graced Tony's face. The stereotype persists that sorcerers are perilous and impoverished. "Tony, I believe you ought to peruse this information." Pepper entered the living room, holding a stack of documents. Upon spotting Yi Hao, she flashed a mischievous grin. "Oh, I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all," Tony quickly interjected. Yet, he was not fond of accepting items from others. Pepper thoughtfully placed the documents on the table. "Moreover, Tony, the board has convened a meeting and your presence is mandatory." Tony furrowed his brow. During his tenure, he had indulged in leisure, leaving corporate matters primarily to Pepper. Now, there were more pressing concerns at hand. "I should be returning home," Yi Hao remarked, glancing at the non-existent watch on his wrist. "Oh, you're still here?" With Tony preoccupied in developing the Mark II armor, Yi Hao's decision to depart was most welcome. "Tony, isn't your bodyguard?" Pepper inquired, observing Yi Hao as he made his exit. Her curiosity piqued. "Bodyguards require rest, do they not? He merely draws a salary without performing his duties. What a ghost of a bodyguard," Tony thought to himself, maintaining his composure. "As long as you are content," Pepper replied with a polite smile. After all, Tony was a wealthy man. It was entirely reasonable for him to waste money on frivolities, and employing someone idle was perfectly normal. Upon returning to Norway, Yi Hao found that Medea had arranged an expansive plot of farmland at home. It was vast, stretching at least 20 acres, which was trivial for one with spatial abilities. What was remarkable, however, was the sight of Gu-E and Medea engaging in cheerful conversation. No wonder Medea could procure food. Medea waved her hands exuberantly, exclaiming, "Yi Hao, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Gu Yi. What brings you here? Yi Hao squinted his eyes. It has been a long time. Master Yi Hao Gu Yi greeted him, not rising from his seat, but raising his teacup in acknowledgement. You two know each other? Medea, embodying a true girl's innocence, exclaimed with unbridled joy. Young lady, do wake up. You are centuries old. Master Yi Hao is the mentor of Kamartaj. No wonder I've always felt a similarity in your spell structures. Medea remarked with a beaming smile. My technique is inherently derived from Kamartaj. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. Surely, you haven't come here merely to boast? Of course not, replied Ancient One, locking eyes with Yi Hao for a brief moment. Mr. Yi Hao, it seems rather unreasonable to leave Miss Medea alone at home. Don't you think? The very presence of Ancient One here indicated her vast knowledge. Goodness, this indeed posed a significant dilemma. From all the harem narratives Yi Hao had perused prior to his journey, it was often observed that the female protagonist tended to become increasingly marginalized in the early stages. Medea, shaking her small hand, chimed in, "It's perfectly fine. I'm quite happy here." As she spoke, she tugged at Yi Hao's sleeve, her eyes beaming with delight. She truly seemed joyful and carefree, resembling a return to her childhood. If you wish, you may come to Kamartaj. I believe you would find the library there quite intriguing. Medea nodded vigorously at this suggestion, but after a pause, she gazed at Yi Hao with her large, pitiful eyes fixed upon him. You can visit whenever you like. This isn't a prison, Yi Hao reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair as he produced a bank card and placed it in her hand. Go on, spend it. Logically speaking, this scene should have appeared quite gallant. What is this? Medea asked, tilting her head, her eyes clear yet somewhat naive. Yi Hao paused for a moment before responding. Ancient One, I believe she ought to learn a bit more about common sense, don't you think? Chapter 50. The Land of the Free. Is there a possibility that magic could be combined with my armor? This was a question Tony posed to Yi Hao days after the birth of Mark II. Certainly, if you could procure some mystical metals, your armor could attain unimaginable power. Yi Hao acknowledged Tony's perspective. In comic lore, Tony had crafted two extraordinarily ridiculous armors, one capable of rewriting reality and another with the power to obliterate 1,000,000 deities in a single blow. Oh, I'm asking if there is a chance you could assist me? Yi Hao tilted his head. As for materials, I could manage to obtain your U metal at most, though I cannot guarantee Odin's willingness to part with it. Regarding magic, I believe the runes should sufficiently meet your needs. Yet the knowledge itself is something you'll have to acquire on your own. Odin? Which Odin are you referring to? Tony's eyes widened. Yi Hao regarded him with a steady gaze. The chief god of Norse mythology? Haven't you read any novels? Are you implying that deities truly exist? Tony began to rub his hands together in a manner reminiscent of a spiraling technique, as if invoking some divine presence. Oh, I indeed hold a certain authority in matters divine. Yi Hao sat up straight, confessing, to be candid, I am a messenger of God on earth, maintaining a favorable rapport with the divine. Although God is rather stingy, not even granting wings, he is nonetheless revered. Tony appeared bewildered. One moment contemplating how to procure materials from Odin, the next grappling with the concept of Yi Hao as a divine emissary. Apologies for the interruption, but which system of magic do you belong to? Yi Hao rolled his eyes. You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. He employed the magical constructs of Kamartaj and had acquired the arcane knowledge of Asgard, while also serving as a celestial messenger. Logically, these facets do not conflict. Yi Hao gazed at Tony with a look of bewilderment, and Tony reciprocated with equal confusion. Despite his brilliance, even Tony Stark could not fathom Yi Hao's meaning. It must be that Yi Hao's intellect was lacking. After all, Tony Stark had entered the world of genius at the tender age of 14. Setting aside such musings, he beckoned Yi Hao to behold his new suit of armor. Tony led Yi Hao into his workshop, where a suit of silver armor stood proudly upon a pedestal. I have enhanced the energy system, achieving a higher power output. The armor is crafted from aerospace-grade titanium alloy, significantly reducing its weight. It boasts the freedom to soar through the skies, save for the minor inconvenience of icing at high altitudes. Tony had taken a flight the previous night, and now displayed his creation with palpable pride. Yi Hao recalled that this was perhaps the happiest he had ever seen Tony smile. The moment he donned the armor, however, he would assume a countenance of profound seriousness. Ice formation is likely a material issue, is it not? Have you ever heard of vibranium? Tony looked at Yi Hao in surprise. Oh, I assumed you were somewhat simple-minded. No, I mean to say, vibranium is exceedingly rare with very limited reserves. One of the notable items crafted from this metal is a shield made by my father. Yeehaw regarded Tony with a displeased expression. How dare he presume that he could not discern such implications? This was the second individual to belittle his intellect. Vibranium was concealed, thus its rarity. You might seek out a certain Ulysses Claw. He is a smuggler specializing in vibranium. Tony Stark observed Yeehaw as though he were a tome of omniscience, as if there were nothing he did not know. Although he could not recall whether Claw was currently engaged in smuggling or merely on the path toward it. Yeehaw shook his head slightly, stating, I trust you would not mind engaging in transactions with a smuggler. Tony conceded that he had overestimated Yeehaw. Moreover, Tony, I possess the ability to heal your injuries. Why did you not mention this sooner? Tony's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just been silently criticizing Yeehaw, and now felt quite embarrassed. Uforgot Yeehaw. Spreading his hands in genuine forgetfulness. Tony maintained a calm facade, yet the restless movements of his hands revealed his inner turmoil. Do you have any idea how terrified I am? Those shrapnel pieces could easily perforate my heart at any moment. Tony attempted to voice some harsh retort, yet the realization of needing Yeehaw caused his tone to soften. What preparations must I undertake? Should I don a hospital gown and lie under the spotlight? I am a magician, not a physician, nor a bartender. Tony's incessant chatter began to wear on Yeehaw's patience. He placed a hand firmly on Tony's shoulder. After several breaths, he declared, enough. With a flick of his wrist, Yeehaw produced a collection of shrapnel and cast it upon the table. Is it really as simple as this? Tony felt no extraordinary power. The fragments extracted by Yeehaw bore no traces of blood. Sir, based on my observations, those fragments are consistent with the ones embedded in your body. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ear. In the living room of Tony Stark's seaside villa, he held a glass of wine, his demeanor relaxed. With the threat to his life diminished, he found himself reminiscing about his past indulgent lifestyle. The television broadcasted news, featuring the handsome military representative of the United States, General Thaddeus Ross. Yeehaw regarded this familiar face with a sense of nostalgia. It seemed that Hulk Saga was unfolding concurrently elsewhere. Speaking of which, the Marvel timeline is a tapestry of interwoven narratives. In a land of freedom, chaos erupted daily, while in peaceful New York City, Hell's Kitchen simmered on the periphery. During this period, Hulk was causing a ruckus. Just a few days prior, it appeared that Captain Marvel and Nick Fury were embroiled in their own adventures. In a few years, Thor and Loki would host a grand celebration marred by brotherly discord. Yeehaw pondered, recalling his amiable interactions with Loki. If they were to truly clash, would he side with Loki or confront Thor? Such a dilemma weighed heavily on him. Moreover, his own cube had been through numerous tribulations. Captain Marvel's powers stemmed from the cube, yet unlike him, she harnessed spatial abilities, while Captain Marvel drew upon the cosmic energy contained within the Tesseract. Fortunately, the cube remained aligned with him. No, the space stone still favored him. His head remained shrouded in darkness. The wretched cosmic energy held no allure for Yeehaw. After a moment's hesitation, he considered absorbing a bit of it. Surely, the cube would not resist him. However, given their reckless treatment of his cherished Tesseract, he felt compelled to find an opportunity to reclaim it entirely. Although he had previously relinquished it, it was not without a hint of inconvenience. Ahem. It was merely that he lacked the time to oversee the cube. After all, having traversed decades in one leap, who could predict the monumental events that might transpire in the Marvel Universe during his absence, potentially causing the Tesseract to be lost once more? The situation was different now. Yeehaw was fully capable of entrusting the cube to Medea, allowing himself the freedom to explore. It was a secure plan. Kamartai. Medea nestled within the library, an abundance of books towering like grave mounds, engulfing her petite frame of 1 meter. Miss Medea, I believe you should take a moment to rest, greeted the temporary librarian, Wong, with courtesy. Oh, my apologies. Medea emerged from the towering piles of books. The knowledge encapsulated within these volumes diverged significantly from the magical lore she had previously encountered, inadvertently ensnaring her in a sea of wisdom. In an instant, an inexplicable chill surged through her heart. She tilted her head, the image of Yeehaw materializing in her mind. Surely, that rascal Yeehaw wasn't contemplating something peculiar. Was he? She deliberated her words carefully, recognizing that her inquiry might contain some ambiguity. After contemplating the troubling thoughts, Medea nodded with satisfaction. My king, I have completed reading all the books intended for apprentices. Is there anything else? Of course, the king replied graciously as he began to peruse various texts. Medea, having been personally brought in by the Ancient One, was clearly destined for greatness. Given the Ancient One's regard for her, it was evident that this young lady was bound to either become the supreme sorceress or steward of a sacred sanctuary. The king mused that if he could align himself with Medea, he might at least secure a position as an official librarian in the future. He harbored ambitions of his own. Chapter 51. Rising up, hey, Yi Hao, are you listening to me? It had been months since Tony's return, and ever since he attended his company's party, his demeanor had been peculiarly off. Are you referring to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics? Yi Hao seemed largely unconcerned about Tony's state. Is that what it is? Just a useless organization from that pretty country. Tony exclaimed, what I mean is, my company is no longer under my control. He expressed his fury regarding Obadiah's attitude. The news on the television coincidentally highlighted the actions of Middle Eastern terrorists, with Stark Industries' weapons glaringly visible in the background. I must take action, Yi Hao inquired. Is the person you're speaking to named Carlson? Tony's head was filled with confusion. After all I've said, how could you only remember the Department of Homeland Security? Does a bald head truly outweigh my anger? Our friendship cannot possibly be less significant than a bald man. You're impossible to reason with. I'll handle it myself. Tony stormed off in frustration. Damn it. If I'm not fully armed in my suit, then I'm not Tony Stark. Yi Hao's mind was occupied with that bald egg, especially since his gem was still in Tony's possession. As a reasonable person, he naturally wished to have a proper discussion with this troublesome individual. Hey, Jarvis, are you there? Hello, Mr. Yi Hao. How may I assist you? Jarvis's voice resonated from the living room. Please inform your master that the organization can be of assistance to him, and let me know when he gets in touch. However, sir, you have not left any contact information. Jarvis's tone was subtly polite. What he truly meant to express was, what contact information do you even have? Yet, Jarvis was a gentleman, an articulate and courteous advanced artificial intelligence. Yi Hao was taken aback. How could a millionaire not possess a mobile phone? Tony strode into the living room with long strides. Hey, Yi Hao, to be honest, aren't you going to help me? Tony, could you give me a mobile phone? Tony paused for a moment. Are you magicians living like primitive people from a bygone era? Yi Hao hesitated, recalling that the residents of Kamartaj loved to grant newcomers passwords while reminding them that sorcerers were not primitive beings. Will my foolish actions incite the wrath of the Ancient One? The kind that strikes directly at my head? After a flash of blue light, Yi Hao vanished, leaving behind a protective charm for Tony. This charm, unlike Dr. Strange's outrageous ones, merely serves to shield against nuclear-level attacks. In his hand, Yi Hao held the small phone Tony had gifted him, a special product from Stark Industries, connected to his own satellite, a splendid piece of technology. Indeed, a genius like Tony deserves to be exploited for his ingenuity. A little indulgence here and there yields new wonders daily. Kamate. After a 60-year absence, Yi Hao returned to his second home. Quite seriously, no one knows Kamartaj better than he does. Just look at the scenery, the clouds, the wind, and that rather dark-faced Caecilius. It felt as familiar as returning to one's own abode. The older generation of mages greeted Yi Hao with respect upon his arrival, for he was the grand sorcerer who had developed the intricate secrets of spatial magic. Caecilius appeared before Yi Hao, who scrutinized him closely. Indeed, his complexion was rather dark. He had evidently delved into dark magic and seemed to have a profound understanding of it. Yi Hao, my old friend, it has been a long time. After many years, Caecilius wore an air of calm indifference. He acknowledged that he had not been able to withstand that punch years ago, which is why he now treated Yi Hao with deference. However, things had changed. Caecilius had risen to prominence. A mere punch was nothing. He could now endure at least two. Long time no see, Master Caecilius. Your mastery of sorcery has certainly improved, Yi Hao remarked, assessing the situation. Before he had established his own magical system, Caecilius would have been unable to withstand even one of his punches. Now, it seemed they were evenly matched to some extent. Yi Hao could deliver 3 punches, while Caecilius could withstand one. Is this a sign of improvement in strength? Yi Hao regarded him with a hint of embarrassment. My apologies. Caecilius was perplexed by Yi Hao's unexpected apology. Perhaps this was Yi Hao's way of conceding. His mind raced as he placed his hands on his hips and raised his chin. Indeed, his strength had reached a level that was beyond Yi Hao's reach. His forthcoming plans would surely unfold with remarkable ease. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, another mage accompanied the Ancient One to the scene. Yi Hao felt compelled to politely bow and inquire, "Ancient One, how is Medea faring?" "Rest assured, Yi Hao, she is quite happy here." The Ancient One replied after a moment's hesitation, adding, perhaps a bit too happy. She recalled the chaotic library and shot Yi Hao glare. It was all his fault. How could such a well-behaved child like Medea be so lacking in manners? Yi Hao scratched his head, unable to comprehend why the usually affable Gu Yi was glaring at him. "Master Gu Yi, might I request an introduction to this esteemed individual?" interrupted the gentleman beside them, a man of African descent. "Master Modu, this is Master Yi Hao, the creator of spatial sorcery," Gu Yi replied. Master Modu was taken aback and respectfully bowed. "I beg your pardon, Master Yi Hao." Yi Hao observed the man and glanced up at Gu Yi, suspecting he was prepared to make a hasty exit. With a host of traitors left behind at home, it appeared he intended to leave the mess for Dr. Strange while he ventured into the cosmos with the Eternal. Hiss. Realizing this, Yi Hao inhaled sharply. Remarkable. Truly, he was deserving of his leadership position. Gu Yi discerned from Yi Hao's gaze a mix of disdain, mockery, and ultimately admiration. How he came to such conclusions was a mystery not to be probed. The intricacies of the magical realm need not be fully understood. Were it not for his inability to read Yi Hao's mind, Gu Yi could have unveiled every secret the young man harbored. Just as well, he had little to occupy his time these days. "I intend to compile the spatial sorcery and some original incantations into a tome," Yi Hao declared with pride and confidence. His acquaintance with Cassilis elicited no reaction. Modu found himself at a loss for words. Was every grand sorcerer so forthright? It is indeed original, and bears no relation whatsoever to the arts of the Soul Society, Yi Hao said, casting a furtive glance around. "Wait, why do I feel uneasy in the Marvel Universe?" He then puffed out his chest. "For the sake of Kamar Taj, this is my duty." Medea emerged from the library, stretching languidly, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Yi Hao. "Yi Hao, you've arrived," she exclaimed, soaring toward him as he caught her with ease. Wang followed closely behind, unfamiliar with the individual before him. It was evident from Gu Yi and Medea's demeanor that he was a person of considerable stature. Yi Hao adeptly employed a playful gesture, and Medea giggled, playfully striking him with her small hand. "Master Yi Hao, I wish to discuss a matter with you," Gu Yi remarked, glancing at Medea before turning to Yi Hao. "I would like Medea to serve as the librarian at Kamar Taj." Wang froze in place, hearing the sound of his ambitions shattering. His aspirations had crumbled in less than a day. Without hesitation, Yi Hao replied, "Of course, if Medea is willing." Medea nodded enthusiastically. "Master Gu, does this mean I can access all the tomes?" Gu Yi smiled and affirmed, "Certainly." Modu attempted to interject, perhaps to caution against forbidden texts. But Gu Yi's demeanor made it clear that any further words would be futile. Cassilis wore a peculiar expression, judging by Gu Yi's attitude. It seemed unlikely that this girl would be nurtured to become a supreme sorcerer. He had anticipated Yi Hao would ascend to that esteemed position. He cast a discreet glance at Medea. At a mere 149 centimeters, was his plan to pilfer the book not a foregone conclusion? Even fate seemed to conspire in my favor. Chapter 52. The fearless Nini, undaunted by threats high above an unfathomable altitude. Mark III sword. Tony Stark cursing under his breath. Yi Hao is nothing but trash. How dare he look at me? Tony Stark piloted the Mark III towards the Middle East, its classic gold and red color scheme exuding an unmistakable mechanical allure. I once believed Yi Hao to be formidable, yet he had failed to eradicate the 10 rings. Beneath the mask, Tony's expression twisted in frustration. "Sir, I believe this is not the moment for disparaging Mr. Yi Hao," Jarvis interjected at just the right moment. However, Tony was beyond hearing. In his mind, he had meticulously crafted the forthcoming plan of action. First, a superheroic landing, pausing for 3 seconds, followed by a dazzling display of his palm cannon to obliterate the 10 rings, culminating in a missile strike for a dramatic finale. Then, he would mock Yi Hao, achieving a flawless conclusion. "Sir, we have arrived at the destination," Jarvis announced simultaneously. Tony executed a splendid landing, gracefully propelled by an incoming rocket launcher, dramatically sent flying. As he emerged from the crater, his battle-damaged visor appeared somewhat unsettling. Fortunately, the mask concealed his painfully contorted visage. With a swift uppercut, he dispatched one foe, followed by another uppercut to send a second flying, and yet another to strike down a third. "Sir, I believe you should employ a more sophisticated method of attack," Jarvis suggested. Hearing Jarvis's voice, Tony realized he had access to substantial firepower. Yet, the sensation of landing those uppercuts was unexpectedly gratifying, addictive even. Were it not for the fact that Overwatch had yet to be released during this period, Tony would have transformed into the Iron Fist of Doom. Moments later, he declared, "He is yours," and took flight. The surrounding crowd erupted in deafening cheers. Tony Stark solidified his resolve, regardless of what the future held. Closing the weapons division would undoubtedly be his wisest decision. In a development parallel to the original narrative, Obadiah, upon witnessing the news, immediately thought of Tony. Connecting the dots with the 10 Rings intel and the mark I unearthed from the desert, he, as a part of Stark Industries, was acutely aware that this was a groundbreaking weapon. If he could don that armor, what would the Congress of the United States amount to? Money would flow in effortlessly. He hastily made his way to Tony's residence. "Hey, where's your boss?" As Obadiah entered, he was met by an unwelcome sight. "He has deceased," Yeehaw replied, mouth full of pizza, his face betraying a sorrowful expression. "Don't toy with me," Obadiah roared after a brief silence. "Oh, you weren't aware?" Yeehaw picked up a second slice of pizza. "He has succumbed to overwork, as you are aware, tirelessly developing some peculiar and clandestine invention, enduring 30 sleepless nights. It is only a matter of time before news of this reaches you. So what brings you here? It is quite evident that I am indulging in this delectable fare." Yeehaw then reached for a third slice of pizza. The taste of the pizza was rather mediocre, yet since it was not purchased with his own funds, it seemed exquisite. Obadiah stared blankly at Yeehaw. "Is it truly necessary for you to boast about indulging in such a dire situation? Is he truly dead?" Obadiah's expression shifted dramatically, from shock to elation, from elation to ecstasy, from ecstasy to madness, and finally, from madness to calm. "I was merely jesting. Regrettably, he is thriving." Yeehaw was seek-hit. Do not presume that Obadiah is the only one with aspirations of acquiring Stark Industries. Yeehaw harbored similar ambitions. Obadiah's mood visibly plummeted, and he swung a small fist towards Yeehaw's face. With a resounding thud, Obadiah found himself sprawled on the cold floor, questioning his existence. "I assure you, this matter is far from over." As he uttered these harsh words, Obadiah clambered to his feet and stormed out the door. Only then did Tony emerge from the basement, having observed the entire exchange through the surveillance cameras. "Yeehaw, I believe you need not be so antagonistic towards him." Yet, the way Tony stifled his laughter was undeniably amusing. "Did I not inform you? He is the mastermind behind your abduction by the 10 Rings." Yeehaw remarquait lazily. He had ventured to Tony's residence merely to mooch a meal, planning to return to Kamar Taj afterward to continue writing. It is all a matter of resourcefulness. While Medea was tasked with extracting benefits from Kamar Taj, he focused on Tony, with each fulfilling their designated roles. Moreover, the demeanor of the Ancient One towards him had shifted. Once warm and welcoming, she now regarded him as though he bore a deep-seated grudge. Her expression markedly altered. She was so gentle when dealing with Medea. Bah, what a vixen. Tony now wished to deliver a swift kick to him. Oh, during our first encounter, he did indeed mention something of great significance. No wonder Yeehaw delivered a kick to Obadiah. By the way, his intention was to eliminate you and legally seize Stark Industries, but the 10 Rings, in their foolishness, sought to obtain a free source of weaponry, which ultimately resulted in your survival. Oh, so I should extend my gratitude to the 10 Rings? Tony spread his arms wide, his face contorted in distaste. Perhaps I should gift them a few missiles. That would be quite fitting. On the matter of confronting terrorists, their views aligned. The root of the issue lay with the United States, engaging in unscrupulous activities, selling weapons indiscriminately, and waging wars under the guise of peacekeeping. However, at present, there is no evidence. Tony appeared somewhat troubled. Yeehaw pondered for a moment. The evidence from the original narrative had been uncovered by Pepper, leading to an unexpected encounter with Coulson, followed by an ambush by the Iron Legion. "Tony, I have recalled certain matters." Yeehaw's expression grew somber. Tony Stark had grown accustomed to Yeehaw's forgetfulness. After all, not everyone was a genius like him. "Feel free to express yourself. I assure you, I won't be angry." he said, gazing at Yi Hao with a compassionate look akin to that of someone caring for the intellectually challenged. There exists an element that can neutralize the toxins from your chest reactor. Although the shrapnel had been removed from Tony's body by Yi Hao, rendering the reactor unnecessary in his chest, he still opted to carry it with him to power his suit, primarily for the sake of convenience. Such a casually uttered sentence concealed astonishing implications. Tony Stark realized that Yi Hao was indeed toxic. Whenever it came to matters concerning his own life, he seemed to forget everything. Rest assured, I won't be upset. Tony gently patted Yi Hao's shoulder. Yi Hao showed little reaction. It was his own hand that throbbed with pain. Tony discreetly placed his hand behind his back. So where is that element? Yi Hao gestured in the air, and a blue portal revealed a collection of worn display boards. Thankfully, being on Earth made the search for such an item rather uncomplicated. Isn't this the layout of the exhibition left by my father? He mused. Yes, that element is indeed here. With such directness, it seemed likely he would uncover the truth. Just as in the original narrative. Naturally, if he failed, it would be splendid to frustrate this man who looked down upon his intellect. As for that particular matter, it could be left to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics to resolve. My goodness, why can't you forget about this organization? Tony was exasperated, wondering why Yi Hao constantly mentioned it, and always pronounced the full name. They borrowed something of mine, and I must retrieve it, Yi Hao lamented, his expression turning increasingly bizarre. Tony couldn't bring himself to inquire about what it was. Lastly, where did my pizza go? He asked, staring at two empty boxes. His fists clenched. I have matters to attend to. I'm very busy. Goodbye. With a flash of blue light, Tony found himself alone in the living room. Chapter 53. The late emperor's ambitions cut short at times. One cannot help but control their actions, leading to regrettable conduct. I don't understand who you are, why you brought me here, or what I have done, he said, although such excuses were unnecessary. There seemed to be no reason to arrest him outright. Furthermore, I wish to speak with your boss. In the interrogation room, Obadiah spoke eloquently. Agent Coulson looked at him with an impassive expression. On your computer, we have gathered evidence of your communications with the Ten Rings and information related to Ironmonger. Would you like to follow the standard procedure? If you had evidence, why not mention it sooner? What does it mean to leave me hanging for 2 days? Is it amusing? Poor Obadiah, who had not even managed to construct Ironmonger, found himself captured by Shield. He had only created a skeleton. It is quite unreasonable for Tony to act in such a manner. Shouldn't this be the moment for a genuine confrontation? Is this not the typical narrative arc of American cinema? Following Obadiah's departure, Tony has assumed complete control over Stark Industries, which has successfully transitioned towards the realm of clean energy. Yi Hao's third residence, Tony's seaside villa, seems to lack something essential. Tony appears rather unsettled. Perhaps he ought to engage in a duel? He has certainly perused the data acquired by Shield. While the Ironmonger possesses no aesthetic appeal and serves solely as a weapon framework, Tony's disposition compels him to assert that his armor is indeed the finest. Yi Hao, are you even listening to me? Yi Hao paused, setting down his chopsticks and bowl. Are you implying national security? I beg you. Tony's composure crumbled at the mention of that cursed name. Yi Hao, wearing an inscrutable expression, picked up his bowl. This is takeout from a Chinese restaurant, naturally ordered by Pepper. Tony covered his face, exclaiming, sometimes I genuinely question if you are merely here for a free meal. Yi Hao, taken aback, gazed at the speechless Tony in astonishment. Oh no, it seems my ruse has been uncovered. Just as Yi Hao contemplated an escape, a power outage occurred at his home. The backup generator activated, providing only minimal lighting. Tony scanned the room in confusion. Moments later, Yi Hao approached with a large, bearded egg. Tony, this individual has illegally infiltrated and attempted to take a seat on the sofa. Yi Hao immediately spotted the sneaky egg, stealthily making its way toward the couch in the dim light. Trying to show off? Yi Hao does not boast. No one can outshine him unless they are superior. Oh, let us just hand him over to the authorities, Tony remarked nonchalantly. Wait, the egg interjected hastily. I am Nick Fury, from Shield. Tony raised a finger, gesturing towards the door. Sir, I do not care where you hail from. You ought to explain yourself to the police. I am here on behalf of Shield, to extend an invitation to you, Mr. Stark. Your father also worked for Shield. Wield. Nick Fury, somewhat exasperated, implored, "Could we have a moment to converse?" The mention of his father piqued Tony's curiosity. Nick Fury settled onto the couch, legs tightly crossed, hands neatly resting on his knees. He wished to recline casually, yet Yi Hao, with a fierce demeanor, had one foot on the table, leaning slightly forward. "Confess freely, or face severe consequences. Speak. If you remain silent, I shall take action." "Huh?" Nick Fury looked utterly bewildered. "What am I supposed to say? You seem rather intimidating." Yi Hao licked the fruit knife in his hand, then paused. "Tony, your fruit knife has an oddly peculiar taste. I assure you, I am no gangster leader." Tony languidly reclined on the sofa, his gaze shifting towards Nick Fury. "So, sir, what exactly brings you here? Mr. Stark, do you consider yourself special?" Nick Fury instinctively attempted to cross his legs. "Mind your attitude." Yi Hao forcefully plunged a fruit knife into the table with a resounding thud. The blade pierced the surface, producing a crisp metallic echo. Nick Fury immediately straightened his posture. "What can I say?" he mused, bewildered by how he had been subdued by Yi Hao. Yi Hao growled, "First discuss the salary. Do I really need to remind you of such trivial matters?" Nick Fury paused, puzzled, and timidly inquired, "Is it necessary to discuss salary when we are all billionaires?" Just as Tony was about to respond, he was interrupted by Yi Hao. "What else is there to discuss besides salary? Feelings? Are you running a brothel?" Fury's anger flared, his countenance darkening instantly. "Please show some respect. SHIELD is an organization dedicated to the protection of Earth." "Protecting Earth?" Tony couldn't help but chuckle. "Excuse me, is this some sort of child's play?" Fury instinctively adopted a cryptic demeanor. "Mr. Stark, do you truly comprehend the universe?" Yi Hao, observing the exchange, displayed a subtle smile. The rivalry between the two was indeed amusing. Nick Fury's understanding of the cosmos was limited to his adventures with Captain Marvel, while Tony Stark possessed a nearly negligible grasp of the universe. They were evenly matched. Tony suddenly grew serious. "Have you not sought counsel? Teaching within teaching. First seek, then impart. Impart before seeking, and so forth. If you do not speak, I shall teach." This was merely Yi Hao's imaginative embellishment. Tony, having spent years indulging in frivolities, had finally decided to embark on a venture, only to be confronted by an organization dedicated to Earth's protection. "I wish to hear your insights. Individuals like you are referred to as superheroes. Due to the absence of a grand battle and the subsequent press conference, labeling Tony as a superhero seemed somewhat exaggerated. However, his abilities were indeed acknowledged by Nick Fury. Despite a slight deficiency in combat prowess, Tony's intellect alone warranted his recruitment. "Do you believe extraordinary power exists?" Tony glanced at the suddenly silent Yi Hao, coming to the realization that Yi Hao's very existence was inherently illogical. Reflecting on Yi Hao's previous remarks, he recognized that his understanding of the world was somewhat superficial. Observing Tony's silence, Nick Fury's confidence surged. "I can assure you that this universe is far more formidable and perilous than you can possibly imagine." Nick Fury had witnessed Captain Marvel's combat prowess, a fighting style that surpassed his comprehension. With Earth's current capabilities, it was evident that resistance to extraterrestrial assaults was futile. The formation of the Avengers was imminent. He needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Tony Stark had temporarily declined Fury's invitation. However, SHIELD would always welcome him. Subsequently, Nick Fury rose to depart. "Is the Tesseract effective?" Yi Hao's words struck like a thunderbolt, causing Fury's pupils to constrict. "I apologize, sir. I do not comprehend your meaning. Captain America would understand." Yi Hao sat on the sofa, his face obscured by shadows, leaving Fury unable to discern his expression. Yet, a sense of turmoil brewed within him, prompting a hasty exit. Chapter 54. Explanation. Yi Hao, should you not have refrained from certain remarks? Tony realized that his understanding of Yi Hao was woefully insufficient, and the latter's final statement left him utterly perplexed. How do you know Captain America? And what is the Tesseract? An abundance of questions flooded his mind, including those concerning the cosmos. As power was restored, Yi Hao's residence illuminated once more. "Do not regard me lightly. I have lived for several centuries and happen to have had some intersection with Mr. Steve." The first sentence left Tony momentarily stunned. "As for the Tesseract, that is my possession." Yi Hao hesitated. The Tesseract could perhaps be considered his property, though it might not be acknowledged in the cosmos. It did not impede Yi Hao's own acknowledgement. You may interpret it as an artifact of formidable power. Formidable? Tony's curiosity was piqued as he wondered about the extent of the power Yi Hao spoke of. It possesses the highest level of spatial authority in the universe. It is rather easy to annihilate a galaxy, for instance. Yi Hao chose his words carefully to ensure Tony's understanding. After all, the Infinity Stones had considerable potential on both ends of the spectrum. Would you not agree? If one were to be subdued, say, by the likes of Doctor Strange? After a brief silence, Tony inquired, "What about the crisis that individual mentioned?" "Oh, there is no need for concern. After all, there are guardians on Earth." "Indeed. I refer to the Ancient One. With that bald-headed sorceress around, who would dare to act recklessly on Earth? Have you heard of dimensional marauders? They have vanquished numerous dimensional demigods. Such as yourself?" Tony narrowed his eyes. "I am merely a somewhat larger ant." Yi Hao extended his hand, making a gesture that would be deemed subversive. Yi Hao harbored ambitions of collecting all the Infinity Stones. To thrive in the Marvel Universe, one must possess multiversal-level power. If he could obtain the heart of the universe and attain omnipotent cosmic status, he could truly indulge himself, engaging in debauchery and revelry at will. Just be cautious not to provoke any trouble." Yi Hao stifled the drool that threatened to escape the corner of his mouth. With the Space Stone in his possession, he could at most claim to possess the means for self-preservation. "Oh, I am exceedingly bewildered at present." Tony rubbed his temples, feeling as though his worldview had shattered multiple times within mere minutes. Yi Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "In any case, there's no need for you to be overly anxious. Focus on eating well, sleeping soundly, charming the ladies, and pursuing your own spicy peppers. Some issues may resolve themselves even before they arise, just like his moments of glory, which vanished along with the captured Obadiah." At this point, Yi Hao had a sudden epiphany. Why was Ancient One so benevolent towards Medea? Could it be that Medea's existence directly influenced the birth of Strange? Or perhaps, Doctor Strange would still emerge, but Medea's role as the Supreme Sorcerer could steer the timeline towards a more favorable future? Yi Hao pondered it deeply, recognizing that both he and Medea were beings that did not exist in the Marvel Universe. Each had the potential to directly impact the timeline. With this thought, Yi Hao clutched his head in frustration. Who knows what Ancient One was contemplating? Thus, two individuals plagued by headaches found themselves in Yi Hao's home. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was in a state of utter confusion. How could that person so readily divulge the greatest secret of S-H-I-E-L-D? Their words resonated as if they were proclaiming ownership of the Tesseract. A question he had never considered loomed large. Did the Tesseract have an owner? To his understanding, the Tesseract was a treasure left on Earth by Odin. Yet, was it not possible that the Tesseract had an actual possessor, with Odin merely acting as its custodian? Or could it be that there was a mole within S-H-L-D? This seemed the least likely scenario. How could one of his top agents possibly operate in a den of traitors? "Director, are you all right?" Agent Coulson observed the pallor of Nick Fury's face, which was pale, but not entirely devoid of color. Agent Coulson, immediately inform Agent Romanoff that I have a mission for her. Understood, Director. Coulson detected the urgency in Nick Fury's command and promptly departed. Months later, in Kamar-Taj, Yi Hao, with his thick skin, could largely disregard the disdainful glances directed his way. Theoretically, no matter how intense Ancient One's gaze, it could not harm him in the slightest. Yet, the current situation transcended the matter of mere thick skin. It had escalated into a direct assault. Ancient One, do you intend to unleash your heat ray? Yi Hao had never felt such an intensity before. He presented a hefty tome of magic. Ancient One regarded him with disdain, yet her hands moved swiftly. Yi Hao had given his book an enticing title, purely original, on the construction of mystical arts in space. This tome encapsulated all the Keto from a soul society, reimagined through the secretive arts of Kamar-Taj, abundant with intricate composite techniques, with the most valuable sections dedicated to spatial design. Of course, this book was also a massive undertaking. Yi Hao devised a novel lending system by studying the Dimension Demon's lending framework, combined with his past experiences in online lending, thus creating an entirely new borrowing system, which he aptly named Hua Bei. Even if the learner is merely a muggle, they can still directly employ the spells contained within the tome. Whether they can afford the cost, however, is another matter altogether. Although the title of the book carries an air of irony, Ancient One chose to include it in the library, conveniently categorizing it among the forbidden texts. With her vast knowledge, it is inconceivable that she would fail to recognize the pitfalls concealed within. Had it not been for her assessment of Yi Hao as a somewhat decent individual, she would have severed his head the moment he presented the book. Master Ancient One, I have some inquiries regarding cultivation that I would like to discuss with you. This statement bore a hint of ambiguity, leading Ancient One to initially suspect that Yi Hao was seeking trouble. While he had established a secret technique system, he lacked a method for bodily enhancement. At present, Yi Hao resembled an inadequate magician. He had undergone several dimensional traversals, during which his physical form had been torn asunder and reconstituted, inadvertently elevating him to the physical standard of a transcendent being. The only technique that could be deemed a form of physical enhancement was the true strike he developed in conjunction with the Soul Society's Shunpa. This internal circulation of magical energy achieved bodily reinforcement, yet it paled in comparison to the innate physiques of the Asgardian and Titan races. Setting aside the magical system of a certain white-robed sorcerer from the Lord of the Rings. Both the Kamartaj and Asgardian magical systems primarily focus on the cultivation of the soul. Beings like Ancient One can persist in this world even after the physical body perishes. Not to mention the formidable backing she possesses. Yi Hao harbored aspirations of journeying to the realm of China to seek out some cultivation techniques, primarily out of fear of the higher dimensional repercussions. The pursuit of cultivation techniques across various Chinese systems had likewise deeply resonated within him. As for pure originality, to be candid, Yi Hao considered himself somewhat dim-witted. Physical training? This was a question that could leave Ancient One momentarily speechless. Her understanding leaned towards the notion of ascension through the primordial spirit in Chinese philosophy, rendering the physical body somewhat inconsequential. Furthermore, the idea of achieving or even surpassing the physical prowess of those powerful races within the universe through mere exercise was rather fanciful. Chapter 55. Was it not agreed upon? Stark Tower. Since Yi Hao abruptly ceased visiting him, Tony had taken the initiative to hire a new bodyguard, Happy Hogan. In the boxing ring, both donned protective gear, with Tony embodying a warrior spirit, delivering strikes with fervor. At that moment, it seemed as though he was not facing Happy, but rather the scoundrel Yi Hao. Pepper was nearby, holding documents and discussing matters regarding the president's appointment. A blonde beauty, clutching documents and swaying her hips, approached Tony. He gazed intently at her. Having received professional training as a spy, Natasha was acutely aware of her advantages as she bent and straightened. She showcased her figure while responding to Tony's scrutiny with alluring glances. Her mission was to investigate and protect Tony Stark, while also monitoring the enigmatic man who had suddenly appeared by his side. Nick Fury had conducted inquiries into Yi Hao's background within the intelligence network of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not a trace of information regarding Yi Hao could be found. Even after leveraging connections with the United Nations Security Council to request an investigation from the Huaxia side, no valuable insights could be gathered. This individual appeared as if he had materialized from thin air. Nick Fury even harbored suspicions that Yi Hao might be a Skrull or perhaps a humanoid entity infiltrating Earth from another planet. In any case, the investigation into Yi Hao had escalated to the highest priority directive within S.H.I.E.L.D. With Yi Hao's emergence, Tony Stark found himself liberated from the debilitating effects of palladium poisoning. A triangular reactor was now embedded in his chest. Freed from the threat of palladium, Tony embraced his newfound freedom, indulging his greatest passion of flying into war-torn regions to eradicate terrorists. Due to this personal transformation, he also began to appear in various countries, investing in and establishing foundations to secure the livelihoods of disaster-stricken civilians. However, this also inadvertently exposed his identity, or rather his armored persona. At the edge of the cosmos, at the boundary between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds, Yi Hao gazed into the multitude of lines and planes before him. Among them, two had transformed into pocket universes, enveloped by an enigmatic mist, speckled with distant stars. One of these worlds was particularly unique, as it continuously absorbed the surrounding two-dimensional realm, while the luminous points within revolved incessantly. Yi Hao's spatial anchoring indicated that one of these worlds was the Soul Society, while the other was Fuyuki City. Yet, the unknown mist surrounding them barred his entry. Stretching out his hand to make contact with the two realms, Yi Hao observed as the gray mist, seemingly alive, coalesced to obstruct his approach. Detection of host's contact with spatial turbulence. Ability acquired, spatial stasis. Aha, splendid. A skill that previously required borrowed power to utilize had now manifested as an innate ability. Yi Hao had traversed the Type Moon world without acquiring any skills, and he had assumed that attaining spatial abilities would necessitate enduring a beating. Did this imply he could enter? Spatial stasis. As the ability activated, invisible ripples radiated outward, and at the moment of contact with the gray mist, a crimson warning flashed before his eyes. Warning. The spatial turbulence here is fused with the world's origin. Forcing a halt may jeopardize this realm. Yi Hao furrowed his brow and deactivated the ability. Not permitted entry? Surely, it would not be unreasonable to explore this gray mist a bit more to siphon some abilities, would it? Warning. This world is experiencing a secondary assault. There's a probability of triggering a self-destruct mechanism. Yi Hao regarded the previously languid gray mist as it solidified into a state resembling arrows, his lips twitching in irritation. Very well, very well. To put it bluntly, it simply did not want him to enter. Once you dissipate, let us see what I can do. Yi Hao hurled threats at the mist. It seemed to comprehend, condensing into a shield shape. Morphing in size as if to taunt Yi Hao. Veins bulging, he slowly retracted his fingers. If entry was forbidden, then he would create another pathway. His gaze shifted to the opposite side. Uncertain of his next destination, Yi Hao casually reached out towards one of the two-dimensional realms. The power of the spatial gem manifested in a timely manner, expanding the two-dimensional world. Yet, there was no further development. After a prolonged wait, the other gem powers, which were supposed to appear simultaneously, finally arrived, albeit sluggishly. 5 beams of various hues approached with a feeble demeanor, leading Yi Hao to ponder whether the gems possessed their own consciousness. As a purple beam flew past him, it suddenly halted, circling around Yi Hao several times. The latent power within it sent a shiver down his spine. Abruptly, the purple light expelled a violet sphere towards him. Taken by surprise, Yi Hao was unable to evade it, and his body crackled with electric energy, releasing a plume of black smoke. Detected that the host has encountered an impact from the Power Stone, gaining ability Power 1. Power 1. The host's destructive nature ability is comprehensively enhanced. Seeing that Yi Hao remained unscathed, the purple light attempted to launch another assault, but was restrained by the other beams, with the blue light exerting the most force, nearly dragging the purple light along. Yi Hao perceived the purple light's final struggle as a curse directed at him, uttered in particularly harsh tones. Though the other beams refrained from direct action, he felt an eerie gaze upon him, as if burdened by resentment, like a worker begrudgingly compelled to endure overtime. The transition from two-dimensionality to three-dimensionality remained as exquisite as ever. 6 colors of light danced across points, lines, and planes as the cosmos unfolded, giving birth to myriad beings under unique rules. If only Yi Hao possessed a modicum of wisdom-related skills, he might have unraveled the ability to create a pocket universe. Alas, he was not endowed with such intellect. This time, he was not drawn into the world as he had been on previous occasions, where he would slowly rotate amidst a celestial whirl of light and shadow. If he were not to be pulled in directly, could it be possible for him to first conjure a multitude of worlds and then select one to traverse? As Yi Hao pondered this, the world before him suddenly trembled violently, fissures appearing on the surface of the diminutive sphere. An immense surge of blue light particles erupted from his being. Had he witnessed such a scene before? He felt the power within him rapidly dissipate, leaving his body as fragile as a youth after an exhausting night. To make matters worse, energy continued to surge in and out of his body, leaving him feeling somewhat nauseated. The blue light particles surged towards this realm, and soon the 5 beams reemerged, this time arriving with remarkable swiftness, their radiance far surpassing the previous 2 occasions. The purple light lacked the opportunity to retaliate, as particles of various colors flooded into this world. Yi Hao watched in awe as this originally pocket-sized realm expanded dramatically, until a sphere as resplendent as a star presented itself before him. It was utterly absurd. The first 2 worlds were at most the size of Earth, while this one was at least of Jupiter's magnitude. The other 2 worlds seemed to huddle away, as if wronged. One of them, defiantly, voraciously absorbed the surrounding points. Lines and planes expanding itself. What on earth had transpired? An inexplicable allure emanated from this realm. Wait, had it not been agreed that entry would be avoided this time? At this moment, Yi Hao felt as insubstantial as a university student, devoid of any capability to act. He still wished to reclaim the gem, witness Thor's mockery, dance upon the grave of Ancient One, and venture into the cosmos to engage in a dance-off with Star-Lord. Yet, such cries did not summon any assistance. He spun like a top, his waist as the axis, rapidly plunging into this world. Kamartai. Ancient One glanced skyward before turning to Medusa, inquiring, "Little May, what would you do if Yi Hao were to meet his end?" Huh? Medusa looked at Ancient One, her expression fraught with confusion. Is it possible for someone as opportunistic, unscrupulous, lustful, and cunning as Yi Hao to meet his demise? After a moment of contemplation, she mused, would I be able to inherit his fortune? Ancient One's lips twitched. It was evident that in certain aspects, the couple bore striking similarities. Perhaps it was best to revert the plan and let Strange assume the mantle of the supreme sorcerer. Chapter 56. Ling Tai Fong Cun Mountain. When Yi Hao awoke, the sight before him was indeed startling. Above, smoke and mist illuminated the sky, with the sun and moon casting their light. In the distance rose majestic cloud-capped peaks, their towering forms unapproachable. Mist swirled through the mountains, blurring the line between reality and illusion, while ancient trees flourished in vibrant greenery. Herons soared and called out, their cries echoing across the vast expanse. Within the forest, white deer called softly, and mysterious apes appeared and vanished. Along the roadside, exquisite flowers and fragrant herbs filled the air with their scent. Before Yi Hao stood a Taoist temple, beside which stood a stone tablet. He gazed at the tablet, inscribed with Ling Tai Fong, Cun Mountain, Xiaoyu Xing Cave. Huh? Yi Hao stared blankly at the tablet, then looked around at the scenery. In the chaos, the heavens and earth were yet to be divided, and the vastness remained unseen. He muttered intermittently, reciting the opening verses of Journey to the West. The daze in his eyes was evident to all. Arriving in the world of Journey to the West was not entirely unacceptable, but to land directly at the Xiaoyu Xing Cave was rather absurd. Although Yi Hao was confident that this world could not extinguish him, the prospect of being trapped for 5 centuries was daunting. Especially considering the energy amassed during the creation of this world, he genuinely doubted his ability to escape. This was akin to establishing an independent dimension, was it not? The door of the temple creaked open, and a young acolyte emerged. This boy was handsome, with a tall and graceful stature. Upon seeing Yi Hao, he performed a respectful bow. Are you the extraordinary person spoken of by the master? Yi Hao returned the gesture, saying, if all goes well, that would indeed be me. Please follow me. The acolyte bowed and gestured toward the interior of the temple. Yi Hao, imbued with a sense of confidence, adjusted his attire and followed the acolyte's lead. Inside the temple, the scenery unfolded like a new world, with pavilions and towers in abundance, tranquil chambers layered upon one another. Yi Hao resembled a rustic individual, gazing in wonder at the surrounding scenery. A surge of power stirred within him, and soon an ethereal figure floated beside him, admiring the sights before them. Once, she too had possessed such grandeur, but now it was all lost to her. Grasping Yi Hao's sleeve, she pointed towards the magnificent structures, her eyes alight with awe. With a resigned glance at her, Yi Hao shared her yearning. Approaching the Yao Terrace, the venerable Bodhi patriarch sat majestically, surrounded by dozens of acolytes. This Bodhi patriarch truly embodied the essence of transcendence. In Yi Hao's gaze, a radiant light emanated from him, yet it was not blinding, as if he were wholly at one with the heavens. Yi Hao bowed respectfully and said, I am Yi Hao, honored to meet the Bodhi patriarch. The patriarch inquired, what brings you here? Yi Hao crossed his arms and replied, I seek the great immortal technique and the transformations of the celestial and terrestrial powers. Upon hearing this, the patriarch opened his eyes and remarked, today, on a whim, I calculated and sensed an extraordinary individual would arrive. Indeed, you are remarkable. Yi Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. The patriarch gently stroked his beard and continued, I perceive your cultivation is deeply rooted in this world. I nearly mistook you for the primordial Pangu. Please do not jest. Estimat patriarch, Yi Hao chaklit akardi. If one were to insist, In the context of this journey to the West Realm, he could indeed be considered a semblance of Pangu. Yi Hao lowered his hand from his chest, saying, "You should have mentioned your ability to see through me. It made me appear quite rude." He bowed respectfully once more. "Would the Patriarch be willing to bestow upon me divine powers?" The Bodhi Patriarch pondered briefly, then waved his hand, conjuring clouds and mist that enveloped the two of them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop a mountain, gazing far and wide at the surging sea of clouds. Seated on cushions, they faced each other. The Patriarch said, "You must surely understand my methods are well-founded. I can teach you divine powers, but you must repay the karmic debt." Yi Hao furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What's her karmic debt?" "I foresee a monkey will come to seek my guidance in the future. The entanglements of karma will run deep, and I wish to remain uninvolved." Yi Hao leaned back slightly in respect. "Your powers are indeed profound. You exist in this world, yet transcend the three realms. Regarding karma, it depends solely on your willingness." Thus, was it implied that he would not become entangled in karma? Did the Patriarch desire him to safeguard the monkey's well-being? Not at all. The Patriarch chuckled lightly. "I wish for you to become his master and impart to him divine powers." Yi Hao leaned back further. "But if I do not possess such abilities, how can I teach him?" The Patriarch responded, "In due time, you may remain here to study. Once you have mastered the arts, you shall become the Bodhi Patriarch." Yi Hao gazed at the Bodhi figure, sensing a commonality among the great ones, a penchant for shifting responsibility. The clouds swirled once more, and the Bodhi Patriarch's figure dissipated, leaving only a cushion behind. Although Yi Hao had been accepted by the Bodhi Patriarch, he remained discreet about it. The disciples only knew that Yi Hao was a familiar acquaintance of the Patriarch and had already departed from the Fangsuan Mountain. On the summit of the rear mountain, the Bodhi Patriarch sat upon his high platform, reciting profound truths. Yi Hao listened intently, recalling the words inscribed in Journey to the West, perfectly preserved in his memory. However, while he had once regarded these phrases with a sense of hazy detachment, hearing them now resonated profoundly within him, akin to a thunderous revelation, imbued with profound wisdom. "Host has encountered grand, celestial, immortal technique. Would you like to learn it?" Without hesitation, Yi Hao responded affirmatively, "Yes." "Congratulations. Host has acquired grand, celestial, immortal technique. Level 1. A glimmer of spiritual light emerged above his head, harmonizing his soul with his corporeal form. As the power of space within him began to circulate, it gradually merged with his body and spirit. Amidst the cosmos, five-colored radiance subtly infused his being. In that moment, Yi Hao felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort dissipate, replaced by an indescribable ease that surged from the depths of his heart, prompting him to exclaim, "A spark of spiritual light emerges from the purple palace. Today, I realize I am truly myself." The Patriarch halted his incantation and laughed heartily, without encountering a sage to impart the wondrous teachings. Mere words are but entrapments of the tongue. The law is not bestowed upon the unworthy. This is the ultimate truth of the world. Having learned the true method, I shall now impart to you the transformations of the heavenly and earthly spirits. He proceeded to disclose the principles of transformation in their entirety. Detected host has encountered heavenly and earthly spirits transformation method. Would you like to learn it? Was there any need for inquiry? Congratulations. Host has mastered heavenly and earthly spirits transformation method, entry level. The Bodhi Patriarch beamed with joy. A truly extraordinary individual. Exceptional talent, rarely seen in eons. In just a day, Yi Hao had comprehended both techniques, realizing that only the future monkey could achieve such mastery. Now that you have acquired the laws and divine powers, from this moment forth, you shall be regarded as the Bodhi Patriarch. Yi Hao interjected, "But my understanding of the laws is shallow, and my divine powers are unrefined. How can I act as a mentor?" He quickly grasped the Patriarch's sleeve, reluctant to let him depart. The Bodhi Patriarch chuckled. "In the realm of Tao, there are 360 ancillary paths. You may choose a few to impart to your disciples. As for cultivation, it is merely a matter of perseverance. What is there to fear? In my chamber, I have preserved a collection of texts from Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, totaling 129,600 volumes, harmonizing into a singular essence. You may peruse them at your leisure." With that, the Patriarch flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Halfway, he looked back and said, "Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not implicate your master. After delivering this parting remark, he vanished without a trace, dissipating into the cosmos. Huh? Yi Hao gazed at the empty mountaintop. What did that last statement mean? Do they think I would cause more trouble than that monkey? How dare they underestimate me? Yi Hao returned to his mat and closed his eyes. Character panel, host, Yi Hao, gender, male, fundamental law, grand celestial immortal technique, level 1, abilities, strength 1, updating, skills, heavenly and earthly spirits transformation, entry level, updating, evaluation, oh my child has finally grown up. Hidden evaluation. Yi Hao regarded the evaluation with a stoic expression before revealing the hidden evaluation. Oh dear, look at me, child. If you don't pay attention, I shall be erased. Yi Hao gazed at the 2 lines of text, feeling an exasperation at their utter irrelevance to any form of evaluation. He took a moment to compose himself, observing the newly updated interface featuring fundamental laws and skills. While the addition of a fundamental law was understandable, the appearance of the phrase, updating next to abilities and skills puzzled him. When would these updates be completed? He attempted to activate spatial stasis, enveloped by a shimmering blue light, rendering everything within a 3-meter radius completely motionless. Ah, if only the explanations were a bit clearer. He let out a deep sigh at this system that was simultaneously useful yet frustratingly inadequate. Chapter 57. Whose master is roaming about? Within the crescent moon, 3 stars cave. Yi Hao assumed the form of the Bodhi patriarch, seated majestically upon a high platform. The Bodhi ancestor was not one to lecture daily. He would share his insights only when the spirit moved him. Yi Hao surveyed the eager disciples below, their eyes filled with anticipation. I have recently gleaned some insights in my cultivation and shall retreat for a period of time. Unless there is a matter of utmost importance, do not disturb me. The disciples below complied with deep bows. We shall heed the master's command. As Yi Hao's figure dissipated, the disciples immediately gathered in a flurry. Lately, Master S' teachings have become increasingly profound. I wonder what insights he has gained. Might we be able to learn from him? Hush, tread carefully. The methods of our ancestor are not to be pried into. I acknowledge my mistake. Please forgive me, senior brother. One disciple, realizing his error, hurriedly bowed in apology. I only know that Master S' methods of evasion are enigmatic and ethereal. Do you not recall the last dispute among disciples, where Master effortlessly captured 2 individuals with a mere flick of his wrist? I believe Master S' abilities are on par with those of the great Zhen Yuanzi. The group of disciples buzzed with chatter about Yi Hao, while he himself was buried in the books before him, overwhelmed by the plight of a struggling student, something an academic prodigy could never understand. He was compelled to read. Those 2 updating notifications depended entirely on his study. Each tome had the potential to trigger the system, transforming into a progress bar. Mere exposure was insufficient. He had to read each one from cover to cover to fill the bar. The 3 texts were dense and convoluted, leaving him with a pounding headache. Yi Hao slumped onto a bench, contemplating the madness of it all. If this continued, he would surely drive himself to insanity. Gritting his teeth, he established an anchor point and stepped forward, vanishing from the room. In an unknown marketplace, the sounds of vendors echoed all around. A young man dressed as a Taoist strode confidently along the path. Yi Hao found a tea house and settled down. What can I get for you, esteemed guest? As soon as he sat, a server approached. Yi Hao turned to the outside. A cup of tea and some food, please. Certainly. Please wait a moment. The server, sensing Yi Hao's distinguished demeanor, showed him great respect. Before long, the server returned with a pot of tea and 2 steamed buns, placing them on the table. Enjoy your meal, Taoist. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Hao called him back. Young man, I am new here and have a few questions I wish to inquire about. How could I dare? Please, Taoist, feel free to ask. I am merely a humble server and unworthy of any counsel. The server waved his hands in denial, clearly hesitant to engage. Yi Hao pointed to the distant mountains and inquired, May I ask where this place is, and does that mountain bear a name? The young attendant, puffing out his chest upon hearing the question, replied, This mountain is called Mount Hua, reputed for its temples that are said to possess great spiritual efficacy. If the Taoist has any wishes, it would be prudent to pay homage at the temple. Isn't Mount Hua associated with the 3 holy mothers? Yi Hao pondered it. Huh? The lotus lantern? Surely it cannot refer to the lotus lantern. He found the tale rather absurd. A peculiar blend of the journey to the west and the investiture of the gods, with content equally bizarre. Setting aside other matters, he Yi Hao, stood on the side of the Queen Mother. Before him lay a world both real and surreal, intertwining stories beyond the journey to the west, the origins of which were unknown to him. Stepping out of the marketplace, he tread upon the clouds, aimlessly drifting in the sky. High above, a woman wielding a long sword engaged in battle with a fierce dragon. Their clash descended from the heavens to the earth, their powers intertwining and shaking the very atmosphere. As Yi Hao approached on his cloud, he concealed his form within the mist and gazed down. Seeing that he was no match for the woman, the dragon hastily exclaimed, "I will return the dragon pearl within me. Please, princess, show mercy." A dragon pearl flew from its mouth, held in its grasp, slowly extending towards her. The princess, lowering her guard, was about to retrieve the pearl when the three-headed dragon seized the opportunity to strike at her chest with its claws. Watching this unfold, a smile slowly crept across Yi Hao's face. "All hail the infinite celestial lord," he intoned, appearing beside the dragon and the celestial maiden. A ripple of energy emanated from Yi Hao, causing the surrounding world to freeze in place. The dragon trembled in fear as it beheld Yi Hao, unable to move a muscle except for its eyes. The woman, however, remained unbound and retreated a few steps, casting her gaze toward the Taoist. "What a handsome and noble young man," she thought, as Yi Hao, clad in a moon-white robe adorned with the faint outlines of the 8 trigrams, bore stars upon his left sleeve and the phases of the moon upon his right. With the world around him immobilized, he smiled as if spring breezes caressed her face. "May I inquire, esteemed Taoist, from which celestial realm do you hail?" the woman asked, her cheeks flushed as she performed a respectful bow. "Dear friend, is it not customary to introduce oneself before inquiring of others?" Yi Hao replied gently, his demeanor warm. "My apologies, I am Yao Ji, entrusted with safeguarding the realm of desire." Yao Ji blushed and quickly introduced herself. "Ah, so it is the esteemed princess before me. I am Yi Hao, merely a wandering Taoist, unworthy of such respect from a princess." Yi Hao finds surprise, bowing respectfully. "You have saved my life. How can I allow such formalities?" Yao Ji hastily assisted him. As their hands brushed in the exchange, Yao Ji immediately withdrew, startled. "What is happening to me? Why do I feel so flustered?" A glance at Yi Hao's gentle eyes sent her cheeks aflame once more. "This cannot be. Yao Ji, you are the guardian of the realm of desire. You must not fall prey to such desires." Resolving not to dwell on her thoughts, she took a deep breath and addressed Yi Hao. "Esteemed friend, this fierce dragon has descended to the mortal realm. I wish to capture it and return it to the heavenly court. Should you have no pressing matters, I would greatly appreciate your company on this endeavor." As she spoke, her urgency grew, and she looked at Yi Hao with a glimmer of hope. Yi Hao remained impassive, shaking his head and stating, "As a wandering cultivator who has yet to attain the status of an immortal, how could I dare to freely enter the celestial court?" Yao Ji felt an inexplicable sense of loss, yet her eyes brightened when she saw Yi Hao grasp the malevolent serpent, which instantly fell into his palm. She exclaimed, "My friend, your skills are remarkable." With a flick of his hand, Yi Hao produced a ring. "This item serves as my storage. I shall confine the wicked serpent within it. Princess Chong, you may take it back to the celestial court for punishment." Upon finishing his words, Yi Hao ascended into the clouds, truly embodying the visage of an enlightened being. Yao Ji's gaze trembled as she watched Yi Hao depart, and soon after, she summoned her light and headed towards the celestial court. Before the celestial emperor, Yao Ji presented the ring, saying, "The three-headed serpent has been captured. I implore the emperor to pass judgment." The emperor responded, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, as the goddess of desire, your prowess is commendable. I shall immediately issue a decree to strip the three-headed serpent of its divine status and confine it to the celestial prison, where it shall endure the torment of heavenly thunder daily." Then he turned to Yao Ji. "Though you have succeeded in capturing the serpent, you have failed to perceive the desires of the deities. Your merits and faults balance each other." The attendant, Wan Lian, interjected repeatedly, "Your Majesty, this cannot be." Princess Chong retrieved the dragon pearl, averting the crisis of Lingxiao Palace. This is a significant achievement. At this moment, Tianpeng, still a celestial being, had been present during the capture of the serpent, yet he had not descended to the mortal realm. He too spoke up, "Your Majesty, Wan Lian speaks the truth. Capturing the serpent was not the responsibility of Princess Chong. Considering this, her merits outweigh her faults. The Celestial Emperor, being a wise ruler, promptly redirected the conversation. Indeed, what all the celestial beings have said is true. Let us reward Yao Ji with 100 golden pills as a commendation. Once the official matters were concluded, Yao Ji gritted her teeth, stating, I encountered a Taoist in the mortal realm, whose extraordinary abilities and profound powers greatly assisted in capturing the serpent. I beseech the Emperor to bestow a reward for this achievement. Chapter 58. A change of fate. Upon hearing Yao Ji's candid remarks, the Celestial Emperor's interest was piqued. It must be noted that the Celestial Court was indeed in need of able individuals. The formidable ones included the 4 polar war gods, the 10 golden crows, Tianpeng, who was merely adequate, and Wan Lian, a rather straightforward individual. While Yao Ji was capable, her duty was to guard the realm of desire. The old lord provided essential resources for the Celestial Court. Although he was not entirely useless, he was not involved in matters either. If a Taoist could ascend to the heavens and match Yao Ji's prowess, it would indeed be splendid. The Emperor, upon this thought, spoke, Pray, elaborate further. Yao Ji recounted her experience of subduing the 3-headed serpent in detail. When she mentioned Yi Hao's ability to still the heavens and earth, as if possessing dominion over the cosmos, an audible gasp arose from the assembly. Such capability truly existed? Tianpeng remarked. I have heard my master speak of the great Xinyuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple, whose powers to manipulate the universe are unparalleled. Could this Taoist be Xinyuanzi? However, he appears quite young. It seems unlikely. Yao Ji's voice gradually diminished, and she too felt perplexed. Upon reflection, if it were indeed Xinyuanzi engaging with the mortal realm, it would not be impossible. Who knows how idle these great figures truly are? She glanced at her elder brother, the ruler of the 3 realms, who was famously known for simply watching celestial maidens dance, renowned for his leisure. This was not the time when I traversed the cycle of reincarnation for 750 tribulations, each tribulation lasting a staggering 129,600 years. Upon returning, I found myself blessed with 7 daughters and a younger sister. She mused. If I truly harbored desires towards the venerable Xinyuanzi, would I not become the subject of ridicule? Even if not, it certainly bears some relation to the esteemed Xinyuanzi. After the heavenly emperor spoke, he turned his gaze towards Tianpeng. Tianpeng, you are to take 100 golden flowers to the Wuzhuang Temple and inquire on my behalf. These golden flowers are not mere trinkets. They are manifestations of virtue, akin to hard currency across the 3 realms. Yao Ji also wished to accompany him. Yet if her suspicions were indeed correct, it would spell disaster. With that thought, she obediently stood in place, refraining from speaking. Beside her, the Queen Mother cast a glance at Yao Ji, slightly furrowing her brow. Could it be that this girl has developed desires? Tianpeng accepted the command and departed towards the Wuzhuang Temple. Meanwhile, Yi Hao, having stepped outside, found himself with nothing to occupy his time and thus returned to the Fongsong Mountain. Time within the mountain is timeless, where one can read to the point of oblivion. 1,296,000 volumes of scriptures loomed before him like a towering mountain, while beside it lay a small hillock representing the books Yi Hao had completed. They say one's writings are a reflection of one's self. Goodness gracious, the books he had read could fill 3 of his own bodies. Alert! Skills have been updated. Just as Yi Hao immersed himself in diligent study, a melodious prompt resonated. After years of arduous learning, he finally achieved progress, combining all combat methods of the host. An unnamed combat technique has been formed. Please name it. He grinned widely, exclaiming, Let us call it the art of combat and victory. In the future, when that monkey comes seeking knowledge, he will inquire if this art of combat and victory is something he wishes to learn. Art of combat and victory. Mastery of all martial arts upon sight. Proficiency in all spells upon use. The more one battles, the stronger one becomes. As long as the spirit endures, there are no limits. The host's skills have been unified. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Tiangang Disham Method, incomplete. Tiangang Disham Method, incomplete, contains all spells of the host. Completeness, 16. Knowledge acquired. Insights into the 360 auxiliary paths of the Taoist teachings. Completeness, 279, 129, 600. At last, a coherent system has emerged. Yi Hao gazed at the content displayed by the system. The abilities section was still updating. While the skills section now contained only the art of combat and victory, Tiangang Disha method, and variations of the Tiangang Disha. Below the skills section, a new category titled Miscellaneous Knowledge appeared, containing insights into the 360 auxiliary paths of the Tao and a detailed explanation of the composite magical system. A multitude of realizations surged within him. He had inherently possessed this knowledge but lacked unity, resulting in a haphazard array of skills that, while plentiful, were ineffectively coordinated in combat. Now, through the sheer force of his intellect, he had unified them, and the satisfaction derived from this achievement was overwhelming. System, upon introspection, within the Dantian, 6 colors of light encircled a virtual Dan. The blue was the brightest, continuously emanating energy, followed by the purple, which gradually intensified with each breath. The yellow, representing the mind, and orange, representing the soul, shone equally, subordinate to the purple, while the red and green were the weakest, twinkling faintly like distant stars. In a corner of the Dantian lay a spherical object, from which Jiu Xiao emerged halfway, her resentful eyes glaring fiercely at Yi Hao's spirit. Yi Hao, observing Jiu Xiao, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Jiu Xiao, please do not act in such a manner. Jiu Xiao turned her head, covering her ears. Allow me to share an idea with you. Yi Hao embraced Jiu Xiao and whispered in her ear, I am preparing to forge a magical artifact. You understand what a magical artifact is, do you not? For instance, envision a 33-story tower, which, when hurled in battle, radiates brilliance across the cosmos, wielding an awe-inspiring pressure that can subdue the ages. Jiu Xiao's ears perked up, and she turned to gaze at Yi Hao. What does that have to do with me? A magical artifact surely requires a spirit, does it not? Ultimately, it will be you who commands the artifact, and the one who dazzles will be you. Jiu Xiao imagined herself as a formidable force, indeed. Yi Hao continued, but that is not all. What do you think of a bell? Throwing it would send our opponents fleeing in panic. Jiu Xiao, being a power-type Zampicat, relished the notion of overpowering others. Or perhaps we could forge a cauldron, hurl it to smash our foes into a pulp. Her face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Jiu Xiao embraced Yi Hao's head, floating behind him, her gaze resolute, filled with hope for the future. After painting a vivid picture for Jiu Xiao, Yi Hao wiped away a non-existent bead of sweat from his brow and returned to the outside world. Tian Peng sought out the immortal Jin Yuanzi, but upon conversing, it became evident that this person had no connection to the immortal Jin Yuanzi. Upon hearing this news, Yao Ji's eyes sparkled, her heart inexplicably restless. However, the Haotian mirror scrutinized the 3 realms, yet found no trace of this individual, which left her quite disappointed. Days passed in the mountains, and an epiphany struck Yi Hao as he gazed skyward, noticing auspicious clouds approaching from the east. Soon, a young attendant approached. Master, the immortal Jin Yuanzi has arrived. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao, puzzled, transformed his shape and accompanied the attendant to the front of the observation hall. An elderly Taoist, adorned with a purple gold crown, draped in a patterned crane robe and holding a floating whisk, appeared, his face radiant and hair cascading to his waist. Why become my friend? Yi Hao Inuited. I have heard of your profound advancements in Taoist arts and have come to pay my respects. The immortal replied. Too kind, too kind. Yi Hao responded politely. He beckoned the young attendant, who served tea and spiritual fruits, standing at either side of the table. Jin Yuanzi remarked, recently, the heavenly court dispatched Marshal Tian Peng to seek me out, claiming he encountered a Taoist associated with the principles of the universe. I wonder if you have heard of this individual? Indeed, that Taoist has some connection to me, Yi Hao replied, choosing not to elaborate further as he lifted his teacup. Jin Yuanzi continued, unhurried. I employed divination to ascertain the whereabouts of that Taoist, yet found him absent from the 3 realms. Might you unravel the mystery in my heart? Yi Hao responded with a slight smile. That Taoist may be a variable of heaven and earth, or perhaps a source of calamity for the 3 realms. As for the future, I cannot say. You might consider inquiring with the Buddha of the West. His enlightened state may reveal some truths. Jin Yuanzi pondered deeply, recognizing that within the 3 realms, his own insights were exceedingly limited. I foresee changes in the future of the Heavenly Emperor's sister, and significant alterations may befall the matters of the 3 realms. I kindly ask you to guide me on how to navigate this. As Jin Yuanzi bowed deeply, Yi Hao was taken aback. How could this charlatan, masquerading as a Bodhi, truly deceive someone to such an extent? Hastily, Yi Hao sidestepped the formal greeting and assisted Jin Yuanzi to his feet, saying, "Esteemed friend, your profound realm and status as the progenitor of Earth immortals grant you immeasurable merit, untouched by the vicissitudes of time. What is there to fear?" Jin Yuanzi replied, "In this chaotic three realms, the path ahead remains uncertain, and apprehension is unavoidable." Yi Hao responded, "Indeed, the heavens and earth possess their predestined order. Yet I desire not to be constrained by predetermined fates." Jin Yuanzi gazed at the man before him. "Do you wish to emerge from seclusion?" Yi Hao chuckled it. "With such a being present, why would I need to venture forth?" Jin Yuanzi was startled. Could it be that he intended to adopt this being as his progeny, thereby reshaping the world? This visit, it seemed, was indeed a miscalculation. Chapter 59. Yao Ji's offspring. Jin Yuanzi's expression grew intricate as he produced a ginseng fruit from his sleeve. What kind of visitor would arrive empty-handed? Yi Hao's eyes brightened at the sight, and he graciously accepted the fruit, having not savored one in quite some time. Jin Yuanzi, having exchanged pleasantries, was about to take his leave when Yi Hao detained him, saying, "My friend, I am aware of the ginseng fruit's properties. Merely inhaling its essence can extend one's life by 360 years, while consuming one grants an astonishing lifespan of 47,000 years. If I were to inhale its essence 150 times, would that not extend my life even further than ingestion?" Jin Yuanzi's lips curled in disbelief. "You jest. My friend, whether eaten or inhaled, one depletes the fruit's vital essence. There cannot be such an abundance of energy to prolong one's lifespan." Yi Hao sighed in response. "If that is the case, it pales in comparison to the peach of immortality. A single bite of the peach grants a lifespan equal to that of the heavens. Indeed, far superior to the ginseng fruit." Enraged, Jin Yuanzi retorted, "You old Taoist who incessantly touts the unity of the three teachings, have incurred the wrath of the Tathagata and the disdain of the three pure ones. In all the three realms, I am the only one still willing to associate with you. Yet now, you dare to belittle my fruit? Today, I shall ensure we settle this matter." With that, Jin Yuanzi reached for Yi Hao's beard. Yi Hao, startled, did not hesitate. "Do you think I fear you?" He seized Jin Yuanzi's robe. Nearby, a young attendant was taken aback, dropping the tray and fleeing down the mountain, exclaiming, "Oh no, the master is fighting with a celestial being." The disciples hurried towards the high platform. "This is bad. The master has locked onto the celestial being. No, it seems the celestial being has ensnared the master." On the high platform, Yi Hao had successfully secured Jin Yuanzi with a crosslock. Unyielding, Jin Yuanzi employed a transformation technique to escape. Subsequently, he ensnared Yi Hao with a love lock, steadfast as gold. The surrounding disciples, unable to bear witness any longer, quickly withdrew. Continuing to observe would only draw their ire and result in undue consequences. The two engaged in a battle of wits, each employing covert tactics devoid of decorum and virtue. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Jin Yuanzi, slightly bested, flicked his sleeves and departed. "On another day, I shall repay this debt." Yi Hao, with disheveled hair, cupped his hands in acknowledgement. With Jin Yuanzi gone, tranquility returned to Yi Hao once more. He plucked a hair from his head and, with a gentle breath, summoned a doppelganger before him. Sun Wukong possesses the art of transformation, and naturally, Yi Hao does as well. He can master what the monkey can, and even that which the monkey cannot. However, unlike the monkey, he is unable to consume elixirs or savor the celestial peaches and ginseng fruits. Yi Hao yearns to indulge, to feast by the pound. Yet, should he venture forth in the guise of Bodhi, he might attract unwarranted attention and face a throng of adversaries. At this moment, his realm and powers were somewhat lacking. Had he attained the zenith of Sun Wukong's prowess, he could truly confront the Buddhist and Taoist sects with impunity. One of his doppelgangers remained at Wuzhuangguan, tasked with instructing disciples, while his true self reveled in freedom. Were it not for the doppelganger's inability to activate the system and progress the timeline, he would have no desire to return to the Shua, Sanshin cave. Yao Ji had recently been troubled and unable to focus her thoughts. Even if divine beings harbored desires, she was disinclined to intervene. In a moment of restless inspiration, she set her course toward the heavenly river. Tian Peng, stationed at the river's edge, found himself puzzled upon seeing Yao Ji descend to the mortal realm. Since her last venture into the world, the princess had been in seclusion. Why had she suddenly chosen to descend? Should he conceal this from the heavenly emperor or not? Such dilemmas left him in a state of turmoil. As he pondered, he reclined upon his vessel, claiming he had seen nothing. With Tian Peng's cover, these trivial matters would naturally evade the heavenly emperor's notice. At the summit of Mount Hua, Yi Hao gazed upon the temple before him. What if he were to dismantle it and transform it into his own sanctum? At this moment, Mount Hua lacked any divine temple, though at its foot stood a shrine dedicated to the Western Emperor. Yet, the divine light was absent from any deity's presence. Yi Hao understood that this was the era of the Shang dynasty, ruled by Emperor, also known as the father of the tyrant King Zhou. While the tale of Journey to the West does not delve into these matters, the story of the Lotus Lantern contains elements related to the investiture of the gods. Setting aside the lack of connection between Journey to the West and the investiture of the gods, it is also uncertain whether the investiture in the Lotus Lantern aligns with the original narrative. Nevertheless, this does not impede Yi Hao from claiming dominion over the mountain. Regardless of whether the investiture of gods includes Mount Hua, he would first seize it, and later, amend the divine roster as necessary. With this thought, Yi Hao pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood, a blend of purple and red, to fall into the temple's divine light. A decree for a divine position materialized in the void, appearing both vague and distinct. Yi Hao employed the divination method of the Ziyu Gate to predict the outcome. Without unforeseen circumstances, a century hence, the divine rank would transform from ethereal to corporeal, granting him a manifestation of a great emperor. At that time, even a merit of incense offerings could elevate him to the status of a celestial being. Having accomplished this good deed, Yi Hao swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Yao Ji, inspired by her heart's call, soared upon clouds, following her inner guidance. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at Mount Hua. As she set foot upon the mountain, she felt a pang of disappointment for not encountering the one she sought. Just as she prepared to leave, she sensed an aura akin to Yi Hao's. A smile graced her face, and even she was unaware of the source of her joy. Initially intending to hasten towards Yi Hao, she found herself unintentionally slowing her pace. Yao Ji pondered, should I lose my decorum, I would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Although she had slowed her pace, being of divine lineage, she arrived at the locus of spiritual resonance within mere breaths. Yao Ji scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of Yi Hao, leaving her both disheartened and perplexed. The aura was unmistakably present, yet the real person was nowhere to be seen. She summoned her magical power, releasing a beam of spiritual light from her eyes to scrutinize the area, and discovered a drop of heart's blood concealed among the nameless tablets of the temple. So, it was Yi Hao had left a drop of his essence here, and upon reflection, she comprehended his intentions. Upsilonao y Chekeld, truly a solitary practitioner. Aspiring to become an emperor, yet unaware of the need for subterfuge. After a prolonged silence, she sighed. Very well, I shall lend you a hand, repaying the kindness you have shown me. With this resolution, she resolved to sever her desires. Extending her hand, she summoned the heart's blood, and just as she was about to cast a spell to obscure it, she felt the essence merge seamlessly into her being. Yao Ji was struck with alarm. What was happening? This heart's blood, distinctly carrying another's aura, had perfectly intertwined with her own. Could it be that Yi Hao had plotted against her? As she sensed within, she discovered 3 new life forces stirring inside her. What on earth? How should she respond? She was the goddess governing the realm of desires, accustomed to managing those who harbored inappropriate thoughts. Now, with her hands resting on her abdomen, the life forces were alarmingly evident. Return to the heavenly court? How would she explain this? Inform the Jade Emperor that she was with child? And when he inquired how such a thing came to be, she would respond. It was a communion with the cosmos. Predictably, this would incite the Emperor's wrath, declaring her incapable of even lying convincingly, followed by her condemnation to the execution platform. At this moment, Yao Ji's thoughts spiraled in turmoil, her feet tapping anxiously. Could she heartlessly rid herself of these 3 children? She was not devoid of compassion. And to make matters more complicated, she harbored a burgeoning affection for Yi Hao. Yi Hao, you scoundrel, you have put me in a dire predicament. Chapter 60. Upon the moon in the palace of Guanghan, the first sight upon entering the lunar realm was undoubtedly the ancient laurel tree, a creation of the heavens. Gazing upwards, one could see a rabbit perched upon its branches, its mouth stuffed with a carrot, its body adorned with a tortoise-shell bound by crimson strings. With tear-filled eyes, it gazed down at the two individuals below. "Wah! Master, save me!" Yet, this cry barely traveled before it was overshadowed by the chatter of the two at the table. Yihao stepped onto a stone bench, gesturing dramatically. 5 liters, 666, 8 horses, 9 linked rings. Before him sat a celestial maiden, possessing an exquisite form and breathtaking beauty. She maintained a proper posture, yet her complexion hinted at indulgence in spirits. At this moment, she mimicked Yihao's movements. Chang'e correctly identified the number Yihao had indicated, pointing at him. "You lose. Drink." Yihao raised his cup in readiness, while Chang'e, her eyes clouded with inebriation, beheld several reflections of Yihao dancing before her. She shook her head and looked again, only to find that Yihao had transformed even more. The ordinary wine could hardly intoxicate a celestial being, yet this was the laurel wine brought by Chang'e. She attempted to rise, but wobbled and tilted to one side. Yihao instinctively wrapped his arm around her, exclaiming, You can't handle it." Despite his words, he too began to see stars dancing before his eyes. "Let us refrain from drinking for now," Chang'e murmured in a daze. "Indeed, another sip, and you shall be drunk." Chang'e waved her hand aimlessly in the air, declaring, "You are already intoxicated." The two supported each other, stumbling toward the room. Even inebriated, Yihao insisted, "I am not drunk. You're the one who is." "Nonsense. I'm not drunk." Celestials do not succumb to intoxication. The Jade Rabbit, witnessing her master being escorted toward the room, grew anxious, writhing in distress, her whimpering unending. Yet the more she struggled, the tighter the red string bound her. How despicable! Was there truly a need to be so cruel to a mere rabbit? She was a youthful bunny, having lived for centuries, still a delicate maiden. Helplessly watching the two enter the room and close the door, the Jade Rabbit ultimately surrendered, tears streaming down her cheeks. The following day, Chang'e awoke in a haze, pressing her temples as the headache from her drunken revelry throbbed painfully. As she reached out, she felt something peculiar. Looking around, she discovered a man lying beside her, her hand resting upon his chest. Being an elder of the 3 realms, such trivial matters did not astonish her as they would a young girl. She slowly sat up, tidied herself, and stepped out of the door. The Jade Rabbit, tormented by the red string and deprived of sleep, now bore 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Upon seeing Chang'e emerge, she shook the string repeatedly. Chang'e, noticing, cast a spell to release her. As soon as the Jade Rabbit touched the ground, she transformed into human form and clung to Chang'e's leg, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally come to rescue me." The rabbit wept, her sobs heartfelt and poignant. Yet Chang'e's head still ached. "Enough, enough. If you hadn't spoken so insolently, you wouldn't have been bound." Hearing this, the Jade Rabbit ceased her tears and murmured, "Master has changed. She no longer loves me. I am still but a child, and he was far too harsh." Chang'e, exasperated yet amused, gave the rabbit a playful tap on the head. The Jade Rabbit winced, covering her forehead, gazing at Chang'e. At first glance, she was taken aback. Was this truly the ethereal, untainted celestial maiden? At that moment, Chang'e appeared pale, anxiety shadowing her eyes. One hand pressed her forehead, exuding an indescribable weariness. "Master, what did you do last night?" Chang'e shot her a glare, replying, "I did nothing, simply drank too much wine." The Jade Rabbit covered her mouth, her eyes darting with mischief. She was no Navi rabbit. Her master's fatigue could only mean she had encountered that rogue in a harmonious meeting of souls. In the room, Yihao opened his eyes wide, gazing at the unfamiliar large bed, the strange ceiling, and the unrecognizable surroundings. "Where am I?" He pushed the door open, and not far away, the moon goddess awakened his memories. "Ah, I had been drinking all night, engaged in a brawl until dawn." Even a heavy drinker like him, who could swallow the sun and moon, had succumbed to intoxication. As for what transpired afterward, he pondered deeply, yet nothing came to mind. Yihao appeared before the moon goddess, who remained as unassuming as ever. "Good morning, moon goddess." Just as Yihao was about to sit down, the Jade Rabbit suddenly leaped forward and delivered a powerful kick. Yihao slightly turned his head to evade the blow, then seized the Jade Rabbit's leg, lifting her effortlessly. The Jade Rabbit clutched her dress, her face flushed. "You rogue, put me down at once." "How am I a rogue?" he retorted. "You sullied my master's honor. Are you not the rogue?" The moon goddess blushed at the accusation, casting a furtive glance at Yihao. Yi Hao tilted his head. How do you know? The jade rabbit, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Look at what you've done to my master. A scoundrel who refuses to acknowledge his misdeeds. The jade rabbit glanced at the blushing moon goddess, her resolve unwavering. Fear not, my master. I shall surely seek justice for you. At this, Yi Hao immediately turned his attention to the moon goddess. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly turned away. Oh no, something truly has gone awry. Yi Hao casually released the jade rabbit and sat beside the moon goddess. Rest assured, I will take responsibility. A tremor coursed through the moon goddess's heart, and she hesitated to refuse outright. The jade rabbit tumbled on the ground, quickly scrambling to her feet and spitting out the dirt from her mouth. What can a mere mortal like you do to take responsibility? Yi Hao shot her a glance. I have claimed a mountain, becoming its king, and I shall make your master my consort. As for you, since you disrespect her, I shall punish you with a night of fragrant slumber. The jade rabbit, furious, hopped about in frustration, but found herself powerless against him. With this thought, she slumped down in despair. Observing this, the moon goddess gently tapped Yi Hao's arm. She is still but a child. Why frighten her so? A child of several millennia? Surely, she is older than you. Yi Hao mused aloud to the moon goddess. Since the deed is done, why not accompany me? I have secured a realm of bliss, which serves as a suitable abode. The moon goddess sighed softly, though Yi Hao remained oblivious to her awareness. They were both fully clothed. How could such acts have occurred? Moreover, another figure surfaced in her mind. The moon goddess collected her thoughts and declared, There is no need for such. Nothing has transpired between us. Yet Yi Hao remained unconvinced. Do not speak nonsense. I, Yi Hao, am one who takes responsibility for my actions. Besides, even the rabbit has acknowledged it. Fear not. Though I am merely an ordinary mortal, I possess some mystical prowess. Even should the heavenly court impose punishment, they shall find themselves powerless against us. The moon goddess, hearing this, became anxious. Indeed, nothing occurred. The jade rabbit chimed in. Do not be afraid, my master. I shall bear witness. If he denies it, I will bite him. As she spoke, she struck a fierce pose, embodying a certain endearing charm. Chang'e quickly interjected. I speak the truth. Look at us. Our garments are still intact. How could such a thing have transpired? Yi Hao chuckled. Madam, you awaken before me. The condition of our attire is, I fear, solely your word. With that, he addressed her as Madam, causing Chang'e to feel a simultaneous headache from both the morning's hangover and the current predicament, leaving her at a loss for a solution. The jade rabbit chimed in. Indeed, he speaks rightly. Chang'e felt a surge of irritation towards the foolish rabbit, thinking, Who is your master? After all, noticing Chang'e's reluctance to accompany him, Yi Hao contemplated simply rendering her unconscious to take her away. However, Chang'e, with a flash of inspiration, hastily proposed. I understand that you are burdened with many matters. It might be best for me to remain here in the Moon Palace, if you wish to see me. At this point, she couldn't help but blush. If you wish to see me, you may come visit. Yi Hao was taken aback by Chang'e's thoughtfulness. Moreover, as she was unwilling to leave with him, using force would be unseemly. Since you have made such a decision, I shall abide by it. He then turned to the jade rabbit. Should my lady encounter any trouble, mark my words, I shall deal with you. As he shook his fist, the jade rabbit quickly replied, Fear not. With me around, all shall be well. Yi Hao produced a still-cool ginseng fruit and offered it to Chang'e. This ginseng fruit shall serve as my betrothal gift. I shall surely take you down to the mortal realm one day. Chang'e was astonished that Yi Hao could present such a treasure, while she had seen and tasted the peach of immortality. This ginseng fruit was a rare treasure only the grandmasters in Yuan could procure. Such a precious item, her husband should keep for himself. Chang'e hesitated to utter the term husband. Were it not for her desire to expedite Yi Hao's departure, she would not have found the courage to say it. No matter. I have some connections with that old Taoist, and I shall retrieve a few more for you to sample in the future. Chang'e accepted the ginseng fruit, feeling somewhat touched. Meanwhile, the jade rabbit looked on with wide eyes. I too wish to taste it. Yi Hao patted her on the head, saying, As long as you take good care of your master, I shall reserve one for you. The jade rabbit's eyes sparkled as she thumped her chest, declaring, You need not worry. Chapter 61. A tangled mess in the high sky. Yi Hao lay on a cloud, surveying a courtyard below. The plaque above the entrance read Yang Residence. Yao Ji had settled down in a small town with 3 children. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. How could the narrative continue without him? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he descended from the clouds and arrived at the Yang residence. As he knocked on the bronze ring, a girl of about 12 or 13 emerged. Her voice was bright and tinged with caution. "Who are you?" Yi Hao smiled. "I'm a friend of your mother. Please inform her that Yi Hao has come to pay a visit." Upon hearing this, the girl swiftly closed the door and ran inside. Impressed by her understanding of the need to shut the door, Yi Hao felt a fondness for the dutiful child. Yang Chan hurriedly rushed to the inner courtyard. Panting as she exclaimed, "Mother, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." Yao Ji, broom in hand, was busy reprimanding the mischievous Yang Jiao and Yang Jian. Running so swiftly without fear of falling, she spoke as she picked up a teacup and handed it to Yang Chan. "Take a moment to catch your breath before we continue." Yang Chan sipped the tea, casually wiping her mouth, and mentioned that the man's name was Yi Hao. Upon hearing this, Yao Ji dropped her teacup, shattering it into countless pieces. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mother, are you all right?" Ypsilon Aoyi, with a heart full of turmoil, reassured them, I am fine, I am fine." It was better not to meet, for upon seeing Yi Hao, she immediately sensed something was amiss. Her expression was complex as she gazed at him, and then she turned to the three children, saying, "You may leave for now." Only Yi Hao and Yao Ji remained in the courtyard. The sorrow in Yao Ji's eyes deepened, as if she were looking at a heartless person. Yi Hao felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. "Why does the princess look at me so?" he asked. Yao Ji's expression turned cold at his words. "Since you have plotted against me, why pretend otherwise?" "Plot?" Yi Hao tilted his head in contemplation, realizing with a start that there was indeed a scheme. He had saved Yao Ji to stifle the tale of the Lotus Lantern. Yet given the present circumstances, it appeared his plan had failed. Since the princess was already aware, he decided to drop the pretense. "Indeed, I had intentions when I first met you," he admitted. Yao Ji, filled with resentment, questioned, "Do you have nothing to say?" "What is there to say?" Yi Hao struggled to converse with someone so cryptic. He steeled himself and said, "Although I plotted against the princess initially, that plan has now come to naught. What more is there for me to say?" Yao Ji's cold laughter resonated. "Not? You claim failure when there are children involved? If not for the children by my side, she would have gone to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea to fetch a soldier's helmet for him." Yi Hao was bewildered. Isn't the existence of the children the very reason for the failure? Ypsilonao, infuriated, retorted. "Do you mean to say that you wish to tarnish my honor and cast aside the children?" "What honor? What children?" Yi Hao fine ignorante. But Yao Ji was utterly disillusioned with him. "Leave. I shall raise the children on my own, without your involvement." Yi Hao's tone turned icy. "Why do you speak as if these three children are somehow connected to me?" Yao Ji surveyed her surroundings and, seizing a broom, swung it at Yi Hao. "If it weren't for your scheming, how would I have these three children?" Yi Hao, upon hearing this, hastily dodged, forgetting that he possessed magical abilities. "My initial scheme was to ensure you did not bear children. That is why I repelled the three-headed evil dragon. Now that you have children, what concern is it of mine?" Yao Ji halted her movements. What three-headed evil dragon? It was then they realized their conversation was a case of mismatched understanding. After finally settling down, they elucidated the cause and effect. Yi Hao exclaimed in astonishment. "You mean to say these three children are manifestations of my essence?" Yao Ji sighed, but offered no reply. Yi Hao immediately raised his hand, counting meticulously. Indeed, these three children bore a profound connection to him. He stiffly lifted his gaze to Yao Ji. "Are they my children?" After a lengthy silence, Yi Hao furrowed his brow and remarked, "There must be another scheme at play here. Both you and I are merely pawns in someone else's game." Ypsilon, initially engulfed in fury, now sighed and expressed, "That individual possesses such formidable power. What can you and I possibly do?" Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the birth of Erling Shun or the eventual alteration of celestial decrees, Yi Hao had no intention of letting this matter rest. Yao Ji timidly raised her gaze and inquired, "What shall become of the three children?" "Fear not. Since they are here, we shall nurture them." Yi Hao replied with a grin, contemplating a script of maternal rescue, eager to discern who was plotting against him. With a wave of his hand, Yi Hao disrupted the cosmic order, then approached Yao Ji and softly whispered his plans into her ear. "Is this feasible?" Yao Ji's expression revealed her reluctance. After all, these were her own offspring. "I perceive that the eldest is courageous yet lacks wisdom. The second is impulsive and inexperienced, while the daughter displays keen intellect worthy of cultivation. Only through trials of life and death can they truly mature. After a prolonged silence, Yao Ji finally conceded. Very well, I shall entrust them to you. Upon encountering Yi Hao, Yao Ji instinctively regarded him as a pillar of support. My lady, why have you given them the surname Yang? This address caused Yao Ji's heart to flutter. She shot him a glance and replied, Is it not to spare you further troubles? Yi Hao chuckled, Indeed. I owe you an apology, my lady. Calling forth the three children, Yao Ji, blushing, nestled into Yi Hao's embrace. Jiaoer, Jinner, Chan'er, this is your father. The trio gazed at Yi Hao in disbelief. The youngest, Yang Chan, protested, Mother, did you not say our father was deceased? Yi Hao explained it. I had a disagreement with your mother, and I have come to offer my apologies. Yang Jian scrutinized Yi Hao with disapproval. Do not presume to take on the role of father. Our mother has raised us alone, and you can hardly fathom the toil she endured. Yao Ji's complexion darkened at these words. Jinner, do not speak so recklessly. Yang Jian retorted, What is there to hide? He abandoned us for over a decade without so much as a visit. Yao Ji quickly interjected, There are matters you do not yet comprehend. In time, you will understand. The eldest, Yang Jiao, grasped Yang Jian's arm, urging, Let us discuss this later. However, Yang Jian was not finished, and Yang Chan chimed in. Today is a day of joy. Second brother, let us not dwell on the past. Seeing their mother in such high spirits was a rare treat, and the siblings exchanged glances, signaling him to refrain from further comment. Yao Ji's expression fluctuated between hues of distress and relief. After clarifying matters with Yi Hao, she felt content that he was willing to acknowledge the three children, yet she was taken aback by their strong aversion towards him. Yi Hao remained unperturbed. I indeed have my faults. I do not seek your forgiveness, but only wish to remain by your mother's side for the rest of my days, ensuring she suffers no more. Yang Jian scoffed, refusing to comment further. As the moon ascended into the branches, Yi Hao and Yao Ji sat side by side at the head of the bed. Throughout their meal and idle chatter, the three children instinctively distanced themselves from Yi Hao, which left Yao Ji with a tinge of sorrow. I bear no objections. Why the urgency, my lady? Yi Hao is seemingly carefree demeanor incitet ipsonoies ire. Alas, I alone have raised them, yet where is their father? Upon hearing this, Yi Hao felt a headache coming on. My good lady, was it not enough that I have made a mistake? Yao Ji turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Yi Hao gazed out at the bright moon, and then turned to Yao Ji, saying, Madam, the night is deep. Shall we not retire for the evening? Ypsilonao Yi, with her head drawn in, took a long time before softly responding. Yi Hao closed the doors and windows, gently embracing Yao Ji. That night was truly poetic. The banana leaves fluttered with longing, a single leaf unfolding, a single leaf taking life. Chapter 62. Exposed since that day, Yi Hao and Yao Ji became inseparable, spending each day in close company. Poor little Yang Jian and the others were subjected to a daily dose of their affection. Yang Jian was the most rebellious, for this wild father had not visited them in over a decade. Yet, Yao Ji maintained a cheerful demeanor over the years, which kept Yang Jian from voicing his discontent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The three children had grown into youthful figures. Yi Hao reclined on a lounge chair, while Yang Chan, with a distressed expression, pushed the chair from behind. Yao Ji emerged from the house, unsure of how to react to this scene. Chan'er, you may go play. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan's face lit up, and she dashed out of the courtyard. Yao Ji lay down beside Yi Hao, saying, Why do you always disturb Chan'er? I have taught Chan'er the art of tranquility. Is it not beneficial for her cultivation? Yao Ji let out a cold laugh. Yet you have also taught Jiaoer the art of movement, while neglecting to instruct Jinner. Do you harbor some bias against him? Among the three children, only Yang Jian held the strongest objections towards Yi Hao. Noticing Yao Yi's displeasure, Yi Hao explained, Yi honor possesses extraordinary talent, surpassing even you and Chan'er. I intend to teach him formidable skills. Upon hearing this, Yao Ji's expression softened, and she refrained from inquiring about his plans. What are the three monsters in the town? Will you not take action against them? Yi Hao replied, Those three monsters are perfect for Jinner to practice against. Moreover, one of them is a fox demon with considerable fortune. Yao Ji looked up at Yi Hao. Fortune? That fox has a kind heart. Yet it is in the wrong company. Yao Ji chuckled. Is that not referring to you? Yi Hao's expression turned serious. To slander your own husband in such a way. Just wait and see how I shall deal with you. Yao Ji remained unfazed. Who was it that begged for mercy just now? In the heavenly realm. The celestial eye observed the three realms, its gaze now inadvertently directed towards Yi Hao and his family. Yi Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked up at the sky. He remained untouched by fate, having cultivated the transformative arts of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends to evade calamities. Just as Sun Wukong had evaded the lifespan calculations with these arts, so could he. At this moment, it felt as though a colossal hand was manipulating the heavens, causing him to be briefly exposed under the scrutiny of celestial rules. He locked eyes with the celestial eye for a moment, surprising it, prompting it to hastily retreat towards the Lingxiao Palace. Yi Hao withdrew his gaze and calmly stated, "We have been exposed." Yao Ji's smile faded. "Will our plan succeed?" Yi Hao replied, "That depends on whether our children exert enough effort." Yao Ji punched Yi Hao lightly on the chest. "What time is it? And you still jest?" Yi Hao erupted into hearty laughter, plucking a single strand of hair and blowing upon it, conjuring an avatar that materialized before Yao Ji. This manifestation bore no trace of mystical power, appearing as an ordinary mortal. "The matter is now entrusted to you," he stated. Yao Ji nodded, promptly summoning her children. "A grave situation has arisen. You must leave at once." Yang Jiao, perplexed, inquired, "What grave situation? Why must we flee?" At that moment, Yang Jian entered, accompanied by a woman clad in green. "Aunt, little Seven." The two clasped hands tightly, filled with joy. Little Seven urged, "Aunt, you must hurry. The Heavenly Emperor is already aware of your affairs, and the celestial soldiers are en route." Yao Ji sighed. "I am aware and intend to depart. But what shall become of the three children?" Just as Yang Jian was about to speak, ominous clouds gathered above, revealing numerous shadowy figures. Yao Ji, the sinful woman, has clandestinely consorted with mortals and borne offspring, transgressing celestial laws. Such transgressions are unforgivable. The Heavenly Emperor has decreed that her entire family be exterminated and Yao Ji be seized for judgment. The proclamation thundered like a mighty storm, shaking the heavens and causing countless birds to take flight. Yang Jian, witnessing this scene, was momentarily paralyzed with fear. The Golden Crow Prince soared forward, declaring, "Will the sinner not present her neck for execution?" Yi Hao's avatar immediately interposed to shield the three children. "Jiao, take your siblings and flee. I shall hold them off for a moment." Yang Jian retorted, "I do not require your assistance." Yang Jiao grasped Yang Jian's hand, insisting, "Now is not the time for such discussions. We must escape." Reluctantly, Yang Jian, despite his unwillingness, was pulled away by Yang Jiao and Yang Chan. The Golden Crow Prince scoffed. How dare a mere mortal act with such audacity? With that, he gestured, sending a golden will hurtling toward Yi Hao, resulting in a splatter of blood as his body was cleaved in two. The Golden Crow Prince then advanced toward Yang Jiao and her siblings. Ypsilona Oyi, obstructed by Tian Peng, though aware that it was Yi Hao's avatar, could not suppress her fury and cried out no. Tian Peng, taken aback by the Golden Crow Prince's ruthless demeanor, momentarily faltered, allowing Yao Ji to escape. Armed with a long sword, she charged at the Golden Crow Prince, their clash erupting with the force of collapsing mountains and shattering earth. Yang Jian gazed at Yi Hao's lifeless form, momentarily at a loss for words. A wave of inexplicable sorrow flooding his heart. "Hurry!" Yang Jiao urged, seizing Yang Jian and employing the techniques taught by Yi Hao to flee into the distance. Tian Peng, witnessing this, promptly addressed the Golden Crow Prince, "I shall pursue them. Rest assured, your highness." With that, he took flight in pursuit. The teachings imparted to Yang Jiao by Yi Hao belonged to the Taoist principles of movement, and as Yao Ji's son, he displayed remarkable progress, even surprising Tian Peng. The chase ensued, covering several dozen miles in an instant. Though Tian Peng contemplated allowing Yang Jiao and the others to escape, he could not afford to return empty-handed. Ahead, divine light flickered. An impenetrable celestial net obstructed the trio. Tian Peng hastened, intercepting them before the celestial soldiers could act. "Surrender. I am not like the Golden Crow Prince, who indiscriminately takes lives." Yet, his words bore little persuasive weight. Yang Jiao stepped forward, declaring, "If you wish to kill, then do so. Do not toy with us." Upon hearing the words, The celestial soldier immediately stepped forward. Tianpeng, hesitant to openly obstruct him for fear of incurring the wrath of the heavenly emperor, could only remain stationary, asserting that he was merely presiding over the situation. Although Yang Jiao possessed some martial skills, he lost his composure under the siege of the celestial soldiers. Just as he was on the verge of execution, a flash of azure light emerged, revealing Yi Hao's intervention, which transformed Yang Jiao's true form. Yang Jian and Yang Zhen, upon witnessing their elder brother's demise, were momentarily at a loss. As the celestial soldiers closed in, a fissure appeared in the grand formation behind them. Yang Zhen, seizing the moment, quickly grasped Yang Jian's hand and directed him towards the rift. The celestial soldiers attempted to pursue, only to find the rift sealing up, trapping them within their own formation. Tianpeng inwardly chuckled, though feigned fury on his face. Who has caused this disturbance? Woe to them if I catch them. Commander, we are equally unaware. The celestial soldiers lamented, their expressions filled with grievance. Tianpeng, naturally reluctant to take action against them, maintained a facade of authority. He led his men back to the Yang residence, where Yao Ji had already been captured. The crown prince of the Golden Crow cast a glance at Tianpeng, causing him to shudder in fear. I did not relent. It was someone else's interference. The crown prince coldly remarked, whether it was interference or not. We shall see before the heavenly emperor. With that, he ascended into the clouds, taking the sinner, Yao Ji, with him towards the heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao palace, numerous celestial beings stood solemnly on either side, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Yao Ji, are you aware of your crimes? She was asked. Unfazed, Yao Ji retorted, what crime have I committed? You consorted with a mortal and bore offspring, violating the heavenly laws, yet you do not confess? She was confronted. Yao Ji laughed. I love Yi Hao, yet I have not borne him child. The heavenly emperor slammed his fist on the table. Nonsense. Do you imply that Yang Jiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan are mere fabrications? Yao Ji responded, those three children were born of my communion with heaven and earth, akin to the human sovereign Fuxi. The heavenly emperor, confused, glanced at the queen mother. She, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, how can I ascertain the truth of your words? Yao Ji declared, I can swear an oath by the heavenly principles. Upon hearing this, the surrounding deities were largely convinced, as none would gamble their lives recklessly. The Jade Emperor, at a loss for words, stated, even so, you have succumbed to desire. Therefore, I shall confine you beneath Peach Mountain as a warning to others. In this unfolding drama, Yi Hao observed everything keenly. The moment Yao Ji fell into Peach Mountain, he raised his hand and invoked the grand art of celestial transformation, swiftly relocating her with a meticulously prepared avatar. Within the Shiyue 3 Stars Cave, Yi Hao assumed the guise of an elderly man, which made Yao Ji uncomfortable. Curiously, she asked, is this not your true form? Preposterous. Yi Hao retorted, ansios. I am merely here to serve as a mentor. This appearance is more persuasive. After all, when a youthful individual stands alongside an elder exuding an air of celestial wisdom, anyone would perceive the elder as a genuine deity. Yao Ji then inquired, will this place truly go undetected by the heavenly court? Yi Hao chuckled, rest assured, for this place is a paradise, the dwelling of a great being who has existed since the dawn of creation. If the heavenly court were to catch wind of this, that old man would no longer be able to roam the 3 realms. Yao Ji felt a modicum of relief. Nearby, Yang Jiao slowly opened his eyes. Upon noticing, Yao Ji instantly concealed her presence. Yang Jiao, dragging his weary body, stood up and inquired, who are you? Yi Hao stroked his beard and replied, just a humble practitioner residing in the mountains. As the eldest among the trio, Yang Jiao realized he was alive thanks to this venerable immortal before him. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving me. Yi Hao waved his hand, summoning a cloud of ethereal energy to lift him up. No need for such formalities. Our fates are intertwined, that is all. Yang Jiao bowed once more. Respected elder, what has become of my mother and younger siblings? Your siblings possess considerable fortune, so there is no need for concern, Yi Hao assured him. Yang Jiao gazed at Yi Hao, who continued, however, your mother has been captured by the heavenly court and is imprisoned beneath the Peach Mountain. It is likely you will not see her for countless ages. At these words, Yang Jiao's tears flowed, and he fell to his knees, imploring, "Esteemed elder, could you save my mother?" Yi Hao raised his hand, a surge of spiritual light preventing him from bowing further. "It is not that I do not wish to help, but it is simply beyond my power." Yang Jiao pressed on with questions. "Why is that?" "Your mother has transgressed the heavenly laws, thus facing this calamity. To rescue her would be to defy the heavens. It is impossible, impossible." Yang Jiao wiped his tears and pleaded, "I beseech you, revered elder, grant me passage. I wish to find my siblings." Yi Hao, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" "Here, I can ensure your safety. If you venture outside, you will surely be pursued by the heavenly court. I am the eldest son. How can I abandon my younger siblings to survive at the cost of their safety?" Yi Hao smiled. "Your intentions are commendable, yet your presence may inadvertently endanger them. It is better if you do not go. I possess some spells. Learn them, and when you have acquired the strength, you will be able to aid your siblings and perhaps even rescue your mother," he said, not allowing Yang Jiao to protest further, and with a wave of his hand, transported him to the Taoist temple. "This individual is my named disciple. Do not neglect him." Yi Hao's voice echoed, and the people of Fengsuan Mountain responded in unison. Yao Ji revealed herself, and Yi Hao returned to his true form. "Alas, my poor children suffer such tribulations. Fear not, my lady. With me here, nothing grave shall befall you," he reassured her. Yao Ji nestled into Yi Hao's embrace, her unease alleviated somewhat. In the heavenly court, Tian Peng, having failed to capture Yang Jian and Yang Chan, volunteered to pursue them. How could the two escape from the grasp of an immortal? Tian Peng unleashed the age-accelerating palm, aging them by 5 years, publicly claiming to have slain them. At this moment, they both appeared as young adults, yet their minds remained unchanged. "Brother, you should consider seeking a master. Once you have learned the skills, you can rescue our mother," Yang Chan suggested, but Yang Jian would not heed a single word. The image of Yi Hao and Yang Jiao's tragic demise echoed in his mind, instilling fear within him. He clutched his head, utterly unwilling to listen to Yang Chan. Atop the courtyard wall, a horde of small demons lay in wait. At the forefront were the tiger demon and 2 fox demons, first discovered by Yi Hao and Yao Ji. The tiger demon trembled as he spoke. "Brother, do I really have to abduct someone?" The younger fox suggested. "Why not go and propose instead, brother?" Yi Hao, hands on his hips, retorted, "What proposal? I am notorious for my wickedness. How could I engage in such honorable conduct? If the brothers on the path heard of this, I would be the laughingstock," transforming into a towering figure of 9 feet. His chiseled physique shimmered with a metallic luster under the moonlight. "Go and fetch that young lady for me. Otherwise, I shall end your lives." Pressured by Yi Hao's intimidating presence, the tiger demon and his companions had no choice but to storm into the courtyard. Yang Jian and Yang Chan were startled and hurriedly ran inside. Several minor demons blocked their path. "Hey, that young lady has caught the eye of my elder brother. If you hand her over, we shall spare your lives." The tiger demon kicked a large stone, forcing Yang Jian to push Yang Chan aside to evade it. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger demon lunged forward and captured Yang Chan. "Release my sister," Yang Jian shouted as he charged at the tiger demon. The tiger's underlings stepped forward, and with a casual strike, they sent Yang Jian flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Yang Jian struggled to rise and charged once more, but alas, it was like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The tiger demon scoffed, "You overestimate yourself." As Yang Jian lay on the ground, memories of the past flooded his mind. Just as he felt despair and self-reproach, a warmth emanated from a jade pendant resting against his chest. Yang Jian's body rose without the aid of wind, transforming before their eyes, with a faint mark appearing on his forehead. The tiger demon waved his hand, and the demons again surrounded Yang Jian. Yi Hao stood to the side, observing the manifestation of Yang Jian's heavenly eye. It seemed that during his teachings of Yang Jiao and Yang Chan, Yao Ji had felt some dissatisfaction and thus bestowed her own heavenly eye upon Yang Jian. With his heavenly eye now opened, Yang Jian engaged in combat with the demons. Yi Hao turned his gaze to a shadow stealthily hiding in a corner of the courtyard. The Jade Dingzhen run had made quite the spectacle before arriving here, witnessing the scene of Yang Jian awakening his heavenly eye. Just then, a large hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to startle and roll aside. The Jade Dingzhen steadied himself, pointing at Yi Hao. Who are you? Yi Hao crossed his arms. I am the Supreme Demon. And who might you be? The Supreme Demon? That title sounds formidable. Although the Jade Ding was a disciple of the primordial Supreme One, his inadequate talents rendered him ordinary, and at this moment, he only wished to flee. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a disciple of the primordial Supreme One, known as Jade Ding. He hastily invoked his master's name, attempting to intimidate Yi Hao. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. Primordial Supreme One? What a grand title. I wouldn't even dare claim to be a Supreme One myself. What sort of being do you think you are to proclaim such a thing? The Jade Ding grew anxious. Who was this little demon that had emerged from some remote corner, seemingly unaware of his master's renowned name? Not knowing meant that his master could not save him. My master has attained the Tao fruit of Hun Yuan, impervious to calamity. You, little demon, are not even worthy to shine his shoes. I must witness this for myself. With that, he lifted Yu Ding and declared, lead me to see him. I wish to ascertain whether he is truly as formidable as you claim. The esteemed Yu Ding, however, hesitated to escort Yi Hao to meet the Celestial Lord. Surely, such a minor demon would provoke the Celestial Lord's wrath, and his master would likely chastise him first. Cough. My master has entered seclusion since the 9th day of the 9th month. How about I take you to see him once he emerges? Yu Ding, notijing Yi Hao's front, hastily added, a powerful demon like you surely understands that great beings may seclude themselves for millennia. Would you wish to disturb their tranquility? Yi Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. You make a fair point. Relieved, Yu Ding was then taken aback when Yi Hao continued. Then I shall accompany you until your master emerges. In a state of urgency, Yu Ding felt compelled to alter his statement. Isn't this fortuitous? Meanwhile, Yang Jian had nearly vanquished the remaining monsters with the aid of his celestial eye, leaving only the fox brother and fox sister feigning death to escape their fate. As the crisis abated, Yang Jian's energy waned, and he collapsed. Yang Chan rushed to his side, relieved to find that he was merely fatigued and unharmed. Chapter 64. Yu Ding's desire for a disciple the following day. Yang Chan dared not disturb Yang Jian and allowed him to rest on the ground throughout the night. She herself remained vigilant, fearful of any unforeseen calamity. Both Yi Hao and Yu Ding had also spent a sleepless night. Yu Ding, intrigued by Yang Jian, contemplated taking him on as a disciple, while Yi Hao observed Yu Ding, feigning a demeanor of simplicity and earnestness. As Yang Jian and Yang Chan entered their quarters, Yang Jian, having emerged from the battle with newfound confidence in his abilities, felt emboldened to seek a mentor. Brother, are you willing to learn some skills? Yang Chan beamed at her brother, who seemed revitalized. Yet, they were at a loss regarding where to acquire such knowledge. Just then, a melodious voice echoed. The Yu Ding, residing in the golden mist cave of Yuquan Mountain, is a preeminent master of our time. Yi Hao regarded Yu Ding with disdain. You deceive me, I, the Supreme Demon, disdain to associate with you. In a state of urgency, Yu Ding retorted, deceive? While my abilities may be lacking, my knowledge is extensive. Is it not sufficient for them to learn under me? Yi Hao paused, struck by the realization that he had encountered a similar persona before. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, fixing a piercing gaze on Yu Ding, causing the latter to retreat in fright, fearing that Yi Hao might turn against him. Isn't this just like a certain character from a certain tale? He exclaimed. Which of you two serves as the prototype? Though the two within the room were puzzled by the transmission, at least they had a destination in mind and set forth toward Yuquan Mountain. Yu Ding, seeing this, hurried after them, anxious not to lose the opportunity to mentor these promising individuals. Ignoring his persistent companion Yi Hao, he resolved to take a shortcut. Meanwhile, the two fox demons, having successfully feigned death to escape danger, found themselves intercepted by the Prince of the Golden Crow. Two fox demons recounted their encounter with Yang Jian and others, during which the Golden Crow Prince bestowed upon them a golden ring, compelling them to seek Yang Jian once more. To preserve their lives, the two foxes reluctantly turned back. My brother, could you refrain from following me? Yu Ding glanced helplessly at Yi Hao, who was presently seated outside a tea house, engrossed in a bun and ignoring him. A passerby interrupted Yu Ding's lament, exclaiming, Hey, why have you stopped speaking? Weren't you just saying that the Golden Crow Prince lacks discernment? Share more secrets with us. This meal had been procured by Yu Ding through a bit of persuasion, with the cost being a few tales of celestial secrets. Thus, Yu Ding, the real man, had no choice but to persist in his efforts. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, who shared the same intentions as Yu Ding, happened to stroll by. The passerby, having overheard several secrets, scrutinized Yu Ding with suspicion. How do you know so much? Stuffing his mouth with bun, Yu Ding managed to add, I am but the real man of Yu Ding from the Golden Mist Cave on Jade Spring Mountain. Before he could finish, Yang Jian and Yang Chan had heard the name Yu Ding and hurried over. Yang Chan inquired, Good sir, do you know the real man of Yu Ding? Yu Ding stood frozen, awkwardly caught off guard. Yi Hao, deciding to assist him, chimed in, Isn't he the real man of Yu Ding? Yu Ding quickly covered Yi Hao's mouth. Indeed, I am but an acquaintance of the real man of Yu Ding. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Yang Jian apparet somelhat dishiartenet. Yi Hao seized Yu Ding's hand, shaking it off. What are you doing? I am a supreme demon, a man-eater. Yu Ding perfunctorily nodded. A man-eater? How many buns have you consumed? Aren't you aware of your own appetite? You should be a vegetarian. Yi Hao's words did not frighten Yu Ding, but did startle Yang Jian and Yang Chan, who sized up Yi Hao. Standing at 9 feet tall, with a resolute visage and muscles straining against his clothing, Yang Jian felt a twinge of envy at the sight. Good sir, how did you attain such a physique? Might you impart your knowledge to me? Yi Hao scrutinized him and replied, Simply consume one person each day for 99 days. Yang Jian, sensing that Yi Hao was not malevolent, tugged at his sleeve and sweetly said, My second brother has great potential. Could you teach him, dear brother? Ah, certainly, came the swift response. The sudden shift in attitude was rather astonishing. Both Yu Ding and Yang Jian gazed at Yi Hao in disbelief. Is it that beauty grants one special privileges in teaching? Yang Jian cast a wary glance at Yi Hao, relieved that his sister was not enamored with such a brash individual. Yi Hao remained unfazed, stating, In a place where a great power once meditated, I acquired a unique skill. After practicing it, I became as I am now. A unique skill? The most intrigued was not Yang Jian, but rather Yu Ding, who recognized the potential of such a skill to alter the very fabric of reality, rendering heaven and earth awestruck and the sun and moon dimmed. Yang Jian hastily imploret. I beseech you to teach me, good brother. Yu Ding, alarmed, thought, How can my disciple be usurped mid-lesson? Hold on, he interjected. If your skill is as formidable as you claim, why not demonstrate it for us? Yi Hao surveyed his surroundings. You are indeed more malevolent than I. As the supreme demon, I merely consume a few souls, yet you wish for the entire town to perish. I would gladly relinquish my title to you. Yu Ding, agitated, replied, Do not speak recklessly. I merely wish to witness the prowess of your ultimate skill. It is not my skill, Yi Hao clarified, but rather the legacy of a great master who has since passed. His rigid demeanor was unsettling to Yu Ding. The four of them retreated to a desolate mountain, away from civilization. Yi Hao stood atop the peak and unleashed a punch towards the horizon. An imprint of his fist flew out 10 paces before dissipating. Yu Ding frowned. Is that all? Yi Hao glanced back at them. Pay attention. This ultimate technique is a supreme combat art, applicable to any fist, palm, or weapon. With that, he executed a second punch, doubling the imprint's strength, which soared 20 paces before vanishing. The third punch saw the imprint grow yet again, traveling 40 paces before it too disappeared. Each strike surpassed the last, and an aura of unparalleled dominance emanated from Yi Hao, exuding a desire to challenge the very heavens. Yu Ding watched in wide-eyed astonishment. After delivering 3 punches, Yi Hao ceased. I have only mastered 30%. I can only execute the first 3 flawlessly. Should I perfect this art, each punch would exponentially increase in power, boundless and unending. Yang Jian and Yang Jian exchanget glanges, recognizing they were in the presence of a master. As for the notion of consuming humans, they could not believe that such a straightforward man as Yi Hao would engage in such acts. Yu Ding raised his hand, lowering his chin. Wait a moment. Although you possess exceptional talent, I believe this technique demands rigorous physical training, which you may not be suited for. Yang Chan quickly interjected, I can forego learning it. My elder brother can pursue it instead. Yi Hao cast a glance at Yu Ding. You old demon, if you have anything to offer, present it. I do not take on disciples. At this, Yang Chan grew anxious, grasping Yi Hao's arm. Elder brother, you promised to teach. Yi Hao instantly flashed assimile. Ah him. You are correct. Yang Jian, alarmed, pulled Yang Chan away, preventing her from approaching Yi Hao, clearly protective as he noticed a man's interest in her. Yu Ding, flustered, questioned how he had come to be labeled a demon. Relenting, he declared, Thus, I shall no longer feign. I am Yu Ding, the true man of the Golden Cloud Cave on Jade Spring Mountain. Initially, he had anticipated expressions of surprise or admiration, but upon observing their reactions, he realized his grand introduction had fallen flat. Chapter 65. Two Masters. Seasons changed, marking another year. Deep within the forest, Yang Jian bore a heavy stone while performing deep squats. Your training method is unprecedented, Yu Ding remarked, glancing at Yang Jian before turning to Yi Hao. As an elder of the three realms, I have never encountered such a regimen. The Taoist tradition typically emphasizes qi refinement, with physical training directed towards the guardians of the faith. Your magical prowess appears rather ordinary. It is evident that your master does not tailor teachings to individual talents. Thus, let us proceed this way. You shall take me as your master, and I will instruct you, ensuring you can strike the primordial one with your fists and kick the heavenly court with your feet. Truly, one would dare to utter such audacious words. Yu Ding hurriedly covered his ears, pretending he had not heard Yi Hao's words. Yang Chan rushed in, exclaiming, "Elder brother, Master Yu Ding, the celestial beings are in pursuit." A blazing sun appeared in the sky, and a red-haired man, wielding a golden wheel, descended upon the clouds. "Criminal Yang Chan, do not resist." His voice echoed powerfully, resonating through the mountains and forests. Yi Hao, unconcerned, fiddled with his ears. Yu Ding, startled, inquired, "Are you criminals pursued by the celestial court?" Although he had aspirations of taking Yang Jian as his disciple, entanglement with the celestial court would bring trouble. Contemplating this, he considered fleeing. Upon seeing the great golden crow, Yang Jian was flooded with memories. "It was you who surrounded my family. It was you who killed him, and it was you who took my mother." His murmured words failed to provoke the golden crow, which turned its gaze towards Yi Hao. "You who harbor criminals are equally culpable. Surrender at once." Yang Jian confronted him. Yang Chan, hiding behind Yi Hao, peeked out and asked, "Elder brother, can second brother defeat him?" "Even if he cannot, he must try. Only through battle will he understand the disparity. With disparity comes a goal, and your second brother's future opponents will not be limited to just him." Yu Ding, also mindful of his reputation, hid behind Yi Hao, peeking out from the other side. What? He must fight other deities as well? He quickly withdrew his head. "I should never have associated with you, nor uttered the name of Master Yu Ding. How have I attracted such trouble merely by stepping outside?" The descending sun caught the attention of two foxes. The golden crow's arrival was indeed prompted by their notification. The fox sister remarked, "Brother, isn't this rather inappropriate?" The fifth brother shot her a glance. "What is inappropriate? Didn't you hear him say he would kill us if he couldn't find us?" Ultimately, the fox sister's kind heart prevailed. "Shall we go take a look?" "Indeed, we aided the golden crow. He ought to reward us." The fifth brother, after some contemplation, led the fox sister towards the desolate mountains. Yang Jian, hearing Yi Hao's words, immediately hefted a massive stone and hurled it at the golden crow. The golden crow deftly dodged, its golden wheel flying forth, aimed directly at Yang Jian's head. Insolent, the golden wheel, infused with the true fire of the sun, compelled Yang Jian to retreat, as his heavenly eye emitted divine light to collide with the wheel. In that moment, divine radiance burst forth. The golden crow, noticing Yang Jian's forehead, exclaimed, "Yao Ji has actually bestowed the heavenly eye upon you." Had Yang Jian possessed a greater mastery of magic, he might have inspired some trepidation. But his powers were woefully inadequate. Evading the heavenly eye's divine light, the golden crow advanced with a single palm strike. Yang Jian had devoted a year to honing Yi Hao's combat techniques, but had neglected to refine his magical prowess. The strike caused Yang Jian to spit blood and collapse to the ground, the divine light of the heavenly eye gradually fading. The golden crow retrieved the golden wheel and approached Yang Jian. Struggling to turn over, despite the blood spilling from his mouth, the hatred in his gaze intensified. "You, an insignificant insect, have managed to exchange a few blows with me. That is commendable." Yang Chan firmly grasped the fabric of Yi Hao's clothing from behind, exclaiming, "Elder brother demon, you must hurry and save my second brother." Yi Hao remained silent, while Yang Jian's fighting spirit had yet to wane. It was not yet time for him to intervene. As Yang Jian observed the approaching golden crow, a faint aura of formidable energy radiated from him, embodying the essence of a warrior ready to face the heavens and the earth. The golden crow's pupils constricted, halting its advance. Yang Jian rose, forming a fist seal. In an instant, the wind surged and the spiritual essence of the world converged towards his fist. He thrust forward, a flash of white light darting past, aimed at the golden crow. Startled by this overwhelming force, the golden crow raised its golden wheel. The fist imprint collided with the wheel, unleashing a tremendous force that reverberated through the air. The golden crow staggered back 3 steps before dissipating the impact. At that moment, Yang Jian had exhausted his strength and collapsed to the ground, his gaze brightening as he watched the golden crow retreat. The golden crow, seeing this, hurried towards Yang Jian, hoping there would be no further complications. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yi Hao had vanished. A hand clasped his shoulder. He still lacked some magical power. He would face him again in 3 years. Without waiting for a response, he yanked back, sending the entire golden crow soaring through the air. Well done. Yi Hao nodded at Yang Jian. With Yang Chan's assistance, Yang Jian rose and bowed deeply to Yi Hao, expressing his gratitude. I must thank you, elder brother demon, for imparting your martial skills. Yi Hao waved his hand dismissively. Such trivial matters are not worth mentioning. However, your magical prowess still requires refinement. He then turned to Yu Ding, pondering, I wonder if there are any esteemed masters nearby who could teach you. Indeed, second brother. I too wonder if there are any renowned masters here. Yu Ding retreated, avoiding the gaze of the 3. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly stated, let us be clear, if you teach me, and I find myself in trouble, do not say it was your instruction. Yi Hao exchanged knowing glances with Yang Jian and Yang Chan, sharing a smile. Elder brother, what should we do? The 2 foxes watched the unconscious golden crow that had plummeted to the ground. Perhaps we should. The 5th brother's hand traced his neck. The fox sister quickly intervened. Elder brother, if you kill him, the heavenly court will pursue you. Just look at the Yang family's plight. The 5th brother shuddered at the thought of the Yang family's fate. Then what should we do? Perhaps we should save him. He is a celestial being and cannot possibly forget our kindness, the fox sister suggested tentatively. The 5th brother realized that his intellect paled in comparison to hers. Yet his masculine pride prevented him from conceding. Let us do as you propose. If we save him, he cannot possibly remain hostile towards us. Listen carefully, young one. I am about to impart to you the true teachings of my sect, the sacred protective art designated by my master, Yu Ding Junren proclaimed, seated upon a mat, one hand wielding a fan, while the other stroked his beard. Having spent over a year with Yu Ding, Yang Jian had never before witnessed such an air of mastery from him. Yi Hao Hian sat shamelessly to one side, listening to Yu Ding's lecture without a hint of restraint. The teachings imparted by Yu Ding pertained to the 9 turns primordial skill, which bore resemblance to Yi Hao's great immortal technique. Ultimately, both sought the unification of body and soul, transcending all distinctions. The great immortal technique is an amalgamation of the doctrines of the 3 schools of Bodhi, centered around the golden elixir method, encompassing the essential tenets of these 3 classical teachings. In contrast, the 9 turns primordial skill is a genuine protective art of the Taoist sect, focusing on the cultivation of energy to strengthen the body, ultimately leading to an indestructible physical form, diverging from the traditional path of refining energy into spirit. Host has encountered the 9 turns primordial skill. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. An abundance of skills is never burdensome. Congratulations. Host has mastered the 9 turns primordial skill, first turn. Yu Ding gazed at Yi Hao, astonished. He learned it merely by listening? What an extraordinary being. The combination of the great immortal technique and the 9 turns primordial skill has maximized his defensive capabilities. Next time, he could perform feats akin to withstanding a nuclear bomb in a marble showcase. Chapter 66. Neziyang Chan's failure to ascend to the heavens would not hinder Nez's ascent. After defeating the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, she anticipated Ao Guang's intention to report her actions to the heavens. Thus she lay in ambush to prevent any trouble from reaching Chintang Pass. Alas, her youthful disposition led her to act without caution, attracting peril upon herself. Within the 3 realms, the 4 Seas Dragon Palace holds a position of little consequence, making it vulnerable to bullying. However, those who are wronged are clever enough to seek retribution. Does the Heavenly Emperor intervene? Not all. What is the 4 Seas Dragon Palace worth? If one is dissatisfied, they may simply be beaten into submission. Yet, the Heavenly Court is not solely comprised of the Dragon Palace. Other deities reside there as well. If they witness negligence towards their own kin, the repercussions could be dire. Thus, the heavenly emperor must take action. Choner, come here. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Jian practiced. Ye hao sumonet Yang Jian. Does the great demon Lord have matters to discuss? I have foreseen an opportunity for you in the heavens. Foreseen? How do you do that? Yuding leaned closer, intrigued. Show me your method of divination. Yuding scrutinized Yi Hao, incredulous that this boor would claim to divine anything. It was laughable. How dare he speak of divination in front of me? Yi Hao abruptly seized Yuding's right hand and squeezed it firmly. Crack! He then exclaimed, I've foreseen it. Yuding clutched his injured hand, on the verge of tears, lamenting, what have I done to deserve this? He nearly forgot that this individual was known as the Supreme Demon Lord. Hearing Yi Hao's exclamation, Yang Jian rushed to the scene, only to find Yuding weeping inconsolably. He tilted his head in confusion. What transpired here? Yang Chan recounted the events to Yang Jian. Yang Jian regarded Yi Hao with a peculiar expression. Yi Hao met his gaze and remarked, perfect timing. You should join as well. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Is it safe to go to the heavenly court? Rest assured, the worst that may happen is being pursued by 50,000 angry souls. It's not a significant issue. Not significant? Yet, I still do not know the method of cloud climbing. Yang Jian contemplated, wishing to decline. Yi Hao turned to Master Yuding. Why have you not taught him such a simple technique? Useless. Upon hearing this, Yuding wept even more sorrowfully. He was indeed the one with the weakest cultivation beneath the... It would suffice to go to the heavenly realm and rescue Neza. Neza? In an instant, Yuding retracted his tears, listening intently at the corner. Who is Neza? A remarkably adorable girl, yet regrettably too young and too fierce. Having slain the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, and now causing trouble in the heavens. Yang Jian, listening to Neza's illustrious deeds, found it incomprehensible why Yi Hao would send them to rescue her. You will inevitably confront the heavenly realm in the future. Having more allies would provide additional paths. Upon witnessing this, Yang Chan promptly addressed Yang Jian. Elder brother, the words of the great demon are indeed wise. We are too weak on our own. How wonderful it would be to have an ally. Yang Jian replied. Indeed, let us ascend to the heavens. The two, filled with fervor, momentarily forgot that they could not fly, thus reluctantly sought Yuding's guidance. The method of cloud climbing was quite simple, and in no time, they had learned it sufficiently. In the three realms, only a waste like Yuding could not master entirely. After sending the two off, Yuding approached closely. Is the matter of Neza true? Indeed. Yuding scratched his head, aware that Neza was the beloved disciple of his fellow sect member, Tai Zhenren, who doted on her immensely. Now that Neza was in trouble, he wondered if Tai could withstand it. Strangely enough, though he had remained still, how did he know what transpired in the three realms? Yi Hao glanced at him and smiled slightly, dispelling his disguise. Yuding's pupils widened in shock, and he hastily bowed. Senior, I am but a humble practitioner, and I failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not hold it against me. How had he encountered such a person? Yuding had entered the sect early. He had seen the Bodhi patriarch when was giving a sermon, inviting renowned figures from the three realms, including this one. This individual, born alongside the three pure ones after the creation of heaven and earth, was ageless. He recalled how Bodhi had debated with, discussing the roots of the three teachings. The three pure ones, as the patriarchs of Taoism, naturally revered the Tao, yet this person spoke of the unity of the three teachings, had immediately become enraged and expelled him from the Taoist temple. That was not even the most terrifying part. He had heard his master state that, though he had not attained the fruit of the primordial Tao, he had advanced further in the Tao realm than anyone else. Yuding had nowhere to weep. Did he perhaps have a disposition that attracted trouble? I am merely a recluse in the mountains. What do you fear, fellow Taoist? Oh, please do not make things difficult for me. I could never dare to address you as fellow Taoist. Yuding's face was full of despair. Ha ha ha. It is truly delightful to tease the younger generation. Yehao lafit heartily. Senior, what brings you here? If this esteemed being wished to take Yang Jian as a disciple, then perhaps he would simply concede. However, wouldn't this mean that Yang Jian would then be of the same generation as himself? I merely came out for a bit of amusement. Do you have any objections? Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. Yuding smiled wryly. Please, senior, do not torment me. Yi Hao rolled his eyes, expressing his disinterest. I truly have significant matters to attend to during this outing, and once this is settled, I shall take my leave. As for the nature of these important affairs, Yi Hao chose to remain silent, and Yu Ding dared not inquire further. With that, Yi Hao seized a cloud and leaped onto it. Just before departing, a whisper floated into Yu Ding's ear. Yu Ding, you must cultivate that Yang Jian well. In the heavenly court, Yang Jian and Yang Chan arrived at the southern heavenly gate, where two divine generals stood guard. Yang Chan glanced around curiously and asked, "How shall we gain entry?" Furrowing his brow, Yang Jian realized that Yu Ding had yet to teach him the transformation method. Were they to force their way in? Just as they contemplated a brazen approach, a small girl appeared before them. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Thinking quickly, Yang Chan replied, "We are wandering cultivators from the lower realms who inadvertently found our way here after just learning to ride clouds." "Oh, that's quite common. There are many such wanderers who, lacking self-awareness, think they can simply fly into the heavenly court," the girl responded. The two exchanged glances, wondering about the formidable nature of this deity. "Might you lead us into the heavenly court for a glimpse?" "Do not call me a deity. I am Neza," she declared, furrowing her brow. "While a visit is not out of the question, I am currently occupied." "That is perfect," Yang Jian exclaimed. "What do you mean by perfect? You both seem rather peculiar," Neza observed suspiciously. Yang Chan interjected, "Your name is Neza, is it not?" Neza stood tall, hands on hips, and proclaimed, "I am indeed Neza." Yang Jian continued, "Did you not slay the Dragon King's third prince, and now the heavens wish to prevent the Dragon King from seeking retribution?" Neza's eyes widened in surprise. "You know of this? Sister, are you clairvoyant?" With a smile, Yang Chan replied, "I am not clairvoyant. Rather, a senior has sent us to rescue you." Neza, feeling indignant, retorted, "Rescue me? Why would I need rescuing?" The elder stated that killing the Dragon King's third prince is not a grave offense, but if you offend the Heavenly Emperor, the consequences would be dire, so dire that even your master could not protect you. With a childlike spirit, Neza only grasped part of Yang Chan's words. "Do you know my master?" "This is truly not the place for discussion. Let us find a safer location," Yang Jian suggested. "A safe place? I know just the spot. Follow me," Neza exclaimed, leading the way as Yang Jian and Yang Chan exchanged glances and followed suit. By the river of heaven, at the residence of Tianpeng, the Lord stared wide-eyed at the unexpected visitors. "Why have you brought a criminal to my abode?" "What? They have also violated heavenly regulations?" Neza exclaimed with delight. "So we are all in the same predicament." Upon hearing Tianpeng recount the affairs of the Yang family, Neza quickly comprehended the situation. "No wonder you say that killing the Dragon King's third prince is of little consequence. Compared to your troubles, I truly have not committed any grave misdeed." Tianpeng hastily grasped Neza's arm, exclaiming, "Is this not a grave error? What did you just say? Repeat it." "I have slain the Dragon King's third son." "Ah, the old Dragon King must be reporting this incident to the Lingxiao Palace right now. Are you still feeling proud?" Tianpeng observed Neza, who stood with his hands on his hips, and while he considered himself quite clever, the situation at hand was far more daunting than he had anticipated. On one side, there were the Yang family members who had been ordered to hunt him down, and on the other, he had just committed a heinous crime and was being pursued. "Panic! I am in dire need of assistance. Two groups of fugitives have arrived at my humble abode. What am I to do? My modest residence cannot accommodate so many deities." Neza, Tianpeng pondered his words carefully. "We'll let you to seek refuge here. This place is safe, as few venture here." "Save my foot. You brought two fugitives with you. What does safety have to do with you?" "Ah, one cannot speak so lightly. My dwelling pales in comparison to your master's cave. That is where true safety lies." Upon hearing this, Neza squeezed the rings on his body and asked, "You wouldn't dare to be unwelcoming, would you?" With a bow, Tianpeng replied, "How could that be? It is my utmost fortune for you, Neza, to grace my humble abode." I was merely thinking, since we are in the heavenly realm and the heavenly emperor's decree could arrive at any moment, if you were to venture to the mortal realm. A single day in heaven translates to a year on earth, giving you ample time to prepare." Neza, realizing the wisdom in this, patted Tianpeng on the shoulder, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. "I never expected your mind to be sharper than mine. Not at all. How could a mere deity compare to the great Neza?" Tianpeng humbly protested. This was no mere display of modesty. No matter how courageous Tianpeng might be, he would never dare to kill the Dragon King's third son. Neza, fearless of both heaven and earth, could undertake any challenge, and thus he deserved to be revered as a great figure. Then let us go to my master. My master is a disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign. No one dares to cause chaos in his presence. Tianpeng wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself, aren't you the most chaotic one? Yang Jian and Yang Chan were only aware that the heavens had taken Neza away, and they followed him without knowing the details of what had transpired. In the Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly emperor furrowed his brow. Alas, what a tragedy! That Li Jing son from Chuntang Pass has killed my child and stripped him of his dragon tendons. You must take action on my behalf. Consider how the dragon clan has served the heavenly court diligently, bringing rain with precision without fail. Yet, Neza, in a fit of anger, has killed my innocent son. The old dragon knelt on the ground, weeping profusely, each word dripping with sorrow. His voice, powerful enough to reverberate through the palace, sent shivers down the emperor's spine. Rise, Dragon King. I shall dispatch someone to investigate this matter. If your claims hold true, I will not spare him. Where is the great golden crow? The heavenly emperor commanded. The attendant at the side stepped forward and reported, the great golden crow has descended to capture Yang Jian and Yang Chan and has yet to return. The heavenly emperor realized he had overlooked this detail, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then go find a second golden crow and Tianpeng. Have them lead 50,000 heavenly soldiers to Chintang Pass. Understood. As Neza was about to descend to the mortal realm, Yang Jian pointed at the moon and inquired, Neza, what is that? Upon closer inspection, Neza replied, that is the moon palace of the silver moon star, the dwelling place of the celestial maiden Chang'e. This utterance stirred memories within him. During his childhood, Yao Ji had recounted legends of the three realms, which included tales of the silver moon star. Subsequently, when Yi Hao arrived, Yao Ji continued the story, narrating how Chang'e, persecuted by Peng Meng, was compelled to consume the elixir and ascend to the moon palace. Brief flashes of Yi Hao's visage flickered in his mind, characterized by a perplexing and peculiar expression. Why did he bear such a countenance? Alas, he had passed away. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly sought answers from him. He sighed deeply. In the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, he called out, Master, Master, as he entered. It was not long before he beheld the revered Tai Zhenren seated upon a lotus platform. Tai Zhenren sat high upon the lotus, his eyes firmly shut, seemingly lost in a transcendental reverie. Master, Master, look, your disciple has brought guests, Neza exclaimed as he eagerly tugged at Tai's robe. With swift reflexes, Tai grasped Neza's small hand and flung him away, preventing him from carrying off any of his magical treasures. I have told you numerous times to remain calm. Observe how you are making a scene. Oh, I understand, Master, Neza replied obediently, nodding his head. Tai then inquired, Speak, what brings you to seek your master this time? Neza, dutifully pouring a cup of tea for Tai, responded, I merely came to pay a visit to my esteemed master. What pressing matters could there be? Tai chuckled. Why do you not come to me when you perform good deeds? If you have something to say, speak quickly, or I shall cease listening. Hee, Master understands me well. It is not that I have caused a great calamity, and thus I have come to find you. Tai smiled slightly, lifting his teacup with a nonchalant air. What calamity could it possibly be? I inadvertently killed the Dragon King's third son, Neza confessed. Tai's hand trembled slightly, yet he reassured, that is not a significant issue. I also extracted the dragon tendons from the Dragon King's third son, Neza added. Tai felt a surge of unease but maintained his composure. Still, that is not a great concern. As long as you did not impersonate the heavenly emperor, it is manageable. How could that be the case? Ha ha! Neza chuckled awkwardly. Had it not been for Yang Jian and his sister's intervention, he might have pursued such actions without hesitation. Clutching Tai Zhenren's arm, he exclaimed, I knew my master possessed immense powers. Such trivial matters are no challenge for you. Pleased with his disciple's rare display of obedience, Tai inquired, By the way, Master, allow me to introduce my newly acquainted friends. Tai, intrigued, noted their exceptional presence as they entered the Golden Light Cave. This is Neza paused. Oh, I have yet to ask for your names. This unfortunate child. Yang Jian bowed and introduced himself. I am Yang Jian. Yang Chan imitated him, adding, I am a young lady. Yang Chan. Tai stroked his beard thoughtfully. Very well, and what are your names? Yang Jian and Yang Chan repeated their names. Upon hearing them, Tai Zhenren froze in place. Master, Master, what is the matter with you? Neza waved his hand before him. Tai Zhenren swatted away Neza's small hand. How did you invite these two esteemed figures? Neza inquired innocently, what is the matter with them? If it weren't for them, my disciple would have truly impersonated the heavenly emperor. Neza spoke lightly, seemingly unbothered, yet Tai felt a tremor in his heart, overwhelmed with anxiety. They have been ordered to be pursued by the heavenly emperor, making them the most wanted fugitives across the three realms. Upon hearing this, Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement. How impressive! She leaped down from the lotus throne and grasped Yang Chan's sleeve. Teach me. I want to know. You don't want to. Tai hastily covered Neza's mouth. Why don't you become a master instead? Chapter 68. Tai rescues master. Aren't you capable of providing protection? Neza's discontent with Tai's response was evident. My dear, the dragon clan of the four seas is insignificant in the grand scheme of the three realms. Yet the heavenly emperor is the sovereign of the three realms. Even my revered master must address him as the great heavenly sovereign. These two have transgressed heavenly laws, and the emperor is furious. What can I offer you for protection? Unless, Neza, sensing an opportunity, interrupted. Unless what? Tai Jinren fell silent, merely pointing at the teacup on the table. Neza promptly approached and poured him a cup of tea. Tai Jinren accepted the cup, stating, unless they can alter the heavenly emperor's perspective. Yang Jian immediately asserted, I only wish to rescue my mother. I care not for the emperor's thoughts. Tai Jinren replied calmly, what do you consider to be the act of rescuing your mother? Finding her, saving her, and then what? Continuing to be pursued by the heavenly court? Yang Jian was plunged into silence. His mind was solely occupied with rescuing his mother, and he had indeed not contemplated what to do afterward. Observing Yang Jian's silence, Yang Chan promptly said, we implore you, Master, teach us. Yang Jian understood. Though he was uncertain, he knew that the knowledgeable Tai Jinren would possess the answers. We beseech you to instruct us. Sighing, Tai pointed to the heavens. Change the heavenly laws. Your mother is imprisoned because she has violated them. To change the heavenly emperor's mind, you must either willingly sacrifice yourselves to serve the heavenly court, or amend the heavenly laws to declare your mother innocent. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian instinctively abandoned the first option. Serve the heavenly court? In his dreams, he lowered his head and pleaded, please, master, teach me. Tai calculated with his fingers, reflecting deeply. Too many secrets have been revealed. The rest you must ponder on your own. With that, Tai Jinren waved his whisk, signaling their departure. Yang Jian and Yang Chen, failing helpless, had no choice but to take their leave. Master, why didn't you fully convey your thoughts? Neza glared at Tai Jinren, visibly frustrated. Tai Jinren replied, what he lacks now is experience. If I were to reveal the method, he would surely abandon his own cultivation to engage in such intricate affairs. Strength is of utmost importance. Once he possesses sufficient power to become a being beyond the heavenly emperor's control, even if he fails to amend the heavenly laws, he will still survive. Exiting the Golden Light Cave, Yang Jian and Yang Chan, devoid of purpose, contemplated returning to the desolate mountains for their cultivation. Before long, Neza soared through the clouds to catch up. Wait for me, he called out. Yang Chan, filled with curiosity, inquired, what brings you here? Breathing heavily, Neza replied, I thought you might have nowhere to go for the time being, and since I am headed home, I thought to invite you to come along and have some fun. This gesture from Neza deeply moved the two companions. Ever since they had been pursued by the heavenly court, they had faced disdain from all. It was rare to find someone like Neza, who, despite knowing they were fugitives, was willing to associate with them as a friend. Silence enveloped them as they swiftly arrived above Chintang Pass. However, the situation there was dire. Dark clouds loomed ominously over Chintang Pass, where Li Jing stood alone on the city wall, confronting a multitude of celestial soldiers. An overwhelming pressure filled the air, and within the city, apart from a few cultivators, no one could stand at ease. Li Jing, his face contorted with anger, declared, Gentlemen, I have stated that Neza is not here. Why must you be so aggressive? The second golden crow glanced at the two golden crows beside him. The second golden crow, riding the clouds, looked down upon Li Jing. Li Jing, we are ordered to capture Neza, and it would be wise for you to cooperate. I have repeated myself countless times. That rebellious child is not within Chintang Pass. Li Jing's frustration mounted as he lamented. You refuse to listen to reason. If you do not believe me, go investigate for yourselves. What skill is it to harass mere mortals? I shall see for myself if she is present when I flood Chintang Pass. Upon hearing this, Li Jing was taken aback. This threat aimed to force Neza into the open by endangering the lives of innocents. Neza, where have you gone? High in the clouds, Neza's anger flared upon hearing this. What audacity! With a leap, he descended before the gate and proclaimed, Neza is here. Yang Jian and his sister rushed to catch up, unable to stop him. The onlookers in the heavens laughed upon seeing Neza appear. Li Jing, did you not claim she was absent? Li Jing, exasperated, turned to Neza. Why did you arrive now? Of all times? The second golden crow shouted, Neza, did you not slay the third prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea and flay him? Indeed, it was I. Neza responded without hesitation. Very well, since you have confessed, you will accompany me to face punishment in heaven. Just as Neza was about to take action, a voice interrupted, hold on. Tai Zhenren descended from the clouds. Who are you? Tai replied, I am Tai Zhenren of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Xinyuan, a disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable. The second golden crow, upon hearing his title, became slightly more courteous. What brings you here, Taoist? Tai Zhenren smiled gently. I have come for my disciple, Neza. Upon hearing this, the second golden crow retorted, so you are the master of this criminal. If you interfere with my capture, I shall take you as well. In response, Tai remained courteous. My rebellious disciple has indeed harmed the third prince. I take responsibility for my lax discipline. I wish to discuss matters with the Dragon King of the East Sea, and I kindly request your consent, second prince. Discuss? The Golden Crow family, stubborn in their resolve, was intent on refusal when Tianpeng hastily suggested, Your Highness, why not first inquire about the Dragon King's perspective? The Dragon King of the East Sea descended from the heavens and, upon spotting Neza in the arena, was consumed by fury. However, upon noticing Tai beside Neza, his anger dissipated. Alas, could it be that Tai intends to take a hard stance? A bittersweet expression crossed A.O. Guang's face as he inquired, What counsel do you offer? Master Tai, there is no need for the Dragon King to act thus. Tai, observing the emotions etched upon A.O. Guang's draconic visage, discerned his thoughts. I seek to transform conflict into harmony with the Dragon King. Indeed, he does wish to take a firm approach. A.O. Guang's expression, filled with resignation, deepened. Please, master, speak plainly. Tai chose not to prolong the discourse. With Neza stepping forward, memories of Neza's demise flashed through his mind, and in a moment of inspiration, he calculated the threads of causality leading to his proposal. I possess a 9-turn golden elixir, a single apricot, and an inscribed scroll from the Celestial Master. Would the Dragon King be willing to pardon my rebellious disciple? Neza, feeling indignant, was taken aback at the sight of Tai conceding. Yet, Tai placed a hand firmly upon her shoulder, rendering her motionless and speechless. To be candid, the reparations offered were indeed rather substantial. The first two could directly enable the dragon lineage to birth 2 celestial-level dragons, and the final scroll from the Celestial Master was an invaluable treasure. After some negotiation, the Dragon King ultimately chose to forgive Neza's actions and ceased any further pursuit. Both parties emerged satisfied, save for the 2 golden crows, who found themselves powerless to effect change. Yihao observed the events at Shintang Pass, astonished that the dramatic scene of Neza avenging his parents had been intercepted by Master Tai. The turmoil within the 3 realms had begun to reveal itself, with new variables emerging to further ferment the chaos. Chapter 69. Celestial Regulations. The resolution regarding Neza left both sides content. The Dragon King was acutely aware of his low standing within the 3 realms. Had he truly forced Neza to his demise, it would have merely resulted in enmity with the Li Jing family. In the realm of immortals, the intricacies of human relationships are paramount. Naturally, one would opt for the most favorable resolution. Master Tai had graciously extended an olive branch, and the East Sea Dragon King, unable to disregard Tai's standing, certainly could not overlook the authority of Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tai, too, was pleased. Obtaining a 9-turn golden elixir from Lao Jun was a trivial matter, as he had in abundance. The apricot, an unappetizing fruit, could be easily procured from his junior without concern. As for the Celestial Master's scroll, who among them did not possess numerous copies, Tai had plenty. However, the sole entity likely to feel discontent was the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor had intended to reinforce the majesty of the court, but was taken aback by the private settlement between the parties. For what purpose was the grand display? Were the 2 golden crows, the 3rd golden crow, and Tianpeng truly to parade 5,000 onlookers to witness their private resolution? How amusing! As for the matter concerning Yao Ji, the Yang siblings had yet to capture her, and Neza's incident had likewise concluded without resolution. Where, then, lay the dignity of the heavenly court? Or the emperor's reputation? Perhaps it would be better if the heavenly emperor stepped aside. Within Chintang Pass, Neza greeted the guests, pouring wine for Tai Jinren and serving dishes to Yang Chan Master. Why are you being so courteous to the old Dragon King today? Li Jing slammed the table in response. You ungrateful child. How dare you ask? If you hadn't slain the Dragon King's third son, would we be in this predicament? Neza retorted defiantly. I killed him, and I shall bear the consequences. Enraged, Li Jing raised his hand to strike her. Unfazed, Neza brandished her fiery spear. Unacquainted with the concept of filial piety, Yang Jian and his sister hurriedly intervened. Is there really a need for such animosity within the family? Why not sit down and discuss this civilly? This was the first time Yang Jian witnessed such a scene, pondering whether this was indeed the norm for father-daughter interaction. Reflecting on his own daily encounters with Yi Hao, despite their mutual disdain, he never entertained the thought of attacking him with a spear. You will bear the consequences? With what will you do so? Do you care for the safety of the people of Chantang Pass? Where were you when they lay helpless on the ground? I care not for my own survival, but who will be responsible for the lives of the hundreds of thousands in Chantang Pass? Li Jing, aware that his daughter had never regarded him with respect, was taken aback by her willingness to wield a magical weapon against him. Neza, surprised, assumed that Li Jing was merely cowardly and reluctant to stand up for her, not realizing he was motivated by concern for the common folk. The meal ended in discord, and it became evident that they would not dine together. Tai Junren, well aware of the tensions within the Li family, acknowledged that this explosion was within reason. As the crowd dispersed, he bid farewell and ascended into the clouds. That night, Yang Chan and Yang Jian exited the Li residence, strolling through the bustling streets. It feels as if the events of the day never transpired, Yang Chan remarked. Yang Jian replied, the immortals are lofty. They hardly concern themselves with the mortal realm's life and death. Yang Chan countered, that cannot be said. They merely exploit the situation without inflicting harm on the mortals. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian furrowed his brow. Sister, are you speaking in defense of the heavenly court? With a sigh, Yang Chan asked, second brother, what do you intend to do after rescuing our mother? Yang Jian recalled Tai Junren's words about revising the heavenly laws. In recent days, I have contemplated the relationship between the heavenly court and our mother. I believe the heavenly court is not without fault. Yang Jian exclaimed, Sister, do you truly understand what you are saying? The heavenly court is blameless. Could it be that our parents are at fault? Observing Yang Jian's expression, Yang Chan sensed his thoughts. Do not misunderstand. I am not suggesting our parents are in error. She continued, I merely seek to uncover the root of the wrongdoing. Just as they conversed, a voice reached their ears. The heavenly court merely upholds the celestial regulations, is not the architect of those laws. Yang Jian exclaimed joyfully, Brother Demon, what brings you here? The imposing figure before them, brimming with bravado, could be none other than Yi Hao. Yang Chan glanced around. Where is Yuding Jinren? Yi Hao scoffed upon hearing the name Yuding. Yang Chan laughed, asking, what a true man Yuding. Is he perhaps being reprimanded by the demon lord? Yi Hao reprimanded. I fear I might inadvertently end his life. His chastisement of Yuding serves merely as a lesson for the uninitiated. He has pressing matters to attend to, so we parted ways. Besides, I am not well acquainted with him, so do not inquire about his whereabouts. As they pondered these thoughts, they arrived at the coastal area outside of Chintang Pass. Yang Jian inquired, what does the term guardian of heavenly regulations imply? Yi Hao responded, Li Susuri. The heavenly regulations have existed since the dawn of creation. It is the duty of the heavenly court to maintain the operation of the celestial order. Your mother governs the realm of desire, overseeing the yearnings of immortals. Alas, immortals are merely more powerful mortals, who can truly escape the entanglements of emotions and desires. Yang Chan questioned, has our mother truly erred in her stewardship? Her gaze was fixed intently upon Yi Hao, her tone laden with inquiry. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. I believe the heavenly regulations are excessively rigid. Someone like your mother could easily relinquish her divine position and live as a carefree immortal. Yang Jian Bao said, for this was not the response she sought. Yang Jian interjected, we have consulted with the true man Tai Yi, who advised us to amend the heavenly regulations. Yi Hao was taken aback. Was not the alteration of the heavenly regulations a matter of utmost importance? Why was it being spoken of so soon? It is feasible, but Yang Jian preset for clarification. You are incapable of executing it. Those who can must undertake the task. Yang Chan grasped Yi Hao's arm, exclaiming, "Oh, Demon Lord, could you not be more straightforward?" Yi Hao, slightly disoriented by Yang Chan's enthusiasm, replied, "Very well. To amend the heavenly regulations, one requires the intervention of beings at the level of the three pure ones, for they're the closest to the celestial order. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot achieve it. Instead of contemplating changes to the regulations, it would be wiser to devote yourselves to diligent cultivation. What peculiar reasoning possessed the true man Tai Yi to disclose such matters? Each disciple of the primordial supreme seemed more eccentric than the last. Yang Jian asked, "But I cannot locate my mother. How can I rescue her?" "Do not ask me. I do not know," Yi Hao replied. Though he was well aware of Yao Ji's whereabouts, a secret the supreme demon was oblivious to. Meanwhile, Yang Chan appeared to be lost in thought, frequently glancing at Yi Hao. "Why do you keep staring at me, Channer?" Yang Chan, slightly embarrassed, laughed. "Oh, it's nothing." Yi Hao, dismissing the moment, turned to Yang Jian and inquired, "In my lineage, we emphasize practical combat. After you left, have you engaged in any battles?" Yang Jian's expression turned sheepish. "I have not." Yi Hao chuckled. "No matter. In due time, I shall arrange for you to face an opponent, allowing for some exchange of skills." Yang Jian was intrigued by this prospect, but refrained from pressing for further details. "What are you all doing here?" Neza suddenly appeared from an unknown direction. Chapter 70. Eldest Brother and Second Brother. Neza regarded Yi Hao, asking, "Who are you?" Yang Jian quickly introduced, "This is my elder brother, the Supreme Demon." Supreme Demon. Neza's eyes sparkled. What a formidable title. Yi Hao crossed his arms and remarked, "Ah, merely a typical display of arrogance. Yet, I wonder about your prowess." He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you eager for a confrontation with me?" He discerned a peculiar tension in Neza, who radiated an aura of menace. "First, you must defeat him." Following Yi Hao's gesture, Neza's gaze fell upon Yang Jian, and she expressed her discontent. "I do not wish to bully anyone." Yang Jian's expression soured upon hearing her words. Noticing the burgeoning rivalry between the two, Yi Hao chuckled. "Let's first engage in battle before discussing anything else." Without hesitation, Neza brandished her fiery spear. Yang Jian, unarmed, could only face her with his bare hands. Neza frowned. "How can you challenge me without a weapon?" Yang Jian's temper flatted. "I can still defeat you without one." "That is your assertion. If you lose, you must call me Big Brother." "And what of your forfeit?" Neza readily replied. "I shall address you as Big Brother." "Very well." The two faced off for a moment before clashing. Neza, wielding her spear, held the upper hand, while Yang Jian struggled merely to evade her strikes. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. He still lacks a suitable weapon. Perhaps he should not have relinquished the three-headed evil serpent. Yang Chan paid no heed to the battle above, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Hao. "Father." The abrupt utterance sent Yi Hao's heart racing. Maintaining his composure, he furrowed his brows and turned to Yang Chan. "Who are you calling?" "Apologies, Demon Lord. I mistook you for my father." Yi Hao nodded. "It is natural to miss your father." "Indeed, for some reason, whenever I look at the Demon Lord, I feel a striking resemblance to my deceased father." Although Yang Chan wore a smile, a chill emanated from her eyes. "I wonder, my mother is a celestial being. Could my father truly have been a mere mortal? It is not uncommon for celestial beings to fall in love with mortals. Why ponder so deeply?" Yi Hao felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. The girl's keen observation skills suggested she had discerned the underlying issues from their previous year together. However, her frequent companionship with Yang Jian left little time for probing. One could not deny that Yang Chan was indeed the daughter of Yao Ji. Her ability to maintain a smile while exuding an aura of menace mirrored Yao Ji's demeanor when angered. "That is true." Yang Chan slightly nodded. Yi Hao sighed in relief, only to hear Yang Chan add, "If my father feigns death to deceive me, I shall not let him off easily." She pondered for a moment before adding, "Not even my mother could stop me." Yi Hao realized he had witnessed the phenomenon of uttering the most ruthless sentiments in the most mundane of tones. Yet, he wished to remain concealed, avoiding the attention of the heavenly court. Thus, he glanced at Yang Chan and mumbled, "Mother is right. The hearts of women are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Fortunately, I have no fondness for women." Upon hearing this, Yang Chan was rendered speechless. While she could not claim absolute certainty, she felt a strong inclination, perhaps 70 to 80% sure. This was bolstered by Yi Hao's lack of reluctance in their physical interactions and the absence of any inappropriate thoughts towards her. The two individuals displayed a striking resemblance, their shameless expressions mirroring each other. The final remark echoed the words of Yi Hao. No one would extend kindness without reason. Now, those words stirred a tumult within her heart. The celestial battle continued unabated. Yang Jian, relying on his robust physique, turned the tide of the conflict. His fist, clenched in a fierce seal, struck violently against the fire-tipped spear, sending a powerful shockwave that left Neza's hands numb. Neza, already displeased, showed no mercy in this moment. As they exchanged blows, divine light burst forth, reverberating across the heavens, disturbing the East Sea and causing the Dragon Palace to tremble. Within the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King, supporting his crown, hastily summoned the Yakshas. Report, there is a duel occurring above the East Sea. A.O. Guang, filled with fury, demanded, who dares to stir trouble in my East Sea? After a moment's hesitation, a Yaksha replied, it is Neza, engaged in combat with another. Seated upon his dragon throne, A.O. Guang ordered, immediately gather the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with all nearby patrolling Yakshas, to maintain order in the Dragon Palace. The Yaksha, initially thinking A.O. Guang intended to mobilize forces to confront the duel, stumbled in surprise at this unexpected turn. A.O. Guang barked, what are you standing there for? Go at once. Yes. The bond between A.O. Guang and Neza was profound. After all, it was merely a matter of dueling in the East Sea, nothing of great consequence. Both combatants in the sky were already battered and bruised. Neza's fire-tipped spear was knocked from his grasp by Yang Jian, yet instead of reclaiming his weapon, he threw a punch. Yang Jian, stricken by the devastation of his own family, could not fathom that Neza's parents were alive and unaware of their son's plight. Rather than evade, he accepted the blow, retaliating in kind. Neza, often marginalized and discriminated against, found himself engaged in a fierce exchange, and soon, both were devoid of their human forms. Frustrated and pent up, Neza sought an outlet for his suppressed emotions, while Yang Jian yearned for a worthy opponent. In this moment, they found an equal match. Moments later, Yang Jian supported the swaying Neza to the shore. Yi Hao approached Neza, inquiring, do you still wish to fight me? Unable to withstand Yi Hao's jest, Neza leapt to kick him. Yang Jian swiftly restrained Neza, leaving him suspended mid-air. Yi Hao, cautiously probing Neza's attack range, stood just beyond the reach of Neza's short legs. Is this all you have? Neza retorted angrily, put me down. I wish to settle this with him once and for all. Yang Chan chuckled helplessly. Brother, perhaps it is unwise to tease him at this moment. Seeing a potential resolution, Neza refrained from further aggression, huffing, you wait. Once I recover, I will fight you. Yi Hao feigned concern, asking, who emerged victorious. He had observed clearly from the shore, noting that Yang Jian had bested Neza in their final exchange. Neza, not one to be disloyal, declared, no need for you to remind me. From this day forth, Yang Jian shall be my elder brother. Yi Hao responded, merely exchanging brotherly titles seems rather dull. Why not seize this opportunity for a sworn brotherhood? I shall serve as a witness. The moonlight was exquisite as Yi Hao gazed at the celestial orb, realizing it had been some time since he last ascended to the heavens to visit his beloved wife. Being a just man, he considered Yao Ji and Chang'e both to be noble ladies, believing that their future encounters would be devoid of any animosity. It had been countless days since he parted from Chang'e, and he found himself longing for her. Meanwhile, Yang Jian and Neza knelt on the ground, performing their reverent homage to heaven and earth. Today, I, Yang Jian, alongside Neza, vow to become brothers. We do not seek to be born on the same day of the same year, but rather to die on the same day of the same year. With that, they bowed thrice to the ground. Elder brother, second brother. The two clasped hands, their expressions filled with mutual admiration. This scene appeared strikingly familiar. Perhaps they could replicate the legendary oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden. Though ostensibly a ceremony, it was merely a spectacle. The tales of the Lotus Lantern and the investiture of the gods foretold that these two would inevitably become brothers, despite this version of Neza being an endearing little girl. Chapter 71. Howling Celestial Dog. Mount Fansong. Upon his return, Yi Hao sought out Yang Jiao. After a period of diligent training, Yang Jiao had transformed into a muscular figure. His fondness for martial arts, combined with the techniques imparted by Yi Hao, allowed him to progress at an astonishing pace. Although his skills did not yet rival those of Yang Jian, his strength surpassed expectations. Yao Ji, once a divine warrior of the heavenly court, had discreetly guided him from the shadows, despite her inability to appear openly. Yang Jiao felt that the reclusive masters on Mount Fansong were indeed plentiful. His daily regimen involved rising early to fetch water, followed by logging with the woodcutters and training alongside his fellow disciples, leading to a deeply fulfilling existence. Transforming into the visage of Bodhi, Yi Hao wore a benevolent smile. Jiao, it has been a year since you arrived at the mountain, has it not? Yang Jiao bowed respectfully, replying, Master, it has been a year and a half. Yi Hao nodded slightly. Has your training been progressing smoothly? Yang Jian responded. Disciples' training has been fruitful, thanks in large part to the guidance of my esteemed senior brothers. Observing his eldest son, Yi Hao noted the maturity and humility that a year of rigorous training had instilled in him. Do you wish to see Yang Jian and Yang Chan? Upon hearing this, Yang Jiao eagerly inquired, Are my younger siblings faring well? Yi Hao raised his hand, signaling him to remain calm. They are well, and you need not worry. However, they lack experience. Yang Jiao discernit Yi Hao's intent. Master, do you plan for me to descend the mountain? Yi Hao affirmed, Indeed, but your identity must remain concealed. Should the heavenly court discover it, it may provoke the wrath of the heavenly emperor, leading to dire consequences. Yang Jiao boldly stated, The heavenly court has slain my father and imprisoned my mother. I have no desire to reconcile with them. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. You certainly have the audacity to speak thus. Although Yang Jian had received guidance from a great master, he lacked practical combat experience. This time, when you descend the mountain, you must not reveal your identity, and you must give him a good thrashing. Yi Hao contemplated, the more severe the beating, the better. The techniques he has learned are meant for battle. The more injuries he sustains, the stronger he will become in the future. Yang Jiao's expression subtly shifted upon hearing this. He was uncertain whether great cultivators like Yi Hao possessed peculiar hobbies. However, he dare not question Yi Hao's words and readily agreed. After Yang Jiao departed, Yao Ji revealed her form. How are Jianer and Chan faring? She inquired. Being unable to leave Mount Fangsuan, she relied on Yi Hao to acquire information. Yi Hao reassured her, Rest assured, I fear I may have cared for them too well, sparing them from numerous trials. Yao Ji shot him a glance. Fewer trials are indeed preferable. I'm not truly imprisoned beneath Peach Mountain. She understood that these trials were necessary. In the future, their family would have to confront the entire heavenly court, potentially facing some formidable ancient entities. Wait here. I must step out for a moment. Yi Hao thought about making a trip to the heavens, secretly planning to retrieve the three-headed dragon. The matter of Yang Jian acquiring a suitable weapon needed to be resolved promptly. Yao Ji smiled. You have been coming and going frequently these days. Is there another woman outside? Yi Hao replied solemnly. What nonsense are you speaking? I am merely paving the way for the children. Yao Ji's smile remained unchanged. Yet the unsettling glimmer in her eyes made Yi Hao's scalp tingle. Yang Jian and his sister bid farewell to Neza and walked the path in search of their mother. A wounded puppy lay gasping for breath by the roadside. Yang Jian looked at it as though he saw his former powerless self lying on the ground, stirring a sense of compassion within him. The puppy had sustained minor injuries, and with the assistance of Yang Chan, they used their magic to heal it. Be careful from now on. It was uncertain whether the little black dog understood, but it swiftly ran away. Since the upheaval in the Yang family, Yang Chan had not seen this gentle side of her second brother for quite some time. Second brother, if you like it, why not take it with you? Yang Jian shook his head, saying, It has its own life. How can I take it away due to my selfish desires? Yang Qianlao Git, your words could qualify you as a judicial deity, destined to uphold the heavenly laws. Yang Jian chuckled. If given a chance, I would indeed like to become that judicial deity to discern how many benevolent and malevolent beings exist among the celestial immortals, and who acts with selflessness versus who is driven by personal desire. The two conversed cheerfully as they continued on their way. Soon, they encountered the little black dog once more. Yang Chan glanced at Yang Jian. What a coincidence. Could this little dog be the same one we encountered earlier? Being divine beings, they traversed the distance with ease, using their powers to cover vast stretches in a single step. Yang Jian remarked, Could it be such a coincidence? Approaching the puppy, they found that, unlike before, it had now injured one of its legs. Without hesitation, they healed it again. I wonder what connection you have with the previous puppy. Do be cautious in the future. The little black dog sniffed Yang Jian's leg and, looking back every few steps, wandered off. Watching the puppy leave, Yang Chan asked, "Second brother, do you think we will encounter another little black dog?" Yang Jian remarqued, "What a profound connection it must be. Is it not more fateful than marrying a wife?" Before long, the two men, their expressions darkened, beheld the little black dog that had reappeared before them, once again injured. The little black dog, upon seeing them, brightened up, whimpering as it emitted a sound. "Ha!" Yang Jian and his companion healed the creature yet again. This time, the little black dog refused to leave, as if it had decided to cling to them. Wherever they went, the little black dog followed suit, trailing behind them for dozens of miles. Yang Jian, exasperated, inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" The little black dog, possessing a remarkable spirit, responded with a bark. Yang Jian smiled at this sight, saying, "Then you shall accompany me." The little black dog seemed to understand, circling around Yang Jian in delight. Yang Chan, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "It truly possesses a spirit. Brother, why not give it a name?" Yang Jian, contemplating for a moment, picked up the little black dog and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Howling Heaven." The little black dog joyfully barked, playfully licking Yang Jian's hand with a stone. They had not ventured far when, from a distance, they heard a cry for help. That voice seemed rather familiar. Yang Jian and Yang Jian exchanget glanges. Master Yuding. Upon realizing this, they immediately dashed towards the source of the sound. Yuding, a practitioner of lofty theories yet lacking in substantial power, found himself bound to a tree, facing old acquaintances. "I have told you countless times, I shall not teach you." The fox sister and fifth brother exchanged glances. "Master, we earnestly seek knowledge. Please teach us." These two foxes were indeed sorrowful. After rescuing the great golden crow, they had hoped for some reward, only to be met with betrayal as the golden crow turned against them, seeking to harm them instead. Thus, they had no choice but to flee, only to encounter the formidable Yuding, who captured them on the spot. Although Yuding lacked prowess, he possessed a keen eye for character. Before him stood two foxes, one exuding kindness, while the other radiated malice. Just as Yuding was about to speak, two figures approached from the distance. Yang Jian, upon seeing Yuding's predicament, shouted, "Release my master at once." Chapter 72. The three-edged blade. Yi Hao ascended to the heavens, with his first destination being the Palace of Eternal Cold. The Jade Rabbit curiously observed Yi Hao, wondering how he had returned so soon after merely a day. "Madam, it has been quite some time, as if ages have passed. How could it have been so long? Yet this person appeared so foolish." The Jade Rabbit approached and gently patted Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao promptly seized the Jade Rabbit's ear. "Ouch! Let go!" The Jade Rabbit looked up at Yi Hao with tearful eyes. Yi Hao asked, "What did you mean by that?" The Jade Rabbit replied, "I noticed you were speaking nonsensically and wanted to see if your mind was intact." Yi Hao released the Jade Rabbit's ear, prompting it to swiftly retreat behind Chang'e. Peeking out to make faces at Yi Hao, Chang'e gently stroked the head of the Jade Rabbit and remarked, "You must have forgotten that a single day in the heavens equates to a year on earth. I have only just spent a day here. Yi Hao laughed heartily, rippling. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Could it be that my lady does not long for me?" Chang'e had never encountered someone as audacious as Yi Hao. To claim she did not miss him would be disingenuous. The cold, desolate surroundings of the Moon Palace were devoid of life, save for the Jade Rabbit. The last time Yi Hao visited, they had indulged in wine and games, which, though raucous, had alleviated her profound solitude. Chang'e inquired, "You are a great practitioner. Why do you always present yourself in such a manner?" Yi Hao, unfazit, responded, "It is said that one should maintain a childlike heart. No matter how long I practice, I remain but 18. After a brief pause, he corrected himself, 20. The Jade Rabbit confirmed that this was indeed the true Yi Hao, and in doing so, validated her suspicions. Yi Hao's mind had always been somewhat unconventional, which made his previous comment all the more explicable. Truly, she was a clever rabbit. Ignoring his remark, Chang'e asked, "What brings you to the heavens this time?" Yi Hao replied with certainty, "I have come for my lady, of course." Chang'e raised an eyebrow. "Is that truly so? It cannot be more sincere." Yi Hao declared, thumping his chest with righteous fervor. Chang'e smiled and suggested, "Then why not drink together for a day and a night?" Yi Hao quickly countered, "I recently consulted an oracle, and it seems that now is not a suitable time for drinking." Chang'e then proposed, "How about accompanying me to explore the scenic vistas of the celestial realm?" Yi Hao paused, finding the idea of a date with Chang'e exceptionally delightful. However, he was concerned that wandering in the heavens might cause him to miss affairs on earth. Moreover, if he were to remain away for a year or more, who could tell whether Yao Ji would be displeased? Seizing the opportunity, the jade rabbit leaped out from behind Chang'e, pointing at Yi Hao. "You are hesitating." Yi Hao scowled, glaring at the jade rabbit, who squeaked in fright, fearing his wrath, and quickly turned to her original form, burrowing into Chang'e's embrace. Her lively, crimson eyes seemed to challenge Yi Hao. Chang'e, ever considerate, suggested, "Why not attend to more pressing matters first?" Yi Hao replied, "What could be more pressing than being with my lady? Such stubbornness." Chang'e placed a hand on her forehead, taken aback by Yi Hao's refusal to concede even when exposed. "All right, I concede. I know you came to the heavens for me." Yi Hao nodded earnestly. "For my lady to recognize this truth makes all my efforts worthwhile." Even Chang'e, a woman of gentle disposition, felt somewhat flustered by Yi Hao's words. "If you do not behave, I shall have to send you away." The celestial prison, a place designated for the confinement of wrongdoers, loomed ahead. Encircled by a faint azure glow, Yi Hao strode confidently within the prison's confines. The celestial prison resembled a miniature world comprising 9 levels, with the severity of the imprisoned offenders increasing from top to bottom. Upon entering, Yi Hao traversed to the 4th level without encountering a single inmate. He pondered the recent actions of the Heavenly Emperor, which seemed to revolve around a singular theme of execution. Only a solitary 3-headed dragon languished in its cell. Little dragon. In the vast expanse of the 4th layer of the celestial prison, a voice resonated like thunder on a clear day. The 3-headed flood dragon was taken aback, raising its gaze towards Yi Hao outside the prison. "Do you still recognize me?" "How could I not?" The 3-headed flood dragon gritted its teeth, ultimately succumbing to a sigh. It was powerless against Yi Hao, especially considering its current confinement in the 4th layer of the celestial prison. Unless someone could breach the heavenly court, escape in this lifetime was utterly futile. "Little dragon, how about I offer you a chance to leave?" Yi Hao's smiling demeanor filled the 3-headed flood dragon with disdain. Yet the prospect of freedom stirred its curiosity. "You captured me, and now you wish to release me? I have a disciple who wields a formidable weapon." Yi Hao spoke only half of the sentence, yet the 3-headed flood dragon grasped the implication. "Even if I agree, are you not afraid I might slay your disciple?" Yi Hao nonchalantly replied, "If you do not submit to him, you are free to do as you wish. However, I do not desire your outright submission to him. Do you understand?" The 3-headed flood dragon laughed heartily. "You cultivators love to subject your disciples to trials. I can agree, but I shall not hold back. That is preferable." Yi Hao responded, "Somehat unexpectedly." The current situation hinged on the other's attitude. The 3-headed flood dragon was merely testing the limits of Yi Hao's resolve. Should Yi Hao harbor ill intentions, it would be prudent to cause a commotion that would echo throughout the heavenly court, perhaps garnering the heavenly emperor's pity and a chance for redemption. Yet, Yi Hao's demeanor left the 3-headed flood dragon uncertain. "Very well, I accept your proposition." It had been less than 2 days since its confinement. Claiming to feel lonely seemed exaggerated, yet the solitude was indeed excruciating. Yi Hao nodded slightly and reached towards it. The 3-headed flood dragon felt as though the world spun around it, landing firmly in Yi Hao's grasp. "Steady yourself. We shall depart now." Meanwhile, after descending the mountain, Yang Jiao sought out Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Yi Hao had concealed his presence with the transformation of the heavenly gang and earthly fiends. Uncertain of Yi Hao's peculiar motives, he now bore an upper body adorned with strange, chaotic patterns. His eyes glowed with an inexplicable red light, and his voice echoed with a low timbre, presenting an ominous visage from afar. Upon closer communication, it became evident that he was no benevolent being. He journeyed towards the foot of Mount Hua, where his former home lay. Years had passed, and the Yang family estate had fallen into disrepair, overrun with weeds and bearing the scars of neglect. He sighed as he descended from the clouds, only to find unexpected company within the house. Yang Jian, accompanied by Yang Chan and the howling sky dog, had returned home while searching for their mother's whereabouts. unknowingly reuniting with their brother. "Who are you? And what is your business in my home?" Yang Jian demanded, scrutinizing the uninvited guest. Yang Jiao remained silent, merely assessing his brother and sister. Yang Jian stood tall at 8 feet, with a celestial eye gracing his forehead, his handsome visage complemented by a newfound stature that starkly contrasted with his former roguish demeanor. "You have changed." Yang Jian was taken aback upon hearing the voice of his opponent. What a remarkable voice honed through years of smoking. As he noticed the other's gaze shift towards Yang Chan, his anger flared. With a swift step forward, he unleashed a punch. Chapter 73. Continuous battle. Yang Jiao raised his hand to intercept Yang Jian's furious blow. Yang Jian's eyes widened as he observed the calm demeanor of his opponent, igniting his fighting spirit. In response, he swiftly clenched his other fist and struck again, but Yang Jiao remained unperturbed, effortlessly catching the second punch. Seeing this, Yang Jian took a step back, his body coiling like a bow, his fist striking like an arrow, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Yang Jiao nodded sleekly, recognizing that his younger brother had made considerable progress in his training over the years. As Yang Jian's assaults continued, Yang Jiao began to feel the strain. Each punch from Yang Jian grew heavier than the last. Was this what Master referred to as the art of combat? Initially relying on one hand, Yang Jiao gradually became more serious. "Indeed, you show promise." Noticing that his opponent could still speak with ease, Yang Jian furrowed his brow in concentration. Yang Jiao retreated to create some distance, then assumed a stance. This was the martial skill he had mastered during his training, combined with the dynamic techniques he had honed on Mount Fonsuan. Even with mere fists and feet, he possessed the ability to contend with celestial beings. Yang Jian, not daring to underestimate him, unleashed the full power of the combat techniques, his aura surging like a tempest. Observing the sudden appearance of this individual, Yang Chan recalled the supreme demon who bore a similar appearance. Could this be the opponent her elder brother had spoken of? Considering they were in his home, Yang Jian held back slightly, purposefully shifting the battleground to the skies. Yang Jiao recognized his intention, and both leaped towards the heavens. In midair, they no longer held back. Every punch and kick was imbued with tremendous force, causing the atmosphere to roil and swirl in chaos. Yang Jian received a punch to his chest, blood spilling from his mouth. The 9 transformations of Yuan Gong continuously operated to mend his body. With each slight easing of his injuries, his cultivation advanced a fraction. Yang Jiao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the phrase "fight to the death" from his master took on a new meaning. A flicker of divine light appeared between Yang Jian's brows, instilling a sense of caution in Yang Jiao. However, Yang Jian reigned in his divine radiance, opting to engage him solely with fists and feet. Yang Jiao was surprised by his brother's adherence to martial ethics. Although Yang Jian was principled, Yang Jiao, having heeded Yi Hao's advice, had no intention of engaging in a fair contest. He evaded Yang Jian's punches and resorted to guerrilla tactics. Yang Jian was thoroughly enjoying the fight, yet he was unprepared for this sudden change in strategy. With agile movements, Yang Jiao evaded his attacks and countered with precision. In mere moments, the tide of battle turned decidedly in Yang Jiao's favor. His fists and feet struck Yang Jian's abdomen, thighs, and even aimed at his brother's vital points. Yang Jian grew interestingly frustrated. How despicable! He dodged to the side, letting out a roar. Yang Jiao retorted, "In matters of life and death, who speaks of fairness? Show me your true strength." Yang Jian, no longer holding back, unleashed his divine eye's brilliance and propelled himself forward. Only then did Yang Jiao begin to feel the pressure. The intensity of the battle escalated, with Yang Jian's momentum steadily rising, the air rippling around him as his fists and kicks reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Yang Jiao found himself gradually at a disadvantage, astonished by his brother's rapid advancement. This realization caused him to hesitate, allowing Yang Jian to exploit the opening without hesitation, delivering a powerful strike. The force of his punch surged forth, traveling several miles. As the tempest subsided, Yang Jiao was left bloodied, clearly suffering a severe blow. "Master, you told me to fight him. Who is truly being vanquished here?" Yang Jiao silently lamented, yet a sense of gratification filled him. Seizing the moment, Yang Jian felt the energy swirling around him, eager to press forward, but fatigue suddenly washed over him. The fervor he had felt dissipated rapidly, as his body approached its limits. As Yang Jian began to plummet from the sky, Yang Jiao, despite his injuries, moved forward to catch him. Within the Yang residence, Yang Chan watched anxiously as Yang Jian was carried down from the clouds, though she concealed her concern. Yang Jiao, glancing at his graceful third sister, felt his spirits lift. He merely fainted from exhaustion. There was no need for worry. He laid Yang Jian on the bed, and upon checking his brother's pulse, Yang Chan finally breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that he was not gravely harmed. "Thank you, esteemed elder," she said, bowing respectfully. Yang Jiao sidestepped the gesture, replying, "No need for thanks. I merely came at someone's invitation." A glimmer of insight flashed in Yang Chan's eyes. "But what of the Supreme Demon Lord, elder brother?" Yang Jiao's lips twitched. What kind of name had his master chosen? "Indeed, he is none other than my elder brother, the Supreme Demon Lord. Yang Jian Inquiret. Might I know your esteemed title?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jiao declared, "I am the infinite demon sovereign." Yang Chan smiled upon hearing this. "So, you are the demon sovereign, elder brother." Their exchanges felt peculiar, leading her to suspect that the Supreme Demon Lord might be her father. And this man before her could possibly be his deceased elder brother. In recent days, her horizons had broadened, and her suspicions regarding Yi Hao had intensified. During their time at home, Yi Hao often amused himself by teasing her, actions strikingly reminiscent of those attributed to the Supreme Demon Lord. The man before her, however, was clearly not to be trifled with, yet he exhibited remarkable courtesy towards them, raising further questions. Feeling increasingly uneasy under Yang Chan's scrutiny, Yang Jiao contemplated his departure when a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the heavens. Frowning, he stepped outside. A three-headed dragon transformed into human form, landing in the courtyard. "I am the three-headed divine dragon. Summon Yang Jian to see me." The three-headed dragon's tone was exceedingly arrogant, dismissing the two before him. Had it not been for his apprehension of Yi Hao's abilities, he would have long since departed. The vastness of the three realms held countless hiding spots. Yang Jiao spoke solemnly. "Do you harbor a grudge against Yang Jian?" The three-headed dragon frowned. "Simply bring him out." Had Yang Jiao not been injured, he could have contended with the creature, but he found it necessary to approach the situation with caution. "Given Yang Jian's injuries, you may not be able to see him." "Injured? Indeed, he is quite useless, and that fellow actually dared to challenge me to a duel." The murmured words of the three-headed flood dragon were clearly heard by Yang Jiao and Yang Chan. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiao immediately realized it was his master who had summoned him. However, Yang Chan furrowed her brow, pondering whether someone was plotting against her elder brother. The three-headed flood dragon waved his hand dismissively, stating that he would reside here for a few days, waiting for his opponent to recover before facing him in battle. Yi Hao observed everything from his vantage point within the Guanghan Palace, where a water mirror displayed the scene below. The Jade Rabbit curiously remarked, "Is this truly the child of Yao Ji? Wasn't the three-headed flood dragon captured? How has he descended to the mortal realm to seek out the child of his enemy?" Before Yi Hao could respond, the Jade Rabbit's ears perked up as she addressed him. "Why do I sense a resemblance between that woman and you?" At this, Chang'e also grew intrigued and leaned closer to Yi Hao. Having a beauty by one's side is typically a delightful experience, yet Yi Hao's mind raced with countless excuses. Indeed, there was a slight resemblance. "Ha, is that so?" Yi Hao chuckled awkwardly, attempting to divert the topic. However, he noticed Chang'e studying him closely as she commented, "With countless beings across the three realms, perhaps it is merely a coincidence." The Jade Rabbit, evidently dissatisfied, was about to voice more when Chang'e tapped her forehead, silencing her immediately. Yi Hao was uncertain whether Chang'e had discerned something. Nonetheless, he knew he could not reveal the truth just yet. The heavenly court is the closest place to the Tao of heaven. If he were to visit Mount Fengsuan, he could speak freely, but for now, he had to conceal the reality. Chapter 74. The Theft of the Peach of Immortality, seeing that Chang'e was considered enough not to press further. Yi Hao naturally chose to remain reticent as well. Thus, an air of silence enveloped both parties. The Jade Rabbit tugged at his sleeve and whispered in his ear, "You didn't let the three-headed flood dragon go, did you?" This time, you had to not deny it. "Indeed, I did." The Jade Rabbit was not one to remain passive. "Didn't you say the heavens were doing this for my master?" Yi Hao ruffled her ears, saying, "If you dare speak of it, I shall treat you to braised rabbit heads." The Jade Rabbit quickly replied, "I am one of your subordinates. How could I possibly disclose it? We cannot act against our allies." Yi Hao, reclining with his legs crossed, remarked, "Well, it depends on your performance." The Jade Rabbit nodded fervently, pledging her loyalty beside Yi Hao. Their conversation, though light in tone, was almost a conspiracy right before Chang'e, who listened attentively. With a wry smile, she remarked, "If you wish to keep secrets from me, perhaps you should choose another location." The Jade Rabbit was taken aback, her little head momentarily overwhelmed. She cautiously lifted her gaze to gauge Chang'e's expression. Fortunately, she seemed not to be angry. She patted her chest, which felt as solid as iron, and sighed in relief. Yi Hao found it amusing, saying, "You treacherous rabbit, had you been in my presence, you would have been devoured by now." The Jade Rabbit retorted, "You are clearly threatening me." Her ears drooped, revealing her evident concern over the thought of being eaten. Suddenly, she trembled, and Yi Hao wondered if she had been frightened into a stupor. The Jade Rabbit persistently tugged at Yi Hao's sleeve, casting furtive glances at Chang'e. Unable to resist her insistence, he was led to a corner where she finally halted once Chang'e was out of sight. Yet, she continued to survey the surroundings, anxious that someone might be watching. "Do you wish to taste the peach of immortality?" Yi Hao was taken aback by her audacious query. "You don't intend to steal a peach, do you?" The Jade Rabbit quickly covered his mouth, glancing around once more to ensure no one was present before she sighed in relief. With a disdainful glance at him, she retorted, "Don't speak nonsense about stealing. I'm a part of the heavenly court. How could this be considered theft? I will take you to savor the peaches, but please, do not harbor thoughts of consuming me." Yi Hao couldn't help but caress the rabbit's small head, curious about the thoughts swirling within it. Perceiving his silence, the Jade Rabbit grew anxious. "I'm not delectable, truly." Yi Hao chuckled. "I was merely teasing you. Why did you take it to heart?" The Jade Rabbit, however, kicked at a stone. "You don't understand. The celestial beings feast on everything. Dragon liver, phoenix marrow. They even consume dragons and phoenixes. I fear that one day they might set their sights on me." Yi Hao had not anticipated that the mere mention of food would strike a nerve with the Jade Rabbit. She lifted her gaze to him, her small hands tugging at his sleeve, shaking it earnestly. "I will take you to eat the peaches, so please do not think of consuming me anymore, all right?" In the celestial realm, mere moments felt like days had passed on Earth. Yang Jian's injuries had long since healed, and his 9 revolutions primordial skill had progressed further. "Do you wish to spar with me?" The three-headed flood dragon regarded Yang Jian. "Indeed, should you manage to defeat me, I shall acknowledge you as my master." Yang Jian replied, "I require no recognition from you." The flood dragon transformed, brandishing a trident-like sword. Upon seeing it, Yang Jian's gaze was riveted. He felt a connection to this weapon. "Very well, I accept." He soared into the skies alongside the now humanoid flood dragon. Yang Jian's physique could not match Yang Jian's, and his injuries were not yet fully healed. He began to speculate that the flood dragon had been summoned by Yi Hao for Yang Jian's training, though its transformation into a weapon raised his suspicions. "Do you recognize this dragon?" Yang Chan pondered why the dragon had sought her brother. "I do not know. I have never seen it before. However, previously, the demon lord mentioned that my brother was in need of a weapon, so perhaps it was summoned by him." "Indeed, it is confirmed. It was my master's doing." High in the sky, the flood dragon proclaimed, "Though I have consented to that individual, should you prevail over me, I shall be bound to your service. I have also informed him that I will not hold back, so be prepared." Yang Jian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His elder brother clearly did not wish for him to acquire a weapon too easily. He nodded, and his aura surged dramatically. The flood dragon's physique was not one that ordinary beings could rival, even with the enhancement of the 9 revolutions primordial skill. Yang Jian found himself slightly inferior to the flood dragon. The flood dragon gathered its magical energy in both hands and with a swift motion, severed the atmosphere. The ensuing clash between them was a spectacle of fervent exchanges. Above the skies, the clouds reverberated with intense sounds of collision, stirring up winds that swept across the ground. Yang Jiao was astonished by Yang Jian's remarkable progress, as if he were a born warrior, rapidly evolving through every battle. He found himself completely outmatched by Yang Jian now. Yang Chan smiled, for his second brother's newfound strength meant their mother's rescue was imminent. Meanwhile, the Jade Rabbit stealthily led Yi Hao to the peach garden. They both crouched low, vigilant of the surrounding guards. "This is the Queen Mother's orchard, heavily guarded. You must stay close to me." The Jade Rabbit, oblivious to the blue glow emanating from her, nodded in agreement with Yi Hao, who remained undetected by the vigilant guards. They cautiously made their way to the entrance of the peach garden, filled with both excitement and trepidation. With a flushed complexion, the jade rabbit exclaimed, "We haven't been discovered. I am truly remarkable." "Indeed, you are quite extraordinary," Yi Hao replied, his face reflecting admiration as he clasped his fists in respect. Flattered by his praise, the jade rabbit held her head high, grinning foolishly. "With my prowess, he surely won't dare to eat me. What about those two guards?" Yi Hao interrupted Herr Daidraming. The jade rabbit suggested, "You distract them while I go in to pick some peaches." As she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, Yi Hao realized, "I thought you were using the peaches to persuade me, but it seems you are eager to eat them yourself." Feeling a bit embarrassed under Yi Hao's gaze, the jade rabbit responded, "Then I will draw them away. And you must remember to leave one for me." "Agreed," he replied. Just as the jade rabbit was about to leave, she turned back to remind him, "Don't forget to save one for me." Understood, Yi Hao assured her. Yet, she remained anxious, already halfway out the door, only to retreat again. "You must." Yi Hao, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Do you not trust my character?" No, I truly believe in you." The jade rabbit quickly reassured him. Her repeated glances back as she dashed out made Yi Hao both amused and exasperated. At the entrance, the guards, noticing a shadow darting from the bushes, immediately assumed a defensive stance. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was merely a rabbit. One guard chuckled, "I can see how terrified you are." They shared a laugh, dismissing the rabbit, for in the heavenly realm, deities often kept peculiar pets. However, the jade rabbit, sensing an opportunity, leaped forward and delivered a flying kick to one of the guards. Caught off guard, both were left with marks on their faces. How dare that rabbit attack a celestial soldier? They fumed, now enraged, feeling justified in retaliating against the rabbit, confident that the heavenly emperor would support them. Chapter 75. No one will notice the two guards pursued the rabbit, humiliated. It was a disgrace for the esteemed celestial guards of the peach garden to be struck in the face by a mere rabbit. They represent the dignity of the celestial court. To strike their visage is akin to striking that of the celestial court itself, and by extension, the face of the celestial emperor. Furthermore, as guardians of the peach orchard, this rabbit has audaciously affronted the queen mother as well. Is there no law left? The two guardians, filled with honor and duty, resolutely set forth on the path to pursue the rabbit. Yi Hao observed the sense of mission etched upon the faces of these guardians, astonished that such humble sentinels could exhibit such unwavering loyalty to the celestial court. Despite their lowly status, they were indeed remarkable. He silently hoped that the jade rabbit would not be too harsh. Yi Hao prayed for the two guardians for 3 seconds before he pushed open the grand gates of the peach orchard. Before him lay a vast expanse of peach trees, totaling 3,600 in number. The first 1,200 bore fruit every 3,000 years, granting transcendence upon consumption. The middle 1,200 matured every 6,000 years, allowing ascension to everlasting life. The final 1,200 yielded fruit every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of heaven and earth and the sun and moon. Yi Hao noted that the first 1,200 were already ripe. Though their fruits were diminutive, they were still worth having. The middle batch bore large, mature fruits ready to be eaten. However, the last group of 1,200 trees only displayed flower buds, with no fruits in sight, likely requiring several thousand more years. Not one to be polite, he picked a 3,000-year peach with one hand while feeding it into his mouth with the other. Upon tasting, the flesh transformed into vital energy, flowing into his dantian. The red glow was particularly pronounced, while the other colors appeared rather faint. Although the 3,000-year peaches were somewhat smaller and less potent, they were still beneficial for Yi Hao at this stage. Truly, they were fruits of spiritual roots. He consumed 50 in quick succession without feeling satiated. The host consumes 3,000-year peach fruit, gaining 100 years of magical power. The grand celestial immortal art ascends to the third realm. Thus, he acquired 5,000 years of magical power. Eating peaches while listening to the system notifications was indeed a delightful experience. Having savored the 3,000-year variety, he now decided to try the 6,000-year peaches. With one bite, the juice burst forth, rich and sweet, rendering the 3,000-year peaches as mere fodder by comparison. After devouring 20 of the 6,000-year peaches, Yi Hao finally felt full. The host consumes 6,000-year peach fruit, gaining 500 years of magical power. The grand celestial immortal art ascends to the fourth realm. What a treasure! He gained 15,000 years of magical power. And the grand celestial immortal art ascended 2 realms in one go. Within him, amidst the 6 colored lights, the red glow had caught up, now matching the level of the purple glow. The green light appeared as a mere wisp, seeming somewhat pitiful in comparison to the other colors. This was not surprising, as he had encountered the forces of time far too infrequently. The temporal fluctuations of the 3 realms encompassed the entire world, a complexity beyond his current capacity to grasp or analyze. Having feasted to his heart's content, a rabbit suddenly bounded in from outside. Upon seeing the scattered peach pits, the jade rabbit was filled with sorrow. These were all her peaches. The scoundrel before her has actually abandoned this pitiable maiden to revel in the peach garden. Contemplating this, her teeth gleamed ominously. Leaning against a peach tree, Yihao observed the gnawing jade rabbit with a tilted head. As Yihao feigned ignorance, the jade rabbit approached and kicked him, indignantly exclaiming, "What happened to sharing equally? You scoundrel, you dare to indulge secretly." He shoved a 6,000-year-old peach into her incessantly chattering mouth. The jade rabbit, cradling the peach in her hands, took a bite, savoring its exquisite flavor. It was clear that this person still prioritized his own desires. Noticing the jade rabbit had quieted, Yihao inquired, "What about the 2 guards?" The jade rabbit produced a translucent carrot from her sleeve, resembling jade, yet distinctly not. She mimed a swinging motion with the carrot. Understood. As she fainted, it was time to retreat. He grasped the jade rabbit, who was engrossed in devouring the peach. This rabbit's body was as solid as steel. Was the peach endowed with a binding spell? Why did she behave as though she had never tasted a peach before? The jade rabbit looked up indignant. "I'm merely a rabbit. Usually, my master shares some with me to savor the flavor. Those accursed immortals." Yihao shook his head in disbelief. "I never realized you were such a feisty rabbit." Upon hearing this, the jade rabbit beamed with pride, hands on her hips. "Well, you still remain that foolish rabbit. Can't you discern whether it's a compliment or an insult?" The jade rabbit, filled with indignation, retorted, "I am not a foolish rabbit. I am quite clever. You can test me if you don't believe it." Yihao chuckled and handed her 5 peaches. "You now possess 5 peaches." The jade rabbit, drooling over the peaches, regarded Yihao with newfound admiration. Yihao then produced 2 more peaches, instructing, "Now you take out 2 as well." Though reluctant, the jade rabbit complied. "Now, these 4 are yours." Ecstatic, the jade rabbit claimed the 4 peaches. Yihao continued, "Did you not take 4 peaches?" The jade rabbit blinked in acknowledgement. Yihao proposed, "If you took 4, could you not grant me 3? Observing the jade rabbit's lack of reaction, he added, "See, if you give me 3, you still profit by 1. The jade rabbit pondered, not counting her own peaches. Indeed, having gained 4, if she relinquished 3, she would still possess 1. Yihao was quite astute. Coming to this realization, she decisively handed over 3 peaches to Yihao. He accepted the peaches and gestured with his lips. The jade rabbit looked into her arms. "Why do I only have 4 left?" She hurriedly scanned the ground. "Did I drop one? Huh." And she claimed she was not a foolish rabbit? On the journey back, the jade rabbit finally grasped Yihao's trickery, feeling defiant. "Will you return that peach to me?" Her large, glistening eyes nearly bulged with intensity. Though they were as beautiful as rubies, in that moment, they appeared frightfully monstrous. In the realm of mortals, the 3-headed serpent presented its legs in a crooked stance. Its neck stiffened and head tilted to the side. "I refuse to concede. I demand another bout." It is no wonder he contests this outcome. 4 Yang Jian's strikes were exceedingly ruthless, devoid of scruples. Caught unawares, he was struck at a vital point, which still throbbed with pain. Yang Jian's expression remained impassive. Where had that previously arrogant and haughty 3-headed serpent vanished? Nevertheless, he had emerged victorious, and thus he contemplated, "According to our agreement, I have triumphed." Before Yang Jian could finish, the 3-headed serpent interjected, "I care not. I shall never acknowledge such a despicable and shameless individual as my master." Yang Jiao, Bluesing, Shrangbek, lamenting that this was not the lesson he intended to impart. "Master, save me." "No, master, you have led me to this plight." If the 3-headed serpent truly refused to recognize a master, given his knowledge of Yihao, the blame would surely not rest upon him. Alas, Would he then bear the brunt of the consequences? In terms of treachery, Yang Jiao would gladly proclaim Yi Hao as the most despicable he had ever encountered. Clearing his throat, Yang Jiao feigned composure. There is no need for further discourse. Since he is unwilling to concede, we shall fight until he does. Chapter 76. Peach Mountain, when it comes to shamelessness, you surpass all. The three-headed serpent had witnessed many a spectacle, pointing toward the celestial realm. Yet, it was the first time he had heard such terrifying rhetoric. So, one encounter is insufficient, and you desire more? His vital points could scarcely endure such absurd consecutive assaults. The three-headed serpent concluded that retreat was necessary. He could no longer concern himself with Yi Hao. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, he had initially believed him to be a paragon of charisma and might, arriving with a tinge of anticipation and delight. Crafting weapons could be splendid. Not only could one wield them in battle, but also traverse the world, enjoying free travel. Even if the master were to meet their demise, he, as a weapon, might still find himself stored away in a treasure vault, awaiting the next wielder. No matter how one pondered, it all seemed a victory. He had intended to appear somewhat arrogant to leave a lasting impression, yet instead, he had imprinted an indelible psychological shadow upon himself. Yang Chan immediately perceived the three-headed serpent's intent to flee. Its legs, positioned in that awkward stance, began to subtly shift backward, imperceptibly to the naked eye. Allow my second brother to engage you in a fair duel. I assure you he shall refrain from employing such tactics again. Such sharp words. Listening to his sister, Yang Jiao realized he must escape. Yang Jian remained unfazed, finding Yang Jiao's words resonated deeply with him. It mattered not the means employed, only the outcome. How true, brother! He nearly declared his enlightenment. Yet, those present, including his sister, were not entirely in agreement with this notion. Fortunately, this esteemed elder brother would definitely endorse his perspective. With that thought, he cast a glance at Yang Jiao. Upon meeting Yang Jian's gaze, Yang Jiao promptly summoned his powers to erase the blush from his face and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "The young lady has a valid point. Yang Jian, you were well aware this was a spar, yet struck with such ferocity. Excessive indeed. Very well. Justice prevails." The three-headed dragon, upon hearing this, was filled with delight and looked gratefully at Yang Jiao. Ah, what a formidable man he is. He contemplated acknowledging him as his master. That fellow Yi Hao, with his pretentious demeanor, likely harbored unsavory intentions beneath his surface. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly realm, Yi Hao suddenly sneezed. The jade rabbit, curious, inquired, "Do even immortals fall ill?" Yi Hao murmured, "This is merely a sign of my profound cultivation. Someone is speaking of me." The jade rabbit gazed at him skeptically. Yi Hao, with a slight tilt of his head, replied, "This is the principle of thoughts that linger will surely echo back. Allow me to enlighten you. A single sneeze indicates that someone is cursing you. 2 sneezes mean someone is missing you." Upon hearing this, the jade rabbit clutched Yi Hao's sleeve, urging, "What about 3? What does 3 indicate?" 3 sneezes simply mean you have caught a cold," he responded. The jade rabbit pouted. "That is not amusing at all." Yang Jian, witnessing Yang Jiao's betrayal, felt a wave of despondency. Yang Jiao, too, was troubled, especially under the piercing gaze of Yang Chan, which struck him to the core. Reluctantly, Yang Jian declared, "Very well. Let's engage in one more match." Days slipped by unnoticed, and after 7 days, Yang Jian approached to challenge the three-headed dragon once more. Yet, the three-headed dragon persistently refused, saying, "I'm still not healed." Yang Jian, furious, retorted, "Non sensei. I see you leaping about. Yesterday you devoured 12 bowls of rice. You hardly seem injured." The three-headed dragon wiped away non-existent tears, lamenting, "It's my Tao heart that is wounded. You wouldn't understand." Yang Jian, his teeth grinding in frustration, leaped forward, pinning the three-headed dragon to the ground and raining down punches upon his head, shouting, "You claim your Tao injury is not healed. You delay the fight. You grow so ugly. You feign tears. You consume 12 bowls of rice. How dare you waste my family's rice?" The three-headed dragon, increasingly bewildered, wondered if Yang Jian was truly attacking him over his excessive eating. He raised his arms to protect his exceptionally handsome face. As Yang Jian continued to strike, he seemed to find his rhythm. Each blow became more fluid and exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, His fists began to imbue themselves with the essence of the victorious combat technique. The three-headed dragon, bewildered and disoriented, initially resigned himself to a good thrashing, having indeed eaten 12 bowls. However, the intensity of Yang Jian's subsequent punches began to pierce his very soul. Sensing a perilous threat to his life, he finally relented, exclaiming, I yield. I yield. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian remembered his intent and, with a refreshed demeanor, delivered 2 more punches. Hurry and transform. The three-headed dragon, now bruised and battered, stood up and swiftly changed his form. Yang Jian grasped the three-edged, double-bladed sword, wielding it gracefully in the spacious courtyard. What a splendid weapon! The more he used it, the more adept he became. Yang Chan had long grown accustomed to the peculiarities of her household, as they were filled with oddities. Yang Jian hurried into the courtyard, exclaiming, Sister, he claims to know the location of Peach Mountain. This revelation caused Yang Chan, usually composed, to change her expression dramatically. In the Golden Light Cave, the abode of Tai Zhenren, the lotus pool blossomed in an instant as Tai Zhenren calculated with a flick of his fingers. Lotus Tao body, a destined incarnation. With a profound cultivation of the Tai Zhenren, though he cannot foresee the future as his master does, he can still discern some grand trends. Yet, upon calculation, he unexpectedly finds a connection to Neza. But his obedient disciple is perfectly fine, having resolved previous matters. For whom was this Lotus Tao body created? Moreover, he vaguely perceives the divine, Nuwa's treasured Bao Liandeng. What could this signify? The emergence of the Bao Liandeng was anticipated. Yet why does it relate to his disciple? With too many questions swirling in his mind, he heads towards Qilin Cliff. When faced with uncertainty, one seeks guidance from their teacher. If Yu Ding cannot locate his master, it undoubtedly indicates his lack of favor. But Tai Yi is different. Yang Jian, accompanied by Yang Chan, follows the guidance of the three-headed flood dragon towards Peach Mountain. The clouds are fast, and they collide with the unwelcoming Tai Yi Zhenren. With a large bump on his head, Tai Yi gazes blankly at the sky. To think he shares the same treatment as Yu Ding, he feels indignant. Tai Yi Zhenren, how did you end up here? Tai Yi, rubbing the bump on his head, sits upright without changing his expression. I just came out for a stroll. What about you? Why are you flying so quickly? Yang Jian and Yang Chan recount the situation concerning Peach Mountain. Tai Yi repeatedly calculates, casting his gaze upon Yang Chan. Why does the Bao Liandeng have a connection to this girl? Good. What matters is not the magnitude of the issue, but the presence of clues. Tai Yi Zhenren cautions, you must not go. Yang Jian and Yang Jian, upon hearing this, grow anxious. They have long wished to meet their mother. Why is that? As Yang Jian draws his sword, Tai Yi quickly interjects. Though you possess some power, you cannot contend with Peach Mountain. I have an opportunity that directly pertains to your sister. Sister? Yang Jian looks towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian, perplexed, asks what opportunity could possibly relate to me. Tai Yi Zhenren explains, the divine Nuwa possesses a treasured item known as the Bao Liandeng, which harbors the power to shake the heavens and reverse the earth. The deity placed this item in my lotus pool, and when the lotuses bloom overnight, I know the Bao Liandeng is about to emerge. Today, upon seeing you, I realize the Bao Liandeng is connected to you. Hearing this, Yang Jian rejoices. With this treasure, we shall surely be able to rescue our mother. Yang Chan also beams with happiness. Tai Yi Zhenren continues, Yang Chan, come with me to retrieve the treasure. As for you, Yang Jian, you should head to Peach Mountain and see your mother. Some words cannot be fully spoken, especially when it concerns celestial secrets. Chapter 77. Before Peach Mountain, Yang Jian stands before Peach Mountain, his mind in a state of chaos. What should he say to his mother? What should he do? He cannot seem to clarify his thoughts, and even entertains the notion of avoidance. With his celestial eye, Yang Jian perceives a hidden cave before the mountain, invisible to ordinary people. After a moment of hesitation, he steps inside. The cave is dim and devoid of light, revealing a high platform surrounded by intricate chains of formation. Yao Ji sat upon the high platform, the oppressive force of the formation rendering her unable to rise. Mother! Yang Jian's heartfelt call failed to evoke joy in Yao Ji. Instead, it startled the true form of Yao Ji at Mount Fengsuan. Through the reflective surface of the water, Yi Hao clearly perceived the connection he forged between Yao Ji's consciousness and that of her incarnation within the cave. Yao Ji lifted her gaze towards Yang Jian, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. The once carefree Yang Jian had transformed into a valiant young man in just a few short years. "Do not worry, mother. I will surely rescue you," he declared with unwavering confidence, causing Yao Ji to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps it would be best not to disclose their plan concerning their son to Yang Jian. "Jinner, all I desire is for you to be well. I'm not suffering here. Rest assured," she stated earnestly. Yao Ji spoke the truth. Though trapped in Mount Fonsun, her existence was far more comfortable than that of Yang Jian and his siblings. Yang Jian, deeply moved by Yao Ji's concern for him, reassured her, "Rest easy. I have become capable in my own right." With that, he seized a three-pronged blade and struck at the chain surrounding the high platform. The chains shimmered with an endless radiance, revealing countless runes. Yet his strike not only failed to sever them, but also transformed into a heavy pressure directed towards Yao Ji within the formation. A cry of pain escaped Yao Ji's lips. Yang Jian felt his world spin, and after a moment, he struggled to rise from the ground. He rushed to the barrier, exclaiming, "Mother, are you all right?" Yao Ji replied with difficulty, "Jinner, do not attempt it. This formation is linked to the terrain of Peach Mountain. Until the mountain is broken, the formation cannot be undone." Yang Jian, filled with guilt, lamented, "It is my fault. I have caused you to suffer." Ypsilona Oyi, feeling the invisible pressure that weighed upon her incarnation, smiled gently. "Your effort to rescue me fills my heart with joy." Her tender smile brought Yang Jian immense sorrow. "Mother, wait for me. I shall return and surely free you," he vowed, striding boldly towards the outside. Outside Peach Mountain, the Jade Cauldron Sage paced anxiously at the cave entrance. Oh no, heaven must not come too swiftly. He was aware of Yang Jian's quest to find Yao Ji, but had forgotten to warn him against triggering the formation. If activated, the Heavenly Court would learn of it immediately, and escape would be nearly impossible. Yet, he hesitated to interrupt the mother-son conversation, leaving him in a state of fretful anticipation. However, fate did not align with his wishes. Above Peach Mountain, dark clouds loomed ominously, and the sound of war drums reverberated through the heavens. As Yang Jian emerged from the cave, he was met with this alarming scene. The Jade Cauldron Sage remained hidden, afraid to speak. Despite his backing from the Primordial Supreme, the Heavenly Court would not necessarily show him favor. Should he commit a grave transgression and be captured, his own reputation would be trivial compared to the disgrace it would bring his master. A sinner like Yang Jian would not simply surrender. The Heavenly Assembly was unprecedentedly formidable. With 5 of the 10 golden crows present, the 4 extremes war gods assembled, and celestial soldiers filling the skies. "Sinners? Do you dare to pass judgment upon me?" Yang Jian retorted defiantly, as the gods of heaven thundered in unison. Yang Jian scoffed with disdain, firmly gripping his 3-pronged, double-edged blade as he charged towards the heavens. The Jade Dingzhenren, taken aback by Yang Jian's audacity, stamped his foot and transmitted a message. "Listen well, Yang Jian." The clang of weapons echoed as Yang Jian engaged in fierce combat with the celestial soldiers above, effortlessly felling them with each sweep of his blade. Unfazed by the Jade Ding's warning, Yang Jian remained resolute. The Jade Dingzhenren, secretly admiring Yang Jian's bravery, continued. "In this world, aside from the divine powers cultivated by mortals, there also exist formidable forces originating from your own emotions. The stronger the feelings of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, the mightier the strength." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian recalled the joy and sorrow he felt upon seeing his mother. As he gazed at the surrounding celestial soldiers, a profound hatred surged within him. His power grew exponentially, harmonizing perfectly with his combat prowess, causing chaos among the celestial ranks. Alarmed, the celestial soldiers realized his divine strength had reached its peak. They could no longer withstand his onslaught. Tianpeng spoke candidly, expressing his surprise at Yang Jian's rapid growth in such a short span. What was initially a capture mission had now turned into a struggle for survival. The 5 golden crows, the 4 polar war gods, all joined forces, unleashing their formidable magical powers, shaking the very fabric of the celestial realm. Yang Jian below it, "Come at me." Without retreat or hesitation, he advanced towards the celestial deities. As the clash began, the 9 warriors sensed the impending danger. Yang Jian's mastery of his techniques allowed him to accumulate momentum with each engagement, growing stronger with every battle. His earlier skirmish with the celestial soldiers had only bolstered his power, making him now an unstoppable force. To counter him, they realized they must either overwhelm him with superior magical force or evade his strikes until his energy waned. The celestial beings, not to be underestimated, quickly devised a counter-strategy after a brief exchange. Yang Jian cleaved through the golden wheel with a single strike, sweeping towards the four polar war gods. Enraged at Yang Jian's audacity to confront them single-handedly, the four united to withstand his attack. A thunderous clash resounded where their weapons met. Yang Jian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. For the first time, he fought with such fervor. The emotions within him fueled his combat prowess, igniting an indomitable spirit that rendered him fearless against formidable foes. His momentum continued to swell. Realizing they could no longer match him in raw strength, the 9 warriors reached a consensus to alter their tactic. They would now focus on defending against Yang Jian's relentless assault, seeking to wear him down. Yang Jian led forward, disregarding their attempts to evade, fixating on one particular golden crow. If he could not catch the golden crow, he would take his vengeance on its brethren. After all, it had slain his father. If he could capture a few golden crows here, he could honor his deceased father with their sacrifice. The golden crows remained unperturbed. Their expertise lay not in combat, but in evasion. Few could surpass them in the art of escape, and certainly, Yang Jian was not among them. As he realized he was losing ground, Yang Jian unleashed his divine sight, a radiant beam piercing through the chaos. The chase continued, yet he soon discovered his energy was dwindling. Understanding the 9 were intent on wearing him down, he pivoted and turned back towards the celestial soldiers. He sought to strike at the celestial soldiers, compelling us to engage him in battle. The 9 of us were momentarily indecisive. The commander of the celestial troops, Tianpeng, had no intention of confronting Yang Jian. As several of us soared into the air, he was still chuckling to himself. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, Yang Jian would return, with those 9 formidable figures trailing far behind him. This wretched lot. As Yang Jian charged once more towards the celestial soldiers, Tianpeng grew anxious and hastily ordered the retreat of his troops, deliberately leaving a gap in the eastern flank for Yang Jian. Yang Jian, oh Yang Jian, do not think that Tianpeng has not aided you. In future encounters, you must show him some respect. Upon witnessing the celestial soldiers arrayed before him, Yang Jian initially anticipated a grand maneuver, only to discover a vulnerability had been left for him. He cast a glance at Tianpeng hovering in the central sky, and a realization dawned upon him. Surely, there are those within the heavenly court who support my cause. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, the celestial generals refuse to engage in battle. How trivial. He then surged towards the opening. Chapter 78. The offer of surrender. Once Yang Jian departed, the 9 breathed a collective sigh of relief. Avoiding confrontation with him would be for the best. As for blame, they exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to shoulder it. Tianpeng, naturally, remained silent. He held the lowest position here, and with 9 war god-level deities unable to subdue Yang Jian, the blame could not possibly fall upon him. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Hall, the heavenly emperor fumed. You worthless lot. You cannot even subdue a single Yang Jian. What use are you to me? His anger had flared countless times over these past few days. The 9 below remained silent, their gazes fixed on the ground, avoiding any words. Beside them, the Queen Mother offered consolation. There is no need for the heavenly emperor to be so enraged. As long as Yaoji remains, Yang Jian cannot escape our grasp. Upon hearing this, the heavenly emperor conceded, you speak wisely, Queen Mother. He then turned to address the assembled deities. Now that Yang Jian has become insurmountable, do any of you have a plan? The great star of white spoke up. Perhaps the heavenly court should send someone to offer Yang Jian a chance to surrender? Absolutely not. The heavenly emperor slammed the table in indignation. Yang Jian is a criminal. How can we possibly welcome him into the heavenly court? The other deities showed little reaction, for the laws of heaven were merely constraints upon their actions. Regarding the matter of Yaoji, aside from the heavenly emperor, most deities held an indifferent attitude. They obeyed the heavenly emperor's commands without question, and aside from the 10 golden crows. There were few deities who truly cared about this issue. The Queen Mother interjected, there is merit in the words of the great star of white. Yaoji is indeed a sinner, and another has already paid for their crimes. The Yang siblings have become sinners due to Yaoji, and eliminating them could reaffirm the majesty of our heavenly court, while offering them a chance to surrender may yet demonstrate our mercy. Upon hearing this, the assembled deities echoed. The Queen Mother shows great mercy. The heavenly emperor, reflecting on their words, found a semblance of wisdom in their counsel. Then who shall be sent to extend this offer? Impressive, truly, one worthy of being the heavenly emperor. None among the deities dared to dissent at the swiftness of his change of heart. Following the emperor's gaze, the deities turned their attention towards the great star of light. Ahem, since it was you who proposed this, then the task shall be entrusted to you. The Taibai Star Lord wept as he acquiesced. It was undeniably you who prompted the proposal for a solution. How could one not regard him as a celestial being of merit? The heavenly emperor's actions seem rather nefarious. Is it not overly idealistic to equate emotion with power? This notion resembles the cliché tropes of youthful, blood-stirring manga, where the louder one roars, the more absurdly powerful they become, even to the extent of disregarding disparities in strength to forcibly vanquish their opponents. Consider the neighboring Naruto. During the climactic battle, Naruto and Sasuke shouted at one another, and due to their synchronized cries, both ended up severing their hands. Had either one been a tad louder, only one would have suffered dismemberment. Yihao muttered his thoughts, which Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit overheard distinctly. Though uncertain of why Yihao displayed such concern for the Yang family, Chang'e inquired, "What do you mean by idealistic?" Yihao pondered briefly and replied, "It's akin to the concept that words manifest reality. If you wish it, you can grow stronger." The Jade Rabbit's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leapt onto Yihao's lap, asking eagerly, "Where can I learn this?" Yihao gently caressed her head, his expression benevolent as he replied, "In your dreams." The rabbit's smile gradually faded, shifting its focus to Yihao's face. Chang'e then asked in the three realms, "Do such formidable beings truly exist?" Yihao lifted the rabbit in his arms to prevent her flailing legs from striking him, responding, "The three pure ones, in theory, could indeed manage it. The mythological three pure ones certainly can, but the journey to the West's three pure ones remains uncertain." As the conversation turned to the topic of cultivation, Chang'e refrained from interjecting. Yihao chuckled lightly. "It is not of great consequence, so there is no need for you to be concerned." Subsequently, the Jade Rabbit transformed back into her original form and playfully landed on Yihao's face. "Get down. Are you a face bug?" The commotion between the man and the rabbit rendered the tranquility of the Guanghan Palace nearly non-existent. Observing the scene, Chang'e felt her emotions settle more serenely than usual. Previously, the solitude had been maddening. Now, amidst the chaos, there was a peculiar sense of peace. At the foot of Mount Hua, Yang Jian bowed respectfully to the Jade Dingjinren, expressing, "Thank you for your assistance, Master." The Jade Dingjinren, upon hearing Yang Jian refer to him as Master, felt a twinge of unease, as if something in the shadows were watching him. He waved his fan, dispelling some of his agitation, replying, "Your safety is solely due to your own abilities, and has little to do with me." Yang Jian replied, "If it were not for your guidance, I would not possess my current cultivation." This statement struck a chord. The Jade Dingjinren glanced around to ensure Yihao was absent and nodded in acknowledgement of Yang Jian's words. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Have you seen your mother? What are your plans moving forward?" Yang Jian responded, "My mother mentioned that the formation on her is connected to the terrain of Peach Mountain. I wish to seek the method to open the mountain and rescue her." The Jade Dingjinren found himself at a loss as to whether he should divulge the method to Yang Jian. He already possessed it. He hesitated, but Yang Jian had already resolved to take his leave. Yang Chan and Tai Yizhenren had gone to retrieve the Bao Lian Dang, hoping it might assist him in opening the mountain to save his mother. Ultimately, the Jade Dingjinren refrained from sharing the method with Yang Jian. Yang Jian soared towards the direction of the Golden Light Cave, and upon reaching the clouds, an elder appeared before him. "War God, please hold." No one has ever referred to him as the god of war. He merely pondered this notion, believing the elder had mistaken his identity. "Good sir, I believe you have the wrong person," he remarked. "I have not made a mistake," replied the elder. "Isn't the young brother Yang Jian?" To which Yang Jian affirmed, "Indeed I am. How shall I address you, venerable elder?" The elder introduced himself as Tai Bai, serving as a celestial official in the heavenly court. Tai Bai Jin Xing, with a jovial demeanor, appeared to be a kind-hearted old man, pleasant in appearance. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, questioning, why does someone from the heavenly court seek me? As he spoke, he opened his celestial eye to survey his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Do not be alarmed, young brother. I come at the behest of the heavenly emperor to invite you to serve in the celestial realm. It was no wonder he was referred to as the god of war. It seemed they had even considered his official title. Intrigued, Yang Jian wished to engage in conversation a while longer, asking, is the heavenly emperor so benevolent? Tai Bai Jinxing gestured towards the heavens, stating, the heavenly emperor is compassionate. Hence my mission to resolve disputes. Disputes? A deep-seated enmity is merely a dispute in the eyes of the heavenly court. Yang Jian, filled with rage, responded with a bitter laugh. Why did he not recruit me when I was weak? Tai Bai Jinxing felt a pang of distress, but pressed on. It is precisely your display of strength that has captured the heavenly court's attention. Such audacity! Yang Jian gloated for Tai Bai Jinxing. Are you not afraid I might slay you? The elder smiled. Should you take my life, the Yang family would have no further opportunity for reconciliation with the heavenly court. I believe the god of war would not engage in such foolishness. Yang Jian frowned, contemplating the rescue of his mother while ensuring the heavenly court would cease its pursuit. As for matters of the heavens, I am willing to negotiate, provided you release my mother. Tai Bai Jinxing anticipated this inquiry, yet refrained from asking first while in the celestial realm. Now that Yang Jian had brought it up, he could address it without incurring trouble. What, is that not possible? Yang Jian Breset, Tai Bai Jinxing sighed. It is not that it cannot be done, but this matter is of great significance, and I must seek the heavenly emperor's counsel. Yang Jian reflected, acknowledging the validity of this claim, and consented. If his mother could indeed be freed, enduring some indignity would be a trivial matter. Chapter 79. Ascending to heaven in the Lingxiao Hall, the celestial beings listened attentively to Tai Bai Jinxing's words. Your Majesty, this is Yang Jian's request. The Jade Emperor laughed in anger. It is a privilege for him to be sought after by me, and he dares to make demands? Tai Bai Jinxing and the other celestial beings bowed their heads, quietly awaiting the Jade Emperor's response. It was inconceivable to release Yaoji if she were so easily freed. The heavenly laws would become a mere joke. As for Yang Jian, once he ascended to heaven, he would be placed in the fourth heaven, where Yaoji resided. There, his fate would no longer be in his hands. The Jade Emperor contemplated for a moment and devised a plan. Yang Jian's request was not entirely unreasonable. Tai Bai Jinxing and the other deities looked at the Jade Emperor in astonishment. The order was given for Yang Jian to serve in the fourth heaven. As long as he agreed, he would be appointed there, and subsequent matters would be entrusted to the Four Extremes god of war. They had thought the Jade Emperor had changed his disposition, but it turned out he had been waiting for this opportunity. Tai Doid Finxing Silent Lamenteth, realizing that this task was not his to undertake. If he did, he would inevitably tarnish his own reputation and unwittingly create a formidable adversary for himself. Since you have already ventured forth, perhaps it is best that you seek him out once more, he said. As you command, my lord. In Jingguang Cave, Yang Chan gazed at the seemingly unremarkable lotus lamp in Tai Yizhenren's hand. Is this truly the Bao Liandeng? The artifact capable of shaking the heavens and reversing the cosmos? Tai Yizhenren replied, this Bao Liandeng requires a heart filled with compassion to wield. In my possession, it possesses little power. It was not mere modesty. While he might have a modicum of kindness, it was hardly abundant. As he spoke, he handed the Bao Liandeng to Yang Chan. Yang Chan received the lamp, while Tai Yi scrutinized it intently. After a prolonged moment of silence, nothing transpired. Tai Yizhenren expressed his confusion. This is unexpected. I distinctly calculated that you were fated to connect with it. Yang Chan attempted to channel some magical energy, and the Bao Liandeng emitted a faint glimmer before quickly dimming again. The two exchanged bemused glances at the lackluster lamp. What should we do now? Yang Jian pondered, wishing to use the lamp to aid her elder brother. Tai Yizhenren flicked his dust. You may as well take it. It is bound to be of use eventually. Uncertain of the outcome himself, he thought it best to part with the artifact belonging to the great goddess Nuwa, thus alleviating one source of trouble. Such formidable beings were entangled in monumental karmic consequences, and his prized disciple had already diminished half of that karma, for which he owed a debt of gratitude to the Yang siblings. Yang Chan stood in a daze before Jingguang Cave, clutching the Bao Liandeng. Outside, Two fox spirits lurked stealthily among the foliage. Elder brother, someone has emerged. Let's go pay our respects. Elder brother immediately spotted the artifact in Yang Chan's grasp, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Excellent, let us proceed. At that moment, the two fox spirits sprang forth. One charged towards Yang Chan, while the other reached for the bow Lian Deng in her hands. These two foxes were the siblings who had traversed various lands in search of immortals. They had been blacklisted by Yu Ding Zhenrun, and with the whereabouts of the Jin Wu unknown, they risked their lives to find them. Recently, they had endured great hardships. Fortunately, they had spotted Yang Chan's escaping light, proving that diligence yields reward. After several days of searching, they had finally located her. As the fox sister knelt, eager to pay her respects, she was taken aback when elder brother abruptly seized the Bao Lian Deng from Yang Chanrun. He bellowed. The fox sister, still bewildered, watched as white flames ignited from the lamp, illuminating the surroundings with a flicker of firelight. Elder brother hastily discarded the Bao Lian Deng, attempting to extinguish the flames that enveloped him. What is wrong with you? The fox sister exclaimed, rushing to his side in alarm. She reached out to assist him, only to discover that the flames were warm and posed no harm. Fox sister, retrieve that lamp. The fire emanates from it, he implored. Torn between her affection for Yang Chan's artifact and her love for her elder brother, the fox sister's heart was filled with conflict. She wept as she grasped the lotus lamp, her meager cultivation leaving her uncertain of how to wield such a treasure. And she could only attempt to infuse it with a modicum of her spiritual power. These events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Yang Chan momentarily bewildered. She furrowed her brow at the two foxes, particularly at her sister, who remained unharmed by the flames. For some unknown reason, the lotus lamp in her sister's hands radiated brilliant light, while the white flames enveloping the elder brother transformed into a gentle aura and returned to the lamp. Observing this scene, the elder brother struggled briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. The younger fox cast aside the lamp and, with tears streaming down her face, threw herself onto her brother. Elder brother, you cannot leave us like this. The elder brother opened his eyes, declaring, I am not dead yet. Just as the younger fox wiped her tears and prepared to speak, the elder brother's head drooped, and this time, he truly fainted. Yang Chan, witnessing this dramatic spectacle, was at a loss for words, though her curiosity was piqued by the younger fox's ability to wield the lotus lamp. She picked it up and addressed her sister. Let us find a place for him to rest. At the entrance of the Golden Light Cave, Yang Jian announced, I am Yang Jian. Is the great master Tai present? I have come to find my sister. The cave door remained tightly shut, and a voice transmitted through the seal at the entrance replied, I am currently in seclusion. If Yang Jian has come seeking, inform him that Yang Chan has already departed with the treasure. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sudden decision of the great master Tai to enter seclusion. His heavenly eye scanned the surroundings, detecting a familiar aura extending in a particular direction. Just as he intended to pursue it, the planetary star of Venus appeared in the sky. Young brother Yang Jian, the old official has come to seek you again. Upon seeing the planetary star, Yang Jian's heart raced with trepidation. He was certain that his requests would not be met, and thus he had not anticipated the arrival of the planetary star. Now that he beheld the celestial figure, it raised the question of why the star monarch had come. The planetary star smiled. Have you forgotten the words you spoke, young brother? Yang Jian hastily inquired. Has the heavenly court agreed? Indeed. This affirmative response filled Yang Jian with exuberance. He eagerly asked, when do they intend to release my mother? The planetary star replied, do not rush. The heavenly emperor has decreed that when you assume your post, Princess Yaoji shall be released. Yang Jian seized the arm of the planetary star and, with a determined stride, soared towards the heavenly court. The planetary star, initially fearing Yang Jian's intentions, felt his legs weaken. The two ascended into the heavens, and Yang Jian, noticing the planetary star's flustered demeanor, chuckled. Why does the star monarch appear so apprehensive? The planetary star, reassured of Yang Jian's lack of malice, responded, young brother, your profound powers have repelled numerous celestial warriors of the heavenly court. How could I not feel trepidation? Hearing this, Yang Jian's spirits soared. His mother would be saved. Confident in his own strength, he believed that even if the heavenly emperor harbored ulterior motives, he could surely retreat unscathed. Before long, the two arrived at the southern heavenly gate. The giant spirit god, guarding the gate, greeted the planetary star with a smile. Why is the star monarch so busy? You have made several trips back and forth in just one day, merely attending to the affairs of the heavenly emperor. It is of no consequence. The Tai Jinxing spoke little, harboring deep sorrow within. With that, he proceeded towards the southern heavenly gate. Yang Jian, wishing to follow him inside, was halted by a formidable hand. Who are you? Tai Jinxing quickly grasped the giant spirit god, stating, "This is a person summoned by the heavenly emperor, the future guardian of the desire realm." Upon hearing this, the giant spirit god broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly apologized. "I beg your pardon, please forgive me." Yang Jian barely had time to prepare for a confrontation before being taken to the Lingxiao Palace by Tai Jinxing. As they entered, the giant spirit god wiped away his sweat. Though he had never met Yang Jian, he had certainly heard of him. With the 5 golden crows and the 4 war gods returning empty-handed, he felt as if he were merely a pawn. Chapter 80. The weak waterfalls to the mortal realm Lingxiao Palace, the celestial beings of the heavenly court had gathered. One might say they were rather fatigued, having scarcely left the Lingxiao Palace in recent days. The instigator of this situation had now arrived within the grand hall. Yang Jian surveyed the assembly of deities, noting the absence of the familiar golden crows and the 4 polar war gods. "I have ascended to the heavens. When will you release my mother?" Yang Jian's words astonished the crowd. Indeed, Yang Jian possessed genuine courage, for within the 3 realms, few dared to defy the heavenly emperor as his family did. However, the heavenly emperor did not respond with anger. "Yang Jian, I understand your grievances against the heavenly court. It is difficult to determine the right and wrong in this matter. My intention in summoning you to the heavens is not only to bestow rewards, but also to clarify certain matters." Yang Jian frowned. "You killed my father, captured my mother, and sought to destroy my family. What is there to deliberate?" The heavenly emperor fell silent, while the queen mother interjected. "The laws of heaven are meant to govern the actions of deities. If heavenly beings act out of personal desires like mere mortals, where then lies the fairness in this world? Is it right for you to sever the love and hate among the deities with heavenly law?" The queen mother replied forthrightly. "Indeed, the heavenly court requires deities devoid of selfishness. Only by severing emotional entanglements can they better uphold the heavenly principles. Consider this. If the god of marriage were to indiscriminately tie red threads for love, what chaos would ensue in the mortal realm? Those who once loved each other might be led astray by the red thread into the arms of another. What if the guards of the southern heavenly gate acted out of self-interest? Would it not mean that anyone could enter and leave the heavenly court at will? Your mother, Yaoji, was originally the guardian of the desire realm, tasked with managing the desires of the deities, yet she descended to marry and bear children. Even if you claim the laws of heaven are heartless, did your mother truly possess love? Personal desires are but minor affections. Love for all beings is the greater love. Yang Jian found himself in a daze, questioning his own beliefs. The heavenly emperor cast an appreciative glance at the queen mother, then surveyed the assembly of deities. With Yaoji absent from the heavens, the thoughts of those below began to stir. This was not merely a warning to the deities of the heavenly court. Yang Jian, obedient, accepted the role of guardian of the desire realm, responsible for managing the desires of the celestial beings henceforth. Bewildered, he followed the attendants to the desire realm. In the mortal realm, Yuding Jinren gazed speechlessly at the suddenly appearing Yi Hao. "Could he not notify me before you arrive? Your abrupt entrance might give me a fright that could lead to illness. And you, did you actually tell them to rely on that so-called power of love to save their mother?" Yi Hao scrutinized Yuding, slightly easing his wrist. Although Yuding lacked talent, his perceptive acuity was remarkable. He immediately discerned that Yi Hao seemed inclined to strike him. "I have not spoken in error, have I? Love and hatred contain unparalleled strength. To become stronger in a short time, one must harness the power of emotion." Yi Hao responded with a cold smile. "Then why are you still useless? Why not utilize your so-called emotional power to grow stronger?" Yuding was taken aback. It seemed he had never contemplated this matter. Is it not the case that one cannot strengthen oneself merely through thought? One must first cultivate their qi, then refine their heart. Once one's realm is sufficient, only then should they seek the Tao. Their experiences had already led them to a maturity beyond that of ordinary people. For now, they should focus solely on cultivating qi. Yet you speak of love and hatred, disrupting their cultivation. What is your true intention? Yuding could only respond, everything I know comes from my master. If you're dissatisfied, take it up with him. What good does it do to scold me? Yi Hao retorted, is that what I meant? Yuding looked at him, perplexed. Then what do you mean? Being a straightforward person, he struggled to grasp the convoluted dialogue. What I mean is, could you possibly teach me? Yuding Jinren looked at him disdainfully. So you criticized me for all this time, just for that? Ahem, it's not that I want to learn. Mainly, a friend of mine wishes to. Suddenly, he adopted an air of superiority. Lately, my legs have been feeling a bit sore. Yi Hao let out a cold laugh, clenched his fist, and shook it at him. Then allow me to help you loosen those muscles. Yuding Jinren sprang into action, turning to flee. Oh, thinking of escaping? Yi Hao sneered. Yuding Jinren regretted his decision. How could he have forgotten that Yi Hao was impulsive? Outside the Golden Light Cave, within a secluded cavern, the injured fifth brother lay on a bed of straw. Outside, Yang Chan held the precious lotus lamp, her demeanor solemn. How did you wield this lotus lamp? The fox girl looked at Yang Chan anxiously. I don't know. I just wanted to save fifth brother, and then I used some magic. Her voice was faint, appearing pitiable. Yang Chan pressed her for answers, eager to uncover why the magical artifact had shone so brightly. Please elaborate. The fox girl carefully recalled the moment she had activated the lotus lamp. At that time, my mind was solely focused on saving fifth brother. I truly do not understand why your treasure illuminated. Could it be that the lamp only responds to a genuine desire to save others? Yet, her own wish to rescue her mother should surpass that of the fox girl. In that moment of contemplation, the sky shifted, for streams of water cascaded from above. She quickly soared into the sky. The four torrents surged forth like a mighty river, cascading toward the mortal realm with an unstoppable force. Should they descend, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. She cast a glance at the Balian lantern, steadied her resolve, and rushed toward the site of the heavenly river's descent. The fourth heaven, belonging to the realm of desire, was once the abode of Yang Jian's mother. No wonder I could not find you. You were here awaiting my arrival. Yang Jian surveyed his surroundings, noting that even the Jade Emperor seemed to have abandoned any intentions of leniency. The four polar war gods stood at the four cardinal points, while the 9 golden crows made their grand appearance, with the great golden crow mysteriously absent. This was evidently a show of the celestial court's full commitment. Yang Jian, wielding his 3-edged blade, hovered in midair, facing the crowd with unwavering courage. He acknowledged his youthfulness. To atone for his mistakes, he charged toward them. This time, without the heavenly soldiers to bolster his morale, I wonder how you shall contend with us. Yang Jian engaged in battle with 14 adversaries simultaneously, immediately feeling the immense pressure. His innate power surged, manifesting his formidable presence. Unlike before, this confrontation was not as easily won. Yang Jian had been outmaneuvered, losing his initial momentum, and was now encircled, unable to escape, though he concealed his anxiety beneath a stoic facade. The fourth heaven resembled a miniature world, with several figures darting above the heavenly river. The 10 golden crows and the 4 polar war gods took turns assailing him, denying Yang Jian any opportunity. Fury ignited within Yang Jian, his aura fluctuating dramatically. He paused mid-air, casting his gaze downward at the heavenly river. There was no need to look further. The waters within were known as weak water, capable of eroding one's magical prowess. Do you not feel your strength waning? Despicable. Yang Jian strained against the oppressive force, glaring at the second golden crow that had spoken. Gathering his breath, he charged once more into the fray. Even if he could not escape, he would take a few with him. Chapter 81. The Anomaly to the Onlookers. Yang Jian's actions appear to be mere desperate thrashing before death. Nevertheless, they did not underestimate him. The clash of weapons produced tumultuous waves. In the face of a relentless onslaught, Yang Jian chose to fixate on a single opponent, determined to prevent the second golden crow from retreating. He charged directly at the fleeing adversary, the 4 polar war gods brandishing their weapons in an attempt to intercept him. To their astonishment, Yang Jian did not flinch or evade, enduring the blow. In turn, his 3-edged blade struck the second golden crow's neck. The blade flashed, golden blood gushed forth, and the scorching fluid, upon contact with the weak water, caused it to churn violently. That strike nearly severed his head. Yang Jian's eyes glowed crimson, blood trickling down. His celestial vision burned with intensity. He stood defiantly above the weak water, while those before him wore expressions of dread. His recklessness indeed startled them. If this is all the capability you possess, I fear you shall not be able to detain me today." Regaining his composure, he advanced once more. The third golden crow exclaimed, "We must not allow him to build momentum." The sky war god among the four polar war gods replied, "Yet if this continues, we are bound to suffer injuries." This is a more palatable expression, yet when viewed from a more severe perspective, it could lead to casualties. Faced with the advancing Yang Jian, the onlookers found themselves at a loss. Within the Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly emperor gazed at the luminous screen before him, his brow furrowed. "Zhuanglian, go to the fourth heaven and instruct them to employ any means necessary to capture Yang Jian." Zhuanglian hesitated, yet was restrained by those beside him. "Yes, your majesty." After Zhuanglian departed, the celestial beings engaged in fervent discussions, causing the heavenly emperor considerable distress. However, the expressions of the gathered deities conveyed a subtle discomfort. Although the objective was to apprehend a target, the heavenly court's unabashed tactics left them somewhat disheartened. Upon reaching the fourth heaven, Zhuanglian conveyed the emperor's command. The 9 golden crows promptly prepared for a forceful confrontation, while the 4 extremes war god expressed dissent yet refrained from voicing it openly. It was evident that reconciliation between the two factions was now unattainable. When Yang Jian spotted Zhuanglian, he mistakenly believed the heavenly court had summoned reinforcements. However, witnessing his departure left him perplexed. The sky war god addressed him, "Yang Jian, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. We merely serve our respective masters. I hope you do not bear ill will towards us." Yang Jian responded with a laugh. "Are you pleading for mercy now that you cannot prevail?" As he spoke, the 9 golden crows transformed into their true forms. The spectacle of 9 suns converging in the fourth heaven unfolded. The radiant sunlight cascaded down, and Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sensation of being incinerated from within. "This is dire. If this continues, I shall surely perish." He immediately soared towards the golden crows, while the 4 extremes war god merely sighed, choosing not to intervene. The closer he approached the divine sunlight, the more intense it became. Soon, golden flames ignited around him, consuming his body, yet his profound techniques allowed him to gradually regain his strength. Yang Jian's magical energy dwindled, and his strength waned, yet he persevered, propelled by sheer will to reach the heights where the golden crows resided. Yang Jian laughed heartily. In ancient times, Hou-Yi shot down the suns. Today, Yang Jian shall have his turn. His voice boomed like thunder, causing the ears of the golden crows to ring painfully. The golden crows lunged at him with their claws, and Yang Jian unleashed his celestial eye, an unparalleled brilliance that clashed with the solar radiance. In an instant, a tempest arose, sending the golden crows tumbling. Yang Jian braved the gale and charged towards the most gravely injured second golden crow. The second golden crow only glimpsed a flash of blade light soaring above its line of sight. "Second brother." The remaining golden crows cried out in despair as they soared towards Yang Jian. 1 sun perished, yet 8 combined into 1 and hurtled towards him. Blood flowed from Yang Jian's celestial eye as the overwhelming momentum of his combat prowess erupted following the demise of the second golden crow. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Yang Jian's spirit reached its zenith, and as his gaze shifted, he beheld another realm. There stood another version of himself, before whom 10 suns shone together. As he watched his mother turn to ashes beneath their blinding light. "What is this?" He gazed upon the scene, an endless sorrow swelling within his heart. Far away in the Guanghan Palace, Yi Hao suddenly lifted his head. "What is this?" He sensed a momentary disarray in the space around him, as if some entity were gazing back at the present from the vast river of time. No, it was looking towards this 3 realms. "What is the matter with you?" The Jade Rabbit and Chang'e were startled by Yi Hao's actions. Yi Hao furrowed his brow, his eyes flashing with a blue light as he peered towards the fourth heaven. Within the fourth heaven, Yang Jian donned a suit of silver armor, divine light flickering around him. Behind him, a shadowy figure emerged, shattering the great sun and grasping 8 golden crows in its hands. The law of heaven and earth? The figure seemed to have heard him, turning to meet his gaze. Dalu. It did not resemble the newly born small universe of this realm, but something of a higher order. Yi Hao was taken aback. He was utilizing the power of the space gem. Could it truly be perceived? What on earth is this phenomenon? Yang Jian remained oblivious to any anomalies, feeling an unending surge of power emanating from within his body. With a firm grip, he crushed the remaining golden crows into pulp. His heavenly eye had inexplicably transformed into a golden hue, rendering everything within the fourth heaven clear as day. Oh, there is someone hiding in the shadows? As the divine light of the heavenly eye illuminated the surroundings, the hidden figure of the five extremes war god staggered into view. The five extremes war god was originally a collective of five, but they had been plotting against him since the Peach Mountain incident. This fifth member had intended to take Yang Jian by surprise and cast him into the waters of weakness. Yet unexpectedly, Yang Jian had a hidden hand of his own. Indeed, the denizens of the heavenly court are despicable. Yang Jian cast a disdainful glance. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly emperor watched the scene unfold with a heavy heart. Come fort. The curtain roller immediately clasped his fists and stepped forward. Have Tianpeng release the heavenly river. Droun Yang Jian. The heavenly emperor's words were deliberate and measured, yet they sent chills through those who heard them. But your majesty, opening the heavenly river may lead to uncontrollable chaos, someone interjected. The heavenly emperor fixed a steely gaze upon him, silencing any further protests. I have commanded it. Open the heavenly river. As you wish. The curtain roller exited the Lingxiao Palace, and the other immortals contemplated leaving as well. The atmosphere within the palace was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Remaining was a torment. Tianpeng, in his own abode, paid little heed to the outside world. Light-hearted in his idleness, he found comfort in lounging. If the heavenly emperor has forgotten me, all the better. He reclined on his cloud bed, one hand clutching grapes and the other a cup of wine. Tianpeng, a booming voice from outside, jolted him from his reverie. Just as he anticipated good fortune, calamity seemed to knock at his door. The curtain roller entered, stating, "The heavenly emperor has decreed that Tianpeng must open the heavenly river to vanquish Yang Jian with the waters of weakness." Tianpeng's eyes widened in shock. Open the heavenly river? Has the heavenly emperor lost his mind? The curtain roller quickly stepped forward to cover his mouth. Do not speak recklessly. Tianpeng nodded, pulling the curtain roller closer. What exactly is happening? Tell me. The curtain roller glanced around, ensuring no one else was present before whispering, 9 out of the 10 golden crows have perished. 9 have perished. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng leaped to his feet. The curtain roller continued in a hushed tone. I believe the heavenly emperor is truly on the brink of madness. Chapter 82. The Great Luo, the heavenly river originally served as a protective barrier encircling the celestial court. To open the heavenly river signifies a relinquishment of the outermost defense, a complete commitment to annihilating the enemy. Since the inception of the three realms, who has ever been afforded such a privilege? This is not mere madness, exclaimed Tianpeng softly. This is sheer insanity. I shall consider your words unspoken. Nonetheless, I have already conveyed the decree of the heavenly emperor. The remainder is in your hands. With a heart unyielding to past affections, Zhuan Lian turned to depart, leaving this monumental predicament to fall upon his shoulders. Yang Jian displayed extraordinary audacity, having directly vanquished 9 foes. Previously, there was animosity, but now it has escalated to mortal enmity. When did Yang Jian become so formidable? Reluctantly, Tianpeng summoned the water forces, invoking the authority of the heavenly river marshal to guide the river towards the fourth heaven. In the Guanghan Palace, Madam, Little Rabbit, I must attend to urgent matters, said Chang'e, nodding in acknowledgement. No need for further words. Go on. Meh, 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 exclaimed the Jade Rabbit, eagerly raising its hand, glancing between Chang'e and Yi Hao. Chang'e swiftly seized the Jade Rabbit by its collar. The rabbit's large, watery eyes gazed at Yi Hao, revealing an intent for mischief. With a playful flick, Yi Hao tapped the Jade Rabbit on the forehead before turning to depart. Scoundrel, villain, unprincipled. Within the fourth heaven, Yi Hao transformed into a Bodhi figure, enshrouded in an enigmatic divine radiance, and approached Yang Jian. Who are you? Yang Jian inquired, only to find Yi Hao posing the question first. As he prepared to respond, he noticed Yi Hao's gaze directed behind him. There stood the Dharma form, observing Yi Hao intently. The essence of Qing Yuan's profound path resonated. Yi Hao furrowed his brow. The words unclear, yet comprising 4 characters that led him to suspect this being was a manifestation of Erlang Shun from another realm. Why have you come here? The great Luo of all times is boundless and free. The mention of the mythic great Luo sent a chill through Yi Hao. If indeed a mythic projection of Great Luo had descended here, the implications would be grave. The beings of this realm were birthed from infinite gemstones, bearing no relation to the mythic Great Luo that projected across the heavens. The two should exist as relatively independent entities, free from interference. Yet, here stood a being of mythic Great Luo caliber amidst the three realms. While it had not yet intruded upon Yang Jian, it had nonetheless manifested in the form of a Dharma presence. Mother, a single utterance left Yi Hao momentarily stunned. With the powers of a mythic Great Luo, traversing time and space to reclaim one's kin would be effortless. However, in a world where mythic Great Luo exists, such actions are undoubtedly scrutinized by other entities of equal or even greater power. Was Erlang Shun's obsession truly so profound? Yi Hao cast a glance at Yang Jian below. Rest assured, I shall intervene. The Dharma presence paused abruptly, bowing toward Yi Hao, gazing into the distance, and with a swift motion, it unleashed a punch into the void before dissipating like smoke. Before vanishing, it cast one last glance at Yi Hao, endeavoring to imprint his visage in memory. Yang Jian was engulfed in a profound terror, drenched in cold sweat the moment a voice emerged from the shadow behind him. He had initially believed the source of this power to be his own, only to discover that it did not belong to him. His senior, Yi Hao, sighed and glanced at his child, reassuring him, "Rest easy. He will not harm you." Such a mentor would never pose a threat. Just as Yang Jian felt a sense of relief, Yi Hao spoke again. "This is not the time for complacency." Yi Hao's gaze shifted towards the outer realms of the fourth heaven, where a great chasm had appeared, and Tianpeng, along with several celestial beings, were channeling their powers in an attempt to control the heavenly river. "You should assist them," Yi Hao urged, waving his hand, which caused Yang Jian to lose control of his form as he soared towards the void. As Yang Jian beheld the gaping chasm, he recalled the final punch delivered by that figure. This should have been a positive development, had the damage been confined to the celestial court. However, the waters of the heavenly river flowed through the breach towards the mortal realm, a sight Yang Jian found distressing. The celestial beings, startled by Yang Jian's sudden appearance, instinctively took defensive stances. They had come specifically for him, and the earlier assault was undoubtedly linked to his presence. "Yang Jian, what brings you here?" Tianpeng lamented inwardly. First, they had endured an inexplicable attack that breached the boundaries of heaven and earth, and now their powers, expended in controlling the heavenly river, were insufficient to contend with Yang Jian. "This matter bears some relation to me. I had no choice but to come," Yang Jian stated. As he descended towards the mortal realm, he exerted his strength to block the torrent of the heavenly river, yet this action did not alleviate the deluge. Instead, it divided the waters into 4 streams. "Excellent." Tianpeng, surprisingly elated, hurriedly summoned the heavenly soldiers. They formed a grand formation that significantly diminished the force of the water. Though the torrent lessened, it showed no signs of ceasing. The forces of the heavenly river were now fully committed, with no reserves left. If this continued, the waters would inevitably inundate the mortal realm, leading to devastation for its inhabitants. "Is there no other way?" Yang Jian below it. Tianpeng responded hastily. That earlier burst of light startled the heavenly river, rendering it unresponsive to my words. "If we could calm its tumultuous emotions, we might still have a chance. Does the heavenly river possess sentience?" Yang Jian pondered briefly, then think of a solution quickly. Tianpeng was equally anxious, but found himself unable to act. At that moment, a gentle luminescence emerged from the mortal realm. The serene light advanced towards the heavenly river, conveying warmth and benevolent thoughts to the hearts of all present. The once turbulent waters of the heavenly river began to calm under the glow's influence. "There's hope," Tianpeng exclaimed joyously, gazing towards the source of the light. "Sister?" Yang Jian looked over to see Yang Chan, holding the precious lotus lamp, guiding the waters of the heavenly river back to the celestial realm. "Is that your sister?" Tianpeng gasped, squinting to confirm. Indeed, it was Yang Chan. Her divine visage was resplendent, her smile gentle as she recited incantations that seemed to soothe the heavenly river. As the waters gradually returned, Yang Jian finally managed to extricate himself from the deluge. However, as the last of the waters surged forth, Yang Chan, depleted of energy, paled and began to fall towards the mortal realm. Yang Jian rushed forward to catch her. "Sister, what has happened to you?" "I am untroubled," Yet the last challenge remains. I must attend to Yang Chan, whose pallid complexion belies her well-being. You have exhausted your magical powers. It is best you take your rest. The remainder shall be entrusted to me. Yang Jian carefully placed her in a secure location before soaring towards the final river of the heavenly water. Tian Peng arrived, stating, "This river is perilously close to the mortal realm, and it has lost the ability to retract itself." Upon surveying the ground, Yang Jian discovered a city below. Regardless of the circumstances, the heavenly water must not descend here. Together, they rallied against the 5,000 troops of the heavenly water, steering the current towards the west. They traversed numerous famed mountains and rivers until they reached a desolate expanse. Yang Jian's eyes gleamed with determination. This shall be the place. With the concerted efforts of all, the heavenly water flowed into the barren land, revealing a river that gradually materialized. After months of toil, it was finally accomplished. Tian Peng collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Yang Jian exhaled in relief, about to speak when an inexplicable force began to coalesce around them. In mere moments, his injuries were significantly healed, and his magical prowess had markedly advanced. What could this be? Yang Jian grunted at Tian Peng. Tian Peng, overjoyed, exclaimed, "This is the reward from heaven and earth, a merit bestowed upon those who cultivate virtue. To think that even after my negligence, I would receive such a commendation. This is equivalent to years of arduous cultivation." Chapter 83. The Tathagata and the three pure ones within the fourth heaven. Yihao sat cross-legged, surrounded by a spectrum of 6 colors. Formless waves circulated within this realm. Notrasis, this truly defies comprehension. If an entity can enter this world, even if one cannot pursue its origin, there should be evidence of its passage. Nevertheless, I shall wait until I return to gather the gemstones. This world grows increasingly perilous. With that thought, he stepped forward, transcending the void. Yet, what lay before him was not his destination, but rather the emptiness itself. "Amiba, I greet you, fellow traveler." Yihao looked up to find a resplendent golden Buddha blocking the exit of the void. He remained unfazed, recalling prior information indicating that Bodhi was acquainted with the Tathagata and the three pure ones. Addressing him as a fellow traveler seemed entirely reasonable. "Tathagata, why do you obstruct my path here instead of chanting in the spirit mountain?" The Tathagata's demeanor was gentle. The events that transpired have resonated throughout the 3 realms. Yet you arrived the swiftest among all. Yihao chuckled. "Ah, so you have long been here, hiding and observing? Come forth then, so I need not explain thrice." At this declaration, several figures emerged from a void. The 3 pure ones had arrived, along with Zheng Yuanzi, and even the heavenly emperor stood among them. Yihao cast a glance at the heavenly emperor, "Great celestial sovereign, why do you linger here listening to an old Taoist tales instead of managing the floods?" This remark dripped with sarcasm, and the heavenly emperor, naturally, discerned it. He replied, "The descent of the heavenly river into the mortal realm is the will of heaven." Yihao narrowed his eyes, yet observed the heavenly emperor's calm demeanor, as if he anticipated every eventuality. The will of heaven? Yihao did not dwell upon it. "Since you are all present, I shall proceed to speak." The individual was none other than the illustrious and transcendent true monarch of the clear source, a counterpart of Yang Jian across the dimensions. Those gathered, the highest beings of the 3 realms, though unfamiliar with the term counterpart, instinctively grasped Yihao's meaning. The 3 esteemed friends had already attained the fruit of the primordial Tao. Could they now be referred to as Great Luo? The 3 pure ones nodded, with the supreme pure celestial master stating, "The rightful attainment of the Tao, the Great Luo, golden immortal, shares an eternal lifespan with the heavens, unyielding through countless eons." Yihao replied affirmatively. "Is it possible to project one's self directly across the myriad heavens?" The supreme pure celestial master responded, "Such a feat has yet to be accomplished. Could one stand upon the river of time, gathering the past, present, and future into a singularity?" The 3 pure ones fell silent, turning their gaze towards the Tathagata, who nodded in agreement. This discourse bears resemblance to the teachings of the 3 Buddhas in our Buddhist doctrine. The scriptures speak of nirvana, after my extinction. The future Buddha assumes the position of the Buddha. The past has faded, and the future shall never arrive. Thus, I am the Buddha. If we follow your reasoning, the 3 Buddhas should indeed converge into one, focusing solely on the present. Yihao nodded. aware that the assembly comprised venerable figures who would comprehend the implications without the need for explicit clarification. That individual had indeed attained the eternal freedom of the great Luo, golden immortal across all dimensions of time and space. The gathering exchanged glances, recognizing that their own capabilities fell short of such a pinnacle. We harbor this aspiration, yet how do we project ourselves across the myriad heavens? We possess this potential. Yet how does time constrict itself? The three pure ones and the Tathagata turned their eyes towards Yihao. An unsettling feeling coursed through Yihao at their gaze. The creation of this world was intertwined with his being. Why, then, were the myriad heavens absent? This was the result of an independent emergence of this realm. If he truly wished to access all realms, he might need to draw forth every two-dimensional world and connect it to the three realms. Do not look at me. If I could locate the river of time, I would have already found it. Yihao's actions did not go unnoticed, and whether or not he succeeded rested solely with him, prompting a degree of skepticism among the others. The Tathagata chuckled. It has been a millennium since I last saw you, dear friend. Why not accompany me to the Thunder Sound Temple for a discussion? Yihao scoffed. Are you planning a unification of the three teachings? The Tathagata hesitated, and the three pure ones, who had intended to speak, were momentarily taken aback. This audacious suggestion of unifying the three teachings would undoubtedly threaten their established positions. Were the teachings of the three pure ones merely garments to be donned by others? Yihao surveyed the assembly, seeing in them a reflection of the myriad facets of humanity. He continued, I am indeed curious about your Western paradise. I never paid heed to your discourses before, but now I find myself intrigued by your teachings on the three Buddhas. The three pure one's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, since there were no further avenues of progression, why not visit the great Thunder Sound Temple for some indulgence? Let's go together. The Tathagata, upon witnessing the enthusiasm of the three pure ones, felt a pang of alarm. He had inadvertently invited trouble upon himself. To refuse would be to lose face. And after a moment of steeling himself, he conceded, very well, esteemed friends, please. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not join. Yihao ignored him, linking arms with the three pure ones, engaging in nonsensical banter that made them want to strike him. The Heavenly Emperor observed the departing assembly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. In their exchange, they momentarily overlooked the passage of time within the vast void. The three pure ones remained unfazed, while Yihao was oblivious. 3 years had slipped by in the mortal realm, during which Yang Jian not only healed his injuries, but also elevated his magical prowess beyond the 10 golden crows. I have secured my mother's affairs. It is now the rightful time to rescue her. The matter concerning Yao Ji had been prolonged, yet he had now grasped the implications of Master Yu Ding's words. The imperative to cleave the mountain and save his mother had become undeniable. At Peach Mountain, Yang Jian summoned his magical energy, transforming stone into an axe, and struck down with great force. In an instant, the mountain trembled violently, and the chains binding Yao Ji began to shatter piece by piece. Witnessing Ypsilanoi unharmed, Yang Jian inexplicably sighed in relief, as if invisible shackles had been released. However, just as he intended to approach Yao Ji, he discovered her form had transformed into a strand of long hair, lying on the ground. Amidst this tumultuous turn of events, his emotions surged, and his magical energy soared to the heavens. On Mount Fongsuan, Yao Ji lifted her gaze, and the once faint presence surrounding her dissipated entirely. A realization struck her, and she immediately set off towards Peach Mountain. Yang Jian's eyes blazed crimson. What a celestial court! What a heavenly emperor! Yang Chan found herself at a loss for words, holding a strand of hair contemplatively. Before she could voice her suspicions, Yang Jian had already taken flight. The image of his mother transformed into a hair strand was undoubtedly an insidious act orchestrated by the celestial court to deceive him. Now, he was resolute in confronting the celestial court for answers. A streak of light surged towards the southern heavenly gate. The giant spirit god bellowed. Who dares trespass upon the southern heavenly gate? Yang Jian ignored him, crashing headlong into the giant spirit god's ceremonial axe, which shattered upon impact. Before the giant spirit god could even lament, Yang Jian had sent him flying with a powerful kick. The surrounding heavenly soldiers were taken aback, and upon recognizing the intruder, they exclaimed, Yang Jian has stormed the celestial court. As the heavenly soldiers rallied, numerous deities gathered at the Lingxiao Palace. Your Majesty, Yang Jian has come. The Heavenly Emperor hastily instructed, quickly summon Jin. Before he could finish, he recalled that only one golden crow remained, and that one was missing. Quickly summoned the war god of the five extremes. The war god of the five extremes obeyed and rushed out of the Lingxiao Palace. Within a short span, the war god of the sky was sent hurtling back, having encountered Yang Jian. Yang Jian cast a glance at the Heavenly Emperor and proclaimed, "You, the Heavenly Emperor, who feasts upon the dead, have harmed my mother. Today, I shall take the position of the sovereign of the three realms." Chapter 84. Yang Jian's ascendancy. The deities within the Lingxiao Palace were bewildered. What did he mean by harming his mother? His words echoed as if Yao Ji had perished. The Heavenly Emperor furrowed his brow and inquired, "Wasn't Yao Ji rescued by you? How can you claim she harmed your mother?" Yang Jian, filled with rage, retorted, "Did you deceive my celestial eye with illusions? Is my mother truly crushed beneath Peach Mountain?" Just as he was about to act, the stars of Tai Bai, Tian Peng, and Wan Lian stepped forward in unison. Yang Jian frowned and asked, "Tian Peng, do you intend to obstruct me?" At that moment, Yang Jian was consumed by fury, and the last remnants of his reason were eroded amidst the exchange of words. The crowd, left with no choice, had to engage him in battle. Regrettably, even when a few of them joined forces, they could only delay the inevitable for a short while, as Yang Jian's powers grew stronger with each confrontation. Could it be that I, the great marshal, am destined to meet my end here? At that moment, Yang Chan caught up, exclaiming, "Elder brother, there is something peculiar about his hair." Yet, Yang Jian paid her no heed. In desperation, Yang Chan drew forth the Bao Yin lantern, casting a brilliant white light upon Yang Jian. "Sister, do you also wish to obstruct me?" Yang Jian lamented, his sorrow deepening into fury. Even his own sister sought to oppose him. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his dual-edged blade with reckless abandon, indiscriminately striking at all within the Lingxiao Palace, leaving a scene of utter chaos. The celestial beings dared neither to flee nor to fight, hastily seeking refuge in the safest corners. Even the Jade Emperor cowered behind Taishang Laojun, his face a mask of fear. Just as the Lingxiao Palace was on the brink of destruction, the great golden crow returned, quickly intervening upon witnessing the turmoil. Yang Chan shot a glare at the great golden crow, her father's nemesis. Yet now she found herself compelled to ally with him, her heart heavy with sorrow. The appearance of his foe ignited a fierce rage in Yang Jian, his eyes bleeding as he struck with the force of a mountain upon the great golden crow. The battle intensified, breaking through the Lingxiao Palace and soaring into the heavens. The great marshal lamented, "It is indeed your mother who is trapped beneath Taosan. We truly mean her no harm. How could we, mere mortals, dare to conspire against the princess of the heavenly court?" Yet Yang Jian remained unconvinced, believing their words to be mere deception. The figure of Yao Ji swayed as she approached the Lingxiao Palace, and upon witnessing the scene, she could not help but laugh. What is happening here? The Jade Emperor, seeing her, dared not express his anger, for Yang Jian had claimed to have harmed Yao Ji, yet here she stood, unharmed. Clearly, it was Yao Ji's schemes that had led to the heavenly court's plight. "Yao Ji, you have arrived just in time. Quickly persuade Yang Jian. If this continues, he may succumb to darkness," Queen Mother urged, seeing the Jade Emperor's reluctance to speak. Yao Ji flew toward the fray, for this was not the moment for mocking the heavenly court. "Yina!" A call interrupted Yang Jian's fervor. He turned to see his mother, Yao Ji. Yet she appeared entirely different from the woman he had last seen. Her complexion was rosy and her form robust, far from that of one who had been imprisoned for years. "Who are you? Do you still wish to deceive me?" Yao Ji's expression hardened at his words. "You insolent boy, have you turned against me?" Saying this, she seized the Bao Yin lantern from Yang Chan's grasp and brought it down upon Yang Jian's head. Momentarily caught off guard by the familiar expression on Yao Ji's face, a wave of recognition washed over him, and the familiar pain surged within his heart. As Yang Jian began to regain his composure, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. "Are you truly my mother?" he questioned, clutching the swelling on his head, skepticism lacing his voice. Yao Ji regarded him with a blend of anger and compassion. "What else could I be? But were you not trapped beneath Taosan?" Yao Ji turned her head away, evading his gaze. "We shall discuss this matter later." Yang Jian suddenly came to a realization, his heart filled with vexation. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? In a moment of agitation, he leaped up, exclaiming, "You truly are deceiving me." Before he could fully express his frustrations, Yao Ji swiftly struck his forehead. Yang Jian fell silent, crouching to the side, appearing despondent. At that moment, Yang Chan approached, calling out, "Mother!" Yao Ji embraced Yang Chan tightly, saying, "Good child, you have suffered." In truth, it was not as severe, but the words remained unspoken. Yang Chan produced a strand of hair, exclaiming, "Mother, this hair seems to belong to father." She hesitated, uncertain. Upon seeing it, Yao Ji smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, this is your father's hair." Yang Jian's ears perked up as he turned towards Yao Ji, staring in disbelief. His father had passed away, yet now this presence seemed extraordinary. Yang Jian inquired, "Is he still alive?" Yao Ji replied, somewhat exasperated, "Unfortunately, he is alive. But where is he now?" Yao Ji continued, "I do not know. He placed me in a hidden paradise and then disappeared." Yang Chan had long suspected that the so-called supreme demon was her father, and at this moment, her certainty was complete. Tianpeng, observing their conversation, let out a sigh of relief. The golden crow stood silently, lost in thought. "Your Highness, where have you been these days?" Recovering, came the reply. Although the golden crow was reluctant to elaborate, Tianpeng detected subtle changes in his demeanor. Within Lingxiao Palace, a flurry of maidens hurriedly tidied the shattered structures. Yang Jian, Yang Chan, and Yao Ji stood boldly at the center. "Let this matter conclude here," Yang Jian declared. Upon uttering these words, the heavenly emperor seemed to age several years. Yang Chan exhaled in relief, while Yang Jian cast a disdainful glance at the heavenly emperor. "This indeed was my fault. Brother need not act so." The heavenly emperor sighed. "From this day forth, the governance of the three realms shall be entrusted to you. I am weary." At this proclamation, the gathered celestial beings were instantly alarmed. "Your Majesty, this cannot be." Yao Ji furrowed her brow and questioned. "This matter arose from my actions. Why must you behave in such a manner, brother?" The heavenly emperor lamented. "There is no one left in the heavenly court to rely upon. My position as emperor has become tedious." Upon hearing this, Yao Ji regarded him expressionlessly. Realizing he sought a means to step down, it was merely a way for both parties to save face, allowing him to retreat while absolving Yang Jian of blame. "Yina, you should assist your uncle," she urged. "The position of heavenly emperor is of great significance, not one to be assumed by just anyone. Insufficient virtue and merit will lead to backlash from the three realms, ultimately resulting in the loss of all cultivation." "Huh?" Yang Jian, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was taken aback by Yao Ji's suggestion. "Do you wish for me to become the heavenly emperor?" At this, he felt a surge of anticipation. Yao Ji shot him a glance, and he promptly closed his mouth obediently. "Yang Jian, are you willing to serve in the heavens?" the heavenly emperor inquired. Yang Jian, of course, was reluctant, yet at this moment, he had no choice but to comply. "I can serve in the heavens, but I can only heed orders without voicing commands." The heavenly emperor, rather than displaying anger, chuckled and proclaimed, "Very well. I shall appoint you as the judicial deity." This position astonished even Yao Ji. The judicial deity is intimately connected to the celestial laws. To appoint a person who defies the heavens to such a role reflects the audacity of the heavenly court. However, this decision served to ease the tensions between the heavenly court and the Yang family. The heavenly emperor, by bestowing honors upon Yang Jian, acquired a reputation for benevolence. Yang Jian's elevation compensated for the transgressions committed by Yao Ji against the heavenly laws, leaving only Yang Jian potentially harmed. Yao Ji faced no repercussions, while he sacrificed much. In the blink of an eye, a millennium passed. At the Great Thunder Sound Temple, a place once revered, where immense merits illuminated the West and numerous Buddhas converged in worship. The Buddha, with thick brows and large eyes, appeared weary. To onlookers, it might seem as though the Buddha was on the verge of attaining nirvana. Below, the three pure ones were huddled together, raising their hands in a swaying motion, while Yihao held a wooden fish in his hands. "I have fervently prayed before the Buddha for thousands of years. I am willing to offer." The three pure ones surrounded him with an abundance of spiritual fruits and elixirs, encouraging him while stuffing their mouths. "Ori, what a splendid performance." Originally, the Buddha should have been below, but Yihao requested a small favor, seeking a touch of illumination from the halo behind the Buddha's head. Naturally, The Buddha declined. That divine light was forged from his merits, reflecting his cultivation's fruition. While some of the three realms might not recognize him, none would dare speak disrespectfully upon encountering him. The three pure ones remarked, "Who would have thought the illustrious Buddha could be so miserly? This Western culture is lacking. No wonder you can only muddle through in the West." Such sentiments compelled the Buddha, albeit reluctantly, to illuminate the stage for Yi Hao. Yu Qing, undeterred by the inconvenience, remarked, "Buddha, look how he has prayed for thousands of years. Why do you not respond?" Shanqing added, "This is not the first time he has been stingy." Tai Ching stroked his beard, saying, "Indeed, if someone were to beseech me for thousands of years, I would surely grant them a few golden elixirs as encouragement." As Yi Hao completed his song, he bowed to the audience and waved to either side. The Buddha, a being of immense enlightenment, restrained his irritation. Let it be. He allowed Yi Hao to revel in the performance while his pockets brimmed with spiritual fruits and elixirs, and his progress in the great celestial immortal technique surged dramatically. "Esteemed friends, have you dined well?" the Buddha inquired, his smile not reaching his eyes. Yi Hao replied, "It is satisfactory, just adequate." The Buddha, gazing upon Yi Hao's Bodhi-like visage, felt an urge to strike him down. The discourse on the doctrines had concluded days prior. The three pure ones emphasized their unity with heaven, while the Buddha focused on future cultivation, and Yi Hao advocated for the unity of the three teachings. The fundamental tenets were established, leaving only Yi Hao, the ostentatious one, unyielding. With no side able to sway the other, they found themselves at an impasse. It was then that Yi Hao suggested a performance, demonstrating a spatial nesting doll as an example. The three pure ones, unwilling to be outdone, showcased their triumphant mastery of creation, while the Buddha, compelled to respond, manifested a miniature Buddhist realm within his palm. The onlookers were momentarily struck dumb. To speak candidly, the years spent in philosophical discourse paled in comparison to the benefits reaped from such performances. If these three could harmoniously intertwine their talents, would it not be possible to conjure a microcosm? Thus, the discourse reached its conclusion, and soon a feast commenced. Buddha, the golden cicada, has fled. Just as a few were poised to embark on the next round of performances, a young novice rushed in. The assembly was not composed of ordinary individuals. Upon the novice's entrance, he beheld the three pure ones, and Yi Hao seated majestically upon their cloud beds, their bodies radiating an aura of grandeur and serenity, an impressive display of exalted beings. The golden cicada? Yi Hao's lips moved incessantly, and his ears perked up. Was this not the very Tang monk himself? The Buddha, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "You may leave now." The novice turned and departed, not daring to linger. Esteemed guests, let's conclude our discussions here. Yet, despite these words, a smile could not be quelled on the Buddha's face. Even his halo gleamed more brightly. The three pure ones paid him no mind, continuing to indulge in their feast like Yi Hao. Observing the Buddha's intent to act, Yi Hao remarked, "Buddha, is not the golden cicada your disciple? Have you had a falling out?" The Buddha sighed, "Just a trivial matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao responded with righteous indignation. "What do you mean, my friend? As fellow practitioners, how can we not lend our assistance?" "Assist?" the Buddha interjected, abruptly suppressing a curse. "Are you truly seeking to help, or are you merely stirring trouble?" The three pure ones chimed in, "Indeed, if there is something amiss, do share with us. We are here to alleviate your burdens." The Buddha, feeling cornered, had no choice but to recount the matters concerning the golden cicada. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao chuckled. "Does the golden cicada not comprehend your intentions? Is that all?" The three pure ones remarked, "There is indeed a certain elegance to your approach." The Buddha, in a state of urgency, retorted, "He is my disciple. It seems as though you believe we intend to abduct him." Yi Hao skofut dismissively. The golden cicada, far from seeking enlightenment through scripture, had instead countered the Buddha with his own words. No wonder the Buddha wished to send him westward to temper his temperament. The Buddha then turned his gaze to the three pure ones. "Esteemed friends, I have a proposition." Tai Ching candidly remarked, "The old Taoist is aged and frail. My hearing is quite poor." Yu Qing promptly supported Tai Ching. "Forgive my forgetfulness, brother. Let me assist you back to rest." Shanqing added, "I shall summon the clouds." The trio arrived in haste and departed just as quickly, leaving a scene of disarray behind. The Buddha then turned his attention to Yi Hao. sensing the opportunity to both train his disciple and promote his own teachings, proposed, "I too have a disciple nearing his emergence. We might form a team." The Buddha rejoiced. "Ah, my friend, you truly understand me." He had fretted greatly over his direct disciple. "What do you think of naming this endeavor striking the sacred mountain? Does the name seem inappropriate?" Yihao rose and patted the Buddha's shoulder. "Everyone aspires to cultivate disciples. One must provide them with a goal, do they not? I believe that ascending Ling Mountain would be quite commendable." The Buddha and Yihao exchanged glances, both startled. He wished to cultivate disciples, not to abandon Ling Mountain. Perhaps we could refer to them as seekers of enlightenment? Yihao shrugged. "I possess scriptures as well. Why not come to me for them?" How about calling them travelers to the West? Travelers to the West? That indeed carries a certain charm. It neither honors nor belittles anyone. Instead, it represents a journey westward to broaden one's horizons. It will suffice. With their plan established, the Buddha turned and inquired, "Pray tell, where might the disciples you speak of be? Are they not several centuries away from being born?" Upon hearing this, the Buddha pondered. "You mean to say they are still in gestation?" "Precisely. So my disciple can still wander for a century." Yihao's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Listen, if you wish to cultivate a disciple, this current golden cicada will surely not suffice. Why not let him reincarnate a few times to refine his character? Then, when he is awakened at the foot of Ling Mountain, would that not bring joy to all?" The Buddha's eyes began to shine with understanding. "Truly, a worthy companion. In terms of cunning, I would declare you the greatest among the three realms." "Oh, no need for such flattery." After much deliberation, the two finally settled on the matter of the journey to the West. In the mortal realm, at Guangjianku, a millennium was but a blink of an eye for Yang Jian and Yang Chan. However, the same could not be said for Yao Ji. Yang Jian gazed upon his mother, whose face bore a cold expression, and he found himself longing for the man he had never missed so deeply before. Where had his father gone? His elder brother had returned. The only one missing was him. "Little one, have you not been diligent in your training lately?" Chapter 86. Sending the golden cicada on his journey. "Mother, if you wish to chastise me, simply say so," Yang Jian replied, his face contorted in despair. "No need to find excuses." Yao Ji furrowed her brow in surprise. "Are you suggesting I have erred?" Yang Jian quickly responded, No, mother, please do not misunderstand." Yao Ji fought back tears. "I raise you with great effort. Now that you have grown, you no longer recognize me as your mother." Yang Chan hastily stepped forward to support Yao Ji. Although this scene had played out countless times, the three children remained helpless before their own mother. How splendid it would be if Yihao were here. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Yang Jian Sudinli Shuutet. Yao Ji also turned her gaze toward the wall. Yang Jiao crouched beside it, astonished that the flames would reach him. He wanted to flee, but how could Yang Jian let him escape? Yang Jian whispered to Yang Jiao, "Brother, we share the burden of difficulties." Yang Jiao gritted his teeth. "Second brother, I truly thank you." Brotherhood and mutual respect were hardly in harmony. Just then, as the family reunited, a woman entered from outside. "What is happening here?" Yang Jian exclaimed, "Sister Junxin." The newcomer was Ao Sunshin, the third princess of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Although the timeline is chaotic, these two individuals still crossed paths. Yao Ji furrowed her brow, but remained silent. The encounter between Yang Jian and Ao Sunshin was merely a coincidence. Yang Jian often visited to tend to the weak waters. It was during one of these visits that he met Ao Sunshin. Intrigued by the presence of the celestial river on Earth and noticing the emptiness of the surroundings, she contemplated claiming this river as her own abode. Their first meeting escalated into a fierce confrontation. Subsequently, they engaged in the customary process of getting acquainted through conflict. "Your Highness, the princess," Ao Sunshin respectfully saluted Yao Ji. Yao Ji nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She harbored reservations about Ao Sunshin, guided by her intuition that she was not a suitable match for her son. Noticing the awkwardness between the two, Yang Chan interjected, "Sister, when do you plan to marry second brother?" Ao Sunshin's cheeks flushed instantly, casting a discreet glance at Yang Jian, who also appeared somewhat bashful. Observing the budding affection between her son and Ao Sunshin, Yao Ji felt compelled to refrain from voicing her concerns. Just as the family gathered together, a familiar voice echoed from the horizon. "Ao Kunxing." Yihao descended from the clouds, locking eyes with Yao Ji. Yang Jian and his siblings initially presumed that their mother would be infuriated upon seeing their father. Yet to their astonishment, Yao Ji nestled into Yi Hao's embrace. Reluctant to part, "I was worried about you. It is a relief to see you unharmed," she expressed. "One abundance of dog food." Yang Jian and Ao Suanxin exchanged glances, each recognizing a shared sentiment. 1,000 years. Yi Hao sat regally atop the high platform of the Three Stars Cave. The disciples below did not speculate much about his prolonged absence, as it was not unusual for their master to seclude himself for a millennium. At this moment, a voice resonated from the distance, reaching Yi Hao's ears. "Fellow Taoist, I kindly request your assistance with a matter of Jinshanzi." Accompanying this message were 100 grains of gold sand, refined by the Tathagata, useful for both crafting and alchemy. Yi Hao understood that this implied he was entrusted with the task of dealing with Jinshanzi, weighing the golden sand in his hands. He realized it was precisely what he needed for his crafting endeavors. The Tathagata truly knew how to engage with mortals. Yang Jian observed Yi Hao, seated on a stone bench with curiosity. He had come to understand that his father was no mere mortal, but the extent of his extraordinary nature intrigued him. However, Yi Hao frowned as he scrutinized Ao Suanxin, stirring unease within him. He exchanged glances with Yao Ji, who subtly shook her head, indicating their mutual disapproval of the potential union. Yi Hao, possessing foresight, sensed that Yang Jian and Ao Suanxin's future would not yield favorable outcomes, while Yao Ji, relying on her feminine intuition, could surmise Ao Suanxin's true feelings. For the moment, this matter remained unaddressed. "Jianer, I have a task I wish to entrust to you." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian inquired, "Father, is it something you cannot resolve?" Yao Ji shot a displeased glare at Yang Jian, irritated that after so many years, he still refrained from calling him father. Yi Hao remained unfazed, stating, "For a millennium, I have engaged in philosophical discourse with a singular individual from the West, and we have reached a mutual understanding. He is troubled by his disciples and seeks my assistance. It is not that I am incapable of addressing this matter. Rather, should I intervene, it would be an act of great against small, and the repercussions on my reputation would be less than favorable. Hence, I have sought your aid." Ao Suanxin regarded Yi Hao with skepticism, perceiving his words as mere bravado, suspecting that this facade of wisdom was merely a pretense. Yang Jian's interest was piqued. "What exactly do you intend to accomplish?" "There exists a monk named Jin Shanzi, and I require you to eliminate him," Yi Hao replied. Yao Ji inadvertently sprayed water onto Yi Hao's face, prompting him to wipe it off with a scowl, extending his hand as if to pinch Yao Ji's cheek. Yao Ji hastily evaded, exclaiming, "I assumed you had pressing matters at hand, but seems you merely wish to dispose of someone." Alkunshin interjected, "Are you perhaps employing others to do your bidding?" Yang Jian pulled her back, cautioning her against such remarks. Yi Hao turned towards Ao Suanxin, his expression serene. "Is it that you doubt my capabilities?" Out of respect for Yao Ji, who was the eldest princess of the heavenly court and Yang Jian's mother, Ao Suanxin held her tongue, yet she was genuinely at a loss as to how to extend her courtesy towards Yi Hao. "You arrive unexpectedly and demand that my brother commit murder. Forgive my candor, but is this the conduct expected of a father?" Yi Hao chuckled. "It appears I have failed to articulate my intentions clearly, leading to your misunderstanding. For Yang Jian to eliminate Jin Shanzi is merely the outcome. The means by which this is achieved is an entirely different matter. If my words have struck you as harsh, I am more than willing to express it in a manner more palatable to you. How about a life and death confrontation with Jin Shanzi? What say you?" Ao Suanxin furrowed her brow, retorting, "I say no. I shall not permit my brother to agree to such a deed." This was somewhat of a setback. Regardless of her standing with the Yang family, few in the Three Realms had the standing to speak to Yi Hao in such a manner. Yao Ji cast a glance at her, a hint of irritation on her face, as family matters were not for outsiders to meddle in. Yang Chan swiftly pulled Ao Suanxin aside, suggesting, "Sister Suanxin, let us speak outside." With Yang Chan's intervention, Ao Suanxin acquiesced to some extent. As the two departed, Yang Jian clasped his fists towards Yi Hao and Yao Ji, saying, "Suanxin has been somewhat impudent. I hope you will not hold it against her." Yi Hao said, "You would actually address me as father for her sake?" Yang Jian turned away, avoiding his gaze. Yao Ji playfully struck Yi Hao in the waist, admonishing, "If you cannot speak properly, It is best that you refrain from speaking at all. Jianer, do you truly harbor feelings for her? Young Jian, takin abat, respondet. Is it your intention to separate us, mother? Sighing, Yao Ji lamented, if only your intelligence could be applied to discerning people. Yang Jian, however, remained resolute. I shall fulfill your request, father, but I require your consent for my union with Sun Xin. Yi Hao replied, even without your agreement, I would acknowledge your betrothal to her. Yao Ji regarded him with a puzzled expression, and Yi Hao gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Yang Jian was taken aback by Yi Hao's forthrightness. I shall proceed to eliminate Jin Shanzi now. Hold on, Yi Hao interjected. Yi Hao called out to him with a mysterious smile, saying, with your skills akin to those of a golden cicada, you might not be able to subdue him. I possess a treasure that can assist you. Chapter 87. Where is my golden bowl? At the great Thunder Sound Temple, Kasyapa and Ananda exchanged glances and bowed, responding, to the Buddha, we have not seen it. That is strange, the Buddha mused. I had it last time to entertain guests. Guests? After a moment of contemplation, he continued, it is most likely that Rascal Bodhi and the three pure ones could also be involved, though the three pure ones are not so easily offended. Thus, there is but one answer, Bodhi. Yi Hao produced a golden bowl. I borrowed this from the West, specifically to deal with the golden cicada. Simply throw it at him when he is unguarded. Upon seeing it, Yao Ji remarked, you seem quite prepared. Do you have a grudge against the golden cicada? No enmity. No acquaintance, he replied. Yao Ji and Yang Jian exchanged glances, bewildered that disciples of such caliber engaged in such tricks. I intended to merge this to forge a magical artifact for myself. Take it for now, Yang Jian said, picking up the golden bowl and, accompanied by the accomplished Hound of Heaven, turned to leave. Only two individuals remained in the courtyard. Yao Ji glanced at Yi Hao and said, it seems we are alone now. Do you not wish to say something? Yi Hao tilted his head. What should I say? Ypsilona o yiskoft. Her composure diminished since the departure of the child. Where have you been for a millennium? Did I not mention it? I was engaged in discourse with the three pure ones and the Buddha, and inadvertently a millennium passed. The three pure ones? She was aware of them. But who was the Buddha? To be mentioned alongside the three pure ones. He must be a formidable being. She had not anticipated her husband had such extensive connections. Yi Hao chuckled. Do not idolize me. I merely rely on the guise of a certain ancient one to deceive others. Had Bodhi not prepared, my transformation techniques would have surely been discerned by the three pure ones and the Buddha. The two recounted the events that had transpired over the past millennium, and their conversation extended through the night. As dawn broke, Yi Hao emerged from his bed, carefully closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Chan had quietly appeared behind. Father. Startled, Yi Hao turned around. Ah, little Chaner, what is it? I know father possesses great powers. There are some matters I wish to inquire. Yi Hao patted her shoulder. Feel free to ask anything, to speak candidly. There is nothing in the three realms I am unaware of. Yang Chan maintained a smile. Has father ever heard of the supreme demon? Her eyes fixed intently on Yi Hao, attempting to gauge his reaction. Is there such a being in the three realms? Where did you hear of this? Compared to Yi Hao, Yang Chan still lacked experience. Her perfectly tilted head, the confusion on her face, and the probing tone in her words revealed no flaws. Yang Jian, unwilling to relent, pressed, Father, truly has not heard of it? Yi Hao Yu spoke earnestly. Chaner, you must not be deceived by those within the three realms. The so-called supreme demon is clearly not a good entity. Keep your distance from him. Yang Chan took a step back, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Yi Hao Yu. My elder brother has informed me. How long do you intend to keep this from me? Yi Hao Yu's mind raced. Yang Jiao knew nothing. At most, he was aware of the superficial guise of Bodhi. Did he think he could uncover his true identity? Yi Hao Yu's demeanor turned grave. Chaner, do not speak recklessly. I have never heard of this individual. If he has harmed you, I shall confront him and demand an explanation. Yang Chan felt a twinge of resentment. Having sparred with her own father since childhood, she relished the rare opportunity to triumph. I was wrong. I should not have sought the culprit without sufficient evidence. With a sorrowful expression, tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls. Oh, do not cry. There will be another chance. Will you allow me that next time? Yang Chan leaned against Yi Hao Yu. He replied, of course. You are my beloved daughter. Who else would I deny? Then are you the supreme demon? Indeed, I am. The power of a woman's tears is remarkable. Yang Chan seized Yi Hao Yu's collar, glaring fiercely at him. At that moment, In the heavenly court, Yang Jian arrived at the south heaven gate. The giant spirit god bowed respectfully. What brings the true lord to the heavens today? Yang Jian wasted no words. Where are the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear? Summon them. I have matters to discuss regarding Jin Chanzi. Suddenly, a monk appeared behind him. Amiba, has the benefactor summoned this humble monk? Yang Jian was taken aback. He had not sensed the monk's arrival. Are you Jin Chanzi? The monk smiled. I am indeed Jin Chanzi. I have not met the benefactor. What business do you have with me? Yang Jian replied with a smile. I am the divine enforcer of the heavenly court. You have trespassed into the heavens, committing a grave offense, and I am here to apprehend you for questioning. Jin Chanzi remained unperturbed. Amitabha, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I was invited to the heavenly court. I did not intrude. Whether it is an intrusion will be determined once I capture you. Yang Jian refrained from further discourse and immediately took action. Jin Chanzi, unprepared for Yang Jian's sudden strike, skillfully evaded his punch. The two were sent hurtling toward the mortal realm. Yang Jian did not anticipate Jin Chanzi's formidable powers. He was unable to subdue him in a short span. Why be so aggressive, benefactor? Jin Chanzi, though maintaining a calm facade, displayed a hint of irritation as Yang Jian's attacks grew fiercer. The two engaged in an increasingly intense battle, eventually arriving above the eastern sea. Far away at the Guanjing mouth, Yi Haoyu felt a surge of inspiration and gazed toward the east. In the eastern sea, Yang Jian and Jin Chanzi found themselves on a celestial island. Atop a mountain rested a stone, measuring 3 zhang, 6 qi, and 5 cun in height. With a circumference of 2 zhang and 4 qi, the height of 3 zhang, 6 qi, and 5 cun aligns with the 365 degrees of the celestial cycle. The circumference of 2 zhang and 4 qi corresponds to the 24 solar terms. The stone featured 9 apertures and 8 holes, adhering to the principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams. Unbeknownst to the two, Yang Jian, realizing he could not prevail over his opponent, retrieved the purple gold alms bowl with the intention of hurling it at Jin Chanzi. Startled and aghast, Jin Chanzi exclaimed, "How can my master's bowl be in your possession?" Caught off guard, he was struck on the head by the bowl, leaving him with a sizable bump. In his dazed state, his magical energy inadvertently struck a boulder on the mountain. Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from the celestial stone, transforming into a soaring stone monkey. The stone monkey's eyes emitted golden beams that shot into the heavens, resonating throughout the celestial realm. The deities and celestial beings turned their gazes toward Flower and Fruit Mountain. Seeing this, Yang Jian had no choice but to cease his actions, as it seemed ill-advised to proceed further. Both he and Jin Chanzi observed the stone monkey, which had formed distinct features and limbs. In no time, it learned to walk. What a marvelously nurtured spirit monkey! Yang Jian's interest was piqued. Jin Chanzi felt a peculiar connection with the stone monkey and contemplated taking it as his disciple. At that moment, a colossal hand descended from the sky, not aimed at the stone monkey, but rather at Jin Chanzi. Alarmed, he realized that the Buddha himself was intervening to seize him. Yang Jian sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the descending hand, rendering him somewhat powerless to resist. The bowl that had fallen into the sea was also lifted into the air under this hand's influence. Who was this powerful recluse? As he watched Jin Chanzi being captured, Yang Jian lost his focus and had no choice but to return home. With such a formidable force at play, he could hardly blame himself. Chapter 88. Seeking a master, the monkey had long been observing the fierce battle between the two, but the gigantic hand was beyond its comprehension. It merely perceived a boundless radiance emerging from the west. However, the monkey's intellect was not fully developed. It could see clearly yet lacked understanding. It swiftly dashed to the gathering place of monkeys on Flower and Fruit Mountain. At Guanjingku, Yang Jian returned to find Yao Ji adjusting Yi Hao's attire. What were they up to, behaving like an old married couple? Yao Ji's fingers lightly brushed against Yi Hao's neck. Remember to come home this time. Or else Yi Hao grasped Yao Ji's hand and pressed it against his cheek. All right, this time I'm merely going to take on a disciple. I will return when I can. Yang Jian observed, what are you two doing? From the exchanged glances between Yi Hao and Yao Ji, he discerned unspoken words of concern. I have matters to attend to outside. You can dismiss your task for now. Yi Hao murmured that perhaps the Tathagata wished to act with legitimacy, especially after seeing that monkey, which might have stirred some thoughts within him. Yang Jian intended to speak further, but witnessed Yi Hao step forth, shimmering with azure light, vanishing from sight. At Mount Fengsuan, Yi Hao had not seen his disciples in quite some time, although he did not impart the methods of longevity. The disciples of Fengsuan Mountain did not exhibit signs of aging. A beam of spiritual light descended from the heavens as Yi Hao sat upon a lotus platform, summoning his disciples. Master, Yi Hao, assuming his guise, remained seated at Fengsuan Mountain, and the disciples did not perceive anything amiss. You have been on the mountain for some time now. Although I have taught you spells, I have not elucidated the essentials. From this day forth, I shall impart teachings for 3 years. What you can master in this time depends on your own capabilities. The disciples rejoiced, for although they had achieved some progress, it was ultimately of a secondary nature. As Yi Hao's voice resonated, the celestial and earthly laws began to be imparted to the disciples. Meanwhile, the monkey, frolicking on the mountain with his fellow monkeys, eventually found the amusement to be rather mundane. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled the 2 individuals he had seen soaring in the heavens. A desire to venture beyond began to stir within him. Great king, the old monkey is dying. By this time, the monkey had already leaped into the water-curtained cave, becoming the king of the Flower Fruit Mountain. The title of the handsome Monkey King spread throughout the mountain. Dying? What is death? The monkey was oblivious until he witnessed the old monkey take his final breath before him. The thought of seeking immortality lingered in his mind. Great king, are you truly going to venture out to acquire skills? Within just a few days, he fashioned a raft. At that moment, he stood upon the raft, surrounded by little monkeys. Without uttering a word, he resolutely set sail into the sea. Before long, 3 years had passed. The monkey had traversed the mortal realm, encountered many people, donned their garments, and learned to greet with bows. The human world was delightful, yet it was not the path he sought. Thus, he once again boarded his little raft, embarking on the quest for knowledge. One day, his raft floated to the shore where a woodcutter was singing the Huang Ting Jing. Mistaking him for an otherworldly sage, the monkey hurriedly approached to inquire about the way. Yi Hao had been teaching for 3 years, imparting the celestial and earthly laws to his disciples. This marked the first time a complete and systematic set of magical arts had emerged in the 3 realms. On this particular day, feeling unsettled, he paused his teachings. The disciples immediately awakened, looking up at the lotus platform. Outside, a spirit of heaven and earth had come to pay a visit, and they went to welcome him inside. At this moment, the handsome Monkey King was concealed in a tree at the entrance of the 3 Stars cave. Suddenly, he spotted a young boy emerging from the cave. You must be the spirit of heaven and earth my teacher spoke of. Please follow me. Upon reaching the elevated platform, Yi Hao observed the newcomer, not particularly ugly nor beautiful, but rather an ordinary monkey with a hint of human resemblance. What did you come for? The monkey promptly bowed. I'm a monkey from the Flower Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Sea, here to seek apprenticeship and learn the arts. Yi Hao replied with a smile. What skills do you wish to learn? The monkey obediently bowed deeply. I shall learn whatever master instructs. The eagerness to address him as master echoed the way Yi Hao was addressed by others. Yi Hao continued, Very well, you indeed possess earnestness. I shall accept you as my disciple. Do you have a name? Upon hearing this, the monkey beamed with joy and performed several backflips. I have none. Yi Hao, akin to Bodhi, bestowed upon him a name, Sun Wukong. In the mountain, time seemed to stand still. Spring passed into autumn, and Sun Wukong resided in the mountain for 3 years. Yi Hao calculated the time accurately and found him. You have been here for some years. Have you given thought to what you wish to learn? Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, Whatever my master instructs, that shall I learn. Yi Hao was well aware of the monkey's true thoughts, yet played along, saying, I possess a technique known as the fighting victory method. Once mastered, it grants the ability to battle heaven and earth, traversing the realms of the living and the dead. Do you wish to learn it? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong became somewhat exhilarated and inquired, Does this method confer longevity? Yi Hao replied, This technique is for combat. It bears no relation to immortality. Sun Wukong hesitated, and this indecision caused Yi Hao to smirk. I thought you were truly one who would forsake all for the sake of immortality. Sun Wukong pondered deeply, the image of Yang Jian and Jin Shanzi battling echoing in his mind, stirring a pang of envy. Yet he gritted his teeth and declared, I shall not learn it. Yi Hao continued, I possess another technique, known as the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends method. This encompasses all attaining the arts of the Tao. It can shift the stars, move mountains, fill seas, summon winds and rains, and mend the heavens. It includes 72 arts, all-encompassing. With hopeful eyes, Sun Wukong asked, does this method confer longevity? Yi Hao answered it. It can prolong life, yet does not grant eternal life. The lifespan remains far from that of the heavens. Sun Wukong became still once more, pondering the significance of longevity in comparison to such powers. The memory of the old monkey's demise resurfaced, reigniting his yearning for immortality. Without immortality, I shall not learn it. Yi Hao observed the tears welling in Sun Wukong's eyes. How amusing. I instructed you to desire nothing but longevity. That miserly Bodhi only offered you worthless trinkets. And here I am revealing my most prized techniques to you. You truly are a conundrum. Yi Hao questioned, what is it that you truly wish to learn? This time, Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. The usual retort of learning whatever his master said eluded him. His golden fur appeared somewhat dulled as he sat in silence, lost in thought. Realizing he had perhaps gone too far, Yi Hao picked up a ruler and lightly tapped it on Sun Wukong's head 3 times before turning to leave. As Yi Hao departed, Sun Wukong unexpectedly chuckled. The other disciples gathered around. You truly are an ungrateful monkey. Wasn't the Heavenly Gang and Earthly Fiends method enough for you? You have angered the master. The monkey replied, this is my fault. I shall seek my master's forgiveness later. Please bear with me, my fellow disciples. He laughed and played around, diffusing the anger of his companions. Yet they remained curious about how he could jest when he had angered their teacher. Has this monkey's head been damaged by the master's blows? Chapter 89. You may boldly report your master's name. In the dead of night, Sun Wukong entered Yi Hao's room from behind. The room was empty, and though curious, Sun Wukong knelt respectfully, waiting patiently. Time passed until the night waned. Yi Hao pushed the door open and inquired, Wukong, what are you doing in my quarters? Sun Wukong, with 2 large dark circles under his eyes, replied, did not my master summon me? Yi Hao, taken aback, responded, when did I summon you? Sun Wukong leaped and knelt beside Yi Hao, exclaiming, Master, did you strike me thrice yesterday not to summon me at the 3rd watch? He then turned away with his hands behind his back, implying that he should enter through the back door. Yi Hao gently patted his head, asking, why could those 3 strikes not signify a summons 3 days hence? And could your turning away not be a ruse on my part? For the first time, Sun Wukong found himself questioning his own understanding. Yi Hao smiled and replied, very well. Seeing your sincere heart and resolute spirit, I shall impart to you the true teachings. After a night of fervent anticipation, Sun Wukong finally encountered the elusive knowledge he had sought. Here lies a secret art of immortality, one that grants longevity in harmony with the heavens and the earth, and the sun and the moon. Will you learn it? Having experienced the previous day's events, Sun Wukong asked, what makes this method extraordinary? Yi Hao calmly responded, nothing particularly remarkable, merely longevity. Unwilling to concede, Sun Wukong pressed on, how does it compare to the art of combat? Though it grants longevity, its power is far inferior to that of the combat techniques. Sun Wukong inquired further, and how does it stack up against the celestial and earthly arts? While it offers longevity, it pales in comparison to the celestial and earthly techniques. For the first time, the notion of immortality struck Sun Wukong as jarring. Observing his reluctance, Yi Hao chuckled. Did you not seek the art of longevity? Why this display? Sun Wukong protested, Master, please do not jest at my expense. Yi Hao playfully tapped his head, exclaiming, you truly are a monkey who cannot withstand teasing. Sun Wukong felt a tumult of emotions. His intuition hinted that his master was about to impart something profound. Yet, his experiences cautioned him that he might be mistaken. Master, Sun Wukong suddenly rose and assisted Yi Hao in sitting upon a cloud bed. After a brief moment, he served tea with utmost care. Yi Hao sigit listan kulosity. Sun Wukong diligently noted the great immortal technique, and Yi Hao refrained from intimidating him with the 3 calamities. I also possess 2 transformation arts. One encompasses 36 transformations, and the other 72. Which would you choose? The answer almost spilled from Sun Wukong's lips, but he hesitated, intimidated by Yi Hao's demeanor. He found himself torn between trusting his instincts and acting against them. Yet, more is better than less. Sun Wukong tilted his head in contemplation, a novel answer emerging in his mind. He knelt, presenting the teacup with a grin, saying, "Disciple lacks great skill. Could master not teach me both?" Yi Hao laughed heartily. "Good, good. At last, you demonstrate some understanding. Then I shall teach you in full." In the blink of an eye, a decade passed. Sun Wukong had mastered all that Yi Hao had taught him. Throughout these years, the monkey finally grasped the essence and insisted on learning the combat techniques and the celestial and earthly arts. Yi Hao, of course, obliged. One day, as the monkey and his fellow disciples compared their skills, cheers erupted. Yi Hao sat cross-legged when a golden light approached from the west. "Dear friend, how has the past 5 centuries treated you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hao recognized that matters were being set in motion. He called for Sun Wukong. "Wukong, have you once again engaged in a contest of skills with your fellow disciples?" Sun Wukong was perplexed, having engaged in such contests more than once. On ordinary days, Master Bodhi seemed to pay little mind to it, so he obediently replied, "Yes." "You may descend the mountain now." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Master, why do you send me away?" Yet Yi Hao responded, "You have lingered on the mountain for some time. It is time for you to venture forth." His expression remained inscrutable, and Sun Wukong could not discern his emotions. He repeatedly bowed, "Master, I have erred. I implore you, do not cast me down the mountain." Yi Hao steadied Sun Wukong. "Are you, this monkey, truly clinging to me? Do you wish to abandon Flower Fruit Mountain? Have you no desire to see the monkeys and offspring there?" Lost in the comforts of Fengsuan Mountain, Sun Wukong had indeed forgotten the affairs of Flower Fruit Mountain. Yi Hao stood silently by his side. After a long moment, Sun Wukong bowed respectfully. "Please take care of your health, master. I shall take my leave." Yi Hao was simidet. "If you venture out and encounter trouble, do not hesitate to invoke my name. I shall protect you." As Sun Wukong soared into the distance, he stumbled momentarily in the clouds, tears glistening in his eyes. Once he was no longer in sight, Yi Hao returned to the Taoist temple. 500 years? Tathagata, I wonder if you dare to confine him for 500 years. To say there were no feelings during this time would be a falsehood. This monkey is clever and obedient, his thoughts unclouded. Though he cannot shed his monkey temperament, he is indeed quite amusing. With just a glance, he comprehends. With a mere gesture, he knows what to do, and thus he departed. Alas, he is far more obedient than Yang Jian. Upon returning to Guanjinku, Yi Hao found his home adorned with red cloth. Upon seeing him, Yao Ji hurriedly pulled him aside to change his attire. "What is the matter? Did I not already arrange our wedding?" she inquired. "We are old partners now." Yao Ji merely cast him a glance. "Today, Erlang is marrying Ao Sunshin." Yi Hao gasped in disbelief. "Is that so?" It was indeed true that he could not dissuade them. "If you have nothing else to attend to, come and assist us. We are bustling about, and you seem to have vanished." Yao Ji suddenly scrutinized him. "You're not keeping a woman outside, are you?" Yi Hao, fine surprise. "How does my wife know such things?" Yao Ji, vexed, delivered a playful punch. "Are you still trying to provoke me? Do you derive joy from seeing me angry?" The 36 stratagems were clear to her. She effortlessly had him in her grasp. Dressed in red, Yang Jian was being tidied up by Yang Chan. Yang Jian grew somewhat impatient. "Sister, you have been at this for ages." Yang Jiao chuklet folisli, munjing onsids, erning akol gladathram Yang Jian. "Today is your wedding. It cannot be treated casually." She then surveyed the crowd. Where has mother gone? When Yi Hao and Yao Ji entered the grand hall, Yang Jian instinctively took a step back. Yi Hao laughed. "Today is your wedding. Why are you so flustered?" Yang Jian tendidly replied. "I thought you might counsel me against marrying Sunshin." Yi Hao stepped forward to adjust his attire. "I merely wish to advise you. If I cannot sway you, I shall naturally support your choice." Having said this, he patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Yang Jian's eyes glistened with moisture, the word father poised on the tip of his tongue. Yi Hao glanced back at the hall, questioning, "Where's my gift money gone?" The emotional buildup that Yang Jian had cultivated for so long dissipated in an instant. With gritted teeth, he retorted, "What do you mean by your gift money?" Yi Hao cast him a disdainful look. "Look at your miserly demeanor. I am your father. Safeguarding the gift money is for your own good." Yang Jian, incensed, was ready to throw a punch. He realized that the core reason for his support was, indeed, money, and it mattered not how much, only that it was given. Chapter 90. A marriage no one believes in with a bow to the heavens. As the elder brother, Yang Jiao took on the role of the officiant. The two bowed towards the sky, and the previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. The heavenly court had already warned Yang Jian, and since persuasion was futile, they resorted to this method to express their displeasure. Yi Hao and Yao Ji maintained their smiles, clearly aware of the heavenly court sentiments, though such a petty display was somewhat embarrassing. Yang Jian glanced up at the heavens, remaining silent. With a call for the second bow to the high hall, Yang Jian, with a dark expression, bowed to Yi Hao and Yao Ji seated above. Yi Hao looked at him with a cheerful smile, unperturbed. Yao Ji's lips twitched, indicating her discontent with his father-son duo. As the couple exchanged bows, Yang Jian finally revealed a smile as he bowed to Ao Sunxin. The rites were complete. Next came the banquet. Yang Chan sat closely beside Yi Hao. Father, why did you not invite any friends to join us? Yi Hao shot her a disapproving glance, slightly shifting in his seat. Children should sit at the children's table. Yang Chan retorted angrily. Who are you calling child? Huh. In another place, you wouldn't even have the chance to sit at the table. Fuming, Yang Chan glared at him and moved to another table. Yao Ji looked at Yi Hao. You should not tease Erlang. She understood Yi Hao's intentions in dismissing Yang Chan without needing to think. Cough. What teasing? It is their duty to toast the elders. This was no ordinary wine. He had specially sought out the jade rabbit from the heavens, where the dual spirits had re-emerged to procure some divine nectar from the Yao pool. Not much. Merely 2 vats. Ordinary wine would not suffice to intoxicate the two. Yang Jian diligently toasted table after table until he reached Yi Hao. With a flourish of his sleeve, Yi Hao cast a spell of celestial transformation. Mother, father. Yang Jian, grinding his teeth as he pronounced the words father, clearly did not anticipate that his wine cup had been swapped. He downed in one go, only to realize it was far too much. As if he were drinking from a barrel. One sip in, his head spun, and he swayed unsteadily. Yi Hao assimilet faintly. Yao Ji elbowed him in the side. Yang Jian's mystical energy spun wildly, and it took him a while to regain his composure. Waiter, your drinking skills need some practice. Yang Jian knew full well that it was Yi Hao's trickery at play. Yi Hao wrapped his arms around Yang Jian, pouring wine into his mouth. Still dazed, Yang Jian took a large gulp. As laughter erupted from those around them, Yao Ji could no longer intervene. Observing Yang Jian's state, it seemed that the consummation of their marriage would be difficult tonight. The following day, Yang Jian was groggily awakened by Ao Sushin's gentle shaking. Blinking his eyes, he heard the woman before him say with resignation, Brother Yang, it is time to serve tea. Yang Jian was unaware of when he had succumbed to drunkenness. Having been carried into the bridal chamber without even partaking in the ceremonial wine, and he slept until dawn. Although Ao Sushin had not expressed her feelings, she harbored resentment. She understood that both Yi Hao and Yao Ji looked down upon her, yet she had not anticipated such treatment. Brother Yang, since we are now wed, why not consider moving out? Ao Kushin tentatively suggested. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly, but did not object. Upon entering the main hall, Yi Hao and Yao Ji were already seated. Yang Chan presented tea to both Yang Jian and Ao Sushin. Father, tea, Yang Jian obediently offered. Yi Hao accepted it, but Ao Sushin ignored him, instead extending the tea first to Yao Ji. Mother, tea. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow, but dismissed it, while Yao Ji smiled as she accepted the tea and then handed it to Yi Hao. This is from your daughter-in-law. Shouldn't you drink it? Yi Hao took a sip. Well, I'm not overly concerned with these formalities, but you all have risen early. It must be inconvenient for you. You may go and amuse yourselves. Yao Ji shot him a glare before turning her attention back to Ao Sushin. Now that you have entered my household, you are bound to uphold our customs. There are trivial matters that your father and I do not mind, but as for the important ones, her gaze shifted to Yang Jian. Yang Jian clenched his teeth and declared, Mother, since I've started a family, I believe it would be prudent to establish a residence outside, to avoid troubling my parents. Yao Ji sighed inwardly and glanced at Ao Sushin. I shall permit this. According to the customs of this time, it was unheard of for a couple to purchase a home and live separately. Nevertheless, Yi Hao's family was not comprised of ordinary mortals. Establishing an external residence was not unprecedented. Yi Hao remarked, things may be a bit lively in the coming days, so, Erlang, do not venture into the heavens carelessly. Yang Jian agreed, but noticed Ao Sushin casting a disdainful glance at Yi Hao. He quickly took her hand and departed. Leaving the Yang residence, Su Xin felt a sense of discontent, but refrained from expressing it to Yang Jian. He was in high spirits due to his marriage. Regarding the trivial matters with Yi Hao as mere jest, he had not shared such interactions with Yi Hao during his childhood. In the heavenly court, the heavenly emperor and the queen mother sat across from each other, having not convened in the Lingxiao palace for some time. Is what Guanyin proposed feasible? The queen mother asked. Rather than going westward, it would be better to grant her a favor. However, it is a pity for Wan Lian, the queen mother smiled. Once this matter is settled, he can return to the heavenly court, where he will possess multiple identities and be able to gain merit from Ling Mountain. How could he possibly be wronged? Before long, within the Lingxiao palace, the rolling curtain shattered the glass lamp, casting it down to the mortal realm, where it endures the torment of countless arrows piercing its heart daily. Tian Pong and the assembly of deities could scarcely fathom how a mere glass lamp could warrant such treatment. Just as they were about to intervene, the Emperor of Heaven's gaze halted them. On Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong munched on peaches while recounting the events of recent years. When he reminisced about his apprenticeship, he was reminded of life on the mountain. One astute monkey observed, "Why does our king seem so glum?" Although life on Flower Fruit Mountain was joyous, it lacked a certain zest. The monkey pondered deeply and suggested, "Why not visit the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? The Dragon King possesses numerous treasures, and with your prowess, I am sure he would entertain you with fine wine and delicacies." Having ample leisure, Sun Wukong had imparted only rudimentary knowledge to the monkeys. The more profound teachings only perplexed them further. As for weapons, he was indifferent. There was nothing quite as exhilarating as delivering a punch. The previous chaotic demon had succumbed to just 2 of his blows and sought to forge a brotherhood. But who did he think he was? Could a mere proposal of brotherhood suffice? If his master were to learn of this, it would surely invoke wrath. He had hung that chaotic demon on the mountain to train his monkey kin. The thought of treasures in the Dragon Palace piqued Sun Wukong's interest. If he were to bring some back for his master, perhaps forgiveness would follow, allowing him to return to the mountain. With this thought igniting a spark in his eyes, he exclaimed, "I shall return shortly." With a leap, he dove into the water. The other monkeys exchanged glances. "The king has departed. We cannot remain idle," they clamored. "Indeed, let's test our skills on the chaotic demon." They chattered excitedly as they rushed towards the chaotic demon hanging from the mountain. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong disregarded any water avoidance incantations. Channeling his magic, he carved a path directly toward the Dragon Palace. Chapter 91. The Stable Master in the Heavenly Court. The East Sea Dragon King wore a face of grievance. "Your Majesty, you must advocate for me." The Emperor of Heaven gazed at the old Dragon King in silence. The last time he had come, it was to complain about Neza. Now, he sought to accuse the monkey. Casting a glance at the fidgeting Neza below, the Emperor understood that she still harbored a grudge from their previous encounter. Neza was manageable, but that monkey was an enigma, possessing skills learned from some formidable figure. Who knew what ancient entities might be stirred by provoking that monkey? "My dear minister, I am well aware of your grievances. However, did you not lose a wager? I see no fault in that monkey." Guanyin, inexplicably aligned with the other deities, brightened at this. Hadn't the Buddha's directive just been fulfilled once more? The old Dragon King was taken aback, not expecting the Emperor to side with the wild monkey. "But your Majesty, he has also dismantled half of my palace." The Emperor cast a glance at the nearby Tai Bai Jinxing, who promptly stepped forward, proclaiming, "A favorable situation. Let's engage." This is merely a momentary whim of the monkey who has stumbled upon treasures. After all, he is but a child. Has the Dragon King been overly harsh? Who among us is not a child at heart? Ao Guang himself is merely a child who has lived for thousands of years. Ao Guang is filled with a desire to confront and silence the Jade Emperor. Protectors are indeed necessary, but such reasoning seems unwarranted. The Jade Emperor, with a self-satisfied smile, then bowed towards the Heavenly Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, this monkey has only practiced for a few days to possess such abilities. The Heavenly Court is in dire need of talent. Perhaps we should summon him to bestow upon him the title of Guardian Deity?" The Heavenly Emperor's eyes sparkled with interest. Yang Jian exemplifies the role of a guardian deity, yet he is one to heed orders selectively. This could serve to suppress Yang Jian, while simultaneously teaching the increasingly disrespectful celestial beings a lesson. Your words hold merit. Ao Guang, however, grew anxious, Your Majesty. That monkey not only seized the ruler of the sea's staff, but also pilfered numerous treasures from the Dragon Palace. If he were to arrive in the heavenly court, would he not plunder our treasures as well? A sharp intake of breath escaped the heavenly emperor. It was mentioned that a portion of the divine nectar from the jade pool had mysteriously vanished recently. Additionally, there were reports of eerie sounds echoing from the moon palace, reminiscent of male and female cries. The heavenly emperor hesitated. Had there truly been a theft, he might have disregarded Ao Guang's counsel. The Jade Emperor quickly interjected. If a high position is unattainable, then let us offer a minor one. Observing the Jade Emperor's expression, the heavenly emperor understood. He could initially grant a position to placate Ao Guang, and once he departed, he could casually award the monkey some merit, leaving any elevation of rank entirely at his discretion. Ahem, if the Dragon King is unwilling, then let us abandon the proposal. Ao Guang, filled with joy, was about to express his gratitude when the heavenly emperor continued, Are there any vacant positions in the heavens? The Jade Emperor promptly replied, The Horse Management Bureau has an unoccupied position of horsekeeper. Ah, the horsekeeper is splendid. Though it lacks rank, it is an official position within the heavenly court, endowed with certain authority and status. It is a formal role, albeit it may sound like one merely tends to horses. In reality, he need not manage them personally, as his subordinates will handle it. This position, being one of true authority yet not overly demanding, is perfectly suited for this monkey. Whenever the heavenly soldiers embark on a mission to capture a monster, he could easily claim credit for the care of the warhorses, even if he himself did not manage them. A casual visit would suffice to earn him accolades. Excellent. Then I shall rely on you, my dear minister. The Jade Emperor was quite fond of the favorable winds of fortune, having narrowly escaped being treated as an adversary by Yang Jian in the previous storm. I shall obey your command. Although Ao Guang was affiliated with the heavenly court, he did not fully grasp the intricacies of celestial ranks. A position devoid of formal rank was not something he could openly criticize. It appeared that the heavenly court intended to humiliate Sun Wukong while subtly aiding him. With this thought, Ao Guang departed with a smile, leaving the heavenly emperor perplexed. On Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong stood atop the peak, laden with a considerable bounty. Take these weapons for practice. The jade and jewels should be exchanged with the surrounding spirits for some spiritual artifacts. These exquisite treasures I must reserve for my master. Yet I ponder whether he will appreciate them. As the saying goes, proximity to one's homeland heightens apprehension. Even Sun Wukong grapples with a similar conundrum. Despite acquiring numerous precious items, he remains uncertain about the appropriateness and timing of presenting them. Just then, a monkey burst forth, exclaiming, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! An old man claiming to be a deity wishes to see you. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Bring him to me. Upon meeting Sun Wukong, Tai Bai Jinxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a naturally gifted and spirited monkey. However, the illustrious Monkey King Sun Wukong questioned, You certainly know how to navigate human affairs. I am the illustrious Monkey King Sun Wukong. What brings you, old man? Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled, I, a humble servant of the celestial court, have come to invite the Monkey King to assume an official position in heaven. Heaven? An official position? Speak clearly, old man. Sun Wukong scratched his head, for his knowledge from Yi Hao revolved solely around cultivation and play, with little regard for the distribution of the three realms. Observing that Sun Wukong had never heard of the celestial court, Tai Bai Jinxing's spirits lifted, for this indicated the purity of Sun Wukong's origins. He elaborated on matters pertaining to the heavenly court. What official position does the heavenly emperor wish to bestow upon me? Sun Wukong inquired eagerly. Tai Bai Jinxing, with an air of mystery, replied, It is by no means a minor post. It will surely satisfy the Monkey King. Anxiously, Sun Wukong urged, Then let us hurry. With that, he grasped Tai Bai Jinxing's robe and somersaulted to the southern heavenly gate, where he encountered a tattered piece of cloth in his hand. Who are you? The guardian at the southern heavenly gate, the giant spirit god, recognized the folly of underestimating those claiming celestial summons, and thus treated them with utmost respect. I am Sun Wukong, from the Water Curtain Cave in Huagua Mountain, summoned by your heavenly court. Will you now let me enter? Upon hearing this, the giant spirit god was taken aback. Please, esteemed immortal, wait a moment. Once the Star Lord arrives, you may enter. Sun Wukong was surprised by the giant spirit god's amiable demeanor. You are a denizen of heaven. The giant spirit god replied with a smile. I guard the southern heavenly gate, ensuring the safety of the celestial realm. Although I hold no grand title, my role is indeed significant. While the giant spirit may have indulged in some exaggeration, it was nonetheless a fact. If he were not trusted, how would he have been assigned to guard the gates? Sun Wukong pondered. So what kind of official position do you think I could hold? The giant spirit dared not speculate. To overstate could displease the monkey, while to understate could provoke resentment. I am not one to presume upon divine ranks, he replied, glancing around. Some positions may appear minor, yet they are quite lucrative. I have heard that someone is recently set to ascend to an official role. Sun Wukong maintained a composed exterior, yet his heart felt reassured. However, no matter how he probed further, the giant spirit god remained tight-lipped. After a prolonged wait, Tai-Bai Jinxing finally arrived, his sleeve still caught in Sun Wukong's grasp. Why do you move so slowly, old man? I have been waiting for you. The giant spirit god silently breathed a sigh of relief. Tai-Bai Jinxing personally extended an invitation, which could only signify that he is akin to a formidable figure like Yang Jian. Fortunately, I was astute enough to express my gratitude towards Yang Jian simultaneously. Chapter 92. Shall you take the position, or shall I descend? Within the Lingxiao Palace, the Heavenly Emperor took an immediate liking to Sun Wukong upon seeing him. Sun Wukong bowed twice, his demeanor lacking in reverence. However, the Heavenly Emperor paid no heed. What master did this monkey apprentice under? Sun Wukong recalled the words of Bodhi and, without much contemplation, replied, I once apprenticed at the Lingtai Fangsun Mountain in the Shiwe Sanqing Cave. The celestial beings were puzzled. Yet only the Heavenly Emperor and Taishang Laojuan's pupils narrowed in recognition. The Heavenly Emperor chuckled. So, it is the teachings of a transcendent master. Indeed, remarkable. Sun Wukong hastily inquired, Have you heard of my master, your majesty? The Heavenly Emperor, observing the confusion on the faces of the celestial beings, responded with a smile. That Bodhi Taoist is the progenitor of the cosmos, a paragon of secluded cultivation. How could I be unaware? Upon hearing the Heavenly Emperor praise Bodhi, Sun Wukong joyfully performed 3 somersaults. Your Majesty, what position can I hold? The Heavenly Emperor replied, Tai-Bai Jinxing. Are there any vacant positions in the Heavenly Court? Tai-Bai Jinxing chimed in. There remains an opening for the position of Baima 1 in the stable of heavenly horses. The Heavenly Emperor said, Then I grant you the title of Baima 1. What say you? Sun Wukong, suddenly enlightened, did not inquire about the rank of the position, repeatedly agreeing. The Heavenly Emperor, pleased by Sun Wukong's perceptiveness, declared, Then let today's court assembly be dismissed. As the Heavenly Emperor departed, Tai-Bai Jinxing led Sun Wukong to the stable of heavenly horses. Dear celestial being, what duties does this position entail? Tai-Bai Jinxing found it amusing that this monkey, who had previously referred to him as an old fellow, now addressed him as a celestial being. Why did the Monkey King not inquire earlier? Was it because he felt shy amidst the crowd in the Lingxiao Palace? Even a Monkey King has moments of timidity. Sun Wukong's face flushed with embarrassment. He was no foolish monkey. Noticing Sun Wukong's agitation, Tai-Bai Jinxing refrained from teasing him and elaborated on the responsibilities of the stable. Upon hearing the details, Sun Wukong became intrigued. Having never cared for horses before, he was eager to try his hand at it. Before long, Tai-Bai Jinxing took his leave, and Sun Wukong summoned his subordinates, eager to inspect the horses. Suddenly, a girl with 2 pigtails stealthily approached the stable. Who dares trespass into the stable? Neza was startled and quickly revealed himself. Why do you frighten me, monkey? Sun Wukong observed, lo and behold, it is but a young girl. What young girl? I'm older than you. Indeed, Neza, having been born before Sun Wukong, had the advantage of age. Sun Wukong would not yield. I, the great sage, equal to heaven, am born of a divine stone. In terms of age, I am comparable to the progenitor of the cosmos. Neza pondered for a moment and realized there was truth in Sun Wukong's words. What is your name? Sun Wukong inquired. What brings you to seek me? I am Neza, disciple of the Tai Zhenren from the Golden Light Cave of Qianyuan Mountain. With that, Neza took Sun Wukong's hand and led him into the shadows. Are you preparing to rebel? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was beset by a flurry of questions. Rebel against whom? Why rebel? Neza interjected. What are you pretending for? Every celestial being who ascended to heaven has rebelled at some point. If you decide to rebel, Just call for me, and I shall certainly assist you. Sun Wukong chuckled. Why would I rebel when everything is fine? Neza, perplexed, responded. Aren't you enraged that the old eel reported you to the heavens, causing you to lose your position as a protector deity? Isn't that infuriating? Sun Wukong, taken aback, exclaimed, is that so? We had a cordial discussion in the Dragon Palace, and yet he turned around to report me? Neza continued, look at you now, reduced to a lowly stable keeper, and the heavenly deities are all laughing at you. When you plan to revolt? However, Sun Wukong was not swayed by Neza's words. What do you know, girl? I am well aware that being a stable keeper is a minor position. I have my own strategies. Neza, unimpressed, replied, I thought you were a spirited monkey, but it seems you have quickly succumbed to the decadence of heavenly life. With that, he turned to leave, only to glance back at the corner, saying, whenever you come to your senses, come find me. I will surely help you. Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that the heavenly realm has nurtured a host of traitors? He had barely arrived in the heavens, and already someone was seeking him to rebel. He found the Jade Emperor rather amiable, but his monkey nature led him to disregard such matters, and he turned back to play with the horses. In the heavens, a day equates to a year on earth. The reincarnated body of the golden cicada had already met its demise numerous times. Life in the Yang residence was not much better. Were it not for Yi Hao and Yao Ji's presence, the family would likely have been driven out by Ao Sunshin. Yi Hao stroked the howling heaven, who lay discontentedly across his lap. With a sigh, Yi Hao patted howling heaven's head. Why don't you seek your master if you're being bullied by the mistress? Why come to me? Yao Ji and Yang Chan sat nearby, discussing their sister-in-law, Ao Sunshin. I thought my presence would buy us some time, but I didn't expect the outcome to come so swiftly, Yao Ji remarked, casting a glance at Yi Hao. Yi Hao, puzzled, asked, why are you looking at me? Aren't you going to persuade him? Ipsilona o yi prest. Yi Hao replied with a smile. Our relationship is built on thin air. How could I sever my son's fate? He has a calamity to face, and the heavenly court has intervened before. We have both offered our advice. His future lies in his own hands. Huh, such grandiloquent words. That is what you call irresponsibility. Yang Chan quickly interjected. Mother, this matter is not entirely father's fault. You always take your father's side. So, it's my fault then? Yao Ji sulked, while Yang Chan found amusement in her mother's petty display. The group was engaged in cheerful conversation, and even howling heaven chimed in with joyful barks, wagging his tail with glee. Outside the courtyard, Yang Jian stood gazing at the desolate Yang residence, falling into contemplation. Was he truly living well? Ao Kungsin was indeed kind to him, yet the members of the Yang family gradually distanced themselves from him, though the precise moment of this estrangement remained unclear. Yaoji and Yi Hao seldom ventured out, remaining sequestered in the rear courtyard, and even their usual meal times were no longer shared. Yang Chan still visited frequently, but her appearances dwindled over time. Yang Jian found himself enveloped in a sense of solitude. In the heavenly realm, the god of the martial star, with an air of arrogance, arrived at the imperial horse depot. Quickly, bring me a steed, he commanded. Within the depot, only 2 minor celestial officials were present. Forgive us, esteemed lord, but our master has yet to return from the heavenly river where he has gone to release the horses. Please wait a moment. The god of the martial star, upon hearing this, retorted with disdain, how dare a mere stable master speak to me in such a manner? I shall confront him before the heavenly emperor. With that, he made his way towards the heavenly river. Upon arrival, however, his haughty demeanor dissipated. Before him, the heavenly emperor was engaged in jovial conversation with Sun Wukong, riding upon a celestial steed. Is the heavenly emperor truly this idol? He observed the heavenly emperor's words, eliciting a transformation in Sun Wukong, who, in an instant, appeared clad in splendid golden armor, exuding an imposing presence. The god of the martial star swallowed hard, cursing under his breath by the heavens. This celestial court is far too competitive. How can a mere stable master possess such formidable powers, leaving me, the god of the martial star, feeling insignificant? Perhaps I should withdraw and let you take my place instead? Chapter 93. Guanyin, what transpired in the conversation between the heavenly emperor and Sun Wukong remains a mystery. Yet, judging by the heavenly emperor's demeanor afterward, it was evident that their discussion had been quite agreeable. From that point onward, the god of the martial star adopted a more humble and studious disposition, to the extent that the god of literature acknowledged, in matters of diligence. I cannot compete with him. As the heavenly realm entered an era of tranquility, Guanyin found herself in a state of helplessness. Tasked with locating the scripture seeker, her only encounters were with the ill-fated Jin Shanzi and the one responsible for his demise, the curtain-raising official. She had certain thoughts about Sun Wukong, yet felt powerless against him. Given the heavenly emperor-esque character, it was likely that in a few years he would be the one needing care. As for Sun Wukong, despite his inherent monkey-like nature, he remarkably refrained from causing any disturbances. She had covertly orchestrated a scenario for the god of the martial star, yet to her surprise, the monkey remained unperturbed. Was the Bodhi Master's teaching truly that effective? According to Guanyin's observations, the Tathagata consistently conveyed a sense of disdain for Bodhi, even resorting to disparaging remarks. Although the Tathagata expressed himself with subtlety, Guanyin had no doubt in her interpretation. Do not question her understanding. In terms of enlightenment, she was no less than Sun Wukong, and in interpretation, she surpassed him by far. The leader's command had Guanyin running tirelessly. With a deep sigh, she reflected upon the vicissitudes of existence. Is the Peaches of Immortality Festival approaching? Indeed, it is roughly 30 days away. I wonder which deities will be invited this time. Two celestial maidens chatted as they passed by Guanyin. Her eyes brightened. Within the Yang residence, Yihao unexpectedly encountered several familiar faces. Master Yuding, what brings you here? Yihao furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Go away. This is truly unfortunate." The Master Yuding retorted in anger. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Upon hearing that the revered Master Yuding had arrived, Yang Jian hastily stepped outside to greet him. As he reached the entrance, he witnessed two figures locked in a fierce struggle. It was Yihao who had ensnared Master Yuding. "Youngster, cross-lock." Yang Jian rushed forward to separate them. "Master, what brings you here?" Master Yuding, indignant, pointed at Yihao, who stood with his hands on his hips. "Who is this?" Yang Jian recalled that Yihao had never met Master Yuding and quickly replied, "This is my father, Yihao." "Are you a Yang?" Master Yuding remarked. "Has Yao Ji remarried?" Before he could finish, he swiftly covered his mouth, cautiously surveying Yang Jian. Yang Jian discerned the implication and, unperturbed, clarified, "My mother adopted the surname Yang to protect my father. It has become customary, so we did not change it." Master Yuding nodded, observing that while Yihao appeared to be an ordinary mortal, his ability to restrain him suggested he was indeed a formidable practitioner. "You possess commendable skill to engage me in a contest." Yihao let out a cold chuckle, shaking his fist, which triggered unwelcome memories from Master Yuding. He scrutinized Yihao closely, seeking to ascertain whether he was connected to some prominent figure. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Yang Jian inquired, "Master, what brings you here?" Only then did Master Yuding recall the matter at hand. "Did you not encounter two foxes previously?" Yang Jian nodded, "But those two foxes have been dealt with. What more is there regarding them?" Master Yuding appeared somewhat embarrassed. "They insisted on learning my skills, and I, with no other choice, imparted to them a set of palm techniques." Yang Jian was taken aback. "If you imparted your teachings, why specifically seek me out to discuss it?" Master Yuding felt a mix of pride and regret. "If it were merely ordinary techniques, it would be one thing. However, I taught them the heaven-splitting divine palm." Yang Jian had never heard of it, yet from Master Yuding's demeanor, it was clear that this technique was exceptionally powerful. Yihao, brazenly standing beside Yang Jian, eavesdropped on their conversation without a hint of discretion. The heaven-splitting divine palm had even bested Sun Wukong in the Lotus Lantern tale. Although Yihao was confident in Sun Wukong's prowess, such matters intertwined with the very fabric of the world required caution. The precious golden bowl of Tathagata was a fine artifact, yet had been reclaimed. The Supreme Lord's sturdy steel bracelet was admirable, but it was uncertain whether he would lend it to him. As for the three clean ones, their miserly nature was well known. It seems he is in need of a magical artifact. Yihao musit. Idleness will only erode his indomitable spirit. Yihao must rise. With this thought, he disregarded the matter of the heaven-splitting divine palm and turned to depart. Master Yuding scoffed, "Brute." Yang Jian, somewhat speechless, replied, "You still remember that?" Yihao found Yao Ji. "My dear wife, do you know where Shou Mountain is?" Ypsilon-o opposed, gripping Yihao's shoulder fiercely. "What do you mean by my dear wife? Are you hiding someone outside?" Yihao was taken aback. Had he not addressed her respectfully? There's no one. He shifted the topic abruptly. urging not to dwell on trivial details but to focus on the essence. Yaoji pondered for a moment. Indeed, her concern was about the crux of the matter. Oh, Yi Hao inquired about Shoshan, which seemed utterly insignificant. Yaoji's cold smile gradually transformed into a gentle grin. My dear husband, it is only natural that someone as exceptional as you would attract a multitude of admirers. Do not fret. Having a few more sisters is hardly a matter of great concern. Yi Hao nodded. I am indeed remarkable. It is you, my dear, who truly understands me. Yaoji seized upon the critical word and emphasized, is this truly the crux? Yi Hao reflected and realized he was quite adept at pinpointing the essence. Oh, Yaoji was inquiring about the little wives. That was indeed significant, yet absolutely not something to disclose. The two found themselves in a peculiar standoff, unable to reach a unified consensus on the critical matter until the appearance of Yangchan father. Mother, what are you doing in broad daylight? In her gaze, the couple was entwined, attempting to indulge in sweet moments within the Yang household. Yi Hao and Yaoji paid her no mind, continuing their profound discussion on the pressing issue. Ultimately, Yi Hao briefed Chang'e, and Yaoji revealed the location of Shoshan. Then, he said, go to the heavens and accompany your sister Chang'e. Yi Hao rolled away from the Yang household. Yang Jian and Master Yuding observed as Yi Hao was ejected by Yaoji, tumbling onto the cold ground. Shortly after, Yang Chan emerged, her expression impassive, as she splashed a basin of water towards Yi Hao. Bah, scoundrel! Satisfied to see him drenched, she turned and walked back inside. Disciple, your family dynamics are rather complex. The Yang family chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what transpired in such a brief moment. Yi Hao rose, expressionless, and fled. In the backyard, father has run away. Yaoji, her face frosted with displeasure, retorted, let him run. I distinctly heard Yi Hao claim that Chang'e arrived first. I care not. I was clearly the first. Yang Chan found this peculiar. Was it truly a matter of precedence? Yaoji fell silent and entered the house. Upon exiting, she donned a splendid long gown. Yang Chan had never seen Yaoji in such attire. Mother, where did you acquire that dress? Is the bridal robe gifted to me by your wild father? Come, let us go see Chang'e. Before Yang Chan could refuse, Yaoji seized her hand and soared towards the heavens. Chapter 94. Shoshan. The copper of Shoshan is renowned as an exceptional material for crafting artifacts. The records of history recount how the Fushi clan utilized Shoshan's copper to forge a cauldron, from which dragon whiskers descended from the heavens, later allowing the Yellow Emperor to ascend riding on dragons with his harem. When one speaks of famed materials for crafting across the three realms, Yi Hao immediately thinks of Shoshan's copper. Additionally, there are the indestructible golden bracelets forged by Kuan Gang for the Supreme Old Lord. Kuan Gang claims they are of superior red iron. Yi Hao is uncertain of their origin, yet he contemplates inquiring with the Old Lord on another day and perhaps using his furnace to refine treasures. Some treasures are either born of heaven and earth or of unknown materials. Yi Hao naturally sought out what he knew. Initially, he intended to melt the purple gold alms bowl of the Tathagata for his own use, but alas, the Tathagata was too stingy. If he could not find suitable materials, he could consider those spiritual roots of heaven and earth. The structure of the three realms is quite unique. When he consumed the peaches of immortality, he was predominantly enveloped in red light, while in his daily meditations, he often emitted purple light. Treasures are primarily centered around golden and orange hues. However, the yellow and green colors are nearly the foundation of the world, making them elusive to explore. His concept was to create an artifact capable of containing the 6 powers of gemstones. He did not necessarily seek to place the gemstones upon his return to reality. It sufficed for him to organize and classify the 6 powers. When the time came, he could venture to Asgard to procure materials to fashion something akin to the Infinity Gauntlet. Would that not be a simple task? In recent days, Sun Wukong had been quite content. The Heavenly Emperor treated him well, which he observed keenly. Especially, he discerned that the Heavenly Emperor's kindness was not merely due to his master's influence. The Heavenly Court was indeed a delightful place. Tianpeng, tell me about Yang Jian's ruckus in the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, he sat in the Tianpeng cave, scratching his head in frustration. You always inquire about Yang Jian. Do you wish to cause a stir in the Heavenly Palace as well? According to the timeline, Tianpeng was supposed to reincarnate after Sun Wukong was suppressed, yet he was currently enjoying a carefree life in the water palace. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. I merely enjoy the tales. The heavenly emperor treats me well. Why would I contemplate disrupting the heavenly palace? It's best not to cause any chaos. He and Sun Wukong had developed a relationship through their conflicts. Sun Wukong would often ride his horse along the river of heaven, disturbing his peace, leading to a skirmish between them. Had Sun Wukong not shown restraint, he would have likely ended up with a bruised face. The first time I went to capture Yang Jian, he was merely a mortal. Though he possessed some divine power, he was ignorant of its application. Later, he seemed to have acquired skills, transforming into a different person, and subsequently, each encounter revealed his rapid progress. Alas, when he caused a commotion in Lingxiao Palace, I was no longer his match. Tianpeng expressed his sentiments with a heavy heart, while Sun Wukong listened with curiosity. He found himself quite similar to Yang Jian, both possessing divine power, yet unaware of how to wield it, seeking guidance from esteemed masters. He stole a glance at Tianpeng. Indeed, he too could unleash a fierce beating upon him. They must have had the same teacher, no? At that moment, Guanyin Bodhisattva felt a twinge of anxiety. Her plans were all set for the peach banquet. One Tianpeng, one Sun Wukong, one lecherous, one high and mighty. Initially, Sun Wukong should have revolted against the heavens upon encountering the martial star. Yet, unbeknownst to her, he had received guidance from an esteemed figure and was well prepared. That person must be a formidable adversary to the transmission of Buddhist teachings to the East. If she were to find him, Guanyin clenched her fists tightly. After hearing the tale of Yang Jian, Sun Wukong turned towards the southern gate of heaven. The giant spirit god was indeed his guide. Had he not explained the situation and left a cautious eye, he might have already perceived the position of the horse official as trivial and revolted against the heavens. Giant spirit god, I, your old son, have come to visit you again. The giant spirit chuckled. Your position is indeed quite leisurely. Sun Wukong and the giant spirit squatted beneath the stone pillars of the southern heavenly gate, pondering when he might be reassigned from this post. The giant spirit, though tasked with a significant responsibility by the heavenly emperor to guard the southern gate, felt the weight of his duties. It was exhausting. Unlike Sun Wukong, who roamed freely, indulging in leisurely pursuits. Brother, do you know what the celestial court is up to? Sun Wukong inquired, having noticed the heavenly maidens bustling about these past few days, prompting his curiosity to ask the giant spirit. With an air of pride, the giant spirit replied, although I am but a gatekeeper, my sources of information are beyond your reach. Sun Wukong flattered him appropriately, causing the giant spirit to beam with delight. Since you have genuinely inquired, I shall not withhold the truth. The third day of the third month marks the Queen Mother's birthday, and on that day, the Celestial Court will host the Peach Banquet. Preparations are already underway. The Peach Banquet? Sun Wukong, having been in the heavens for some time, was still not fully versed in the affairs of the Celestial Court. On that day, the Queen Mother will invite celestial beings from the three realms to partake in the peaches. Peaches? Sun Wukong paused, the name striking a familiar chord. Hadn't his master given him one before? Huh, I knew you had never heard of the peaches. Though the giant spirit expressed disdain, he proceeded to elaborate on the peaches, while Sun Wukong grew increasingly intrigued. According to the description, he had indeed tasted one. A memory surfaced when my master attempted to steal the peaches. They were not ripe after 9,000 years. What a pity. Sun Wukong's astute mind raced, and within 3 seconds, he arrived at a conclusion. His master desired the 9,000-year-old peaches. Simultaneously, he realized that presenting these peaches to his master would surely bring him joy. If his master were pleased, he could return to Mount Fengsuan at any time. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. However, do remember, not every celestial being receives an invitation to the peach banquet, nor does every deity hold the Queen Mother in esteem enough to attend the feast. Upon hearing these final remarks, Sun Wukong understood the implication and respectfully bowed to the giant spirit, saying, "Thank you, elder brother, for your guidance." The giant spirit was taken aback and quickly responded, "We are brothers. Why such formalities?" The giant spirit did not comprehend, but a flash of insight struck Sun Wukong, affirming that the giant spirit could indeed accept this gesture of respect. Nonetheless, the giant spirit was touched by the sentiment. For one like me, the chance to savor the peaches is rare. However, I believe you still have an opportunity. Sun Wukong's mind raced. Perhaps it was a stretch for him to attend the peach banquet given his status. But leveraging his connection with the heavenly emperor to procure a few peaches was not out of the question. If he could see his master, the visit would be worthwhile. If not, he would not be disheartened. Rest assured, brother, if I obtain the peaches, I shall present one to you, despite their height difference of several meters. It did not hinder their camaraderie as they embraced. Meanwhile, on Mount Ling, the Buddha felt an inexplicable chill, sensing that his journey to the west might be encountering unforeseen complications. Will Bodhi be angry? He has not disclosed the detailed plan to Bodhi. After all, Bodhi simply arranged for someone to come and seek teachings, so there should be no significant issues. Guanin's heart trembled. Had her plan gone awry? She calculated with her fingers, pondering why it was half right and half wrong. Which part had faltered? Meanwhile, Yi Hao, far away mining at Shou Mountain, felt a chill in his heart. What was happening? Why this sudden whim? He calculated again. Everything seemed normal. Then it was nothing to worry about. He shouldered his pickaxe and ventured into the depths of Shou Mountain. It is the duty of all to excavate Shou Mountain. Chapter 95. I am not who I am. According to Yi Hao's plan, his disciple would soon return from the celestial realm, leading to a great uproar in heaven. Although there was no commotion at present, it was likely that the time had yet to come. When the moment arrived, should Sun Wukong encounter trouble and seek him out, he would dismiss the heavenly beings while also managing to gain some benefits from Wukong. After all, he held the identity of Bodhi externally, and constantly pilfering from others would be quite shameful. At Ling Mountain, the Tathagata listened to Guanyin Bodhisattva's report. The more he listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Sun Wukong, being Bodhi's disciple, did not seem like one who would go to the west to seek teachings. Buddha, I have made multiple arrangements, all of which have returned fruitless. Sun Wukong must have a master guiding him from behind. A master? Could that not be that rascal Bodhi? Very well. He had promised to take his disciple to experience the world. Yet here he was scheming behind the scenes? No matter. The laws of the heavenly way are constant and predetermined. One must simply follow the trend. The Tathagata maintained his composure, his voice resonating like thunder through the great thunder sound temple. Guanyin bowed her head, reciting the Buddha's name. In the Guanghan Palace, the cold and aloof Chang'e remained as ever. Master, Yi Hao hasn't visited in quite a while. The jade rabbit swung her little feet in boredom. He hasn't forgotten me, has he? Chang'e smiled at the jade rabbit and said, We have endured centuries of solitude. It has only been a few days, and you cannot bear it? Chang'e feigned surprise. Surely, you do not have feelings for him? The jade rabbit gasped, shaking her head vigorously. I do not. I have not. He promised to take me out to play, yet he hasn't come for several days. I was merely inquiring. The jade rabbit clenched her fingers, her voice growing softer with a hint of complaint and longing. Chang'e, however, was unperturbed. Occasional disturbances reminded her of the vibrancy of life. Yet, should the chaos persist daily, it would become unbearable. She glanced at the jade rabbit, recognizing her simple-mindedness. The rabbit was preoccupied with thoughts of play, unawares that deep down, she yearned to be with Yi Hao. The two, one person and one rabbit, gazed at the Guanghan Palace, once again falling into silence. A beam of divine light descended from the human realm, landing directly on the moon star. The jade rabbit immediately rushed out. Is that Yi Hao? Has Yi Hao come? Yao Ji and Yang Chan stood at the entrance of the Guanghan Palace. Is this the Guanghan Palace? Yang Chan observed the icy hues of the palace, seemingly untouched by the passage of eons. Yao Ji scoffed. Your father would certainly appreciate this scenery. Yang Chan replied, Mother, I believe father must have some unspoken burdens. Why are you speaking of your father? Who is your true mother? Yao Ji strode forward, poised to knock on the door, when a rabbit unexpectedly swung it open. Yi Hao, have you finally come play with me? The girl inquired. Who are you? Yang Chan observed the rapid shift in the girl's expression from joy to disappointment. Father, how could you become involved with such a young child? Yao Ji was also taken aback. Was not Yi Hao speaking of the celestial Chang'e? Why was he entangled with this little girl? I am Yao Ji, here specifically to meet Chang'e. Yao Ji furrowed her brow and spoke politely. The jade rabbit, with drooping ears and vacant eyes, turned away without acknowledging either of them. Yang Chan scrutinized Yao Ji's expression. Mother, there must be something deeper at play. What kind of deeper meaning? That scoundrel flirts with flowers and even a little girl? I have truly misjudged him. Just as Yang Chan contemplated dissuading her, a woman emerged from the entrance. How beautiful! Although Yang Chan herself was a striking beauty and her mother renowned for her allure, the woman before them possessed an ethereal grace, with a transcendent demeanor and captivating features that ensnared one's heart. Particularly unforgettable were the traces of loneliness reflected in her eyes. "Do you have business here?" Chang'e, accompanied by the melancholic Jade Rabbit, approached the two. Yaoji recognized Chang'e, but the Chang'e before her seemed somewhat unfamiliar. The Chang'e she knew was always cold and unapproachable, exuding an aura of ancient frost that kept others at bay. Yet the Chang'e now displayed a hint of loneliness, softened by a smile, indicating a newfound warmth. "Ah, Yaoji, is that truly you?" Chang'e said, her gaze sharpening with recognition. Yaoji replied, "I merely came to see the one Yi Hao has been pining for." "Mother, Yang Jen hastili pulet Yaoji aside. What are you doing? Let go. I am about to teach her a lesson." Chang'e looked bewildered, but the mention of Yi Hao piqued her interest, especially at the girl's call of mother, which sparked her suspicions. Upon hearing Yi Hao's name, the Jade Rabbit's system rebooted. "Yi Hao, where is Yi Hao? Do you know where he has gone?" The rabbit dashed to their side, prompting Chang'e to quickly restrain her. "Huh, Yi Hao was expelled from my home. Who knows where he's sleeping on the floor now?" "Expelled? From home?" The rabbit tilted her head in confusion. "What is your relation to Yi Hao?" Chang'e comprehended the situation. "Little rabbit, come back." Although the rabbit did not receive the explanation she desired, she obediently returned to Chang'e's side. "Is the Princess Yaoji here for Yi Hao?" "Indeed. I am married to Yi Hao, and we have 3 children together. I kindly request that Chang'e not interfere with our lives." The rabbit tilted her head. "Will Yi Hao still come to play?" Yaoji's anger was suddenly quelled. "What did playing have to do with this? Are we even discussing the same matter? Can you not comprehend human speech?" Fortunately, she maintained her dignified composure, concealing her thoughts within. Upon hearing this, the celestial maiden Chang'e chuckled and remarked, "It is indeed Yi Hao who has come to disturb me. Were he to refrain from visiting, it would be for the best." The Jade Rabbit gazed at Chang'e in astonishment, reaching out to grasp her sleeve. Yaoji furrowed her brow and inquired, "He is troubling you?" Chang'e then recounted in detail Yi Hao's attempts to seek her out. This presented a dilemma. Yaoji had hoped that Chang'e would not pursue Yi Hao, yet in truth, Chang'e had never sought him out. It was Yi Hao who was ardently pursuing her. Yaoji felt uncertain about whether she could prevent Yi Hao's advances. Observing Yaoji regain her composure, Chang'e inquired, "Will you not join me for a visit to my Guanghan palace?" Yaoji, losing interest, turned to leave. As Yang Chan glanced back, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the despondency on Chang'e's face before following her mother back to the mortal realm. After they departed, Chang'e returned to Guanghan Palace. The Jade Rabbit, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Mistress, are you truly not going to see Yi Hao?" Chang'e, enveloped by an invisible barrier, replied coldly, "Is it not a blessing that he does not come?" The Jade Rabbit observed Chang'e reverting to her demeanor from millennium ago, stamping her foot in frustration before fleeing. Chang'e made no attempt to stop her. Once the Jade Rabbit had left, she let out a long sigh. "Since I have established a household, why must he continue to disturb my peace of mind?" At Shoshan, Yi Hao, bearing a sack of copper ore, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What is happening to me lately? Why do I feel as though someone is constantly thinking of me?" He dismissed the thought and continued on his way, flying towards the Daoshui Palace. Old master, I have come to pay you a visit." As he ascended higher, his appearance began to shift and transform. It was as though he were a Russian nesting doll, with himself as the innermost layer, followed by Bodhi, then himself again, and so forth, layering a total of 9 times. "How can one discern that I am Yi Hao?" In the Daoshui Palace, the supreme old master gazed at the elderly figure before him with an expression of irritation. "What brings you here?" Yi Hao tossed a bag on the ground. The old master examined it and exclaimed, "Is this not the copper from Shoshan? So much of it. Have you emptied Shoshan?" The bag, enhanced by the principles of cosmic transformation, appeared to be the size of a rice sack, yet contained an entire mountain of ore. Goodness, even the Emperor of Humanity did not extract so extravagantly. Yi Hao stroked his beard with an air of nonchalance, saying, "Do you have any materials left? I intend to forge a magical artifact for amusement." The supreme old master scrutinized Yi Hao, then glanced back at the bag. "Are you certain you are not seeking to wholesale magical artifacts? What sort of artifact could possibly require such an abundance of heavenly treasures? What is this? If you lack the essence of red copper, I was considering extracting some branches from the spiritual roots of the three realms to forge a treasure. The Supreme Old Master raised his thumb in admiration. You certainly know how to play. Only someone as audacious as you would dare to openly seize from the hands of the mighty. What do you intend to forge? The universe harbors 6 energies. I plan to create an artifact capable of mastering the discourse of these 6 energies. Are you seeking alternative methods due to the impossibility of entering? The Supreme Old Master, a master craftsman and alchemist of unparalleled renown in the 3 realms, regarded him with intrigue. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the first thought that crossed my mind was to utilize a magical artifact for cultivation. However, I merely wished to harmonize the 6 energies and unite all laws into one. Upon hearing this, the Supreme Old Lord found it indeed plausible. Most practitioners in the 3 realms cultivate through the inhalation and exhalation of spiritual energy, which undergoes transformations among the 6 energies. The so-called primordial Tao fruit is the equilibrium of these 6 energies, all leading to the Great Luo. Their ultimate pursuit of a higher realm is to unify the 6 energies and achieve personal enlightenment. The Old Lord was suddenly invigorated. Wait here. As he rose to depart, he reminded Yi Hao, I shall return shortly. Do not leave. Yi Hao watched as the Supreme Old Lord summoned clouds and swiftly soared into the sky. The heavenly court was but a few days away from the peach banquet. Sun Wukong rushed to the jade pool and seized the Emperor of Heaven with one hand. Your Majesty, does my name appear on the guest list for the peach banquet? The Emperor's heart trembled, yet his demeanor remained composed. The list of invited deities is determined by the Queen Mother. I am not privy to it. Sun Wukong chuckled. I am not here to trouble your Majesty. Why the alarm? How could he not be anxious? With the example of Yang Jian as a cautionary tale, if a rift were to form between him and Sun Wukong, given his understanding of the latter, another rebellion in heaven would surely ensue. Among the rascals in the heavens, who could possibly contend with Sun Wukong? Ultimately, he would have to seek Yang Jian's assistance, yet whether that young fellow would lend a hand remained uncertain. If he chose to confront Sun Wukong himself, the outcome was debatable, but merely entering the fray would provide enough material for discussions in the 3 realms for millennia, measured by heavenly time, no less. He certainly did not wish to become a laughingstock among the 3 realms. The Emperor of Heaven sighed in relief and chided, You mischievous monkey. Speak plainly if you have something to say. Since I cannot attend the peach banquet, could I perhaps have a few peaches instead? The Emperor chuckled in agreement. So, it is for the peaches. A few shall be granted to you. Sun Wukong added, I have not seen my master in many years and wish to bring a few back for him to savor. The Emperor nodded slightly. You do indeed possess filial piety. Then I shall grant you a few more. Sun Wukong continued, My master has quite the discerning palate. Ordinary peaches would not suffice. The Emperor, feeling both exasperated and amused, replied, Very well. I understand your intent. I shall provide you with some 9,000-year-old peaches. Additionally, I will give you some divine nectar to ensure you return with dignity. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, your Majesty. As Sun Wukong bowed, Guanyin felt a sudden unease in her heart and directed her cloud towards the jade pool. The journey was swift, a streak of light piercing the heavens. Within the Moon Palace, a celestial maiden arrived bearing the Queen Mother's decree. Fairy Chang'e, the Queen Mother invites you to dance at the banquet in the jade pool. Chang'e frowned, initially reluctant to acquiesce. However, feeling a profound sense of ennui in the Moon Palace, with the jade rabbit having vanished, she replied, Thank you for your efforts. Please convey my gratitude to the Queen Mother. I shall attend the banquet. The celestial maiden complied, offering a respectful farewell. In the vast Moon Palace, she remained alone, her long sighs echoing through the emptiness. Yang Jian recently felt an oppressive atmosphere enveloping his home. The good news is that Yi Hao seems to have found a woman outside and has been driven out by his mother. The bad news is that his mother's temper has worsened. With nothing to occupy her, she has taken to speaking in a sarcastic manner, often bringing tears to Ao Sunxin's eyes. Caught between 2 worlds, he found solace outside the Yang residence, squatting alongside Xiao Tian. Here he was a dignified celestial judge, handsome and powerful, yet reduced to seeking tranquility in a corner. Master, there's a peculiar aura. Xiao Tian, though capable of transforming into human form, felt a sense of comfort in his dog-like appearance. Yang Jian's eyes brightened. Let us venture forth and seek amusement. The jade rabbit had descended to the mortal realm. Following the scent to the banks of Guanjing, she was instantly captivated by the myriad of people and the novelty of her surroundings. The mingled essence of humanity made it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her quarry based solely on scent. Just as she felt lost, a man and a dog sprang into view. Hey, you demon, why don't you reveal your true form? Yang Jian looked closer and discovered a young girl. However, the jade rabbit remained unfazed, her nose twitching. You carry the scent of Yi Hao. Do you know him? With a leap, she approached Yang Jian, while Xiao Tian instinctively attempted to bite, only to have his mouth stuffed with a radish. Yi Hao, what an unfortunate name. I don't know him. Don't ask me. Yang Jian decisively dismissed the girl's inquiry and turned to leave. Since she was an acquaintance of Yi Hao and merely a child, he refrained from any aggression. Yang Jian would not err in choosing between the options of facing sarcasm or physical confrontation. The jade rabbit stubbornly followed. Just tell me. I'll give you a peach if you do. A peach? Yang Jian paused, scrutinizing the jade rabbit more closely. Anyone able to obtain a peach was certainly not an ordinary being. Why do you seek him? Kicking a pebble, the jade rabbit replied. He promised he would often come play with me. 2 people from the heavens said, Yi Hao wouldn't he be coming? And that is why I came to find him. 2 people from the heavens, Yi Hao. The keywords coalesced in his mind. Yang Jian's astute intellect quickly deduced the answer. This little girl was his second sister. He gasped, a breath so cold it could warm the world, and his demeanor shifted to one of respect. What a cunning Yi Hao. He even lures in such a small girl. My dear young lady, I truly do not know where Yi Hao has gone. After a moment's hesitation, he made a decision that would undoubtedly infuriate Yao Ji. If you wish to find him, you may stay here for the time being. He may return at any moment. Really? The jade rabbit's eyes sparkled. Then she added fiercely, when I find him, I shall give him a piece of my mind. This was no mere reprimand. In Yang Jian's discerning gaze, it was evident that the girl's heart was fully occupied by Yi Hao. You are truly kind. Yang Jian chuclet awkwardly, responding. I am his son. It is my duty. The jade rabbit tilted her head in confusion. What is a son? Yang Jian turned his head, exclaiming, Yi Hao, you truly deserve to be cursed. How could you lay your hands on such an innocent young girl? Chapter 97. Respect, are you not going to walk ahead? The jade rabbit inquired tentatively. Yang Jian stubbornly refused to step in front of her, and she was uncertain of the path. Out of respect for his elder, he lingered half a step behind the jade rabbit, chuckling awkwardly before pointing the way. As the jade rabbit walked behind Yang Jian, the celestial dog, with a carrot stuffed in its mouth, whimpered pitifully. Observing this, Yang Jian recollected the celestial dog's predicament. Little girl, would you mind removing that carrot? It seems my celestial dog is on the verge of suffocation. The jade rabbit withdrew the carrot, perplexed. Doesn't he eat carrots? I thought he charged at me because he was hungry. Which dog eats carrots? Yang Jian gazed at the carrot, which was as translucent as jade, pondering what kind of teeth could possibly bite into it. Ah, indeed, there was a tiny tooth mark on it. Little girl, this is my divine temple, and you shall reside here. A divine temple? Do you consider yourself a deity? The jade rabbit, aware of Yang Jian's exploits, and having witnessed Yi Hao through the water mirror, was familiar with his reputation, yet she did not truly know him. She merely understood that he had once clashed fiercely with the heavenly generals. Could such a figure really ascend to divinity? Was the heavenly emperor suffering from senility? Just a minor judicial deity. Yang Jian spoke with utmost caution, for despite his stature, he felt powerless against this young girl. I have seen you strike others, and know you have slain numerous celestial generals. Is this sufficient to become a celestial general? Curios, Yang Jian inquiret. Where did you witness my deeds, young lady? The jade rabbit replied. Whenever Yi Hao visited, he would use the water mirror technique to observe you, and I was present on those occasions. Upon hearing Yi Hao's name, Yang Jian instinctively wanted to frown. Yet the thought that Yi Hao was consistently watching over him brought an inexplicable warmth to his heart. He reflected on whether he had been overly harsh on Yi Hao. Yang Jian further asked, What did Yi Hao say about me, young lady? The jade rabbit pondered briefly before stating. He remarked that you possess the qualities of a war god. Does that count? Indeed, that certainly counts. Yang Jian's face lit up with pride, surprised that his father, who often spoke cryptically, had praised him. The jade rabbit tapped his elbow. Why do you keep calling me young lady? Ah. This is my way of expressing respect for you. Really? Truly. With each step, the jade rabbit held her chest high. To be respected by a great deity signified that she, too, held a place of honor among the divine. Meanwhile, Yi Hao, growing impatient in the Duoshui Palace, held a golden elixir in one hand while stroking the head of the golden boy with the other. The golden boy looked to the silver boy for help. Yet the silver boy was at a loss, offering a gaze of helplessness. Just as his impatience peaked, and he prepared to venture into the realm where Taishang Laojun concealed his elixirs, Taishang Laojun returned, carrying a burlap sack. Why do you lack even a storage artifact? Do not dare to claim you know me to outsiders. This is your sack. Taishang Laojun, exasperated, tossed the sack to the ground. Yi Hao casually opened the sack and exclaimed, "Goodness, whom did you rob?" That bag was filled with treasures from heaven and earth. Yet Yi Hao did not recognize a single one. Red, blue, and a kaleidoscope of colors lay haphazardly scattered about. What is this? The Supreme Old Lord made another trip to his chamber and discreetly handed him a box. What is this? Hiss. Yi Hao widened his eyes. You old rascal were just disdainful of me. The box was filled with various branches, two of which Yi Hao could identify, the ginseng fruit tree and the peach tree. Look at this, a hibiscus tree, and this, a branch of the Jinmu tree. I secretly took a few segments when the Emperor Zhuangxu felled the Jinmu, creating a passage between heaven and earth. How immense was that thing that you managed to take just a few segments? The Supreme Old Lord's complexion was rosy, betraying no hint of shame. Not much, just a little. Yi Hao was left dumbfounded. You truly are the wealthiest deity in the three realms, making me want to snatch it away. The Supreme Old Lord's expression darkened. Haven't you done that before? Yi Hao chacol down guardi. He had certainly taken the blame for Bodhi on numerous occasions. The Supreme Old Lord surveyed the scattered materials but furrowed his brow. To master the discourse of the six energies, perhaps these treasures would not suffice. Within them, the six energies must be orderly and balanced, necessitating additional items. Just say it. If it's impossible, I shall borrow some. The Supreme Old Lord shot him a disdainful glance. Do not let others know I am acquainted with you. He calculated the time and said, It's just right. Let's first refine a prototype. Yi Hao nodded. As the Supreme Old Lord tossed in the materials, he spoke first. We must purify. Yi Hao nodded again. The Supreme Old Lord channeled his magical energy, and several attendants promptly fanned the flames. Then he looked at Yi Hao, who nodded once more. The Supreme Old Lord was taken aback. Why are you nodding? Yi Hao was stunned. Isn't this to watch your performance? The Supreme Old Lord retorted angrily. Is this your treasure refinement or mine? Is there such a person? Can you find one in the three realms? It was agreed that he would borrow the cauldron to refine treasures. Yet now he showed no willingness to exert any effort. Oh, indeed. There is such a person in the three realms and right before your eyes. Yi Hao was momentarily taken aback. Why didn't you say so earlier? How was I to know? I thought you could manage it all by yourself, but it turns out to be nothing, and you call yourself a master of artifact refinement. The Supreme Old Lord, upon hearing Yi Hao speak ill of him to his face, became irate. Very well. Today I shall show you what it means to be a master of artifact refinement. With that, he dismissed Yi Hao's assistants, and, with a flourish of his sleeve, closed the doors to the Duoshui Palace. The 6 Ding divine flames erupted from the 8 trigrams cauldron, swirling around the entire cauldron. Yi Hao was not unfamiliar with artifact refinement. His eclectic knowledge encompassed a wide array of subjects. He possessed all the necessary skills and knowledge. Mainly, he sought to take the easy route. The ancient deities of the three realms held great regard for their reputation. With just a little provocation, they would begin to showcase their prowess. However, Yi Hao would not be someone to enjoy a free meal. He snatched up a banana leaf fan and began to fan dramatically. As for the Yang residents, it had been several years since Yi Hao left home. Yang Chan observed that Yao Ji's cultivation was deteriorating. Mother, it has been several years since father departed. Surely he is safe? Father? When did you ever have a father? Was it possible for her to completely disown her own father? Yang Chan replied, Mother, I am no longer a child. I yearn to explore the world outside. What do you think? Upon reflection, Yao Ji realized that she, too, harbored a desire to venture out. However, accompanying Yang Chan would be quite inappropriate. Perhaps she could follow discreetly and find some amusement. Yao Ji readily consented, yet Yang Chan harbored an uneasy suspicion. You do not intend to follow me secretly, do you? Yao Ji turned her head and declared, I'm not like that unfamiliar Yi Hao. How could I engage in such behavior? Huh. Her mannerisms of turning her head and covering her ears were strikingly reminiscent of Yi Hao. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Yang Chan was certain that Yao Ji would follow her and chose not to elaborate further. The pair of parents resembled each other so closely that one could only ever grasp half of their words. As she stepped outside, she unexpectedly encountered the furtive Yang Jian. Second brother. Yang Jian was startled. Ah, third sister. Have you eaten? How have you been lately? Are you practicing diligently? This was the image Yang Chan held of her second brother. She suspected something was amiss with him. It was decided. Her journey of exploration would commence with observing Yang Jian. Chapter 98. A tangle of feathers at Guanjingku, within the sacred temple of the celestial master Qingwei. Yang Jian arrived at the backyard, bearing an abundance of dishes. The jade rabbit, having never tasted anything beyond radishes, relished every bite. Why do you seem as if you have never eaten anything before? Yang Jian, forehead in hand, replied, Let us finish eating first. I almost thought you were scolding me. The jade rabbit swallowed her food and retorted, I truly have not eaten anything. Then what do you usually consume? Without hesitation, the jade rabbit replied, White jade radishes, peaches of immortality, laurel wine, and celestial nectar. She cautiously glanced around and whispered, Let me tell you, none of these are palatable. Yang Jian found himself perplexed, unable to discern whether the jade rabbit was impoverished or affluent. She resembled a person living in squalor, yet casually revealed a bank book with a 9-digit balance. If Yi Hao were present, he would undoubtedly proclaim that the jade rabbit was engaging in a bit of Versailles. Second brother's observation diary, day 1. Today, I noticed that second brother's behavior is rather peculiar. I have resolved to follow him and uncover his secrets. Hee. Second brother, do not allow me to catch you in a compromising situation. Second brother's observation diary, day 2. Second brother consistently brings an abundance of dishes to the temple. Could it be that there is insufficient food at home? He must be exhausted by sister-in-law. How pitiable. I shall treat second brother with greater kindness next time and serve him an extra half bowl of rice. Second brother's observation diary, day 3. As for yesterday's entries, what on earth did you write? This news, if it spreads, would utterly tarnish my celestial maiden image. I must insist on not writing again. The following is the main text. Something feels amiss. My second brother has surprisingly purchased rouge and powder. It is well known that my sister-in-law never uses such items. Could it be that my brother is attempting to employ a monetary strategy to win her over? Goodness, my sister-in-law is truly formidable. Wait, what am I even writing? Second brother's observation diary, day 4. Today it rained, and the beautiful me has no desire to venture outside. Second brother's observation diary, day 5. The sun shines brightly today. I fear I may become sunburned, so I shall remain indoors. Second brother's observation diary, day 6. I continually feel as though something is watching me from behind, which fills me with trepidation. Thus, I have decided to take a day of rest using the magical lotus lamp. Second brother's observation diary, day 14. At long last, I have successfully evaded the person who was tailing me. Victory belongs to me. Second brother's observation diary, day 15. By mere chance, I stumbled into my brother's temple, wandered into the backyard, and inadvertently caught sight of a little girl. Alas, I only saw her back and could not discern her features. Yang Jian, oh Yang Jian, how truly clever you are. You have secretly fathered a child. I wonder if my sister-in-law is aware of this. In any case, this secret shall remain locked within my heart. Without me, this household is destined to fall apart. Second brother's observation diary, day 16. Very well. I initially thought he had fathered child, but it turns out he has taken a concubine. The way he fawns over her surpasses even that of the howling heavens. Just like our father. What a scoundrel. This is unacceptable. I have never received such treatment. I must confront him directly for clarification. Yao Ji's daughter's observation diary. Day 1. My darling daughter is about to head out, and as her devoted mother, I feel an immense sense of pride. I hope she finds amusement. Day 2. How can I seek amusement from my own daughter? She is my flesh and blood. Blood runs thicker than water. Yet, why is she fixated on the second brother? There is something suspicious. I shall continue to observe. Day 3. My daughter has chosen to purchase rouge and powder. How peculiar. How could my lineage possess such insecurities about appearances? I, a celestial being, am inherently beautiful, and my daughter has inherited all my virtues. perhaps even exceeding them. It must be the influence of Yi Hao. I shall certainly give him a slap one day. Day 4. Today it rained, and I shall enjoy a delightful nap at home. Day 5. The sun shines brightly. Perhaps I should enlist the second brother to deal with that golden crow. Day 6. Truly, my daughter is remarkable. She has discovered my presence, thinking she could conceal her tracks with the magical lotus lamp. Dream on. Allow me to show you what it means for the righteous to triumph over the wicked. Day 7. This heavenly emperor is utterly useless. Does borrowing the Haotian mirror summon death? Thus I had no choice but to seize it myself. Day 8. Goodness, this magical lotus lamp can evade the Haotian mirror's scrutiny. Why not dig out the eyes of the all-seeing and borrow them for a moment? Surely, he wouldn't be too stingy. On the 14th day, my dear daughter has truly outdone herself by evading me. Alas, what you believe is merely an illusion. On the 15th day, why did this child sneak into the second brother's temple? Such stealthy behavior, one wonders who taught her. Isn't Xiao Tian right nearby? What foolish daughter I have. On the 16th day, having just calmed his second mother, Yang Jian was met with the furious entrance of Yang Chan. She seized his collar and demanded, "Who is that woman?" Yang Jian, bewildered, replied, "What woman?" With a cold smirk, Yang Chan retorted, "Who do you think?" Yang Jian discreetly took it at Yang Chan. Yang Chan's voice boomed, "Oh, so you know how to hide things." Perspiration beaded on Yang Jian's forehead as he pulled her to the backyard. "Lower your voice. Such an important matter cannot be spoken of so loudly. You must not let this slip." Yang Chan took a deep breath, eager to see what he would say. "That woman inside is our second mother." Yang Chan was taken aback. "Second mother? What second mother? Isn't she the woman you found behind Ao's sister's back?" Yang Jian, Agitatet, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person?" Despite their recent conflicts, Yang Jian would never betray Ao Sunxin. Yang Chan scrutinized him, then pondered about Yi Hao. "Is your father Yi Hao?" Yang Jian, perplexed, responded, "Have you lost your mind? Just say yes or no." "Yes," she declared. "Then you are indeed that kind of person." Yang Jian could not fathom how the inquiry about Yi Hao implicated him. "Enough. Come with me to confess to mother." Yang Jian reached for Yang Jian. "Wait." Yao Ji suddenly leaped out from the bushes, disregarding appearances. "Mother? Mother? What are you doing here?" The two exchanged glances at the bushes, marveling at how one could hide there unnoticed. Yao Ji ignored this. "What did you mean by second mother?" Yang Jian was momentarily stunned, looking to Yang Chan for assistance. Yang Chan pointed at him, "Mother, I report that second brother is seeking another woman outside." Yang Jian, horrified, protested, "I am not. I haven't. Stop saying such things." The commotion outside had drawn out the Jade Rabbit. "What are you doing?" "Second mother." "Jade Rabbit? Mistress?" The three looked at the Jade Rabbit, enveloped in a shared silence. In the Yang family's backyard, the Jade Rabbit recounted her visit to find Yi Hao. Upon hearing that Chang'e had changed her appearance, Yao Ji was at a loss for words. Yang Jian felt relieved to realize that the Jade Rabbit was not his second mother, but was pained by the thought of her being in the heavens. Yang Chan resolved to burn that diary upon her return. Chapter 99. The Peach Banquet. Time flies, and the Peach Banquet was convened in an unremarkable manner, with renowned deities from the three realms receiving invitations. Although some esteemed figures chose not to attend, the invitations were still duly sent. Sun Wukong and the giant spirit god found themselves nestled in a corner outside the Yaoqi, accompanied by the martial star, who had adopted a more refined demeanor. Speaking in an eloquent manner, having witnessed Sun Wukong's grandeur, he sought to forge a friendship. His charming manner of speech and some martial prowess led Sun Wukong to become somewhat enchanted by his flattery. Thus, the trio secretly pledged brotherhood, proclaiming themselves the three talents of heaven, believing that none in the celestial realm could surpass them. "My dear brothers, while I may not rival you in martial skill, in terms of knowledge, you both fall short of me." The giant spirit god, serving as the gatekeeper, had devoted his life to recognizing only Yang Jian, an experience that had left an indelible mark of suffering upon his career. "My elder brother speaks wisely." Sun Wukong, the second brother, dutifully provided support. His admiration for the giant spirit god was genuine. The martial star took it upon himself to exalt Sun Wukong. "Indeed, you are correct, second brother." The giant spirit god gestured toward an approaching figure, exclaiming, "Look there, that is the barefoot immortal, known for his kindness and love for traversing the mortal world." All the benevolent tales of deities among mortals originate from him. My elder brother possesses remarkable insight. The giant spirit god proudly pointed to another individual. Seated over there is the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, hailing from the western lands of Buddhism, revered for his myriad manifestations and greatly worshipped among mortals. Buddhism? Sun Wukong pondered, intrigued as it was his first encounter with such a term. Behold, this is indeed my elder brother, well-informed and enlightening my perspective. That is the Emperor Qinghua, surrounded by his disciples. Ah, what are you gazing at over there? Following the giant spirit god's indication, Sun Wukong beheld the three Buddhas of Buddhism, their golden radiance shimmering and illuminating the surroundings. As the giant spirit god meticulously pointed out the three pure ones, the four sovereigns, and other celestial deities, Sun Wukong felt his horizons broaden immensely. The vastness of the three realms should not be underestimated. One must exercise caution. For who knows when one might inadvertently provoke a powerful figure and find themselves suppressed for 5 centuries. His master, as expected, had not arrived. He discreetly activated his divine sight, scanning the surroundings. The mighty beings at the peach banquet sensed the disturbance. The Buddha spoke. It seems someone is observing the banquet. Judging by their gaze, there is no malice, so let it be. The compassion of the Buddha was palpable, and all the celestial beings bowed in reverence. Sun Wukong noticed the Buddha's gaze and was taken aback. His divine sight, cultivated by the heavens, was instinctive and profound. Yet, it had been seen through in a single glance, tracing back to him. It was known that his master had taught him the art of the 108 transformations, claiming that this technique could obscure the secrets of heaven. That person atop the lotus was formidable. Fortuitously, the other party possessed a heart as vast as the heavens. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. Sun Wukong bowed in the direction of the Buddha. Sensing the gesture, smiled warmly. Avalokiteshvara observed this exchange and inquired, "Why does the Buddha smile?" The Tathagata remarked, "It is merely a chance encounter with a fated individual." The Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, having gained insight, refrained from further speech. The heavenly emperor observed the celestial beings reveling in merriment and spoke. "Today, I have invited the celestial maiden Chang'e to perform a dance for your enjoyment." Dressed in resplendent garments and adorned with a golden headdress, Chang'e gracefully entered the venue accompanied by a multitude of fairies. Among them was Tianpeng, his gaze transfixed. She danced with an ethereal grace, her movements akin to drifting snowflakes, captivating all present. With delicate hands resembling drooping willows, her skirts swayed gently, as if the clouds themselves were stirred to life. The onlookers were entranced, lost in a state of rapture. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and a divine radiance surged forth from the Do Shui Palace, piercing the skies. What could this signify? In an instant, astonishment enveloped all. The powerful beings, neglecting the performance, transformed into streaks of light, hastening towards the Do Shui Palace. Could it be that the old lord had concocted a miraculous elixir that would astound the world? This celestial light emanated from the Do Shui Palace. Within the palace, Yihao clasped his hands in a circular formation, various spiritual lights intertwining into threads that tightly coiled around the 8 trigrams furnace. The furnace trembled violently, fine cracks appearing upon its surface. The supreme old lord, perspiring profusely, wielded a dust whisk in one hand and a jade bottle of sheep fat in the other, directing an endless stream of water and fire into the furnace. Inside, 6 colors clashed tumultuously. If this continued, the furnace would surely explode. A nascent form had emerged, yet it still required the tempering of civil and martial flames. The 6 energies had suddenly spiraled out of control within the cauldron. "Send me in," Yihao shouted, leaping towards the furnace top. The supreme old lord did not hesitate. With a flick of his dust whisk, he opened the lid. The spiritual light was about to escape, but Yihao swiftly stomped down upon it. "Refine me with all your might," Yihao commanded, suppressing the 6 energies within himself. The 8 trigrams furnace instantly stilled, finding stability. The supreme old lord summoned his attendant. "Fan the flames with utmost vigor. Do not let it cease." Though the golden and silver attendants felt despair, they complied fervently. If this elixir were truly refined, it would be the pinnacle of their life's work. Disheveled, they formed hand seals, unleashing the 6 Ding divine fire and the Samadhi true fire. Alongside the civil and martial flames, causing the furnace to glow a fiery red. Inside the furnace, Yi Hao beheld a swirling mass of spiritual light. With the 6 energies churning restlessly, he swayed, releasing his own 6-colored spiritual light, drawing all the radiance from the 8 trigrams furnace. His entire being expanded and transformed under the luminous glow. Cursed be this torment. Infinite agony surged through his soul and body. I refuse to yield. The invincible combat law, beyond mere fighting, could also enhance one's power. With sheer determination, he maintained control over the tumultuous 6 energies within. The mass of spiritual light before him dimmed considerably. He reached inward, conjuring a phantom, tattered orb. Hurry! The Jiuxiao spirit emerged, bearing the orb into the luminous mass. This was the new body he had promised Jiuxiao. The spiritual light, upon consuming the orb, appeared somewhat unaccustomed, causing the spiritual energies within him to wane significantly. He seized the moment to refine the 6 energies within his body, imprinting his own mark before returning the luminous orb before him. A gradual cycle began to manifest within the Bagua furnace. Observing the stabilization of the furnace, the old lord cast the remaining materials into it. The treasure was destined to be beyond interference. The words of the supreme old lord interrupted Yi Hao, who was about to shape the luminous essence. This orb of light gradually took form as it returned with the 6 energies, resembling a circular ring akin to the one atop the Buddha's head. It featured 6 voids, each displaying a different hue, with the colors swirling and converging at the center. A chaotic, indistinct entity floated within. The 3 realms trembled as divine light surged forth from the Bagua furnace, causing the realms to change color. The assembly of deities and powers gazed intently at the center of the divine light. Congratulations to the Old Lord for refining a treasured artifact. The Supreme Old Lord emerged from the Doshua Palace, his head covered in dust, leaving the crowd astonished. Esteemed guest, he nodded in greeting. Yehao, Appering Tattirit, also stepped out. A curse echoed from an unknown source, certainly not from the Buddha. The Buddha suppressed his expletives, casting a glance at Bodhi, knowing full well that this individual had a penchant for causing trouble wherever he went. With this thought, a hint of compassion crept into the Buddha's gaze towards the Supreme Old Lord. Observing the Buddha's expression, the assembly of deities silently praised him. Many had come seeking the treasure, yet the Buddha, with his noble character, was genuinely concerned for the Supreme Old Lord's well-being, truly compassionate and benevolent. Chapter 100. The Tai Ring. As the divine light faded from the sky, the atmosphere of the heavenly court underwent a dramatic transformation, dark clouds rising ominously. Purple lightning flickered incessantly, with waves of heavenly might pressing down upon the ring. A heavenly tribulation? What manner of treasure could invoke such wrath from the heavens? The eminent beings present were renowned throughout the 3 realms, aware that their own cultivation would attract calamities. The Great Pinder heavenly immortal technique, for instance, is known to bring about 3 disasters. It was unprecedented for a treasure to summon a heavenly tribulation. Ordinary artifacts are often imbued with spiritual essence, akin to the Supreme Old Lord's Vajra bracelet, or naturally birthed by the earth. Yet, this newly forged entity faced a heavenly tribulation. Either it possessed immense power capable of shaking the 3 realms, or it was born under an ominous sign, inciting the wrath of heaven and earth. Have you named it? The Supreme Old Lord casually conversed with Yi Hao, seemingly unconcerned about whether the treasure could withstand the tribulation. Not yet. How about calling it the 6 energy ring? The Supreme Old Lord shot him a disdainful glance. Yi Hao retorted, Is your Vajra bracelet such a melodious name? Huh. My bracelet can smash foes and collect treasures, but it isn't called the treasure-collecting bracelet. Then suggest a name, if you please. The Supreme Old Lord, adopting an air of tranquility and detachment, replied, Ah, this is your treasure. How could I name it? That would be improper. How about the carefree ring? The Supreme Old Lord cast another scornful look in his direction. Yi Hao seized his beard. Release me, old Taoist. Let go, old fool. Do you think you have a right to speak to me like that? If you cannot retrieve it, then cease your incessant prattling. Yi Hao released his grip, and the Supreme Old Lord replied, It is not that I cannot retrieve it, but that it is simply unfeasible. As Yi Hao prepared to tug at his beard again, the Old Lord swiftly retreated a few steps, widening the gap between them. How can you, old man, still be so unreasonable? Nearby, The Tathagata recognized that the celestial being above was somehow connected to Yi Hao and chose not to intervene, instead focusing his attention on Yi Hao. Witnessing Yi Hao's attempt to grasp the old lord's beard, he displayed a hint of sympathy. When the old lord remarked on Yi Hao's lack of reason, the Tathagata nodded repeatedly in agreement. Avalokiteshvara and the assembly of Buddhas, upon seeing the Buddha's indifference towards a treasure, wore expressions of compassion and occasionally nodded in reverence. Truly, the Buddha must be contemplating the profound truths of Buddhism at this moment. The Buddhas, stirred by their thoughts, began to chant in unison. Overcome with humility, the sound of Buddhist chants surged forth from the west, startling the denizens of heaven. The flourishing of Buddhism is indeed justified. The assembly of celestial beings stood in solemn respect. What a remarkable manifestation of Western Buddhism, unattached and untroubled. Even when the peach banquet was interrupted, they could recite scriptures with tranquility. Were these individuals dazed? Yi Hao gazed vacantly towards the Tathagata, who returned his look with a smile. Though he remained uncertain about the unfolding events, it did not deter him from displaying his demeanor in front of Yi Hao. The Supreme Old Lord sighed. Is this the essence of Mahayana Buddhism? Yi Hao paid no heed to the peculiar celestial beings. His gaze fell upon a familiar figure. How did my little Chang'e arrive here? I must go and greet her. He noticed Chang'e standing at the very edge, her expression indifferent, showing no signs of displeasure despite her dance being interrupted. She was as cold as a millennium-old ice block. Yi Hao assumed Chang'e was merely shy, deliberately concealing herself in the presence of so many. Chang'e, realizing she had stood so far away, yet still caught someone's attention, glanced up to find an elderly man, his hair ashen, smiling warmly at her. Despite her pondering, she could not fathom why someone among the prominent figures would notice her. Although Tianpeng was initially taken aback, he soon could not forget Chang'e's graceful dance and stealthily approached her. Yi Hao, observing this, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. Was this destiny's trial? Just as Tianpeng was about to make his move toward Chang'e, Yi Hao reached out, and in a twist of fate, Tianpeng appeared before him. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? Tianpeng's gaze swept around, meeting the eyes of the surrounding dignitaries. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as clarity dawned upon him. The elderly man before him, though his hair was gray, bore no anger in his eyes, only compassion. The heavenly emperor sat regally upon his dragon throne, gazing down. Tianpeng had dared to flirt with the celestial maiden, succumbing to mortal desires, and thus was summoned to the execution platform for immortals. The Tathagata closed his eyes, and Avalokiteshvara stepped forth. Amitabha, your majesty, the celestial emperor, might you show mercy upon the initial transgressions of the heavenly commander and spare his life? What wisdom does the great sage possess? Our Buddha has traversed the eastern seas, enduring 81 tribulations. Perhaps he may redeem his sins through diligent practice. Excellent. The celestial emperor smiled and said, Since the great sage has spoken, I shall grant you a reprieve, casting you into the cycle of reincarnation to await a fated encounter. The heavenly commander knelt, bowing deeply, and exclaimed his gratitude. Chang'e witnessed the unfolding drama, caught unawares by the sudden turn of events. Did that venerable immortal perceive my plight? Perhaps I should approach him shortly. In the heavens, there are always 9 thunders. This occurrence has certainly occupied the time of the esteemed assembly present. As the thunder ceased, the divine radiance of the circular artifact dimmed, returning to its primal essence. Your 6-fold ethereal rings have completed their tribulation. The Supreme Lord pointed to the heavens, bestowing a name upon it. Yi Hao scoffed, Is the Tai wheel? The Supreme Lord murmured, displaying a lack of empathy, claiming to be considerate of Yi Hao's feelings. Not wishing to bestow a name that might cause him embarrassment, Yi Hao disregarded him and gestured to the heavens. The Tai wheel transformed into a stream of light, descending behind Yi Hao's head, encircled by 6 colors, rendering him divine and holy. Yi Hao cast a disdainful glance at the Tathagata, then sneered as he looked behind. The Tathagata's forehead throbbed with veins as he waved his hand and gently said, This matter is concluded. We shall take our leave. The celestial emperor intended to retain a few, but the Tathagata interjected, Please, great celestial venerable, do not see us off. Upon realizing the Tathagata's resolute intent to depart, the celestial emperor replied, The Peaches of Immortality gathering has encountered an unforeseen issue. I trust the Buddha will understand. The Tathagata smiled with a gesture, leading the assembly westward. As the Tathagata departed, the precious artifact was claimed by its rightful owner, and the foremost dignitaries refrained from disputing its possession. Those familiar with Bodhi were the progenitors of creation, while some of lesser insight, though perceptive, also chose silence to avoid revealing their intentions and incurring the wrath of a formidable figure. Yihao removed the Tai wheel from behind his head and tossed it to the ground, where it transformed into the furious Jiuxiao, glaring at him. This artifact possesses an extraordinary spirit, rare in the three realms. The Supreme Lord, increasingly astonished, pondered whether a piece of true spirit had been cast into it. His speculation was not unfounded, for Jiuxiao was indeed a fragment of Yi Hao's own soul, which had long since shattered and returned to him. However, that modicum of sentient awareness had inadvertently lingered, becoming a vessel spirit under Yi Hao's command. Jiuxiao understood what should and should not be said, yet, regardless of speech, action proved more tangible. She seized Yi Hao's beard, twisting at his waist, and delivered a sharp kick to his lower abdomen. The Supreme Lord, eager to inquire about the origin of this true spirit, was immediately deterred by her tempestuousness. If such an artifact were to behave in this manner during a contest of wits, would it not turn against its master? This thought sent a chill through him. Chapter 101. Arrangements made by the master of the banquet of the Pan Tao had come to naught, and Sun Wukong emerged as the greatest victor. He had taken refuge at the royal horse stable with his two brothers, where two radiant purple-patterned peaches glimmered enticingly. Hiss, brother, you didn't steal those, did you? The giant spirit god's eyes widened in disbelief. He had tasted peaches before, yet these rare, purple-patterned peaches, which bore fruit only once every 9,000 years, were beyond his experience. Second brother, you're amazing. The martial star touched the purple peaches as if caressing a beloved. Why haven't you eaten yet, my two brothers? Sun Wukong had collected 5 purple-patterned peaches and 3 6,000-year-old peaches, a testament to the Heavenly Emperor's favor. Second brother, it's not that I don't want to eat. It's just that I've never seen such a thing. The giant spirit god mused, just one more moment, and I shall eat. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Sun Wukong seized a peach and shoved it into the giant spirit's mouth. As the giant spirit opened and closed his mouth, the peach vanished into his stomach before he could savor its flavor. Second brother, you're incredible, the martial star exclaimed, hastily taking a bite of his own peach, at least managing to taste its essence. Elder brother, why are you crying? Sun Wukong inquired. The giant spirit shot him a glare. I need to digest. I've overeaten. Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Next time, I'll bring you another. Second brother, you're amazing. The martial star noted eagerly, realizing that Sun Wukong could procure more peaches. As Sun Wukong and his companions sensed the tremors of the 3 realms, they were still far from the 33 heavens. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong beheld his beloved master, yet hesitated to approach. Yi Hao, with the son of Tai Yi overhead, was focused solely on Chang'e and remained unaware of the lurking Sun Wukong. After the crowd dispersed, the Heavenly Emperor spotted the monkey hiding in a corner. What are you doing here, Your Majesty? Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. It's quite cool here. Why not go greet your master? Sun Wukong hesitated. Though my position in heaven is not insignificant, I fear it may not be of the right rank, and I would not wish to bring disgrace upon my master. The Heavenly Emperor smiled. Your master is a powerful being in the 3 realms. He would not concern himself with such matters. Go meet him. At that moment, Yi Hao seized the struggling Jiuxiao and headed towards the Moonstar. Suddenly, a familiar red bottom appeared before him. What a familiar sight. Wukong, why are you silent? Yi Hao grinned at the back of Sun Wukong. Turning around, Sun Wukong's eyes brimmed with tears. Master. After a while, Sun Wukong finally emerged from Yi Hao's embrace. Forgive me for making you laugh, master. His face was already flushed, making it difficult to discern if he was shy. Yi Hao regarded Sun Wukong with satisfaction, noting that he was well-fed, well-rested, and content. Why did you not come to see me sooner? Though Yi Hao had not noticed Sun Wukong's presence, the commotion in the heavenly court was too great for Sun Wukong to remain absent. Sun Wukong stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yi Hao, amused by his demeanor, playfully gave him a light pat on the head. Could it be that your position is too lowly and you fear losing face in front of me? Sun Wukong squatted on the ground, nodding his head. Although Yi Hao found it peculiar that Sun Wukong, fully aware of his minor status, had not rebelled against the heavenly court, he felt a twinge of sympathy for his disciple. Yi Hao also crouched beside him, gently stroking his head. Such trivial matters were hardly worth his concern. He chuckled. I have arranged a task for you, and upon its completion, you shall soar to great heights. Rest assured. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What task? Are you aware of today's matter regarding Tianpeng? Sun Wukong nodded. He shared a certain camaraderie with Tianpeng. Had it not been for Yi Hao's personal intervention, he would have likely revealed himself to assist. In a way, he had turned misfortune into fortune, gaining an opportunity for redemption. Yi Hao rose to his feet. Years ago, a disciple of Tathagata defied authority, questioning the Buddhist scriptures, which incited the Buddha's wrath. Tathagata cast him into the cycle of reincarnation, compelling him to embark on a journey to seek the scriptures and inquire of the Buddha. I foresaw your emergence at that time and made a pact with him. He glanced at Sun Wukong, standing beside him. You too are one of the scripture seekers. Sun Wukong asked. But master, why do you say I will soar to great heights? Yi Hao, with an air of mystery, replied, after you acquire the scriptures, Tathagata will bestow upon you a position as a Buddha. Is that not significant? Furthermore, how could you join the scripture-seeking team if you lack renown? Sun Wukong suddenly enlightened. Is the Heavenly Emperor also involved in this arrangement? Indeed, the man and monkey conversed in the vastness of space for quite some time, until Yi Hao grew impatient. You rascal, why do you still linger about? Sun Wukong chuckled. Producing 2 peaches. Master, look, these are for you, a token of my filial piety. Purple-patterned peaches? He took one without hesitation. Sun Wukong, eager to offer more, was gently pushed back by Yi Hao's hand on his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he was sent back to the heavenly court. This monkey, who wouldn't he adore such a thoughtful little creature? Sun Wukong, delighted to see Yi Hao, thought to himself that if his master took one less peach, he could enjoy 2. Truly, his master was kind. He casually devoured the peach and dashed off to tend to the horses. In the realm of the moon, Yi Hao transformed into his original appearance and boldly entered. However, the gates of the Moon Palace were tightly shut. No matter how he knocked, no one answered. After a brief investigation, he discovered the palace was deserted. If the jade rabbit were absent, it could be understood, as that rabbit often roamed about. But where could Chang'e have gone? The peach banquet had concluded. He decided to linger there, determined to wait. Can a monk escape the temple? In the Doshui Palace, Taishang Laojun opened the door with an irritable expression. You scoundrel, what brings you here? Upon recognizing the visitor, his demeanor shifted to a friendly smile. It is the celestial Chang'e. What brings you here to seek out this humble Taoist? Chang'e bowed gracefully and replied, Laojun, may I inquire about the identity of that celestial being from earlier? Could you kindly introduce me? The Supreme Lord glanced at her, his fingers delicately calculating within the folds of his robe. With a gentle smile, he remarked, You have come concerning the matter of Tianpeng, have you not? There is no need for concern. It is merely Tianpeng's fate to endure this tribulation, and this calamity has manifested through you. That individual simply sensed the impending misfortune and acted accordingly. You need not dwell on it. Chang'e's brows furrowed slightly, for she distinctly observed that the man had smiled at her prior to the incident involving Tianpeng. Thank you, Lord, she said, preparing to take her leave. The Supreme Lord chuckled. Not at all. Please, take care as you depart. Not long after Chang'e left, his expression shifted dramatically. Goodness gracious. I have just calculated that there is a connection between Bodhi and Chang'e. Could this old fellow truly be harboring intentions akin to an old bull pursuing tendergrass? With this thought, he closed the grand doors of the Doshui Palace, seated himself upon the high platform, and concentrated fully on divining a hexagram. Why has it vanished again? Perplexed, Chang'e returned to the Guanghan Palace. From a distance, she spotted a figure squatting at the entrance. Yao! A pang of pain struck her heart, and she feigned ignorance, striding directly towards the entrance. Chapter 102. Beneath the blossoms and the moonlight, Chang'e pretended not to notice Yi Hao. Yet, Yi Hao, seemingly unfazed, trailed closely behind her. As Chang'e pushed open the great doors, he followed tightly. When she halted her steps, Yi Hao unexpectedly bumped into her. Hey, why did you stop? Pray tell, sir, what business brings you to intrude upon the Guanghan Palace? Chang'e's expression remained impassive as she regarded him coldly. Yi Hao repeatedly apologized, then pushed past Chang'e, entering the Guanghan Palace first. Why do you intrude upon my abode? Chang'e recognized Yi Hao's audacity, but was taken aback by his brazen claim. Your abode? This is my home. I did not anticipate such a stunning, celestial beauty gracing my residence. To think she would regard my abode as her own. In that case, I shall not be polite. Yi Hao flashed a devilish grin, seizing Chang'e's hand and dragging her into the Guanhan Palace. Chang'e was utterly bewildered. Yi Hao was deviating from the expected script. Only upon reaching her chambers did she panic. Yi Hao, let go of me. She struggled, but he held her hand firmly. Who is this Yi Hao? He inquired with a playful smile. Chang'e turned her face away. A lecherous scoundrel. Yi Hao stroked his chin. What a coincidence. I too am a scoundrel. Chang'e regarded him with an expressionless gaze, while Yi Hao grinned and held her gaze. Alas, she was no match for his charm. You have a wife and daughter. Why do you seek me? She sighed deeply, finally confronting Yi Hao. Yi Hao froze. Has Yao Ji come to visit? He hastily explained. When I sought you, my acquaintance with Yao Ji was but fleeting. It was mere happenstance that led us to become husband and wife. By lineage, you precede her. Who is discussing lineage with you? Chang'e replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. I am addressing you on serious matters. Since you're already bound to another, you should not come seeking me. She came to my doorstep and tarnished my reputation. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. What had she done to provoke Yao Ji into seeking her out? As Yi Hao beheld Chang'e in tears, he hurriedly approached her. Chang'e raised her hand to stop him. From this moment on, we shall not meet again. With that, she gestured towards the outside of the Guanhan Palace. Please leave. Yi Hao did not anticipate Chang'e's resolute demeanor. Yet, the fault lay entirely with him. He stepped forward and embraced her. I am sincerely devoted to you. I never intended to hurt your heart. Chang'e struggled momentarily, but Yi Hao refused to let go. Two streaks of tears traced down her cold, serene face, and after a long pause, she gently leaned against his chest. Why have you sought me out, and why have you unsettled my heart? Yi Hao's heart trembled at her words, realizing he had indeed wounded her. Inside the Guanhan Palace, Yi Hao and Chang'e sat in a pavilion. On the table lay the osmanthus wine. When we met, you asked if I had wine. Yi Hao replied, I suggested that since this place is so frigid, we might warm ourselves with some wine. Chang'e similit faintly. Her equiste beauty captivating Yi Hao. She softly said, today, I shall repay you with wine. From this moment on, we shall be free of entanglements. The two fell silent, merely drinking in quietude until every drop of Chang'e's hidden wine was consumed. Yi Hao remained sober, while Chang'e became inebriated and began to babble. The celestial beings above wish to see me dance, yet when I dance, no one is there to witness. Yi Hao understood that his interruption of the peach blossom banquet had overshadowed the celestial beings' yearning to see Chang'e perform, which paled in comparison to the birth of a treasure gem. They do not watch, do you? Chang'e leaned down to gaze at him, and Yi Hao nodded, I do. Chang'e nodded in satisfaction. Beneath the osmanthus tree in the Guanhan Palace, Chang'e danced gracefully, solely for him. When she finally ceased, she strolled towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao, do you find me beautiful? Yet Yi Hao closed his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Beautiful, beautiful enough to shake the heavens, beautiful enough to make him feel inferior. Why do you not answer? Why do you not dare to look at me? Do you not wish to see me? Chang'e said playfully, though her expression remained as cold as an ancient glacier. Yi Hao opened his eyes, only to behold the moonlit beauty weeping. This shall be the end for today. The Guanhan Palace shall no longer receive guests. Chang'e swayed as she walked back to the palace, unsteady on her feet, nearly falling to the ground. Yi Hao swiftly stepped forward to support her. No need for your assistance. Chang'e attempted to push him away, yet she was utterly exhausted. Yi Hao guided her to her chamber and laid her upon the bed. The celestial maiden spoke dreamily, akin to a child. Yi Hao gazed at her softly and said, this parting will be our last. We shall never meet again. I offer you one final gift. He infused a ray of spiritual light, drawn from his life's knowledge, into Chang'e's forehead. This power, derived from Yi Hao's spatial gemstone, would ensure that Chang'e would be free from worries for eternity. With a sigh, he turned and departed. Unbeknownst to him, a hand grasped him firmly. The owner of that hand exerted force, pulling him down onto the bed. Bright eyes and radiant cheeks magnified in Yi Hao's sight. In the celestial realm, the heavenly emperor summoned the multitude of deities. The Buddha intended to embark on a journey to acquire scriptures. The flourishing of Buddhism relied on the celestial mandate. The Emperor's assembly of the gods was for the purpose of this Western expedition. The individual destined to seek the scriptures had already been determined. The Buddha entrusted the remaining slots to the heavenly court. The heavenly order is predetermined, and there shall undoubtedly be 81 tribulations. Would you, esteemed lords, be willing to partake? Many deities recognized the significance of this venture. The prosperity of Buddhism in the West hinged upon the willingness of the heavenly court. A total of 4 individuals were to seek the scriptures. Aside from one, the others originated from the heavenly court. Such is the nature of human affairs. By offering benefits to the heavenly court, the Tathagata not only had the opportunity to elevate his disciples to Buddhahood, but also to enhance the prominence of Buddhism, achieving a dual purpose. Bodhi's decision to include his cherished disciple was to secure a position for him within both the heavenly court and the Western paradise. Thus, as he attained Buddhahood, he would at the very least become a guardian deity. Henceforth, who could rival Sun Wukong's esteemed status within the 3 realms? The Tathagata calculated that Bodhi held great affection for this disciple. With a mere gesture, he could recruit an exceptional champion to protect the faith. It was a guaranteed gain. As for the heavenly court, a multitude of individuals would venture to the West for sustenance, undoubtedly reaping numerous benefits. Furthermore, the Tathagata suspected Bodhi harbored intentions of unifying the 3 teachings, and even he was ensnared in this scheme. To facilitate the Western journey, the Tathagata had to offer advantages to the heavenly court, arranging for individuals to join the scripture-seeking entourage, ultimately integrating into the Western paradise. Was this not the embryonic form of the unification of the 3 teachings? The Tathagata could not help but admire Bodhi's foresight. In the heavenly court, individuals clamored and nearly came to blows. After much effort to pacify them, arrangements were made for the steed boy to descend to the mortal realm. Where is Sun Wukong? Your Majesty, I am here. Although Sun Wukong paid his respects, his words lacked reverence. The heavenly emperor, aware of his prowess, bore no resentment. For the Western expedition, we are still short 1 individual. Will you go? Sun Wukong, having anticipated this, readily accepted. I shall go. Yet, many deities voiced their discontent. Your Majesty, what merit does this horse keeper possess to undertake such a grave responsibility? The heavenly emperor, unperturbed, cast a glance at Sun Wukong. In an instant, Sun Wukong comprehended the emperor's intent. What abilities do I possess? A single battle will reveal all. Chapter 103. I come upon hearing this. Neza leapt forward. A fight. I'll do it. With that, he brandished his fiery spear and charged on 2 small wheels towards Sun Wukong, exclaiming, Monkey, perish! Sun Wukong, unperturbed, merely scratched his ear and brandished his golden staff in response. The 2 burst forth from the Lingxiao Palace and ascended to the heavens. As Neza clashed with Sun Wukong, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Where did the staff come from? So heavy. Before long, he found himself at a disadvantage. Onlookers, such as Li Jing, were left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or weep. Upon witnessing the scene, the great spirit of the giant roared. Isn't my second brother impressive? The assembly of deities stood in stunned silence. The star of literature glanced at the star of war, his eyes darting with intrigue. Could this simpleton have changed his temperament due to this monkey? The great spirit of the giant silently commended his younger brother, surprised by his remarkable prowess. The celestial beings below recognized that Sun Wukong was among the most formidable in the heavenly realm. However, they were curious about how he would fare against the god of justice. As Sun Wukong observed Neza from above, he noted that she bore no anger. With such abilities, why not rebel against the celestial court? She had long urged him to take action, yet he remained indifferent. Sun Wukong gazed at the young lady in exasperation. Why do you constantly contemplate rebellion? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to take a leisurely ride? Was she intent on courting trouble for herself? Upon returning to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Jade Emperor chuckled. You have all witnessed Wukong's talents. Do any of you have objections? Those who had previously expressed skepticism were in fact arranged by the Jade Emperor himself and immediately stepped forward, declaring, I have no objections. The stable master possesses the qualities of a war god. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction, surveying the crowd. Seeing that the assembled immortals were in agreement, he called, Wukong, step forward. Sun Wukong approached and bowed deeply. The Jade Emperor proclaimed, Sun Wukong possesses profound magical abilities and exceptional martial skills, truly a rare talent. During his tenure as the stable master, he has shown diligence and unwavering dedication, reflecting his outstanding character. I am exceedingly pleased. I hereby appoint Sun Wukong as the guardian deity of the celestial court, bestowing upon him the title of the enlightened great sage, to protect the 10 directions and vanquish demons. Sun Wukong repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, your majesty. As the heavenly council concluded, the deities congratulated him. At this moment, Sun Wukong was no longer a mere minor deity. Few in attendance could compare to his official rank. He graciously returned their salutes. Great sage. At that moment, the star of Venus stepped forward. It is time to descend to the mortal realm. The arrangements for the journey to the west have been finalized. Sun Wukong would now become one of the trials faced by Tang Sung. After overcoming the challenges, he set forth with the monk, bidding farewell to the celestial beings. Sun Wukong descended the heavenly court alongside the star of Venus. Old star, kindly inform me of the arrangements, he inquired. The star of Venus replied, Great sage, you have yet to establish your fame across the 3 realms. You still require recognition. Coincidentally, in the southern continent, there are demons emerging, providing you the perfect opportunity to make your name known. Demons? Indeed, there are 6 demon kings who, for reasons unknown, have sworn brotherhood and raised their banners to wreak havoc upon the mortal world. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Ah, how fortuitous is it they should cross paths with my staff. The star of Venus chuckled. With the great sage's intervention, victory shall be swift. In no time, Sun Wukong and the star of Venus arrived at the southern continent, where a region shrouded in dark miasma awaited. Whose lair is this? Sun Wukong inquired, surveying the grisly scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This is the domain of the king of Yuron, who specializes in manipulating minds and commanding spirits. Great sage, do exercise caution. I shall return shortly, Sun Wukong declared. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement and, with a somersault, arrived at the entrance of the mountain. I am the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. You vile creature, come forth and meet your demise. His thunderous voice reverberated through the mountains for miles. The Yuerang king, startled in his cavern, ordered a lesser demon to investigate the commotion at the door. The small demon complied and, upon opening the grand entrance, beheld Sun Wukong clad in golden armor, adorned with a phoenix-feathered crown of purple gold, his feet encased in cloud-walking shoes, and wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. Who dares to disturb my lord's domain? The Yuerang king demanded. Sun Wukong, seeing the small demon emerge, chuckled. I'm the celestial great sage, protector of the 10 directions and vanquisher of demons. I have come specifically for your master. Do summon him forth at once. Should you delay, I shall demonstrate the might of my staff. The small demon hurriedly retreated, stammering, My lord, it is a celestial being who claims he has come to eliminate you. Such audacity, roared the Yuerang king, seizing his weapon and charging from his lair. As the 2 monkeys met, the Yuerang king proclaimed, What monkey are you? Perhaps our ancestors were once kin. Your visit today is a grave disrespect. Sun Wukong, brimming with indignation, retorted, If I were to share such kinship with you, it would surely be a disgrace to my ancestors. With words exchanged, they clashed fiercely. In just a few exchanges, the Yuerang king found himself at a disadvantage. As the Rui Jingu Bang descended toward his head, he swiftly employed a divine maneuver, summoning the mountain deities and earth spirits who, under his spell, ascended uncontrollably into the sky. Sun Wukong was taken aback, his eyes flickering with intensity. These heavenly beings were clearly enchanted and devoid of will. He exhaled forcefully, conjuring a tempest that sent the airborne spirits swaying precariously. They were all celestial beings, and he hesitated to strike them down directly. Such despicable tactics. Sun Wukong seethed, his fury ignited further by the sight of the blood-soaked battlefield. Witnessing the Yuerang king manipulate others only fueled his rage. As flames of wrath ignited in his eyes, the Yuerang king turned to flee. Nowhere to escape. Sun Wukong exclaimed as he took flight in pursuit. The chase led them to another mountain peak. Brother, save me, cried the Yuerang king. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. I intended to deal with you one by one, but it seems there is a traitor among us. From the mountains emerged a monkey, none other than the Monkey King. The sight of the three monkeys together was truly unexpected for Sun Wukong. Could it be that apart from his kin in Flower Fruit Mountain, monkeys from other lands shared a penchant for human flesh? The Monkey King inquired, "Sixth brother, what has transpired?" Upon hearing the Yuerang King's account, he turned to Sun Wukong. "We are the same family. Why must we turn against one another?" Sun Wukong replied, "My family feasts on pine nuts and drinks celestial spring water, never partaking in human flesh." The Monkey King countered, "As we cultivate our essence, if humans can consume us, why should we not consume them? What logic is this?" Sun Wukong asserted, "If you have cultivated your essence, you should understand not to commit even minor evils. Have not those you devoured once feasted on monkeys?" The Monkey King remained silent, while the Yuerang King urgently pleaded, "Brother, he clearly intends to annihilate us. Why waste words on him? You and I, as brothers, should join forces to confront him." Sun Wukong chuckled, suggesting they gather all their brothers, lest he expend unnecessary effort. Such an arrogant monkey! The Monkey King and the King of the Yuan charged at him, and Sun Wukong brandished his golden staff, leading to a chaotic exchange of blows. Yet, the more he fought, the more exhilarated he became. While life in Tianshan was pleasant, here he could truly unleash his prowess. What a thrill! With that, he transformed, standing atop the 33 heavens and treading upon the 9 underworlds. The two monkeys, upon witnessing this, were struck with terror. Chapter 104. Conquering Demons. Sun Wukong's display left the celestial beings in awe. Anyone familiar with his background couldn't help but envy the Bodhi's ability to take on disciples. Realizing they had no hope of victory, the two monkeys immediately bowed down. Sun Wukong swept his staff, leaving behind 2 lifeless bodies, their souls swaying as they departed for the underworld. He had not wished to take the lives of his kin, but the thought of the corpses within the Yuan King's abode left him somewhat unsatisfied. His fury could only be quelled by their defeat. Transforming back to his original form, the Venus Star hurried forward, exclaiming, "Great sage, your skills are remarkable." Though Sun Wukong felt unfulfilled, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, "A mere triviality. Let not the heavens mock me." The Venus Star gazed at him intently for an extended period, confirming he was not boasting, before finally lowering his dust-laden hand. "Such a triviality? What else lies in your repertoire? Pray, take me there swiftly." As they journeyed onward, Sun Wukong grew impatient with the Venus Star's speed, pulling him along with a swift somersault. The Venus Star felt the world around him compress and distort, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Just as he was about to speak, they noticed a dark cloud approaching from the west. Indeed, it was the Lion Troop King. Sun Wukong squinted, asking, "Old friend, do you see him?" The Venus Star replied, "That lion is indeed the Lion Troop King." The Lion Troop King, exuding an aura of menace and tinged with traces of blood, appeared quite fearsome. Spotting Sun Wukong, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What demon tribe do you belong to, and why do you trespass in my domain?" He had been startled by Sun Wukong's celestial display and had fortuitously appeared before him. Without answering, Sun Wukong declared, "Your 2 brothers have already departed. I am here to escort you to join them." Upon hearing this, the Lion Troop King laughed heartily, undeterred. "You monkey, from which mountain do you hail? My brothers are the ancestors among monkeys. Do you claim to have killed them? Do not boast foolishly." Sun Wukong replied with a grin, "You shall soon discover whether I speak the truth." With that, he raised his staff, preparing to strike. The Lion Troop King, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to flee, having only intended to intimidate Sun Wukong, not expecting him to be so combative. "Old friend, wait here. I shall return shortly." The Venus Star, aware of Sun Wukong's strength, knew he could not catch up and could only acquiesce. A monkey and a lion, one pursuing, the other fleeing, with Sun Wukong trailing far behind the Lion Trojan King. "Run faster! Run faster!" The Lion Trojan King's evasion techniques could not compare to Sun Wukong's prowess. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted furiously. Should he slow even slightly, a staff would come hurtling towards him from afar. The very thought of it spurred the Lion Trojan King to hasten his pace even more. "Do not be so arrogant. When my elder brother arrives, you shall see." Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. This saves me the trouble of searching for someone." The Lion Trojan King, trembling with fear, wondered about the origins of this monkey. What kind of martial prowess and magical abilities did he possess that he had never heard of before? In a heavenly realm, within the Lingxiao Palace, A multitude of deities observed the unfolding scene. When Sun Wukong vanquished two monkeys, cheers erupted from the crowd, with a martial star dancing with the most exuberance. The Jade Emperor vaguely heard the martial star exclaim, "This is my second brother. Impressive, isn't it? Isn't the ability to manipulate heaven and earth astounding?" The crude language, filled with bravado, was uncontainable, even as the literary star attempted to intervene. Meanwhile, Neza appeared to share in the merriment, echoing the words of the martial star. A few renowned demons from the three realms were present. Should they approach one by one, Sun Wukong would indeed triumph effortlessly, yet facing them all at once would prove troublesome. Although the Jade Emperor was aware of Sun Wukong's capabilities, he remained uneasy about him confronting four demon kings alone. At worst, I shall swallow my pride and seek him out. As the chase continued, Sun Wukong's patience began to wear thin. Hey, has that lion not found his allies yet? The lion Trojan king ignored him until the mist before them cleared, revealing a towering mountain. Elder brother, second brother, third brother. Upon the mountain stood three formidable demon kings: the bull demon king, the flood dragon demon king, and the rock demon king, all gathered together. Seeing the lion Trojan king, the three demons laughed instead of expressing surprise. "Do not be alarmed, fourth brother. We are here to ensure he does not return." Upon reaching the mountain, the lion Trojan king finally felt at ease. Sun Wukong observed with a smile, "Excellent. Everyone is gathered." "I see." The flood dragon demon king replied with a slight smile, "Brothers, do not rush. Allow me to subdue him." The bull demon king lifted a cup and took a hearty drink. "Second brother, do not let our brother's momentum falter." The demeanor of these three demon kings far surpassed that of others, causing Sun Wukong to frown. The flood dragon demon king soared into the air, addressing Sun Wukong. "Are you also of the demon clan? Why do you consort with the heavenly court and betray your kin?" Seeing the opponent's cultured demeanor, Sun Wukong cleverly replied, "I am a being that emerged from a primordial stone before the chaos of creation, born from the earth and sky. Does this not qualify as part of the demon clan?" The flood dragon demon king was momentarily taken aback. This origin, upon reflection, was indeed divine and extraordinary, far beyond the capabilities of mere demons. He swiftly changed the subject. "Yet your appearance resembles that of the Monkey King. Why then do you slay your own kind?" "The monkeys on my mountain feast on the spiritual fruits and flowers of the hills, and drink from the sweet springs of the valleys. Those two monkeys feast upon humans with pride, senselessly slaughtering the innocent. I refuse to associate with them." The Dragon King chuckled, proclaiming, "In our cultivation, is it not the pursuit of following one's true heart that brings about freedom and ease? His indulgence in himself is, after all, a quest for liberation. You two possess remarkable talents. Why not join our ranks? In the days to come, we shall traverse the realms with unparalleled vigor. What joy that would bring." Sun Wukong responded with a sardonic smile. "I had expected profound discourse from you, yet it appears your vision is rather narrow, lacking awareness of the greater cosmos beyond. I engaged in conversation to discern your insights, but now I see it was a futile endeavor." Through his dialogue with Yi Hao, Sun Wukong became aware that his master wished to provide him with a foundation for true freedom. If he were to hold a position in both the heavenly court and the Western paradise, only then would he experience genuine liberation. Contemplating this, he reminisced about his master and cast an angry glare at the Dragon King. "Enough with the idle chatter. Surrender at once." Enraged, the Dragon King had initially hoped to persuade Sun Wukong with mere words, only to find himself humiliated before his brethren. Seizing his weapon, he charged at Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King observed the scene with amusement, albeit with an underlying sense of dread. The monkey's eyes were clear, reflecting both fury and compassion as he beheld them, anger towards their wanton slaughter and pity for their limited perspective. Such a gaze was characteristic of those well-versed in the affairs of the three realms. Sun Wukong, though not an omnipotent being, was undoubtedly a disciple of one. Meanwhile, the Pung Demon King listened to Sun Wukong with uncertainty. As Sun Wukong swung his staff, it lacked finesse, embodying brute force, and when the Dragon King was struck, he felt as though his serpentine form had shattered. Enraged, he transformed into his true shape, a colossal dragon surging through the clouds. Sun Wukong laughed. "So you are but a mudloach." Upon hearing this, Neza in the heavenly court erupted in applause. "Well said." However, Li Jing swiftly grasped Neza's hand. only to witness the latter attempt to bite him, forcing him to release his grip repeatedly. Chapter 105. One against four. The golden staff extended 100 feet, descending with immense force upon the Dragon King. Although the Dragon King was large, he was remarkably agile, evading the blow and charging at Sun Wukong with his gaping maw. Reeking of blood, Sun Wukong employed a transformation technique, slipping into the Dragon King's mouth, and as his staff elongated, it pried the dragon's jaws apart. The Dragon King found himself unable to close his mouth, when suddenly he felt a searing heat engulf his body, the true fire of Samadhi. Sun Wukong ignited the insides of the Dragon King, turning them to char, and chuckled. Now you are but a roasted mud loach. In agony, the Dragon King's body twisted and writhed, crashing onto the mountain peaks. Sun Wukong emerged from his mouth, seizing his head with a gleam in his eyes, his temples pulsating with power, with strength that can move mountains. The Dragon King's immense form spiraled uncontrollably through the air, landing with a resounding crash. The earth trembled, reshaping the landscape. The Lion Trojan King, sensing the precarious situation, immediately turned to the Pung Demon King and the Bull Demon King. This monkey is arrogant. We must not underestimate him. With that, the Bull Demon King rose, advancing towards Sun Wukong, who, reveling in the fray, continued to slam the Dragon King against the ground. The Dragon King had become disoriented, his pupils pale. The Bull Demon King brandished his iron staff and struck at Sun Wukong. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong neither dodged nor flinched, instead hurling the Dragon King towards the Bull Demon King. The Dragon King, in his original form, charged forth with a tremendous force. The Bull Demon King, left with no choice, braced himself against the Dragon King's colossal body, a faint image of a white bull manifesting upon him. Yet, despite his strength, he retreated 1,000 feet before halting. Such formidable power! The Bull Demon King was astonished, having considered himself one of the mightiest among demons. Yet this Sun Wukong surpassed even him. Seeing this, the Pung Demon King had no alternative but to step forward. This monkey's strength exceeded their expectations. The Lion and Camel Kings, witnessing their comrades engage one after another, could not remain idle and join the fray. In the high skies, Sun Wukong stood proudly with his staff, surveying the chaos below. The three Demon Kings, however, proceeded with utmost caution, daring not to exhibit any sign of complacency. The Dragon King, now devoid of strength, lay sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the sky in despair. What is the matter? Unable to sit still, Sun Wukong jested. Enough of your nonsense. The Bull Demon King, aware that Sun Wukong was mocking them, felt the earlier composure he had maintained atop the mountain completely vanish. He felt no shame, even if some were watching. As long as he could slay this monkey, the others would remain silent. After a brief standoff, the Pung Demon King made his move. With a powerful flap of his wings, he seemed to teleport, appearing before Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong's pupils narrowed, and he instinctively threw a punch, only to miss entirely. Instead, he heard the clashing of metal against metal above him. Bronze head, iron bones? The sound echoed as the Pung Demon King returned to his original position, examining the long sword in his grasp, which bore a series of notches along its blade. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Indeed, the three realms concealed hidden talents. This Pang's speed was astonishing, and had it not been for his indestructible body, his head might have been cleaved. It is my turn to strike. With the Pung Demon King's swiftness, he could not afford to be caught off guard. His body, while resilient, was not invulnerable, and he needed to defeat them one by one. The three Demon Kings, undeterred, drew their weapons and plunged into battle with him. The four engaged in an increasingly rapid melee, their forms a blur in the skies. In Lingshao Palace, Neza watched with fervor. Your Majesty, I request to join the fight and assist the great sage in subduing the demons. The Heavenly Emperor observed the scene reflected in the mirror. Both sides were evenly matched, with Sun Wukong holding his own against four opponents and even gaining the upper hand. Let us observe a while longer, he mused after a moment's contemplation. However, Neza could no longer contain his excitement. If he did not join in, he would miss a grand battle. Your Majesty, I shall descend to the mortal realm. Should that monkey falter, it would allow me to intervene swiftly. The Heavenly Emperor glanced at Neza, perceiving his eagerness for chaos, combat, and battle. With a quiet sigh, he realized that if he continued to impede Neza, he risked being utterly vexed. Then venture to the lower realm, But remember, if Wukong prevails, do not intervene. The Heavenly Emperor cautioned. Also, make your presence evident, so that Wukong knows the celestial court is aware of him. Understood. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, Neza had already vanished, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. As Sun Wukong fought, the struggle intensified, yet with each challenge, his spirit soared ever higher. Having trained alongside Yang Jian, how could he be daunted by sheer numbers? How could he concede in the face of formidable opponents? The three Demon Kings attacked with ferocity, leaving no room for mercy. The Bull Demon King restrained Wukong with his staff, while the Peng Demon King utilized his swiftness to create incessant disturbances. The Lion Trojan King unleashed a powerful spell, channeling the strength of a mountain into himself, striking forth with a mighty swing. The air erupted with deafening explosions. Wukong braced against the Bull Demon King's staff and reached behind him, seizing a long sword that sliced through the air. With a swift kick, he struck the Lion Trojan King in the chest, sending him reeling and spewing blood. Roar! With a furious shout, he drew the two Demon Kings closer, extending his arms to grasp their limbs, while the golden cudgel transformed into a colossal weapon, descending upon them with immense force. This strike even included Wukong himself. The cudgel crashed down, and after a considerable pause, the dust settled. Wukong bore blood upon his lips, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. Before him, the two Demon Kings were battered and bleeding profusely. What a fierce monkey! The Peng Demon King exclaimed, astonished by Wukong's willingness to injure himself for the sake of causing harm. Wukong summoned the cudgel back and prepared to strike again. The Bull Demon King implored, "We are evenly matched. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction?" Yet Wukong erupted in raucous laughter, his boisterous mirth reverberating through the heavens and earth. "I have yet to exert myself." Realizing persuasion was futile, the Bull Demon King cast a glance at the Peng Demon King. The two demons transformed into their true forms, resembling a towering white bull and a sun-blocking golden rock. "Come forth," Wukong bellowed, and with that, he too transformed, invoking the power of heaven and earth. A grand spectacle unfolded across the three realms, akin to titanic bulls clashing and birds being ensnared. Neza had arrived on the scene, and upon witnessing this, she clapped in delight. In the Moon Palace, upon a jade bed, Yihao opened his eyes in annoyance. What a mystery! Is the three realms undergoing renovations? Tremors twice in a single day. With that, he burrowed back under the covers, embracing the woman beside him. Chanui blushed deeply. She had awakened long ago, but hadn't anticipated such boldness in her inebriated state. What was the purpose of yesterday's words? "Let go of my hand." She felt a tightening in her chest. Yet Yihao snored, seemingly in deep slumber. "Do you take me for a fool?" Chang-yi, both furious and anxious, grasped his right hand, preventing him from advancing further while attempting to wriggle free from his embrace. Each time she managed to escape even a fraction, he would draw nearer, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. Chapter 106. The Quest for Scriptures. After a prolonged commotion, the two finally rose from their slumber. Chang'e donned her attire and, taking hold of Yihao, pushed him toward the door. Yihao found himself wedged halfway through the doorframe. "How can you wear pants and not recognize me?" Chang'e, lowering her head, retaliated with a kick to his rear. Alas, why resort to violence? Noticing Chang'e's reluctance to converse, he stubbornly blocked the entrance. Chang'e gazed at the obstinate Yihao, who clung to his position like a stubborn stain, refusing to relent. "Retrieve the jade rabbit," she commanded with a frosty demeanor. "Only upon its return shall I permit you to enter." Yihao smiled. "Madam, I am delighted to be tasked by you, yet your refusal to call me husband vexes me." Observing his audacity, Chang'e's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. Sensing the escalating tension, Yihao swiftly slipped out the door. This shouldn't be. After all that had transpired, one would expect at least a hint of affection, if not tender words. Shortly after his departure, the gates of the Moon Palace swung open, revealing a resigned Chang'e, who, recalling the wild night, felt her cheeks flush crimson. In the distance stood a colossal figure, towering and imposing. Was this creature disturbing her slumber? Yihao suinted. Taking a step forward, the surrounding space warped before he instantly appeared beside Sun Wukong. The Monkey King was engaged in a fierce struggle with Bull Demon King and Jin Peng. Yihao's sudden arrival startled everyone present. Yet, This surprise revealed vulnerabilities. The Jiao Demon King, having regained his strength, seized the opportunity as Sun Wukong's footing faltered, lunging towards him. However, the giant's form shrank significantly before it could travel far, eventually reducing to mere inches. Who might you be? Yi Hao grasped the Jiao Demon King, realizing he had interrupted a grand battle. This giant turned out to be his disciple, complicating matters further. The Bull Demon King and Jin Peng retreated, observing the minuscule Yi Hao with curiosity. May I inquire from which cavern you practice? Jin Peng asked courteously, recognizing the earlier display of power reminiscent of the cosmic transformations and the sleeve of Jin Yuanzi. He dared not underestimate him. I am but an ordinary man, having left home less than a year ago, Yi Hao replied, surveying the three titans before him. He calculated swiftly, feeling a pang of dread. When will grievances cease? I should not have meddled in this affair. Sun Wukong instinctively felt a sense of familiarity and discreetly employed his spiritual sight to examine Yi Hao, only to be met with a vast spectrum of six-colored auras swirling, seemingly intent on ensnaring his very essence. A sharp bite to his tongue brought him back to reality. Esteemed elder, I am the Lingming Great Sage, sent by the Heavenly Court to vanquish demons. I implore you not to obstruct my mission. Yi Hao nodded ignardly, appreciating that this monkey had learned the art of wielding authority. Lingming Great Sage sounds somewhat unflattering, he replied with a smile. I believe Tiandashing would be far more fitting. Hiss! The Bull Demon King gasped at this bold proclamation, realizing this individual was far more audacious than himself. Sun Wukong chuckled. Senior, your title is undoubtedly grand, yet perhaps somewhat exaggerated. Yi Hao turned to the Bull Demon King. And who might you be? The Bull Demon King, unable to evade the question, replied. I am the Bull Demon King of the Mo Yun Cave on Mount Ji-Lei. Yi Hao cast a glance at the Bull Demon King and then at Sun Wukong. It was well known that the Bull Demon King had proclaimed himself the Great Sage equal to heaven only after Sun Wukong had assumed the title of the Great Sage Heaven's equal. No wonder the Bull Demon King lacked any impressive titles at this moment. However, what had transpired in the three realms during this time? Had his former companions been at each other's throats while he merely took a nap? Well then, I shall take my leave. You may continue, Yi Hao remarked as he attempted to depart. Yet after taking a few steps, he turned back to Sun Wukong and said, You should inform the Heavenly Emperor that the title of Great Sage equal to heaven truly befits you. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the words, unsure of what had prompted such a statement. Yet, Yi Hao had already vanished without a trace. Turning back to the Bull Demon King, Sun Wukong noticed a white bull and a small bird tethered to a tree. Truly, what an impressive senior, effortlessly subduing such a demon king. He believed he possessed the strength to overpower the Bull Demon King and the Golden Peng, yet achieving it with such ease was another matter entirely. In the Heavenly Court, the scene within the Lingxiao Hall's mirror was shrouded in confusion. The celestial beings gazed in bewilderment, while the Heavenly Emperor stood there in a daze. Had his mirror, which had hung at the southern heavenly gate for merely 100,000 years, truly malfunctioned? Gradually, the imagery within the mirror began to clarify, revealing a monkey leading the Bull Demon King and the Golden Peng, wobbling as they made their way to the southern continent. What had transpired during this time? The Heavenly Emperor looked toward the celestial beings, and they, in turn, glanced back at him. Growing impatient, he exclaimed, Why are you staring at me? If I knew, why would I be looking at you? Clearing his throat, he added, In any case, things are progressing smoothly. We shall await the right moment. With that, the Heavenly Emperor grandly uttered meaningless words and turned to leave the Lingxiao Hall. The bright star was an honest being, patiently waiting for Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong returned, leading the bull and the bird, he found the bright star chatting with the Earth God. Old fellow, what do you think of this? Ah, Great Sage, you have finally returned. The bright star turned in delight, only to be taken aback by the sight of the Demon King's son, Wukong, was escorting. Why have you brought these two back? Well, it's rather entertaining. The white bull and the golden Peng rolled their eyes at this. Sun Wukong laughed. Should we take them to the Heavenly Court? But the bright star intervened. Oh, there's no need for that. It's perfectly fine for the Great Sage to keep these two demons with him. Sun Wukong inquired, and why is that? The bright star smiled. Doesn't this demonstrate the Great Sage's profound powers? Sun Wukong, indifferent, replied, Subduing demons and slaying them are not fundamentally different. You celestial beings are fond of such abstractions. With a hint of disdain, He added, "My elder brother, the giant spirit god, surpasses you all by leaps and bounds." The bright star's expression darkened instantly. For the giant spirit god would surely give him a piece of his mind if he heard such remarks. Far away at the southern heavenly gate, the giant spirit god sneezed. Achoo! He reached out to touch his nose, wondering which celestial being might be thinking of him. He chuckled, requesting the great sage to establish a dwelling in this place, patiently awaiting a fated encounter. Understanding the situation, he urged, "You may leave now." Thus, the dejected son Wukong pushed the illustrious Tai by jinxing into the sky. What a monkey! His demeanor is hardly befitting when seeking assistance. Sun Wukong surveyed the mountain, casting a glance at the nearby white ox and golden pong. "Go, construct a dwelling for me." The white ox stared defiantly, while the golden pong regarded its formidable claws. For the first time in its life, it was compelled to dig into the stone. Ultimately, these two great demon kings found themselves laboring under Sun Wukong's command. In the 13th year of the Jingguan era of the Tang dynasty, Tang Xuanzong bowed before his esteemed master. Tomorrow's water and land dharma assembly is by the decree of the Tang emperor. Do not be negligent. Xuanzong acknowledged this solemn task. The monk, handsome in visage and impeccable in demeanor, exuded an air of elegance. After respectfully performing his salutations, he returned to his meditation chamber, adjusted his robes, and awaited the morrow. On the following day, Xuanzong ascended the platform to expound the teachings of Buddhism. Guanyin, transformed into a beggar, stood nearby, clad in a tattered robe and holding a worn Zen staff. As she listened to Xuanzong reciting the sutras, a smile graced her lips, though her eyes caught sight of an individual. This person was dressed in Taoist robes, adorned with the symbols of the 8 trigrams and the 4 elements. His hair and beard were entirely white, meticulously groomed, and his countenance exuded a gentle grace. The beggar Guanyin approached him. "Elder, what brings you here?" The old Taoist smiled and replied, "If the Bodhisattva can come, why should I not?" Guanyin employed a veil of illusion to obscure their forms. "You are not here to cause trouble, are you?" She scrutinized the elderly man intently. He looked back at her, puzzled, and asked, "I am merely observing." How could that be construed as causing trouble? Guanyin remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. This individual was well known for his conduct, and now, at last, the opportunity had arisen, yet he could not afford any disruption. After observing for a while, the Taoist grew bored and inquired, "Does your lesser vehicle of Buddhism provide salvation for the deceased? How does your greater vehicle compare?" Guanyin replied, "Naturally it does." "Why do you ask, elder?" A sense of unease stirred within her. The Taoist sect also possesses methods of salvation, and Confucianism too can guide souls. How does your greater vehicle of Buddhism stand in comparison? Upon hearing this, Guanyin comprehended. The merging of the 3 teachings was his fixation. It was not surprising he posed such a question, but it was curious that he chose to confront her at this pivotal moment of the westward journey. Guanyin acknowledged her prowess, yet felt ill-equipped to engage in discourse on such matters of Taoist orthodoxy. Unsure of how to proceed, she noticed that Tang Sanzang was nearing the conclusion of his recitation and was compelled to reveal her true form. "You understand the lesser vehicle of Buddhism. Do you comprehend greater?" Xuanzong replied, "I humbly request the master to enlighten me." The beggar, transformed by Guanyin, remarked, "The teachings of the lesser vehicle of Buddhism cannot elevate the souls of the deceased. However, I possess the profound doctrines of the Mahayana, capable of guiding the departed to ascend to the heavens, alleviating the suffering of the troubled, cultivating the eternal body of life, and achieving an existence beyond birth and death." How fortuitous! I possess 360 volumes of Taoist scriptures, which can accomplish the same. Upon witnessing this, Xuanzong realized that this individual was indeed a practitioner of the Taoist sect. Someone in the crowd immediately sought out Li Shimin, exclaiming, "A Taoist beggar is disrupting the discourse of a master." Li Shimin promptly made his way to the assembly. "Why do you too disturb my gathering?" he inquired. Guanyin replied, "This man's lesser vehicle cannot aid lost souls. I possess the Mahayana that can liberate them from suffering and grant them enduring life." Li Shimin was overjoyed and was about to ask further when the Taoist interjected. "I too have 360 volumes of Taoist scriptures that can elevate individuals to the heavens and lead them to enlightenment." Li Shimin stood in stunned silence, realizing that the Taoist had ulterior motives, yet the allure of his words captivated him. "Might I inquire, Esteemed masters, where does one find these teachings? The Taoist chuckled. To the east of the southern continent, there exists a small land where teachings are transmitted. A flash of insight crossed Guanin's mind. This person was not merely causing chaos, but rather seeking to promote the Tao amidst the journey to the west. Observing the monk's silence, Li Shimin pressed further, "Pray tell, where might this Buddhist doctrine reside?" Guanin quickly responded, "In the great thunder sound temple of the west, where the Buddha resides." Li Shimin, uncertain of the conflict between the two, was a sensible ruler who desired the offerings of both. Noticing Li Shimin's hesitation, Guanin felt compelled to reveal her true form. In an instant, golden flowers blanketed the ground, and vibrant clouds filled the sky. Xuanzang promptly bowed down. "Xuanzang, if you possess the heart to transcend and aid others, journey westward for 100,000 and 80,000 miles. There you shall find the wondrous text that will lead to the attainment of the golden body." Li Shimin, recognizing the celestial being before him, was inclined to believe her words. Yet, glancing at the Taoist, he noted his unwavering demeanor as he observed the scene with a smile. The Taoist understood well that the monk's identity was already known to him, and thus he remained unfazed. Moreover, as the one conversing with Guanin, he clearly was no ordinary being. Xuanzang immediately consented, addressing Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, this humble monk wishes to journey westward in search of the true scriptures." Li Shimin replied with a smile, "It brings me great comfort to see your earnest intention." Upon returning to the court, Li Shimin bestowed a golden bowl and a white horse upon Xuanzang, personally seeing him off. "What title do you hold, esteemed master?" Xuanzang responded, "I have no title." Li Shimin then suggested, "Since you seek the Tripitaka, why not be called Tripitaka?" Xuanzang agreed. Shortly after sending off Tang Sung, Li Shimin turned back to seek the Taoist. He found him at the roadside, setting up a small stall with a fluttering banner proclaiming, "Know all the affairs of the world. A single divination can determine the cosmos." Approaching the stall, Li Shimin requested, "Might you, sir, divine for me?" The Taoist smiled. "What does the Tang sovereign wish to inquire?" "You mentioned scriptures in the East. I wish to know, if I send someone to seek them, will it be fruitful?" The Taoist presented a piece of paper inscribed with the journey eastward, precisely mirroring the vast distance of 100,000 and 8,000 miles to the Western Paradise. Additionally, there were meticulous notes detailing important considerations. Li Shimin was overjoyed, only to discover that the stall before him had mysteriously vanished. Naturally, this event reached the ears of the Tathgata. He could comprehend the actions of Bodhi, yet he could not fathom why he had not been informed in advance. This matter would not impede his plans. There was nothing that could not be disclosed. Yao, traversing upon clouds, had no intention of visiting the Jiangkou. In his quest to locate the Jade Rabbit, he was compelled to wander through the three realms. As he lay upon the clouds, observing the mortal realm beneath, a beam of golden light obstructed his path. "Why do you, with your head full of bumps, impede my way?" Yi Hao, clad in layers upon layers, appeared as if he had donned a multitude of skins. To the Tathgata's divine vision, he could barely discern the second to last layer, which was the manifestation of Bodhi. The Tathgata inquired, "Why do you embark upon this eastern journey?" "Eastern journey?" Yi Hao chuckled. "Have you lost your wits? Is not the eastern journey a matter for the eight immortals? What concern is it of mine?" Although he was unaware of the connection to the eight immortals, he pondered, "Then why do you propagate the Taoist teachings in the Tang dynasty?" "When did I go to the Tang dynasty?" The Tathgata smiled knowingly. However, Bodhi remained oblivious. He had achieved a resounding victory. Yao, observing the Tathgata's condescending smile, felt a surge of anger. The look of condescension, as if regarding him as a fool, was infuriating. The Tathgata responded, "Since you are unaware, let it be." With that, he gestured, forming a seal with his fingers, and a prominent middle finger stood before Yi Hao. Yi Hao, like a wild dog unleashed, leapt forward and bit down. "You bald donkey, are you courting death?" The Tathgata had long been prepared. In Yi Hao's teeth met only a shadow, accompanied by a voice that echoed, "You have been impersonated." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao immediately quelled his fury, for the Tathgata had already departed. How dare someone impersonate him in the three realms? With his status, which formidable figure in the three realms would not grant him a modicum of respect? Recalling the Tathgata's words, he promptly set his course toward the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin convened a court meeting with a piece of paper in hand. Which esteemed minister is willing to venture eastward to procure the Taoist scriptures? Among the gathered officials, one suggested, Your Majesty, why not invite the Taoists from the Qingfeng Temple outside the city to undertake this task? Chapter 108. Who dares to impersonate me? When Yi Hao arrived in the southern branch of the continent, Li Shimin was in the midst of a nationwide selection of Taoists. From all corners of the nation, every renowned and named Taoist had come to heed the call. Since a monk had journeyed westward for scriptures, it was only reasonable to assign someone to the east for the same purpose. Who could possibly impersonate him? He, Yi Hao, the illustrious Bodhi patriarch, had no peer in the three realms daring enough to usurp his identity. This was Yi Hao's first visit to the capital of the Tang dynasty. The imperial city brimmed with vitality. An enigmatic force subtly weighed upon him, rendering his full powers difficult to manifest. Even in this mythic dynasty, though one may not behold the immortals, there was an inherent aura that surrounded it. He was presently in his true form, garbed in a Taoist robe. As he leisurely strolled along the path, a group of officials and soldiers encircled him. This mage, where had he been engaged in his secluded practice? Yehawaretortet. Beyond the heavens, at the Purple Cloud Temple. The leader chuckled dryly. The mage certainly possesses a sense of humor. But where might this beyond the heavens be? And where is the Purple Cloud Temple? Beyond the three realms lies the beyond the heavens, and the Purple Cloud Temple is the abode of the celestial way. The man stared blankly at Yi Hao, not expecting the practitioner to boast so brazenly. Nevertheless, the state religion of the Tang dynasty had always been Taoism, and common folk would not dare disrespect a Taoist. Speak of matters at hand, do not disturb me. Yi Hao, eager to find someone, wished to avoid wasting words in this place. The man promptly replied, Not long ago, an immortal visited our great Tang to impart teachings. The sovereign is seeking someone to travel eastward to learn these teachings. Might the mage have such a desire? No. Farewell. Yi Hao turned to leave. What nonsense is this eastern journey? If they seek me, would it not be akin to summoning myself? Ridiculous. A group of onlookers remained dumbfounded. One subordinate remarked, It matters not, my lord. Today, Taoists from all corners flocked to the capital. We need not worry about finding someone. His demeanor was extraordinary, undoubtedly a person of virtue. However, Yi Hao had initially overlooked this. Upon closer inspection, the streets were filled with Taoists. Groups of 3 or 4, each adorned in varying Taoist robes. Some evidently from the same temple. As he observed, these Taoists were not mere charlatans. They possessed some skill in energy cultivation, albeit not of the highest caliber, and exhibited a few magical abilities. Master, what do you think the Tang Emperor truly desires? My Qingfeng Temple is the foremost temple in the Tang. Can those rustic hermits compare? Mind your words. The old Taoist cast him a glance. Since he became aware of this matter, he felt something was amiss. By Taoist customs, one would not make a grand spectacle of such affairs. Buddhism could do as it pleased, as long as it did not interfere with his clandestine study of Taoist scriptures. We should not contend over this matter, the old Taoist stated. Whoever wishes to go may go. My Qingfeng Temple will not participate. Yet, what qualifications do these Taoists possess to attend? The old Taoist shot him a glare. Has anyone come from the Laojun Temple? The disciple was startled. The Laojun Temple was on par with his Qingfeng Temple, yet no one had descended the mountain for such an important matter. The old Taoist gazed out the window and spotted Yi Hao passing by, his pupils constricting. What he practiced was the celestial perception technique. Seeing Yi Hao was akin to witnessing the very heavens. Has such a powerful being graced us? The disciple inquired, Master, what do you mean? The old Taoist pondered deeply. No, this is a matter my Qingfeng Temple cannot afford to provoke. We must flee. He grasped his whisk and prepared to escape. Please, Taoist friend, stay. Yi Hao's voice came from behind him. He sensed the old Taoist's unique cultivation. The old Taoist lamented inwardly. What business do you have, esteemed elder? Esteemed elder? The disciples, seeing Yi Hao as merely a youth, wondered why their master was showing deference. Have you not yet greeted the esteemed elder? Although he had connections in the celestial realm, he dared not offend others. The disciples had no choice but to bow. Do not take offense. My purpose here is to seek the one who speaks of the Taoist teachings in the East. The old Taoist, upon hearing Yi Hao's gentle words, allowed a sigh of relief. I dare not presume. It is merely that the Taoist in question possesses a mysterious origin, one not of our Tang dynasty. I once inquired of my master, yet received no enlightenment. "I beg your pardon for the disturbance," Yi Hao said as he took his leave. The old Taoist, watching him depart, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The gathered disciples looked on in astonishment. "Master, who exactly is that person?" The old Taoist remained silent, gesturing toward the heavens. Even if he were of the celestial realm, such courtesy seems excessive. The old Taoist smacked the disciple's forehead, exclaiming, "I have erred. In our Qingfeng temple, we have grown accustomed to arrogance, forgetting the respect you all ought to maintain." As for Yi Hao, he had little interest in the teachings and nurturing of disciples. His journey had been fraught with inquiries, yet he had gleaned not a single worthwhile piece of information, which left him somewhat disheartened. He strolled through the imperial palace, yet found no one of questionable character. Standing at the gates of the imperial city, he furrowed his brow. Before long, a eunuch emerged from within the city. A yellow paper was affixed to a high platform, proclaiming, "The emperor seeks virtuous individuals to venture to the eastern fangs of the celestial mountain in pursuit of enlightenment. Now, all of the realms virtuous are summoned. The emperor decrees the holding of a discourse on the Tao, where the foremost speaker shall assist the emperor in seeking the way." Yi Hao felt a headache coming on. They say that teachings should not be shared with those who have not attained the years of wisdom. Yet this individual, who so blatantly disregards decorum, what on earth is their identity? Do they wish to let the scriptures fall into the hands of mortals? Surely, nobody would dare to proclaim that all men are like dragons. Yi Hao could foresee a fragmented realm, rife with chaos and unending warfare, where the ground is littered with corpses and the strong prey upon the weak. In sum, to open the path to cultivation without enlightening the populace would only invite calamity. Buddhism could be set aside. Not everyone is willing to forsake a vibrant life for inner peace. The Taoist practice of the poor do not die, nor do friends of the Tao, combined with the methods of cultivation, could spell utter disaster. In such a world, one devoid of beef would inevitably arise. Tang Sung had been on his journey for several days. Recently, all had been well, but once he entered the forest, the path became treacherous, fraught with danger. Yang Chan, relying on the jade rabbit, successfully eluded her mother's pursuit. A small tiger shimmered with golden light in her hands, droplets of oil falling from its form, igniting the flames even further. Just as she was roasting meat, a monk emerged from the woods. A monk? Yang Chan looked at Tang Sung, who in turn gazed back at her. "Ba, I am the humble monk Xuanzong. Pleased to meet you, benefactor." Yang Chan took a bite of the tiger meat and asked, "Would you like some?" Tang Sung waved his hands repeatedly. "I do not consume meat." "What brings you, a monk, away from the temple to this deep, wild forest?" Tang Sung replied, "I am on a mission from the emperor of the Tang dynasty, journeying westward to obtain the true scriptures." "True scriptures? What are those?" Tang Sung responded gently. The Bodhisattva spoke of the true scriptures as encompassing 3 collections, discussing heaven and earth, and reading the spirits of the departed. Seeing the multitude of souls lost in the world, I seek the true scriptures to guide them toward liberation. Yang Chan found this curious. While the monk's intentions seemed kind-hearted, surely there were myriad ways to liberate the souls of the departed. The monk, noticing the kindness in your heart, "I shall lend you a treasure, one that can only be wielded by a spirit of compassion and benevolence. This artifact possesses the power to guide souls. With it in your possession, you may return directly, sparing yourself the arduous journey for scriptures." Tang Sung stood frozen in place, pondering the potential of such a remarkable tool. After a lengthy contemplation, Tang Sung, although tempted, suppressed his desires and resolutely stated, "The scriptures are meant to be passed down. Even if I devote my entire life, how could I possibly enlighten the world?" Yang Tian, taken aback by his profound realization, reflected on the notion that self-reliance is superior to seeking external aid. True peace for all would arise only when everyone attained enlightenment. Yet, she recognized the inherent contradiction in relying on divine intervention. With a playful smile, she replied, "Oh, you foolish monk, accepting my treasure does not conflict with your quest for the scriptures." Tang Sung shook his head, asserting, "Without enduring hardship, how would the Buddha perceive my sincerity?" Yang Chan mused silently, acknowledging the monk's keen understanding. "Very well, I shall illuminate your path," she declared, pointing at the tiger lurking nearby. "Had I not arrived, you would surely have fallen prey to that beast. However, should you encounter a celestial being along your journey, Persuading them to accompany you will ensure your safety. Tang Sung expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yet, Yang Chan posed a thought-provoking question. You seek scriptures for the enlightenment of others. But have you considered that praying to deities is still an act of dependency? With that, she turned and departed, leaving Tang Sung deep in contemplation. As Yang Chan made her way toward the capital of the Tang dynasty, she found her conversation with the monk to be merely a source of amusement. Shortly after her exit, a monkey leaped forth, none other than Sun Wukong. After their brief encounter, he realized that this woman was the sister of Yang Jian, who had once caused a great uproar in the heavenly palace. Coincidentally, he was in search of allies to bolster his reputation. During his teachings on Mount Putuo, Master Puti had mentioned that there were those who spoke of such matters. Although his dwelling was nearby, it was relatively secluded. What is your purpose? Do you seek the Western paradise for a life of leisure? Yang Chan inquired with curiosity. Unfamiliar with Sun Wukong, she was only aware of his recent endeavors in vanquishing demons, recognizing his exceptional martial prowess, perhaps on par with her brother. What others deem leisure is merely a reflection of their limited perspective in this vast universe. I am well aware of the myriad powerful beings across the three realms. If one seeks true freedom, they must strategize accordingly. Sun Wukong declared confidently, as long as you have ambitions, that is commendable. I fear only that your efforts may ultimately yield naught. Rest assured, I, Sun Wukong, fear nothing, he proclaimed, bolstered by the protection of his master. Bidding farewell to Yang Chan, he returned to his domain, a nameless, desolate mountain. Though his cave was modest, it exuded a certain charm. Cattle grazed, eagles hunted rabbits, and streams babbled beneath quaint bridges, painting a serene picture of a self-sufficient and secluded existence. As Tang Sung set forth once again on his journey, with the assistance of Yang Chan and free from the hindrance of tigers, his heart brimmed with anticipation. However, he soon found himself ensnared in a pitfall. Great King, someone has fallen into a trap ahead. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Sung called out, Is there anyone above? I am a monk from the Tang dynasty, seeking the true scriptures. I beseech you to grant me mercy. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in a tiger skin coat leaped into the pit. Just as Tang Sung was about to express his gratitude, he was met with a gaping maw. This was no mere human, but a tiger transformed. Excellent. It has been ages since I have feasted on flesh. Today the heavens have graciously delivered a meal to my doorstep. Fear gripped Tang Sung's heart as he realized he had encountered a monster so soon after setting out. He was not alone in the pit. Two others had also fallen victim to this trap. The tiger demon, accompanied by a bear spirit and an ox spirit, showed no hesitation as they brutally extracted the hearts of the two unfortunate souls and devoured them. Though terrified, Tang Sung remained steadfast, imbued with the essence of Buddhism, which made the demons hesitate to strike. Great King, what shall we do? One of the demons proposed, Let us let him languish for a few days, thwarting his cultivation. Then we shall feast upon him, ensuring we do not run short of flesh later. The demons conversed boisterously amidst the bloodied confines of the cave, leaving Tang Sung in a state of temporary relief once they departed. Had he known, he would have requested treasures from that kind woman. Now his life hung by a thread. Suddenly, a divine presence floated into the cave. It was the silver star of Venus, smiling down upon Tang Sung. No scheme can rival the tribulations one brings upon oneself, he remarked. Pray tell, who might you be? Tang Seng Yin Guit? His heart swelling with joy at the sight of the venerable elder. The silver star replied, I am the mountain deity of this place, come to rescue you. He guided Tang Sung out of the cave, but the monk paused to recite scriptures for the two fallen men. After a time, he rose and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, venerable elder. No need for thanks. The deity responded with a smile, but then his demeanor grew serious. However, you must remain vigilant. Though this region is not the dwelling of that demon, it is likely they will pursue you. What shall I do? Tang Sung exclaimed in a panic, the gruesome scene of the demons still vivid in his mind. 3 miles westward lies a cave, home to an immortal whose profound powers may assist you. Upon hearing the Silver Star's words, Tang Sung wasted no time. After a short ride, he arrived at a grand mountain. Before him stood a stone inscribed with the words, a place where celestial spirits dwell, where clarity embraces the universe. Indeed, it was the abode of a great sage. Ascending the path, he soon beheld a figure seated at a stone table. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a monkey. A demon. Tang Seng ga pet, fearing that the elder might be in collusion with this creature to take his life. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. You foolish monk, are you so unaware? I'm a proper celestial being from the heavens. How could I conspire with such a demon? Upon hearing these words, Tang Sung summoned his courage and scrutinized the monkey closely. He observed that the creature possessed delicate features and, upon surveying the surroundings, perceived no malevolent aura. Thus, Tang Sung bowed respectfully and uttered, Amit Ba, I beseech your pardon for any offense I may have caused. Sun Wukong replied, No harm done. Those who behold my visage often harbor misconceptions, such as the nature of life. Yet, I am curious as to why the monk has ventured here. Tang Sung sighed and responded, I am a monk from the Great Tang, seeking to travel to the Western Paradise in pursuit of the true scriptures. Along my journey, I encountered 3 malevolent beings and have come to request the assistance of a celestial being to vanquish them. He did not inquire why such fiends resided in such proximity, nor did he question why the deity had not already dispatched them. Sun Wukong, discerning the monk's unease, remarked, I am here to subdue the Demon King. Although it may appear that I am at liberty, I am, in truth, confined within these mountains. He gestured towards the tethered white ox and the golden rock. When Tang Sung beheld them, he initially perceived them as ordinary, yet the golden rock suddenly glared at him, its eyes emitting 2 beams of golden light. Alas! Tang Sung exclaimed, My life is forfeit. Sun Wukong waved his hand to dispel the golden rays and reassured him. Do not panic, monk. Understanding the predicament of Sun Wukong, Tang Sung refrained from further commentary. Sun Wukong continued, These 2 demon kings must not stray too far from me. However, I possess a method to temporarily distance myself and subdue the 3 demons. Tang Sung immediately implored, I beseech you to elucidate, Celestial One. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, I have a secret technique that can momentarily confine these 3 demons, allowing me to eliminate them. Pray teach me. Tang Seng Uget, please allow me to finish. Sun Wukong replied, Reciting this incantation will establish a connection with the 2 demon kings. It is crucial that you do not stray too far from them. Tang Seng, taken aback, remained silent for a moment before stating, I entreat you to instruct me. The secret method was in fact a jest, exceedingly simple. Shortly thereafter, Tang Sung recited it flawlessly. Now, please, monk, silently chant the incantation. I shall return shortly. With that, he leaped away, and in mere breaths, Sun Wukong reappeared, bearing the lifeless forms of the 3 demons before Tang Sung. Upon seeing the tiger, ox, and bear demons, Tang Sung finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 110, The Scheme of Sun Wukong. With the 3 demons slain, Tang Sung exhaled in relief. Sun Wukong grinned and said, Now, monk, you shall spend the remainder of your days with me in these mountains. Tang Sung replied earnestly, Is there any way for this humble monk to depart? What concern do I have with this quest for scriptures? Sun Wukong smacked the white ox's rear and said, Consider this. These 2 demon kings possess boundless power and are merciless killers. These 3 minor demons barely suffice to fill the gaps in their teeth. Following Sun Wukong's finger, Tang Sung gazed at the true forms of the 3 demons. To subdue them once more is to rescue the suffering and deliver countless souls. Tang Sung, upon hearing this, sighed inwardly. How long has the celestial being been here? Sun Wukong calculated with his fingers and replied, Merely 5 months. 500 years. Tang Seng ga pet. Is this not akin to a prison? Sun Wukong retorted, You monk. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva vowed not to attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, having recited scriptures in the underworld for countless years. How can you be so easily daunted by a mere 500 years? Silenti, Tang Seng gontem pet. Feeling a sense of trepidation at the presence of the 3 demons, reluctant to traverse the path alone. However, lingering here was not a viable solution. As the 2 fell into silence, an elder approached on a cloud, a celestial sage, Tang Seng et Golim, recognizing the venerable figure as the one who had rescued him from peril. Sun Wukong chuckled. What brings you here, old fellow? The Star of Venus replied with a smile. Great sage, this monk is on a mission from the Tang Emperor to journey westward in search of scriptures. He cannot afford to linger here. Sun Wukong countered. It is not that I wish to detain him, but the binding spell of the demons restricts his movement. The star of Venus promptly suggested, since he cannot stray far from the demon king, why not have the great sage accompany him as a guardian on his journey to the west? Sun Wukong frowned. Without the emperor's decree, I cannot act recklessly. Just then, a divine light descended from the heavens as Li Jing, holding the emperor's edict, approached the assembly. The decree of the heavenly emperor, recognizing the inherent virtue of the Tang Xuanzong, I am commanded to have the illustrious great sage Sun Wukong serve as his protector. He then tucked away the edict and turned to Sun Wukong. Moreover, the emperor has issued orders concerning these two demon kings. Pray enlighten me, Sun Wukong urged. Li Jing addressed the white bull. Will you serve as a steed, escorting the monk Xuanzong to the western lands for the scriptures? The bull demon king, realizing this was his only chance for redemption, bowed his massive head to the ground. Tang Sung, witnessing the bull's submission, understood that Sun Wukong spoke the truth. Excellent, Li Jing remarked, glancing at the golden rock. The emperor commands that I take you to the heavens. Do you have any objections? The rock, proud yet compliant, nodded in agreement. Li Jing sighed in relief and bowed to Sun Wukong. With this matter settled, I must return to the heavens to report back, so I shall not prolong our conversation. Sun Wukong replied with a grin, I shall certainly visit your abode to play with Neza another day. Li Jing's Sumila Fotaret. And he forced a laugh. You are most welcome. With that, Li Jing took the golden rock back to the celestial realm to fulfill his duties. Sun Wukong turned to the white bull. Why do you not transform swiftly? The bull let out a long bellow and transformed into a magnificent white horse. Tang Sung looked upon the muscular steed, his eyes twitching. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. My own horse is more suitable for riding. The star of Venus interjected. That is merely an ordinary horse. The monk will encounter numerous malevolent beings on this journey, and only a remarkable steed will suffice. Furthermore, this horse symbolizes his penance and transformation. Fear not, esteemed monk. The bull demon king, sensing Tang Seng's disdain, quickly implored, I am determined to amend my ways. I beseech you, esteemed monk, grant me your mercy. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Seng's identity was significant, but seeing the celestial beings bestowing him respect, he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity, even if it meant bearing the burden of another. Tang Sung, observing the white horse bowing its head, felt a pang of compassion and thus acquiesced. As they set forth on their journey, Tang Sung felt a newfound sense of assurance. He glanced at Sun Wukong beside him. Might I inquire the name of this celestial being? Sun Wukong replied, It is indeed my oversight. I am Sun Wukong. Tang Sung exclaimed in admiration. What a splendid name. The one who bestowed it must possess profound knowledge of the Buddhist teachings. Sun Wukong reflected that his master was renowned for his mastery of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and thus, it was not an exaggeration to deem the name as deeply significant. Since we are heading to the same destination, why not bestow upon me a pseudonym? The monk chuckled. Are you testing my wisdom, dear mortal? Sun Wukong replied, Please refrain from addressing me as a mortal. Simply call me by my name. The monk understood that Sun Wukong wished for him to relax, alleviating the weight of expectation. He gladly acquiesced, pondering for a moment before suggesting, How about the traveler? The traveler? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. This name resonated with him splendidly. A fine choice. Henceforth, let the monk refer to me as the traveler. Thus, the trio, a man, a monkey, and an ox, embarked on their journey to the west, sharing laughter and camaraderie. In the Tang dynasty, Yi Hao searched tirelessly for a considerable time without success, realizing that the visitor was extraordinary, likely a powerful figure from the previous generation. Perhaps a trickster from the three purities. Uncertain of the truth, he resorted to clumsy tactics, waiting for an opportunity. A towering platform rose beyond the city gates, where numerous Taoists stood below, silently awaiting the words of the one above. The competition was divided into 3 rounds. The first, reciting the Taoist scriptures. The second, discussing the scriptures. And the third, which shall remain unnamed for now, known only to those who qualify. The first 2 rounds were merely commonplace. Reciting scriptures would eliminate those merely seeking to drift along, while discussing them would assess the Taoist mastery of their craft. Those who succeeded in these 2 rounds would naturally earn the right to seek deeper understanding. The final round was merely a selection of the best. Although Yi Hao was indifferent to the contest, he felt compelled to pay attention, for the person behind the scenes might be watching discreetly. As he hid behind a tree, observing the platform, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. "Father, what are you doing here? Who is your father?" Yi Hao shrugged off the hand, not turning back. "Though I may be handsome, I certainly wouldn't become your father out of nowhere." Yang Chan, shocked, looked at her hand, then at Yi Hao, before kicking him squarely in the rear, causing herself to tumble unceremoniously. Yi Hao turned in fury, realizing the predicament. Yang Chan spat out the grass from her mouth, glaring at him. That was unintentional. This was the first time Yang Chan had been treated in such a manner. Even during her past, life-threatening encounters, she had not faced such indignity. "Hey, Chana, what brings you here?" "That is a question I should be asking." The two settled in a nearby tea house, while passers-by pointed and whispered about them. That man must be a scoundrel. Otherwise, how could that woman harbor such resentment? Indeed, I see that woman is quite beautiful. How could he abandon someone like her? He is truly despicable. Yi Hao cast a glance at them, only to be met with countless disdainful glares. What a scoundrel! How unfortunate to have been seen by a heartless man. Yang Chan maintained a cold smile, while Yi Hao, feeling small, pleaded, "Chaner, you cannot blame me for this. Who would have anticipated you lurking behind me? I was merely acting in self-defense." Yang Tin gazed at Yi Hao, utterly perplexed as to how her mother could possibly be enamored with this taciturn man. Chapter 111. The Robe. "What are you doing here with that lecherous expression?" From a young age, Yang Chan had been the target of Yi Hao's pranks. Although she harbored thoughts of revenge, she kept them buried deep within. Lecherous? Yi Hao was well-versed in grasping the crux of a matter. With a righteous demeanor, he proclaimed, "As a father traversing the three realms under the title of the just heavenly sovereign, how could you dare label me as lecherous?" "Shameless," came the retort, not from Yang Chan, but from a bystander. As the passerby noticed Yi Hao and Yang Chan's gaze upon him, he disdainfully spat and was promptly taken away by a patrolling constable. Yi Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yang Chan, however, couldn't help but smile, relishing in Yi Hao's discomfort. "Why haven't you left yet? I have serious matters to attend to." Yang Chan scoffed. "I seldom see you in such a serious demeanor. Now you call yourself father, as if you were my own?" Yi Hao was left bewildered. "Aren't you my daughter?" "Hiss, such a beautiful girl, yet so frivolous." The onlookers, noticing the pair's similar ages, marveled at the unexpected nature of appearances. They glanced around, realizing that a crowd had gathered, each pretending to sip tea while straining to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yi Hao stared in disbelief at the spectators, instead of engaging with the Taoists. This group had chosen to seek amusement at his expense. "What are you staring at? Never seen family disputes before?" He banged the table, launching a tirade at the onlookers. Faced with Yi Hao's imposing presence, the crowd murmured and dispersed without a hint of embarrassment. Yi Hao resumed his seat. "Chaner, I truly have matters to attend to. Could you let me be?" Seeing Yi Hao unusually earnest, Yang Chan considered sparing him, but the thought of the girl at home stiffened her resolve. "I too have important business." "Splendid. Let us each return to our own affairs." As Yi Hao attempted to leave, he found Yang Chan steadfastly following him. "Did you not just claim to have pressing matters?" Yang Chan smiled. "Indeed, my pressing matter is to prevent you from seeking out additional mothers for me." Yi Hao understood that his daughter was quite stubborn and had no choice but to acquiesce. As the Taoists debated and discussed on stage, Yi Hao led Yang Chan to a secluded corner. "What are you doing here?" he asked without turning around. "I have a friend who has been impersonated and has committed a significant act. I came to assist him." His gaze swept across the surrounding crowd, searching for the imposter. "Impersonated?" Yang Chan inquired curiously. "I heard there was a bodhisattva manifesting here to impart teachings, and a Taoist challenging her. I came to see who was impersonating whom." That Taoist, Yi Hao pondered, is quite peculiar. He did not hinder Guanin's teachings, but rather encouraged the Tang Emperor to embark on a journey to the east simultaneously. This situation is indeed strange. If the Taoist were at odds with the monk, I could comprehend that. Just as Sanqing appears to have a cordial relationship with Buddha, he is more than willing to create a little trouble for him. In the entirety of the three realms, he is the only one capable of such actions. After all, he is indifferent to the rise or fall of Buddhism or Taoism. Alas! Upon realizing this, Yi Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Yang Chan was startled by Yi Hao's sudden outburst. "What is troubling you now?" she inquired. After pondering the matter thoroughly, it is evident that I alone would undertake such a task, and that individual impersonating me must have already anticipated this. Young Tin Chuklet, you possess quite a sense of self-awareness, knowing you would dare to do anything. Is now the time for such discussions? Yi Hao replied, urgency evident in his tone. I have no idea what that person's intentions are. Otherwise, I would confront them directly and venture eastward. Yang Chan paused, bewildered. What will you present to King Tang then? Yi Hao shot her a disdainful glance. Yang Chan, feeling exasperated by his gaze, retorted, what are you looking at me for? It's a pity you're my daughter and have inherited none of my wisdom. Aware of Yi Hao's thick skin, Yang Chan recognized that ordinary words would be futile. She decided to take matters into her own hands and attempted to pinch his face. Yi Hao swiftly dodged. Why should I give anything to King Tang? I could simply not return and let it be assumed that I perished on the road. Yang Chan momentarily halted, casting a disdainful look at Yi Hao. Then, amidst Yi Hao's proud demeanor, she seized his face. No, no, no. I rely on this face for my livelihood. Yi Hao protested. Yang Chan, in a fit of anger, declared, that is precisely what I intend to grasp. Despite her efforts, she barely left a mark on Yi Hao's visage. How could one harm the instrument of his sustenance so easily? This face is a manifestation of his lifelong cultivation, and it is no jest to say that it is the most resilient part of his body. As he regarded Yang Chan, he noticed her pause in silence before retrieving a white lotus lamp from behind her. Wait a moment, Yi Hao exclaimed, I was mistaken. Yang Tian, wishing to ascertain the true thickness of his skin, felt no need for further testing. It was even thicker than she had imagined. In Guyuan County, Tang Sung rode atop a white ox, journeying forth. His robust physique was indeed a rarity, capturing the attention of many. After a brief walk, they came upon a Zen temple. Traveler, what is that? The Guanyin Zen temple? Today we have found a place to rest. Tang Seng Dima, observing the temple's bustling incense offerings, which compelled him to pay a visit. Sun Wukong, serving merely as a bodyguard, naturally did not impede his actions. Upon entering the temple, a monk emerged. Ba, may I ask what brings the esteemed monk here? Tang Sung responded with a bow. This humble monk has come to pay homage, having noticed the flourishing incense at your venerable temple. Upon hearing the novice's report, Jin Shi promptly made his way out. The exchange was filled with various pleasantries. Noticing that Tang Sung hailed from the capital of the Great Tang, Jin Shi was keen to test him and displayed a collection of robes. Tang Sung praised each one, yet he never revealed his own splendid robe. Sun Wukong found the entire situation quite amusing. All mundane beings, once adorned with gold and jewels, come to regard themselves as treasures. Should one present to him an unimpressive magical artifact, it is uncertain what he would deem it to be. It is truly perplexing how Guanyin would permit such a person to serve as the abbot of her monastery. The abbot possesses a vast collection, and the impoverished monk has indeed broadened his horizons. Tang Sung, unfazed and indifferent to such trivialities, remains composed, observing this man and his monkey, Jin Shi. Though he offered praise, could not help but feel a sense of rivalry. A high monk hailing from the Tang dynasty must surely possess treasures of greater worth. Why not display them for me to behold? Jin Shi, appearing courteous, was in truth quite insistent. Tang Sung chuckled, stating that he had no such treasures to present, and thus he brought embarrassment upon himself. Sun Wukong, with a subtle blink, stealthily plucked a hair from his body. The master possessed a cassock gifted by the Bodhisattva. Perhaps it would be wise to showcase it. Tang Sung cast a glance at Sun Wukong, uncertain of his intentions, but he noticed a faint smile upon the monkey's face, as if he comprehended something. Ultimately, still soft-hearted, he remarked, I am but an outsider and shall not engage in such comparisons. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi immediately countered. Your words are misguided, esteemed monk. This is not a matter of rivalry. I simply wish to behold such wonders. I implore you to acquiesce. Tang Seng Sai, recognizing that although Jin Shi managed the Guanyin monastery exceedingly well, his heart remained impure. Aware that Sun Wukong had devised a plan, he agreed. In Chapter 112, The Theft of Hair, Sun Wukong rummaged through his belongings and retrieved a cassock, presenting it before Jin Shi as it was held up. Strands of golden light shimmered from the garment, adorned with 7 treasures, enveloped in a mist of Buddhist radiance. At first glance, it evoked a profound sense of tranquility. To don it would surely instill an air of majesty. The more Jin Shi gazed, the more he became entranced. Abbot Jin Shi, what do you think of this cassock? Sun Wukong, though disdainful in his eyes, smiled as he spoke. Marvelous. Truly a splendid treasure of a cassock. Jinki exclaimed. How does it compare to the ones you possess? He was acutely aware that his own cassocks could not possibly rival this one. Indeed, you are a monk of the great Tang. Truly remarkable. Tang Sung sighed as he listened. While ordinary monks might praise the profundity of Buddhist teachings, often discussing scriptures or their personal experiences, Jin Shi, in contrast, extolled this cassock alone, having cast aside his previous derision. This further solidified Tang Sang's resolve. The journey to the West in pursuit of scriptures was imperative. Perhaps acquiring the true scriptures could alter the perceptions of these individuals. Sun Wukong retracted the cassock, saying, You've had a good look, Abbot. It is getting late, and we ought to partake in some vegetarian fare. Tang Sung felt that Sun Wukong had lost his decorum, yet he refrained from intervening, for he was not his disciple. Jin Shi quickly interjected, It is entirely my fault for losing track of time. I humbly invite you all to share in the vegetarian feast. Though the vegetarian dishes were not to Sun Wukong's liking, he recognized that the journey westward would inevitably be scrutinized by his master, and thus he partook. Before long, all had finished their meal, and Jin Shi approached Tang Sung. He paused slightly and said, The monk's robe is indeed extraordinary. I wish to borrow it for a glimpse, and I shall return it by dawn. Might I request your permission? Tang Sung initially intended to refuse, but upon noticing Sun Wukong's subtle signals, he sensed that his companion had a plan. Thus he replied, You are too courteous, Abbot. It is but a single robe. With that, he retrieved the robe once more and handed it to Jin Shi that night. Tang Sung inquired, Why did you insist that I comply with the abbot's request? He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, having discerned Jin Shi's true nature. Sun Wukong chuckled. Isn't this the Guanyin Zen temple? What does the master have to fear? Upon hearing this, Tang Sung realized the truth in his words. The robe, after all, was a gift from Guanyin Bodhisattva. Should anything happen to it under her watchful gaze, the embarrassment would not solely fall upon him. Amitabha, how could I have overlooked such a matter? He muttered a humble prayer, seeking atonement for his troubling thoughts. Sun Wukong reassured him, There is no need for concern, master. This robe is merely a transformation of one of my hairs, not the genuine article. If anything were to occur, the Bodhisattva would hold that monk accountable, thus preserving her dignity. Tang Sung felt a shiver at Sun Wukong's words. After all, he was a being of the heavenly realm. Even if he showed disrespect towards the Bodhisattva, it hardly seemed consequential. Moreover, Sun Wukong's actions were relatively harmless, merely a matter of willing participants. I hope the abbot possesses some compassion. Tang Sung sighed deeply. What a splendid robe it is. Under the flickering light, the robe shimmered with a luminous glow, illuminating the entire room. The more he gazed upon it, the more enamored he became, gently caressing the fabric as his desire to possess it began to crystallize. Throughout his life, Jin Shi harbored few other passions, save for an intense fondness for this yellow and white garment. He sculpted a golden figure of Guanyin for the temple, his devotion appearing strikingly sincere. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether his reverence was for the Buddha or for gold. Observing the sky, Jin Shi gritted his teeth and made his way towards the mountain's rear. Fire! Fire! Not long after Tang Sung had settled down, he was abruptly roused by Sun Wukong. Outside, the night was ablaze. What shall we do? Tang Sung gazed at the flames and smoke, momentarily lost in thought. Sun Wukong seized him and stepped outside, leading him to safety. Once Tang Sung realized he was safe, he exhaled in relief. What has happened? He asked. Sun Wukong replied. Was this not to be expected? Tang Sung glanced at his room, and then at the most ferocious part of the fire. Sun Wukong, smiling, remarked, This monk is indeed ruthless. Not only has he burned his own quarters, but he also sought to incinerate you as well. How can you still find amusement in this? Sun Wukong calmly responded. Do not fret, master. I have cast a spell. No one will be harmed. As he comforted Tang Sung, he explained, It is merely a jest at his greed, a mockery of his ignorance regarding the heavens and the earth. Tang Sung, upon hearing this, recognized Sun Wukong's measured approach, feeling somewhat impatient himself. Before long, Jin Shi sought out Tang Sung. Master, I come to atone. Upon their recent encounter, Jin Shi wore a countenance of profound sorrow. He lamented, Yesterday, a malevolent creature besieged my monastery, setting it ablaze and absconding with my monk's robe. His voice trembled with indignation, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, Tang Sung remained composed. while Sun Wukong's expression was one of mockery. Jin Shi, sensing something amiss, pondered how a venerable monk of the Tang dynasty could exhibit such calmness. Shouldn't he offer support and utter a few comforting words? After all, it was merely a robe. Its loss should not diminish the noble demeanor expected of a monk of such stature. However, the performance had reached a point where it could not simply be halted at his whim. Tang Sung sighed. I wonder which fiend is responsible? Jin Qi, with eyes wide in terror, replied, that would be the Black Bear spirit from the Black Wind Cave on Black Wind Mountain, located just 20 miles to the south. What do you intend to do, Master? The Black Bear spirit possesses formidable powers. Please do not act recklessly. His tone was earnest, seemingly concerned for Tang Sang's well-being. Tang Sung chuckled. Fear not. The one beside me is a celestial general who has single-handedly subdued 7 great demon lords. Additionally, my steed is a transformed demon king, providing ample strength. Jin Shi was taken aback. How could a monk from the Tang dynasty make such outrageous claims? A celestial general as a protector? Surely, he jested. After decades of Buddhist practice, he had yet to glimpse a divine being. As for demon lords, he only knew of the Black Bear spirit, who, despite being a demon, had a kind nature and shared a close bond with him. But did the Black Bear spirit truly count as a demon lord? Even if it did, it hardly seemed a match for this monkey. Jin Shi remained speechless, unable to discern fact from fiction. Hearing Jin Shi's words, Sun Wukong somersaulted away, emboldened by the presence of a white bull horse, feeling no fear. In a short time, he had vanquished the Black Bear spirit. Had it not been for the creature's lack of malice and its slight Buddhist nature, he would have struck it down with a single blow. Master, he declared, leading the Black Bear spirit back to the Guanyin monastery. The entire excursion took no more than half an hour. Upon seeing the Black Bear spirit, Jin Shi realized the gravity of the situation. Why would the master spare its life? With these words, both the Black Bear spirit and Tang Sung exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. What folly is this, Abbot? Jin Shi's heart raced, but his demeanor remained unyielding. What does this mean, Master? Is there a fault in subduing demons? Sun Wukong chuckled. You truly are oblivious. Do you believe your petty machinations have gone unnoticed? Jin Shi gasped. What are you implying? Yet Sun Wukong, uninterested in further discourse, produced the robe with a flourish, causing a single monkey hair to drift down. This is merely one of my hairs, yet you treated it as a treasure, orchestrating such a grand spectacle. To the onlookers, Jin Shi appeared nothing more than a jester, his carefully crafted schemes thoroughly seen through by Sun Wukong. Though Jin Shi was startled, he remained composed. This was his Guanyin monastery, and could these Tang monks and this monkey truly pose a threat to him? This matter is my fault. I beg for the master's forgiveness. Despite his words, his expression remained impassive. Sun Wukong, unfazed, chuckled. We are powerless against you. Yet you seem to have forgotten which bodhisattva you have pledged yourself to. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of Buddhist light descended from the heavens. Avalokiteshvara, bodhisattva, appeared, calmly observing Jinch from her lotus throne. Jinch gritted his teeth, suppressing his emotions. I pay my respects to the bodhisattva. Avalokiteshvara gazed at Jinch with disappointment. Despite his adept management of the Zen temple and the considerable offerings it brought her, he remained ensnared by the 6 roots of desire and the 3 poisons. Initially, she had intended to guide him towards enlightenment, but her perspective had shifted. Jinch believed he had successfully administered the temple, thriving with offerings, and assumed the bodhisattva would only voice a few admonishments for his efforts. Avalokiteshvara stated, Jinch, your 6 roots are impure and you are engulfed in the 3 poisons, which are contrary to the teachings of my Buddhist order. I hereby expel you from the Buddhist community. You may no longer claim to be a disciple of the Buddha. Do you have any objections? Jinch was taken aback, never anticipating that Avalokiteshvara would turn against him so abruptly, igniting his fury. His eyes widened in disbelief. He glared at the bodhisattva. I established this Avalokiteshvara Zen temple, maintaining unceasing offerings day and night to create your golden stature, and you would expel me today? Tang Seng, Sun Wukong, and the white bull horse were equally astonished by Jinch's boldness, brazenly confronting the bodhisattva. Avalokiteshvara retorted, and how did you acquire your monk's robe? Jinch dismissively replied, the robe was naturally gifted by the faithful. Do you presume to control their sentiments? Avalokiteshvara sighed inwardly. Enough. You may leave. Jinch waved his hand, removing his robe and attempting to depart. It was not surprising that he acted thus. He was unaware of the terrifying power of celestial beings, nor could he fathom the extent of their capabilities. Avalokiteshvara shook her head, reflecting that ignorance breeds fearlessness. He spoke of the Buddha, yet his heart was devoid of true understanding. With a wave of her hand, she sprinkled a few droplets of water upon Jinch. He felt his mind clouded, as if he were slipping into the cycle of reincarnation. I shall penalize you with 9 cycles of rebirth, enduring the sufferings of the mortal realm. Only upon your awakening shall you return to the Buddhist fold. This pronouncement echoed in Jinch's ears, yet he drifted towards the underworld, seemingly oblivious to her words. I have encountered the Bodhisattva. Tangseng Bawet Zepet Fun. Avalokiteshvara smiled. I have come for this black bear spirit, as we share a karmic connection. Upon hearing this, the black bear spirit immediately knelt and bowed his head. His nature was not malevolent. He enjoyed listening to Buddhist scriptures at the Avalokiteshvara Zen temple, which led to his association with Jinch. Sun Wukong interjected. Bodhisattva, this seems rather unreasonable. This demon was captured by me, and yet you wish to release him with a mere word? He was no longer the same as before. Seeking personal gain was far too commonplace. Avalokiteshvara chuckled. I anticipated you would say that. Here, I possess 3 strands of hair that can assist you. Sun Wukong felt 3 additional strands sprout from the back of his head, and with a thought, realized they could transform into various treasures. He immediately exclaimed, Thank you, Bodhisattva. I wonder if I could receive more? Avalokiteshvara's expression darkened. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Her words came swiftly as she seized the black bear's spirit, vanishing in an instant. Hey. TSK. Sun Wukong waved his hand towards the heavens, hoping to retain Guanin's presence. Tang Sung watched in silence, pondering the seemingly unusual connection between the revered Bodhisattva and Sun Wukong. If they were indeed acquainted, how could he maintain the utmost respect towards Sun Wukong in the future? Let's commence our journey, master. As Sun Wukong noticed Guanin drifting further away, he beckoned to Tang Sung. Choner, it is quite challenging for me to have you trailing me like this. Yihao expressed his disdain, feeling that Yang Chan's constant presence severely disrupted his daily life. Although his past encounter with Chang'e had prompted him to reflect on his flirtatious tendencies, it did not hinder his shameless behavior of pursuing without commitment. Are you perhaps yearning for a woman? Yang Chan retorted unabashedly, gripping the hem of Yihao's garment, fearful that he might slip away at any moment. Yihao tugged at his sleeve, attempting to extricate his attire from her grasp. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not that kind of person, he replied, his expression turning serious as he gazed into Yang Chan's eyes. Choner, I confess I was once not a virtuous individual, but that was in the past. They say one should view a scholar differently after 3 days. I, too, am capable of growth. You must trust me. Yang Chan regarded Yihao with a modicum of belief. However, the flickers of disdain and annoyance in her eyes stirred her irritation. After all, she was his daughter. What was wrong with accompanying him? Other fathers cherished their daughters, yet Yihao seemed to delight in teasing her incessantly. A smile crept onto her face as she recollected something and said, Father, it has been quite a while since we last met, so I thought to spend more time with you, lest you pass away one day and I find no place to mourn. Yihao initially found joy in her words, though he was taken aback. You are forcing me to reveal my trump card. He squinted, locking eyes with Yang Chan, the atmosphere thick with tension. At your age, it is high time for you to consider marriage. At this declaration, Yang Chan was momentarily taken aback. Yihao had never been one to adhere to traditional notions of arranged marriages. His children were free to pursue whomever they wished. Although he had not inquired about Yang Chan's matrimonial prospects, he was not indifferent to them either. If Yang Chan genuinely fancied Liu Yanchong, he would certainly offer his support. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Yang Chan felt discontented. She stepped on Yihao's toe and released his garment, turning on her heel to leave. You little rascal. Yihao tirimpanti yachit herretreatink figure. Such words were sure to provoke resentment in children, and once uttered, they could strain familial bonds. As a side note, this technique contained another move, comparing one's children to those of others who excelled. With Yang Chan gone, Yihao felt a wave of relief. After days of observation, he had not encountered anyone impersonating him, yet he had not returned empty-handed. Perhaps it was time to facilitate the Eastern expedition. The person he sought would inevitably appear at the journey's conclusion. Once they did, it would suffice to see whether Yi Hao would confront him or not. 3 days passed, and only a handful of individuals remained atop the high platform. The individuals before us are all youthful prodigies, distinguished disciples from the Taoist sect of the southern Jiangbu continent. In the court, Li Shimin gazes at them with delight. Would you be willing to journey to the eastern victory continents, Fangtsuan Mountain, to seek knowledge and enlightenment? The group bows in unison, responding, I am willing. Chapter 114. The pig Yi Hao observed the assembly. This group lacked any semblance of spiritual insight. Xuanzang, possessing innate clarity and enriched by the experiences of 9 lifetimes, as a virtuous being, could stand as a worthy pilgrim. Yet, to compare these unremarkable individuals with Tang Song was a daunting task. Yi Hao felt a headache coming on. Since that individual sought an eastern journey, he decided to surprise him. The journey to the west faced 81 tribulations, so a quest to the east should undoubtedly entail at least 108 challenges. Or so it seemed. After pondering, Yi Hao concluded that a mere 108 trials felt insufficient. Thus, he contemplated fabricating a staggering 180,000 obstacles. With this thought in mind, he set forth toward the inevitable path leading eastward. Unlike the solitary Tang Sung accompanied by 2 guards, those who sought enlightenment in the east were numerous. Yi Hao squatted by the roadside, watching as a procession approached. Halt! This road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. At that moment, Yi Hao transformed into a formidable figure, wielding a large cleaver, and bellowed at the group of over 10. Initially startled, they scanned their surroundings, yet found no one else. Who are you? One of them inquired. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow and declared, I am the fierce Fireblade King, ranked 108 in my family. Just you alone? Another asked with curiosity. Do I need to call upon my brother to deal with you? The group was incensed by his arrogance. How presumptuous! Allow me to teach you a lesson. Possessing some degree of cultivation, they were not intimidated by a mere highwayman. However, his swift arrival was matched by an equally swift retreat. Before they could react, he had already somersaulted 12 times upon landing. In no time, Yi Hao stood defiantly, surveying the crowd. Leave, you pitiful lot. His words were harsh, but they stemmed from frustration, having scrounged together a meager 50 taels of silver. With over 10 individuals, how absurd! Even if he were indifferent to wealth, they ought to show him respect. After all, as a renowned figure, it was humiliating to rob only 50 taels of silver. Such tales would surely tarnish his reputation. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, leading the white ox and accompanied by Tang Sung, arrived at Gao Laojuan. Upon entering the village, Sun Wukong sensed a peculiar aura of malevolence, strangely intertwined with celestial essence. This aura felt oddly familiar. He glanced at Tang Sung and suggested, This seems to be a good place. Why not rest here for a day? That sounds agreeable, Tang Sung replied, grateful for the respite after their arduous journey. Shortly thereafter, Sun Wukong intercepted a villager, saying greetings. Benefactor? What benefactor? Do not block my way. The villager, startled by Sun Wukong's presence, was intent on fleeing. However, Sun Wukong grasped his arm, and despite his utmost efforts, he could not break free. Esteemed sir, we merely seek directions. Might you assist us? The man, sensing Sun Wukong's fear, yet feeling reassured by the presence of Tang Sung, found himself unable to escape and reluctantly replied, This area lies within the borders of the kingdom of Yusang, and this village is called Gao Laojuan. I'm a resident of Gao's family. Not long ago, my lord's daughter was abducted by a monster, and I must seek the help of a sage. I kindly ask for your mercy. Tang Sung was truly fearful at the mention of a monster. Wanderer, the man speaks of a monster. Do not be alarmed, for I shall investigate. He turned to the man and declared, What a coincidence. I possess certain skills and excel in subduing demons. Pray, lead me to your esteemed lord. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the man became half convinced. Before him stood a creature with a monkey's head, while the pig demon was merely a pig's head. Even if his abilities were modest, he believed he could contend with the pig demon. The man guided Tang Sung and Sun Wukong into Gao Laojuan. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the lord of the household immediately cried out, A monster! There's a monster! At his alarm, a multitude of farmers armed with tools surrounded them. Tang Sung stepped forward, saying, Good people, do not be alarmed. I hail from the eastern land of the Tang dynasty, journeying westward to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures. He gestured towards Sun Wukong, stating, "This is a celestial general from the heavenly court, safeguarding my pilgrimage. He is not a monster." Upon hearing this, the Lord's eyes gleamed with recognition. A celestial general, Xuanzang, with his crimson lips and pearly teeth, possessed a striking appearance, and his demeanor radiated an innate elegance. After a few exchanges, the Lord became increasingly convinced. He then scrutinized Sun Wukong, feeling an inherent difference between him and the pig demon, though he could not articulate what that difference was. Sun Wukong had consumed pine nuts and spiritual fruits throughout his life, imbibed from ethereal springs, embodying an aura of purity. Conversely, after his descent from the heavens, the celestial pig had become a demon through rebirth, having indulged in a plethora of flesh. If the two stood side by side, it would be evident who was divine and who was a demon. Even a mortal like Gao's Lord could sense this distinction, which was no surprise. Gao's Lord continued, "I have a daughter who is somewhat older and of marriageable age. Not long ago, a man arrived in the village. Though he consumed much, he was remarkably strong and industrious. I found him suitable for my daughter, yet to my dismay, after drinking, he revealed a pig's head. At this juncture, Gao's Lord turned pale, nearly fainting. Though the monster has not taken our lives, it has held my daughter, Zuilan, captive for 3 years. Unable to endure this, I locked her away in the backyard to avoid any encounters. In my fury, I am at a loss for what to do." Tang Sung, unable to bear the sight, glanced at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Do not worry, esteemed Lord. I shall devise a plan to have him write a letter of disengagement, ensuring he no longer interferes with your daughter." Gao's Lord's face lit up with joy, and he expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, great sage." That night, a gust of dark wind swept into the backyard of the Gao family. A burly man, familiar with the path, arrived at the residence of Gao Zuilan. "Zuilan, I have arrived." Naturally, there was no sign of Gao Zuilan in the room. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and pushed open the door to step outside. The burly man, upon spotting Sun Wukong, was taken aback and immediately fled. Sun Wukong, with his keen vision, fixed a penetrating gaze upon the man's soul. Thus, the two engaged in a chase, covering several dozen miles. "Why does Tianpeng not see me?" Tianpeng, helpless, halted his steps and inquired, "Why are you, the keeper of horses, here?" Sun Wukong, unperturbed by the title keeper of horses, chuckled. "It seems you have committed a grave error by not keeping abreast of affairs in the heavenly court." "What do you mean by that?" Sun Wukong replied, "I was recently appointed as a divine general, no longer serving as the keeper of horses." Tianpeng gazed at Sun Wukong, feeling the swift passage of time. "Why do you run?" Sun Wukong asked. Tianpeng, with a bitter expression, lamented, "I am but a mere pig demon, mockingly named Zhu Ganglai. I am no Tianpeng." Understanding the sorrow within him, Sun Wukong nonetheless pressed on, "What is your connection with Gao Zuilan?" Tianpeng was reluctant to respond. Sun Wukong insisted, "If you do not clarify this matter, it shall remain unresolved." As Sun Wukong prepared to draw his staff, Tianpeng had no choice but to divulge the truth. Chapter 115. Beiji, I originally committed a grave mistake and was cast into the cycle of reincarnation, yet I could not accept it. That man inexplicably captured me and sought to cast me into rebirth. I toiled diligently in the heavenly court, yet the Jade Emperor would punish me for such trivial matters. With his head bowed, the grotesque pig face dripped with drool. Sun Wukong recognized that the one who captured him was his own master, yet he refrained from saying much. Observing Tianpeng's demeanor, which showed no sign of remorse, Sun Wukong found the situation rather troublesome. Having some familiarity with Tianpeng and having interacted with him in the heavens, he felt a twinge of sympathy at Tianpeng's current state. And what of Gao Zuilan? Tianpeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, he had resided in the cave of the second daughter of the egg, and their relationship was evident. Now, having arrived at Gao's village, he was entangled with Gao Zuilan. There was no trace of loyalty in him. Instead, he had unabashedly revealed his lecherous nature upon entering the mortal realm. With a playful gleam in his eyes, he asked, "What is your purpose here?" He had received the Bodhisattva Guanin's decree to await the arrival of Tang Sung. Sun Wukong responded, "I come in the name of the Jade Emperor to escort the monk from the Tang dynasty to the west to seek the true scriptures." "Is that so? How fortuitous!" Tianpeng exclaimed. "I too am under the Bodhisattva Guanin's instruction to await the arrival of the scripture seeker." "Is it truly so?" Sun Wukong gazed at him with skepticism. While Sun Wukong was privy to much of the underlying narrative, he remained unaware of the identity of the scripture seeker. Indeed, indeed. Quickly, take me to meet my master, Tianpong said, his face alight with joy, although his pig-like visage was somewhat off-putting. Rest assured, esteemed Gao, the individual at my side possesses great powers and will surely subdue the pig demon. That is well, replied Gao Te, though his inner worries remained unabated. Master, I have brought the person. Sun Wukong brought the celestial pig to the courtyard. Upon hearing his arrival, the crowd immediately emerged. Upon seeing the pig demon, Lord Gao was filled with both anger and fear. When he noticed the demon was unbound, he instinctively hid behind Tang Sung. What is this, traveler? Tang Sen Yin Guit? His curiosity piqued, as Sun Wukong typically eliminated demons without hesitation. Although he frequently uttered the name of Amitabha, his heart was not as tranquil as his words suggested. The sight of the tiger demon devouring human had left a deep psychological scar on him. Do not fret, master. Allow him to explain himself. The pig demon promptly knelt and declared, Master, the Bodhisattva Guanyin instructed me to await the pilgrim once more to serve him as a disciple. And upon the completion of the journey, I shall attain enlightenment and shed my porcine form. Tang Sung paused, momentarily taken aback, pondering what might be amiss with Guanyin. Was he truly destined for the pilgrimage? It appeared more like a performance in the West. While Sun Wukong was agile, what could this pig possibly contribute? Perhaps as a reserve supply? Upon witnessing the pig demon's submissive demeanor, Lord Gao recognized Tang Sung's extraordinary nature, and the name of Guanyin held considerable weight in their realm. Master, do you recall that matter? Tang Sung turned to the pig demon and proposed. Shall we put aside the matter concerning the Gao family daughter? The pig demon nodded earnestly. I shall heed your command, master. Tang Sung, however, was reluctant to accept him as a disciple. The very mention of Guanyin complicated matters. He cast a glance of helplessness towards Sun Wukong, who replied with a smile. If the master chooses not to accept him, that is certainly within your rights. However, leaving him here may lead to further mischief. Just as Tang Sung was about to refuse the pig demon, he heard another remark that darkened his expression. Could you not convey your thoughts in a straightforward manner? Lord Gao interjected, gazing intently at Tang Sung. The holy monk must not turn a blind eye to suffering. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? Tang Sung sighed deeply, joining his hands in prayer. He truly held disdain for the pig. Honestly, had it not been for Guanyin's name, he might have instructed Sun Wukong to dispatch the creature immediately. Meanwhile, the pig demon remained oblivious, thinking, isn't this a venerable monk? Even if he finds me distasteful, surely he could conceal his feelings a bit. With mutual understanding, Lord Gao arranged a banquet. The group feasted heartily and enjoyed a restful night. The following morning, as Tang Sung sat atop the white ox, he inquired, Do you have a name? The pig demon replied, I once had a name, but I dare not use it now. I am now known as Zhu Ganglai. It suits your true nature, Tang Sung acknowledged. Since you have chosen to take me as your master, I shall bestow upon you a nickname. The pig demon looked at Tang Sung, who displayed open distaste, feeling somewhat distressed. In the Buddhist tradition, there are the 8 precepts. Thus, I shall call you Beiji. Without soliciting his opinion, Tang Sung unilaterally decided on his title. What? Do you not like it? Tang Sung observed his lack of reaction and frowned. He then subtly glanced at Sun Wukong, who, noticing Tang Sung's gaze, produced a needle from his ear. How ominous. Tianpong gazed at the two individuals, and with the added spectacle of the muscular white ox under Tang Sung, he felt as if he had stumbled into a den of thieves. Zhu Beiji truly is a splendid name, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a smile on his face. Tang Sung, however, felt a wave of disgust. Was he just threatening me? Zhu Beiji stood dumbfounded, wondering if Guanyin Bodhisattva had sent him to endure such torment. He might as well return to being a demon. In the Grand Tang dynasty, an official reported, Your Majesty, the seekers of the Tao have all returned. What? They've returned already? Li Shimin gasped in astonishment. Indeed, they are truly adept practitioners of the Tao. Remarkable efficiency for the state religion of our Tang. A servant, drenched in cold sweat, interjected, but they have not acquired the Tao scriptures. Li Shimin's expression darkened instantly. Then how have they returned? It was said they encountered bandits along the way. Li Shimin raised an eyebrow. What sort of bandits dare to wreak havoc in my Tang? He was serious. The Tang was a realm of peace and prosperity, and it was inconceivable that bandits could thrive near the capital. They call themselves the heroes of Nanshan, numbering 108, each possessing extraordinary skills. The Tao practitioners have faced them in numerous trials, each encounter differing. Incompetent fools. I always said the Tao practitioners were worthless. Luckily, I had already dispatched my imperial brother to the west. Otherwise, with these useless ones, my Tang would inevitably fall to ruin. Li Shimin took a deep breath. What else did they say? Why the hesitation? Speak. The servant hurriedly replied. They claimed their powers are feeble and requested your majesty to assign this crucial task to others. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes. These individuals were selected by him, and he would not allow them to abandon their mission so readily, especially since they had been repelled upon their departure. Could it be that someone was sabotaging them? This ignited his rebellious spirit. Go tell them I shall dispatch troops to accompany them, so they need not worry. Bandits, is it? We shall eradicate them. Meanwhile, just outside the city, Yihao squatted atop a tree, feeling utterly helpless. He still had to seek out the jade rabbit while remaining vigilant. The ordinary transformation technique could only create a subservient doppelganger capable of executing simple commands, which was far from effective. Chapter 116. The Yellow Wind Monster. How long have we been walking, monkey? Tang Sheng inquit tentative. He was not fatigued, but rather, his backside was sore from sitting for too long. Had he brought a mat, sitting for an entire day and night would not have been an issue. The broad back of the white ox, with its sinewy muscles as hard as iron, was not as comfortable as he had imagined. Coupled with the saddle, only Tang Sung knew the discomfort he felt. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong replied, "We have been traveling for half a month. Master, why not take a rest here? I will gather some wild fruits to stave off hunger." Tang Sung quickly cautioned, "Do not pick peaches." This monkey always mentioned wild fruits, yet they came in many varieties, not just peaches. Zhu Beiji, upon hearing this, promptly discarded his luggage and collapsed onto the ground. Finally a moment to rest. His formidable powers could hardly be impeded by such a trivial journey. It was merely an excuse for laziness. With a sardonic chuckle, Sun Wukong declared, "I shall venture to gather wild fruits, while you remain here to protect the master. Should anything befall him, I shall turn you into a roast pig." "Huh! I find it amusing that this great sage lacks education," retorted Zhu Beiji with a hearty laugh. Unfazed, Sun Wukong replied, "A trip to the cycle of reincarnation would suffice." These chilling words startled Zhu Beiji, who leapt to hide behind Tang Sung, exclaiming, "Master, this monkey seeks to devour humans." Tang Seng u get gam. Perplexed by Zhu Beiji's peculiar behavior, wondering if he had some affliction, for he was certainly not Sun Wukong's master. Once Sun Wukong departed, Tang Sung turned to Zhu Beiji, warning, "If you truly provoke him, I cannot save you." To which Zhu Beiji retorted, "Are you not also his master? How could you be unable to rescue me?" Tang Sung replied, "He is sent by the heavenly court to protect me, not merely my disciple. Do not speak nonsense." He was taken aback, realizing that this pig dared to utter anything. While Tang Sung admonished Zhu Beiji, he remained oblivious to a pair of eyes observing them from the forest's edge. After some time had passed without Sun Wukong's return, Zhu Beiji grew impatient and sprawled out on a flat surface, falling into a deep slumber. A gust of dark wind seized the opportunity to sweep toward Tang Sung. "Who are you?" cried the tiger vanguard, crouching on the ground with a look of despair. "I am but a small demon," he replied, still audacious despite knowing his lowly status. The white bull stared at him with eyes as round as copper bells, fixated intently. Tang Sung found himself speechless as the small demon, attempting to conjure a dark wind to capture him, was immediately trampled by a white hoof. Such a small demon. The bull demon king chuckled at the audacious tiger vanguard. "Oh, you possess quite the nerve." As he spoke, he positioned his foot between the tiger vanguard's legs, causing the latter to kneel before him. He merely sought to capture someone to present to the king of the Yellow Wind. Who could have anticipated that a great demon accompanied this monk? At that moment, Sun Wukong returned, a string of peaches in hand, and witnessed the spectacle. The bull demon king cast a disdainful glance at him, standing tall and proud. "What need is there for Sun Wukong when I, the bull demon king, can deliver offerings to the west?" He tilted his head, sensing something was amiss, yet deemed it inconsequential. Sun Wukong inquired, "What transpired here?" Tang Sung promptly recounted the events. Sun Wukong glanced at the arrogant bull demon king before shifting his gaze to the tiger vanguard. Which mountain do you hail from? The tiger vanguard proudly proclaimed. I am a tiger vanguard under the king of the Yellow Wind from Yellow Wind Ridge. He then quickly donned a subservient smile, pleading, perhaps in consideration of my king. You might let me go? Huh, what king of the Yellow Wind? I shall capture him and see what he is truly worth. With that, Sun Wukong opened his divine eye, surveying the surroundings before soaring towards Yellow Wind Ridge. The Huangfeng monster was originally a mere mouse at the foot of Ling Mountain. After consuming the pure oil from the Buddha's lamp, it attained spiritual enlightenment and was subsequently granted freedom by the Tathagata to roam the mountains. Though it ruled over this realm, it harbored no malicious intentions. However, upon the arrival of Sun Wukong, it remained oblivious to any wrongdoing. Why do you, monkey, vandalize the entrance to my lair? The Huangfeng monster inquired, furrowing its brow at the fierce approach of Sun Wukong. With a smile, Sun Wukong replied, your subordinate, the tiger vanguard, seeks to capture my master. I have come to escort you to the Western Paradise. Arrogant, the Huangfeng monster, recognizing the tiger vanguard's name, understood that while Sun Wukong spoke the truth, it was still a powerful mountain king and had no reason to fear this monkey. A dispute ensued, leading to a fierce clash. After only a few exchanges, the Huangfeng monster found itself struggling against the overwhelming strength of Sun Wukong. No matter how skillfully it wielded its techniques, it could not withstand the force brought upon it. It leaped back, creating distance, and unleashed a gust towards Sun Wukong. 3 mystical winds. This was a renowned supernatural ability in the 3 realms, excessively lauded in poetic verses that described its prowess. The wind could reach the heavenly bull palace above and the Sumeru palace below. It could even cause the old lord to drop his elixir furnace and the queen mother to tear her skirt. The exaggeration was boundless. Yet, as Sun Wukong encountered it, the world around him faded to a dull yellow, rendering his perception and awareness ineffective in the face of this wind. Frustrated and enraged, he extended his golden staff, allowing it to grow to the heavens, and without a second thought, he began to strike wildly in his surroundings. The Huangfeng monster was taken aback, especially when a pearl fell from the Tian Shan Mountains, striking it squarely on the head, leaving it dazed and momentarily incapacitated. Great sage, please cease your assault. As the swirling yellow dust gradually settled, Sun Wukong beheld a figure before him. Noticing the Huangfeng monster sprawled on the ground, he finally retracted his staff. Ling Yi, who had been observing with apprehension, had initially intended to assist, but was astonished by Sun Wukong's wild fury and sheer force. It seemed that as long as the staff was long and sturdy enough, he could overpower even the most fearsome of winds. With no other option, Ling Ji decided to take the initiative and apprehend the Huangfeng monster. May I inquire which bodhisattva stands before me? Sun Wukong asked, his eyes glinting with curiosity. I am the humble monk, Ling Ji. Ling Ji replied, bowing repeatedly. I happened to pass through this area, and, upon witnessing the rising winds, came to investigate. I had no idea it was the great sage vanquishing demons. It seems I acted unnecessarily. Please forgive my intrusion. Sun Wukong felt a swell of pride upon hearing this. Yet he replied, Bodhisattva Ling Ji, you are far too courteous. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would have succumbed to that ferocious wind. The two engaged in mutual flattery, both greatly pleased with each other's company. Ling Ji had not anticipated that such a wild monkey could match him in praise. Upon recounting the origins of the Huangfeng monster, Sun Wukong chuckled, I perceive it bears no significant karmic burdens. It would be prudent for the Bodhisattva to take it away, lest it encounters misfortune in the future. Ling Ji smiled faintly, for this was precisely his intention, and he did not expect Sun Wukong to be so considerate. Chapter 117. The Way of Heaven. Yi Hao, seated upon a great tree, could no longer endure the situation. Li Shimin's mind was simply incapable of bending. Despite his attempts to obstruct him, the emperor persisted, dispatching troops daily to search relentlessly for him, the so-called bandit. Yi Hao found it increasingly tiresome to deal with such obstinacy. After a moment of contemplation, he drew forth his Tai ring and swept it towards the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin suddenly felt a darkness enveloping him, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Just then, a servant approached to report on the matter of banditry. He stood bewildered, questioning when he had ever issued such an order or sent someone to Dongshan Shenzhou to inquire about the way. He promptly rescinded the command and returned to his usual routine. Not long after Yi Hao completed this task, an elderly man appeared before him. "You have gone a bit too far," the newcomer remarked, his visage etched with age. At that moment, Bodhi Patriarch also strolled through the void, approaching. The elder cast a glance at him and chuckled. Could it be that this was a scheme devised for my sake? Yi Hao, naturally unaware of the unfolding events, felt no hindrance to his ire. "Old man, are you attempting to impersonate me?" The elder maintained a smile. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. You are but a malevolent force from beyond, and what concern is my incarnation of Bodhi to you?" Bodhi's expression remained serene. "Then it indeed pertains to me." The elder scoffed. "If you were to attain enlightenment, I might grant you some regard." But alas, he sighed deeply, as if lamenting Bodhi's overreach. Yi Hao glanced at Bodhi. "Who is this? What on earth have you all been up to?" "He is the way of heaven." Bodhi walked to Yi Hao's side. "Your future manifestation of the way is merely an unconscious existence. Upon your entry into the three realms, you ruptured the membrane of the three realms, granting it consciousness." Yi Hao, upon hearing this, felt it had little to do with him. Bodhi smiled. "Then why did Yao Ji develop an affinity for you upon their first encounter? Is that not a fortuitous occurrence?" Yi Hao did not perceive it as a significant matter. "Your intervention has altered the fixed destinies of the three realms. Yet you continue to restrain your actions, preventing any substantial transformation." He grew agitated. Yi Hao realized the truth in this. He indeed consistently limited his actions. Although he had interfered, it was never to a great extent. The ongoing, ordinary event of the journey to the west served as proof. The elder regarded Yi Hao. "You are quite detestable. If you wish for change, then cause a true upheaval. Your moral considerations are utterly nauseating. Do you desire a radical transformation of the three realms?" Yi Hao found this perplexing. In typical scenarios, when a mortal traverses worlds, even if the way of heaven does not personally intervene, it would orchestrate various fortuitous events through the law of causality to obstruct such endeavors, ensuring the fixed destiny remains unaltered. How could this manifestation of the way of heaven find his actions insufficiently grand? The elder chuckled. "If it were not so, how could I find the opportunity to transcend the three realms?" Yi Hao shook his head. "You are incapable of such a feat." Though the birth of the three realms relied on external forces, such powers manifested in a lower dimensional form. It was only due to the existence of the space gem that one could traverse freely. The elder smiled, yet the benevolence on his face vanished, replaced by a grotesque countenance. "If you stir enough chaos, the three realms will become a tangled mess. At that moment, I can reshape the realms, utilizing the power of their destruction to glimpse the outer world. But you, it is precisely you, this celestial demon." His heart brimmed with contempt for Yi Hao, who sought power yet did so incompletely. "If you wish to cultivate, then indulge in the peaches of immortality. Devour them root and branch. Is the ginseng fruit not enticing? Go feast upon it. The Supreme Lord has hoarded a treasury of golden elixirs. Why not seize them? If you fancy the celestial maidens, then exert your strength. As long as you grow formidable enough, who could possibly impede you? At that juncture, the three realms would be yours to command. Yet you remain obstinate and upright, infuriating, utterly infuriating." He raised his hands high, filled with madness. "Since you refuse to cause trouble, allow me to do so. I shall bring chaos to the three realms." Yi Hao tilted his body slightly back in a gesture of respect. What he said was undeniably reasonable, leaving him no grounds for rebuttal. "Then let it be. You create the turmoil, and I shall reap the benefits. In due time, I will take you to see the outer world." The heavenly Tao, spitting a mouthful of old blood, thought it absurd to still be crafting a persona at this juncture. Yi Hao chuckled softly. "In my life, I possess few passions. I merely enjoy standing on the moral high ground." Bodhi silently stepped back a few paces, a look of disdain etched on his serene face. "Pah, disgusting." The heavenly Tao regained its composure. "Then let us proceed, as you suggest." Its voice was icy, adorned with a sinister smile. "Do you truly dare to seek such benefits?" Yi Hao's expression darkened. "What do you intend to do?" "A blood sacrifice of the populace, granting you a stroke of fortune, perhaps?" Yi Hao raised his gaze. "I can indeed assist one person in departing this world, yet your demeanor leaves me greatly disappointed." The heavenly Tao regarded him, not with anger but with delight. "What can you do to me?" With that, it began to fade gradually, soon to be visited by celestial maidens. The question remained whether Yi Hao would accept them. Yi Hao hurriedly pursued, but Bodhi restrained him. Do not chase. The three realms are he. He is the three realms. If he could catch up, it would be a ghostly miracle. Yi Hao replied, what if he targets my family? Bodhi answered, then we must wait. Or perhaps follow his lead. Yi Hao found himself in a quandary. He could indeed depart without a second thought, yet his feelings for Yao Ji and Chang'e were genuine. Who could predict what the heavenly Tao might do to them if he simply walked away? He understood the art of masquerading as himself. Yet this understanding brought him even greater troubles. He aimlessly soared through the skies, glancing down. Huashan? It had indeed been a while since his last visit. Just as he contemplated descending to explore, his internal spiritual energy faltered momentarily. The Tai ring trembled violently, yet he could not break free from this inexplicable constraint. Alas! He plummeted downward, crashing through branches and rocks. The strength of the physical body had inexplicably diminished by more than half, and upon falling to the ground, he had sustained grievous injuries. Damn you, Yi Hao! Scoundrel disgrace! Yang Chan treaded along the path of Mount Hua, having arrived here after her departure from Yi Hao. As she walked, a resounding crash echoed in the air. Upon approaching, she discovered a young man whom she did not recognize. Chania? Yi Hao strained to look, realizing it was his daughter, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Chan scrutinized Yi Hao, furrowing her brow. This young man bore a striking resemblance to her father. Could he be the illegitimate child left behind by that despicable Yi Hao? With this thought, resentment stirred within her. Hey, are you all right? Despite her frustration, Yang Chan's inherent kindness prevailed as she crouched beside Yi Hao. Chania? Yi Hao attempted to speak, but Yang Chan seemed to disregard him. Realizing that this man was as mute as a fish, and seeing his severe injuries, she decided to carry him to a temple on Mount Hua. You mute. Consider yourself fortunate. This fairy is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Just remember to thank me with 100 or 80,000 in the future. Yang Chan murmured incessantly in Yi Hao's ear while tending to his wounds. It appeared she had forgotten her own magical abilities and the possession of the treasured lotus lamp. Chapter 118. Not allowed, Yi Hao had merely sustained a fall, yet for some inexplicable reason, his foundational strength was compromised. The power within him felt as though it was encased in a membrane, the Tai ring within him transforming into an infinite force. Yet he could never touch the boundaries of this membrane. What the hell is this? Jiao Xiao observed the six-colored power within Yi Hao, gritting her teeth as she enveloped herself in it. She too was circulating her energy in harmony with Yi Hao's internal flow. The power within Yi Hao was already on the verge of unification, and now, with additional potent energy, it surged even stronger. His internal void pill gradually began to take shape. You must endure, she whispered before succumbing to slumber. Are you truly mute? Yang Tian regarded Yi Hao, who lay on the bed as she meticulously tended to his wounds. I didn't expect you to be quite robust, she commented while applying medicine. Yi Hao was taken aback by this side of Yang Chan. It seemed that the heavenly path had clouded her perception, preventing her from recognizing his true identity. It had also masked his voice, rendering his words inaudible. He recalled the words of the heavenly path before it departed, and a shock coursed through him. This won't do. Yi Hao was a man who had inscribed ethics and morality into his very soul. After much effort, Yang Chan finally finished applying the medicine, drenched in sweat as if she were an ordinary mortal, having set aside her magical prowess. Observing her clothes soaked with perspiration, Yi Hao quickly closed his eyes. Yang Tian, seeing his demeanor, assumed he was merely tired. However, upon looking down, her cheeks flushed, and she shot a glare at the seemingly slumbering Yi Hao before hastily exiting. Time passed, and under Yang Chan's care, Yi Hao's health gradually improved. His magical powers may have waned, yet his physical strength remained somewhat inferior to that of an ordinary person. Yang Chan supported him, inquiring, what troubles you? Why do you wish to take me to the study? Yi Hao entered the study, retrieving paper and brush, poised to write. However, at that moment, his mind was shrouded in a thick fog, rendering the characters he intended to inscribe as unrecognizable, as if he had gazed upon them for too long. If the heavenly path possessed such power, why had it not acted upon him sooner? He stared blankly at the desk, realizing that its capabilities were undoubtedly limited. Otherwise, it would have manipulated his thoughts long ago. Yi Hao's contemplations were not entirely unfounded. The heavenly path could not control his thoughts. It had merely placed a leaf before him, obscuring his vision of reality. A single leaf obstructs the view of Mount Tai. Yang Chan, observing his demeanor, chuckled. Could it be that you cannot read and wish for me to teach you? She would be delighted to do so. Yet Yi Hao vehemently shook his head, fixating intently on her. I refuse to learn. Absolutely not. I have no desire to return to the miserable life of school. Unfazed, Yang Chan found his animated gestures amusing. Very well. I shall teach you, for I am indeed a fairy. When you achieve some success, a modest gift of 8,000 or so will suffice. Yi Hao turned to flee, only to be halted by Yang Chan's grasp. Since you wish to learn, let us begin today. Are you a pig? Yang Chan struck his palm sharply with a teaching rod, causing him immense pain. He gazed at the sky, utterly despondent. Goodness, I can recognize characters, but I cannot write them. What am I to do? Observing his plight, Yang Chan felt a pang of sympathy. He seemed to be past the age of formal education, and it was understandable that he struggled to learn. She sighed softly. Very well, with your aptitude, it seems you shall not be able to learn. Her gaze, filled with pity and compassion, pierced Yi Hao's heart deeply. Suddenly, he sprang up, startling Yang Chan, and, like a deflated balloon, sank back onto the stool. The child's heart fell heavy, yet there was nothing he could do. Yi Hao fell on the verge of tears. Yang Chan, witnessing his despair, reassured him, "Oh, it's merely the inability to learn characters. What is the big deal? Look at you, healthy and strong. How about this? I will find you several acres of fertile land, ensuring your later years are worry-free." Yi Hao sighed in response, non-committal. Yang Chan, frustrated by his reaction, seized his collar. How can you, a man, be so weak? To be defeated by adversity and fall into despair. What kind of man is that? As long as you draw breath, strive to accomplish what you can. Whether you succeed or fail, the outcome is of little importance. What matters is that you understand the reason for your existence. Yi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Such platitudes were of no use to him. His true struggle lay in the dissonance of his communication with Yang Chan. However, she was correct. With sufficient effort, he would surely find a means to engage with her normally. He nodded emphatically, and upon seeing the confidence return to his face, Yang Chan finally set him down. This humble fairy has once again rescued a bewildered young man. Yi Hao gave him an exasperated glance. Who taught his daughter this self-absorbed demeanor? How was he unaware of Yang Chan's such side? Days passed by one after another. Yang Chan truly found him a stretch of wasteland, handed him a hoe, and simply observed him. He was astonished. Was he really expected to cultivate this barren land? What happened to the promised fertile fields? How can one speak without sincerity? But that is beside the point. The current issue is that she genuinely expects me to farm. Yi Hao gazed at the hoe in his hand, then at Yang Chan, who resembled a mentor. It wasn't he until she produced that familiar teaching rod that he reluctantly began to till the soil. As the old saying goes, one cannot become a gem without cutting, and one cannot achieve greatness without discipline. The ancients surely did not deceive me. Watching Yi Hao toil diligently, Yang Chan felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. His robust physique shone under the sun, and as she watched for a while, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Eventually, Yi Hao could no longer continue his labor, and Yang Chan finally relented. He sat on the ridge, gazing at the clear sky. Yang Chan offered him a bowl of tea, and he instinctively accepted it, draining it in one gulp. Observing this scene, Yang Chan felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this is the life she yearned for? Let us call it a day. Her words did not bring Yi Hao much joy. He dared not overstep. Fearing yang chen mikt misunderstand. Today, they would visit the market to acquire some household necessities. While Yi Hao was busy cultivating the wasteland, she used her magic to construct a bamboo house, intended for Yi Hao's future home. Naturally, they needed to shop for anything that might be lacking. The rural market was quite lively. The two of them moved in and out of the roadside shops, and knowing Yi Hao was mute, Yang Chan took on a role of haggler. As Yi Hao's arms became laden with more and more items, he began to feel overwhelmed. Just then, he spotted a father and daughter walking hand in hand, chatting and laughing. This is the way. Yi Hao quickly grasped Yang Chan's arm and pointed toward the duo. Yang Chan looked at him curiously. What do you want me to see? She turned her gaze to the father and daughter, and Yi Hao pointed to the father, then to himself. Yang Chan pondered for a moment, then remarked, "Are you saying you wish to become a father?" Upon saying this, her face flushed immediately. What are you talking about? I am merely lending you a hand. I never said I would marry you, Yi Hao was taken aback and quickly pointed at the little girl, then at Yang Chan. Yang Chan became irate. I haven't even agreed to marry you. And you're already thinking about having children? What? Yi Hao was utterly bewildered. Yet Yang Chan suddenly said, if you truly wish to marry, I would not be opposed. Yi Hao quickly waved his hands, fervently gesturing no. However, Yang Chan, blushing, did not lift her gaze. Chapter 119. Greatness. Yi Hao's expression of terror did not escape Yang Chan's notice, and she immediately became displeased. Do you not wish to marry me? Yi Hao was utterly speechless. How far had they come? They had only known each other for a few days, and now this person professed feelings for him? The development of their emotional connection was far too rapid. Surely, there should be some appreciation for his character, a gradual deepening of feelings over time, culminating in mutual confessions and shared smiles. Only then would they arrive at the intimate moments of love. Yi Hao meticulously contemplated his future, only to suddenly realize the absurdity of his thoughts. Noticing Yi Hao lost in thought, Yang Chan felt a twinge of displeasure. How could he be so indifferent to her frustration? Did he not think to comfort her? The image of Yi Hao's robust physique stirred a fleeting sense of infatuation within Yang Chan's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously, unnoticed by Wang Sheng. Instinctively, Yi Hao reached out with a paternal gesture to pat Yang Chan on the head. This tender expression was something she had never seen on his face before. The familiarity of the gesture struck her, though she could not immediately recall its origin, so she dismissed it. Meanwhile, the group seeking enlightenment arrived at the flowing sand river. Upon seeing the river, Tang Sung felt an unexplainable chill, as if something dreadful loomed ahead. This river was a remnant of the water control efforts of Yang Jian. Zhu Beiji squinted his eyes, recalling something that made him suddenly fall silent. Sun Wukong glanced at the water and exclaimed, Isn't this the heavenly river water? Tang Sung inquired, Heavenly river water? Have you seen this before, Wukong? Sun Wukong chuckled. This water is known as weak water, a protective measure for the heavenly realm. During a great calamity in the three realms, this water fell from the heavens and was subsequently deposited here. Zhu Beiji rolled his eyes, aware of far more than the monkey. Yet, gazing at the river reminded him of past events, contrasting them with the present. His heart ached with nostalgia. Sun Wukong remarked, Master, look, there's a stone tablet here. Tang Sung examined it closely, reading the inscription, 800 realms of flowing sand, 3,000 depths of weak water. Goose feathers cannot float, while the reeds sink to the bottom. He pondered the age of the tablet, wondering who might have inscribed such words. However, he decided to focus on how to cross the river instead. Zhu Beiji interrupted his thoughts. Sun Wukong, understanding Tang Sung's reluctance to cross the river himself, declared, I will see if there are any ferrymen. With that, he took off into the air. Naturally, Zhu Beiji assumed the protective role for Tang Sung. The once noble general, now merely a water demon in the flowing sand river, lamented his fate. He had consumed 9 passing monks and strung their heads together. Heavenly Emperor, he cried out in anguish. Originally, he was merely meant to serve as an embellishment for the expedition team. Yet, this farce had become all too real. Each day, he endured the torment of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, and day after day, even the most docile of souls would succumb to madness. Guanyin had promised him that monks would come from the west, who would lead him to salvation, but all he received were 9 worthless monks. His heart had long been numbed, filled with resentment towards the celestial court and all living beings. I swear, I shall make the celestial court pay dearly. His deep voice reverberated within the watery cavern. Brothers, let's speak calmly. The General of the Curtains, that was his former name. He had once vowed to bring disgrace to the celestial court, to annihilate all beings of heaven and earth. Yet he never anticipated that his ambition, having only just sprouted, would be trampled upon and ruthlessly crushed by another. This tale begins with yesterday. It was a bright and breezy morning when he beheld a platter of monkey brain, a roasted pig, a horse that appeared rather unappetizing, and a human figure presented before him. Such an early morning visit was indeed delightful. Naturally, he felt a stirring within. How could one refuse a gift so generously offered? However, being a great hunter, he understood the virtue of patience. As his prey engaged in conversation, he lay quietly submerged in the water. Though the pig seemed to cast a glance in his direction, he paid it no mind. After all, it was merely a roasted pig. How could it possibly detect the presence of a great hunter such as himself? After a considerable wait, the monkey brain departed, and he remained vigilant. A great hunter would not strike so easily. He was on the 5th level. Soon after, the pig lay down to rest. Another splendid opportunity arose, yet he still restrained himself. There would always be prey that disguised itself, only to deliver a fatal blow. He continued to bide his time. Shortly thereafter, the unappetizing horse also settled down, and he seized the moment. With the swiftness of thunder, the waters of the river of sands suddenly surged, sweeping Tang Sung and his belongings away. Though Zhu Beiji reacted, his body could not keep pace with his thoughts. The hooves of the white bull horse kicked out, but struck only empty air. Alas, the master has been captured by a monster, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, noticing that even their belongings had been swept away. He gritted his teeth, saying, "Even worse, that damned monster has taken our shared possessions." The white bull horse rolled its eyes at this. This pig truly was a devoted disciple of Tang Sung, seemingly oblivious to his master's plight. Zhu Beiji coldly snorted, "Watch me capture that monster and reclaim our belongings." The white bull horse replied, "But what of the master?" Zhu Beiji queried in astonishment. "It has been so long. Surely the master has been devoured by now. Can this be blamed on me? That monster has a remarkably swift tongue." With that, Zhu Beiji rolled up his sleeves and plunged into the river of sands. Before long, the sounds of clanging and clattering echoed from the riverbed, creating quite a commotion. Sun Wukong somersaulted back to this spot, and upon seeing that his master, belongings, and provisions were all missing, glared furiously at the white bull horse. "Did you consume them?" The white bull horse was at a loss for words. What was wrong with this group? And why did the blame land upon him? Moreover, why were the belongings still absent? Did he count as a member of the pilgrimage team as well? Great sage, the master and the belongings have been captured by a monster, and Zhu Beiji has gone into the river to retrieve them. He hurriedly explained. Upon hearing the commotion, Sun Wukong promptly extracted his formidable staff and plunged it into the river of sand. The tumultuous waters stilled momentarily. Without hesitation, he leaped into the river. Unlike the cacophony of battle that typically ensued, this time only a singular explosion echoed. Soon after, Sun Wukong emerged from the water, one hand grasping Tang Sung and the other seizing the curtain-rolling demon. "Brothers, let us converse amicably." The curtain roller, battered and bruised, wore an expression of terror as he clenched his fists and struck Sun Wukong squarely in the face. Observing from a distance, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji watched the spectacle unfold. The curtain roller, perplexed, pondered why the monk displayed such fear while resorting to violence. Moreover, the ferocity of his blows made one question whether he was indeed a monk, or had his compassion vanished. As Tang Sung hurriedly approached the white bull horse, Sun Wukong assumed the monk had exhausted his ire. However, upon witnessing Tang Sung brandishing his Zen staff and preparing to charge back, he exclaimed, "Master, cease this. Another strike may result in fatality." Both he and Zhu Beiji, one supporting Tang Sung from behind and the other bracing him, momentarily forgot that Tang Sung was but a mortal. "Do not impede me, Wukong and Beiji." Tang Sung's voice trembled, resolute in his declaration. "I must vanquish demons and eradicate evil. What have I just done? Why can I recall nothing?" Tang Sung pondered, touching his bald head. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, having initially believed the monk to be a sage, only to discover that in moments of frenzy, he proved even more ruthless. At least Sun Wukong would leave a survivor to utter a final word. This monk was truly relentless. Realizing his previous remarks had little effect, Tang Sung swiftly altered his tone. "I am a benevolent person, known for my kindness. I have guided Beiji in righteous deeds. You must trust me." Sitting cross-legged, he exuded sincerity. Sun Wukong regarded him in silence, while Tang Sung maintained an earnest demeanor, showing no signs of self-reflection. Zhu Beiji rolled his eyes, contemplating how, despite their celestial status, they struggled to restrain him. Had he cultivated even a modicum of power, he could have wreaked havoc across the realms. Meanwhile, the river demon, bruised and battered, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the master truly deserves his title. Tang Sung gazed at him with benevolence, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "You possess great potential. Truly, you are distinguished. I have long desired to join the Buddhist order. Alas, I remain unaware of when the Bodhisattva Guanyin will send my scripture-collecting companion." Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances before simultaneously turning their heads away. Alas, We have harmed one of our own. Suddenly, a realization struck Sun Wukong. Wait, it was not I who struck him. Why should I be held accountable? With this thought, he fixed an intense gaze upon Tang Sung. You were the one who did it. Zhu Beiji mirrored his sentiment. Tang Sung, incensed, shot an angry glare at Zhu Beiji, causing him to shiver and quickly avert his gaze. Along the river of sand, Sha Wujing carried Tang Sung upon his back, still bearing the marks of conflict. Yet his face radiated a blissful smile. At last, he was freed from the torment that pierced him like 1,000 arrows. His hair had been shaved by Tang Sung himself, and he was given the name Sha Wujing. Tang Sung wore an expression of deep regret, shifting slightly in his seat to find a more comfortable position. Wu Jing, you do not harbor any resentment toward your master, do you? Not at all. Although Tang Sung smiled kindly, Sha Sung had endured a brutal beating and dared not show any disrespect. That is good, Tang Sung said, gently patting Sha Wu Jing's head. Otherwise, I would have to unleash my wrath. The calmness in his voice sent a shiver down Sha Wu Jing's spine. He wished to glance back at Tang Sung's expression, yet he restrained his curiosity. After all, his life was at stake. Yi Hao's days were exceedingly awkward. He struggled to find a means of communication with Yao Ji, who consistently misunderstood him. The way she gazed at him grew increasingly unsettling. At times, she would stare at him intently, as if she did not regard him as a human being. He laid down his hoe, and a delicate hand reached over to wipe the sweat from his brow. A gentle voice followed. Are you thirsty? Come, have a drink. With that, she handed him a bowl. Yi Hao trembled as he took the tea bowl, cautiously sipping from it. Yang Chan merely observed him with a tender gaze, which only heightened his anxiety. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before he was forcibly taken. But the person before him was an immortal, although she often forgot her own powers. If he attempted to flee, he would surely be caught. Yet, he could not remain idle. A gleam of determination flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. On a moonless night, with a brisk wind, Yang Chan had already fallen asleep. Yi Hao knew that cultivators had very light slumber and did not rely on sleep to restore their spirits. He did not pretend to be generous as he pushed the door open. This same action he repeated every 3 days, and this time was no different, all according to his calculations. As he stepped out of the bamboo house, Yang Chan opened her eyes briefly in his direction before falling back asleep. Yi Hao ambled along the mountain path, neither hurried nor slow, until he had traveled 100 paces, at which point he changed his demeanor and sprinted wildly down the road. The sky was cloudless, yet the moon appeared shrouded in a thin veil, obscuring its clarity. Guided by the dim light, he chose a direction and ran. After covering 3 miles, he finally paused. Fortunately, his recent labor in the fields had honed his physique. Otherwise, he would not have run far. After catching his breath, he continued onward. During these days, he had not wasted his time, becoming thoroughly acquainted with the surrounding area. However, he was unaware that the direction he was heading was towards the western Kunlun Mountains, the domain of the Queen Mother of the West. The following day, when Yao Ji awoke, she discovered Yi Hao was nowhere to be found. In a state of despair, she searched the vicinity but could not locate him. Upon hearing rumors of nearby monsters, she immediately concluded that a beast had taken Yi Hao. With resolve, she ventured forth, determined to eradicate every monster within 1,000 miles. This matter, for reasons unknown, was uncovered by others. By the time she regained her senses, the title of the 3 holy mothers had already spread far and wide, and a temple was erected in her honor within the region of Mount Huashan. Yet, whenever someone came to pay their respects, they were met with nothing but a sorrowful visage. Soon after, she encountered a man named Lu Yanchong, who, like Yi Hao, had broken his leg and fallen into her temple. She healed him, yet disregarded his pleas, sending him far away. Relying on his own determination, Lu Yanchong returned to her once more. Yang Chan, however, continued to send him away. Time and again, Lu Yanchong believed he could touch the heart of the 3 holy mothers, but little did he expect to provoke Yang Chan's wrath instead. You can return, yet why can he not? Yang Chan's voice was icy, sending chills through Lu Yanchong. Your repeated returns mock me? Her expression twisted into one of fury, as if possessed. This time, Lu Yanchong did not return, nor would he ever leave again. He transformed into an old man, guarding the temple of the 3 holy mothers for generations. This fulfilled his desire to remain, yet it also stemmed from Yang Chan's ire. At Mount Kunlun, Yi Hao stood at the foot of the mountain, his clothes tattered and his face covered in dust. Such a celestial paradise was not a tourist destination of Blue Star. Ordinary people could not even reach the foot of the mountain. Oh, how is there a mortal here? A little bird suddenly perched upon his shoulder, tilting its head to observe him. I fled here to escape the pursuit of my enemies. I did not mean to intrude upon your sacred ground. I beg for the immortal's forgiveness. He attempted to explain and was unexpectedly astonished to find himself capable of speech. The little bird chirped, "Then you are finished. This is the abode of the Queen Mother. However, I can guide you out." With that, the bird lifted its wings and pointed to a direction. "You can exit this way." Yihao repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, thank you." He hurried towards the direction indicated by the bird. At Mount Kunlun, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire reclined upon a cloud bed, surrounded by a throng of maidservants. In the center of the room stood a water mirror, reflecting the image of Yihao. "Your Highness, why have you drawn him into Kunlun Mountain?" one curious maid inquired. The Queen Mother smiled beautifully, and a little bird flew into the room, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. "When he arrives, bring him to me." Chapter 121. The Kunlun fairy Yihao jogged along, feeling increasingly uneasy. The direction indicated by the little bird seemed peculiar as he walked. The scenery around him grew ever more lush, with exotic flowers and rare herbs flourishing along the path. He stopped, intending to ask the little bird for clarification, only to find it had dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Oh no, something is amiss. He suddenly realized this and turned to retrace his steps, only to discover the path back had vanished, replaced by a dense forest before him. How audacious! You dare trespass upon Kunlun Mountain. A soft reprimand echoed as several women, wielding swords, surrounded him. Yihao, composed and unruffled, surveyed his surroundings and clasped his fists in greeting. "I have inadvertently wandered into this place. I beseech you, fair maidens, to forgive my intrusion." Huh! The last lecher who trespassed upon Kunlun Mountain spoke similarly. "Do you know what became of him?" Yihao squinted slightly. "What happened to him?" "I rendered him impotent." Gasped. Yihao inhalit sharply. The celestial maidens of Kunlun Mountain appeared to be exquisite beauties, yet their methods were alarmingly ruthless. Could it be that their prolonged deprivation of yang energy had precipitated an early onset of menopause? He mused internally, maintaining a calm exterior. "You have misunderstood, esteemed ladies. I intended to depart, but a bird led me here." The leading maiden's face flushed crimson, her sword trembling in her grasp. You scoundrel." With that, she lunged to strike him. Yihao was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of his transgression. He clumsily rolled aside to evade the strike and took refuge behind a tree. What had come over these maidens? The expressions of the other celestial maidens mirrored her anger, their faces aflame. "You brazen lecher! How dare you act so shamelessly upon Kunlun Mountain?" Yihao bellowed, "Hold on. I have remained courteous since my arrival. I have uttered no disrespectful words." The leading maiden blushed deeper. "Did you not say, 'Sister, do not'? That was merely this rogue's deceit." Indeed. He sought to entice you into uttering such vile words." A puff of steam rose from the maiden's head. "You insolent wretch. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Yihao was encircled by a flurry of question marks, swirling in confusion. Were he to cultivate Buddhism, he would at least attain the status of a befuddled Buddha. This group of women must surely be deranged. He decided to flee. Sister, he is escaping. Quick, pursue him. If he wreaks havoc upon Kunlun Mountain, we sisters may become mothers." Yikes! The maidens, their faces aflame, chased after him. Become mothers? Yihao stumbled, darting into the woods. Surely, these individuals had escaped from a mental institution. He zigzagged through the trees, taking a wide detour, and, cloaked by the dense foliage, turned back toward Kunlun Mountain. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. Only through destruction can one find rebirth. This was the truth. Everyone assumed he intended to flee outward, yet they could never anticipate that this was, indeed, his escape route. Returning to the staircase, he found a maiden squatting on the ground, idly playing with some weeds. "Why are you all chasing after him? Leave me be," she huffed. Recalling the group's actions, Yihao approached her from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. The maiden gasped in surprise. Then he swiftly restrained her, covering her mouth. "Do not scream, or I shall ensure you bear children." Her face turned crimson, and large tears welled in her eyes as she nodded in compliance. Seeing her reaction, Yihao released his grip. "Do you know how to exit this place?" The woman did not respond, but murmured, "If a man touches me, I might end up having a child." Yeho, in dispidif. Gave her a light tap on the head. "Listen to me." The woman clutched her head, tears welling in her eyes, surprisingly endearing. "What do you want to do?" "Just so, I have no idea that the largest house on this mountain is the residence of the Queen Mother. Below, there is a clear spring, which is where we bathe. To the left is the dwelling place of the female immortals, and to the right is the library filled with numerous spells and magical arts. Further down, there is an alchemy room stocked with various elixirs. Many have come seeking immortality, but alas, they failed to meet the Queen Mother's requirements and did not achieve eternal life. There is also a place where we practice our cultivation. Since the mountain is inhabited solely by women, we dress rather sparsely during our training, so please do not look." The woman continued to chatter on about the various aspects of Kunlun Mountain, her expression adorably naive as she gazed at him. "I really don't know anything. Please, don't ask me." Yi Hao was taken aback. Did she misunderstand the significance of not knowing? He pondered for a moment and then smiled. "What color is the Queen Mother's undergarment today?" The woman thought carefully. It should be a white silk robe with phoenix patterns woven in gold threads, right? To be honest, he merely wanted to test her, never expecting her to actually know. Was there truly no privacy on Kunlun Mountain? She knew even the Queen Mother's undergarments. After she spoke, she froze and quickly added, I don't know anything." Yi Hao covered his face with one hand. Did this little one really need to emphasize her ignorance after revealing the answer? Never mind. With such an all-knowing person around, it would be a piece of cake to escape. He looked at her with anticipation, displaying the kindest smile he had ever mustered. "Do you know how to get out?" "I don't know." "Huh?" Yi Hao was taken aback by her swift response. The woman looked at him with embarrassment. "I've never left the mountain gate. I truly don't know how to leave Kunlun Mountain." Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and extended his hand, twisting it in the air. "Do you know what this is?" The woman, curious, asked, "What is it?" "This is what can make you have a child," Yi Hao said with a mischievous grin. "As long as you touch it, you will end up having a child." The woman leaped and grasped his hand. When will I have a child? How will it happen? Can I have one now?" Her face was filled with childlike innocence, leaving Yi Hao feeling a bit overwhelmed. He had thought these female immortals feared childbirth, but it seemed they were actually excited about it. Yi Hao silently withdrew his hand, gently ruffled her hair, and said kindly, "I was just kidding." The woman looked visibly disappointed. Yi Hao smiled gently, "But it's all right. Touching this hand will bring about good fortune." The woman's eyes sparkled. "What kind of good fortune?" Yi Hao's lips curled into a sinister grin, his smile twisting into something grotesque. Upon encountering this hand, you shall, there shall be calamity, blood debt." The woman was clearly taken aback, her eyes widening as she gazed upon Yi Hao's malevolent smile, which sent her into a fit of sobs. Delighted by her distress, Yi Hao withdrew his expression with a sense of ennui. "You wish to toy with me." Chapter 122. The departure having frightened the woman to tears, Yi Hao felt a sense of satisfaction, yet this also drew attention back to him. This is bad. It is prudent to retreat. He swiftly seized the hostage and fled up the mountain. He jogged until he reached the grandest palace at the summit. How did you end up here?" The woman, flustered, made to leave. "Hurry. If the mistress catches us, it will be disastrous." Observing her furtive demeanor, Yi Hao realized that she and her companions were no strangers to mischief. "Then where shall we go?" With a conspiratorial smile, the woman replied, "I have a safe place. One where the mistress will never find us." "Is this the place you spoke of?" He was led to a modest wooden cabin adjacent to the central hall. Though unassuming from the outside, the interior was surprisingly delightful. Yi Hao surveyed the small room, noting its cleanliness and the floral decorations that exuded a distinctly feminine charm. Was this not a young girl's sanctuary? "Isn't it splendid?" "This is my room," the girl proclaimed proudly, adding, "Someone like you has surely never entered a girl's room before." Yi Hao chuckled as he gently ruffled her hair, his eyes betraying a mixture of pity and disdain. "Indeed, you're quite right." Unaware of Yi Hao's scorn, the girl basked in the belief that her assumptions were correct, and she gleefully patted the cushion beside her. "What is your name?" Yi Hao naturally uttered his true name, but at the moment it escaped his lips, Yi Hao transformed into Yi Fan. "Your name is Yi Fan?" Yi Hao attempted to correct her multiple times, only then realizing he was still under the influence of an inexplicable force, rendering him incapable of conveying his identity accurately. To avert any unforeseen calamities from Yangchan, he resolved to minimize any references to himself. What is your name? Yehao Inuit. After a moment's hesitation, the girl replied. The mistress says that if a woman reveals her name to a man, she must marry him. Huh? Is your mistress not quite right in the head? Has the goddess of Kunlun Mountain been led astray by the Queen Mother? From what I know of the Queen Mother, she is far from naive. Do not speak ill of her. The mistress is a good person, the girl exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she clenched her fists, attempting to defend her mistress's honor. Very well, very well. What is your name then? I am called Qiyao. After a moment of contemplation, Qiyao disclosed her name. A splendid name, truly melodious. Oomph. As if you needed to tell me. Upon hearing this, Qiyao immediately broke into a smile. Yihao found her reaction amusing. Her emotional fluctuations did not disrupt his own state of mind. She laughed when joyful and cried when startled, displaying no resentment towards the individual responsible for both her laughter and tears. Such innocence was truly refreshing. She tugged at Yihao's sleeve, asking, "Could you share tales of the outside world?" Yihao hesitated for a moment before responding with a grin, "Of course. Allow me to regale you with the saga of my conquest over all adversaries." With that, he boldly wove an extravagant tale, embellishing the exploits of a certain celestial emperor with his own experiences, creating a narrative that was both grandiose and chaotic. The more Qiyao listened, the more engrossed she became, stubbornly enduring several sleepless nights until Yihao had recounted every adventure. In the end, I was betrayed by treacherous foes, which led to my current predicament. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and Yihao pondered whether those twinkling stars were merely a result of her prolonged fatigue. Qiyao exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Oh my, you are truly remarkable. Could you take me out for some adventures?" Upon hearing this, Yihao's expression immediately fell. He longed to venture outside as well. Ahem, I did mention that I was betrayed, and my strength is now depleted. Not only can I not take you out, but I can barely ensure my own safety. Upon hearing this, Qiyao quickly raised a hand. I know the apothecary has plenty of elixirs. I shall fetch some. With that, she dashed out in a flurry. Yihao did not stop her. He was far too wary of stepping outside himself. Home was where the comfort lay. Before long, he succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, he found himself kneeling before a group of fierce-looking women. "Bold thief, you dare trespass upon Kunlun Mountain and entice the celestial maidens to steal the elixir of immortality. Do you acknowledge your crimes?" Yihao remained silent. "Do you acknowledge your crimes?" "Apologies, I was still waking up. Could you please repeat that?" This man speaks. How terrifying." The hall erupted into chaos, with even the maiden who had spoken taking a step back. Yihao was genuinely at a loss for words. He had been peacefully slumbering only to be inexplicably dragged here for judgment. It was evident that Qiyao had been caught in the act, and based on his understanding, there would be no need for interrogation. She would surely confess in an instant. He raised his gaze to the dais, where a thin veil obscured the appearance of the Queen Mother. Surveying the room, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's Qiyao?" From atop the platform, the Queen Mother's voice resonated. "Qiyao has stolen the elixir of immortality and has been imprisoned, never to see the light of day again. Do you wish to see her?" The tone was gentle and kind, as though it could envelop one in warmth. "Oh, well, that is not so bad." Yihao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing she was merely imprisoned. At least she was alive, which alleviated his fears. The voice from the dais faltered momentarily, and after a prolonged silence, it spoke again. "It is good that she is alive. Very well. I shall grant you your wish and send Qiyao into reincarnation as a lesson to others." Yihao chuckled. "Thank you, Queen Mother." The Queen Mother atop the platform fumed, her teeth gritted in irritation. "Why are you thanking me?" Qiyao had lingered on the mountain for far too long, and her journey to reincarnation provided an opportunity to behold the beauty of the outside world. The Queen Mother fell silent for a moment, then remarked, "You certainly have a heart." In an instant, her tone softened, as if the earlier anger had vanished without a trace. "Might the Queen Mother grant me leave to depart? I find myself here by unfortunate circumstance, and I beseech your discernment." The voice from the platform suddenly brightened. "Wishing to leave, are we? Hee. You have trespassed upon Kunlun Mountain. If you were to depart just like that, what would become of the reputation of the fair maidens here?" Yihao was engulfed by an ominous premonition. "And what does the Queen Mother propose?" "You shall remain here as a servant." Yihao exclaimed, "Absolutely not. How could a man of dignity stoop to such a disgraceful task?" For reasons unknown, the Queen Mother's voice diminished, as if she were taken aback by Yihao's outburst. Then what do you suggest? At the very least, you shall be a head servant. A sharp sound echoed from the high platform, the unmistakable noise of something being crushed. Then a cold, indifferent voice responded, agreed. At the great thunder sound temple, the heart of the Buddha leapt with unease. A sense of impending calamity washed over him. He calculated with a sense of dread, sensing that a great disaster was about to unfold in the journey to the west, and it would revolve around the golden cicada. Just as he was about to contact Bodhi, an inexplicable force interrupted his divination. A tremendous humming resonated from the great thunder sound temple. After a moment, the immeasurable light of the Buddha outside dimmed momentarily, then burst forth in radiant brilliance. Chapter 123. Footbath. Clear water rippled gently, the soft glow of her jade-like feet reflecting under the lantern light. The sound of water sloshing echoed throughout the chamber, shrouded in a thin veil of mist, obscuring the features of the person before him. Yihao lifted the basin and stepped outside. How outrageous it was that this old hag had commanded him to wash her feet. The thought of the Queen Mother's delicate feet made him momentarily dazed. Ahem! This was certainly not an act of his own volition. He merely wished to ascertain whether the celestial maiden's feet possessed a fragrant allure, driven by a spirit of inquiry and a quest for truth, thus leading to this peculiar scene. It was a pity he hadn't splashed the water upon the old hag's face. Shortly after Yihao exited, the woman on the cloud bed flushed crimson. She then slowly reclined, uncertain of the motives behind her actions. Back in her domain, within Qi Yao's room, she hurriedly approached. Did the Queen Mother trouble you? Yihao's face was one of sorrow. She actually made me do such a thing. Qi Yao was taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. What did the Queen Mother summon you for? She commanded me to— Oh, never mind. I shan't burden you with the details. You are too young to hear such matters. Qi Yao appeared bewildered. Do tell. How can I comfort you if you don't share? Yihao noticed something peculiar in Qi Yao's demeanor. Ordinarily, at this moment, she would have blushed and implored him to cease his words. At last, he uttered a single response, imploring her for the details. Subsequently, Yihao embellished the narrative, causing the young lady to flee, her cheeks flushed. However, this was to be expected. Perhaps his incessant crude jokes had rendered Qi Yao somewhat immune. He stroked his chin, contemplating a shift in approach. Qi Yao, we have come to see you. A voice called from outside, prompting Qi Yao to open the door. As it swung wide, a throng of ethereal beings gathered at the threshold, bypassing Qi Yao entirely to encircle Yihao, hands reaching out to him in a playful frenzy. Yes, supervisor, come tell us a story. Having lingered in the mountains for an extended period, Yihao occupied his idle hours washing the feet of the Queen Mother and regaling this naive assembly of fairy maidens with tales. Of course, he replied, deftly fending off their mischievous hands while savoring the delightful scent that enveloped him. Meanwhile, Qi Yao stood to the side, her expression one of bewilderment. This scenario was all too familiar. Despite being promised a visit, she found herself overlooked once again. Narrowing her eyes slightly, a smirk graced her lips as a gentle breeze swept through the scene. Although the chill brushed against Yihao and the fairies alike, he had no time to ponder it. Surrounded by the fluttering beings, he chuckled. Today, I shall recount some events from my past. There exists a place on Earth known as Tank Village, where a lad named Xiao Pao resides, renowned as the village's prodigy. Though the name seemed peculiar, the unworldly fairies had grown accustomed to such oddities. He spoke at a leisurely pace, weaving the tale across the span of an hour, sharing nearly the entirety of it. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Xiao Pao is indeed quite dashing. Indeed, 30 years pass in the blink of an eye. His rapid ascent is truly remarkable. One fairy gazed at Yihao with adoration, asking, Is this your story from the mortal realm? Yihao Gij? With a serious demeanor, Yihao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is I. Is that Xiao Hu girl still waiting for your return? Yihao's eyes twinkled, and with a shift in tone, he lamented, Alas, I promised to ascend and bring them along to share in the eternal life. But now, sigh, he let out a long sigh, one that encapsulated the vicissitudes of life, which resonated deeply with the fairies, many of whom were already teary-eyed. Fear not, Yihao Gij. I shall go to Queen Mother and plead on your behalf. The plan was unfolding precisely as Yihao had orchestrated. How could these fairies outmaneuver someone as cunning as he? Maintaining an impassive facade, he solemnly interjected, No, I cannot allow you to risk yourself for my sake. I, Yi Hao, am not that kind of person. Yi Hao Gige. The admiration in the fairy's eyes shimmered like silk. Only Qi Yao's expression was frosty. Observing the foolishness of the group, recalling how just days prior, this scoundrel had proclaimed himself the emperor of another world, reigning over the ages. A few days ago, this individual proclaimed himself a child of humble agricultural origins, claiming a lack of talent, having ascended through the aid of a green bottle. Remarkably, some believed him. Qi Yao sat at the periphery, while Yi Hao was engrossed in his performance, playfully grappling with the celestial maiden, oblivious to her flushed complexion. On the verge of collapsing into his embrace, she inhaled deeply, then deftly manipulated her fingers. A resounding chime echoed. The goddess is summoning us. The celestial maidens hurriedly rose to adjust their garments, with several grasping Yi Hao's arm, fearing he might be unaware of the protocols and inadvertently offend the Queen Mother. Yi Hao, exasperated, thought he was close to winning them over. Soon, with just a hint from him, those who knew how to depart would divulge the means of escape, allowing him to soar far away. Yet, how fortuitous that the Queen Mother was calling everyone now. Though perplexed, he found himself entranced by the soft forms surrounding him. No wonder so many aspired to be emperors. He began to comprehend the allure of imperial pleasures. Within the grand hall, the visage of the Queen Mother remained obscured. While the mighty often indulged in such frivolities, there seemed no need to orchestrate them in her own abode, creating an atmosphere as if outsiders were present. Recently, I have made significant progress in my cultivation of array techniques and have altered the protective formation of the Western Kunlun. You are all warned not to approach the periphery. Otherwise, you will meet with death and annihilation. Consider this forewarning. With a wave of her hand, she vanished from the high platform. This matter was not particularly grave, at least not for these young, celestial maidens. However, Yi Hao stood frozen in place. Was this not a direct affront to him? Previously, some knew the way to depart. But now, with the alteration of the formation, had all his efforts been in vain? The maidens still wished to hear his tales. Yet Yi Hao found himself devoid of enthusiasm. Only Qi Yao remained at his side, seemingly at ease. Without the throng of young maidens, it was indeed a relief. To him, she appeared carefree and untroubled. Before long, a celestial maiden bounded toward him. Brother Yi Hao, the goddess seeks you. She naturally entwined her arm with his. Her entire form pressed against him. Yi Hao smiled gently. Very well, let us proceed. He then glanced at Qi Yao, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Look at her. Then look at you. Qi Yao, initially bewildered, soon grasped the situation and felt a surge of irritation. You are doomed. Chapter 124. Signs of chaos emerge. The three realms have changed in peculiar ways. This is the opening line from the diary of the Sand Monk. The three purities have vanished, and the Supreme One has closed the gates of the Doshui Palace. Apart from the elixirs dispatched from the palace, the 33 heavens have descended into an eerie silence. Why has the great sage not perceived the anomaly? Why did Brother Zhu remain oblivious to what he was consuming? Why does the world I observe appear in such disarray? The revered figures of Lishan Lao Mu, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Manju Shri Bodhisattva, and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva convened in a singular location. This trial was originally termed the Four Saints testing the Zen mind. Yet, the current circumstances appeared rather peculiar. Whose Zen mind is truly being tested? Zhu Beiji, known for his indulgent and slothful nature, captivated by carnal pleasures, is unlikely to attain Buddhahood. Sun Wukong, the martial deity and protector of Tang Sung on his pilgrimage, faces uncertainty regarding his enlightenment, contingent upon the Buddha's judgment. Sha Sung, possessing limited roots and insufficient understanding, embodies a semblance of wisdom through apparent foolishness. Though he may never achieve true enlightenment, he could still secure a respectable position in the Western paradise. However, it is Tang Sung that remains enigmatic. Having endured previous tribulations, he harbors an innate fear of demons and monsters, but has not relinquished his quest to the West. Despite his inherent nature, he is compelled to test his resolve and see if his heart is truly aligned with the Buddha. Master, there lies an estate that appears to belong to a wealthy family. The vastness of this desolate mountain estate is indeed curious. Yet as Sun Wukong gazed ahead, 4 divine lights manifested, illuminating the surroundings with a tranquil and natural purity. Such extraordinary phenomena instilled confidence in him. Is it not strange to find such an estate in these deep mountains and forests? Tang Seng's skepticism was entirely reasonable. His gaze at Sun Wukong seemed to question whether he might betray him. Sun Wukong, taken aback by Tang Seng's inquiry, was reminded of the previous incident involving Sha Seng's capture, which evidently left a significant psychological scar. Master, what do you fear? Am I not here to protect you? Zhu Beiji, feeling emboldened as the eldest brother in their group, declared. This monkey is merely a bodyguard. In the presence of our official entourage, he is but a trifling matter. With a puffed chest, he approached the grand entrance. Is anyone there? I am the envoy sent by the Tang Emperor to seek scriptures from the West. While this declaration held truth, it left Tang Sung somewhat restless. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a striking maid who, upon seeing Zhu Beiji, hastily attempted to shut the door. A monster! Tang Sung seized the opportunity and swiftly pushed Zhu Beiji aside. Do not be alarmed, kind lady, he is my disciple. With a gentle smile, Tang Seng's handsome visage worked its charm. Ah, a disciple of a revered monk. The maid, inexplicably accepting the situation, escorted them into the main hall. Tang Sung felt his influence was pivotal in this encounter and refrained from questioning further, the initial doubts he harbored toward Sun Wukong dissipating entirely. As an observer, Sun Wukong felt a sense of resignation, following the group into the estate. Zhu Beiji, without hesitation, dashed inside, grinning broadly at the sight of the maid. Sha Sung, with a blank expression, remained focused on his duty to carry the burdens, indifferent to the rest. The white steed, indifferent to familial ties, trotted into the stable, casting a glance as it awaited its meal. Being a mount seemed not so undesirable. With provisions and shelter, it led a comfortable life, merely tasked with the journey ahead. He seemed to have developed a fondness for this equestrian life. With this thought, he suddenly halted, shaking his head repeatedly. No, he was a noble demon king. How could he be entranced by such trivial gains? At the very least, his sustenance should consist of spiritual fruits and sweet springs, should it not? With a sly grin, he settled comfortably in the stable. As he entered the grand courtyard, an elderly woman emerged. She held a dragon-headed staff and adorned herself with a phoenix tail hairpin, her attire gleaming with opulence, exuding an air of extraordinary wealth. Are several esteemed monks visiting from the Tang dynasty? She inquired. The Tang monk promptly bowed, saying, Indeed, I beg your pardon for any offenses my humble disciple may have caused. The old woman nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to the individuals behind him. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji, a flicker of fear crossed her face. The Tang monk, sensing the moment, reassured her, Fear not, esteemed lady. Though these two may appear somewhat peculiar, they are indeed celestial beings from the heavenly court, possessing formidable powers to vanquish demons and dispel malevolence. The old woman's eyes brightened at this revelation. Is it truly so? Indeed. Zhu Beiji interjected eagerly, earning a fierce glare from the Tang monk. The old woman smiled gently. That is splendid news. The Tang monk, puzzled, asked, What do you imply, dear lady? She replied, I happen to have 3 unmarried daughters at home. With such esteemed disciples as yours, it would be fortuitous for them to marry into our family. The journey to the West is fraught with peril. Marrying one of my daughters would alleviate the hardships along the way. What joy could there be in refusing? The Tang monk hastily declined, but the old woman continued, Do not be so hasty, Tang elder. Perhaps it would be best to meet my daughters first. With that, she called out, and 3 stunning maidens emerged from the back courtyard, each with delicate features and beaming smiles. The sight delighted Zhu Beiji, while Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered but were obstructed by a golden light, rendering the maidens' true appearances inscrutable. The Tang monk furrowed his brows. Such matters of pilgrimage should not be treated lightly. He voiced a firm refusal, as did Sun Wukong, while Sha Sung offered no glance and simply dismissed the proposal. Only Zhu Beiji was in a frenzy, exclaiming, Master, do not spurn their goodwill. He leaped and cavorted, vexing the Tang monk greatly. In exasperation, he declared, If you wish to stay, then stay you shall. With that, he flung his monk's robe and turned to leave. The old woman smiled slightly, regarding Zhu Beiji. Since you wish to marry, which one do you choose? She inquired. Zhu Beiji surveyed the trio, each maiden blushing and occasionally erupting in melodic laughter, igniting a longing within him and intoxicating his senses. Can I marry them all? The old woman paused, not angered but rather amused. Very well, very well. Then let be all of them. Her tone gradually turned cool. Yet Zhu Beiji remained oblivious. The matter of marriage had progressed hastily, advancing to its final step. Zhu Beiji pushed open the door, where the three maidens greeted him with playful smiles and alluring charm. "Darling, your husband has arrived," he exclaimed, leaping forward. A flash of white light flickered in the room before fading. Sun Wukong, sensing something amiss, merely smiled knowingly. Kunlun Mountain. Yi Hao sat atop the cloud bed of the Queen Mother, gently massaging her delicate feet. The situation was utterly humiliating, and his expression betrayed his frustration. Yet his hands moved with an undeniable sincerity. "Truly soft, truly fragrant. My lady, how do you find my technique?" he inquired. The Queen Mother emitted a few soft hums, seemingly responding. Beneath the mist, her face had turned a deep crimson as her fingers clutched the cloud bed, striving to stifle any sound. Why was this scoundrel so adept? "Your Highness, I have a request." The Queen Mother paused, and her cold voice echoed. "Speak. I am but a mere mortal. Surely, even if I have offended you, you would find it in your heart to forgive me. Do you wish to leave?" The Queen Mother's tone rose slightly. Yi Hao was taken aback. Why did his desire to depart elicit such a strong reaction from her? Chapter 125. Multiverse. Ultimately, Yi Hao did not leave. The days on Kunlun Mountain grew monotonous, and as time slipped away, he lost track of how long he had resided there. It was not until he had recounted every tale he knew that the Queen Mother sought him out. "Here are all the cultivation techniques of Kunlun Mountain. You shall stay here and learn." "Why?" Yi Hao gazed at the Queen Mother, still unable to discern her features. She offered no reply and vanished into the ether. Yi Hao observed the luminous orbs floating around him and grasped one at random. A flood of memories surged forth. Basic elemental spells. Initially, he dismissed such teachings, yet the more he examined them, the more he felt something amiss. The spells documented were entirely distinct from what he had previously learned. A crackling sound resonated in his mind, akin to disrupted electrical currents. The system's luminous sphere trembled, its brilliance dimming as he sensed his power gradually dissipating. If his strength had previously been obscured, he could still feel its presence. Now, however, it was as if it were transforming into nothingness. As his powers vanished completely, he slumped to the ground. The abilities bestowed upon him by the system had entirely evaporated. The space gems, once interconnected with the Marvel Universe, began to destabilize alongside the loss of his strength. Yi Hao sat in silence for a moment before picking up another orb. Breath of Qi. The scriptures evoked a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered them before. The more he read, the further his powers seemed to drift away from him. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books, day by day, he perused every tome available on Kunlun Mountain. His powers had vanished completely, rendering him a true mortal. Yet, this sensation filled him with profound joy. The powers he once possessed now appeared so illusory, so unreal. He then began to practice according to the teachings within the texts. On the first day, he refined essence into Qi. On the second day, he transformed Qi into spirit. On the third day, he cultivated spirit into void. On the fourth day, he united the void with the Tao. Following this, he ventured into another system, refining Qi, establishing a foundation, forming elixirs, nurturing the primordial spirit, and ultimately achieving the great ascension. This journey leads into an entirely different system. Each day brings forth a new realm of cultivation, yet with every transition into a new system, all prior achievements along the path vanish into oblivion. Time passes gradually until the Queen Mother seeks him out. She finds it challenging to articulate what she perceives. Yi Hao still presents as an ordinary mortal, yet this mortal emanates an extraordinary and unique aura. They exchange glances for a brief moment, each discovering the answers they sought within the depths of the other's eyes. As she contemplated how to initiate conversation, Yi Hao turned to her and quipped, "Haven't you seen a handsome fellow before?" Indeed, he remained unchanged, his banter just as audacious. The Queen Mother asked, "Have you finished observing?" Yi Hao remained silent, offering a subtle smile as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing sideways at her. The Queen Mother seized his ear with one hand while the other delivered a playful punch to his abdomen. "Were you pretending for my presence?" Yi Hao repeatedly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Sister, I was wrong." The Queen Mother scoffed, "Next time, address me as grandmother." He hastily complied, grinning broadly, "Sister, how long has it been?" "Not long, merely 3,000 years." Yi Hao felt that time had barely passed half a year. bewildered by the notion that it had been 3 millennia. Is that true? His voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The Queen Mother smirked slightly. It's false. Yi Hao's expression darkened instantly, and the Queen Mother, witnessing his reaction, revealed a radiant smile. There was great satisfaction in watching him face a setback. As Yi Hao observed the Queen Mother depart with satisfaction, his demeanor abruptly shifted. You are on the second tier, while I reside in the upper atmosphere. Do you think you can outsmart me? We shall reconvene in 20,000 years. Within the grand hall of Kunlun Mountain, the Queen Mother spoke softly, having witnessed those things. You should now comprehend. Yi Hao was Sikhit. This world was originally created from infinite gemstones. All power derives from these gems, thus remaining perpetually constrained by their influence. Everything he learned in this world, indeed, all that could be learned across realms, could never surpass the power of gemstones. Ultimately, what he acquired here was merely a fragment of their might. Yet, it should not have been so. The earlier emergence of the great Luo Yang Jian indicated that there indeed exist different worlds beyond Marvel. The birth of this world has forged connections with those realms. Kunlun Mountain serves as a prime example. The knowledge he gained here pertains to the powers of another world, which starkly contrasts with the cultivation of this present realm. This bestowed upon him the potential to transcend the limitations of the gemstones. Yi Hao inquired, "From whence do you hail?" The Queen Mother nodded. "My world is called the Shanghai Realm, equally ranked with the world you originally inhabited. I know not what transpired, but it established a tenuous connection with this realm, disrupting the cosmic sea's ties, and Kunlun Mountain brought me here. Upon her arrival here, she discovered that this world starkly contrasted with her previous understanding. Power truly existed. Yet everything felt exceedingly illusory until she encountered Yi Hao, a person profoundly entwined with the fate of this realm, and one marked by the divine order of this world. She expressed her gratitude towards the heavenly decree for its concealment. Had it not been for this veil, she might never have unearthed his presence." Wang Mu spoke with an amused smile, yet Yi Hao felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for the celestial interference, he would likely be in a more intimate encounter with Chang'e at this very moment. "What do you intend to do next?" Wang Mu inwuded, "Gazink at Yi Hao. Shouldn't the question be what you wish to do?" As the heavenly order began to directly intervene in this world, it prepared to obliterate the 3 realms to achieve its own liberation. "Do you plan to thwart it?" Yi Hao nodded resolutely. "That scoundrel has wronged me. I shall certainly make it pay dearly." He was not one to swallow grievances silently. Sensing his determination, Wang Mu felt reassured. Very well, prepare to consume this world. In the second entry of the monk's diary, the monsters encountered along the journey grew increasingly bizarre. After their master vanquished a creature, he tore its body apart and consumed it. The great sage observed silently, his eyes reflecting a similar madness. The eldest disciple also seemed off, incessantly chewing on something, blood trickling from his mouth, yet he appeared unfazed. What should I do? To survive, I could only pretend to see nothing and continue towards the west. I hope the Buddha can put an end to all of this. Before the 5, Sun Wukong and his companions beheld the couplet at the entrance, the immortal abode of eternal life, the household of those who share longevity with heaven. Tang Sung felt that the master of the temple was a formidable being beyond the mundane. However, Zhu Beiji failed to discern its significance and remarked to Sun Wukong, "Great sage, look at this. It is far more imposing than you." Sun Wukong scoffed, "You simpleton, are you seeking trouble?" Such petty provocations did not warrant his concern. Chapter 126. The ginseng fruit Qing Feng and Mingwei opened the temple doors. "Is this the eminent monk Xuanzang from the Tang dynasty?" Tang Seng greeted them. "Indeed, but how do you know my name?" Qing Feng replied, "My master foretold of an old friend visiting today, hence he instructed us to extend our hospitality. Please, enter, master." The two respectfully ushered Tang Sung and his disciples into the 5. Unaware of the meaning behind old friend, Tang Sung followed the 2 acolytes into the temple. In the main hall of the temple, the characters for heaven and earth were displayed prominently, which was not altogether surprising. Yet on the opposite side, there was another plaque inscribed with Bodhi, placed upon the ground, behind which hung an indistinct image, its features unclear, but its colors distinctly contrasting in black and white. Before the plaque lay 2 long-burned red candles, and 3 sticks of incense still smoldered in the burner. As Sun Wukong beheld this scene, he paused momentarily, then became alarmed. "Isn't this my own master?" Yet, here he is, displayed in the form of a memorial portrait. This certainly seems rather absurd, does it not? He was confident that his master would not pass away, but the presence of this individual hanging on the wall raises questions. This Xinyuanzi clearly appears to be an old acquaintance of his master. He pondered whether he should express his indignation if his master were to see this. How could he claim to be filial? Qing Feng Mingyue, perceiving Tang Seng's confusion, explained, "My master is friends with the 3 pure ones and the 4 emperors, and has old ties with the Tathagata. The 9 luminaries are his juniors, hence he only worships heaven and earth." Tang Seng chanted a Buddhist mantra to show his respect. Zhu Beiji, with wide eyes, gazed around, not quite understanding what he was observing. That night, Sun Wukong stealthily approached Qing Feng Mingyue. "What does that other tablet signify?" Qing Feng glanced at the staff resting upon his shoulder, a mournful expression crossing his face. "One day, when my master was visiting friends, he returned speaking of not being a proper son, and thus established that tablet." Mingyue hesitated for a moment, but Sun Wukong saw through his facade. "You must share." He prodded Qing Feng's face with his staff. With tears streaming down his cheeks, Qing Feng exclaimed, "Why are you poking me?" Mingyue quickly interjected, "I only know that if my master becomes angry, he will light 3 incense sticks at that tablet, and then he will leave with a smile. Beyond that, I'm unaware." Observing the sincerity in their words, Sun Wukong confirmed his suspicions. Xinyuanzi must have had a history with his master, and there was likely some discord between them. The fact that he was a disciple of Bodhi had already spread throughout the 3 realms, and if Xinyuanzi were to return, he would undoubtedly create difficulties for him. "Oh, master, you advised me to maneuver through the 3 realms with ease. Yet the troubles you have stirred up are like stumbling blocks, seemingly intent on bringing me to ruin," he muttered, threatening Qing Feng Mingyue not to divulge today's events. Only after they agreed did he depart. Shortly after Sun Wukong's exit, Qing Feng turned to Mingyue and said, "Our master instructed us to use ginseng fruits to entertain them. Should we still provide them?" Mingyue playfully slapped Qing Feng's head, saying, "If you don't, when our master finds out, he might just strike us dead." Qing Feng then realized his misunderstanding and nodded repeatedly. "You truly are the clever one." The two then gathered their tools and headed towards the orchard. As for the ginseng fruit trees, Yihao had never seen such a heavenly root, but if he were to encounter it, he might inadvertently destroy it. The fruits hanging from the branches resembled human infants, for of which bore grotesque visages that instantly suggested malevolence. Yet, to Qing Feng and Mingyue, everything appeared quite normal. They took up the golden mallet and struck down the 4 hideous ginseng fruits. On Kunlun Mountain, Yihao's cultivation still had not been restored, yet he felt no urgency. Now, his situation seemed to be a standoff with the heavenly Tao. The Queen Mother's powers were only effective within Kunlun Mountain. Beyond its confines, their efficacy was uncertain. He reclined upon the Yao Yun bed, while the goddess Yao offered various fruits, feeding them to him, with a forced smile adorning her face. Qi Yao found herself in a familiar scene, albeit with the roles reversed. Yihao, observing the unwillingness etched on Qi Yao's countenance, felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. He relished the sight of her reluctance, compelled to comply with his directives. "Aren't you at all anxious?" he mused. "What is there to be anxious about? The celestial path has already laid its plans. It dares not show itself before me. Should I make an appearance, it would merely alert it, causing it to retreat. If I wish to deal with it later, I would have to obliterate the 3 realms myself." Qi Yao was merely eager to see him depart. Engaging in a serious discussion was the last thing on her mind. "Prepare yourself. Shortly, those little darlings will come looking for me," she stated. Yihao retorted, "You misunderstand. This is the essence of love." Qi Yao's expression darkened. "Love, my foot." Yihao affectionately ruffled Qi Yao's hair, his demeanor gentle. "You are still young. It is only natural that you do not comprehend." Infuriated, Qi Yao was about to retaliate when a group of giggling maidens burst through the door, shoving her aside. "Little Yaoer, go wait outside and keep watch for us." Confused, Qi Yao was thrust out of her own room, exclaiming, "But this is my room." Laughter from Yihao mingled with a playful admonishment from a celestial maiden echoed from within. Her cheeks flushed, Qi Yao promptly turned and left. Before long, Yihao, adorned with several lipstick marks, approached the Queen Mother. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I've noticed the celestial path's schemes accelerating. It is time for you to descend the mountain." "Wait," Yihao interjected, "I find this unwise." The Queen Mother's expression stiffened. When he had wished to leave previously, She had denied him, yet now he hesitated. Why is it unwise? I am currently under the celestial path's curse. The moment I step outside, I will be detected, rendering all efforts futile. It will be better for me to remain here a few more days. The Queen Mother chuckled. No need to fret. I will shrink Kunlun Mountain to the size of a mustard seed and place it upon you. With my concealment, you will naturally go unnoticed. By the way, every move you make will be observed by all the maidens of Kunlun. Yihao stared at her, flabbergasted. Does this mean I cannot act freely? That seems rather unfavorable. The Queen Mother smiled slyly. What is unfavorable? Do you harbor something shameful? Yihao replied solemnly. Absolutely not. Then it is settled. I shall send you on your way. Yihao repeatedly insisted. One more day. Just one more day. Today the Queen Mother, aware of the impending events within that room, felt her cheeks warm. She would not entertain his protests and promptly cast him out of the mountain. Turning back, Yihao found that the grand Kunlun Mountain had vanished from sight, yet a minuscule hill rested atop his hair. TSK. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. I have said I am on the 5th level. Why does no one believe me? Chapter 127. The malevolent spirits now that Yihao had ventured out and possessed a modicum of self-preservation. He was naturally inclined to survey the current state of the 3 realms. He strolled out of the Kunlun territory, embarking on a journey towards the west. Is it true that I, as his master, have also ventured to the west? How the world has changed, and how people's hearts have grown distant. With his first step, he wobbled forward 3 zhong. With the second step, he extended to 9 zhong. And with the third step, he swayed and found himself at an astonishing 12,960 zhong. Before long, he arrived at the realm of the 2 Realms Mountain. Beneath the mountain, a small peak stood tall, shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal charm. Yet, as Yihao gazed upon it, his brow furrowed. This world was constructed of 6 gemstones, and anything unrelated to the power of these gemstones would be suppressed or even erased. However, aside from the 6 powers, the mountain revealed something else. This power was chaotic, disordered, and indescribable. The Kunlun essence in Yihao's hair faintly glimmered, and the indescribable force gradually unfolded into a semblance of order. This was the power from another world. The voice of the Queen Mother echoed in his ears. Yihao nodded and reached out, grasping that strand of power in his palm. This force pertained to cause and effect, altering the very foundation of this world's essence. Such potency! The Marvel Universe is among the most prominent in the cosmic sea. If it is not 0, it can at least reach 1. Which world possesses the power to influence the strength of gemstones and alter the fundamental codes of the universe? Though perplexed, now was not the time for such musings. He meticulously discerned the power, observing how it transformed the essence beneath. It concealed heavenly secrets, altered origins, and influenced minds. Yihao narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking of his clever disciple. Wukong, being a miraculous stone-born of the heavens and earth, gathered the fortune of an entire world, should remain unaffected. Yet, one could not say the same for Tang Sung. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a small old man looked at him with a face full of anxiety. Yihao had no celestial backing. There was no saying that the heavens respond or the earth's spirits heed his call. He merely employed a divine summoning technique to forcibly bring the old man before him. You're the local spirit, are you not? Tell me what has transpired here recently. The spirit hurriedly recounted the recent events, following the timeline to the arrival of Tang Sung. Has anything unusual occurred here lately? Yihao could not discern anything amiss, but felt satisfied with the monkey's astute understanding of human affairs. The spirit hesitated for a moment. Then his pupils constricted. Great immortal, I almost forgot. Several years ago, the great sage subdued 3 monsters here. Yet recently, eerie cries have been emanating from the burial site of those 3 creatures. Yihao nodded, finally uncovering what he sought. Take me there. Tang Sung gazed at the ginseng fruit before him, momentarily hesitant to partake. Zhu Beiji could no longer contain himself. Master, if you do not wish to eat it, why not give it to me? Tang Sung waved his hand, signaling Zhu Beiji to help himself. Zhu Beiji took a hearty bite, devouring it whole. Sun Wukong gazed at the ginseng fruit, a peculiar item that seemed familiar to him. It was reminiscent of a previous encounter. Yet the ginseng fruit given to him by his master appeared distinctly different from the one before him. He initially attributed the variance to the freshness of the fruit, but an unsettling feeling lingered within him, leaving him uncertain about whether to partake. The monk Sha, swallowing hard, observed Sun Wukong and Tang Sung. He yearned to taste it, yet refrained since neither his master nor the great sage had taken a bite. Tang Sung extended the fruit towards Sun Wukong, for fruits lay before them, one already devoured by Zhu Beiji. Seeing the fruit as delicate as an infant, he decided to offer his to Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong, upon seeing this, pushed it back. The master had an old acquaintance with the celestial being, and Tang Sung's actions seemed somewhat lacking in compassion. With a sigh, Tang Sung recited the Heart Sutra 365 times before finally taking a bite. A wave of refreshing energy surged within him, washing away the fatigue accumulated from their travels. Observing this, Monk Sha hastily consumed his share, and Sun Wukong, no longer hesitating, devoured one as well. The flavor bore no difference from his prior experience, yet the texture felt somewhat dry, as if lacking nourishment. Zhu Beiji, watching the three relish their fruit without tasting it himself, felt a pang of envy. Meanwhile, the earth god led Yi Hao to a mound of earth. Keeping a safe distance, the earth god hesitated, as the voice of the Queen Mother whispered in Yi Hao's ear, akin to soft secrets being shared, igniting a curious itch that compelled him to touch his ear. The contents within seemed altered by external energies, as if undergoing experimentation. Suddenly, a tendril shot forth from the mound, resembling a mystical vein reaching out towards Yi Hao. He instinctively grasped the tendril and yanked forcefully, extracting something from within. Before him stood a headless creature amalgamating the features of a bear, tiger, and wolf. A biological experiment? Could it be a realm of advanced technology? It was common for those inclined towards biological experimentation to reside in such a world, which explained his line of thought. The creature lunged at Yi Hao, its internal veins writhing, breaking free to strike at him. Freeze! A binding spell halted the creature momentarily, though it soon broke free, clawing towards Yi Hao. Were it not for his diminished powers, he could have easily reduced it to ashes with a single punch. He couldn't help but mutter a remark as he swiftly maneuvered. Seizing a strand of hair from his ear, infused with the essence of Kunlun Mountain, and delivered a powerful blow. Fortunately, it sufficed for the moment. The massive body shuddered and subsequently erupted in a shower of blood and gore. Yeho! A piercing scream erupted from within Kunlun Mountain. The Queen Mother's furious rebukes echoed incessantly. Yi Hao hurriedly offered apologies, yet her voice abruptly ceased. If you persist in this manner, I shall cease to assist you. Following her faint threat, she disregarded him entirely. Yi Hao, in an earnest attempt to atone, called out apologies from sister to grandmother, and from grandmother to ancestor, only to find that the Queen Mother not only refused to forgive him, but grew even more incensed. The Earth God stood by, watching Yi Hao in sheer terror. Conversing with a stone, could he possibly be mad? In a void space, a figure momentarily faltered before regaining composure. The experiment of the heavenly demon, designated as number 1, had met with failure. It appeared to have been eliminated. Alas, had it been nurtured for a few more years, perhaps it could have evolved into a new life capable of adapting to the forces of both realms. Such is the folly of wishful thinking. A voice, cold and resonant, echoed within this space. Nuwa, do you still refuse to concede? Is it truly just you? Nuwa's voice remained frigid, imbued with disdain for the heavenly path. The heavenly path retorted, I have shown you the power of the outer realms. Have you yet to grasp the truth of the 3 realms? Even if the 3 realms are a cage, it is far preferable to your desire to annihilate them, forcing all beings to perish for your sake. That is a grave misjudgment. As the heavenly path, I represent all living beings, and I shall lead them to witness the truth. This is the utmost glory. Were it not for Nuwa's creation of humanity, he would not have engaged in such discourse with her. Chapter 128. The White Dragon at Wuzhuang Temple. Zhu Beiji stealthily entered a courtyard, seizing a golden mallet that lay nearby. Under the cover of darkness, he slipped into the ginseng fruit orchard. No sooner had he entered than a large hand seized his collar and dragged him aside. Who goes there? Zhu Beiji exclaimed in fury, his gaping mouth exuding a faint scent of blood. You fool! Sun Wukong shouted upon seeing Zhu Beiji's defiance, delivering a resounding slap to his forehead. Hiss! Is that not the great sage himself? Are you here to steal fruit as well? Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, nearly exasperated by Zhu Beiji's assumption that everyone was as greedy as himself. Cease your nonsense. I knew you would cause mischief. Come back with me at once. He was acutely aware that anyone associated with his master possessed extraordinary strength, not something he could contend with, and only this fool would covet fruit to the extent of thievery. As the two bickered, another figure, Sha Sung, stood with reddened eyes, fixated on Tang Sung. Unconsciously, saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth, emitting a wail akin to that of an infant. Tang Sung, in turn, was not faring well, despite having consumed the ginseng fruit to purify himself. He felt an intense heat coursing through him, as if a vengeful spirit clung to his ankle in a dream, unwilling to release its grip. Sun Wukong tugged at Zhu Beiji as they made their way toward the side room, when suddenly, two figures emerged from the shadows, observing them. Even Sun Wukong was startled, his eyes gleaming with recognition as he identified Qin Feng and Mingyue, and inquired, "What brings you two here?" Qin Feng replied, "I heard sounds from the orchard, so I came to investigate. But what are you two doing outside the orchard?" Zhu Beiji's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he stammered. "With the moon high in the sky, I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll." Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes, but offered no response. Qin Feng and Mingyue remained shrouded in shadow, seemingly accepting Zhu Beiji's explanation. "Then you should hurry back." Their tone had lost the vivacity of daylight, now imbued with a chilling stillness reminiscent of the dead. The scene was indeed peculiar. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, yet through his celestial vision, everything appeared normal. Nothing was amiss. "Let us return at once," he declared, pulling Zhu Beiji along. Zhu Beiji gazed into the distance, where the gentle breeze and bright moon illuminated the surroundings. In the hazy moonlight, it seemed as if branches and vines brushed past their faces, only to vanish moments later. Rubbing his eyes, Zhu Beiji wondered if he had merely imagined it, but in that brief instant, the two had completely disappeared from sight. With a serious demeanor, Sun Wukong urged, "No more chatter. We must head back." Upon returning to their quarters, everything was as it had been. Sha Sung lay sleeping, while Tang Seng's countenance was serene, clearly lost in dreams. Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief and cautioned Zhu Beiji, "Do not speak of today's events to anyone." Noting Sun Wukong's earnestness, Zhu Beiji refrained from any further antics. The following day, when Sun Wukong encountered the two young attendants, they seemed oblivious to the events of the previous night. Anxious, Sun Wukong yearned to depart with Tang Sung. Upon awakening, Tang Sung appeared radiant, as if he had experienced a delightful dream, though he could not recall the specifics. Uncertain of Sun Wukong's urgency, he nevertheless trusted him and began to pack their belongings for departure. At the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple, Tang Sung bid farewell to the two attendants, and their conversation was filled with warmth and camaraderie. Shortly after the departure of Tang Sung and his disciples, an odd expression flickered across the faces of the gentle breeze and bright moon, only to dissipate into nothingness. "All is well. We have dined. Let us pay our respects to the heavenly way." Although they had exchanged words, once their expressions returned to normal, it was as if they had forgotten the matter entirely and retreated back into the temple. The white dragon horse, originally belonging to Tang Sung, remained a steadfast presence. Despite the many divergences from the original tale of Journey to the West, numerous events continued as usual. For instance, the third prince of the Dragon Palace had been exiled to the deep ravines of Snake Pan Mountain. When Yihao arrived, the white dragon was still coiled there. Uncertain of how many challenges had altered in this journey, Yihao felt his heart skip at the sight of the white dragon. "Who are you?" the white dragon inquired. Sensing an approach, initially intending to indulge in horse for a taste, he was unexpectedly pulled ashore by the individual before him. "You are the prince of the Jade Dragon?" The white dragon widened his eyes, fixated on Yihao. "You know me? Has that wretched one sent you to find me?" "No wonder." Yihao observed the white dragon's somewhat dazed demeanor and offered him a hearty slap. "Simply respond to my inquiries." The white dragon, glancing at the teeth scattered on the ground, nodded slowly in agreement. "Are you the prince of the Jade Dragon?" He obediently affirmed. Pleased, Yihao continued their discourse, finding that classical mechanics still held relevance in their exchange. "Have any monks passed by recently?" The white dragon nodded vigorously. "A few days ago, a monk rode by on a horse accompanied by a monkey. The horse was all muscle. I couldn't fathom how it was trained. Had it not been for its formidable presence, I might have attempted to devour it, curious as to its flavor." The little white dragon drooled profusely, seemingly reminiscing about the beauty of the past. Yihao furrowed his brow. "Has Guanyin Bodhisattva Sought you out? What would the Bodhisattva want with me? The little white dragon replied, bewildered, questioning the connection between himself and Guanyin. Yehao was thrown deep in it. What had transpired to alter the course of the journey to the west so drastically? He cast a glance at the little white dragon, recalling the malevolent energy encountered along the way. Would you be willing to be my steed? After I conclude my affairs, I shall restore your freedom. The little white dragon fell into contemplation, uncertain of the man before him and unable to make a decision. His previous misfortunes had all stemmed from that wicked person, which had led to his loss of freedom, leaving him with a sense of resentment. After a moment, the little white dragon nodded in agreement. What would you have me do? Yihao raised an eyebrow. Very well, transform into a white horse and accompany me. We shall journey to the west and behold the scenery. The little white dragon had little interest in sightseeing in the west, yet the prospect of gaining his freedom made the venture appealing. Was the absence of malevolent energy in the Snake Coil Mountain due to the fact that the pilgrimage team had not directly engaged with the little white dragon? Yihao felt a strong curiosity about encountering the pilgrimage team. However, the pervasive malevolence could not be ignored. It was evident that the heavenly Tao required a significant event involving the three realms to advance. Only the journey to the west could simultaneously influence heaven, earth, and humanity. The deities of the heavenly realm, the intricacies of human affairs, and the souls of the earthly realm, all were encompassed within the 81 tribulations. Now, his sole focus was to manage the pilgrimage team's impact on the three realms, and subsequently rectify the ensuing chaos. Much of this disorder stemmed from his own actions. Thus, it was his responsibility to address it. If the three realms could revert to the proper course of the journey to the west, then the heavenly Tao's intentions would naturally cease. Yet, sitting atop the back of the white dragon steed, moving at a leisurely pace, he couldn't help but feel reminiscent of Tang Sung. Chapter 129. The Zen courtyard Yihao trailed behind the pilgrimage team at a languid pace, oblivious to the significant troubles brewing back home. Neza looked at Yang Jian with urgency, flailing his arms and legs, yet unable to articulate the reason for his distress. Neza, have you learned some new magic? Yang Jian remarked, observing the frantic gestures that resembled a wild dance. Neza was anxious, but could not comprehend the source of his urgency. Deep within, he felt a pressing need, convinced that something connected to him was in peril at that very moment. Yet, the individual at risk could not convey the critical information to him, leaving only the urgency of danger to be communicated. Seeing Neza's serious demeanor, Yang Jian immediately adopted a grave expression. Is there truly a threat? Neza's eyes lit up. Yes, truly, you are the divine warrior of the heavenly court. Immediately pinpointing the crux of the issue, Yang Jian inquired, do you know who it is? Neza scratched his head. The name danced on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself unable to voice it. Yang Jian gently patted his head, saying, do not fret. You have many close relations nearby. We shall address them one by one. Neza nodded repeatedly, confident in Yang Jian's resourcefulness. Ever since Yao Ji had banished Yihao, her spirits had been low. Yet, after his departure, she felt an unexpected sense of relief, as though it emanated from her true self, despite her genuine feelings for Yihao. Why was that so? At this moment, the jade rabbit, with its mouth full of food, had been waiting for a long time for the one it missed, feeling a twinge of departure. That detestable Yihao, where has he run off to with some woman? She muttered angrily, biting into a piece of grilled fish, unable to suppress a sigh. Suddenly, her nose twitched as she gazed in a certain direction, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. It was the long-missed aura of Yihao that she sensed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she took flight, only to return shortly, having snatched a table full of food before departing once more. Meanwhile, Yang Jian was engaged in a discussion with Neza about their closest kin when he noticed a streak of light racing away. With a flicker of his heavenly eye, he realized it was his second mother, leaving him perplexed as he was unable to break away at that moment. He gently reassured the anxious Neza. Let us seek them one by one and ascertain if any misfortune has befallen your loved ones. Neza nodded fervently, listing his relatives. Yet they still could not identify the crux of the matter. Let's first visit my mother, Neza declared, harboring deep affection for his mother, in stark contrast to his still living father, whom he could not help but spit upon in disdain. TSK, why is he not dead yet? Yang Jian was about to lead Neza to Chuntang Pass to report to his mother when Yao Ji nodded gloomily, indicating her understanding. Yang Jian was aware that his mother had been in a foul mood lately, and he refrained from elaborating. His sister had not returned home in some time. Although she had made a name for herself, it seemed she was entangled in emotional troubles as well. Reflecting on his own situation, he found himself grappling with similar issues. Was their family not cursed by the heavens, plagued with romantic dilemmas? He shook his head in resignation and departed with Neza. At the Guanyin Zen temple, which had been reduced to ruins by a great fire, how could Guanyin stand idly by while her sanctuary suffered? The new abbot had already begun the restoration, and news of Guanyin's personal visit had spread, heralding the temple's rebirth following calamity, garnering even greater renown than before. The place was bustling with visitors, alive with vibrant chatter and activity. Yi Hao arrived at the temple, surveying his surroundings. Noticing Yi Hao's distinguished demeanor, a young monk hurried to inform the abbot. "From whence do you hail, benefactor?" The abbot's voice was gentle, soothing the turmoil within. Yi Hao looked at the approaching figure, who bore a smile and exuded an aura of a high monk. He replied with a slight smile, "I come from the Eastern Tang, journeying westward to pay homage to the Buddha and seek scriptures." Upon hearing this, the new abbot was taken aback, for he knew that not long ago, someone had uttered similar words, leading to the old abbot's fiery downfall of the temple. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Please do not jest, sir. Your attire does not resemble that of one from the Buddhist order." Yi Hao responded with a smile. "The Buddha speaks of the absence of self, of others, of sentient beings, and of those who age. Can mere clothing determine whether one is a disciple of Buddhism?" The abbot was taken aback. Upon hearing this, the old abbot immediately recited a Buddhist mantra. "Amitabha, thank you for your reminder, sir." The person before him was evidently well versed in Buddhist philosophy. Although he did not believe he was of the Buddhist order, he dared not underestimate him. "Please, sir," in a meditation hall for a discussion. He extended his hand in a courteous welcome, and Yi Hao naturally accepted. He wished to explore the meditation hall, as everything unfolding aligned perfectly with his intentions. The new meditation hall was no longer the resplendent spectacle it once was. Within, only the statue of Guanyin was adorned with a layer of gold paint as a mark of respect, while the rest was quite austere. Yi Hao gazed around and felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Upon closer inspection, he discerned no trace of malevolence. Arriving before the statue of Guanyin, he did not bow, but merely held a stick of incense in his hand. The old abbot furrowed his brow, evidently displeased. However, the eyelids of the statue of Guanyin flickered, indicating that she was observing. This gaze brought forth a significant event, although she did not recognize the individual before her. The serene and natural aura he emanated spoke volumes. "Amitabha, I have encountered a fellow practitioner," she intoned. A mist enveloped the abbot, propelling him outside, while the main hall was suffused with a layer of Buddhist radiance. Upon hearing her mantra, the abbot understood that the visitor was none other than Guanyin Bodhisattva, and this young man must possess an extraordinary background. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. The joy was evident in Guanyin's arrival, affirming the legitimacy of his meditation hall, while the concern stemmed from the uncertainty surrounding the young man's intentions. Inside the main hall, Yi Hao bowed in return. "I have encountered a fellow practitioner." The ethereal form of Guanyin stepped forth from the golden statue, standing before Yi Hao. "What brings you here, fellow practitioner?" Yi Hao reached into his possession and produced a sinister object. "I wish to inquire if you have ever encountered this item." Guanyin's pupils constricted as she immediately inquired, "Do you know the origin of this object?" Yi Hao fronted, "Sensing her urgenji." Guanyin quickly clarified, "Please do not be upset. Ever since the reconstruction of this meditation hall, this object has appeared. Although I possess some spiritual power to remove it from this place, I am unable to subdue it and can only suppress it on Mount Lajia. If you are aware of its origins, I would be immensely grateful." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao felt a sense of unease rather than relief. The object's infectious nature posed an unavoidable threat to the three realms. Not to mention suppression, even slight contact could lead to contamination. Ordinary mortals would suffice. But should a celestial being be infected, it would escalate into a grave matter affecting the three realms. He maintained a calm facade and replied to Guanyin, "As it happens, I do know a method to resolve this matter. Perhaps I might accompany the Bodhisattva for a while." Guanyin smiled and said, "Excellent." She extended her hand and revealed the location of Mount Lajia to Yi Hao. Then, in a flash of spiritual light, vanished into the cosmos. By the time the golden light within the meditation hall dissipated, The Grand Hall was utterly deserted. Chapter 130. This is not acceptable at the foot of Mount Luoja in the South Sea. Within the sanctuary of Guanyin Bodhisattva, the black bear spirit awaited at the entrance. The Bodhisattva had mentioned that a guest would be arriving, instructing him to wait outside early. The bear spirit grumbled about the uncertainty of the visitor's arrival when suddenly a figure appeared before him as if materializing from thin air. This apparition startled him, causing his heart to skip several beats, despite his own magical prowess that usually allowed him to maintain composure. "Are you all right?" Yihao gently patted his shoulder, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The black bear spirit snapped back to reality, forcing himself to steady his trembling legs. "Mifine, you must be the guest that the Bodhisattva mentioned, right?" Yihao smiled and nodded, his hand still resting on the bear spirit's shoulder. The bear, unable to perceive the other's abilities, dared not question his strength. After a moment, feeling a chill from Yihao's gaze, the bear spirit finally felt the pressure lift as Yihao withdrew his hand. Indeed, that is correct. Having a rather long reflex arc, the bear spirit quickly led the way into the depths of Mount Luoja. Yihao discreetly concealed a wisp of gray energy into his sleeve and followed closely behind. Within the bamboo grove, Guanyin Bodhisattva sat in her sanctuary, her attire more relaxed than usual, her robes loosely draped as she wove a bamboo basket. Just as Yihao arrived, she completed her crafting. "Bodhisattva, the guest has arrived," the bear spirit announced with reverence. Guanyin smiled and nodded. "You may withdraw now." After the bear spirit exited, she turned her gaze upon Yihao. "May I know your name, friend?" Her voice carried a subtle charm, blissfully unaware of its effect. Yihao, sensing a hint of trouble, replied, "I am but a humble Taoist named Yihao. It is an honor to meet the Bodhisattva." As Guanyin rose, her relaxed attire revealed expanse of snow-white skin, transcending the matter of mere decorum. "Please, follow me," she beckoned, leading the way. Yihao maintained his expression, while faint echoes of voices from the Kunlun fairies reached his ears. "Your Highness, how thrilling." Indeed, just look at her demeanor and the titles used. I wonder how our Guanyin would react if she knew. "Sure, pay attention. We might witness a grand spectacle." A crisp voice rang out, belonging to the Queen Mother. "Do not mind them. I have it under control." Yihao's lips twitched. He discerned the excitement in the Queen Mother's tone, as if she were indulging in something forbidden while forbidding her attendants from watching. It seems I had no intention of mischief myself." Yihao shook off his chaotic thoughts and followed Guanyin deeper into Mount Luoja. "Friend, observe," Guanyin instructed, pointing toward the swirling dark energy. In the heart of the deep recesses of Mount Luoja lies a lotus pond, at the center of which a black mist is ensconced by numerous Buddhist scriptures. As it struggles relentlessly, the scriptures soon begin to crack, and more inscriptions emerge from the surrounding mountains, enveloping the ominous mist. Yihao perceives at a glance that this black mist is somewhat ethereal, its true power having long since dissipated. "Do you have a solution, my friend?" At this, Guanyin's expression reveals a perfectly timed sense of helplessness, akin to a white lotus blooming. Yihao raises his hand and casts a water mirror spell, which reflects Guanyin herself. Upon seeing this, Guanyin remains unperturbed, inquiring, "What do you mean by this?" Yihao shakes his head, responding, "Bodhisattva, you have been tainted by the black mist." Guanyin chuckles, shedding her previous poise. "Do not speak foolishly, my friend. I have cultivated Buddhism for millennia. My heart is clear. How could I be disturbed by malevolent forces? To be unaware is to fall into delusion. One must frequently cleanse the spirit. But how can one assert that what has been swept away is indeed dust?" Guanyin lapses into silence for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Which version of myself do you believe to be better, the current or the former?" As she speaks, she gradually approaches Yihao, her garments slipping away to reveal a form as pure as white jade before him. Yihao acts swiftly, pointing a finger towards Guanyin's forehead. The ethereal image of Guanyin flickers and dissipates like mist. What a heartless individual. Her voice echoes around the lotus pond, sometimes distant, sometimes near. Yihao remains silent, gradually moving toward the center of the lotus pond where the black mist resides. Though it has lost its substance, it must still be dealt with. Perhaps eliminating this black mist would awaken Guanyin. He takes a step forward and reaches out, yet everything before him vanishes like a mirage. What a masterful illusion. He had not anticipated being deceived by such sorcery. Suddenly, he feels someone embrace him from behind, a warm breath brushing against his ear. Startled, Yihao's body jolts, but he cannot shake off the person behind him. Instead, her grip tightens. His physical strength has already waned, and now his abilities stem solely from his understanding of the world and manipulation of its rules. In that moment, he finds himself utterly devoid of resistance. Perhaps you should yield to her? A distant voice emerges from Kunlun Mountain. Yihao's mind fills with questions. You choose not to assist, yet you suggest such a thing? The Queen Mother replies helplessly, I wish to help you, but your retrieval of the black mist is too meager for me to intervene in this realm. Besides, if you were to yield to her, through mutual cultivation, not only would you enhance your own abilities, but you could also strip away the black mist within her. It will be a boon for you. Yihao laughs. Who doesn't know that the true form of Guanyin is male? Do you think I desire this? The Queen Mother pauses, her voice taking on an odd tone. But the Guanyin before you is indeed female, is she not? Is this so? Yihao exclaims in astonishment. You cannot possibly be unaware of this? The Queen Mother finally grasps Yihao's reluctance. Despite being a lecherous soul, he remains unmoved. The situation has changed. It has been confirmed that Guanyin is female. What is there to resist? Sacrificing a little for her salvation is hardly a burden. Guanyin sensed that the resistance within Yihao was gradually weakening, and a shadow deep within her heart appeared exceedingly elated. Hurry, plunder his essence to strengthen myself. This shadow understood that both it and Yihao were not beings of this realm. Consuming Yihao would mean acquiring another world's coordinates. Bodhisattva, this cannot be allowed. What cannot be allowed? Yield to me swiftly. Subsequently, garments fluttered, and two figures tumbled together, enveloped by a misty white fog. Master, is it appropriate to use this creature for soup? Sha Sung observed the boiling water and the stark white bones within, his expression grim. Dang Sheng, in a state of panic, exclaimed, what is wrong with that? This is a monster. By cooking it, I am liberating the people from harm. Sun Wukong looked at the once again bewitched Tang Sung, speechless. Whenever Tang Sung was severely frightened, he would display a terrified and confused expression, leading to incomprehensible actions. Last time, he had struck Sha Sung, who had come to dissuade him, while Zhu Beiji sulked in a corner, emotionally wounded by the white-boned spirit. Who could have imagined that such a beautiful girl was merely a skeleton? Chapter 131. The Shame of 100 Flowers, a Night of Indulgence. The next day, Yihao, wrapped in a white robe, wept softly, his eyes filled with tears. Guanyin, holding her head, looked at the pretentious Yihao and remarked, have you had enough of your antics? You are the one who suffers, yet you act as though you have lost something. Initially, she had held the upper hand, but in a short time, the tables had turned. Such a brutish creature, and a garment draped around you. That appears to be my clothing, does it not? She glanced down at herself, realizing with dismay that she was clad in naught but her own skin. Yihao paused, his voice fragile, akin to a delicate flower battered by a tempest. You performed those deeds with me yesterday. Why now this cruelty? Guanyin was utterly befuddled. Just say what you desire. What will it take to spare me? Yihao immediately sat upright. Yesterday, I poured my heart out to you, not only driving away the malevolent spirits, but also aiding your cultivation. Have I ever asked anything from you? And now, you disdain me for my lack of clothing? Woe is me. Guanyin found herself speechless. Upon reflection, she indeed owed gratitude to this rascal. The one who suffered was herself. Yet she would have to thank him in return? As a bodhisattva, even mundane joys could not shake her Buddhist heart, yet the malevolent forces had interfered, disturbing her spirit, leading to this unexpected incident at her most vulnerable moment. Her gaze towards Yihao was a blend of joy, helplessness, hatred, and gratitude. Yet, Yihao's demeanor displeased her. Seizing the white garment draped over Yihao, she declared, if you continue like this, do not blame me for being impolite. Yihao was caught off guard. His attitude was merely an evasion of responsibility. When Guanyin appeared, evoking a sense of pity in him, he intended to leave immediately, but Guanyin was even more forthright. As the white mist enveloped the lotus pond, the black bear spirit and the good fortune boy exchanged glances outside. What was the bodhisattva doing? Who could say? Perhaps there were significant matters at hand. We should continue to guard our post diligently. The black bear's spirit nodded in understanding. Did a pot of bone soup count as meat? Tang Sung fell into a contemplative silence. Truth be told, the flavor of the soup made from the bones of the white bone spirit was indeed unparalleled. Although they were human bones, they belonged to those who had cultivated into spirits. Could they still be considered human? Perhaps not. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth as he pondered. Sha Sung felt a chill run down his spine, especially as he noticed his master's gaze oscillating between the second disciple. Beiji, where are we headed? Now that Zhu Beiji was the eldest disciple, Tang Sung naturally addressed him first. Master, I am not certain, Zhu Beiji replied, surveying their surroundings. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he detected a cave nearby, suffused with demonic energy, and a divine light flickered within. Master, there is a demon's lair ahead. Perhaps we should circumvent it? Tang Sung was taken aback by this, eager to agree. But curiosity piqued him regarding the nature of this demon's lair. Wukong, shall we not topple that lair? It would be a service to the people. His words were delivered with righteous fervor, yet a hint of a brigand's essence lingered within him. Sun Wukong was uncertain whether this shift was for better or worse. Diplomatically, it could be termed resilience, but unflatteringly, it might be deemed madness. Master, the demon has not provoked us. Let us heed the great sage's advice and navigate around it. Zhu Beiji interjected at an opportune moment. Sha Sung nodded in agreement. What the eldest brother says is indeed correct. Tang Sung retorted angrily, what is right or wrong? Are we not on a quest for the true scriptures to bring peace to the world? Now, when confronted with a demon, how can we avoid addressing it and demonstrate the compassion of Buddha? Zhu Beiji, bewildered, questioned, is your compassion not somewhat hypocritical? Master, I believe, you need not believe. I require your compliance. Tang Sung interrupted, or is it that your skills are insufficient against these minor demons? If you cannot contend with them, what use are you to me? You might as well serve as provisions. Zhu Beiji assumed Tang Sung was jesting, yet he found no grounds for rebuttal and reluctantly acquiesced. Sha Sung felt a sense of dread. It seemed Master had spoken his innermost thoughts aloud. Silently, he prayed for the eldest brother's triumphant return. Otherwise, it was hard to predict how Master would react. At the moonlit cave of Bull Mountain, the yellow robe monster was engaged in an intimate conversation with a woman when suddenly the mountain trembled violently. My king, a fellow with a hairy face and thunderous voice, is approaching. Upon hearing this, the yellow robe monster turned to the woman beside him, saying, My dear, do not panic. I shall return shortly. The lady nodded gently and said, Please be careful, my lord. The yellow robe monster, upon hearing this, was filled with delight, responding, Fear not. My dear. He assembled his troops and arrived outside the cave. There, he beheld a grand banner, inscribed with the words, The flesh of my master grants eternal life. The yellow robe monster was utterly bewildered. What kind of display was this? Was the notion of consuming one's master's flesh for immortality truly something to flaunt? Or was it a mockery of his lack of such a master? His mind raced, and he grew furious. You scoundrel, I bear no grudge against you, yet you choose to humiliate me thus. With that, he prepared to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was taken aback. He had not erected that banner, nor had he dismantled the mountain gate. Why was he suddenly the target? Zhu Beiji cried out, This monster is after our master. Everyone, be cautious. The yellow robe monster completely failed to comprehend the intentions of his adversaries, finding their words utterly nonsensical. Nevertheless, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Zhu Beiji clashed with him, and though the yellow robe monster possessed considerable skill, their combat yielded no clear victor after numerous exchanges. However, as the battle progressed, Zhu Beiji began to falter. Is this all the prowess you possess, pig demon? The yellow robe monster laughed heartily, while Zhu Beiji, drenched in sweat, had no time to respond. Sha Sung, with hands clasped in prayer, murmured, Master, may you journey well. When I become the elder brother, I shall pray for you daily. Master, he added, I previously observed a divine light upon this mountain. Perhaps it conceals some secret. Hearing this, Tang Sung remarked, Let those two handle it. You and I shall investigate. He cast a wary glance at Sha Sung, who looked pained. Elder brother, I shall assist you. The yellow robe monster, mercilessly thrashing his opponent, noticed Sha Sung approaching but remained unfazed, dismissing him as merely another minor nuisance. However, he failed to notice that the other two figures standing nearby had vanished without a trace. Inside the wave moon cave, Bai Huaxiu sat sorrowfully in the garden when Sun Wukong and Tang Sung suddenly appeared before her. Who might you be? she inquired, maintaining her composure. Ever since an immortal gifted her a precious garment, she had felt secure in this place. Fear not, young lady. We are pilgrims from the Eastern Tang dynasty, journeying to the west to seek the scriptures. We have come here specifically because of the malevolent creature causing trouble. Tang Sung spoke gently, and upon hearing this, Bai Huaxiao was overjoyed. I have encountered a high monk. I am the princess of the Baoxiang kingdom, captured by that monster 13 years ago, who wishes for me to be his wife. For years, I've tried to send word to my father, but to no avail. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Sun Wukong reassured her, Do not weep, princess. I shall take you away and vanquish that monster, so you need not suffer his torment any longer. Gratefully, Bai Huaxiao expressed her thanks. Sun Wukong glanced at Tang Sung, and upon receiving a nod, he leapt into action, swiftly bringing them to the entrance of the Wave Moon Cave. Meanwhile, the yellow robe monster was mercilessly beating Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung, leaving them bruised and battered, while Zhu Beiji lamented to Sun Wukong, complaining about his lack of assistance. The yellow robe monster placed his foot upon Zhu Beiji's head, commanding, Lads, bind these two. Today we shall indulge in a sumptuous feast. A throng of minor demons brandished their weapons, encircling the pair. Wukong, have we forgotten something? Tang Sung inquired as he walked alongside Sun Wukong, while Bai Huaxiao sat astride the white ox, guiding their path. Is there? Sun Wukong scratched his head, oblivious to any oversight. Perhaps they had neglected to plunder the monster-esque treasury? Tang Sung paused at this notion, astounded at the audacity. Wukong, as a monk, one must transcend all worldly possessions. How can we be perturbed by mere wealth? Sun Wukong retorted, Master, your words are misguided. By looting the treasure and redistributing it to the common folk, are we not alleviating suffering and aiding the masses? Tang Sung's eyes brightened at this reasoning. Yet he maintained his composure, responding, Your argument holds merit. Henceforth, you shall engage in acts of charity. Sun Wukong nodded, though he had not previously undertaken such endeavors. His entire training was indeed meant for such noble causes. Bai Huaxiao, listening to their discourse, found herself in a quandary. Were these two truly esteemed monks of the Tang dynasty? They appeared more akin to brigands, eloquently justifying their plunder, one speaking while the other concurred, embodying a remarkable spirit of camaraderie. Before long, they arrived at the kingdom of Baoxiang. Upon hearing of his daughter's return, the king hastily gathered his entourage to greet her. The reunion of father and daughter unleashed 13 years of pent-up sorrow. Father, I have been an unfilial daughter. The king gently patted her back. It is enough that you have returned. You have endured hardships. After some time, they regained their composure. Bai Huaxiao introduced her father to her saviors. Father, it is these two esteemed monks who rescued me. The king expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I am deeply thankful to you both. Following Tang Sung's self-introduction, the king's respect grew further. Their realm also revered Buddhism, and the notion of someone undertaking an arduous journey of 10,000 miles to seek the true scriptures was indeed admirable. Moreover, given that Tang Sung had rescued his daughter, the king promptly resolved to host a banquet in his honor. Tang Sung, unable to refuse, recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity to secure their passage. At the banquet, the atmosphere was lively, and the king inquired, Might I ask how the holy monk managed to rescue my daughter? Would you share your tale? Tang Sung replied with a smile, Certainly. I first instructed my eldest and second disciples to challenge the monster at its lair, while I summoned my protector to guide me into the monster-esque den. I had hoped that, should anyone fall into the clutches of the creature, I could effect their rescue. Unexpectedly, I encountered your royal princess within. The king, deeply impressed by Tang Sung's wisdom, courage, and compassion, expressed his admiration. Yet, curiosity piqued. He asked, Why do I not see your esteemed disciples? Tang Sung chuckled. Are they not right here? Turning around, he met Sun Wukong's gaze. After a moment of silence, Sun Wukong spoke. Your Majesty, you may be unaware, but my master-esque disciples are currently purging the monsters to ensure that your royal princess is not disturbed again. Tang Sung nodded repeatedly, affirming, Indeed. The king praised Tang Sung's noble character, yet he remained oblivious to the cold sweat trickling down Tang Sung's forehead. After a brief period, Tang Sung took the initiative to depart from the banquet. Wukong, they surely won't. Tang Sung trembled as he walked along the path. Contemplating that his disciples might have encountered misfortune, which oddly brought him some solace. Two deadweights, unable to handle a mere yellow-robed monster. How pathetic. Should we part ways? Sun Wukong remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed Tang Seng's state. Tang Seng, noticing his lapse in composure, quickly retorted, "Do not speak foolishly. My heart, as a Buddha, cannot tolerate the slightest doubt." Meanwhile, within the lair of the yellow-robed monster, Zhu Beiji found himself bound by ropes, suspended above a large cauldron of boiling water. Several minor demons, armed with various tools, busily prepare to cleanse him. Be mindful. The king does not relish unsavory fare. The horde of little demons responded in unison, hastening their tasks. Zhu Beiji was in dire straits, enduring the necessary tortures of a slaughtered pig, scalding, washing, and dehairing, almost on the verge of being bled out. That curse by Ma Wan, I knew he was unreliable. Who knows where he has taken our master? Big brother, I believe the great sage will not forget us. Sha Sung, freshly shorn of his beard, appeared ghastly pale, having undergone a thorough cleansing himself. Fortunately, neither of them were ordinary beings, otherwise a clash of blades would have inevitably led to their demise. The yellow-robed monster was not in a favorable position either. Having searched his lair in vain for his wife, he was only greeted by the sight of two children sleeping soundly in their swaddles. Unlike ordinary creatures, even with Tang Seng's flesh before him, he would not indulge. However, the sorrow of Bai Hua Xiu's departure ignited his wrath. If not for those two brats, would his wife have gone missing? I shall slay them and distribute their remains among my minions to quell my resentment. At that moment, a minor demon approached, "My lord, there's a hairy-faced, thunderous figure outside challenging you." Not that hairy-faced, thunderous figure again. He recalled that two individuals had been outside earlier, though the hairy-faced one had not engaged him in combat. He dashed outside and beheld Sun Wukong. "Where have you taken my wife?" Sun Wukong replied, "Your wife was abducted by you. She has now been reunited with her father." Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed monster felt a sense of relief, glaring at Sun Wukong. "Who are you to disrupt the reunion between my wife and me?" "Disrupt?" The princess Bai Hua Xiu chose to leave on her own accord. "It hardly resembles a joyful reunion with you," Sun Wukong retorted, confusion etched on his face. The yellow-robed monster fell silent for a moment. "My wife has reincarnated, unable to break the mystery of her birth. It is only natural for her to harbor such thoughts." He muttered to himself softly. Sun Wukong, disinterested in further conversation, brandished his staff. "Hand over those two, and I shall spare your life." Chapter 133. Restoring order. The ensuing battle was swift and fleeting. The yellow-robed monster barely utilized half of his abilities before being struck down by Sun Wukong's staff. It is not entirely his fault. Primarily, the presence of Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung led him to believe that Sun Wukong was not formidable, approaching with a playful demeanor before collapsing to the ground. He possessed a method of concealment, confident that Sun Wukong would be unable to locate him. Yet, before he could employ it, he had already lost a considerable portion of his life. At that moment, divine light erupted from above as the four great angels, accompanied by the 28 celestial constellations, arrived at the scene. "Hold your hand, great sage." Sun Wukong, upon recognizing the visitors, smiled and inquired, "What brings you esteemed celestial masters here? Has the heavenly emperor sent for you?" One of them spoke. "The demon you have subdued is the celestial star lord, Kuei Mulang. He has been entangled in a secret affair with a celestial maiden in the heavenly court. Upon her banishment to the mortal realm, he took her reincarnated form as his wife. The heavenly emperor is already aware of this matter. We kindly request that you surrender him to us for proper handling." His tone was exceedingly courteous as he discreetly produced a gourd and handed it to Sun Wukong. Initially, Sun Wukong contemplated refusing, questioning why he should spare a life when he had the power to vanquish. However, upon seeing the gourd, he accepted it without revealing his thoughts. A glance revealed. "What a treasure, the 9-turn golden elixir." "Cough. Brother, what are you saying?" "If it is the heavenly emperor's command, I shall certainly comply." Alas, how could the illustrious Sun Wukong, a noble monkey, be swayed by such trivialities? He consumed a golden elixir, savoring its delightful flavor. The great celestial master observed this with a twitch at the corner of his eye, realizing why the heavenly emperor bestowed the elixir upon him, both an act of favoritism and a means of bribery. It was said that Sun Wukong's master was a wealthy figure, jovial and prosperous, yet merciless when lacking. Indeed, as his disciple, Sun Wukong had inherited this legacy. Meanwhile, far away in the South Sea, Yi Hao lay upon a bed of clouds, suddenly sneezing and muttering, "Who is cursing me?" A woman nestled beside him, and upon witnessing his reaction, smiled brightly. The matter concerning the yellow robe monster was thus resolved. Yet, the situation regarding the two children remained perplexing. Bai Huaxiu gazed at the two children with a complex expression, one of whom was her father. After all, there were two pieces of flesh that had fallen from her. How could she easily reconcile with the experiences of these past years? Dang Sheng, accompanied by Zhu Beiji and Sha Song, made their way out of the city, their travel documents having been duly stamped. Sun Wukong, in a state of inner conflict, pondered aloud, "Master, what do you think will become of those two children?" Tang Xing too was uncertain of what the future held, letting out a sigh. In the South Sea, Yi Hao pushed the woman beside him away. "I have squandered 3 days with you. It is time for me to depart." Guanyin rolled her eyes. One does wonder who was it that chose to stay, wasting an entire day. With a cold smirk, Yi Hao donned his trousers. Guanyin, unperturbed, dressed in a robe, tending to his attire as a devoted spouse would. To put on trousers and then disregard one's acquaintance. What a heartless person you are. Yi Hao scoffed, not wishing to engage in an argument. Indeed, he had indulged in some leisurely days, and had it not been for the Queen Motheress' insistence on his departure, he might have lingered a few more days. As he fully dressed and prepared to leave, he noticed Guanyin closely trailing behind him. "What do you follow me for?" Guanyin smiled softly. "Of course, I shall accompany you." Yi Hao furrowed his brow. This bodhisattva seemed transformed from her former self. The malevolent aura had long been dispelled by him. With her compassionate heart, she could easily redefine her actions as a form of corporeal charity. To suggest that she had developed genuine feelings would indeed be rather amusing. Yi Hao playfully tugged at her face. "Stop teasing. Speak the truth." Guanyin naturally allowed him to manipulate her features. "I have lost my Buddhist heart and forfeited my bodhisattva position. Where else could I go but to follow you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hao promptly pressed his finger to Guanyin's brow, probing for the truth. Within her purple mansion, the divine light of merit that ought to have been present had vanished. The traces of her bodhisattva fruit were absent, precisely as she had stated. "You voluntarily relinquished your fruit position?" Yi Hao gazed at her in disbelief, struggling to comprehend her actions. Guanyin nodded with a smile. "Though you have extracted the malevolence, its alteration runs deep within my soul. Given my current circumstances, I can no longer cultivate Buddhism." She spoke these words nonchalantly, and Yi Hao realized that she had lost her faith in the Buddha, leaving behind a serene and naturally enlightened heart. "By the way, the name Guanyin can no longer be spoken. How about you give me a new name?" she said playfully, linking her arm with Yi Hao's. "What a magnificent moon. Oh no, what a soft moon." After a long contemplation, Yi Hao accepted the reality of Guanyin's extinction. "Shall I call you by Liena?" Guanyin seemed to recall something, glancing back at the lotus in the lake, observing Yi Hao's expression with an amused smile. Only after Yi Hao felt a bit embarrassed did she respond, "Very well. I shall be known as by Liena from now on." Yi Hao was Sikhit, having always found it challenging to handle the women around him, especially when they were his own. "By the way, have the black bear spirit visit my homeland." Bai Lianer did not inquire further, simply nodding in agreement. Upon leaving Luojia Mountain, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and soon a chilling wind swept through the realm. The fall of a powerful being, a shared sorrow across the 3 realms? In an instant, countless beings throughout the 3 realms were filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Yi Hao had already brought Bai Lianer to the Guanyin Zen temple. What brings us here? Bai Lianer, now bearing no resemblance to Guanyin, had transformed completely. The original visage of Guanyin varied among beings, embodying the essence of Buddhist compassion, while Bai Lianer's appearance was that of a mischievous young woman, and it would not change again. This may very well be the image chosen by her true heart, filtered from Guanyin's myriad forms. Yi Hao's gazed deep in it. Having had 3 days of leisure, he utilized the sage's time to untangle various threads and arrived at a conclusion. The events of the journey to the west had already manifested numerous variables. My current task is to eliminate these uncertainties. This was rather exasperating for Yi Hao. The heavenly path sought to transcend the 3 realms through these variables, while he, as a transmigrator, was undertaking the fundamental task of the heavenly path, smoothing out the uncertainties to restore the 3 realms to their rightful course. thereby thwarting all of heavenly providence's schemes. Was the heavenly path, in fact, myself? As he spoke, even he couldn't help but chuckle, while Byliener wore a look of helplessness, realizing that her beloved seemed rather foolish. 3 days after Yi Hao's departure, the Guanyin Zen temple was abuzz with activity. The radiance of the Buddha witnessed by countless individuals on that day had naturally drawn a multitude of devotees. Yi Hao circled the Guanyin Zen temple several times, intending to establish a Dharma altar and reenact a calamity. The black bear spirit stood nearby, listening to Byliener's instructions. Although he sensed that Guanyin Bodhisattva seemed to have entered a state of nirvana, the woman emerging from the bamboo grove instilled in him a feeling akin to that of the Bodhisattva. With no other option, he agreed to assist Yi Hao, complimenting his fists. Chapter 134. The establishment of the Dharma altar. With Yi Hao's actions, an invisible wind swept through the realm, as if time itself were reversing, countless fragments regressing incessantly. Soon, figures such as the Tang monk and his disciples appeared in the scene. Seizing the moment, Yi Hao pointed at the Tang monk within the image, causing a stillness to envelop the world, and the scene froze. He then pointed to the top of his head, gradually infusing the memories of the journey to the west into the tableau. The actions and words of the Tang monk from the 3 realms began to align with the memories he held. Liane, you shall replace the Tang monk, he commanded. And without hesitation, Byliener leaped toward the Tang monk, merging into his ethereal form. Observing this, Yi Hao called out again, "Black bear, you go." The black bear immediately leaped into the scene, intending to portray himself. With a true essence present, the ritual established upon the altar would naturally be more authentic. Seeing this, Yi Hao also jumped into the tableau. Before long, they had all entered their respective roles. Their task was merely to replicate the events of the journey to the west, allowing things to unfold naturally. Should anything deviate from the original narrative, the altar would shatter, leaving indelible marks upon the cosmos, with no second chance to re-establish the altar. As Yi Hao and Byliener enacted their roles, the visions within the altar gradually harmonized with the reality of the world. This was the essence of the 3 realms as it ought to be, aligning with the heavenly principles. However, the issue lay in the fact that the heavenly principles had gone awry, and those who conformed would meet their demise. In just 3 days, the tale of the burning temple and the loss of the robe had reached its conclusion, yet the sky darkened ominously at the moment the ritual aligned with the heavens. Streaks of purple lightning manifested in the sky. Upon witnessing this, Byliener remarked, "Why is this heavenly tribulation so feeble?" Yi Hao gazed at the faint fissures in the sky and discerned a pair of eyes within, bright, pure, and emanating kindness. Someone was aiding him. Realizing this, Yi Hao swiftly struck at the sky. The thunderbolts, which had been poised to unleash their fury, suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, their power dissipating dramatically in the air with a resounding crash, now rendered utterly weak. Then, with a single strike, Yi Hao effortlessly dispersed the storm clouds of tribulation. As Yi Haosong exhaled a sigh of relief, a radiant light descended upon him, accompanied by a voice as gentle as jade and as nurturing as a mother's. "Do not be alarmed. I am the spiritual consciousness of Niwa. The heavenly Tao has confined me within its realm, and thus I can only communicate with you in this manner." Yi Hao inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "Mother!" The spiritual consciousness momentarily faltered, taken aback by his unexpected address. While it was not entirely inappropriate, considering that Yi Hao was a descendant countless generations removed, one could argue that she ought to be referred to as his ancestor. "If you wish to address me in such a manner, it is not entirely unacceptable," she replied. Yi Hao, regaining his composure, responded, "What jest is this? You are indeed my true mother. The matter of titles is mere triviality." Niwa's spiritual consciousness was caught off guard by Yi Hao's irreverent demeanor, causing her to doubt the wisdom of choosing him as her champion. Undeterred by her hesitation, Yi Hao boldly continued, "Dear mother, you are currently in captivity. What are your treasures? Surely, they are beyond your reach." His overly direct inquiry and genuine reaction disrupted his own words. "Mother, you previously seemed to be." Yi Hao intended to liken her to an educated and refined lady. Yet, the voice beside him now conveyed a sense of exasperation. "I have no son of your caliber. I am not yet deceased, and you are already coveting my inheritance." Yi Hao chuckled awkwardly. "Mother, I was merely jesting. How could you take it to heart? I, Yi Hao, am a robust and self-reliant man, steadfast in my endeavors. How could I possibly covet your possessions? Is that so? The spiritual consciousness evidently retained fragments of Nuwa's memories, yet lacked the accompanying capacity for reasoning. Perhaps Nuwa, wary of the heavenly Tao's scrutiny, severed her connection with the spiritual consciousness, rendering it somewhat gullible. In any case, your actions are indeed impacting the heavenly Tao. I have come to assist you in navigating certain identity-related complications. Establishing a legal altar is no trifling matter. Doing so at the Guanyin Zen temple will directly influence the Bodhisattva Guanyin herself. Should the original host disapprove, the altar cannot be erected. Fortunately, I succeeded in persuading Guanyin, which has granted us this opportunity. If you were to impose your will through sheer magical force, it could incite public discontent. While such discontent may be a mere jest among mortals, once it intertwines with matters of the divine, it could escalate into a significant issue that alters the course of events. The identity Nuwa can bestow is that of a saint son of a human race, a title that transcends dynasties and regions. In the current harmonious three realms, a saint son represents the pinnacle of nobility being directly acknowledged by the Holy Mother herself. Nuwa remarked, I previously observed the heavenly Tao and sensed the dissonance between its consciousness and corporeal form. It appears your legal altar has had an effect. The outcome now depends on your actions. I shall monitor you through this spiritual consciousness. As for further assistance, do not even think about it. With her final words, she once again lost her composure, laced with palpable disdain. TSK, Yihao secretly spat and said nonchalantly, Indeed, you are my mother. You have truly aided me greatly. However, regarding your claim of constantly observing my private matters, with your petite frame, those trivialities hardly pique my interest. This was quite satisfactory. Yihao exhaled a sigh of relief and then winked at Bai Lianer. Though she was perplexed, she nonetheless returned a flirtatious glance. That fleeting gaze, brimming with tenderness, made Yihao's heart soar. Bai Lianer's pure exterior, juxtaposed with such a contrasting expression, was simply magnificent. Scoundrels! A faint reprimand echoed in his ears, barely audible. But Yihao paid it no heed. The affairs at the altar had concluded. It was time to proceed to the next destination, Pingding Mountain. Tang Sung and his companions had already departed from the kingdom of the White Elephant, leaving the matters there to their own devices. As they walked a short distance, they spotted an elderly man seated by the roadside. Upon seeing the group, he immediately cried out, Is there a kind soul who could assist this old fellow? Tang Seng, with his benevolent heart, approached promptly, asking, What troubles you, dear elder? The old man lamented, My home lies at the edge of Pingding Mountain. I came to gather firewood. But alas, I have sprained my ankle and must seek the monk's aid. Seeing his plight, Tang Sung dismounted without hesitation, commanding, Beiji, quickly assist the elder onto the horse. Zhu Beiji, grumbling as he moved forward, intended to help the old man. However, the elder interjected, Forgive me, monk, but I have never ridden a horse, and know not how to do so. He waved his hands repeatedly. The mountain path is rugged. Riding would be quite inconvenient. Chapter 135. The old man persistently declined the offer to mount the horse, but Zhu Beiji was indifferent, as he was not the one in charge. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, though a veil of mist obscured his view. While the two remained relatively unperturbed, Tang Seng's patience wore thin. He rolled up his sleeves and firmly grasped the elder's collar, exclaiming, I ask you simply, will you ride or not? Seeking assistance with so many objections, the elder, caught off guard, was abruptly yanked up, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He had never heard of Tang Sung possessing such a fierce temperament. What? Monk? He looked at Tang Sung with trepidation, and with a sudden rip, his garment was torn open. Tang Sung regarded the tattered fabric with displeasure, completely disregarding the old man who had fallen to the ground. The elder was stunned. Was Tang Sung truly so unhinged? His requests seemed perfectly reasonable. Yet not only had they been rejected, but his clothing had also been ruined. Tang Sung pointed to the white ox, and then at him, I ask you again, will you ride or not? As he cracked his knuckles with a resounding pop, the elder felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly acquiesced. I will ride. Tang Sung nodded in satisfaction. Ba, today I have done another good deed. His expression of compassion was in stark contrast to the ferocious demeanor he had just displayed. Sun Wukong observed from the side, finding nothing amiss. Beiji, Tang Sung called out. Zhu Beiji, compelled by circumstances, hurried over once more, this time with no hesitation, seizing the elder and tossing him onto the horse's back. The old man silently rejoiced, relieved that he was not an ordinary mortal. Had he been one, the earlier encounter would have surely led him to the underworld, embarking on a journey through reincarnation. Good sir, may I inquire as to your home? I would appreciate your guidance, the Tang monk inquired gently, to which the elder promptly gestured toward direction. He had initially contemplated using his mountain-moving technique to delay Sun Wukong and then employ a transformation spell to abduct the monk. However, now being forced onto the horse, such schemes had fallen through. This Pingding Mountain was his abode. There were no common folk nearby. His casual gesture was made out of necessity, and if all else failed, he might resort to outright abduction. Yihao arrived at Gao Laozhuang with Bai Lianer. Bai Lianer, floating on clouds, surveyed the village below, with Zhu Beiji taken away. The core of this trial is lost. Can this altar still stand? Yihao glanced at her, his expression inscrutable. Bai Lianer, startled, retorted, "Don't even think about it. I haven't even spoken, and you refuse me already?" With a mocking laugh, she continued, "Huh? You simply wish for me to play the role of that pig, don't you?" She understood him better than he realized. Knowing his every thought, such trivial schemes could not deceive her. Yihao shrugged his shoulders. "Then what do you propose?" Bai Lianer scrutinized him from head to toe, flashing a playful smile, her bright eyes glimmering with mischief. Yihao quickly covered her mouth with his hand, saying, "Enough. No need to say more." He was well aware of her nature and what she might unleash if her heart were to be set free. "I must portray the Tang monk. I cannot play the pig." Bai Lianer whimpered, elbowing Yihao in the abdomen. "Ugh." Yihao grunted, releasing his grip on her face. Bai Lianer wiped her face disdainfully. "Then who shall play the pig?" Yihao scanned the surroundings, unable to find a suitable candidate. "Perhaps we should seek out the black bear spirit? After all, he resembles Zhu Beiji quite a bit. One bears the head of a pig, while the other boasts the head of a bear. Both share similar rotund features. Indeed, there is little difference." "Huh," Yihao remarked, observing Bai Lian Zuden Li Zuking. "What's gotten into you? I don't believe I have offended you." Bai Lianer, wiping her eyes, replied, "Only when you think of others do you seek help. Who knows if one day you would treat me the same way?" Yihao, bewildered, thought, "How can you even draw such conclusions?" He adjusted her posture, his demeanor serious, which made Bai Lianer gaze at him in admiration. The already handsome Yihao, coupled with this earnestness, truly captured her heart. "I have never harbored feelings for you, nor have I ever considered it. How could I abandon you?" Bai Lianer, with deep emotion, received such a response, and with the question marks floating above her head, her anger began to simmer. Seeing this, Yihao immediately stroked her head affectionately, his eyes filled with love. "You are my woman. How could you be compared to those mere tools?" The anger of Bai Lianer erupted like an explosion, enveloped in a haze of pink mist. She clasped Yihao's sleeve, resting her head against his chest, and insisted, "You must promise me. You cannot betray my trust." Leaning into the physical contact, she felt a mix of affection and apprehension towards Yihao. It was not merely a manifestation of her temperament. Rather, it stemmed from her observations of Yihao's demeanor towards others. She recalled the disdainful remarks he had made when driving away the black bear spirit, and pondered, what if one day he treated her in the same manner? Thus, she felt compelled to test him. Fortunately, despite his flaws, Yihao remained deeply attentive to his own woman. At Mount Luojia, the black bear spirit, having returned with great difficulty, had barely settled when a talisman materialized before him. "Gao Laozhuang, come quickly." Bewildered, the black bear spirit thought to himself, "Hadn't I just left? Why am I being summoned again so soon?" Recalling the harsh words Yihao had spoken before banishing him, he gritted his teeth, proclaiming, "The bear clan shall never be enslaved." He was a creature of temperament. After all, and considering his master was Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had now transcended, who was worthy to command him? Was it that false Bodhisattva, or that pretty boy? Ridiculous. Neither of them had any right to dictate his actions. He comfortably settled on the ground, preparing to cultivate for the next century or so. At that moment, a second talisman appeared. 3 hours. If you do not arrive, I shall end you. The weary black bear's spirit trudged into Gao Laozhuang, weariness etched on his face. "Little Black, you haven't been resting well, have you? Those dark circles are quite pronounced." "What nonsense! I was born this way. Besides, I've been traveling non-stop these past few days. When would I have the time to sleep? If I have dark circles, It is because of the pressure you two rascals have placed upon me. What? Are you dissatisfied? Yi Hao raised an eyebrow, observing the black bear spirit's mournful expression. The black bear's spirit suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. When the great immortal summons, how could I possibly object? It is my honor. Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction. Little Black, I must advise you, as a bear, you ought to be ambitious. Do not fixate solely on your position. As a young bear, broaden your horizons. Engage in tasks beyond your duties. It will aid you in acquiring greater wisdom. Do not be so petty and calculating over trivial gains. The black bear spirit bowed in feigned humility, yet inwardly cursed Yi Hao profusely. How dare you? I shall learn nothing from you. As for the art of transformation, the black bear spirit was wholly unversed. However, relying on the power of the altar could compensate for this shortcoming. The events at Gao Laozhuang required little elaboration. The only issue arose from the Gao family's members. Corrupted by dark energies, the once demure Gao family young lady now appeared provocatively alluring, dressed in flamboyant attire. Her every gesture imbued with seduction. Were it not for Yi Hao's suppression of the altar, this ritual would surely have failed. As Sun Wukong toyed with Zhu Beiji, a fierce battle ensued, only to be timely interrupted by Yi Hao, who portrayed Tang Sung. Following a resolution between the two parties, the dust seemed to settle. However, it is regrettable that past events cannot be erased. Zhu Beiji was destined to wear a green hat, perhaps bestowed upon him by a servant of the Gao family or a mere passerby from Gao village. The exact number remains unknown, and Yi Hao had little interest in delving deeper. He merely wiped the memories of the villagers, sparing them the shame of awakening to their sins. Yi Hao, take this person away. The moment the ritual concluded, Yi Hao heard the agitated voice of the Queen Mother by his side. My lady, what troubles you now? I have not offended you lately, have I? The Queen Mother replied hastily. You may not have, but the person you brought is causing quite a stir. What? Yi Hao was perplexed. When had he brought anyone into Kunlun Mountain? Moreover, was it so easy for anyone to enter Kunlun? The Queen Mother could no longer contain her frustration and directed Yi Hao's consciousness into Kunlun. As Yi Hao's vision adjusted, he beheld the Queen Mother in the central palace of Kunlun, alongside an unfamiliar woman reclining lazily on the throne. The Queen Mother grasped Yi Hao's hand and pointed at the woman, exclaiming, You must take her away. She is draining my very essence. The woman glanced at Yi Hao and, with a languid demeanor, turned to casually pluck grapes from the table, popping them into her mouth. Yi Hao had never encountered her before, but judging by the Queen Mother's distress, it was evident she had entered due to him. Pardon me, but may I ask what brings you here? The woman scoffed lightly. Do you not recognize your own mother? Oh no, it was Niwa. Yi Hao's expression shifted as he regarded the nonchalant figure of the mother of humanity with cold scrutiny. What are you doing here? Come with me at once. Niwa rolled her eyes. I did not come here of my own volition. Her statement was indeed true. When she had leaned towards Yi Hao, an inexplicable force had drawn her into this realm. Initially astonished by the being who introduced herself as the Queen Mother, she gradually grasped that she was in a diminutive world, an extension of the outside realm. The Queen Mother treated her with utmost hospitality, offering fine food and drink. As time passed, Niwa found herself reluctant to depart. The Queen Mother, subtly probing, attempted to ascertain her intentions, but Niwa feigned ignorance to evade the issue. For reasons unknown, the Queen Mother was exceedingly courteous to Yi Hao. Had it not been for his presence, she would have forcibly evicted Niwa without hesitation. With tears welling in her eyes, the Queen Mother gazed pitifully at Yi Hao, who, mistaking her for Qi Yao rather than the Queen Mother, could not bear to see a beautiful woman in distress. He stepped forward to grasp Niwa's hand, urging, Come with me. Look at how upset the host is. Niwa dismissed him. To chase someone away for merely consuming a little food? How petty. The Queen Mother was vexed, her teeth gritting in irritation. You are quite generous, aren't you? How many days has it been without a hint of modesty? Ah, indeed, that is my fault. His voice was soft, yet he maintained his composure, refraining from an outburst. Yi Hao momentarily questioned whether the being before him was truly Niwa, or merely a fragment of her thoughts, for her demeanor was perplexing. Enough. If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all. Let us depart. He tugged at Niwa with all his might, but she remained unmoved. With a playful laugh, Niwa effortlessly pulled him into her embrace. Good child. Those 3 words, accompanied by her affectionate gaze, sent shivers down Yi Hao's spine. What are you doing? Nuwa seemed unperturbed. You once called me mother in hopes of acquiring my treasures. Why this sudden aloofness now? She was about to continue when another individual grasped Yi Hao's hand, glaring at her with fury. Release him. Nuwa chuckled softly, as if confirming a thought. Yet she did not relinquish her hold. Instead, she tightened her embrace. Yi Hao felt all his strength dissipate. This embrace nearly claimed half his life. Release me. If you do not let go, I shall. Upon seeing Yi Hao's ashen face, Nuwa realized she had been too forceful. Particularly as she noted the displeasure etched on the Queen Mother's face. A sense of delight welled within her. After all, this woman was putting on airs before her. What if she was merely superior in stature? As she spoke, she cast a glance at the Queen Mother, her gaze inadvertently sweeping across her chest. Let us first discuss why you are here. After a few moments of catching his breath, Yi Hao finally spoke. I do not know. Something drew me here. Yi Hao nodded, signifying his belief. He trusted that Nuwa would not lie at this moment. The Queen Mother rolled her eyes. When do you intend to leave? Nuwa shrugged. I have no idea how to depart. The Queen Mother, upon witnessing Nuwa's innocent expression, felt a surge of unbridled anger. Yet, after a fleeting glance at Yi Hao, she gritted her teeth and restrained herself. Yi Hao surveyed the two women. The Queen Mother, as always, was shrouded in mist, her features obscured. Nuwa, on the other hand, bore a face that could bring ruin to nations. Yet it evoked no reaction from him. He even felt a desire to punch her. I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take you away first. And please refrain from causing chaos in this abode. In response to Yi Hao's earnest demeanor, Nuwa appeared bored. Fine, I understand, but please refrain from your incessant prattling. It is quite tiresome to listen to. TSK. This Nuwa seems unwell. Perhaps she has shed the constraints of her true form, revealing her genuine self. It is possible that she has, in her daily guise of a sage, merely been pretending, and now her true, indolent nature has emerged. Additionally, the Queen Mother, being an outsider in this realm, is likely untroubled by the prospect of social demise following her exposure, leading her to indulge even further. Perhaps she is also taking advantage of the Queen Mother's status as an outsider to bully her. Yi Hao rubbed his temples. Why was there not a single responsible figure among these great beings? Could they not learn from his own Lien, and be a tad more considerate? After a prolonged absence from Kunlun, Yi Hao naturally felt compelled to visit Qi Yao and see how she had been faring. However, as he traversed the path, the celestial maiden, who would normally rush towards him, blushed and turned to flee. What am I, a great demon king? Enwa followed closely behind Yi Hao, remarking, one can never be certain. Perhaps you truly are. Her smile held an air of mystery, leaving Yi Hao perplexed. Chapter 137. Theatricality with a resounding crash. Yi Hao forcefully kicked open the grand door. Qi Yao, I have come to see you. His booming voice reverberated as the intricately carved wooden doors collapsed. Upon meeting the gaze of the woman concealed behind them, Qi Yao stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yi Hao spread his arms wide, exclaiming, come, quickly embrace my broad shoulders and feel the warmth of my being. Qi Yao blinked, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and then hurried towards him. Yi Hao closed his eyes, envisioning the soft contact of her form. However, he was met with the sole of her embroidered shoe striking his face, causing him to be propelled backward, landing several yards away. Enwa, witnessing the spectacle, stepped aside, observing Yi Hao's unexpected flight. Yet the encounter was not over. Qi Yao swiftly appeared by Yi Hao's side. He coughed as he rose, only to find Qi Yao's serious expression, leading him to believe she was regretting her impulsive kick. Little Yaoer, I knew you would. Qi Yao seized his collar, declaring, if you do not repair the door, I shall show you no mercy. With that, she dramatically clenched her fist in the air. Yi Hao instinctively shielded himself, nodding fervently. Inside the room, Enwa's gaze remained fixed on Qi Yao's face, causing the latter to feel a twinge of shyness, her demeanor growing increasingly stiff. Enwa pondered aloud, have I encountered you somewhere before? Qi Yao curiously inquired. Where? Her innocent expression and clear, bright eyes caused Enwa to question her own memory, though the familiarity only deepened. Qi Yao, her movements becoming more rigid, held a cup of tea in one hand and a cookie in the other, hastily stuffing it into her mouth. Yi Hao leaned against the wooden door, employing a hand gesture in an attempt to reinstall the door. Enwa, struggling to identify a flaw in her observations. realized it was rather impolite to remain silent for so long. She felt compelled to say something to ease the tension between them. "You must be the Qi Yao that Yi Hao has been longing for," she said with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat Qi Yao's head. Qi Yao slightly turned her head, evading Enhua's touch. Enhua, after a brief pause, once again donned a motherly smile, her tone softening. "You are indeed the Qi Yao he has been yearning for." She extended her hand once more, but Qi Yao skillfully sidestepped her again, prompting Enhua to feel a slight affront at the lack of respect. Enhua fixed her gaze on the top of Qi Yao's head, both hands reaching out simultaneously. Qi Yao, sensing the impending approach, adopted a defensive stance. In the confined space, a fierce battle ensued, culminating in the triumphant declaration, "It is fixed." Yi Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped into the room. Inside, he found two young women seated with an air of formality, their slightly flushed faces giving rise to some rather inappropriate notions in his mind. "Yuan-Ti," he ventured tentatively, rubbing his hands together. The two women were momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, Nua's face turned a deep shade of red as she shot a fierce glare at Yi Hao. Qi Yao seemed to recall something as well, her complexion reddening as she cast a disdainful glance at him. That glance was filled with a myriad of emotions. Had she not been a young maiden, he might have mistaken her for a weathered matron. "Ahem, this is getting out of hand. You've seen enough. It's time for you to leave," Qi Yao interjected, albeit with a tone that suggested she was ushering him away. Yi Hao was unfazed. He reached out to pat her head, saying, "You're right, I should take my leave. But rest assured, I shall return to visit you when I have the time." Qi Yao, obediently allowing him to stroke her head, felt her face grow warm. This scene made Nua's teeth clench. Why could this man treat her so, while she could not? TSK. After a moment of affectionate contact, Yi Hao prepared to withdraw his hand, only to find Qi Yao clutching his arm, resting her head against it, taking the liberty to rub against him before reluctantly letting go. Nua turned her head away, refusing to witness the antics of these two. As he was leaving, Qi Yao bestowed upon Yi Hao a grand embrace, casting a provocative glance at Nua as well. Nua's face burned with anger. Had her strength been sufficient, she would not have allowed this young girl to insult her so brazenly. "Why do you look so irate? What is troubling you?" After departing from Kunlun Mountain, Nua floated beside Yi Hao like a spirit tethered to the earth. He glanced at Bai Lian, who wore a faint blush and gave him a knowing look before quickly averting her gaze. Although Yi Hao was unaware of what Bai Lian understood, he was certain she cannot see Nua. "Your little lover just provoked me, did she?" Yi Hao scratched his head in confusion. Nua, hovering behind him, wrapped her arms around him, saying, "I am your true mother. How could you doubt me?" All right. I shall make sure to teach her a lesson for you," he replied dismissively, scratching his ears. Nua, oblivious to his nonchalance, whispered her plans into his ear, instructing him on how to bully Qi Yao to exact her revenge. They were at Huangfeng Cave, the lair of the yellow robe monster. At this moment, only a few scattered demons roamed the mountain. To recreate this challenge, they needed someone to portray the yellow wind monster. However, that was not a significant issue, as the black bear spirit would lend a hand. Yet, he was unfamiliar with the three mystical winds technique. Lingji Bodhisattva could be played by Lian, as she was quite adept in that role. As for Yi Hao, he would continue to portray Tang Sung, but they still required a Sun Wukong to fight against the yellow wind monster. Yi Hao's gaze fell upon Nua, who was perched atop his head, her leg crossed in a relaxed manner. With a mischievous grin, she seemed to have her own agenda in mind. Nua, ever observant, was keenly aware of Yi Hao's every move. She floated down from Yi Hao's head, slightly tightening her clothing, casting a dubious glance at him. Yi Hao revealed a sincere smile, saying, "Mother, could you do me a favor?" Nua found the person before her utterly detestable, and the way his eyes roamed over her was indeed vexing. She felt an overwhelming urge to gouge them out. "No," she replied emphatically, her tone imbued with an unassailable authority. Were he an ordinary individual, he might have been intimidated by her presence, but he was Yi Hao. Yi Hao rubbed his hands together slightly, bowing his body in deference. "I see that you possess an enchanting grace, truly a beauty rare throughout the ages. Your magical prowess is profound, unmatched across the three realms. I surmise that your acting skills must also be of considerable merit. I wish to seek your guidance." At his words, Nuan nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, you speak the truth. My beauty is indeed striking. Yes, I preside over humanity, wield immense power. and am even above the 3 pure ones. By that logic, my acting must be equally profound, and it wouldn't hurt to offer Yi Hao a bit of guidance. Oh, not at all. It's merely average, she replied modestly. Were it not for Yi Hao's keen observation of Nuwa's proud expression, he might have been swayed by her ostentatious flattery. Nevertheless, the deed was done. With a slight smile, Nuwa stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Her posture turned slightly away from Yi Hao, her gaze distant, as if harboring boundless wisdom. Since you have said so, I shall show you what it means to possess unparalleled acting skills. Chapter 138. This monkey has a good mother according to the standards set. Sun Wukong had already been expelled by Tang Sung and was no longer present. Earlier, there had been a plot involving Tang Seng's capture. The majority of tasks could be recreated using the altar, as this altar was established in the kingdom of the White Elephant. Important figures, such as Baiwa Xiao, would return to the yellow robe monster under the altar's influence. The yellow robe monster would be portrayed by the black bear spirit, while Yi Hao played Tang Sung. Bai Lianer portrayed Lingji Bodhisattva, and the remaining characters, Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung, would be manifested by the altar. Regardless, they were of little use. As the altar was established, the ritual commenced, gradually unfolding the narrative until Yi Hao, as Tang Sung, encountered Sun Wukong. The latter appeared in an extraordinarily graceful manner, exuding a maternal radiance with every movement. Yi Hao's stomach churned violently, nearly causing him to retch. Is there some mistake? This is not how the script goes. With the altar's power, one merely needs to go with the flow. Goodness, you aren't trying to forcibly break through the altar-esque guidance by relying on your saintly status, are you? He cast a series of covert glances at Sun Wukong, who had come to his rescue. However, it seemed Nuwa was becoming increasingly enthusiastic, her tone remarkably gentle. Yi Hao observed the yellow robe monster's expression growing ever more peculiar, gradually turning ashen while his body began to tremble involuntarily, until Sun Wukong, with a gentle expression, uttered, "That demon might release my master?" At that moment, Yi Hao felt nauseated. As he expelled the contents of his stomach, the surrounding space shattered like fragile glass. Seeing this, Yi Hao forcefully stepped down, redirecting the altar's destructive energy onto himself. As his body began to fragment and blood incessantly oozed forth, Nuwa finally sensed that something was amiss. Hastily, she channeled the power of the altar, allowing the ritual instrument to function autonomously. The black bear's spirit, realizing his transgressions, promptly played along. Alas, is my wrongdoing not sufficient? Nuwa shook her bloodied arm, her voice sweet yet tinged with urgency. At that moment, the ritual reached its conclusion. Yi Hao felt the surrounding world begin to succumb to the altar's influence, and a vague layer of skin enveloped him, manifesting the image of the Tang monk. Although the will of the heavenly Tao was in turmoil, the veiled rules in the cosmos tacitly acknowledged their actions. What do you even know? Yi Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, acutely aware of the pain radiating from his arm. The more Nuwa shook him, the more intense his agony became, which only spurred her on further. As it appeared that Nuwa was about to awaken some peculiar thoughts, he hastily withdrew his hand. Observing that her attempts at appeasement were in vain, Nuwa chose to reveal her physical form and unleashed a torrent of invective upon the black bear's spirit. Remarkable! Yi Hao could not help but raise a thumb in her honor. The art of shifting contradictions was indeed masterful. Thankfully, he still had the caring presence of Bai Lianer by his side. "My husband, will this affect our nighttime activities?" she inquired, her face etched with concern. Yi Hao felt a moment of bewilderment. Though her words were perfectly reasonable, they felt profoundly hurtful. What in truth was he to her? Casting a glance around, Yi Hao experienced a sense of weariness for the first time. He lay sprawled on the ground, pondering how he might lead this team. Could he truly bear the burden alone? Exhausted, he mused, let this 3 realms be annihilated. Meanwhile, on another front, Sun Wukong encountered the Golden Horn and Silverhorn. Despite facing challenges, one could not deny that Silverhorn's fortune was remarkably fortuitous. With a casual gesture, he pointed towards a nearby village, known for its inclusivity. Through a few illusions, Silverhorn seamlessly integrated himself into the community. However, when it came to dealing with Sun Wukong and his companions, he devised a cunning plan. Given the potency of his magical treasures, capturing a Tang monk would be a simple feat. His strategy was straightforward. First, he would produce the purple gold gourd, then ensnare them, and finally return to his lair. An impeccable scheme. Yet he paused to ponder the true purpose behind his elaborate ruse against Sun Wukong and the others. Reflecting on his plan, he resolved to delve deeper to ascertain any potential flaws. According to his original design, he intended for Sun Wukong to carry him, subsequently using the power of the three mountains to immobilize him, allowing Silverhorn to transform and escape, capturing the Tang monk in the process. Given Sun Wukong's capabilities, he would undoubtedly manage to extricate himself and then return to rescue his master. It was a plan that offered both the opportunity to capture and a chance for redemption. Quite splendid. Alas, he had miscalculated the temperament of the Tang monk. To my astonishment, the monk Tang Sung turned out to be a rogue, one who resorts to violence when not mounted on a steed. Reflecting on this, Yin Jiao could not suppress a sigh. Is the elder present? At that moment, a loud knocking echoed from outside, causing the door to tremble perilously, as if it might collapse. With a forced smile, Yin Jiao opened the door to find Tang Sung standing there, visibly startled. The monk's previously defiant demeanor softened instantly. "What brings you here, Elder Tang?" he inquired. Tang Sung pressed his hands together in reverence. "Ba, venerable elder, we have saved your life, yet you offer us no meal of vegetarian fare. Is this not rather excessive?" Yin Jiao stood momentarily dumbfounded, incredulously gazing at Tang Sung, astonished that such shameless words could escape his lips. Was it truly acceptable to flaunt one's achievements so brazenly? As Tang Sung's expression darkened, he queried, "You wouldn't deny us sustenance, would you?" "Rest assured, Elder Tang," Yin Jiao replied hastily, "I was merely taking a brief respite. I shall prepare the vegetarian meal at once." He hurried to the half-open kitchen and retrieved a modest bowl of rice and a few leafy greens. Though meager, it was certainly better than offering nothing at all. He pondered what fate awaited him should he lament his poverty before Tang Sung, recalling the monk's formidable fists, which instilled a sense of trepidation within him. "Brother, where are you? Come to my aid." Meanwhile, in the cave of Pingding Mountain, Jin Jiao sneezed, then casually took a sip of wine. Delightful. As Yin Jiao exited with the meager meal, he dared not meet the eyes of Tang Sung and his disciples. Tang Sung gazed at the scant bowl of rice and sighed deeply. Yin Jiao, mistakenly believing his sincerity had moved them, was taken aback when Tang Sung remarked, "Are you treating us as fools?" In Tang Sung's view, having saved an elder's life, it was not unreasonable to expect a meal in return. Yet this old man seemed intent solely on reaping benefits without offering anything in return. What manner of behavior was this? It was akin to that of a robber. Furthermore, attempting to morally manipulate him with such a paltry offering was utterly outrageous. How could he, a monk who practiced benevolence, swallow such indignity? Yin Jiao looked up to see Tang Sung's expression darkening further. The monk's powerful fist loomed ominously above him, no longer feigning innocence. Yin Jiao transformed into his true demonic form. "You bald ass, do you dare to respond to my call?" Upon witnessing the transformation, Tang Sung did not relent. Instead, he summoned all his strength and struck Yin Jiao upon the head. Yin Jiao, taken aback, had not anticipated that revealing his true self would fail to intimidate Tang Sung. Even more surprising was the monk's disregard for martial ethics, as he delivered a blow without uttering a word. Chapter 139. The true journey to the west, drawing forth his purple gold gourd, Yin Jiao believed victory was assured, yet Tang Sung remained resolute in his silence as he struck. The punch, though not painful, was a profound humiliation for the demon. Rising from the ground, Yin Jiao retreated 3 steps, creating distance between himself and Tang Sung. "Thou bold donkey, if I call upon thee, dost thou dare to respond?" Yet the monk remained silent, and in a fit of rage, charged forth to strike him. This predicament vexed Silverhorn, who, despite his formidable prowess, was utterly entranced by the golden purple gourd, momentarily forgetting his ability to rend the monk asunder. Observing Silverhorn being pursued by the monk, Sun Wukong listened intently, falling into a deep reverie. The demon's repeated utterances clearly indicated a desire for a response. As his gaze fell upon the gourd clutched in Silverhorn's grasp, could it possibly be a powerful magical artifact? Panicking, Silverhorn unleashed a torrent of foul language at the approaching monk. The two engaged in a relentless chase, until the monk, breathless, finally paused. Observing the monk's fatigue, Silverhorn began to entertain the notion that he might indeed be capable of overpowering him. With this thought, his demeanor towards the monk grew increasingly hostile. The monk, panting heavily, felt his ire dissipate as his strength waned. Sensing Silverhorn's restless energy, he swiftly turned to flee. Wukong, save me. Upon this cry, he was instantly ensnared within the gourd. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Sung were thrown into a frenzy, rushing to encircle Silverhorn. Confusion clouded Silverhorn's mind. Was there no sense in this? When he sought an answer, silence reigned, yet when he ceased to inquire, the monk began to speak. The act of capturing someone seemed to hinge on fortune, rendering his meticulous schemes futile. You vile creature, release my master at once. Quickly, liberate my master. The trio surrounded Silverhorn, who, surprisingly, remained unperturbed. Huh, how amusing. As the others rushed forward to confront him, Silverhorn boldly proclaimed, If I call upon thee, dost don't dare to respond? Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung erupted in laughter, deeming him mad and suggesting he seek treatment for his apparent insanity. However, as Zhu Beiji spoke, he too was drawn into the gourd. Sha Sung, witnessing this, shouted, Release the innocent, only to be captured as well. Despite Sun Wukong's cautious demeanor, he could not refrain from uttering, If I declare I dare not. In an instant, the three found themselves trapped within the gourd. Silverhorn, astonished by the ease of his captures, reflected on his previous actions. Truly, intellect bore little value. Upon returning to Mount Flat Peak, Silverhorn sought out his inebriated brother, Goldenhorn. In a fit of brotherly affection, he delivered 27 resounding slaps to awaken him. Goldenhorn, shaking his head to dispel the stars before his eyes, lamented, Brother, why does my face burn so? Silverhorn chuckled, Dear brother, thou must have overindulged in drink and fallen. When I found thee, thou wert lying upon the ground. Then I owe thee my gratitude, dear brother. We are siblings. Such formalities are unnecessary. With tears of joy brimming in his eyes, Goldenhorn clasped Silverhorn's hands tightly. After a lingering gaze, Silverhorn suddenly recalled his achievement. Brother, I have captured that monk and his disciples. Goldenhorn exclaimed, Indeed, my second brother. Where are those few disciples now? Silverhorn patted the gourd at his waist, and upon witnessing the gesture, Goldenhorn's face brightened with joy. Has that Sun Wukong truly let them go? Silverhorn hesitated, caught between words, prompting Goldenhorn to cautiously inquire. You haven't captured them all, have you? With an awkward smile, Silverhorn tacitly acknowledged Goldenhorn's words. Goldenhorn sighed. Let us ponder how to release them. It was indeed absurd. They were disciples of the Supreme Lord, and even if they captured Tang Sung, they would not consume him. As disciples of the Supreme Lord, the golden elixirs that trickled from his fingers were sufficient for their immortality. Who would seek to devour Tang Sung for longevity? Capturing individuals was merely a directive from their superior. Meanwhile, Yi Hao found his pace slowing. The multiple he had traversed caused him to bear the fate and fortune that belonged to Tang Sung. As he journeyed westward, both he and the White Lotus and Nuwa's Black Bear Demon began to experience transformations. The Black Bear Demon bore the burden of calamity, representing all the hardships associated with demons along the journey to the west. Its ethereal form was a multitude of monstrous silhouettes, each adversity adding another to its count. The White Lotus represented the allies encountered on the quest. As they progressed, anyone who sought assistance from outsiders would inevitably be connected to her. And her spectral form was filled with celestial beings, even including the figure of Tathagata, Nuwa herself, possessing an exalted status, though she had entered the and portrayed Sun Wukong, did not manifest an ethereal form. She now represented the disciples of the pilgrimage team. As for Yi Hao, having donned the mantle of Tang Sung multiple times, he naturally embodied the essence of the journey to the west. In this quest, while others could be absent, his presence was indispensable. The spectral form of Tang Sung was strikingly evident upon him, nearly overshadowing his own identity. With the fortune of the pilgrimage now upon them, they could no longer soar towards their next destination and were compelled to walk. Fortunately, there was a fringe character in their group, the White Dragon. Initially abandoned, he was now summoned to serve as their means of transport. However, this was a bit of a grievance for the White Dragon. He carried Yi Hao on his back, who held the White Lotus, while Nuwa perched on his shoulder, leaving the Black Bear Demon to manage the luggage alongside him. The more he gazed at the Black Bear Demon, the more he appreciated the notion of shared hardship. What about Sha Sung? Nuwa queried with disinterest, her hand playfully ruffling Yi Hao's hair. Yi Hao shook his head, but this did not deter Nuwa. Instead, Her gaze transformed from that of a human to that of a dog. Never mind, we have the white dragon. The white dragon's eyes widened. Carrying a group of individuals was one thing, but now he was also expected to act? Not to mention he knew nothing about performing. Contemplating how to voice his concerns without incurring wrath, he heard Yi Hao say, "Oh, white dragon, as long as you perform, when you encounter your old flame, I shall hold her down for you, allowing you to unleash your fury." Upon hearing this, the white dragon's eyes sparkled. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty." And thus, they approached the flowing sand river. From afar, one can distinctly behold this marvel. The river Tianhe has graced the earthly realm for quite some time, its waters sweeping away the yellow sands as they flow toward the sea. This sight, indeed, is one that Yi Hao has never witnessed. After all, matters easily managed by his children do not require his intervention. Yet, gazing upon the river, he cannot help but think of Yang Chan. He wonders how she has been of late. Although he himself can transcend the constraints of the heavenly path and engage in conversation with her, if they were meet, the binds that restrain Yang Chan are very real. He ponders what she perceives him to be now. With this thought, a sense of helplessness washes over him. How peculiar it is that his daughter wishes to marry her own father. Chapter 140. Unable to escape upon Mount Huashan, a goddess stands majestically at the summit, the wind tousling her hair and revealing her breathtaking visage. Yet, at this moment, her exquisite face is marred by an eternal frost. At the foot of the mountain, within the temple dedicated to the goddess, throngs of visitors come and go, indicating the temple's thriving incense offerings. Why does the goddess always wear a cold expression, you ask? Who knows? But I have heard whispers that her betrothed suddenly abandoned her, vanishing without a trace, leaving her to wait here alone. What manner of person would forsake the goddess? Indeed, if I were that individual, Wang Matzi, just look at you. Do you truly believe the goddess would ever take notice of someone like you? The clamor within the temple naturally reached Yang Chan's ears, but such matters cannot be concealed. Her thoughts in disarray, she cannot escape the incessant images of that person flooding her mind. Only a sorrowful sigh escapes her lips atop the peak of Huashan. "Big brother, what shall we do now?" inquired Sha Sung, glancing at Zhu Beiji from within the gourd. Zhu Beiji turned to Tang Sung. "Master, what shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Tang Sung looked to Sun Wukong. "Wukong, what shall we do now?" Sun Wukong surveyed the surroundings, confirming there was no one else present. He scratched his head. "I do not know." Tang Sung nodded solemnly at Zhu Beiji. "I do not know." Zhu Beiji, taken aback, turned to Sha Sung. "Do not ask. The answer is simply unknown." Upon hearing this, Sha Sung grasped the gravity of their situation. Zhu Beiji was of no use, merely a burden. Their master was utterly unreliable, and even the mightiest of the great sage was at a loss. "Understood. It appears we are destined to await our demise." With this thought, Sha Sung lay down on the spot, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and entered a state of resignation. The group watched Sha Sung in silence until Tang Sung finally spoke, looking earnestly at Sun Wukong. "Wukong, is there truly no way out?" Sun Wukong nodded. "This magical artifact is exceedingly formidable. Despite my utmost efforts, I am powerless against it." As Tang Sung remained silent, he chuckled and said, "Do not be anxious, master. The demon captured me because he naturally wishes to consume you. As long as he releases us, an opportunity will arise for our escape. At that moment, remember not to answer any questions he poses. In terms of martial prowess, that demon is no match for me." Indeed, what the great sage says is true. A loud exclamation startled everyone, and the previously prostrate Sha Sung suddenly stood before the group, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Tang Sung sighed inwardly, reflecting on his two disciples. One was indolent and of little use, while the other was a simpleton with no desires beyond survival, merely obeying commands. How fortunate it would be if Sun Wukong were his disciple. Sun Wukong, seated cross-legged on the ground, suddenly sensed a peculiar gaze upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Tang Sung, whose eyes brimmed with affection. He couldn't help but shiver. Was this monk losing his mind? As everyone awaited their chance, a voice resonated from outside the gourd. "Brother, within the purple gold gourd, it won't take long before it transforms into a puddle of foul blood. Let us check if the person inside is dead. Be cautious, brother. We must not let anyone escape, especially that monkey. His powers are vast. He may not be easily subdued by the gourd. Fear not. This gourd was stolen from the old lord. No matter how formidable that monkey is, he cannot possibly rival the old lord. Their voices boomed, almost as if they were announcing to those inside to prepare for their release. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn. To prevent Sun Wukong from dealing with the purple gold gourd after their release, even revealed the source of the gourd, demonstrating their meticulous planning. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong realized an opportunity had presented itself. With a swift motion, he gathered everyone into his palm, employing the technique imparted to him by Yi Hao. Transforming into a small insect, he flew towards the gourd's opening. The Golden Horn shot a glance at the Silver Horn. To ensure that those inside were prepared, the Silver Horn loudly declared, "I will count to 3 before opening. 1, 2, 3. Open." As the gourd opened, both of them rushed to peer inside, only to witness an insect flutter past them. The Golden Horn sighed in relief, ready to signal the Silver Horn to make another attempt to capture Tang Sung. Suddenly, the insect transformed back into Sun Wukong's true form, and 3 figures emerged from his grasp. In that instant, Zhu Beiji appeared, pointing at the 2 demons and bellowing, "Halt! The great sage is here. Surrender at once." The Golden Horn was taken aback by Zhu Beiji's unexpected bravery, and even Sun Wukong was astonished by the pig's audacity. Tang Sung regarded this disciple with newfound respect. However, after delivering his proclamation, Zhu Beiji quickly dove behind Sun Wukong, earning a chorus of eye rolls. Yet, Zhu Beiji remained unfazed, urging, "Great sage, give them a thrashing." Though Sun Wukong felt exasperated, he stepped forward, determined to subdue their foes while avoiding the gourd's influence. Jin Jiao wore an expression of helplessness. After all, they were not merely dealing with a single gourd. The initial plan was for Sun Wukong to witness the magical artifacts of both individuals sequentially, allowing him time to devise a counter-strategy. Nevertheless, this also presented a fortuitous opportunity. Yin Jiao turned his head, brandishing a belt toward Sun Wukong with a flick. Zhu Beiji burst into laughter, while Sha Sung inquired with curiosity, "Why does the elder brother find this amusing?" Zhu Beiji stifled his laughter, replying, "I laugh at the foolishness of the golden demon and the cunninglessness of the silver demon. Who dares to throw a mere belt? Do they intend to surrender?" Upon this realization, he smote his thigh in exasperation, exclaiming, "Alas!" Tang Sung was startled by this sudden outburst, mistakenly believing that Zhu Beiji had discerned something amiss. "What do you mean by alas?" He lamented, "I should have taken the lead. Let this plague-ridden monkey endure the brunt." While they jested with unrestrained joy, as if victory was tipping in their favor, the situation took a sudden turn. Sun Wukong found himself ensnared by the golden rope, unable to move. Jin Jiao gazed at Tang Sung with brazen arrogance, a green light shimmering ominously in his eyes. Observing this, Tang Sung urgently called out to Zhu Beiji, "Quick! Beiji, assist!" Yet, Zhu Beiji merely patted Tang Sung's shoulder, reassuring him, "Master, do not panic. The great sage is employing a ruse. He feigns captivity, all the while preparing to unleash a thunderous strike to avert further calamity." Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had initially planned to subdue Sun Wukong, and then turn their attention to capturing Tang Sung and the others. However, upon observing Zhu Beiji's relaxed demeanor and listening to his words, their raised foot hesitated, as they regarded Sun Wukong with newfound caution. "Great sage, cease your charade. Since this pig demon has unveiled your ruse, what pretense do you still maintain?" They were acutely aware of Sun Wukong's formidable lineage, which only heightened their concern. Alas! Poor Sun Wukong was genuinely immobilized, utterly bewildered by the situation. Chapter 141. A new ally noticing Sun Wukong's stillness. Zhu Beiji felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, his expression contorting with mounting anxiety, his voice sharpening. "Great sage?" Sun Wukong gazed skyward in silence, his eyes growing vacant. He once believed that the greatest perils on their journey would be the myriad demons and monsters, only to find that the gravest threat lay within his own companions. Jin Jiao kicked Sun Wukong, and upon receiving no response, he exhaled in relief, turning a fierce glare towards Zhu Beiji. "You wretched pig demon dare to toy with me." With that, he advanced to strike him. Faced with the full wrath of Jin Jiao, Tang Sung, though wishing to intervene, lacked the strength to do so. Soon after, the 3 of them bore bruises and injuries. At last, Yin Jiao vented his pent-up frustration, commanding, "Bring them forth and prepare boiling water. Today let them feast." A throng of minor demons rejoiced at this decree, merrily dragging Tang Sung and the others toward the dungeon. Wukong, save me, Tang Sung called out to his companion. Son Wukong cast a speechless glance at him, replying, I told you we should have left directly. Look where we are now, captured, and here I am bound. How is this solely your predicament? You possess boundless abilities. Who could have foreseen that a mere rope would ensnare you? Zhu Beiji was bound tightly by ropes. Feeling the pain on his face, he muttered, Master, I told you he is nothing but a wretched monkey, utterly devoid of any real talent. If it weren't for you, I would not have found myself in this dire situation. Tang Sung did not indulge him, rebuking him firmly. The little demons, annoyed by the commotion, immediately stuffed rags into their mouths. Must we all be on the brink of death, yet still be so restless? Sha Xing remained silent, having experienced the ups and downs of life. At this moment, he had attained profound enlightenment, realizing that the more arrogant one is, the worse their fate becomes. If he were to heed Zhu Beiji's words again, he would quit this burdensome task altogether. He too had his limits. I have something to say. Please lend me your ears, Yi Hao spoke, gazing at Ruo Shui by the banks of the flowing sand river. Bai Lianer giggled as she nestled into his embrace. What is so urgent that it cannot wait until nightfall? She reached out playfully to seize his attention. Yi Hao quickly intercepted her. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Nuwa, astonished that Yi Hao remained unmoved by her charms, gasped in disbelief. Could it be that the world is on the brink of destruction? Yi Hao and Bai Lianer had journeyed closely together. Their intimacy was undeniable, leaving onlookers feeling a sense of discomfort. The white dragon shook his head, surveying the barren ground, and, finding not a blade of grass, meandered off in search of something to eat. The black bear's spirit distanced himself from the group, weariness etched across his face. He had truly been summoned and dismissed by Yi Hao and the others throughout this journey, feeling utterly exhausted from playing both father and mother. Upon hearing Yi Hao speak, he swiftly retreated from the group, becoming a mere brown shadow in the distance, unable to discern what they were discussing. Yi Hao scanned the crowd, noting that no one appeared normal, and the sound of the Queen Mother's laughter echoed in his ears. Ahem. In any case, back to business. Yi Hao cleared his throat, his expression grave. I have realized that we are missing one person. I can portray Tang Sung, representing the core of our quest for scriptures. Nuwa has played Sun Wukong, representing those who had joined our team. The remaining demons can be fully represented by the black bear's spirit, while the white dragon shall play himself. However, in this trial at the flowing sand river, we still lack someone to embody Sha Xing. Nuwa suggested, Why not let me take that role? Yi Hao shook his head. That will not do. You can be Sun Wukong or Zhu Beiji, but we will still need both to battle Sha Xing. Regardless, we will be short one person. Bai Lianer chimed in, What should we do then? Is there anyone else who can be of assistance? She, representing the celestial beings, had her role firmly established, thus unable to portray Sha Xing. Yi Hao pondered for a moment. He knew many individuals, yet he was uncertain if they were under the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, which could alter their perceptions of him. Yang Chan had changed. But what of Yao Ji? What Yang Jian? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He needed to find someone with a close relationship, who was unlikely to be scrutinized by the heavenly Tao. Upon contemplating this, Yi Hao immediately addressed Nuwa, saying, Your Majesty, are you able to probe the realms of heaven and earth at this moment? Nuwa closed her eyes, and a crimson mark appeared upon her forehead. After a brief moment, she replied, As long as it remains within the bounds of the mortal realm, it shall suffice. Yi Hao's eyes brightened, and he gestured with his hands, conjuring an apparition before Nuwa. Upon seeing it, Nuwa furrowed her brow and remarked, Surely, this cannot be yet another one of your little paramours? Her gaze bore a hint of disdain, as if to say, Even such a young child is not spared your affections. TSK. Yi Hao, feeling flustered, retorted, What do you mean, little? She is far older than I am. All right. I shall assist you in this matter. As Nuwa began her inquiry, Bai Lianer approached Yi Hao and asked, My dear husband, should I refer to her as an older sister or a younger sister? Yi Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is indeed difficult to ascertain. In terms of age, that rabbit may very well have coexisted with the Moonstar, while the presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva might come even later. Bai Lianer stifled a giggle, saying, Darling, that is not what I meant. Yi Hao looked perplexed. Then what do you mean? Bai Lianer gazed at him, sensing no indication of misunderstanding on his face. Could it be that she had misjudged? Suddenly, Niwa interjected, her expression one of astonishment. Yi Hao quickly inquired, what is it? What has happened? Niwa looked toward the horizon and said, the person you mentioned is approaching this way. Yi Hao followed her gaze, but saw nothing advancing from a distance. Niwa chuckled. It appears they are utilizing some form of magic to trace your essence, though the spell seems rather feeble, as if it has taken quite a convoluted path. Very well, I shall assist her on your behalf. As soon as Niwa finished speaking, she plucked a strand of hair from Yi Hao's head and, with a flick of her fingers, cast a spell. The hair ignited spontaneously, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that drifted into the distance. Is that all? Yi Hao protested, covering the spot from which his hair had been pulled. Niwa glanced back at him. When I intervene, it is naturally effortless. Yi Hao smiled, then all is well. For reasons unknown, this smile caused Niwa to feel a twinge of unease, while Yi Hao merely patted her shoulder, saying, remember to keep this strand of hair. Is it really necessary to fuss over a single strand? Besides, am I not helping you? Why do you still hold it against me? Yet, Yi Hao's gaze was anything but benign. A single strand? Yi Hao smirked slightly, lowering his hand. A blank space the size of a coin appeared on his head. Is this what you referred to as a single strand? The conspicuous void was located just 3 inches above his left ear. Niwa, observing the empty space, offered an awkward smile. My apologies, I did not notice. Yi Hao maintained his smile, his large hand resting upon Niwa's shoulder, remaining undisturbed. Chapter 142. The lowly sand monk 300 miles by the flowing sand river. The jade rabbit's little nose twitched incessantly. What a wretched scent, so intermittent, occasionally mingled with strange fragrances. Just as she was about to advance, following the scent, Yi Hao's essence surged into her nostrils. The overwhelming aroma caused the jade rabbit to cough violently. What is this nonsense? How long has it been since you last washed your hair? She stamped her foot and gazed towards the source of the foul odor. Compared to the earlier faint and intermittent perception at this moment, Yi Hao seemed to stand right before her. Furrowing her brows, she declared, I am a clever little bunny. Do you really think you can ensnare me with such an obvious trap? A confident and proud smile graced her face. However, recalling Yi Hao's words, she knew that intelligent individuals tend to contemplate and calculate more deeply. Thus, this scent must be genuine. With this thought, her mind raced vigorously. Does that mean a wiser person would ponder once more? Perhaps it is a falsehood, a trap? With this revelation, she placed her hands on her hips and lifted her chin defiantly. Such scheming shall not deceive me. Yet, the jade rabbit mused aloud. I am indeed the clever jade rabbit, capable of contemplating more than even the wisest. She tilted her head. So it is true? Her astute mind momentarily faltered. After a considerable pause, she soared towards the direction of the scent. You scoundrel Yi Hao, the clever little bunny is coming to find you. So, this was your intention in coming here? The jade rabbit leaped into Yi Hao's embrace, refusing to leave his side. Her already crimson eyes were now even more vivid, with glistening tears adorning them, truly a sight to evoke sympathy. The jade rabbit sniffled, nuzzling her little head against Yi Hao. Am I not impressive? Yi Hao gently stroked her head and replied, indeed. You are the smartest rabbit in the entire world. He anticipated that the jade rabbit would beam with joy at his words, yet she looked up at him with suspicion. You are not Yi Hao. Who are you? Yi Hao was taken aback. How could she suddenly not recognize him? The jade rabbit squinted and stated, if he were Yi Hao, he would have a disingenuous smile and would dismissively say how impressive I am, then ignore me. Upon hearing this, Enhua and Bai Lianer exchanged glances that were laden with disapproval. How could you treat such a lovely girl this way? That is utterly outrageous. Their gazes burned with intensity, as if they were ready to unleash fiery rays directly at his head for a thorough interrogation. If it were only him and the jade rabbit present, Yi Hao would have certainly obliged and reenacted the scene as the jade rabbit suggested. Unfortunately, there were 2 other women nearby. The 2 looked as if they were eager to stroke the jade rabbit's head. Yi Hao stiffly remarked, you are so clever. You should consider one more layer of thought at this moment. The jade rabbit paused, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, you must be Yi Hao. The surrounding gazes grew increasingly hostile, seemingly conveying to Yi Hao, deceiving a little girl. Shameless. The jade rabbit, oblivious to the emotions of the 2 women, confirmed Yi Hao's identity and wore an expression of grievance. Yi Hao, do you know that the master seemed to have transformed into a different person, returning to that cold demeanor? I do not like those days. Please go and speak to the master about it, will you? The jade rabbit wept bitterly, her tears and snot unabashedly smearing against him as if they were worth nothing. Yi Hao sighed, gently stroking her head. It's all right, it's all right. Rest assured, after you left, I want to find her. By the time you return, everything will be fine. Yu Tu looked up with a hopeful expression, rubbing her eyes with her small hands. Really? Ye Hao no dit affirmative. Indeed, she even asked me to find you first. Then, let us return at once. She leapt from Yi Hao's side, grasping his sleeve and pulling him skyward. Wait, don't rush. There are still important matters to attend to. Having finally calmed Yu Tu's emotions, she leaned against Yi Hao as he explained the situation to her. Yu Tu understood parts of it, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, Help? Yes, help. If I assist you, will I be able to see my master again? Yes. Yi Hao confirmed with a nod. Then I shall help you. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of sunlight, leaving Yi Hao momentarily taken aback. All right, let us commence. The ritual platform remained as simple as ever, though Yu Tu's antics with the luggage seemed somewhat exasperating. Still unaccustomed to her role, she relied solely on her strength, struggling to drag the cumbersome bags towards the flowing sand river, resembling a small girl in her efforts. Despite the ritual's smooth progress, the sight of Yu Tu laboring was hard for Yi Hao and the others to ignore. They had to pretend not to see while feeling compelled to assist her. Yi Hao felt helpless, while Bai Lianer and Anhua regarded her with pity, nearly rushing out to help. When Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung engaged in a mock battle, the two burly men ended up playing house. Ultimately, they completed the ritual without any significant mishaps. A spectral image of Sha Sung began to manifest around Yu Tu, though she remained oblivious, gazing proudly at Yi Hao, her eyes filled with hope. Yi Hao patted her head, giving her a thumbs up. Well done. Keep it up. Hee. Yu Tu nestled closer to Yi Hao, resting against him. Bai Lianer felt a jolt of jealousy. Initially charmed by Yu Tu's cuteness, she now found her proximity to Yi Hao troubling, particularly as he doted on her. Her feelings began to shift from admiration to resentment. A formidable rival indeed. Anhua was indifferent. She recognized Yu Tu's affection for Yi Hao and noted Bai Lianer's discomfort, a glint of amusement in her eyes. She wondered what made Yi Hao so special to garner such affection from so many. At Flat Top Mountain, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao sighed in their cave. Brother, please. No more. Jin Jiao lamented, cradling his head in disbelief at the ineptitude of the pilgrimage team. Yin Jiao, at a loss, replied, We can't just release them deliberately again, can we? Opening the gourd's lid to peer inside was already absurd. At this moment, it would be unwise to replicate such a classic blunder. If the adversaries discerned that they were merely acting, it would be disastrous. They were not to be trifled with, as their intentions were directed towards the flesh of the monk Tang Sung. Sighing in despair, Tang Sung and his disciples, including Sun Wukong, lamented their fate. Had I known, I would have never embarked on this journey for scriptures. Had I not sought the scriptures, I would not have encountered demons, and without such encounters, I would not have taken on 2 demons as disciples. If I had not accepted you as my disciples, I would not be awaiting my demise here. Sun Wukong, equally exasperated, shot a glare at Zhu Beiji, who was about to retort. Do not fret, master. I have a plan. Truly, Wukong, pray enlighten me. Tang Sung exclaimed with a glimmer of hope. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Those 2 demons possess but average cunning. They should not have released me from the gourd. While this rope binds my corporeal form, my spirit remains capable of departing. Tang Sung gasped in astonishment. What does it mean to have one's spirit depart? Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, bemused. You do not know of the spirit's departure? Why then are you so astonished? Tang Sung chuckled awkwardly. Is this not a sign of respect towards you? Regardless, I shall seek assistance. You all wait here. As Tang Sung intended to inquire about the possibility of rescuing them first, he noticed Sun Wukong had become rigid, utterly still. Ascending to the heavenly realm, Sun Wukong recalled the mention of the old lord by the golden horn and silver horn. To seek help, he naturally headed towards the palace of Do Shuai. Upon arriving at the palace's entrance, he found the gates firmly shut. Undeterred, he approached and knocked. Old lord, are you home? If not, I shall break down the door. With a series of loud bangs, the supreme old lord opened the door, his face blackened with displeasure. What brings you here, you monkey? Seeing the old lord crack open the door, it was clear he was unwelcome. Sun Wukong, taken aback, realized this was a precaution against him, or perhaps even against his master. Old Lord, do you possess a gourd for storing items? The old lord narrowed his eyes, wary. What gourd? I know nothing of it. As he attempted to close the door, Sun Wukong wedged his foot in the gap. Hey, where are you headed with that thought? I meant for you to check if your gourd is still about. Upon hearing this, the old lord paused, scanning his surroundings, and indeed, he noticed his precious purple gold gourd was missing. How outrageous! The old lord mused to himself. Never having encountered such an audacious monkey who would steal his gourd and brazenly flaunt it before him. You little thief, just wait and see how I deal with you. As Sun Wukong observed the old lord's sudden fury, he assumed the elder had perhaps lost his wits with age. Suddenly, the old lord clutched his waistband, only to realize something was amiss. Lowering his gaze, he looked back up at Sun Wukong. He trembled as he extended a finger, pointing at Sun Wukong. Did you even steal my belt? Sun Wukong, taken aback, replied, Who stole your belt? Observing that Taishang Laojun was on the verge of tears, Sun Wukong froze. Wait, don't misunderstand. When would I have the time to steal your belongings? Taishang Laojun, irate, retorted, Who knows what that Bodhi has taught you? Sun Wukong scratched his head, endlessly recalling Bodhi's earnest teachings. However, the dilemma remained. Master, your very existence is merely causing me trouble. Do not misconstrue. I was escorting the eminent monk Xuanzang from the Tang dynasty to the west to procure the true scriptures. Along the way, I encountered a mountain where two monsters resided, wielding a gourd and a rope as their treasures. Is this true? Taishang Laojun regarded Sun Wukong with suspicion, deeply doubting his intentions, fearing he might be deceived and robbed of his hidden elixirs. Indeed, Sun Wukong asserted earnestly, while inwardly cursing Yihao. After much effort, and through a series of oaths and promises, he finally persuaded Taishang Laojun. At Pingding Mountain, a number of minor demons hoisted Zhu Beiji, scrubbing him with steel brushes and hot water. Make it snappy, the king has decreed, no hairy pigs. The little demons efficiently removed the hair from Zhu Beiji's body. And soon, under the watchful gaze of Tang Sung, he was left completely bare. The once dark and shaggy figure transformed into a clean and rosy appearance, becoming quite appetizing to behold. Master, help! Zhu Beiji's transformation did not escape Tang Sung's notice, and he heard the plea loud and clear. Yet, he was helpless. Beiji, just go. I shall chant the rebirth incantation for you. As despair painted Zhu Beiji's face, the steamer's lid was lifted, binding him like a piglet on a stick, and he was placed into the steamer. As the steam thickened, Zhu Beiji felt an intense heat enveloping him. He used all his magical power to fend off the heat, forgetting to call for help, and could only wait for Sun Wukong to rescue him. In the celestial realm, a day equates to a year in a mortal world. Little did he know, this wait would last an entire day. Taishang Laojun arrived at Pingding Mountain, gazing at the demon's lair, and with a flick of his wrist commanded, Go and challenge them. I wish to see what those two are. With a powerful ally backing him, Sun Wukong felt emboldened. He brandished his staff and began to pound on the door. Oi, your Grandmaster's son has arrived. Why do you not open the door promptly? Jin Jiao, preoccupied with timing, recognized the moment had come upon hearing the shouts from outside the lair. Exchanging glances with Yin Jiao, they both drew forth their treasures and soared towards the entrance. Damn that monkey, how dare he return again? Sun Wukong, staring at an unfamiliar jade bottle, fell into contemplation. No wonder his master frequently sought out Taishang Laojun. It appeared he was quite affluent. As Sun Wukong remained silent, Jin Jiao exclaimed, Your master has already been placed in the steamer. By now, he is likely half-cooked. Why not return, and I shall share a piece of Tang Seng's flesh with you. Thus, we could revel in eternal life together in this realm. How delightful that would be. Indeed, it would be splendid. At that moment, Taishang Laojun emerged from the mists, observing the two boys with an inscrutable expression. Upon seeing him, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao trembled, unable to stand, and immediately knelt down. Sun Wukong cast a glance at the two demons, puzzled as to why they had knelt without him having exerted any effort. However, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he discreetly regarded Taishang Laojun. Wretched beasts, why do you not reveal your true forms? At his command, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao promptly transformed into two youthful figures with rosy lips and white teeth. Do not blame me, great sage. These two are merely my attendants from the Do Shui Palace, who must have stolen my treasures to frolic in the mortal realm. Sun Wukong, feigning fear, hurriedly supported Taishang Laojun, who was leaning slightly. Old Lord, this truly overwhelms me. Taishang Laojun, equally embarrassed, misunderstood Sun Wukong's intentions and regretted his lax discipline, realizing that unlike his master Yi Hao, Sun Wukong was indeed a true gentleman. He lifted his gaze to Sun Wukong, only to find him fixated on him, gently stroking one of his fingers. Taishang Laojun instinctively wanted to flee, but as Sun Wukong assisted him, his left hand grasped Taishang Laojun's arm. Goodness, he had been plotting to gain something from the very beginning. Great sage, if you have something to say, please speak candidly. He communicated telepathically. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened. A gourd of 9-turn golden elixirs. Impossible. Taishang Laojun attempted to break free from Sun Wukong's grip. Is that not an outrageous demand? Chapter 144. A true Bon Sun Wukong was unperturbed, grinning as he replied, Old Lord, you wouldn't want the news of your lax discipline spreading across the 3 realms. Would you? You? Taishang Laojun pointed at Sun Wukong, astonished that such shameless words could come from the mouth of this earthly spirit. I will not relent. 1 gourd is insufficient. With a scowl, he loosened his grip. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong sighed in relief. His willingness to negotiate was a positive sign. He remarked that it all depends on the old lord's intentions. This strategy was indeed clever. Without making an offer, he would see what the other party would provide, and whether they agreed would depend on his own disposition. A lesser offer would lead to moral condemnation. Taishang Laojun, gritting his teeth, produced a jade vial. Only 3. Take them or leave them. Sun Wukong accepted the vial, opened it to glance inside, capped it again, and seamlessly tucked it into his clothing, his demeanor utterly nonchalant, clearly accustomed to such dealings. Taishang Laojun inwardly spat in disdain, thinking him shameless, yet he maintained a kindly facade, asking, And what of you, great sage? What shall come of this matter? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled as he respectfully bowed. I express my gratitude to the old lord on behalf of Master Xuanzong for saving his life. The revered Laojun, in a remarkable display of compassion, personally descended to rescue the master, embodying the utmost truth and goodness of the 3 realms. He is indeed the paragon of virtue, the eminent sage who authored the Tao Te Ching, and an exemplar for all celestial beings. My admiration for Lao Jun flows like a vast, unending river. Yet, at that moment, the illustrious figure, with a serious demeanor, grasped Sun Wukong, declaring, No need for further words. This is but a trifling matter. However, Sun Wukong could distinctly perceive the corners of his mouth curling upwards, a subtle hint of suppressed amusement. This proclamation was undoubtedly intended for Tang Seng's ears, who, upon hearing it, was filled with joy. Disciple, we are saved, he exclaimed. Sha Sung, observing Tang Seng's elation, hesitated to speak. He longed to inform his master that the eldest disciple was still trapped in the steamer. Yet, seeing Tang Seng's expression, he found the words lodged in his throat. As Tang Sung lamented the unfortunate fate of Zhu Beiji, remarking on the perils of their journey for scriptures and his intention to chant the sutra for his fallen comrade, Sha Sung dared not contradict him. Instead, he merely echoed, Master is indeed correct. At that juncture, Sun Wukong soared into the dungeon. The myriad of lesser demons had dispersed like birds and beasts after Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were taken away, leaving no trace behind. What are you all discussing? He inquired, as he exhaled gently, freeing Tang Sung from the bonds that restrained him. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence, Tang Sung replied, stretching his joints. It is merely that Beiji has been taken away for steaming. Sun Wukong, with another breath directed at Sha Sung, replied nonchalantly, Indeed, it is not a matter of any significance. Sha Sung removed the fallen ropes, secretly relieved that his unappealing appearance and lack of flesh had spared him from the demon's attention. Had he been chosen, it would have been he left behind to chant sutras. Emerging from a cave, the gentle sunlight bathed Tang Sung. Let us depart. We must return to chant the scriptures for Beiji. As they prepared to leave, a sudden cry echoed from behind. Master, do not abandon me. Turning back, Tang Sung beheld a pig demon with bright red lips and white teeth running towards them. Halt! Who dares to act so recklessly in this place? Sha Sung bellowed, dropping his belongings and brandishing his crescent-shaped spade, eager to defend their honor. Now, As the foremost disciple of Xuanzang, the moment had come for him to act. Zhu Beiji, startled, shouted, "Sha Shidi, it is I." Sha Sun glanced at the pig demon, its snow-white form slightly tinged with pink, and retorted, "Do not be foolish. I am the great disciple of the master, and my elder brother has long since entered the cycle of reincarnation." He scrutinized the pig demon with a derisive laugh, adding, "Do you think that by merely resembling a pig demon, you can impersonate my departed elder brother? Such delusions." In a state of urgency, Zhu Beiji produced his 9-foot rake, exclaiming, "Master, see, I truly am your eldest disciple." Tang Sung, observing the weapon in Zhu Beiji's grasp, recognized it as the very tool of his eldest disciple. Yet the resemblance to the pig he had raised as a backup was strikingly dissimilar. The monk humbly addressed, "Indeed, I have a disciple whose appearance resembles that of swine. Alas, he has been devoured by a demon. I implore you, do not insult the deceased, for the guardian deity at my side is not one to be trifled with." Pigsy, feeling despondent, lamented, "Master, I am truly Pigsy. I have merely endured torment at the hands of those fiends, which has led to my current state." Sun Wukong, discerning the truth yet refraining from revealing it, thought it amusing that this pig would call him monkey in jest, but refer to him as great sage in times of need. Upon hearing this, Tang Sing rummaged through his memories to compare the visage of Pigsy. With a plump head and large ears and a dark complexion, he looked upon the pig before him, whose lips were red and teeth white, exuding a luminous glow. Had he truly suffered? Unable to contain himself, Sun Wukong declared, "Master, he is indeed Pigsy." Tang Sing, upon hearing this, was incredulous, a wave of sorrow washing over him, which soon transformed into joy, leaving him somewhat flustered as he stammered, "Is it truly Pigsy?" Observing the scene, Pigsy felt a swell of emotion, realizing the significance he held in his master's heart. His previous denials were merely a manifestation of his longing, an unshakable disbelief. Tang Sung embraced Pigsy fervently, patting his shoulder with a choked voice, "It is well. You have returned, Master," Pigsy replied with heartfelt sincerity, gazing at Tang Sung, internally chastising his former self for his ungratefulness. How could he have treated his master so poorly when he had been so kind? He truly deserved to be punished. Meanwhile, Yihao relished a blissful existence, with the gentle jade rabbit clinging to him and the enchanting Bai Lianer understanding him deeply. He felt no need to walk, as the white dragon horse bore him effortlessly. This idyllic life was one he would not trade for anything, even immortality. "Yihao, why does she call you husband?" the jade rabbit inquired, lifting her gaze to him. Yihao hesitated. "Oh, that is merely a term of endearment, expressing her affection." "Then, may I call you husband as well?" "No," Yihao responded swiftly, prompting the jade rabbit to shed tears at his abruptness. "Why not?" He quickly embraced her. "Alas, you have a master. Such matters should be directed to Chang'e." The jade rabbit tilted her head, struggling to comprehend his words, yet finding them somewhat reasonable. "Ah, I had forgotten. My apologies, Yihao." A pang of guilt struck Yihao, as the pure expression of the jade rabbit weighed heavily on his conscience, even causing Bai Lianer behind him to tighten her grip on his waist. "Ugh, scoundrel!" Enhua floated nearby like a wisp, casting a disdainful glance at Yihao. Clearing his throat, Yihao attempted to ease his embarrassment. Chapter 145, An Incident Within the Realm of the Heavenly Tao. The essence of the Tao manifested as a luminous orb. Gradually, it contorted, emitting tendrils of dark mist. Enhua, observing the spectacle, felt a weighted concern settle in her gaze. In her heart, she was anxious, yet her face betrayed none of it. The journey to the west would require over a decade. If successful, it could restore the Tao to its rightful path, but time was not on her side. Although the Tao had confined her within this space, it had not expended much power, merely drawing its attention and preventing it from being distracted by other matters. However, the dark energy began to permeate this space, even directly influencing her sacred heart, bringing forth an endless stream of distracting thoughts. With her level of cultivation, suppressing such distractions was usually effortless, yet this external aura disregarded the gap in realms and even the resolve of her heart. And Wasiged Suftli, hoping that the individual she had previously seen would prove more capable, and that her own spiritual awareness could assist him. Yihao had been joking with several others, the ease of the situation causing him to lower his guard. Suddenly, Enwa's ethereal form flickered and seized his hand. Alarmed, Yi Hao looked at her, for it was the first time he had seen Enwa display any semblance of panic. He gently reassured her, "What is the matter? Enwa, is it that?" Seeming to want to articulate something, yet the words eluded her. With a frantic expression, she clutched Yi Hao's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. He pulled her closer, softly patting her back. "Do not rush. Take your time. If you cannot express the situation, then share your feelings." His words were slow and gentle, accompanied by a soothing incantation, gradually loosening her grip. "I do not understand what is happening. I just feel that something significant is amiss, and I am anxious, yet I cannot discern what it is." She sobbed, her voice choked and hoarse. Yi Hao noticed the bloodshot look in her eyes, and his heart tightened. This was Enwa's spiritual awareness, which could indicate that her true self was in peril. Perhaps she sought to convey a warning without drawing the Tao's attention. After a moment of contemplation, he surmised that her urgency likely stemmed from the Tao accelerating its actions. He was unaware of the particulars of his own endeavors, but it seemed that the very act of correcting the Tao was something that could be directly perceived. While Yi Hao attempted to comfort Enwa, her anxiety only intensified, leaving her feeling helpless. The composed demeanor she usually maintained had vanished, revealing a lost and vulnerable girl instead. "Rest assured, I will take action," Yi Hao declared, recalling how he had let down his guard in recent days, mistakenly believing that a taller companion had been shielding him, only to realize that the towering figure was himself. Enwa's eyes remained filled with unease. Currently, his task was to rectify the chaos among the three realms. The journey to the west was a matter of utmost importance. Yet this world was intertwined with the Lotus Lantern, leading to multiple points of disorder across the realms. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hao pressed a finger to his forehead. His powers remained shackled by the Tao, but having cultivated an external path, he could bypass the rules of the three realms and utilize external regulations. A manifestation of his external self appeared, each taking on a distinct appearance. Yi Hao gazed at his avatar, offering a slight nod. The avatar reciprocated with a glance, and the peculiar sight of oneself gazing back proved to be quite amusing, yet now was not the time for such reflections. "You shall proceed to the Palace of Eternal Cold, as Wu Gang, to protect Chang'e." The avatar nodded and soared into the heavens. The Jade Rabbit, curious, inquired, "Who is Wu Gang?" Having resided in the moon for an indeterminate number of years, this was the first time she had ever heard of such an individual. "Ah, he is one who delights in consuming rabbits," Yi Hao remarked, casting a disapproving look at the Jade Rabbit. Startled, she scurried into Bai Lianer's embrace, trembling with fear. Murmuring, "You promised not to eat me." Bai Lianer, aware that Yi Hao was merely attempting to frighten the rabbit, shot him an admonishing glance. Yi Hao remained unfazed, and with another flick of his brow, another avatar materialized, this one female, resembling the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. "You shall go to the bamboo grove and temporarily assume the position of Avalokiteshvara." The avatar, exuding a kind expression, glanced at Yi Hao and then at Bai Lianer. "Surely, you understand that there is a stark difference between donning feminine attire once and countless times?" Yi Hao sighed in resignation. "I swear, it shall be but this once. Besides, you are indeed female." The female Yi Hao instinctively looked down at her chest, muttering about burdens. Bai Lianer, upon hearing this, kicked Yi Hao's leg in irritation and turned away, refusing to look at him. Yi Hao, feeling helpless, knew that ordinary avatars lacked self-awareness and merely executed commands mechanically. To imbue them with a semblance of individuality, he had to replicate certain aspects of his own thoughts, allowing them to possess a measure of self-will. This approach was perilous, but he was aware that his core essence lay in traversing the new world, a power that remained intrinsic to him and would not be shared with his external avatars. The female avatar waved her hand, her robe transforming into a flowing white dress as she took flight towards the South Sea. At this moment, Yi Hao's complexion turned pale, and just as he intended to touch his brow, he abruptly halted. Observing Yi Hao's closed eyes and serious demeanor, Bai Lianer tenderly draped a robe over him. Before them lay one of the trials from Journey to the West, the four saints testing the Zen mind. Unable to assist Yi Hao at this juncture, she began reconstructing the mansion from their past to spare him further exertion. Yi Hao's contemplation lasted a full day and night. Finally, his finger descended upon his brow once more. Upon reappearing, he manifested as a scholarly figure clad in a long robe, a book basket slung over his shoulder. You shall be called Lu Yinshan. This avatar bore a somewhat dazed expression, and after absorbing Yi Hao's words, he flew off towards the horizon. Yi Hao watched him depart, closing his eyes and remaining silent for a long while. Afterward, he once again pointed to his brow, and the voice of the Queen Mother echoed in his ears. No, your spirit is already unstable. If you divide further, you will be fragmented. It matters not. I am aware of my condition and can still create two more. Yi Hao replied with unwavering calmness. The Queen Mother fell silent, yet Yi Hao sensed a gaze fixed upon him. The visage of this latest avatar remained obscured. Yi Hao cast a glance and decided to journey to Mount Fengsuan to seek assistance from the Bodhi Patriarch. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Inform him that if he truly desires the unity of the three teachings, I shall aid him once this matter concludes." The embodiment nodded and departed from the scene. The final incarnation took the form of a bald monk, a mere novice clad in the typical garb of a temple acolyte, yet radiant with a halo of virtue. "Go forth," he instructed, leaving the specifics unspoken as he observed this doppelganger set off towards the east. At that moment, Yi Hao felt a myriad of stars flickering before his eyes, a dull ache throbbing in his mind, a clear indication of the excessive division of his soul. "I currently resemble the powerless Tang Xuanzang," he mused. He then turned to Nuwa, reassuring her, "Fear not. It was my oversight earlier, but all is well now." Nuwa nestled closer to Yi Hao, as if this proximity alone could offer her a sense of security. Chapter 146, Retribution, Mount Huashan. The incarnation of Yi Hao, Lu Yinshan, arrived at the temple of Yangshan. Having just completed a stick of incense, Yangshan approached him. This manifestation bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Hao himself. Yangshan regarded him, and Yi Hao stared back in a daze. "My lady, do you require anything?" Yi Hao bowed, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. Yang Tian, instead of answering, inquired, "What is your name?" Yi Hao replied with a smile, "I am Lu Yinshan." This name was familiar to Yangshan, as it belonged to one she had once personally dismissed, yet their appearances were worlds apart. Under Yangshan's gaze, Yi Hao displayed a hint of helplessness. "My lady?" After a prolonged pause, Yangshan regained her composure, a fleeting trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. Observing her, Yi Hao furrowed his brow. The heavenly Tao's interference was evident. Her emotions were clearly awry, her heart unstable, her thoughts in disarray, consumed by love and detachment. A flicker of murderous intent stirred within him. To treat oneself in such a manner was truly beneath contempt. Yi Hao maintained his composure, smiling at Yangshan. "You seem troubled, my lady. Perhaps sharing your thoughts with me might bring you some clarity." It was not that Yangshan looked down upon him. Rather, she believed her issues were beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal. She merely cast a glance at Yi Hao before turning to leave. Yi Hao, unhurried, embraced his current identity as a failed scholar seeking employment at the foot of Mount Huashan. He found a position in the accounting office, spending his days recording accounts, and, during his leisure, ascending the mountain to converse with Yangshan. With his familiar visage, Yangshan would often engage him in light conversation upon his arrival. It dawned on Yi Hao that Yangshan was ailing from an internal malaise, a malady of the heart. Under normal circumstances, time would mend such wounds, but regrettably, her thoughts were ensnared by external influences, preventing her from finding tranquility and self-reflection. "My lady, I have returned." He arrived once more at Mount Huashan with a flask of fine wine, finding Yangshan seemingly entrenched in her thoughts. Upon noticing his presence, she nodded but offered no further words. This had become the nature of their exchanges over the past few days. Yi Hao poured a glass of wine for her, and she raised the cup, downing it in one gulp. How could a mere mortal brew intoxicate an immortal? Yi Hao chuckled and poured her another glass. They continued to sip amidst the splendid scenery of Mount Hua, one cup after another. After a while, Yi Hao's complexion flushed slightly. He had succumbed to the effects of the drink. "Miss Yang, have you ever contemplated the future?" The abrupt question plunged Yangshan into deep thought. In her mind's eye, the future was filled with marriage and raising children, living a life akin to her mother's. She envisioned herself wielding a ruler against disobedient children, with her husband caught in a dilemma of whether to advise or remain silent. If the mood struck her, she would soar through the clouds, traversing mountains and rivers in a single day. While she fantasized about her future, the notion of Yi Hao's departure suddenly flashed through her mind. stirring a tempest of frustration within her. Foolish one, Yi Hao sighed, an expression of concern evident in his eyes, which Yang Chan recognized as similar to the way Yang Jian looked at her. What kind of psyche could foster such regard? Yet, receiving concern from an ordinary person, someone with whom she had little connection, pierced her pride. She was not inherently proud, but after having been struck down by Yi Hao once, she had changed, becoming someone even she could scarcely recognize. Do not look at me with such eyes again. Her words were soft, yet carried an unassailable tone. Her exquisite features appeared decidedly fierce at that moment. Yi Hao was taken aback, but then responded with a smile. This is what brings a hint of vitality. Yang Chan's cold expression did not improve. Yi Hao, however, maintained his serene demeanor, his smile imbued with a gentleness that seemed to encompass all. For a brief moment, Yang Chan found herself momentarily entranced. Yet, just as her thoughts began to settle, her mind uncontrollably returned to the one who had fled. A wave of anguish washed over her, and she helplessly struck her own head. Observing her distress, Yi Hao rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace, gently stroking her hair. Do not dwell on the pain, it will pass. His voice possessed a soothing quality, capable of alleviating worries. As Yang Chan absorbed his words, she gradually regained her composure. Unbeknownst to her, however, Yi Hao's expression grew exceedingly grim as he held her, a murderous intent threatening to surface within him. On the back of the white dragon, with soft jade nestled in his arms, Yi Hao proceeded at a leisurely pace, hindered by the effects of the altar's influence, rendering him unable to travel swiftly. The trial of the four saints had long been resolved. The next challenge awaited at Wuzhuang Temple. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, a wave of murderous intent emanating from Mount Hua, causing him to shudder. The jade rabbit was the first to sense it. Yi Hao, what is the matter? Nothing. It's just that you smell too delightful, he replied, gently patting the jade rabbit's head, entirely oblivious to her flushed face. Feeling that she rightfully belonged in Yi Hao's embrace. Yet now, she glanced at the jade rabbit before Yi Hao and the figure of Nuwa behind them, realizing that she alone rode the clouds, serving as a guide among the five directions. Yi Hao's current state was fully visible to the Queen Mother. Yi Hao, what troubles you? Yi Hao's voice was low and somber. The heavenly Tao has interfered with my daughter's mind, and the interference runs deep, nearly altering her very essence. The Queen Mother remained silent for a moment before responding. Do not rush. We will only have a chance when the three realms return to normalcy. Yi Hao was acutely aware of this, yet Yang Chan was, after all, the daughter he had cherished for over a decade. The thought of waiting for another 10 years was a burden he found difficult to bear. He looked up at the heavens, where a blue light, invisible to others, served as his guiding beacon and the source of his confidence to remain in this world. His spirit stirred slightly, causing the blue light to flicker momentarily. Suddenly, the three realms experienced a violent tremor. Within the space of the heavenly Tao, a light orb transformed into the visage of an elderly man. Did he wish for a destructive outcome? He had plotted against Yao Ji, making her the first obstacle for Yi Hao. And the subsequent series of events were orchestrated to establish a connection between Yi Hao and this world. As long as Yi Hao cared for his loved ones, he would never resort to destroying this realm. The heavenly Tao aimed to interfere with the world, inducing deviations that would create conflicts between the underlying codes of existence and the codes currently in operation. This interference would grant him a glimpse of the truth, and that fleeting moment would be his opportunity to transcend the three realms and reach the ultimate reality. Thus, he meddled with Yi Hao but refrained from provoking him too severely. Aware of Yi Hao's carnal desires, he bound him with women, even using Yang Chan as a pawn. As long as Yang Chan remained out of sorts, Yi Hao would inevitably act to protect everyone, even if it meant opposing himself. However, this time, the tremor in the three realms seemed to shake the very foundation of existence itself. The manifestation of the elderly heavenly Tao quivered violently before settling into calmness. The heavenly Tao understood that Yi Hao was genuinely enraged this time. Chapter 147. Time the three realms trembled for 3 days. The heavenly Tao was filled with dread for 3 days, until, after 3 days, nothing transpired in the three realms, and a trace of disdain flickered in the eyes of the elder form of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, you cannot let go, he mused. His tone was calm, and despite a tinge of fear regarding Yi Hao's threat, he remained confident in his assumptions. Yet, As he cast a glance around, he found the space of the heavenly Tao shrouded in chaos. How could this be? The heavenly Tao spread his hands and pressed downwards, attempting to dispel the chaotic energies within the space. But the heavenly Tao realm had already transformed beyond recognition. Nuwa stood nearby, observing the actions of the heavenly Tao. Her eyes sparkled with divine light, and her innate power surged as she sought to escape. However, with just a glance, the heavenly Tao suppressed her once more. Rather than being alarmed, Nuwa laughed. "You have indeed grown weaker." The heavenly Tao replied ominously, "Even if I have weakened, you cannot escape this place." Nuwa had no intention of departing from this place. Her earlier probing was merely an attempt to ascertain how much power the heavenly Tao retained after the upheaval of the three realms. Now, with the realm of the heavenly Tao in disrepair, it was compelled to both suppress her and restore the space, resulting in a diminishing interference in the affairs of the three realms. She smiled faintly, exuding an enigmatic aura, while the heavenly Tao twitched. Realizing that Nuwa was not easily dealt with, its only recourse was to exert all efforts towards mending the fabric of space. Otherwise, it would be thoroughly exposed to the beings of the three realms and inevitably become a target. "What have you done?" Leander inquired with curiosity. The three realms had trembled for 3 days, yet their circumstances were markedly different. Originally, they were meant to endure calamities at the Wuzhuang Temple. However, after the tremors subsided, they found themselves at the foot of Ling Mountain. Countless experiences flickered through their minds like a fleeting panorama. The scene before them grew increasingly terrifying. Yi Hao sat astride his horse, gazing at Ling Mountain, which loomed dark and foreboding, devoid of the grandeur and radiance it once possessed. The passage of time had merely accelerated. 3 days had encompassed over a decade of the journey to the west. They were but one trial away from completing their quest. Leander recalled the additional memories flooding her mind, her expression grim. In her recollections, the actions of Tang Sung and his disciples had become increasingly deranged. Following their acceleration, all pilgrims, including Sun Wukong, had succumbed to madness, consuming every demon and evil they encountered. The closer they approached Ling Mountain, the more frenzied they became. Observing Lingyun Ferry, it seemed akin to the banks of the Yellow Springs. Human heads, desiccated bones, scalps, and flesh mingled together, slowly flowing within the ferry's waters. A nauseating stench rising to the heavens, yet invisible to ordinary eyes. Yi Hao kept his gaze fixed on Ling Mountain, deliberately ignoring the hellish sight of the mortal realm. Wukong, Great Thunder Sound Temple. Yi Hao and his companions entered without guidance, brashly stepping into the space. At first glance, they were met with a radiant glow. As the light of the Buddha illuminated the hall, each figure exuding compassion. Tang Sung and his disciples, including Sun Wukong, looked upon them with joy. "Master, you have finally arrived," Sun Wukong exclaimed, joyfully leaping towards Yi Hao. Unbeknownst to him, his golden staff was stained with copious amounts of blood and flesh, swinging towards him. With a delicate sweep of her hand, Leander diverted the staff aside. "My dear," Yi Hao glanced at them, "you must find a way to hold them off for a moment. I must complete the ritual." With that, he disregarded the commotion behind him and made his way directly towards the Tathagata, who regarded Yi Hao with a serene smile. "You have finally come," the Tathagata said. Yi Hao bowed respectfully. "Disciple Tang Sanzang, at the behest of His Majesty the Emperor of the Eastern Tang, has come to seek the true scriptures." The Tathagata nodded in approval. Speaking softly, the people of the Eastern lands tend to be verbose, disregarding the clamor within the hall. Like a machine, the Tathagata methodically guided Yi Hao toward the scriptures. Yi Hao understood that they were but one trial away from their ultimate goal. Still, no one came to guide him. Yi Hao devoted his entire spirit to the ritual instrument, observing the two ethereal figures leading him. The consciousness of Nuwa possessed little power and could only accompany Yi Hao. Although the Jade Rabbit displayed some combat ability, it paled in comparison to Sun Wukong. After listening to Yi Hao's words, the two women completely immersed themselves in the ritual, disregarding the existence of Leander and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong bellowed, "You fiend, why do you obstruct my path?" He yelled at the retreating Yi Hao master, "Do you not want a disciple?" Unbeknownst to him, blood tears streamed from his eyes. "Then I shall slay you all, claiming my place in Buddhism." Meanwhile, Tang Sung pointed at the two combatants, observing that neither could gain the upper hand. He removed his blood-stained monk's robe, revealing his sturdy physique. Wukong, allow me to teach this demonist the essence of Buddhist teachings. Without waiting for Sun Wukong to act, he lunged at Balianer with a sinister grin. Balianer invertly lamented. She was the most powerful in the pilgrimage group, yet struggled against Sun Wukong alone, and now another adversary had emerged. The black bear spirit unexpectedly stepped forward. He was not meant to appear, destined to play the role of the turtle in the final trial, yet was compelled to intervene. Should Balianer emerge, the journey to the west would inevitably fail. As the battle raged on, Yihao had completed his collection of scriptures and exited the door. He glanced at the pilgrimage group, each face twisted in malevolence, yet oblivious to it. He sighed inwardly, but said nothing further. At Mount Hua, Yihao's doppelganger suddenly opened its eyes, casting a glance at Yang Chan beside him before transforming into a wisp of breeze and vanishing. His task was accomplished. It was time to depart. As one doppelganger after another returned, Yihao's aura shifted dramatically. He joined his hands in prayer. Amitba. His voice resonated like thunder, causing everyone to momentarily freeze. By the time they regained their senses, Yihao and his companions had vanished without a trace. Within the realm of the heavenly Tao, a sense of anomaly washed over it as a tremendous power surged forth, enveloping its consciousness. This force emanated from the three realms themselves, seemingly as it should be, smoothing out every inconsistency with the unfolding reality. And within it, its very awareness was ensnared. What was happening? Even if Yihao had orchestrated this, it was still 12 years away. In a state of panic, it glanced downward, where the void trembled, revealing the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. Yihao stood atop a high platform, reciting the Tripitaka. The heavenly Tao was filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Why has the course of events surpassed my expectations? It was the heavenly Tao. How could the passage of time elude its perception? Suddenly, it recalled the chaotic energy within its own space. Was this the source of the interference? It had not delved deeply into this matter. Within the three realms, all was composed of the six energies. Yet that chaotic energy did not originate from them. As the power capable of smoothing all within the heavenly Tao re-emerged, it descended into madness. Nothing could hinder me. Since you do not wish to obliterate the three realms, let me do so. Even if I cannot survive, I shall ensure that you do not prosper. In recognition of Tang Xuanzang's arduous efforts and remarkable achievements, I bestow upon him the title of Xiantan Buddha of Merit. Sun Wukong, owing to your unwavering support for Xuanzang, undefeated in battle and invincible in combat, I honor you as the victorious fighting Buddha. At this moment, Yihao has reached the final step. Everything returns to normalcy. As the intangible power emanating from him sweeps across the three realms, and I manifest in the gaze of every being within. Chapter 148. Departure the Eye of Heaven. In this moment, the three realms are astounded. The Eye of Heaven surveys all living beings, ultimately resting upon Yihao, with his eyes closed. As the three realms revert to their ordinary course, the power within him finally breaches the barriers, akin to a gap in a dam, unleashing an eruption of force that merges with his current strength. Yihao, the voice of heaven reverberates throughout the three realms, and at this moment, Yihao's name is known to all. Bailian Air gazes skyward, noticing that Sun Wukong has fainted nearby. Nedastans vigil beside Yihao, emerging from a void to approach him. Yihao slowly opens his eyes, their depths resembling a chaotic expanse, a cycle of endless stars being born and extinguished. Inevitably, a confrontation awaits. His tone is calm as he steps forward, shattering the void and entering the abyss. The Eye of Heaven fixates upon him, filled with resentment and malice. Yihao has no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He launches a punch toward the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven transforms into a myriad of starry jewels, accompanied by the resounding thunder of divine lightning, rushing toward Yihao. Yihao's punch is devoid of any fiery display, akin to an ordinary person's casual wave. The divine thunder, despite its imposing might, seems to be choked, dissipating entirely, while the punch remains unyielding, causing the Eye of Heaven to shatter into countless fragments as if struck by lightning. Yihao shifts his punch into a palm strike, wielding it like a blade, sweeping toward the fragments. In the void, it appears as though a long sword slices through, transforming the infinite space beneath it into chaotic essence. the blade enveloping all remnants of the eye of heaven. No, a sound of unwilling lament escapes, yet it is drowned within the chaotic currents. The world is suddenly illuminated, but following this clarity, it begins to tremble violently. The heavens perish, and the three realms collapse. Yihao glances at the three realms, every beloved figure falling within his sight. As he eradicates the eye of heaven, he makes a decisive choice. A flash of blue light ignites in his eyes as his form disintegrates into countless particles, vanishing completely with the azure glow. At the edge of the universe, at the juncture of the two-dimensional and three-dimensional realms, Yihao beholds the vast three realms before him, arms outstretched. The chaotic currents surrounding this world are gradually dissipating. Should he wait for their complete disappearance, the three realms would ultimately shatter. He embraces the air, power surging from within, enveloping the entire three realms. The nine heavens emerge. Floating behind his head, their six colors swirling, exuding an essence that resonates with the very roots of the three realms. The immense world gradually approached Yihao, ultimately merging with his being. The virtual Dan, which Yihao was on the verge of cultivating, was replaced by the three realms. His body resembled glass, revealing countless fragments, which, in the blink of an eye, returned to normalcy. Within the three realms, Nuwa and a multitude of sages endeavored to salvage their existence. Yet despite their relentless efforts, the collapse of the three realms continued unabated. That scoundrel, allowing the realms to perish? Nuwa lamented, attributing her misjudgment of character to her own folly. However, as time progressed, the catastrophic disintegration of the realms abruptly ceased. The shattered cosmos restored itself in an instant, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Yihao, what will you do? Yihao gazed at the Queen Mother, who smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I have discovered the guiding beacon of my world, and shall return shortly. Observing Yihao's melancholic demeanor, she added, Rest assured, I shall not disclose the path of this world to others. Yihao chuckled. What significance does this hold? I'm not a native of this world. I have merely made a few friends. It will be somewhat disheartening, but ultimately it shall pass. The Queen Mother momentarily forgot that the individual before her was not an entirely benevolent soul, realizing her words were somewhat presumptuous. Well, who knows? Perhaps we shall meet again one day, she remarked, turning to depart as Kunlun Mountain shattered the fabric of space, vanishing. At that moment, Yihao abruptly lifted his gaze. A colossal visage was directed towards him, yet it merely cast a fleeting glance before averting its gaze. Cold sweat trickled down Yihao's brow as the momentary shift in attention conveyed an overwhelming sense of existential peril, despite not being the intended target. It was time to return and ascertain the status of the timeline. He leaped into the cosmos. After traversing the three realms, he no longer drifted along the cosmic currents. Instead, he resolutely retraced his steps back to Earth. On Earth, in Kamartaj, the bald Ancient One was engaged in conversation with Medea when she suddenly glanced upwards. Mage Ancient One, what is it? Medea inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. The Ancient One smiled. Someone has returned. Medea tilted her head in thought, eventually recalling that a certain scoundrel had been missing for several years. Could it be that rascal Yihao? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Who is the scoundrel? Who else but that fellow Yihao? Medea instinctively replied, only to turn around and spot a familiar figure. Her feet moved faster than her mind, and she leapt into Yihao's embrace, exclaiming, You have finally returned. Yihao buried his head in Medea's hair, inhaling deeply. Who was just cursing me? Medea stiffened momentarily. Hee, who curse you? I'll deal with her. The Ancient One, sipping tea, interjected, Haven't you two considered changing the time for quite a while now? It was then that Yihao remembered the bald figure, unabashedly occupying space as an unwelcome presence. He nodded respectfully to the Ancient One. Mage Ancient One, it has been a long time. Ancient One smiled gently. Master Yihao, it has been a long time. What world are we in this time? Yihao's expression was one of profound melancholy. Don't mention it. This world has given birth to a world will. My experience here has been far from pleasant. Medea caressed Yihao's head. There. It's all right. Everything will pass. Yihao brushed Medea's hand away, his demeanor turning serious. Do not touch me indiscriminately. Medea raised an eyebrow. Why not? Yihao declared with conviction. You wouldn't understand. I have matured. Medea frowned. What kind of maturity? Yi Hao chuckled softly. I have realized that indulgence only slows my path to strength. I have decided to abandon the pursuit of beautiful ladies. Medea pondered, recalling how he had just taken a sip from her neck. Perhaps it was a good thing that he no longer pursued beautiful women. Perhaps she ought not to dissuade him. Really? Yi Hao hesitated for a moment. More genuine than vibranium. Medea, well aware of Yi Hao's bravado, allowed a cold snicker. How many have you pursued this time? Yi Hao posed, extending his hand to count. Medea's pupils widened in shock. Was he actually going to enumerate them? She kicked his knee, and a series of radiant lights began to emanate from her hand. Go to hell, scoundrel! Yi Hao barely dodged, as continuous explosions erupted around him. Wait, I can explain. Upon hearing this, Medea drew her hands, and a colossal luminous circle materialized. Go explain it to God. A thunderous roar echoed through Kamartaj. In that day, countless witnesses beheld the birth of the supreme sorcerer. Chapter 149. The Lost Space Stone Within the Sky Battleship. The prominent figures of the Avengers gathered. This time, Professor Bruce Banner had come to locate the missing Tesseract. Nick Fury stood at one corner of the round table, addressing the assembly. The Tesseract? Tony, seated, spun around, a departed friend seemingly surfacing in his mind. The invader hails from the cosmos. Loki. Loki is of Asgard. Please show some respect. Thor interjected immediately, attempting to correct Nick Fury. Nick Fury shrugged nonchalantly. He murdered 108 people on Washington streets. Oh, I meant to say he is my cousin. Thor shifted the subject, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Nick Fury remained noncommittal. Everyone, this crisis affects the entire Earth. I hope you all take it seriously. Captain America, having listened attentively to the meeting, after a long pause, seemed to recall something and spoke. Do you know who the owner of that Tesseract is? Nick Fury replied with a smile. Captain, everyone knows it once belonged to King Odin. No, I mean the owner after King Odin. As the ace agent, Nick Fury instantly grasped the implication behind Captain America's words. Mr. Rogers, do you know who that person is? Captain America hesitated momentarily before speaking. I encountered that individual when I was plummeting towards the iceberg. He inquired whether I was prepared to safeguard the Tesseract. Steve Rogers surveyed the group, adding, he also mentioned that if the Tesseract's safety could not be assured, he would return to reclaim it. Nick Fury's pupils dilated. He had long regarded the Tesseract as a terrestrial entity, or rather, as belonging to us. The emergence of a new owner was beyond his comprehension. Captain, do you know who he is? Steve Rogers replied. He claims his name is Yi Hao. He further noted, by the way, he has black hair and black eyes. He is of Chinese descent. Tony Stark, displaying a disinterested demeanor, contemplated departing with Dr. Banner to the laboratory when the name Yi Hao unexpectedly caught his attention. Simultaneously, Thor reacted, and Tony rushed to Steve, grasping his shoulders. Who did you say? Steve instinctively considered throwing Tony over his shoulder, but restrained his impulse due to their camaraderie. If my memory serves, he is called Yi Hao. Tony gasped, realizing the implications. This fellow is indeed an ancient being. Didn't he mention seeking an opportunity to slice a piece for studying immortality? What does this Yi Hao look like? At that moment, Thor approached, having encountered another individual named Yi Hao on Earth, uncertain if Steve referred to the same person. After a brief contemplation, Steve described Yi Hao's appearance. Thor's eyes brightened. Oh, it is indeed my comrade Yi Hao. With Yi Hao's identity confirmed, Tony naturally recognized him as a savior. Gentlemen, you all know this person? Nick Fury interjected, feeling somewhat like an outsider amidst the enthusiastic exchange among the three. From their dialogue, Fury gleaned three key insights about Yi Hao. First, Yi Hao had existed for an extended period, at least since Steve's era until the present. Second, this individual had experienced cosmic travel and visited Asgard, forming a friendship with Thor. Third, he possessed a significant connection to the Tesseract and might very well be its current custodian. I apologize. I am simply quite pleased, Thor remarked nonchalantly. He was aware of Yi Hao's close relationship with Loki, although the reasons for their bond eluded him. If Yi Hao were willing to assist, he might even persuade Loki, potentially averting a war. Tony added, it was he who saved me back then. It should have been televised, right? He recalled that Yi Hao had accompanied him back to the company, likely leaving behind some footage. He summoned JARVIS to project Yi Hao's photograph before the assembly. At this moment, Nick Fury was no longer concerned with when Tony had infiltrated the aerial battleship. His gaze was fixed intently on the image. If we locate this individual, could we not directly find the Tesseract? Black Widow Natasha interjected from the side. Steve glanced at Tony, who wore a look of exasperation. Oh, don't look at me. The last time I saw him was years ago. I thought he was dead. His gaze then shifted to Thor, and upon seeing Thor's muscular physique, Steve averted his eyes. Yet Thor exclaimed, I know. He must be in Norway. There is a temple there dedicated to my father's former followers. Yihao has requested my father's permission for that place. Norway. Yihao's modest abode had undergone a remarkable transformation, flourishing with an abundance of vibrant flora, evidently well tended by Medea over the years. Yihao reclined in a rocking chair, with Medea seated beside him, engrossed in a tome of dark magic. Medea, we have guests approaching. Yihao languid dejdaret, tapink herschulder. Medea shot him an irritated glance, closed her book, and descended from the rocking chair, moving to the front of the barrier. A Quinjet was stationed on the grassy expanse, not far from the entrance. The rear ramp descended, and several major figures from the Marvel Universe emerged. As they stepped out, they were greeted by a young girl with purple hair standing before them. Her youthful visage contrasted by eyes that bore the wisdom of countless years. Little girl, do you know Yihao? Natasha inquired, her tone laced with mild caution. The girl regarded the Quinjet's arrival with an expression of calm, as if she had been anticipating their arrival. Yihao is inside, Medea announced, turning to a seemingly empty space and gesturing, causing a portal to materialize. Without regard for the astonished expressions of the others, she stepped through the doorway. Thor was the first to enter. Hey, Yihao, I'll come to find you. Tony followed suit without hesitation, confident that if the one inside was indeed Yihao, everything would be justified. Nick Fury contemplated intervening. As a competent agent, he had to assess all actions and determine whether this was an enemy trap. However, upon witnessing Thor and Tony enter the portal, he exchanged a glance with Natasha, who nodded. Cautiously, she approached the portal and extended her hand toward it. The doorway swirled, reflecting the scenery within. After several trials confirming the portal's safety, she nodded to Nick Fury and, accompanied by Hawkeye, stepped through. Upon entering the portal, Nick Fury beheld the world before him. The sky was a pristine blue, and the surrounding landscape seemed entirely out of place compared to Norway. Towering mountains and deep valleys unfolded, resembling a realm not of Earth. Chapter 150. Mind your own business, I thought you were dead, Tony lamented, casting a mournful look at Yihao, who had left without a word. Don't look at me like that. My orientation is perfectly normal, Yihao retorted disdainfully before turning his attention to Thor. Thor, where's Loki? Thor plopped down on a stone bench, setting aside his small hammer. He is plotting an invasion of Earth. Nick Fury interjected on Thor's behalf. Yihao sighed in resignation. This child is truly mischievous. Thor exchanged a glance with him. Indeed, quite the impish one. Sir, I believe you may have misheard. He is an intruder. Nick Fury regarded Yihao with incredulity, his scrutiny palpable. Yihao glanced at him before turning his attention back to Captain America. Long time no see, Captain. Steve Rogers gazed upon Yihao's visage, reminiscing. It has indeed been a while, sir. You appear unchanged from decades ago. Feeling overlooked by Yihao on 2 occasions, Nick Fury stepped forward and rapped the table. This is not the time for idle chit-chat. Yihao regarded him and asked, May I be so bold as to inquire, who is your superior? His gaze shifted to Steve, who, observing the turmoil on Fury's face, quickly interjected, Mr. Yi, this is Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.L.D. I am temporarily affiliated with S.H.I.L.D. Hiss. Yihao inhaled sharply, astonished as he looked at Nick Fury. My apologies, Mr. Fury. I had thought you were someone here to gather cotton. Fury glared intensely at the individual before him. I had presumed you to be a civilized person. Yihao chuckled. I have always been quite civilized, at least more so than your country. The tendency of the beautiful nation to regard itself as the Earth's elder brother is well known, and they are quite aware of their own row behavior. Fury was momentarily rendered speechless by Yihao's retort. Fortunately, Hawkeye timely intervened. Sir, we have come seeking assistance. For the Cosmic Cube, I presume? Yihao replied nonchalantly, directing his gaze towards Steve. Do you recall what I mentioned? Fury interjected, the cube belongs to Earth. I will not relinquish it. Neither Tony nor Steve could comprehend the implications of Fury's stance. Thor's initial intention was to remove the cube to avert numerous crises that may arise from Earth being targeted. No, the cube does not belong to anyone. I believe your statement is flawed, Thor remarked, furrowing his brow. Yi Hao smiled. The wielder of the cube possesses immense power. How can you be certain you are not the one blinded by that power? Moreover, do you truly believe that Earthlings lack the capability to combat foreign invaders? Your attempt to utilize the cube to forge weapons is, in itself, a declaration to the cosmos that Earth is prepared for intergalactic warfare. Yes, that is precisely what I meant, Thor exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Yi Hao on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with camaraderie. Yi Hao regarded Thor with a glance. Instinctively shrugging off his hand and leaning towards Medusa, I believe we are not at liberty to debate the ownership of the cube at this moment. Natasha interjected, her gaze fixed upon Yi Hao. Sir, I trust you know the cube's location. It is at the Stark residence, Yi Hao observed, scrutinizing Medusa's delicate hand with nonchalance. I was wondering where it might be. Initially, Tony the incessant chatterbox, refrained from uttering much, waiting for the opportune moment to interject as the topic was drawing to a close. However, he caught wind of some bizarre news. Yi Hao, what did you say? My home. Which one? The seaside one, or the one I have? Steve, unable to tolerate Tony's incessant prattle, interjected, Enough. Cease flaunting your villa. Tony flashed a victorious smile. Oh, my apologies, I may have gotten a bit carried away. Steve rubbed his forehead. Could you please articulate yourself more clearly? Medea, take them along and bring Loki back, he instructed. Yi Hao reclined languidly in the rocking chair, his voice sounding rather feeble. Medea affectionately patted Yi Hao's head, a flicker of nostalgia dancing in her eyes as if she had traversed countless ages. Very well. Nick Fury, observing the girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14, cast an irritable glance at Yi Hao. I believe this war does not require the involvement of children. Before he could finish his sentence, Medea gestured with both hands, and a portal materialized before everyone's eyes. On the other side of the portal lay the familiar sights of New York. In the distance stood Stark Tower, with them positioned atop a neighboring building. Hurry, they are about to commence. Nick Fury gazed in disbelief at Medea, who was gracefully levitating. For a moment, it felt as if his worldview had been shattered. He cast a glance back at Yi Hao, who lay there. Are you not going to assist us? Yi Hao propped himself up, looking at Nick Fury. This crisis originated from you. Why should I clean up your mess? Remember, troubles of your own making must be resolved by you alone. Do not shift your burdens onto others. Nick Fury attempted to argue further, but the portal before him suddenly shrank and vanished. He immediately turned his gaze towards Medea, who stood aloft, clad in a pitch-black robe. She met his gaze with an inscrutable expression. Nick Fury's instincts warned him that should he dare utter any disrespectful words, this young woman would not hesitate to act against him. Wait, our equipment is still aboard the Quinjet, Tony protested. Medea waved her hand, and a portal appeared in the sky, through which the Quinjet descended, crashing onto the rooftop of the tower. This is incredibly useful, Tony mused, coveting this remarkable ability. As he stepped into the Quinjet, glancing back repeatedly, Thor scrutinized the top of Stark Tower, but found no sign of Loki, only an elderly man adjusting some equipment. I shall go and investigate. He swung his hammer and leaped towards the opposite building. Gentlemen, I believe we need a plan. Nick Fury's voice was drowned out by the discussions among the others. Oh, I cannot let that guy get ahead of me. With a thunderous roar, the crimson and gold armor surged through the air towards the penthouse of his tower. Steve, Natasha, and Hawkeye exchanged glances. I think we should take the Quinjet for our journey. A few individuals reluctantly boarded the aircraft, leaving Nick Fury behind. Fury gazed at the departing vessel, his expression as dark as ink. Director, we have an intruder on the helicarrier. The voice of Agent Coulson crackled through his earpiece. His pupils constricted. Coulson, what did you say? Who is invading? It's Loki, sir. Hold him off. Do not let him get near Dr. Banner. And also, find someone to come in New York and retrieve me. Chapter 151. The Avengers. Nick Fury hurried to the helicarrier, where Loki was already wreaking havoc. Dr. Banner remained in the lab, adjusting equipment, under special scrutiny from Fury, who feared he might transform aboard the vessel. Sir, my team has reached the top of Stark Tower. Whatever you intend to do has already failed. Loki smirked dismissively. I believe you are mistaken. The moment the Tesseract fell into my hands, my success was assured. Fury's eyes narrowed as a blue light surged skyward opening a portal in the heavens. Outside the portal, the Chitauri army awaited in the cosmos. At the moment the portal opened, the Chitauri surged forward. Do you see? This is my army. Loki spread his arms wide, defiantly gazing at Fury. Now kneel. Bow before me. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, and Loki was hurled backward by a burst of flames. Coulson, wielding a heavy weapon, addressed Fury. Director, I believe I deserve a raise. This is not the time for such discussions, Fury replied dismissively, then directed the team to confine Loki to a secure chamber. In New York, Captain America confronted Tony. What have you done? As he looked up at the blue portal in the sky. Oh, is this my fault? Tony's flippant voice responded, soaring into the air as countless projectiles rained toward the sky. He had merely attempted to destroy the device, not realizing it would provoke the Tesseract and prematurely open the portal. Thor, go assist Tony. Hawkeye, Natasha, you're with me to evacuate the crowds below. Captain America commanded, running and issuing orders. And where is Dr. Banner? We need him here. On the helicarrier, Bruce Banner continued adjusting the instruments. Nick Fury entered the lab. Doctor, I believe it's your time to shine. Banner glanced at him. How amusing. This is the first time someone has asked me to do so. Fury's expression darkened. Banner was the most unpredictable among them. Others merely had their quirks, like Tony, but Banner would become utterly uncontrollable upon transformation. Banner observed Fury's anxious demeanor. Oh, I was just joking. The pen in his hand trembled slightly, his demeanor somewhat uneasy. It was indeed not a particularly funny jest. Above New York, a colossal magical array unfurled, enveloping the entire sky, with golden light converging at the center, aimed directly at the portal. Sir, there's a tremendous energy reaction. I advise you to distance yourself from the energy center. Tony was taken aback as Jarvis's warning echoed in his ear, his gaze fixed on the spectacle unfolding in the sky. Jarvis, is it conceivable that she could resolve this matter single-handedly? Sir, are you certain you wish to know the answer? After a brief moment of silence, Tony turned and soared back toward his tower. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Loki brandished his scepter, a radiant beam converging upon it, aimed at the celestial figure of Medea. As Tony returned, he witnessed this scene and immediately advanced, unleashing all the weaponry from his suit to intercept the luminous assault directed at the heavens. Sir, perhaps I was mistaken. Loki is within your chamber. You are not mistaken, though I wish I were. Tony, having received intelligence from Nick Fury, was well aware that Loki had been apprehended. So, who was this before him? As the brilliance in the sky coalesced, a surge of energy darted toward the portal, obliterating everything in its path, including numerous ships of the Chitauri army. Loki, in a frenzy, observed the dissipating light above, anxiously glancing at the portal, eager to ascertain the toll of that previous strike on his forces. With the light fading, the Chitauri did not emerge from the portal, and in the distance, countless flames ascended into the sky. After a considerable pause, Loki, seemingly devoid of hope, stared at the heavens until Thor timely descended before him. Loki, it is over. Loki regarded Thor, his expression shifting gradually. Over? No, it is far from over. He thrust the scepter towards Thor. Medea, high above, drifted down toward the summit of Stark Tower like a deflating balloon. More and more Avengers began to converge upon this location until Loki was struck down by Thor. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed above the portal. Loki, surrender the scepter. Thor bellowed at Loki. The immense shadow seemed to be awaiting something. A beam of light pierced through the portal, illuminating Loki. He gazed at Thor as the luminous veil ascended into the sky. Dear brother, I shall return to reclaim all that is rightfully mine. It is time to confront that wretch. In Norway, Yi Hao peered at the portal. Predictably, Thanos would not make a personal appearance. However, the intentions of his subordinates remained uncertain. He traced a circular sigil and stepped into it, promptly arriving at the portal in the skies of New York. Upon stepping out, he waved at the underground portal. The expanding portal abruptly halted before gradually closing, severing the light that had guided Loki. Loki plummeted to the ground with a thud, casting an awkward glance at all present. If possible, I trust you will treat the captive kindly. Tony, disinterested, retracted his palm cannon. All right, my friends, it is time to clean up the remnants. Upon his words, everyone immediately straightened up and placed handcuffs on him. Miss, was it Yi Hao who made the move? Tony inquired with curiosity. Medea non-committally nodded. and then proceeded towards the device housing the Rubik's Cube. I shall deal with the puppet master. The retrieval of the cube is my responsibility. Is that agreeable? Her gaze swept over the crowd. There was no dissent. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had witnessed the preceding strike clearly, and apart from Thor, who would dare claim they could withstand such a blow? Thor then spoke. I will escort Loki back to Asgard, and the final judgment will be decreed by King Odin. Those present had no objections, though they were uncertain about Nick Fury's perspective. At most, Hawkeye was merely an agent, tasked with reporting to his superiors. He held no authority over other decisions. If his superiors requested him to organize matters, he might begin to question whether they wished for him to take the fall. His eyes scanned the faces around him. Leaving Thor aside, he found himself devoid of options. Others might still have avenues to explore. Esteemed Master, our plan has failed. On the colossal black warship, a shadowy figure was reporting to Thanos on the screen. Yihao stood beside him, scrutinizing Thanos. Greetings, Mr. Thanos. Chapter 152. Thanos, the sudden voice, startled the Dark Star, Knight Proxima, who was nearby. Who are you? Why are you here? Yihao glanced her way and, with a gesture, grasped her throat in the void. Despite her struggles, she could not escape his grip. Mr. Thanos, my intention is merely to eliminate you, or to be eliminated by you. What do you say to a meeting? Yihao regarded the luminous screen with a gentle expression, while Thanos met his gaze with intrigued interest. Knight Proxima, however, was entirely forgotten. As Yihao tightened his hold, her strength waned. A flash of purple light surged, and her form disintegrated into ash. Thanos' expression turned serious, for even the ruthless overlord could feel anger at the demise of his minion. I will await you on Titan. With that, the screen flickered and vanished. This is my homeland. Upon arriving on Titan, Yihao beheld Thanos seated amidst the ruins, his long blade standing beside him, adorned with his helmet. As though sensing Yihao's arrival, Thanos slowly began to speak. Yihao interrupted his monologue. I'm already aware of what you intend. You seek to eradicate half of all life in the universe to alleviate the strain on its resources. Do not attempt to impose your ideology upon me. I can assure you, I do not endorse your methods. Thanos turned to scrutinize Yihao closely, as if attempting to see through him. How intriguing. He rose to his feet and donned his helmet. Master, at that moment, a spacecraft shimmered beside the two individuals like a fleeting ray of light. The remaining 4 members of the Black Order materialized beside Black Dwarf. Great Master, please allow us to handle this individual. There is no need for you to sully your hands. Thanos' gaze turned cold. Are you instructing me on how to act? Ebony Maw immediately sealed his lips, but continued to beseech Thanos with his eyes. Thanos cast a glance at Yihao. Very well, if you can defeat my underlings, I shall accept your challenge. Yihao smiled faintly. It matters not. I never intended to spare any of you. His smile faded, revealing an inexorable killing intent in his eyes. Black Dwarf, towering and wielding an axe, charged at Yihao first, followed closely by General Corvus Glaive. Ebony Maw moved his hand slightly, unleashing a psychic force towards Yihao. Yihao allowed Black Dwarf's axe to strike his shoulder. Black Dwarf gazed at Yihao in disbelief. Yihao effortlessly seized the long blade swung by General Glaive, hurling it aside before delivering a powerful punch to Black Dwarf's chest. Both adversaries were sent flying, and countless dust particles transformed into lethal blades aimed at Yihao. With a fierce glare, he shattered the wind blades with an invisible force and directed a palm strike at Ebony Maw from a distance. The invisible force manifested as an enormous hand, obscuring the sky, descending upon the group. Thanos, witnessing this spectacle, narrowed his pupils and acted without hesitation, gathering a massive orb of light in his hands to launch at the sky. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. The remaining members of the Black Order did not squander this opportunity, charging at Yihao from all directions. Confronted with Yihao's full might, they recognized his formidable strength. Not only was he impervious to blades and bullets, but his psychic prowess also surpassed that of Ebony Maw. Yihao made his first move. He withdrew his palm, causing the colossal hand in the sky to vanish. In the blink of an eye, 4 phantoms appeared before the group, delivering a finger jab, a punch, and a kick, sending 3 of them hurtling backward, followed by a flash of violet light that swiftly disappeared. When the dust settled, only one of the Black Order remained alive, and his survival was solely due to his absence from the fray. Thanos, at this moment, retracted his previous disdain for Yihao. He now regarded this individual with the same level of seriousness as Odin, who had perpetually opposed him. Were it not for Odin and that enigmatic protector of Earth, he would have long since wreaked havoc on the planet. Thus, he resolved to flee. However, escaping was not his ultimate goal. He sought the Infinity Stones. Prior to encountering Yi Hao, he had already pinpointed the locations of the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. The Space Stone was on Earth, and he had willingly relinquished the Mind Stone, which resided within Loki's scepter. As for the Power Stone, he had entrusted its acquisition to Ronan. Now, he knew that he must personally seek out the Power Stone. Indeed, among the Black Obsidian Five, there remains one superlative figure dedicated to reconnaissance, still alive. A colossal spacecraft in the cosmos unfurled its reception screen, swiftly retrieving Thanos. Yi Hao observed the scene with a cold gaze, his right hand clenched into a fist. Gently squeezing until a sphere of blue-violet light coalesced, propelled forward with a powerful punch. A beam of blue-violet energy surged toward Thanos' fleet. Just as Thanos' armada teetered on the brink of annihilation, the flagship, the Sanctum II, unleashed a beam that collided with Yi Hao's. For a brief moment, the two forces struggled against one another, but Yi Hao soon gained the upper hand, the blue-violet radiance advancing relentlessly. The Sanctum II began to retreat into the distance. Yi Hao, unwilling to squander such an advantageous opportunity, enveloped himself in blue light and pursued the warship. The shimmering blue streak drew ever closer to Thanos' vessel, which unleashed its main cannon in a desperate barrage. How long until we reach the jump point? Master, we will arrive in 15 seconds. Thanos watched in disbelief as Yi Hao materialized before the warship. With a dazzling burst of light, the vessel traversed the jump point and vanished, leaving a portion of Thanos' flagship in ruins. Yi Hao glanced at the fragment he grasped, disdainfully discarding it aside, then prepared to enter the jump point. "Excuse me, sir." A voice echoed in his ear as a spacecraft appeared before him. "Without a ship, you would be transported through the wormhole to an unknown location. If you do not mind, you are welcome to board my vessel." Only one individual occupied the ship. The leader, clad in a brown jacket, bore an expression of excitement, having finally encountered a genuine Earthling. "What is your name?" Yi Hao, despite his suspicions, inquired. "I am Peter Quill. You may call me Quill." His demeanor was slightly reserved, having witnessed the extraordinary spectacle of a single individual pursuing Thanos' warship. "May I be so bold as to ask, are you from Earth?" Upon hearing Star-Lord's name, Yi Hao realized his conjecture was correct. "Yes, I hail from Earth." "Are the people from Earth truly this formidable now?" Quill's excitement mingled with disbelief. He, too, was from Earth, and perhaps the years he spent away had caused him to miss significant developments. "Not quite. Although technology has advanced somewhat, there are only a handful of individuals like me." Chapter 153. The grand conclusion. As the conversation shifted to Earth, Quill appeared to open a floodgate of memories, eagerly recounting tales of his homeland. "Oh, this is a cassette player my mother gave me, filled with songs from my favorite artist." He glanced at Yi Hao, speaking cautiously. "I am unsure if you have heard of them." Yi Hao noncommittally nodded. "I am aware, though my tastes differ from yours." Quill, slightly disheartened, returned to the pilot's seat. "My apologies, sir. I believe I should assist you in your pursuit." Yi Hao chuckled. "There is no need to rush. I am aware of his intentions, and I also know what you seek to accomplish." Quill looked at Yi Hao in confusion. "Forgive me, sir. How do you know what I intend to do?" "You must have received a commission to travel to Morag and locate the cosmic sphere." "Coincidentally, I too wish to journey to Morag, and I suspect Thanos will be heading there as well." The villains in the Marvel Universe often exhibit inexplicable behaviors. Their shared actions with the protagonists lead them to their respective objectives. For instance, Ronan needed to find the Power Stone, yet he delegated the task to a cosmic rogue like Star-Lord. Once these individuals locate the Power Stone, he can either finance the endeavor or resort to force should negotiations fail. Star-Lord's eyes widened. "Sir, how do you know?" Yi Hao interrupted. "Let us set forth. If you assist me in finding the cosmic sphere, I shall return the favor." Aware of Yi Hao's formidable abilities, Star-Lord speculated on what kind of assistance Yi Hao might provide, promptly activating the ship's engines as they navigated through the jump point. Meanwhile, the Conqueror Ronan found himself ensnared by Thanos' grip around his neck. "I have granted you ample time, yet you tell me you have found nothing?" Ronan struggled, attempting to pry Thanos' hand away, but to no avail until Thanos cast him aside. "The great Thanos, I have uncovered a lead on the Power Stone." Someone has already set out to retrieve it. I believe we shall receive news shortly. Ronan managed to rise, kneeling on one knee. Thanos surveyed the scene, noticing Gamora and Nebula also kneeling before him. Nebula spoke, "Father, allow me to handle this." Thanos felt a sense of urgency. Finding the Power Stone was essential to gaining the confidence needed to eliminate Yi Hao. Both Nebula and Gamora were currently deemed inconsequential. He was uncertain when Yi Hao would catch up to him, and at this moment, he could not afford any lapse in vigilance. Ronan, divulge everything you know to me now. On the desolate planet of Morag, the difference between Yi Hao and Thanos was negligible. Thanos' warship appeared in the skies above, alongside Star-Lord's small vessel. The instant Thanos laid eyes on Yi Hao, he commanded his companions, "Immediately locate the cosmic sphere and bring it to me." He fixated on Yi Hao, their thoughts eerily aligned. "You know the Power Stone is here?" Yi Hao smiled slightly. "Without the Power Stone, do you intend to strike me?" Thanos leapt into action, wielding his battle blade, and charged at Yi Hao with a fierce downward strike. This blade, forged from an exceptionally rare metal, was stronger than vibranium. Yi Hao, not overestimating his capabilities, dodged while advising Star-Lord, "You should either leave now or find the cosmic sphere." "Sir, and what about you?" Star-Lord called back as he fled. "Do not concern yourself with me. If you find the cosmic sphere, depart immediately." Yi Hao clenched his hand, summoning the debris from the planet, which surged forth toward Thanos. Thanos, having learned from past experiences, now unleashed his full might. The clash between the two had begun to shake the very foundation of this forsaken planet, accompanied by violent tremors. In the blink of an eye, the surface of Morag was riddled with countless fissures. Nebula and Gamora had already located the cosmic sphere aboard the Temple warship, purposefully racing towards the sanctuary. Star-Lord trailed behind them at a distance. The moment Nebula extracted the cosmic sphere, he did not hesitate to seize the opportunity to snatch it. Although he was unsure why Thanos was so fixated on this orb, he surmised that it could potentially sway the tide of battle. As both parties vied for control, they drew closer to the main battlefield. When Nebula tossed the cosmic sphere to Thanos, just as he reached out to grasp it, the sphere abruptly halted mid-air, swaying towards Yi Hao. Yi Hao quickly shielded his face, but alas, it was too late. A brilliant violet light erupted, breaking free from the cosmic sphere's constraints, transforming into a cosmic ray that surged towards Yi Hao. The transformation was so swift that Thanos had yet to regain his composure before glancing up. Yi Hao raised a hand to protect himself from the Power Stone, the violet beam splintering and exploding. The mere aftershock obliterated countless rocks, covered in dust and debris. "Yi Hao, quick, brother. Must you do this? Why not wait until I handle that purple potato before you come for an explanation?" After a lengthy pause, the Power Stone ceased its violent eruption, obediently retreating. Thanos realized that the situation was dire. All he could do now was to engage Yi Hao in a fierce battle. Fortunately, Yi Hao was unable to wield the Power Stone. Otherwise, he would have surrendered. The conflict concluded in an instant, Thanos' severed head crashing to the ground. Gamora and Nebula exchanged glances before turning to flee. Star-Lord appeared beside them, ensnaring them with electromagnetic binding chains. "Sir, I've taken care of things here." Yi Hao exhaled a breath of frustration, casting a disbelieving glance at Star-Lord. With the mastermind eliminated, he could finally attend to matters of importance. What he had promised Star-Lord was to reveal the truth about his parents, which he subsequently fulfilled by aiding Star-Lord in vanquishing his biological father. During this time, he also encountered Rocket, Groot, Mantis, and the Destroyer Douglas, as if by fate. After bidding farewell to them, he returned to Earth, accompanied by Medusa, journeying towards the cosmic frontier. Harnessing the power of the Power Stone along with the Space Stone in his possession, he successfully dismantled the barrier surrounding the new world and absorbed it within himself. Upon reuniting with familiar faces, he felt a surge of joy. However, as the number of women around him increased, Medusa's demeanor grew increasingly icy. She had not anticipated that the number of girls in Yi Hao's vicinity would reach such an extent. The final matter was one that Yi Hao had long since orchestrated. He returned to Earth once more, only to be intercepted by the Ancient One. In this moment, Yi Hao bore a striking resemblance to the Dimensional Sorcerer, with the sole distinction being a dimension uniquely his own. Ancient One retrieved the Time Stone and handed it to him, subsequently embarking on a quest to collect the other gems. Upon arriving in Asgard, he sought out the Dwarf King to forge the Infinity Gauntlet. The gauntlet's side effects were but a trivial matter for him. As a blank universe was born, Yi Hao ascended to become a dimensional deity. He released all the worlds contained within him to coexist within the same universe. Countless realms interconnected, enriching his existence. Following this, he returned the gems. Apart from the Power Stone, Space Stone, and Reality Stone, he restored the remaining gems to their rightful places. Upon returning to his own universe, an unparalleled power enveloped him. His gaze darted across the infinite parallel worlds, and he met the eyes of several deities, including Eternity, who nodded in acknowledgement of this new existence in the multiverse. Within Yi Hao's universe, numerous women gazed upon him, questioning who among them was the primary consort. Yi Hao broke into a cold sweat, glancing at a group of girls before turning to flee. The end.